To activate the system, while others killed monsters, I had to dominate the exam hall. For 9 whole years, 1,000 exams, I had to be number 1 every single time. They called me the god of studying, thinking I was a bookworm fighting for honor. They were wrong. This was just the price I paid. Now, the system is activated, skill points in hand. While those so-called geniuses for a decade to perfect a single sword technique, I only need a thought, 10 seconds of adding points, to reach the pinnacle of mastery. They don't know that my strongest weapon isn't knowledge, but these inexhaustible skill points. The bell rang, and the head teacher's hour-long session of chicken soup for the soul finally ended. My best friend, Zhang Hao, sidled up to me, his face looking like he'd been force-fed. I, on the other hand, was calmly drinking my milk. For them, it was motivational soup. For me, it was poison. The goals the head teacher spoke of, so distant for them, I could achieve with my eyes closed. Your Majesty, the god of studying. Just as I was about to find some peace, I was surrounded by a few of the top students in the class, their faces plastered with friendly smiles. The max score is 500, and you got 460? Are you even treating us as human? I already went easy on you. Who knew you guys were so fragile? I said with a shrug. The atmosphere instantly froze. The next second, the entire class swarmed me, pinning me to my seat for a friendly chat. It was amidst this playful chaos that a voice I had been waiting for 8 years sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the great trial of perseverance, achieving first place in 1,000 consecutive exams. The mandate of Heaven's system has been successfully activated. My soul was instantly pulled away, sinking into my sea of consciousness. 8 years ago, as a transmigrator, I had awakened the system. But the prerequisite for activating it was to complete one of 3 perverted trials. Solve the mystery of the origin of the demon race? Win the lottery grand prize? Compared to those, getting first place 1,000 times in a row was the only task a mortal could possibly complete. For this, I had been number 1 for 9 whole years, starting from elementary school. Mandate of Heaven system activation complete. Rewarding 100 initial skill points. Sioux City No. 1 high school had 2 campuses, separated by a wall. On one side were ordinary people, on the other, star martial artists. Star martial artists were the guardians of humanity against the demons and beasts from other dimensions. Normally, students would awaken through a soul resonance ceremony upon graduating from junior high. Because my system hadn't been activated, I was judged to have no talent as a star martial artist. But now, everything was different. On the roof of the teaching building, I eagerly opened the system interface. Character level, Star Realm level 1. Skill points, 100. The skill list was divided into 2 categories, Star Martial and Ordinary. In the Star Martial skill section, there was only one passive skill, Self-Heal, Black Iron LV1. The description was simple: rapidly recover from physical injuries. Although it was just a life-saving skill, it was better than nothing. I turned my attention to the ordinary skills. These were the results of my years of persistent physical and combat training. Unarmed combat, Black Iron LV8. Melee blade technique, Black Iron LV3. Movement technique, Bronze LV1. Inch force punch, Bronze LV3. Upgrading a bronze level skill required 10 skill points, and upgrading from Black Iron to Bronze also required 10. The math was simple. A familiar faint fragrance wafted to my nose, and a figure appeared beside me. Jiang Xinyu, the genius of the Star Martial campus, known as the Ice Queen, and my rival since childhood. You won. Her voice was cold, but there was no hint of dejection in it. You mean the exams? You haven't really been competing with me all these years, have you? How boring. Boring? Her emotions suddenly became agitated. Do you think I'm like you, just for the vain title of God of Studying? What else? If it wasn't for a damn trial mission, who would want to be so tired? I mumbled under my breath and turned to leave. You actually forgot? A cold voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of killing intent. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu, Jiang Xinyu's 2 best friends, rushed onto the rooftop at that moment. Xinyu, don't be rash. We can talk this out. Yeah, if you're that angry, just break 3 of his legs. Don't actually push him off. That bastard Gong Feiyu was still fanning the flames. Jiang Xinyu's hand, which was gripping my collar, finally loosened. Forget it. If you've forgotten, then so be it. Only after they left did I suddenly recall a bet that had been forgotten in a corner of my memory. 8 years ago, as 3rd graders, we argued because we tied for first place. At the time, she had said that if she didn't beat me in the next exam, she would jump off the teaching building. To calm her down, I had casually joked, if I win, how about you be my wife when you grow up? And if I win, I'll be your husband. It's a deal. I shook my head. It was just childish nonsense. She couldn't have taken it seriously, right? Back home, I went straight to the private training ground on the 3rd basement level. I had converted it into a professional training facility, with the walls all covered in PS armor. I stood in front of the strength testing machine and threw a punch. 200 kilograms. Awakening as a star martial artist had increased my punching power by a quarter, from 150 kilograms. Next, I used the inch force punch. Boom, 700 kilograms. Very good. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. I spent 10 skill points to upgrade inch force punch from bronze LV3 to LV4. A wave of enlightenment washed over me, and the muscles throughout my body seemed to become more coordinated. I threw another punch. Boom, 800 kilograms. In just a few seconds, 10 skill points had saved me at least a year of hard training. This was the cornerstone of my cheat-like life. I resisted the urge to continue adding points. Rational allocation was key. I raised both unarmed combat and melee blade technique to bronze LV1. Countless combat moves and blade techniques instantly flooded my mind, as if I had practiced them thousands of times. Finally, I turned my attention to the star martial skill, self-heal. I invested 10 points, raising it from black iron to bronze. The skill instantly changed from passive to active, and the description became, consume star power to restore one's own injuries. I took out a dagger and made a light cut on my arm. Activating the skill, star power flowed, and 5 seconds later, the wound healed perfectly, leaving not even a scar. So good. As long as I had enough skill points, it wasn't impossible for self-heal to evolve into immortality in the future. I called my private coach, Huang Feilong. He was a former soldier of the Pioneer Legion, a Star Brilliance Realm star martial artist, and had taught me for 5 years. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the training ground. Young Master Lon, what are we practicing today? Free sparring, no protective gear. I changed my usual defensive style and went on the offensive. With my movement and combat skills both raised to bronze level, my strength had undergone a qualitative change. Huang Feilong, caught off guard for a moment, was kicked in the chin and fell flat on his back. Master Huang, are you sure you're at the Star Brilliance realm? I pulled him up and teased. He shook his head, looking at me in shock. When did you awaken? I activated my star power, and the star palace of the star realm appeared above my head. Just today. Huang Feilong was completely stunned. To awaken on one's own at 16 was a miracle in itself. He didn't know that I had just been delayed for 8 years by a stupid system. Come, let's have a real fight between star martial artists. His expression turned serious. This time, he got serious. 2 minutes later, I was sent flying by his palm. The gap was still huge. Young Master Lan, your combat skills are already superb. But the foundation of a star martial artist is the martial techniques used to kill enemies, and blade techniques are the most practical. Then let's practice blade techniques. I took 2 training swords from the weapon rack. Huang Feilong secretly thought that he finally had something to keep me in check. However, the moment our blades crossed, he knew he was wrong again. Clang, clang, clang. The glint of the blade danced in my hand. Slicing, chopping, flicking, and parrying, it was like flowing water, every strike an offensive move. My blade technique had been upgraded to bronze level. Although Huang Feilong could still suppress me with his experience, the shock in his heart was beyond words. He even suspected that I had secretly found another master. 5 minutes later, both training swords broke simultaneously. Master Huang is truly Master Huang, I said, panting and genuinely impressed. If it weren't for the swords giving out, I would have given out soon. A muscle in Huang Feilong's face twitched. He knew that while what I said was true, it was more hurtful than any taunt. Young Master Lan, I have nothing more to teach you. He shook his head with a bitter smile. But before you go to the battlefield, there is one last lesson, overcoming the fear of death. He brought out 2 real, sharpened swords. When the cold blade, carrying a murderous aura, came at me, my mind was in turmoil. I had been able to fight him for 5 minutes before, but now with real swords, I couldn't even last 12 moves. Steady your heart. Again. I activated the self-heal skill. The wound on my arm healed visibly before Huang Feilong's astonished eyes. He took me for a rare medical-type star martial artist, a national treasure. Knowing that I could heal myself, Huang Feilong no longer held back. For 3 hours, I was injured again and healed again and again. The threat of death constantly approached, and was constantly overcome by me. At the end of the lesson, Huang Feilong announced my official graduation. Seize every opportunity to become stronger. When you're really in danger, the only one who can protect you is yourself. As long as you run fast enough, death can't catch you. After he left, I checked my account and transferred 200,000 to him as a farewell gift. In the evening, my aunt called. She couldn't come back due to a last-minute meeting and asked me to keep my cousin, Songjia, company. I agreed and rode my little electric scooter to the Shanting Bay Villa area. Songjia was throwing a tantrum because her mother had broken her promise and she couldn't go to the school's summer camp. It's no big deal, I'll go with you, I promised, patting my chest. The next morning, I was dragged out of bed by Song Jia. When we arrived at the school, the scheduled bus was nowhere to be seen. An hour later, one finally arrived, but the teacher said that the other bus, number 2, was still stuck in traffic. After another long wait, the other number 2 bus also arrived. We got on, and the driver chose to take the ring road to avoid the traffic. As the bus entered the mountainous area, a thick fog suddenly rolled in, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters. The bus moved slowly on the winding mountain road. Suddenly, the driver screamed, the bus tilted violently, and began to tumble, weightless. Boom! The bus plunged into the valley. Fortunately, the bus seemed to have been specially reinforced. Except for the driver who died on the spot, most people only suffered minor injuries. But no one's phone had a signal. I climbed the 100-meter-high cliff with my bare hands. At the top, it was still pitch-black fog. I found a broken wooden sign on the ground with the English words Creektown written on it. This wasn't Sioux City. We might have entered another dimension. I returned to the bottom of the valley and found that most of the parents had followed Teacher Cho to scout ahead, leaving only a few injured and the always calm Mr. Chin. I'll go find them, I said to Mr. Chin, and then, with Song Jia who refused to leave my side, I followed the direction they had left in. After walking for more than half an hour, we saw a parent by the edge of the forest, Li Xiaoxiu's mother. She said she had been separated from the group. Ah! Song Jia screamed. There was a bloody ear at her feet. My internal alarm bells went off. The sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. The woman, holding a fruit knife, stabbed at my back with incredible speed. I instinctively dodged to the side and kicked out. A ghost. Song Jia's face was pale with fright. The woman's skin had turned a verdant green, and her eyes bulged out of their sockets like a lobster's. Not a ghost, a demon. I closed the distance, my hand knife precisely striking the wrist of the hand holding the knife, disarming her. Inch force, triple burst. I punched her in the chest, and 3 waves of force erupted instantly. As she stumbled back, I picked up the fruit knife from the ground and, with lightning speed, stabbed it into her throat and slit it. First kill complete, rewarding 30 skill points and 50 experience points. Without time to think, I grabbed Song Jia and ran back. We rushed back to the bus, which had already started. The driver, Mr. Chin, and Teacher Cho in the bus saw us and smiled as they opened the door. Brother, the teacher is missing an ear, Song Jia whispered in my arms. My heart sank. It was them, indeed. I walked onto the bus nonchalantly. As I passed by Teacher Cho, the fruit knife hidden behind my back suddenly shot out, accurately stabbing into her eye socket. Green blood spurted out. You bastard! A rough male voice came from Teacher Cho's mouth. I pulled out the knife, stabbed her other eye, and finally plunged the broken blade into her forehead, kicking the body off the bus. Why didn't you take the soul pearl? Mr. Chin looked at me calmly and lit a cigarette. Only then did I remember that killing demons and beasts yielded soul pearls, an important resource for star martial artists' cultivation. My name is Chin Wayman, a military advisor for the Southeast Military Region. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. It seems my guess was correct. We have entered a different dimension created by the demons. Their goal is to replace us. Is war coming again? My heart was heavy. I can tell you responsibly, Chin Wayman's eyes deepened. The history textbooks have beautified the war. In the last catastrophe, we actually lost. Lost? Then why are we? Because at the last moment, the demons retreated on their own. At this point, both of their hearts grew heavy. Although what Chin Wayman said differed greatly from what was written in history textbooks, it was possible that, rationally, Chin Wayman was telling the truth. Wang Chen was not the kind of delusional youth who couldn't accept reality. He wouldn't deny objective facts just to cling to his own beliefs. After fighting for 130 years, humanity had reached a dead end, while the demon army continued to pour in relentlessly. In such circumstances, they had only fought a desperate counterattack. And then, to win the war? The textbooks merely used phrases like betting everything and united we stand. But could the gap in strength really be bridged by such things? Wang Chen shook his head. Then why did the demon army retreat? I don't know. Their retreat was very sudden. Don't we have guns? We have missiles and nuclear weapons. Why did we lose so badly? Firearms are almost ineffective against the demon army. Apart from low-level demons, high-level demons are not threatened by guns at all, and they have countless exotic beasts in their ranks. As for missiles and nuclear weapons, they can indeed inflict effective damage. But missile technology and nuclear technology only emerged 80 years ago, and by that time, humanity had already endured 100 years of war, depleting resources and pushing the population to the brink of extinction. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. What about now? Our technological level has advanced by leaps and bounds, with long-range weapons everywhere. Can we easily defeat the demon army now? Chin Wayman smiled faintly. I am a weapons expert and a Military advisor. This is one of the topics I study. Soldiers in UNBEATABLE generally think like you, but my research findings are, no. Why not? Weapons are not the key to victory, at least not the only factor. Comparing the demon army to us, the individual combat capability and mobility of the demons are still beyond our reach. If the demons use tactics similar to ours or like those in ancient human wars, we would surely win. But the demons do not. They won't line up and confront us head-on. The demon army not only consists of demons but also exotic beasts. There are deep-sea types in the water, flying types in the sky, and on the ground. There are burrowing types, tank types, and mobile types. No matter how strong the weapon, you must hit the target. Hitting a mosquito with a missile is a technical feat we currently find difficult to achieve. Furthermore, the demons can open alternate spaces for direct airdrops. If the demons invade and directly airdrop into major cities, what then? Major cities have tens of millions of civilians. Would we still use missiles to cover and strike? Use nuclear weapons to eliminate the demons? Wang Chen felt a sense of frustration in his chest. The military power of his past life was similar to that of the present. He believed no one could defeat Huaxia, which possessed long-range missiles and nuclear weapons. However, when the rules of war changed, and someone could ignore distance and teleport directly to Huaxia's homeland, even into major cities, what could Huaxia do? Did long-range missiles and nuclear weapons still hold deterrent power? In such comparisons, Wang Chen realized that advantages could not be exerted, while disadvantages were unavoidable. So what do we do? Fight. What else can we do? Even if it comes down to the last person, we must resist. The civilization of humanity began to rise 5,000 years ago, stubbornly passing down through the threats of the demon army to this day. Our ancestors managed to preserve civilization even in an era of technological backwardness. We can do the same. To pass down civilization and protect humanity, this is the mission of us soldiers, and also the mission of you Star Warriors. Human civilization is a vast machine, and we Star Warriors are the armor of that machine. Everyone is a part of the machine, and the existence of Star Warriors is to protect this machine from harm. Wang Chen's deep voice quietly recited the Star Warriors' declaration, which was also the belief of the Star Warriors. Devils, devils. Suddenly, a child in the car screamed excitedly, and, following their gaze, a scene that sent chills down Wang Chen's spine appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, a humanoid creature with a green head, resembling an alien, emerged from the depths of the dense forest. Its back and the back of its head formed a single entity, standing over 2 meters tall, with legs folded backward, indicating it had strong jumping abilities. Its fierce face bore a mouthful of sharp teeth like that of a lamprey, and its fingertips extended long, sharp claws. Just from its appearance, it was clear that this was a warrior born for battle. Demon warrior. Hurry, drive. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. At the moment Wang Chen's words fell, the bus roared and rushed forward. It burst out of the hillside and onto the gravel plain, while the demon warriors immediately began to chase after the bus. They pursued the bus by leaping and running, their speed rivaling that of a cheetah. The bus had no braking system, and Qin Weiman could only rely on his superb driving skills to maintain the vehicle's balance. On the gravelly ground, the bus couldn't go fast. At 80 miles per hour, the bus jolted over the rocky terrain, the intense vibrations nearly causing Wang Chen to lose his overnight meal. The children in the bus were not so fortunate. Several of them vomited all over themselves. Instantly, a sour smell filled the bus, triggering a wave of nausea. The current situation made Wang Chen's heart tighten, and he couldn't afford to think about anything else. The only one who could protect this bus full of children was Wang Chen himself. He accessed the system, finding he had 70 skill points left, and frantically allocated them to the Inch Force Fist. Bronze LV5, Bronze LV6, Bronze LV8, Bronze LV9. With 10 points remaining, he could just upgrade it to Silver level. However, after adding 9 points, the last skill point just wouldn't go through. Damn, why was it just 1 point short? Perhaps it was related to Wang Chen's own level, but that was just Wang Chen's guess. If skill levels weren't restricted by character levels, could a Star 1 person possess silver, gold, or even platinum skills? So Wang Chen could only speculate that the reason he couldn't upgrade the Inch Force Fist to silver was due to the limitations of the Star Realm. From another perspective, the skill upgrade to Bronze 9 had already reached its peak for the Star Realm, meaning Wang Chen's Inch Force Fist should be at the highest level achievable within the Star Realm. How strong it was, Wang Chen couldn't estimate. Wang Chen, have you shaken them off? Qin Weiman suddenly shouted nervously. Not yet, but at this speed, they can't catch up. That's not good. Why not? Out of gas? Up ahead is a dead canyon, there's no road. What? Wang Chen turned back sharply, only to see the gravel plain narrowing, with cliffs rising on both sides, and in the direction the bus was heading, there was a sheer cliff. In other words, the bus had entered a narrow pocket. Brake, quick, stop, the brakes are broken, we can't stop. Boom, a violent crash echoed as the bus slammed into the cliff face, and in an instant, the sound of children wailing filled the air. These children were precious. Darlings, cherished by their parents, how could they have experienced such danger? Mr. Chin, are you okay? My arm is injured, it might be dislocated. I'm fine. Open the door. What are you going to do? I'll guard the canyon entrance and try to buy some time. Whether we can survive depends on when the rescuers outside arrive. Qin Weiman looked deeply at Wang Chen. Brother, take care. Wang Chen instantly jumped out of the car and went to the back of the bus. At that moment, the canyon environment was like the back door of a football field. Wang Chen had to guard the entrance outside. Not a single demon warrior could be allowed to break in, not even one. Brother, hurry up. What are you doing? You came with me. You said you would listen to me. Song Jia's cries came from inside the bus. Jia, I have good news for you. Brother has awakened his Star Warrior talent. From now on, please call me Star Warrior. Don't worry, I will protect you. Roar, roar. Echoing roars came from a distance. The pursuing demon warriors were fewer than at first, but there were still nine demon warriors confronting someone who had only awakened their Star Warrior talent. Yesterday was indeed a challenge. As the demon warriors approached Wang Chen, they slowed their pace, their crimson eyes fixated on him. Although they had slowed down, the aura of slaughter around them grew increasingly intense. Fear spread in Wang Chen's heart, his pulse racing violently. Suddenly, as if reaching a critical point, the tension in Wang Chen's muscles relaxed. All at once, he seemed to enter a state of ethereal calm. Some people, under the terror of a desperate situation, become paralyzed with fear. Others, however, unleash terrifying potential in the face of such horror. Wang Chen happened to be the latter. When fear reached a critical point and broke through it, his body instantly entered a state of extreme calmness and heightened activity. In that moment, a demon suddenly leaped high, its claw poised to strike Wang Chen's face. Wang Chen appeared frozen in shock, while the demon's face revealed a hint of disdain and cruelty. But in an instant, Wang Chen suddenly swayed slightly, dodging the claw, while delivering a powerful punch to the demon's chest. Evading while attacking, the timing and speed achieved perfect balance. The explosive force of his bronze 9-inch punch unleashed a terrifying impact, and almost instantly, the demon's chest caved in. A loud crash erupted from the demon's back, a massive hole bursting open, its insides splattering out like a popped pimple. The green blood emitted a strong, foul odor, causing several demons intending to charge forward to halt in their tracks, their crimson eyes fixed on Wang Chen. Killing a low-level demon soldier, skill point +1, experience +10. A warm current flowed through Wang Chen's body, his experience points filled up successfully, and he instantly leveled up to Star 2. The most direct manifestation of leveling up is the enhancement of physical attributes, though this enhancement is minuscule compared to the transformation from an ordinary person to a Star Warrior. Yet, even a slight increase in strength brings a glimmer of hope for survival. Wang Chen gently bent down, grabbed the demon's arm claw, and with a forceful twist, broke it off, holding it in his hand as a makeshift weapon. Roar, accompanied by a demon's roar behind him, two demon warriors once again approached step by step. The two demon warriors charged from left and right, their intentions clear, to sandwich him from both sides. If he were to adopt a normal strategy, Wang Chen, as a newly awakened Star Warrior, would have no chance of surviving such a pincer attack. At this moment, he had already resigned himself to his fate. A newly awakened Star Warrior caught in a trap set by demons facing a group of demon warriors while needing to protect a cart of 25 children. Anyone in Wang Chen's position would find it nearly impossible to survive. Thoughts of I'm a transmigrator, my legendary life hasn't even begun. How can I die right at the start? Had no time to surface in such dire circumstances. With death inevitable, he might as well take someone down with him. As this thought crossed his mind, the attacks from the two demons came from both sides. Wang Chen's advantage lay in the fact that although he was a newly awakened Star Warrior, he had been diligently training over the years, and his combat skills had not lagged behind those of his peers. In fact, his fighting skills were superior to some star-shining warriors. Wang Chen was still quite strong in martial arts. Moreover, the low-level demons lacked the talent for star martial arts, which narrowed the gap between them. The demon in front controlled Wang Chen, while the one behind aimed to deliver a fatal blow. This kind of combat coordination had long been ingrained in their bones. So when the demon's spear lunged toward Wang Chen, the demon behind him suddenly accelerated and thrust forward. Wang Chen's body moved. In an instant, his bronze-level agility unfolding, evading the incoming spear faster than the demon could strike, and he closed in with a punch to the demon's chest. Boom! The terrifying hidden force of his inch-force punch erupted within the demon's body. And at that moment, Wang Chen dared not hesitate for a second. The demon's spear had already pierced into his shoulder. Wang Chen instantly spun half a circle, his left hand snapping off the spear, transforming it into a glint of cold light that pierced into the attacking demon's eye socket, directly penetrating through and emerging from the back of its head. This exchange lasted barely 5 seconds, and Wang Chen's arm was drenched in blood, having traded one arm for the immediate kill of two demons. In such a short time, 3 demon warriors had met their end. The remaining 6 demons began to reassess Wang Chen. From the perspective of Strength evaluation. Wang Chen should be at the bottom among star warriors. But could a bottom-tier star warrior really kill 3 demon warriors in such a short time? Had the demons regressed over the years, or had humans grown this rapidly? On the bus, Song Ja cried until her eyes were swollen shut, especially when she saw the blood streaming down Wang Chen's arm like a brook, making her close her eyes in fear of looking. On the bus, Qin Weimin stared at Wang Chen with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. In those 2 exchanges, Wang Chen performed beautifully, truly beautifully. In terms of strength, Wang Chen could barely hold his own against a single demon warrior, yet in that fleeting moment he had lightning-fast killed 3. This was far beyond what Wang Chen was capable of achieving. If it weren't for being trapped in such a dire situation, if Wang Chen didn't have to face so many demons alone, Qin Weimin felt as if he saw a seedling that could grow into a towering tree in the future. Moreover, Wang Chen's tall and upright figure constantly reminded Qin Weimin of faces deeply buried in his memories. Commissioner Qin, rest assured, I will definitely bring you back. Commissioner Qin, go that way, keep walking, don't stop. After 20 kilometers, someone will come to meet you. I'm sorry, I misspoke. My brothers have all died honorably, now it's my turn. This medal, please give it to my parents. Tell them I didn't bring shame to the old cow family. That time, Qin Weimin encountered an ambush by international mercenaries and was forced to land outside the borders of Yugua. An escort team, without sufficient ammunition, safely brought Qin Weimin back to his country while being pursued by mercenaries outnumbering them several times. Yet that escort team couldn't even return with their bodies to their beloved homeland. At that time, how similar were those people to the boy before him? Wang Chen's arm was already injured and he could no longer execute such a beautiful counterattack as before. Perhaps in the next second he might vanish like a burst of fireworks. Wang Chen. Suddenly, 2 demon warriors charged at Wang Chen again, but this time they did not split up to flank him. Wang Chen had already lost one arm for the demons. Such an injury meant he would no longer have the ability to kill them. A star warrior at the Star Realm had actually killed 3 of their demon warriors, and the demons had already decided that they would savor this damned human like eating spicy strips, piece by piece. 2 spears lunged toward the vital points of Wang Chen's body, and in the next second he would be skewered like a candied hawthorn. But in an instant, Wang Chen's body seemed to vanish. Just as the demons were filled with confusion, a sudden sharp pain shot through their lower abdomen. Wang Chen had somehow crouched down, and his half-crouched body was still agile enough to evade the attack. Then he struck upward, both fists crashing into the lower abdomens of the 2 demon warriors. Boom, impossible. The demon warrior stared with blood-red eyes, his face filled with disbelief. His hand was clearly incapacitated, and that armor spike had just pierced Wang Chen's shoulder. With a pierced shoulder, it was impossible for him to generate any force with his fist. But why was he still able to throw such a punch? And simultaneously with both hands? Qin Weimin, sitting in the car, also widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a weapons expert and also an expert in human anatomy. Only with a clear understanding of the human body could one design powerful individual weapons suitable for human operation. Especially the exoskeleton armor he was currently studying, which required a complete understanding of the movement of human muscles. Wang Chen's shoulder was pierced, and in his view, it was impossible for him to even lift his arm, let alone throw a punch. Yet the scene before him told Qin Weimin that Wang Chen not only threw a punch but also unexpectedly killed 2 demons in an instant. In the next moment, Qin Weimin's eyes lit up again, for he had seen that although Wang Chen's arm was covered in blood, the blood had stopped flowing, and the originally gruesome wound had already healed, not even leaving a scar. A medical-type star warrior? In an instant, this thought flashed through Qin Weimin's mind like lightning. He was not just a talented star warrior with enlightenment, but also an extremely rare medical-type star warrior? Damn it, why did such a precious gem end up in such a dire situation? If Wang Chen could survive, his value would far exceed his own. At that moment, Qin Weimin wished he could take his place. Roar, the furious roar sounded, and the remaining 4 demons were enraged. A lowly human had actually killed 5 of them. 5. And they were not killed in a sneak attack but in a direct confrontation. If this human was a powerful warrior, they might have accepted it, but he was just a despicable low-level warrior. The demons were furious. The 4 of them charged at Wang Chen simultaneously. Face? Demons didn't need such things. As the 4 demons charged at Wang Chen, the previous sneaky ambush tactics could no longer be effective. But no matter what, even if they had to die, taking one down with them was still acceptable. Wang Chen's eyes flashed with the light of slaughter. Each demon in his eyes was a target to take down with him. You, who told you to rush to the front? In an instant, Wang Chen moved, slicing through one demon's armor spike with a hand chop and delivering a powerful punch to that demon's chest. Boom! One demon's armor spike simultaneously pierced Wang Chen's back. The pain surged, but instead of despair, it ignited Wang Chen's wild genes. His body twisted, directly using his muscles to break the armor spike, and he punched, smashing the head of the demon that had ambushed him. 2 demon armor spikes pierced into Wang Chen's chest, sinking in over an inch. Blood surged from his chest, bathing it in warm sunlight. Kill! Wang Chan's eyes instantly filled with blood and a roar erupted from him. This roar startled the two demon warriors for a moment, and such a rare opportunity could not be missed. Wang Chen unleashed two punches, fueled by resentment and squeezed potential, killing the two demons on the spot. 9 demon warriors were actually killed by a star warrior at the initial stage of the star realm. No one would dare believe it if it were said. Yet such a thing truly happened right before Qin Weiman's eyes. At that moment, Qin Weiman could no longer care about the danger. He jumped out of the car and rushed to Wang Chen's side. "Brother, how are you?" Wang Chen's legs felt weak, and he suddenly collapsed against Qin Weiman. The 2 wounds on his chest and 1 on his back were fatal to other star warriors, but not to Wang Chen. He was a man with healing star martial skills. Unfortunately, he had too little blue energy. He had just managed to stabilize the fatal injuries when his blue energy ran out. Soul Pearl. Soul. Qin Weiman understood that for a star warrior, the Soul Pearl was a life-saving elixir. But without any tools in hand, he couldn't split open the beast's skull to retrieve the Soul Pearl. Moreover, the dire situation was compounded by the fact that 3 demon warriors had already arrived, only deterred by Wang Chen's ferocity. But now that Wang Chen had fallen, the demons were slowly closing in. Qin Weiman picked up a stone nearby and stood in front of Wang Chen, exuding a bold spirit as if to say, "With a brick in hand, I can conquer the world. Brother, let me buy you some time this time. You have healing star martial skills, so get better quickly." "I might not be able to hold them off for long," Wang Chen thought, wanting to say, "What's the point of being sentimental? Just give me a few soul pearls, that's what I really need." Just as this thought crossed his mind, 3 soul pearls suddenly rolled in front of Wang Chen, coming to a stop in his hand. Did I wish upon a divine dragon?" Wang Chen looked up in confusion, and above him, a woman in a tactical vest and a white mask mysteriously appeared, quietly hovering above his head. Windblade net, accompanied by a voice that seemed to judge the heavens and the earth, a fierce wind transformed into a tornado that erupted from her mouth, with crescent-shaped wind blades rushing towards the 3 demon warriors. As the tornado swept by, the rubble beneath turned to dust. Where the 3 demons had stood, only 3 soul pearls remained. "What are you still dawdling for? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The woman in the sky saw Wang Chen still in a daze and whispered sharply, "How do I absorb the soul pearls?" Wang Chen surprisingly asked a question that almost made her fall from the sky. "You are the first person I've met who doesn't know how to absorb a soul pearl. Are you really a star warrior?" The woman had flowing long hair and sounded quite young. Although her face was hidden by the mask, Wang Chen imagined she must be a valiant and handsome female warrior. "I just awakened yesterday, so it's normal not to know. But you don't look like you're 13 or 14. Hold the soul pearl in your palm, sense the star power inside, and try to channel it." Wang Chen followed the woman's instructions and experimented. It was very easy, like sucking up jelly, and he quickly absorbed the star power from the soul pearl into his body. Moreover, the pure star power was instantly assimilated with Wang Chen's original star power. Skill point +1. Wang Chen didn't expect that the soul pearl could not only replenish star power but also provide skill points. So, does this mean the system wants me to hunt demons or beasts in the future? With the star power, his self-healing skill activated once again. Zhang Xiaoma, leader of the Starry Night Team, 3rd Squad, 1st Brigade of the Sioux City Sky Sword Bureau, reporting to Committee Member Qin. "Is Committee Member Qin unharmed?" "Fortunately, thanks to this young brother, I'm fine. But there should still be many demon warriors in the secret realm, so you all need to be extra careful. Don't worry, none of the demons in the secret realm will survive." Although Zhang Xiaoma's tone was light, her words exuded undeniable dominance. Women can indeed be more pleasing when they show off than men. Buzz! Suddenly, a tremor ran through Wang Chen's mind. Task Guardian completed. Reward, 1000 experience points, 100 skill points. The moment this notification sounded, Wang Chen felt a warm current flowing through him, clearly sensing the enhancement of his strength. He quickly immersed himself in the system and took a rapid glance. He had actually leveled up twice and reached star level 4. Wang Chen didn't know how long it normally took for a first-time awakener to reach star level 4, as it was only at his level that he had a clear division of 10 levels. But he knew that most of the graduating seniors in the Star Martial District were still at star level, with only the top third managing to reach star radiance before graduation. And he, in just one day, had reached star level 4. If he had a few more experiences like this, could he catch up to his peers before school started? Thinking this way, Wang Chen suddenly felt a bit scared. Reaching such a level of genius made even him feel afraid. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly thought of a saying, "This child is too monstrous, he must not be left alive." He shivered, but then he felt a pair of eyes seemingly staring at him. He looked up and saw Zhang Xiaoma curiously examining him. "Miss Zhang, do I have a problem? Did you just break through?" Zhang Xiaoma's pearl-like eyes were fixed on Wang Chen's. "You only absorbed 3 soul orbs and broke through from the early stage of the star realm to the mid-stage?" "No, I'm not at mid-stage yet." Wang Chen quickly denied it, and he wasn't lying. "Mid-stage is level 5, and being 1 level short still counts. I didn't lie." "What? are you afraid of? Zhang Xiaoma snorted coldly. You weren't afraid when you fought 9 demon warriors alone, but now you know fear? Wasn't I too busy then? Wang Chen pointed at the demon corpses. On the ground, these are the demon warriors? The ones invading us? They are indeed very strong. They are the lowest level bio-soldiers, not true demon warriors. They can be mass-produced. Cannon fodder, just like the firearms we manufacture. True demon warriors, without a Star Radiance realm opponent, it's a death sentence. So, your luck isn't too bad. That's true, surviving is indeed a miracle. Wang Chen didn't want to say much and quickly ran back to the bus. The children's cries had stopped and Song Jia was tightly hugging her arms, looking for injuries but found nothing where her eyes should have been, looking quite dazed. Jia, my awakened star martial skill talent is the undying body. Isn't that awesome? Really? Song Jia was still young and easily fooled. Although she was usually very clever, when faced with real matters, she believed whatever others said. Of course. Wang Chen patted Song Jia's head. I didn't expect you to like me so much. You cried so badly when I was about to be beaten to death. That's not it. I brought you out, so I have to take you back. If I lose you, Mom will kill me. Ugh, you can't tease me about this in the future, or else I'll bite you. Alright then. Jia. Why are you pinching me? Just checking if the undying body is real? Stop pinching, it hurts too. Wang Chen kept looking. Behind the bus, where Qin Weiman was explaining the incident to Zhang Xiaoma, suddenly figures appeared in the distance, running at an incredible speed. Although they seemed to be only about 20 people, they gave off the momentum of 1,000 troops charging. Moreover, each one was wearing a mask and was covered in green bloodstains. Is everything resolved? Yes, we found 7 or 8 survivors in the canyon across the dense forest. They were lucky to have hidden in a cave and escaped a disaster, a man said to Zhang Xiaoma. Soon, indeed, 7 or 8 parents were brought over by several people from the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Mom, uncle, several children in the bus shouted excitedly. But at this moment, Wang Chen's expression suddenly darkened, and he quickly stood up and jumped off the bus. Brother, don't worry, I'll be right back. Wang Chen jumped off the car and strode over to Qin Weiman's side. Wang Chen, what's wrong? Seeing Wang Chen's serious expression, Qin Weiman asked nervously. Those people might have problems. Do you remember Teacher Chiu? Qin Weiman's face changed, and he approached Zhang Xiaoma and the man, whispering. The two nodded and quickly moved towards the 8 parents who were coming. You all pull up the curtains on the bus, don't let the children see. It would be too much of a shock for them, and I'm afraid it could cause psychological harm. Qin Weiman quickly instructed. Wang Chen saw Zhang Xiaoma and the others lead the 7 or 8 parents to a more secluded place. Just a few seconds later, a fierce sound of battle erupted. But soon, the two returned with serious expressions. The demon's purpose is likely to infiltrate the human race with spies. A single sentence, heavy with meaning. Anyone could think that the demon clan has already begun to act, and a new war may have already begun, but no one dared to utter the word war. Are the children all right? All 25 children are fine. There were 50 people on the bus, 18 parents were killed, and 5 parents were injured and have never left the bus. Among the adults, only Wang Chen and I are still okay. This blood debt will eventually be settled with the demon clan. Commissioner Qin, let's go. Can the bus still drive? No, it can't. Everyone grab a child, we're retreating. Of course, Song Jia was on Wang Chen's back, and Wang Chen was running wildly with the warriors of the Sky Sword Bureau. The space had already begun to distort, and it could collapse at any moment. They had to escape before it did. The children cried out for their mothers and fathers, and in their young hearts, they could not even think or dared not think that their parents might never come back. Wang Chen felt pity for these children but was powerless. This is the chaos of war. The saying better to be a peaceful dog than a person in chaotic times is not just empty talk. Under the rescue of the Sky Sword Bureau, Wang Chen and the others successfully escaped the space and returned to the national highway. 7 or 8 military vehicles were parked by the roadside. The group got into the vehicles, and they quickly returned. At this moment, Wang Chen's heart finally began to calm down. He awakened his Star Warrior talent yesterday, and today he encountered such a thrilling event. Although the world of Star Warriors is never short of danger and death, this danger and death came too quickly. On the bus, Jia fell asleep in Wang Chen's arms. Wang Chen looked out at the rapidly retreating scenery and slowly closed his eyes to rest. The sound of the brakes jolted Wang Chen awake. Where are we? Military hospital. Everyone go for checkups and treatment. The demon clan's methods are not just about killing, they have many schemes we can't even imagine, said Zhang Xiaomo. A series of blood draws, ultrasounds, CT scans, X-rays, and more took over an hour. Wang Chen was placed in a separate ward to answer questions from the Sky Sword Bureau. Although Qin Weiman had already summarized the process, Wang Chen recounted it again. It wasn't until 4:30 in the afternoon that he was told he could leave. I'm hungry. On the way back, Song Jia suddenly said, clutching her stomach. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast this morning. I'm hungry too. So, what do you want to eat? Song Jia pointed at a barbecue restaurant. Okay, I want 2 steaks. No, I want 10. A meal cost 1,000 yuan. In addition to the 10 steaks, they ordered various dishes as if they were free. However, such a crazy eating spree did not scare the well-trained waitstaff. Star warriors can eat a whole cow in one sitting, so they were used to customers like Wang Chen. Because of the presence of star warriors, the restaurant industry in this world has always been the most profitable. Even running a noodle shop, as long as the owner doesn't make a strategic mistake, it will definitely be profitable. After dropping Song Jiao off at home, Wang Chen originally planned to go back, but Song Jiao was scared, so he agreed to stay with her. After they both took a shower and changed into pajamas, they played video games in front of the TV, and before they knew it, it was dark outside. Why hasn't Aunt Feng come back to cook yet? Did you forget you were supposed to go to Tianmu Lake for 2 days? With no one at home, Aunt Feng should have gone back and will return tomorrow afternoon. Why? Are you hungry again? The steak today was really delicious. It's the first time I think steak is such a tasty thing. You should be made to go hungry a bit. If you don't, you won't cure your picky eating habit. Those who have never gone hungry won't understand how happy it is to fill their stomachs. You say that as if you've ever been hungry. Song Jia was fully revived, not only starting to talk back but also making fried eggs. Wang Chen smiled slightly. In his previous life, when he went out to work, the money he took with him was stolen, leaving him with only 200 yuan. He managed to survive a month on that 200, enduring days of hunger, until he received his first month's salary. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Wang Chen stood up and answered. Hello, Auntie, you're back in the country? Where are you? I've been looking for you all over the hospital. I'm not at the hospital, I'm home. Wait for me at home, don't run around. After saying that, his aunt hung up. It was less than half an hour later that the front door of his aunt's house opened. She rushed in, her eyes frantically searching the living room, and only relaxed when she saw both children were there. Mom, Song Jia quickly tossed aside the remote and opened her arms to hug Wang Qi. Mom, I missed you so much. Mom, let me tell you, today you almost lost your precious baby. If it weren't for Wang Chen, we all would have died in that bus. Wang Chen is the knight who saved this princess, so I didn't argue with her today. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. On the bus, she had called him brother so comfortably, and now, less than 2 hours after getting home, she was calling him Wang Chen again. This woman shouldn't be treated well. Let me see if you're okay. I was so scared when I got the call in Han City. I almost lost my mind. I rushed over to the military hospital after getting off the plane, only to find you both had gone home. It's good if you're fine, it's good if you're fine. Wang Qi, who usually presented herself as a strong woman, was indeed quite shaken. These 2 children were her only family in the world. If something really happened, she wouldn't know what to do. Watch some TV. For a bit, I'll talk to your brother. Wang Qi hugged Song Qi tightly, kissed her twice, then stood up and waved to Wang Chen. Lan, come here for a moment. Wang Chen obediently walked over and followed Wang Qi to the balcony. Auntie, when did you awaken? Wang Qi stared seriously into Wang Chen's eyes. You didn't tell me such an important thing? I just awakened yesterday. Yesterday? How did you awaken? Tell me in detail. Wang Qi's eyes lit up instantly. Besides being Song Jia's mother and Wang Chen's aunt, she was also the president of Jiayi Biotechnology Company and a top genetic biologist in Yugua. It was just that the final exam results came out yesterday. I scored 460 points, first in the city. I was so happy and excited that I awakened. If this got out, countless parents would probably beat their children to death with whips. Just listen, doing well on an exam and awakening the talent of a star warrior out of excitement? Sleep? Play? Get up and study all night. Then, thousands of students would crowdfund to kill the academic genius as a sacrifice to the heavens. Such a beast shouldn't be allowed to live. TSK. His aunt looked at Wang Chen with a playful expression. You didn't awaken your star warrior talent through soul resonance, but you awakened just from one exam? Now I suspect there's a flaw in the soul resonance technology, or that you have something special. Her gaze was quite intimidating, especially the way she licked her lips, which made Wang Chen feel an impulse to turn and run. She was just like Orochimaru. Auntie, I think I should be normal. It's not about what you think, it's about what I think. Auntie's biological gene coding has encountered some difficulties. Auntie, I suddenly remembered I have something to do at home. I'll head back first. Goodbye. Stop. You're staying here tonight, his aunt said in an unquestionable tone. Oh, then I'll go play with Jia. Jia. Wang Chen smiled and turned to leave. You did well on the exam and awakened out of excitement? Are you kidding? Since first grade, when have you ever done poorly? Every time it's either full marks or first place, and you're still excited? You'd only be excited if you messed up the exam, right? Wang Qi crossed her arms and spoke to herself, not caring whether Wang Chen heard her or not. Ifengma has returned to the countryside, and Wang Qi can't cook, but fortunately, there is something in the world called takeout. Wang Qi directly ordered more than a dozen dishes from a local restaurant to be delivered. Wang Chen had awakened as a star warrior, and she knew the appetite of a star warrior. When she was a child, her sister Wang Ling had once performed a feat of devouring a whole pig in 3 bites in front of Wang Qi. It scared Wang Qi so much that she didn't dare to sleep in the same bed as Wang Ling for half a month, fearing that she would wake up in the middle of the night to see a pair of green eyes and be eaten in 3 bites as well. Thinking of her sister Wang Ling, Wang Qi's eyes dimmed slightly. What she once thought was an ordinary life could now only be relived in memories. After dinner and a shower, Wang Chen returned to her room to look up the process for obtaining a Star Warrior certificate online. Every Star Warrior must independently apply for their Star Warrior ID, and the previous ID would be cancelled and rendered invalid. Lan Lan, come here for a moment. Wang Qi, dressed in a cool silk nightgown, knocked on Wang Chen's door. Oh. Wang Chen stood up, opened the door, and followed Wang Qi. Her aunt had just finished showering, and her hair was still damp. At nearly 40 years old, Wang Qi showed no signs of aging. She was beautiful with an added touch of mature charm. Wang Chen, with memories and a soul from 2 lifetimes, naturally understood how to appreciate it. But appreciation was just appreciation. What she was curious about was why her aunt had not found a boyfriend all these years. The two of them went to the balcony, leaning against the railing and gazing at the distant city lights. Neither of them spoke. In this pose, Wang Qi looked particularly alluring, and Wang Chen had to turn her gaze away to look into the distance. How long has it been since my sister left? Wang Qi suddenly asked softly. 7 years and 8 months, Wang Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. Almost 8 years. Back then, you were only this tall. Her aunt gestured to indicate height and smiled. You, child, have worries heavier than adults. With such a big matter, you didn't even make a fuss. If I hadn't heard your cries those nights, I would have thought you were heartless. I wanted to cry too, but my mom said crying is a sign of weakness and she didn't want to raise a useless child. Your sister might still be alive. Wang Qi suddenly turned to look at Wang Chen and said. What surprised her was that Wang Chen's face showed no unusual expression. She merely smiled, a smile that conveyed a meaning to Wang Qi, just as she thought. You knew all along? Wang Qi asked in a low voice. Aunt, I am, after all, a man who has been called a study god by 100,000 elementary school students. Please don't doubt my intelligence, okay? If my mom really died on a mission, why did you wait until after my junior high graduation to tell me about her life and death? Before junior high graduation, there would be a soul resonance ceremony, so the answer you gave me must have 2 possibilities. As for which one to tell me, it depends on whether I can awaken my Star Warrior talent. Since you told me my mom sacrificed herself during a mission, then the other answer is that she is still alive, right? What a clever child. Wang Qi sighed softly, but I'm not sure if your sister is still alive. She has just been missing for almost 8 years. Everything about her is highly confidential, and even I cannot inquire or investigate, so her whereabouts can only be left for you to find out. Once you become a Star Warrior, you will have the possibility to access these secrets. All I know is that your sister was assigned to carry out a very important mission, and then she never came back. I will, Wang Chen nodded and said. Do you know much about your sister? Wang Qi suddenly smiled and asked. What do you mean? She's my mom, how could I not know her well? You know your sister is a Star Warrior, but do you know what level of Star Warrior she is? Wang Chen shook her head. She really didn't know. Her mother was very strict about her belongings and never allowed Wang Chen to rummage through them. Moreover, she never brought work-related items home, including her Star Warrior credentials, work ID, or even her combat uniform. Every time Wang Ling comes home, she is dressed like a city career woman, spending at least 200 days a year out on missions. The only thing I know is that my mom is very fierce and has a strong personality. Among the warriors of the Jade Kingdom, the top Star Warriors all have titles. Among these titled Star Warriors, the 5 Elders and the 5 Emperors are the most famous, and they are the pillars of the Jade Kingdom's international status. You should know the 5 Elders, the 5 esteemed seniors who hold great prestige among Star Warriors. Their influence can change the entire landscape of Star Warriors in the Jade Kingdom. The 5 Emperors are the 5 most powerful individuals in the Jade Kingdom. The Eastern Azure Emperor, the Southern Flame Emperor, the Western White Emperor, the Northern Dark Emperor, and the Central Shen Emperor. Your mother, my sister Wang Ling, is titled the Southern Flame Emperor. Wang Chen's eyes constricted sharply, and a look of astonishment finally appeared on his otherwise calm face. The most powerful person in the Jade Kingdom, the most powerful person. Wang Chen could hardly believe this. His mother had only just turned 30 before she went missing. Although the peak age for Star Warriors is indeed between 30 and 40, Wang Chen still couldn't believe that his mom was the strongest among the Star Warriors of the Jade Kingdom. A woman, an ordinary woman, without a family, without resources, without connections, without innate talent. How could she have achieved such heights at this age? This was simply impossible in Wang Chen's mind. His experiences from 2 lifetimes told him that this was not a time just after a war, with so many blank areas allowing people to rise at will. The social structure is highly tight-knit, wealth and resources are highly concentrated. There are no poor scholars among the upper class and no noble sons among the lower class. A genius from a common background can rise and reach great heights, Wang Chen believes, but for a common Genius to climb to the top of the tower in a short time through hard work is nearly impossible. You are a genius, are others not? You work hard, do those star warrior families not work hard? The gap in talent among top geniuses is limited, and the gap in effort is also limited. What truly creates a gap as resources is wealth. Unless you are so talented that you can ignore resources and wealth. Is mom really that talented? Hard to believe, right? Wang Qi asked with a smile. Not really, just a bit unexpected. If my mom is the Southern Flame Emperor, then her disappearance should be a big deal for the Jade Kingdom, right? Why didn't I hear any reports back then? How could the country report such things? I can even say that in the eyes of the outside world, the Flame Emperor is just executing a mission or is a high-ranking official in our country, perhaps even working in the Ministry of Defense. Worldwide, there should be no more than 100 people who know about your mom's disappearance. That's true, but my mom is so amazing and yet left me nothing. Not only is there no star martial arts at home, but not even a soul pearl. Didn't she know to save up? Did she not leave you 3 office buildings in the CBD, and a commercial plaza in Magic City, and 2 in the imperial capital? Money is just an external object. What use is it, no matter how much? I mean star martial arts, secret techniques. If your sister really had saved up, could you still be alive now? You would have been cut into 18 pieces long ago. Is that so? Wang Chen suddenly understood all this, but still felt it was a pity. With such an amazing mom, she left no family fortune for her son. Sigh. But your sister did leave you something. Saying this, she turned around and pointed to a box on the balcony coffee table. Your mom entrusted this to me before she left, saying she didn't know when she would return. If you awaken your Star Warrior talent in a few years and she hasn't come back, then it will be given to you. What's inside? I don't know, it's unlocked with your fingerprint. I'm giving it to you now, you can open it in your room. Wang Chen picked up the box. It was quite heavy, made of metal, but he didn't know what kind of metal it was. As he picked up the box to head back to his room, his aunt suddenly called out to him. I've always had a question. It seems you've never cared about who your father is? My dad? Have I ever met him? Not really. Then that's settled. Wang Chen smiled and entered his room. Of course, Wang Chen knew who his father was, and he also knew who his biological mother was. He was well aware that Wang Ling had never been married or even dated. No one would have guessed that. Wang Chen was born with an adult soul, though as a child, his brain hadn't fully developed, leaving him in a daze most of the time. The first time he met Wang Ling was probably about a week after he was born. He vaguely heard the sounds of battle, and then Wang Ling appeared, pulling him out from the blood and fire. From that moment on, he was called Wang Chen, the biological son of Wang Ling. In his childhood memories, Wang Ling was always very busy, but she would set aside one day each week to spend with him, teaching him to call her mom. Those memories were quite ordinary, something every child experiences, but for Wang Chen, they were precious. Remembering Wang Ling's appearance, Wang Chen nervously pressed his fingers against the surface of the metal box. Beep beep beep. The indicator light suddenly lit up, flashing for a few seconds before announcing password verification correct. The intricate iron box slowly opened. No wonder it was so heavy. The walls of the box were at least 5 millimeters thick. Inside the box lay a video player and a crystal clear soul pearl. A soul pearl? Mom, aren't you being a bit stingy? Is this the only relic you leave your son? Wang Chen bitterly picked up the soul pearl and held it in front of him. Maybe the soul pearl contains a lot of star power? Wang Chen knew that wealthy family star warriors enhanced their cultivation by absorbing soul pearls, and a low-level soul pearl started at a price of at least 50,000. The legendary pay-to-win was nothing compared to this. Generally, affluent families couldn't afford it. Children from ordinary families who awakened as star warriors couldn't obtain soul pearls for training, so they had to rely on food. What star power is remains unanswered by the scientific community. The subjective judgment is that it is a mix of the energy of physical cells and the spiritual power of the soul. Thus, only by consuming a large amount of food can enough energy be extracted. However, this determination still has many contradictions, but the general direction might be correct. At least the food intake of star warriors is terrifying, yet to this day, no star warrior has been seen to be overweight. Moreover, many star warriors, in order to refine more star power, do not hesitate to harm their bodies, excessively consuming cells, leading to emaciation. Detected that star martial skills can be forcibly loaded. Do you want a force load? Star martial skills? Can they be forcibly loaded? This prompt left Wang Chen a bit confused. He had never heard of soul pearls containing star martial skills. Star martial skills were developed over many years by powerful star warriors. Soul pearls merely contained star power. The two were fundamentally different. He had heard of passing on star martial skills through mental power, but never that they could be inscribed in a soul pearl. Load. Wang Chen silently thought. Since it was a star martial skill and left by his mom, he had to learn it. Please add skill points. On the system interface, a skill bar appeared with a plus sign prompt 0/100. Wang Chen glanced at his remaining skill points, then at the skill points required for loading the skill. The connection is quite seamless. Although he complained, the speed of adding points was not slow at all. 100. Skill points, earned through life and death experiences, almost immortal, and just like that, they were all consumed in the blink of an eye. Buzz, when the 100 skill points were filled, the dark icon instantly lit up, and with the illumination of this icon, it seemed as if the entire system interface became more vibrant. Enlightenment exploded from his mental sea. The skills learned through the system were indeed different from those in games. The system merely presented a real manifestation, not that you had to click to activate a skill. It was because he had truly learned it that it reflected on the system interface. At least Wang Chen could instantly use the Star Martial skills he needed, but this forcibly loaded Star Martial skill is so special because even though the skill icon lights up, Wang Chen's understanding of this skill is merely superficial. Wang Chen quickly looked at the skill icon, almost losing his temper on the spot. The skill icon was actually gray. This means that even though the skill was loaded, Wang Chen still hadn't learned it and couldn't use it. Damn it, did I spend 100 skill points just for show? His mental focus concentrated on the gray icon. Phoenix form, platinum level skill, learning requirements not met, skill frozen. Why don't you just die? Upon seeing this, Wang Chen's scalp instantly felt like it was exploding. Learning requirements not met, skill frozen? Then what was the point of forcibly loading it for me? Spit it out, give me back my 100 skill points. Ha! Suddenly, Wang Chen noticed that there was actually a plus sign in the lower right corner of the gray skill icon. What does that mean? Do I still need to add skill points to it? I only have 9 skill points left, which I got from killing 9 demon warriors, the spoils that the Heavenly Sword Bureau dug out for Wang Chen. With no other choice, Wang Chen tentatively clicked the plus sign. Add 1 skill point. Phoenix form can be activated for 0.1 seconds. How long is 0.1 seconds? A snap of the fingers is about 0.3 seconds, right? If that's the case, adding 10 skill points would only allow me to use it for 1 second? 1 second, what use is that? Fortunately, after adding 1 point, the skill icon was no longer gray, and the unfrozen skill icon displayed the skill description. Phoenix form, platinum level skill. Can be upgraded, once activated, unlocks the first form of Phoenix form capable of unleashing combat power at the Star River level. Seeing this description, Wang Chen was shocked. The Star River level was very distant for Wang Chen, something he wouldn't even dare to think about before the age of 20. The Star River level represents top-tier combat power among Star Warriors, the main character in any scene. According to the 2018 Star Warrior Strength Census statistics, Star Warriors at the Star level account for 30%, Star Radiance level for 36%, Star Cloud level for 18%, and Star River level for 12%. The rest are Star Sea level and above. This data is enough to show that Star River level Star Warriors stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid. And Wang Chen, a rookie who had just awakened his Star Warrior talent, a weakling at the Star level, could actually unleash combat power at the Star River level with a Star Martial skill? Is this cheating? The power of the skill is beyond doubt, but the consumption of the skill also left Wang Chen in despair. 10 skill points for 1 second, you do the math. Is this burning money? This is burning life. He barely survived to earn 100 skill points, yet it was only enough to activate for 10 seconds. What can you do in 10 seconds? Just enough to make one move, right? This is killing me. Where the hell am I supposed to earn skill points? With a sigh, Wang Chen picked up the video player. Pressing the power button, Wang Chen's nails turned a bit pale. There was only one video file in the player, and Wang Chen's trembling fingers clicked to open it. The video played, and his mother, Wang Ling, appeared on the screen. Lan Lan, congratulations on becoming a Star Warrior. Mom always believed you could do it. I have to carry out a very important mission. If you can see this video, it means that Mom may have already died or gone missing. Do you see the soul beads placed together? This is Mom using secret techniques to cut off part of your soul and then compressing the Phoenix form Star Martial skill inside. This is Mom's most powerful Star Martial skill, with infinite evolution potential, capable of transcending the Star Sea and breaking through the immortal spirit realm to reach the boundless realm. However, Mom has set a restriction on the soul bead. You must reach the Star River level to learn it. There's no way around it. The learning condition for Phoenix form is the Star River level. Heh, Mom, you're still so confidently over the top. What happened to the restrictions? I've already learned it. Mom is going on a mission, so I won't say much more. I've already told your aunt everything. Do your best, and I look forward to fighting alongside you in the future. The video ended here, and as the screen went dark, Wang Chen was already in tears. Mom, it's been 8 years. Lying on the bed, he quietly stared at the ceiling above. His mind was filled with endless speculation about whether his mother was alive or had already passed away. What kind of mission could make the top powerhouse of the Jade Kingdom uncertain about returning alive? The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became, and Wang Chen delved into the system in his mind. The character attribute panel had changed. It had upgraded from Star 1 to Star 4, with each attribute increasing by 2 points, a significant boost in strength. Suddenly, a classification of attributes appeared on the character attributes. Wang Chen's attribute showed fire, indicating that he was suited to learn fire attribute star martial arts, while other star martial arts could only be learned in non-attribute and form-changing types. A single attribute, his talent was somewhat disappointing. But why hadn't this display item appeared before? Had the system secretly updated itself without him knowing? Today's experiences had been tumultuous, and even though Wang Chen had an exceptional physique, he was already exhausted. He closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. After returning from his aunt's house, he changed into a new outfit, picking the most stylish short trench coat from a multitude of clothes. Wang Chen had never been particular about his clothing. Usually, he wore t-shirts in summer, sportswear in autumn, and down jackets in winter, all of which were ordinary items bought online. Despite having an annual income of 70 to 80 million, he never spent recklessly. If it weren't for having lived 2 lives, not many could achieve that. His aunt often bought him clothes, but he had hardly ever opened them. It wasn't that Wang Chen was intentionally low-key, he just felt there was no need to be ostentatious. This trench coat was the only relatively flashy piece of clothing he owned, resembling the robe of the 4th Hokage. On a whim, he spent 2,000 yuan to buy it, but he had never worn it since. After all, he was about to become a star martial artist, and his spirits were high. He went out, took the subway, and arrived at the Star Martial Arts Association. Half an hour later, the Star Martial Arts Association was an institution dedicated to handling matters related to star martial artists, such as strength assessments, level evaluations, star martial certificates, and purchasing soul orbs and star martial arts techniques. Before arriving at the association, Wang Chen thought that his outfit would make him the most stylish person there, but upon arrival, he felt as foolish as he had been proud. What kind of people were there to apply for star martial certificates? 90% were graduates of the 3rd year of middle school, and Wang Chen, standing at 1.76 m, was a standout among them. Especially in this fire cloud trench coat, he attracted the attention of many middle school boys, despite being only 2 years older than those second-year students. During this growth spurt, 2 years could make a significant difference in height. Wang Chen was only 1.60 m when he graduated from the 3rd year, and now he was 1.76 m. The average height of the middle school students around him was only about 1.50 to 1.60 m, making Wang Chen feel out of place in the crowd. He had forgotten that the first few days of every summer vacation were peak times for middle school graduates to apply for star martial certificates. "Scholar God," a chubby boy suddenly exclaimed, excitedly patting Wang Chen's shoulder. "No, you've got the wrong person." "No, I can't be mistaken. I worship your portrait every day." "Portrait? No, it's a picture. There's a poster of you at the supermarket across from our school, and my room's walls are covered with them. I didn't fail a single subject this year thanks to my devotion. You are the Scholar God." "Actually, I'm his brother. His name is Wang Chen, and I'm Wang Feng. You know, he's in his 2nd year of high school now and is just an ordinary person. I'm in the same year as you guys, and I was lucky to awaken." Wang Chen replied softly. "Really? What's the Scholar God like at home? Does he really get up before dawn every day and study for 20 hours? How is that possible? If he worked that hard, he'd probably drop dead." True, if hard work alone could make someone a genius, then geniuses would have already taken their places. The reason they are geniuses is that they don't need to study. They just know everything. They play games and sleep in, yet still come out on top in exams. It's not quite like that. Talent is crucial, but effort is also essential. A test paper is out of 100. With effort, you can score 95, while talent accounts for that last 5. Is that so? From a rational perspective, exam results really do seem quite mystical. Like last year, every time I thought I did well, my scores were disappointing. In the end, I just gave up, relying on guessing for the exams and copying for the ones I couldn't guess, and I still managed to score above 60. Rationality, my foot. Analyzing the mystical with rationality? Next, while whispering with the chubby kid, it was Wang Chen's turn to approach the registration desk. Wang Chen obediently took out his ID. "Wang Chen, 16 years old? You'll be in your senior year next semester?" After verifying Wang Chen's ID, the staff member asked in surprise, "Aren't you the one who failed the soul stimulation? This is the Star Warrior registration office." "I know, I just awakened." "Awakened? How is that possible? Come on, open your star palace for me to see." He had opened his star palace in front of Huang Filon before, but that was in private. Doing it in front of so many people felt a bit embarrassing, especially with the chubby kid who had been coaxed by Wang Chen all the way in line. His resentful gaze seemed to plead like a wronged woman from 7 lifetimes of grievances. Wang Chen had no choice. If he admitted it, the students behind him would probably start shouting. Up until now, the activity level of the Genius Club was among the top 5 in the Sioux City Forum. Wang Chen took a deep breath and exerted himself, opening his star palace above his head, a star shining within it. "Oh, you really have awakened? Strange, the soul resonance didn't trigger your Star Warrior talent. How did you awaken?" "Maybe I was in a good mood." The lady at the registration desk was typing away on the keyboard, and soon, a printed form was handed to Wang Chen. Follow the items on the form for testing one by one. After completing it, go to the processing office to collect your Star Warrior certificate. The Star Warrior certificate is linked to your bank card. The staff member who gives you the certificate will explain it clearly. After thanking her, Wang Chen turned to leave, but as he took a step, he felt someone blocking his way ahead. He was still looking at the process on the form, slightly tilting his body, but the other person seemed to do it on purpose, stepping sideways to block him again. It was only then that Wang Chen looked up and saw Jiang Xinyu staring at him intently. The situation felt a bit awkward. Jiang Xinyu, what a coincidence. I'm here with my sister to get her Star Warrior certificate. What are you doing here? Wait, is that a Star Warrior registration form you're holding? You awakened your Star Warrior talent? You seem even more excited than I am. Wang Chen smiled wryly at Jiang Xinyu and then turned to Jiang Xinqing beside her. Hey, Changchang, long time no see. You've grown so tall, almost catching up to your sister. Hello, brother Lan. Although Jiang Xinqing and Jiang Xinyu were sisters, they had completely different personalities. Jiang Xinyu was the quintessential ice queen, is strong, domineering, fierce, and ruthless, with an aura that could ward off evil spirits. But Jiang Xinqing was very introverted, polite like a refined young lady. The only downside was that she didn't like to talk, making conversations with her quite awkward. Jiang Xinqing was 2 years younger than Jiang Xinyu and had not awakened her Star Warrior talent until now. Her sister awakened automatically at 9, but Xinqing only awakened after the soul resonance. Xinqing has completed her test. You haven't yet, right? Let me take you. Someone brought Wang Chen, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Actually, all the physical examination data is useless. There's no need for testing at all. What really needs to be tested is strength, speed, reaction ability, and combat skills. Jiang Xinyu skillfully led Wang Chen to the testing area. Since the Xingwu Association had just opened less than half an hour ago, the main group was still stuck in line for the basic projects, so there were very few people at the comprehensive testing area and they could almost go right in. The rules of the test were simple. There would be a circle with a diameter of 1.5 meters in the testing field, and Wang Chen needed to stand inside the circle. Surrounding him were 36 tennis ball launchers. Of course, the number, speed, and even angle of the launches would be adjusted according to the difficulty level. The difficulty ranged from level 1 to level 9, and a newly awakened star martial artist would naturally start at level 1. Level 1 difficulty involved launching tennis balls directly at him, with the balls coated in white powder. Wang Chen needed to use his arms to block or dodge, ensuring that the tennis balls did not hit his body. This test posed no challenge for Wang Chen. He didn't even need to move his feet, easily blocking all the tennis balls. Switch to level 2 difficulty, Jiang Xinyu whispered to the operator. Level 2 difficulty added an extra tennis ball launcher which shot in a cross pattern with the first one. Not only was the number doubled, but the speed also increased significantly. This difficulty was still not a problem for Wang Chen. The tennis balls were launched roughly every 3 seconds, a speed that was several magnitudes slower than Huang Feilong's full-speed punches and kicks. Increase to level 5 difficulty, Jiang Xinyu instructed calmly. Miss, level 5 difficulty is for professional star martial artists. He has just awakened as a star martial artist. The staff member asked, somewhat surprised. From what I know of him, his strength has definitely reached a professional level. I just want to know where this guy's limits are. All these years of hard training, I thought it was because he was unwilling to accept defeat, but I didn't expect him to miraculously awaken his star martial artist talent. Just level 5 difficulty. Jiang Xinqing looked at her sister in surprise, then at Wang Chen, who was handling the situation with ease in the arena. Level 5 difficulty was already a height she looked up to. After so many years of being forced to train by her sister every day, she had barely reached level 3 difficulty. Was Lan Gu really that strong? Level 5 difficulty added 8 more launch points, and the angles came from all directions, with the speed increased to 1 ball per second. With 8 launch points, that was equivalent to 8 punches per second. Moreover, the angles came from all around, and they weren't fixed launchers, meaning tennis balls could come from any direction. Even among star martial artists at the Xingye level, those who could withstand 5 minutes at level 5 difficulty were extremely rare. The difficulty suddenly surged, and Wang Chen was taken aback. He thought this was just a routine test for star martial artists. Wang Chen had done his homework. If the star martial artist test was not passed, one would not be able to obtain the star martial artist certificate. But was the star martial artist test really this difficult? Wasn't there a 99% pass rate? Could it be that I'm this weak? Were the other newly awakened star martial artists really this strong? Wang Chen didn't understand that this comprehensive testing platform was managed by Jiang Xinyu's family. Normally, passing level 1 difficulty was sufficient. Level 5 was professional level, meaning passing level 5 could qualify one as a professional warrior. What is professional? A singer who can participate in I Am a Singer is professional. An athlete who can compete in the Olympics is professional. A player who can participate in the World Cup. Let's not go there. The sudden increase in difficulty caught Wang Chen off guard. At that moment, he felt as if he were facing 5-star martial artists with the strength of Huang Feilong, being surrounded and attacked. Blocking, dodging, flipping, jumping, evading while blocking, and blocking while flipping, the tennis balls rained down like a storm, and Wang Chen's agile body moved like a phantom in the dance floor. The newly arrived star warriors in the comprehensive assessment area suddenly stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the scene before them. What the hell, did we come to the wrong place? Is this the professional assessment area? No, wait, this is the new Star Warrior assessment area, right? Didn't they say it was supposed to be easy? Just dodge 20 tennis balls and you pass? Maybe. We got it wrong. It's not a total of 20 shots but 20 shots per second? At this level of difficulty, I can guarantee I can easily last half a second. Who the hell designed this inhumane assessment? I'm not doing it. I heard that if you don't pass the comprehensive assessment, you won't get your Star Warrior certificate. What kind of international joke is this? Is this difficulty something a person can pass? Is this even human? If it's not something a person can pass, then what the hell is that thing inside? This person is definitely not human. I strongly suggest we catch him later and send him to the zoo as a special protected animal. For research. A new species has been born. The crowd gathered were all middle school graduates, each one more mouthy than the last. Inside, Wang Chen was terrified. His nerves highly strained. This level of testing was simply impossible for new Star Warriors. Even if Huang Feilong came, it would be hard to pass. Could it be Huang Feilong has been fooling me all these years? What do you mean your combat strength is no less than the early stage of the Star Radiance realm? If Star Warriors aren't allowed to use Star Martial techniques or enhance their physical attributes with star power, there aren't many below the Star Radiance realm who can match you. I believe you, you old bastard, you're so cunning. Stop. The tennis ball launcher immediately halted, and Wang Chen stood up straight, panting. In less than 10 minutes, he was already drenched in sweat. This was completely high-intensity exercise. Wang Chen estimated that he had to make 3 to 5 large movements per second to dodge. Comprehensive assessment passed. Jiang Xinyu approached Wang Chen with a strange expression and handed him the assessment form. Let's go. Next is the individual tests. The process was just like a hospital checkup, each item needing to be completed one by one. Strength, reaction speed, and endurance tests all scored A. Although Wang Chen wasn't quite sure what an A rating meant, judging by the evaluator's gaze, it should be quite high. Finally, Wang Chen arrived at the attribute analysis testing area. Attribute analysis checks your star power attributes. Even hidden attributes can be detected. Once you know your clear attributes, you can understand the direction for future improvement and what type of star martial techniques to choose. Before the invention of the attribute analyzer, Star Warriors could only determine their attributes themselves. Some people have obvious attribute characteristics, which is fine, but for those whose attributes are not obvious, their inherent talent may be buried. After you go up, input your star power into that crystal ball, and the machine will automatically analyze your star power attributes. Okay, Wang Chen responded, directing his star power into the crystal ball. Soon, the entire device began to vibrate, and the indicator lights flashed rapidly. A report paper was quickly printed out. Just as Wang Chen was about to take the report, it was snatched away by Jiang Xinyu. Seeing Jiang Xinyu appear more anxious than himself was surprising. This girl wasn't usually like this. 70% fire attribute, 30% yang attribute? Not bad. Does this count as dual attributes? Wang Chen asked excitedly. Not really, everyone has yin and yang attributes, even ordinary people. You should know that the fundamental force that constitutes all things in the universe is electromagnetic force, which itself has yin and yang polarities. So as long as you exist, you have yin and yang attributes. I know you want to ask why there's only yang and no yin. This is automatically selected by the instrument. If the yang attribute is more pronounced than the yin attribute, the instrument defaults to yang. If the yin attribute is more pronounced, it defaults to yin. This 30% is the proportion of the yin and yang attributes. So is my attribute good or bad? This was something Wang Chen really didn't understand. Some books can only be borrowed or purchased with a Star Martial certificate. Of course, the higher the proportion of a single attribute, the better. Your ratio of 7-to-1 is quite good, Jiang Xinyu said with a smile. What about you? Wang Chen asked instinctively. I naturally carry 2 attributes, ice and wind, so my ice attribute accounts for 45%, wind for 15%, water for 30%, and shadow for 10%. I shouldn't have asked. I really have a loose tongue. Wang Chen thought to himself. Once all the tests are completed, one can go to the Star Martial certificate office to apply for the certificate. Each time a test is completed, the data is synchronized to the central server, so by the time Wang Chen finished the last test, the Star Martial certificate had already been processed. He just needed to pick it up at the window. After running through more than a dozen projects, it had already taken over 2 hours, and by the time he received the Star Martial certificate, it was close to noon. Thank you so much today. Without you, I might have had to wait until the afternoon. Let me treat you to lunch? That's a must. I'll choose the restaurant. Of course. In the end, the 3 Chose an Eagle-style restaurant where the cuisine of the White Eagle Nation is quite rich, with steaks shaped like rectangular loaves of bread, large portions that are filling. Even wealthy star warriors need to consider cost-effectiveness. At the dining table, Jiang Xinqing remained very quiet, either bowing her head to eat or glancing back and forth between her sister and Wang Chen with her big eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyu kept her gaze intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Wang Chen. What are you looking at? My eating habits aren't that bad, are they? Wang Chen felt a bit speechless. Today Jiang Xinyu seemed a bit strange. Don't you have anything to say to me? Ahem. Jiang Xinqing suddenly choked on a sip of her drink and hurriedly grabbed a tissue to cough. Xinqing, you're not being good. Sister, I'm sorry. Don't be so harsh on Xinqing. I've never seen anyone more well-behaved than her. How can someone so quiet not be good? You don't understand. This girl must have been thinking things she shouldn't have just now. By the way, I was just asking you something? Something to say to you? Oh, thank you. I'm very grateful. Deeply grateful. Wang Chen quickly stood up, looking serious. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? When did you become a star warrior? How did you awaken? Shouldn't you come clean? Just a couple of days ago, on the day school was on break. You didn't awaken during the soul resonance, but you awakened on your own at that time? Something feels off. You had already awakened on the rooftop that day, right? Yeah, it was then. Do you remember what I said to you on the rooftop? What? You won. I remember. Forget it. It doesn't count. Ha? Wang Chen looked confused. Women really do change their minds as suddenly as the legends say. Now you're a star warrior too. You should transfer to the Star Marshal campus next semester. Just come to the third year. Class 1 will do. Is that something I can decide? Also, how about this? I admit defeat, okay? I really didn't mean to compete with you. I have my own reasons for wanting to come in first. Reasons don't matter. Who admits defeat doesn't matter. What matters is, I want to win against you. Now that you're a star warrior, we still have a long way to go together. It's not time to part ways. So the bet must continue. You know, either let me win easily or let me lose convincingly. If you dare to let me win on purpose, I might just beat you up. Also, I'll arrange for you to join class 1. You'll arrange it? How? The matter of donating a teaching building, is that too much trouble? You're so rich it's inhumane. Do you have any plans for this summer? Jiang Xinyu suddenly asked. No plans for now. If there's nothing else, I should focus on training. After all, I've fallen behind for 2 years. If I'm going to transfer directly to the third year, I need to catch up quickly. I don't have much pressure with the cultural subjects, but the Star Marshal major requires a lot of time for makeup classes. Your overall strength has already surpassed more than half of the senior students, except for your low Star Marshal level. Other qualities are even better than Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu. Really? Wang Chen was surprised. Really? You can't rush the Star Marshal level. After all, you've only awakened a few days ago. But I'm planning to go to the trial ground during the summer vacation. Do you want to come along? The junior trial ground? Isn't that a place for professional star warriors to train? Don't be so surprised. I've been there several times. The trial ground has a large number of exotic beasts, and naturally there will be a lot of soul orbs. Your foundation is very solid, so there's no risk of rapidly enhancing your star power foundation being unstable. The trial ground is a good choice. Of course, if you're willing to spend 1 or 200 million to buy soul orbs, that's also fine. 1 or 200 million. Do you think my money comes from the wind? My family is poor, I can't afford it. You just collect rent. What's the difference from money blowing in? Alright, I'm in. When? 3 days later, I'll come to pick you up. It's not a short distance. Okay. Jiang Xinqing, who was listening to their conversation, suddenly brightened her eyes and looked up at Jiang Xinyu. Don't think about it. You can't go until you complete the level 5 test, or else you'll just be sending yourself to death. Oh. Jiang Xinqing was unhappy and lowered her head to eat her steak. The red limited edition sports car roared out of the underground parking lot, disappearing with a whoosh. Under the envious gazes of the crowd. Beep beep, Su Xiangwen, we're going to the junior trial ground in 3 days. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xinqing turned her head to look at her sister, who was beaming with excitement. She knew her sister was always very composed and rarely got this excited. But now, her sister was extremely exhilarated. If someone handed her a drink at this moment, she could probably down it in one go. Sis, do you like Longu? Don't overthink it, that's not the case. Jiang Xinyu's tone remained cold, laced with a strong warning. Then why are you so excited today? Since you saw Longu. Until now, your heart rate has been at 108. You don't understand. Jiang Xinyu suddenly said earnestly, it's been 8 years, you can't comprehend. For 8 years, he has always been first. In every exam. When I scored 100, he did too. When I scored 99, he still did. He knows everything the teacher knows, and he knows things the teacher doesn't. Your sister has always excelled in every aspect since childhood: violin, piano, painting, calligraphy, winning awards until my hands are sore. In competitions like Olympiads, physics, chemistry, etc., I was always first. But in exams, I've never taken first place even once. With my temper, how can I tolerate this? The end of my second year was my last chance to defeat him, but I still lost by 10 points. I thought I would never have a chance to win against him again. In my life. Heaven has eyes, it actually allowed him to awaken his Star Warrior talent. He and I can continue to play. Sis, after all that, do you think I would believe you? Believe it or not? With my sister's personality, if it really wasn't the case, she wouldn't waste her breath explaining. But your lengthy explanation only proves one fact. Instantly, Jiang Xinyu tightened her grip on the steering wheel. An explanation represents a cover-up and a cover-up. The steering wheel is in my hands, and the brake and accelerator are under my feet. Think carefully before you speak. Jiang Xinyu coldly interrupted. Trying to kill someone to silence them, and still saying it's not? How boring. Music suddenly played in the car. Tomorrow, I'm going to marry you. Next song. Love is just one word, I only. Next song. I beg you, dear heaven. Stop playback. This is fate. Jiang Xinqing laughed happily. Actually, Langu is really amazing, even the most remarkable person I've ever seen among my generation. But from the first grade of elementary school until now, every exam has seen him rise above everyone else like a god, making me feel an impulse to worship him. Even my genius sister, no matter how hard she tries, cannot achieve this. I think he is the only one in the world who can. Do you think someone like that could be an ordinary person? Some people are just born extraordinary. Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement. Having this person as a brother-in-law is not a loss. Sister, I was wrong, slow down. 3 days later, Jiang Xinyu drove to Wang Chen's house. Wang Chen had changed into combat gear and stepped out with a steel knife, searching for the car door handle for a long time but couldn't find it. At that moment, the car door slowly opened like wings, revealing Jiang Xinyu wearing sunglasses. Sometimes I really doubt if you're a true rich person. Logically, your annual income should be over 100 million, yet you act like a country bumpkin? Shouldn't a rich person be playing with cars, yachts, and young models? Get in the car. Jiang Xinyu was too lazy to argue with Wang Chen. Let me make it clear first, this time we are entering the Tinglin Junior Trial Field. Although it's just a junior trial field, it's still very dangerous. Any beast inside could kill an adult in seconds. You will inevitably be nervous on your first entry, so stick closely to us and never stray more than 3 meters from our team. With your skills, independently killing beasts shouldn't be difficult. But real combat and training are two different things. You need to quickly adapt to the real danger experience. Also, entering the trial field can lead to injuries and even death, especially for first-timers. The casualty rate is 20%. If you're scared, it's not too late to back out now. The car was already on the elevated road, and Jiang Xinyu kept warning him. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was staring at Jiang Xinyu's hands, feeling a bit nervous. What are you looking at? I'm a woman too. It's perfectly normal and reasonable to paint my nails. I know. When did you get your driver's license? Last year. What's it to you? How many times have you driven? Just say what you want. Jiang Xinyu frowned. What, do you doubt my skills? Do you think I'm one of those female drivers you see online? Hard to say. Should I get out and take a taxi? Sit tight, don't test my patience. You're the first one besides Xinqing who can ride in my car. The first one brave enough to sit in it. Look at you so nervous, how can I not be scared? Nervous? Which of your eyes saw me nervous? You're gripping the steering wheel tightly. Only beginners hold on like it's a lifeline. Experienced drivers just rest their hands on the wheel, some don't even touch it. Is that so? Jiang Xinyu suddenly fell silent, then skillfully shifted gears. Although I'm not sure how your car has 12 gears, the speed limit on this road is 80. Shut up. Whoosh, from the park to the southern district, the elevated ring road is 43 kilometers, and half an hour later, the car slowly entered the trial field parking lot. Get out. Her tone was cold and filled with a strong killing intent. It's just a small matter, no need to be angry. It's only a 2,000 fine, right? That's nothing for you, is it? The traffic cop said it right. You drove 260 on an 80 speed limit road, and getting fined 2,000 is already very lenient. Being good-looking comes with privileges. If it were me, it would definitely be no less than 20,000. Plus they'd impound the car and revoke the license. If you dare to gloat again, do you believe I'll hit you? If it weren't for you, would I have sped? Can I be blamed for that? The steering wheel, the gas pedal, the gears, and the brakes are all in your hands. If you hadn't doubted my driving skills, would I have sped? Is there a necessary logical relationship between my doubt of your driving skills and your speeding? Wang Chen retorted defiantly. Xinyu, over here. At that moment, a voice called out from outside the trial field, where a row of shops stood, and at the entrance of a fast food restaurant, Su Xiangguan was waving. Wang Chen followed Jiang Xinyu forward. Su Xiangguan. So Wang Chen and was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly revealed a knowing smile. You kid, not bad. You found out? Wang Chen smiled faintly, thinking he was referring to Wang Chen becoming a Star Warrior. Hee, I didn't know at first, but seeing you here, of course, I figured it out. Go on in. Next to Gong Feiyu sat a boy whom Wang Chen didn't recognize. He must also be from the Star Warrior campus. Jiang Xinyu paused slightly as she approached, her expression a bit displeased, but it vanished in an instant. Wang Chen? Hey, what a surprise, this is unexpected. Let me introduce you, this is our classmate, Wang Yul. This is Wang Chen, our childhood friend and best buddy. The academic god's name is well known. I'm going to order food. Wang Yul smiled, stood up, and left. How did you get him to come? Jiang Xinyu asked Su Xiangwen. Hasn't he always been in our team? After you finished your call, I notified him. Is it just us? Forget it, one more person doesn't hurt. I'm going to the restroom. Jiang Xinyu stood up and left, leaving only Wang Chen, Su Xiangwen, and Gong Feiyu. In an instant, two pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Wang Chen. When did this happen? The day of the holiday. Wang Chen smiled. Who spoke first? Gong Feiyu immediately asked. Spoke first? Wang Chen was confused. It must have been Xinyu. That day at dinner, she drank 3 cups by herself. She used to not drink. Feiyu and I thought she was drinking to drown her sorrows. But it turns out she was drinking to muster courage. Muster courage? I feel like what you're saying is different from what I'm saying. Are you still pretending? You and Xinyu are together, right? Did you come to drop Xinyu off today to show off your relationship? No worries, Feiyu, and I can handle this wave of dog food. Don't worry too much. We've been to the trial ground 3 times, so we're quite familiar with it. 10 days later, I guarantee I'll safely hand Xinyu over to you. I can assure you of that. What kind of shameless person has the face to say that? Xinyu protecting you is one thing, but when does it come to you protecting her? Wait, you guys misunderstood. Misunderstood my ass, you just admitted it. I admitted to awakening my Star Warrior talent, but I didn't admit to anything else. Listen to him, he even said. He admitted to awakening. Wait, what did you say? I didn't catch that? At this, the entire restaurant fell silent in shock. Can you not be so loud? Can you sit down and talk? Wang Chen looked at Su Xiangwen, speechlessly, wondering how he hadn't changed at all over the years. No, Lango, Lan Deyi, you can't play like this? You really awakened? I did. When? The day of the holiday. That's not scientific. There was no soul resonance. How did you suddenly awaken? So is this self-awakening or stimulated awakening? It should be self-awakening. After all, the soul resonance failed. Even if there's a delay, it shouldn't be 2 years. Cough cough. Gong Feiyu finally came back to his senses, looking at Wang Chen in shock. I've always suspected you were a mutated species, and now I can confirm you belong to the completely mutated type. So Jiang Xinyu brought you here to take you to the trial ground? Isn't that nonsense? The trial ground is a battlefield. She's letting someone who just awakened their Star Warrior talent go straight to the battlefield? That's murder, you know. Who's committing murder? Wang Yil smiled as he returned and sat down. I've ordered the food. Wang Chen, I only ordered half for you. Afraid you can't finish it. Thanks. Wait, Wang Chen, let me see your Star Warrior certificate. Su Xiangwen still didn't believe it and reached out to ask. Oh. Wang Chen took out his Star Warrior certificate and handed it to Su Xiangwen, who took the certificate and pulled out his phone to scan it with an app. Information querying. Information query complete. Wang Chen, Star Warrior ID ZZ501807080115. Wow, it's real. It was just processed the day before yesterday. You really awakened? That's great, we can all play together again. It is indeed good news. Let's check the ratings. Gong Feiyu said with a beaming smile, while Wang Yil looked at Wang Chen in surprise, his eyes inexplicably filled with hostility. Wang Chen, born on January 3, 5002. Awakened Star Martial Talent on June 30, 5018. Star Power Attribute Fire. Strength Rating A. Speed Rating A. Endurance Rating A. Potential Rating B. Comprehensive Combat Power Rating Professional Level B+. Wait, you read that wrong, right? Gong Feiyu quickly asked. The Comprehensive Combat Power Rating shouldn't be entry level, right? Professional level? We're only at professional level, okay? I wish I had read it wrong, but my eyesight is 2.0. At least you're still professional level B+, the same as Wang Chen. I'm professional level B, 1 level lower than Wang Chen. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. My god, I think Feiyu's evaluation of you just now was incorrect, and extremely so. You're not a completely mutated species. Your DNA must match that of insects 100%. Su Xiangwen, you've made progress. Have you learned to curse without using foul language? Wang Chen crossed his arms and sneered. Brother Wen, why did you say it's similar to insect DNA? Wang Yil asked curiously. Because insects are the only species in nature that undergo complete metamorphosis. Now I understand why Xinyu would bring a newly awakened rookie like you to the trial ground. With professional level combat power right after awakening, if your star power level increases, I can't imagine how monstrous you would be. The learning god is indeed a learning god. Even becoming a star martial artist is a genius among geniuses, Wang Yil complimented from the side. There are no geniuses in this world. Jiang Xinyu came over to the group and gestured to Wang Yil, who quickly moved to sit beside Gong Feiyu. You all only see that Wang Chen has professional level strength right after awakening as a star martial artist, but you haven't seen what kind of hard training Wang Chen has gone through over the years. We don't know, but Xinyu, how do you know? I guessed. Jiang Sinyu's eyes flickered as she quickly changed the subject. The reason I gathered you all here is to ask for your help. I reached the peak of the Star Radiance realm in April this year, and I hope you can help me break through to the Star Cloud realm this time. Mu Xiaoyun from Class 3 has also reached the peak of Star Radiance, and Duan Ziki from Class 5 has as well. In the second year, there are 12 classes, and 12 of them are at the peak of Star Radiance. I want to be the first to break through to the Star Cloud realm. That's a must. Your Majesty will always be first. Su Xiangwen raised his hand. Shut up. Jiang Xinyu shot a glare at Su Xiangwen. So this time, I'll cover the costs for everyone entering the trial ground. All the soul orbs you collect, except for those used to replenish your star power, will be handed over to me. Until you help me break through to the Star Cloud realm. In exchange, during the winter break, I will take you to the intermediate trial ground, ensuring that all of you reach the Star Cloud realm before the provincial martial arts competition begins. Wang Yil doesn't count. You're only at the early stage of Star Radiance, so bringing you to the Star Cloud realm is a bit difficult. I understand. Wang Yil nodded obediently. So, who agrees with my proposal, and who opposes? Agree. Wang Chen was just about to say he agreed when Jiang Xinyu suddenly interrupted. Since everyone agrees, then it's settled. As for Wang Chen, he belongs to the accompanying personnel, so he won't participate in the distribution. The soul orbs he collects will belong to him. This Wang Yil seemed to have something to say. Do you have any objections? Jiang Xinyu shot a sharp look at Wang Yil, examining him from a superior position. No, none. Wang Yil shook his head repeatedly. Alright, eat quickly, and after eating, let's enter the arena. In the short time of a meal, Wang Chen managed to sort out the relationships within this small team. He wasn't familiar with Wang Yil and had only just met him today. The other three had known Wang Chen since childhood. Jiang Xinyu was a childhood friend, while Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu were classmates from elementary to middle school. The four of them had a very close relationship. Jiang Xinyu seemed to have a disdain for Wang Yil, but Su Xiangwen was a bit closer to Wang Yil, and Gong Feiyu simply didn't dislike him. Looking at it this way, although they were a small team, their relationships were quite fragile. Wang Chen finally understood the fleeting hostility Wang Yil had shown upon learning about his awakening as a Star Warrior. Wang Chen had always had a solid relationship with the three of them, and now that he had awakened as a Star Warrior, it was clear he was a threat to Wang Yil's position. However, Wang Chen felt no guilt about encroaching on their positions. After all, he had at least 8 years of friendship with them. Moreover, even without Wang Chen, Wang Yil's status in the team was precarious. Wang Chen had already been generous enough not to actively exclude Wang Yil, and there was no need to worry about anything else. To enter the primary trial arena, Star Warriors had to pay a fee. Although it was still an alternate space, the trial arena was safe, or at least relatively safe. Additionally, there were stationed troops in the trial arena to maintain safety and protect the trial participants, all of which cost money. For a Star Warrior below the Nebula realm, the daily fee was 5,000, totaling 50,000 for 10 days. This time, the main goal was to help Jiang Xinyu break through to the Nebula realm, which meant 250,000. For the 5 of them, this amount might require ordinary people to save and scrimp for 5 years, but for Jiang Xinyu, it was just a drop in the bucket and she could swipe her card to enter. Since I'm not participating in the distribution, I'll cover my own 50,000, Wang Chen said softly. Okay, for the next quarter's rent, you can help me wipe off the odd cents. What a loss. Those odd cents clearly started with a 9. To enter the trial arena, they first had to go to the changing room to change into combat suits. The climate in the trial arena was strange and changeable, so they needed to wear clothes that could maintain a constant temperature and be convenient for combat. Wang Chen glanced at the combat suit, his mouth twitching. It looked a bit like the tight leather suits worn by superheroes in American comics. Never mind whether it was breathable or not, Wang Chen simply couldn't accept the style. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and change. Don't wait until Xinyu is all dressed before you're still not ready. Who designed such an embarrassing outfit? It was developed by Xinyu's family company, didn't you know? Isn't there a logo on the clothes? Isn't it shameful to wear this? What are you thinking? This is just an internal temperature regulating shirt. You'll wear a graphene armor on top of it, so the embarrassing parts will be covered. Do you think we're just going out like this? My big guy can't be hidden. Old Su, I've noticed. You're getting more and more flamboyant. You just noticed? I've been finding him increasingly unbearable this past year. Gong Feiyu finished putting on the leather suit, gently pressed the blue button on his waist belt, and the suit suddenly tightened, completely hugging his body. Wang Chen followed suit and put on the tight leather suit, searching in the changing room. Where's the armor? Follow me. Gong Feiyu patted Wang Chen's shoulder and led him out of the changing room to another room, where he realized the armor was installed by a robot with a dedicated platform for equipping. No explanation was needed from Gong Feiyu, just standing on the footprint on the ground was enough, extending his arms out to grab the handles on either side. Model scanning. Model pairing. Model loading. Please remain still. The robot will equip automatically. Then, the chest armor, back armor, and skirt armor were quickly equipped. Equipment. Complete, please leave the equipment platform. Wang Chen went to the mirror to check himself. This is much better. The tight colorful leather suit became the inner layer, and wearing the armor made him look exceptionally heroic and handsome. The backpack behind contains clean water, energy bars, and other essentials. The battle knife can be worn at the waist or held in hand. Let's go, Xinyu should be waiting for us. Following Gong Feiyu out, Jiang Xinyu walked in from the opposite side, and seeing Jiang Xinyu in her female armor made Wang Chen's eyes light up. Although Wang Chen knew that Jiang Xinyu was very beautiful, seeing such a heroic side of her for the first time made him glance at her again. Is everyone ready? The next 10 days will be tough for everyone. Our target is the snow spider. Its attributes align with mine, and the soul pearl will help me level up faster. Let's move out. The watch displayed a map of the beast division in the trial area, and it could also project a hologram in the alternate space. This technology had not been realized outside, but it was unexpectedly implemented in the alternate space. Xinyu, I heard that any technological weapon will be ineffective in the alternate space. I wonder if that's true? What is the principle behind it? That's indeed the case, but I don't know the principle. If we could use firearms in the alternate world, the Pioneering Legion wouldn't be so dangerous. Just those beasts in the primary trial area. Give me a Type 95 and I could take out a whole tribe by myself. But unfortunately, while the Type 95 can be brought in, it can only be used as a firewood stick. It should be due to different physical laws. Wang Chen sighed and said, while we haven't reached our destination yet, let me introduce the abilities of our team members. I don't need to introduce myself, you already know. Su Xianguan can awaken the talent of the Heavenly Eye, allowing him to scout without obstruction from a distance. His star martial skill is the physical clone. Every time we manage to retreat unscathed, it's thanks to Su Xianguan. Gong Feiyu has Earth attribute star power, and his star martial skill is also Earth attribute. Wang Yul has fire attribute. You currently don't have a star martial skill, but your melee ability is quite good, so you can serve as the melee fighter in the team. I will be the ranged output, Gong Feiyu will be the crowd control support, and Su Xianguan will always be on the lookout for reconnaissance. Wang Yul will provide random reinforcements. Alright. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the Snow Spider region. The Snow Spider region was a vast area of snow-capped mountains. Hard to imagine that just a kilometer away was a scorching desert cliff, yet here it was a world of ice and snow. Such a close distance yet such a significant climate difference could only be attributed to the unconventional nature of the alternate space. From a distance, a multitude of white spiders sprawled across the mountains. The bodies of the spiders were the size of millstones, with 8 furry long legs. Unlike the arthropods Wang Chen had imagined, the legs of the snow spider were not slender and sharp like deadly weapons. The snow spider is a communal beast of the empire, with living habits similar to ants and bees. The snow spider colony has a queen and a king. The queen rules the snow spider tribe and is responsible for laying eggs. The king leads all the snow spiders and protects the queen closely. The snow spider moves quickly, with strength equivalent to that of an adult human. Its skills are freezing breath and ice needle rain. Freezing breath is exhaled from its mouth, producing a freezing cold air below -100 degrees, while ice needle rain is sprayed from its mouthparts, covering a 180-degree angle. The snow spider has a hard armor on its back, and the strength of the armor is nearly impossible to breach below the starry realm, but the abdomen of the snow spider is very soft, which is its weak point. In fact, the best candidates to deal with snow spiders are Earth attribute fighters. As long as they use the Earth spike skill, they can easily take out a large number. However, snow spiders live in glacial mountain terrain, and the Earth spikes controlled by Earth attribute. Star warriors cannot break through the ice layer, and due to the ice layer's obstruction, casting Earth skills becomes problematic. What a pity. In fact, the Jiang Xinyu team already knew this information. It was merely to inform Wang Chen. Is everyone ready? If so, let's start by encircling the area. Encircling meant luring a few snow spiders into their combat zone to kill them. With snow spiders sprawling across the mountains, charging in recklessly would be suicidal. Getting caught in the snow spider's encirclement would mean being devoured in an instant. Jiang Xinyu dashed forward, firing ice arrows to provoke a few snow spiders. The snow spiders, comfortably basking in the cold air of the glacier, were suddenly awakened by the attack. With the snow spiders' explosive tempers, and with so many brothers around, could they hold back? In an instant, the enraged frost spider stood up and lunged towards Jiang Xinyu. With its long legs, the frost spider's ice spikes and freezing cold attacks have limited range. Their combat style mostly revolves around close quarters fighting. Everyone, get ready! Jiang Xinyu shouted, and the team quickly adjusted their positions and roles. Wang Chen stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Xinyu, and at her command, he dashed towards the frost spider like lightning. The greatest threat from the frost spider was its freezing cold, which could instantly freeze a person solid at temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. Moreover, the intensity of this cold varied from one frost spider to another, depending on how much cold energy they stored within. Therefore, Wang Chen couldn't charge directly at the frost spider, he had to maneuver around it, constantly changing direction to close in. As he flanked the frost spider, suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. An ice spike shot from the frost spider towards Wang Chen. To be honest, Wang Chen didn't clearly see where it came from, but the accuracy of the frost spider's attack was somewhat off. That ice spike definitely wouldn't catch the edge of Wang Chen's clothing. One ice spike missed, and suddenly, the ice spikes on the frost spider all launched at once, firing more than 20 spikes in less than a second. This instinctively reminded Wang Chen of the comprehensive test he had done at the Star Martial Arts Hall. It seemed that this testing device was designed based on the frost spider. Wang Chen's blade flashed, and those ice spikes that posed a threat to him were slashed away by his combat knife, while those that didn't threaten him he naturally ignored. 3 minutes later, Wang Chen successfully closed in on the frost spider. In close combat, the frost spider's claws swept towards him like a long pole. The frost spider had 8 legs, but it only needed 4 to maintain balance. The remaining 4 legs were its weapons for killing. With a sharp crack, Wang Chen was instantly knocked away. Who told me that the frost spider's strength is equivalent to that of an adult? Does an adult have this kind of strength? Wang Chen grumbled. The frost spider's armor was incredibly hard, able to withstand a direct clash with his blade. Soon, the frost spider charged forward again, 4 legs stabbing fiercely towards Wang Chen's chest. Wang Chen, Zhang Xinyu exclaimed. Swish, a blade of light swept through, and Wang Chen swung his knife upward, slicing through the joints of the frost spider's 2 legs. The outer part of the joints had armor, but the inside did not. With one strike, the 2 legs were left hanging only by their armor. The frost spider felt excruciating pain and immediately lost its balance. Wang Chen swiftly executed a move, kicking the frost spider's jaw and lifting its body. A knife plunged into the frost spider's abdomen, and the blade drew out a stream of green blood. Wang Chen retreated quickly, and the frost spider struggled for a few seconds before crashing to the ground. First kill of a beast completed, reward 500 experience points, 30 skill points. A prompt sounded in his mind. Nice, a voice of praise rang out, and only then did Wang Chen have the time to look around. The 5 frost spiders that had been drawn in, aside from the one Wang Chen had slain, had all been killed by Zhang Xinyu's team. 10 minutes, independently killing a frost spider. Lan Gu, you're amazing, Su Xiangwen exclaimed excitedly, raising the large knife in his hand. What's so amazing? You all killed 4. Lan Zi, you can't be this arrogant. We're a 4-person team, you took down 1 all by yourself, how can that be the same? Stop flattering me, do you really think I don't understand? This is still considered independent combat? If you guys weren't there to prevent a second frost spider from joining the fray, I would have been killed within 3 minutes. Saying it's independent combat is actually still teamwork with you all. It's the same kind of cooperation. Su Xiangwen killed 3 by himself, while I only took down 1, the gap is obvious. Show off, keep showing off, I'm listening. Don't flaunt your serious act in front of me, you're just waiting for me to fall into your trap. Wang Chen turned his face innocently to look at Zhang Xinyu, who was smiling. Can you say something fair? Although I know I used to hit him hard back in middle school, this time I really feel like I'm far behind you all. Ha ha. Su Xiangwen rolled his eyes. Xinyu, did you see that? He's comparing himself to us, a newly awakened star warrior who's only been at it for a couple of days, against us veterans who have been awakened for 2 years. How inflated can one get? Only you have been awakened for 2 years. Gong Feiyu grinned. I've been 3 years, and Xinyu has been 8. Great wilderness prison heaven finger. Su Xiangwen angrily raised a middle finger in a gesture of respect. Classmate. Wang Chen is still quite impressive. I remember the first time I entered the trial ground with the team, it took us half an hour to slay a snow spider, and we were so thrilled to get a star orb, thinking we had won a great victory. You can't compare with us, we're all in the star radiance realm now. Wang Yul spoke fairly. Wang Chen, what are you dawdling for? Get the soul orb. Zhang Xinyu urged. Oh, the soul orb was inside the head of the exotic beast. This was common knowledge for a star warrior, and Wang Chen still knew that. He sliced open the snow spider's head, forcing himself to suppress his nausea as he reached in to retrieve a soul orb. Absorbing star power, skill point +1. The soul orb in his hand vanished. Hey, you absorbed it just like that? Wang Yul exclaimed. Ah, what else would I do? Collect the soul orbs, absorbing them all at once has a better effect. Right now, absorbing just one mostly replenishes the consumed star power. Is that so? It's the same to me. Wang Chen smiled faintly. Being someone with a system, he naturally understood that soul orbs could help others enhance their strength, but for him, they could only increase skill points. To raise his star warrior level, he had to rely on experience points, which meant completing tasks or slaying beasts. For other star warriors, the goal of slaying exotic beasts was solely for the soul orbs, but for Wang Chen, it was divided. Slaying for experience points, soul orbs for skill points, and replenishing consumed star power, which seemed more efficient. Completing the first kill rewarded him with 30 skill points. Wang Chen's melee knife technique was at bronze 2. Given the current situation, melee knife technique seemed more practical, so he allocated all 30 skill points to it. Raising his melee knife technique to bronze V, Wang Chen instantly realized that there were many flaws in his previous tactics and combat methods, and he could have killed the snow spider much more efficiently. Alright, let's continue encircling the snow spiders. The second round begins. This time, Wang Yul and Jiang Xinyu lured over 10 snow spiders. The previous 5 were just an appetizer for everyone to warm up. Similarly, Wang Chen still faced a single snow spider. As the snow spider approached, Jiang Xinyu gave the order and Wang Chen instantly lunged at his target. This time, Wang Chen's offensive was sharper. As he closed in on the snow spider, the knife in his hand flashed with a gleam and he struck back the spider's leg with a single blow. His figure flickered, disappearing from the snow spider's line of sight. Suddenly feeling a heavy impact beneath his feet, his body lifted by a powerful force, a flash of the knife appeared, and Wang Chen withdrew. All the movements flowed seamlessly and naturally. If it weren't for the 3 minutes spent approaching the snow spider, Wang Chen could have resolved the battle in under 5 minutes. After slaying the snow spider, Jiang Xinyu was still going strong. She was a magic-type star warrior, but this time her goal was to collect enough soul orbs to achieve a breakthrough, so she resolutely avoided using star martial techniques. Thus, Jiang Xinyu was in a supportive position, with the main kills being handled by Gong Feiyu and Su Xiangwen. Wang Yul was also a fire type, but his star martial technique seemed limited to breathing fire, which had limited damage against the snow spider, and his close combat ability was quite poor. It wasn't that Wang Chen had a bias, he genuinely wasn't impressive. Wang Chen even felt that Wang Yul wouldn't last a minute in his hands. After gaining 5 experience points and 1 skill point, he didn't hesitate, instantly joining the fray, using Wang Yul's flames as cover, and Wang Chen swiftly closed in on the snow spider. With explosive force, he delivered an uppercut, driving the single knife straight into its chest and then flicking it upward. The charge and kill took less than 10 seconds. Damn, Wang Yul, who had been watching Wang Chen execute a beautiful kill, burst out with a curse. Previously, Wang Yul had looked at Wang Chen from a high vantage point, considering that he was a Starry Realm warrior while Wang Chen was merely at the Star Realm. But at this moment, Wang Yul suddenly realized how naive his perspective was and how greatly he had underestimated Wang Chen's strength. With the killing ability Wang Chen had just displayed, it would be as easy as pie for him to kill Wang Yul. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis surged within Wang Yul. He had previously thought that Wang Chen might pose a threat to his position, but now he was certain that Wang Chen could indeed threaten him. Wang Yul had spent a year building a good relationship with Su Xiangwen and Jiang Xinyu's team, being obedient, well-behaved, and hardworking. How could he be replaced? How could he be replaced? At this moment, Wang Yul's heart was filled with complex emotions. Damn, a one-hit kill? Brother Lan, are you an assassin? Su Xiangwen exclaimed in astonishment after finishing off a snow spider. Hey, there was no choice, that snow spider was positioned perfectly. If I didn't stab it, I wouldn't feel right. That stab felt really good, the intent was clear, Wang Chen said, shaking his knife, quite pleased with his earlier strike. Alright, time is limited, let's go for another wave. No problem, this time give me 2 snow spiders, I want to take down 2. As Wang Chen became more familiar with the snow spiders and rapidly improved his melee knife skills, his speed in killing snow spiders increased. Gradually, Wang Chen no longer needed to fight the snow spiders alone. Instead, he and Su Xiangwen would complete the decapitation together. The other 3 would restrain the snow spiders, and then Wang Chen and Su Xiangwen would rush in for a quick kill. For 2 consecutive hours, they had slain about 10 waves of beasts. That's enough, a large group of snow spiders is already alert and coming this way. We should retreat first, Su Xiangwen said lightly after finishing off a wave of snow spiders, using his heavenly eye. Okay, let's go back and rest for half an hour. Jiang Xinyu, the team leader, immediately decided. The resting place was a cave 2 meters wide at the entrance, easily defensible by one person. After more than an hour of intense fighting, even for a Starry Realm warrior, it was quite exhausting. However, Wang Chen was full of energy, immersed in his mental sea, counting the skill points he had gained. After more than an hour of battle, he had killed 20 snow spiders, pushing his melee knife skills to bronze level 7 with 20 skill points. Although it was still at the bronze level, applying it in actual combat made a significant difference. His knife skills became sharper, increasing his killing speed. From the previous wave, it took Wang Chen only a few seconds to execute a kill. As long as the timing was right, he could achieve a one-hit kill. But time on the battlefield didn't work that way. While the effective killing time might be quick, the time spent maneuvering was long. After all, the snow spiders were also fast, and their attack power was not something this group could ignore. Currently, his knife skills, combined with his movement techniques, were sufficient. The next step was to enhance his overall abilities. It was a rare opportunity to come to the trial ground, and he had to accumulate as many skill points as possible to upgrade his skills. Who knew when he would come to the trial ground again? The snow spiders have retreated. We can continue, Su Xiangwen said, opening his heavenly eye to scan the area. Alright, let's continue. Killing beasts in the trial ground was a very monotonous task, but it was definitely not boring. They were always in danger, so boredom was impossible. Perhaps the trial ground was large enough, or perhaps there were indeed very few warriors. For 3 consecutive days, they hadn't seen any other Starry Realm warriors besides themselves. After 3 days, Wang Chen and the others were covered in blood and looked exhausted. But these 3 days had brought Wang Chen tremendous gains. After slaying so many beasts, his level had risen from Star Realm 5 to Star Realm 7, and he had collected 300 skill points. Wang Chen used all the skill points to upgrade his skills. When he first entered, all his skills were at the early bronze level, but now, all of Wang Chen's skills were at the late stage. Wang Chen discovered a problem. Basic skills cannot be separated. Basic skills are like the various hardware components of a computer, each with interrelated limitations. For instance, if agility is at bronze I and swordsmanship is at bronze 9, then in actual combat, one can only exert the combat power of bronze V. This is because the weaknesses in agility restrict the effectiveness of swordsmanship. Similarly, the combat power of swordsmanship can also be influenced by fighting skills. Most grappling requires the use of combat techniques, and swordsmanship only manifests when wielding a sword. This realization made Wang Chen hesitant to recklessly allocate his skill points. The indulgent point allocation he used in games was indeed not suitable for real life. Each skill complements the others. The perfect ratio is for agility and fighting skills to be equal. Other foundational martial skills, such as swordsmanship and marksmanship, are built upon these two. Agility reflects flexibility and reaction speed, while fighting skills represent practical combat and response capabilities. At this moment, Wang Chen's agility and fighting skills had both reached bronze 8, while his swordsmanship was at bronze 7. Compared to when he first entered, Wang Chen's combat power had increased at least twofold. He had spent 300 skill points and had 50 left, all of which he invested into the Phoenix form. This was Wang Chen's trump card. Although 50 skill points only provided 5 seconds of time, those 5 seconds in the Star River realm could save his life at a critical moment. In the cave, a fire was burning, and 5 people sat around it, warming themselves. Jiang Xinyu sat by the fire, counting the soul orbs in her backpack. How many? After Jiang Xinyu finished counting, Su Xiangwen asked with concern. 400. Jiang Xinyu frowned slightly. I need at least 1,000 soul orbs to break through to the Nebula realm. At this rate, accumulating 400 in 3 days means it will take until the 8th or 9th day to reach 1,000. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. This number was 100 more than the last time they entered the trial ground, but the other 4 were well aware that the number of kills in these 3 days was double that of the last time. Even excluding the consumption of replenishing star power, they should have been able to gather at least 500. If that were the case, Jiang Xinyu could reach her target in 6 or at most 7 days, and the remaining soul orbs collected in the next 3 or 4 days could be evenly distributed among the team. The reason for the lower count was still due to Wang Chen's presence. Although Wang Chen was part of the team, the number of snow spiders he killed was not insignificant, and since Wang Chen did not participate in the distribution, to put it bluntly, the 300 soul orbs he obtained would also go to Jiang Xinyu, which would be enough in just 2 days. However, the 3 others tacitly chose not to speak, yet there was one in the team who was unwilling to let Wang Chen benefit so easily. Classmate Jiang, I think this distribution is unreasonable. Wang Yil hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. The number of soul orbs that classmate Wang Chen has obtained is 1/3 of ours, and he has hardly used any star martial techniques, so he doesn't need soul orbs to replenish star power. You haven't broken through yet, but he has already advanced from the early to the late stages of the star realm. Since we are a team, there shouldn't be 2 different methods of distribution. Wang Yul, what do you mean by that? Gong Feiyu asked with a cold smile. Xinyu made it clear before entering the trial ground. Why didn't you oppose it back then? Now that we are here, are you trying to stir up conflict? No, that's not what I meant. Wang Yil quickly waved his hands. Isn't it because classmate Wang Chen is too strong? I originally thought we were just bringing him along for training, but who knew he was this powerful? He can easily handle his own prey and still come to help. Wang Chen raised his head, lost in thought. He had initially intended to let the expert lead the way, but who would have thought that his high efficiency would result in him stealing the kills? And because the soul orbs Wang Chen obtained belonged solely to him, it led to high efficiency in killing monsters. But Jiang Xinyu's harvest was actually less. Previously, Wang Chen had indeed not considered this point, focusing solely on accumulating points for himself, and now that he understood, Wang Yul's words suddenly made sense. Since they had enjoyed the convenience of teaming up, they couldn't just hog the rewards for themselves. Since it was agreed upon earlier, there's no need to be so petty over this small matter, Su Xiangwen, who had a good relationship with Wang Yul, said lightly. Having a good relationship with Wang Yul was one thing, but Wang Chen was his close buddy, and if a conflict arose between Wang Chen and Wang Yul, Su Xiangwen would definitely side with Wang Chen. Moreover, he had seen Wang Chen's strength in terms of efficiency in killing alien beasts. Wang Chen was even better than him. It was no surprise that next time, Wang Chen would surely take Wang Yul's place, and with Wang Chen's rate of growth, he was definitely a Serious outlier among prodigies, it wouldn't be long before he became the absolute center of the team, even pushing Jiang Xinyu to the sidelines. Over the past 3 days, everyone had witnessed Wang Chen's rapid progress, far surpassing Jiang Xinyu. For the sake of their years of friendship and future plans, Su Xiangwen would unhesitatingly give up on Wang Yul. Before Jiang Xinyu could even speak, the two teammates were already overwhelmingly supporting Wang Chen. Previously, Wang Yul had only felt a sense of crisis, but at this moment he was almost certain Wang Chen's appearance would force him out of this team he had worked so hard to join. With this thought, Wang Yul lowered his head, a murderous intent gradually rising in his eyes. I think what classmate Wang Yul said makes some sense. Wang Chen snapped back to reality and said, I've already gained enough benefits over these 3 days, and our purpose in this trial is to gather enough soul orbs for Xinyu to break through. I agree with Wang Yul's suggestion. From now on, I will participate in the team distribution. Wang Chen, it's fine. Even if I distribute the soul orbs equally now, it wouldn't matter. 1,000 soul orbs is just 80 million. It's nothing for you or me. Su Xiangwen said casually, but it felt like a knife stabbing deep into Wang Yul's heart. He had always understood why he felt out of place in the team. It wasn't because of a lack of talent or strength, but because of his poverty. The gap in wealth created a barrier in their values. Although there was no disdain, even such a casual remark could make Wang Yul feel a soul-crushing pain. 80 million was a number Wang Yul couldn't even imagine reaching, yet Jiang Xinyu could say it so lightly. For ordinary people, it was an astronomical figure, but for the Jiang group, it was merely a quarter's earnings. Using a quarter's earnings to help Jiang Xinyu break through to the Nebula realm was a deal that made sense from any angle. Jiang Xinyu's parents had long wanted to do this. Su Xianwen's family had Su Technology, and Gong Feiyu's family had the Gong Consortium. Although he hadn't heard that Wang Chen was a rich second generation, how could he possibly be friends with these rich kids without money? It's not about the money, it's about principles. The underlying premise is that it doesn't affect the main body. I can only blame myself for being too outstanding, unable to carry all 4 of you. Forget it, I won't make it hard for you, let me take you all flying. Damn. Su Xiangwen stood up with a whoosh. Feiyu, can you tolerate this? I can't tolerate it, let's go. The cheerful laughter of the 3 echoed in the cave, and Jiang Xinyu's cold expression suddenly thawed, revealing a nostalgic smile. The boys laughed and chased each other under the setting sun. Youth had not yet faded, but it had become a memory. Such a scene should be recorded. Meanwhile, sitting in the shadow of the firelight, Wang Yul felt so out of place. With Wang Chen's involvement in the distribution, the speed of collecting soul orbs indeed increased significantly. Wang Chen no longer upgraded at any moment. His killing speed had improved another notch. Especially after Wang Chen joined the distribution, he officially coordinated with the other 4, and under the strong conditions provided by Jiang Xinyu and the others, Wang Chen almost achieved a one-hit kill every time, with a kill rate that was frighteningly high. An hour later, he had independently harvested 40 soul orbs, averaging 1 every 2 minutes. If we continue at this speed for a whole day, the team's harvest today could reach 500, more than what we gathered in 3 days. At this rate, we'll have enough by tomorrow. Just as Wang Chen and the others were enjoying their killing spree, the snow spider suddenly moved. Su Xiangwen quickly opened his heavenly eye to observe, but strangely, the snow spider was retreating towards the great snow mountain. What's going on? Why are the snow spiders heading back to their lair? There's only one explanation for this situation. The Spider Queen is in danger, Jiang Xinyu said calmly. Let's go and see what's happening. Are you serious? The snow spider is the largest tribe in the primary trial area. If we get caught in a tight spot, we'll all be done for, Gong Feiyu asked nervously. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't I here? Su Xiangwen patted his chest. But Xinyu, I need a few soul orbs. Using the heavenly eye consumes too much energy. Alright, stay alert around us, and if there's any danger, we'll retreat immediately. The team advanced 3 kilometers in the direction the snow spiders retreated when Su Xiangwen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wow, what a scene. What's wrong? The fire leopard and the swift wolf are flanking the snow spider, and the leopard king and the spider emperor are already locked in battle. The situation behind is unpredictable. The swift wolf is very cunning. I don't know if the wolf king has made a move. If the wolf king intervenes, the snow spider is in trouble. So many snow spiders must be coming to fend off the swift wolf. Why would the fire leopard and the swift wolf attack the snow spider at this time? Gong Feiyu asked in confusion. The snow spider lives near the Great Snow Mountain, and there's no territorial conflict with the fire leopard. The swift wolf also resides in the Valley of Winds. Although they are close, they've never crossed paths. Jiang Xinyu suddenly raised her watch, clicked a few times, and a virtual screen appeared in front of her. Spider Queen Shiri. She became the Spider Queen in the year 4978 of the star calendar, so she should be 40 years old this year. The lifespan of a snow spider is 3 years. The Spider Emperor lives for 10 years, while the Spider Queen lives between 30 to 40 years. So, does that mean the Spider Queen's lifespan is up? It should be, but the Snow Queen usually gives birth to a new Spider Queen before her lifespan ends, so there shouldn't be any risk. Moreover, the first thing a new spider queen does is eat the old snow queen, ensuring a seamless transition of power. Maybe something unexpected happened this time. Let's get a little closer. Who knows, we might find an opportunity. The group was audacious, daring to approach a large-scale battle, practically dancing in a hail of bullets. Once surrounded by the beasts, they wouldn't even have time to send a distress signal before being devoured. The 5 of them slowly approached from beneath the snow until they were close enough to observe the battle. At this moment, the fight between the Fire Leopard and the Spider Emperor had reached a fever pitch, with both the Spider Emperor and the Leopard King showing signs of injury. The Spider Emperor was over 10 times the size of an ordinary snow spider, its white armor as thick as a tank's. Yet, despite its bulk, the Spider Emperor was surprisingly swift. The extreme cold emitted thick smoke like an engine, and the ice spikes shot out like a hail of bullets. These ice spikes were incredibly fast. Any fire leopard hit by one was taken down in an instant. The snow spider was fast, but the Leopard King was even faster, moving like a shooting star, flames blazing on its body, making it appear even more like a meteor. The Leopard King unleashed a breath of fire that engulfed a 20-meter radius in flames. The strength of the Leopard King and the Spider Emperor was evenly matched, but the fire leopards were struggling against the overwhelming numbers of snow spiders. In a one-on-one fight, a fire leopard could easily kill a snow spider, but against 2, it became a challenge. If 3 or 4 surrounded it, the fire leopard would only be left to be slaughtered. This was an epic scene of war, also a bloody slaughterhouse. Wang Chen never imagined the snow spider could consume so quickly, almost devouring a fire leopard in just a few bites. Moreover, the snow spiders didn't spare their own kind. Whenever a corpse appeared, countless snow spiders would come to feast. Even those who are severely injured and not dead will soon be devoured by their companions. It's too brutal, Su Xiangwen said with a somewhat pale face, trembling slightly. That's why I hate spiders. At least the fire leopard doesn't eat its own kind. Ah woo! A sudden wolf howl rang out. Su Xiangwen quickly opened his heavenly eye to look. The Gale Wolf has retreated. It seems the Wolf King didn't come. How do you know? Wang Yil asked, puzzled. Are you stupid? A snow spider nest only has 1 spider queen and 1 spider king. The Spider King just clashed with the Leopard King head on. If the Wolf King had come too, the back door would definitely be hard to defend. But now look, the Gale Wolf actually retreated first, so the Wolf King must not have come. This Gale Wolf is really cunning. I suspect it pretended to ally with the Fire Leopard, but its real goal was to set a trap for the Fire Leopard. But the Gale Wolf and the Fire Leopard have no conflict. Their territories are 30 kilometers apart. Wang Yil asked again, confused. Fire overcomes wind. As long as the Fire Leopard is still around, the Gale Wolf cannot become a regional overlord. The Snow Spider can become an overlord. Precisely because it has no natural enemies, Wang Chen casually remarked. The Fire Leopard has retreated, Jiang Xinyu said. Sure enough, a change occurred. On the battlefield in the distance, the Leopard King used a large-scale star martial technique to drive back the Spider Queen, then did not continue fighting, and turned to flee into the distance. As expected of the Fire Leopard, its escape is truly graceful, even disregarding the brothers it brought along. The Leopard King could break through the encirclement of the snow spiders with its powerful strength, but the fire leopards behind it could not. Moreover, it seemed the Leopard King had no intention of turning back to save its little brothers, crashing through the snow spider swarm and running away without a trace. A few cries of despair came from behind. The fire leopards were hopelessly trapped among the snow spiders, waiting for their fate to arrive. So strong. What level of power do the Spider Queen and the Leopard King possess? It's simply a war machine. Peak Nebula. No! Su Xiangwen suddenly shouted in a low voice. The snow spider has gone berserk. This shout was so tense that even the tone twisted. The snow spider has gone berserk? How did it go berserk? Gong Feiyu shouted nervously. I don't know. Countless snow spiders are pouring out of the cave, rapidly spreading in all directions. At least tens of thousands. We retreat. Jiang Xinyu decisively shouted. Originally planning to take advantage of the situation, but encountering the berserk snow spiders meant there would be no advantage to be gained. Endless snow spiders surged like a tsunami, leaving no grass in their wake. After running a kilometer, Su Xiangwen looked back. Just by glancing at the crowd, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. Not good. The snow spiders are less than a kilometer behind us. Can we circumvent them? The terrain stretches for hundreds of meters. Before we could even go around, we were blocked, and we can only run forward. Jiang Xinyu frowned deeply, suddenly stopping in her tracks. Stop! The star power around her fluctuated, and a large pit instantly opened up in the glacier beneath her feet. Jump down. Almost as soon as the command was given, Wang Chen and the others jumped into the pit. Jiang Xinyu activated her star power, instantly covering the top of the pit with a thick layer of ice, more than 2 feet thick. Xinyu, are you serious? If we're discovered, we're done for. But if we're not discovered, we'll hit the jackpot. Think about it. What are the conditions that trigger a snow spider riot? The Spider Queen has encountered an accident. If the snow Spider Queen's lifespan has really ended, a new Spider Queen should have emerged by now. The emergence of a new Spider Queen wouldn't trigger a riot, so there's Only one explanation: the snow spider's spider queen has gone missing. Has Sherry already died? Yes. The snow spider's riot will continue until a new spider queen appears to calm things down. This trial ground should be very chaotic during this time. Don't make a sound, there's movement, the snow spider army is coming. No, it doesn't seem to be the footsteps of the snow spiders, it sounds like people. The moment the words fell, several figures appeared above them. The shadows were running too fast, roughly 6 or 7 of them. It seems this snow spider incident is not an accident, but rather someone is up to no good. Damn it, for the soul pearl of the snow spider queen, they actually. At that moment, a massive snow spider appeared above everyone's heads, swiftly passing by. Following that, countless snow spiders rushed over their heads. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and the only sound in the entire ice cave was the thumping of their heartbeats. The experience of thousands of troops rushing overhead can be imagined, and those troops were all enemies. If discovered, it would mean certain death. After about 10 minutes, the army of snow spiders finally passed. With no more snow spiders in sight, the 5 let out a sigh of relief. The Spider King has moved, chasing those people? Gong Feiyu said gravely. They're doomed. At such a close distance, tens of thousands of snow spiders are surrounding and intercepting them. Unless the garrison at the trial ground is there to assist, they are undoubtedly dead, Su Xiangwen said gleefully. It was indeed something to gloat about. The trial ground was originally stable. Why stir up trouble with the snow spiders? The chaos caused by the snow spider uprising would not only disturb the snow mountain but could also implicate the entire trial ground. No, this isn't just a simple snow spider uprising. If it were due to the queen's death, the snow spiders would also turn on each other. But just now, the Spider King led the snow spiders in pursuit. What could make the Spider King abandon protecting the queen to lead a chase? Jiang Sinyu's eyes suddenly lit up as she said this. The new queen is among that group. They are carrying a space exotic beast cage. Damn! The price of the queen in the exotic market is 100 billion. And it's a price without a market. Indeed, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do for wealth. 100 billion? So expensive? Are you kidding? Wang Chen's heart trembled. With his worth, that was an unattainable number. It's not that expensive. The value of the queen lies not in herself, but in the fact that she represents the snow spider tribe. Obtaining the snow spider means one can build a private trial ground. Do you know what a private trial ground means to those star marshal families? Humanity has hundreds or even thousands of star marshal families, but only a few can own a private trial ground. A private trial ground is the foundation of their family's prosperity, capable of nurturing a continuous stream of excellent descendants. When comparing the rise and prosperity of a family to 100 billion, which is more important? 100 billion is indeed a lot, but in the end, it's just a number. A private trial ground, however, can provide endless resources. I see. But right now, there's still one condition to meet. Condition? What condition? The snow spider queen hasn't died yet. If she dies, the new queen will instantly grow up and take the throne, and the space exotic beast cage won't be able to hold her. They won't be able to move her either. So, Jiang Xinyu revealed a cunning smile. This smile was dangerous for those familiar with Jiang Xinyu, like Wang Chen, because once Jiang Xinyu showed this smile, it meant she was serious about scheming. Jiang Xinyu's style was always upright and domineering, but that didn't mean she wouldn't scheme against others. Moreover, with her intelligence, her schemes were usually unforgettable. Jiang Xinyu either didn't scheme, but once she did, it would be a series of traps, one after another. Just tell me what your plan is, Wang Chen sighed and asked. The snow spider's lair is currently defenseless. The Spider King and the snow spiders have abandoned her to rescue the new queen. The snow queen must be very pitiful. So we just happen to be in this position, just right to send the snow spiders to heaven? Gong Feiyu nodded and said, the main goal is to prevent that group from actually taking the new queen away. The snow spiders are the wealth of the trial ground, belonging to the nation's property. What they are doing is a crime. As citizens of the Jade Kingdom, we cannot turn a blind eye to such behavior. After killing the snow queen, the new queen will complete her evolution, and with the Spider King arriving behind them, their conspiracy will collapse. By the way, there should still be many unhatched eggs in the snow spider's lair that haven't turned into snow spiders. Their soul orbs contain a bit less star power, but after all, it's free. This is the main purpose, right? Forget it, we've come this far, let's do it. With the plan set, Su Xiangwen used his heavenly eye to check outside and found no trace of the snow spiders. Breaking through the ice layer, the group instantly rushed out of the ice cave like a sharp blade, speeding towards the snow spider's lair. The lair was less than 2 kilometers away, and with the speed of Wang Chen and the others, they would reach it in just a few minutes. Along the way, not a single snow spider was encountered. Everyone focused on the distant cave, dark and gaping like a blood-red mouth. This was the snow spider's old nest, once home to tens of thousands of snow spiders. Wang Chen and Su Xiangwen charged directly into the cave, and only after entering did they encounter snow spiders, blocking their path. However, there weren't many, only a few dozen appeared at once. Leave the way to me. Gong Feiyu noticed that the cave was not covered in ice and snow, making his earth spike technique perfectly applicable. Moreover, the snow spider's weakness was in its abdomen, giving Gong Feiyu the advantage of both timing and location. Star power surged around Gong Feiyu as spikes shot up from the ground. While they might not kill the snow spiders in one hit, they could severely injure them. The path ahead cleared, and the 5-person team maintained their speed as they charged in. They had known the snow spider's lair was large, but they hadn't expected it to be this fast. After advancing 3,000 meters, they finally reached the root of the snow spider's lair, a massive underground cavern. In the center of the cavern lay a gigantic snow spider quietly resting on the ground. If the Spider King was a 3-meter-tall behemoth, then this Spider Queen was more than 3 times larger. But in terms of appearance, anyone would struggle to recognize it as a snow spider. In fact, to Wang Chen, it looked more like a long, fleshy worm. Its 8 legs couldn't even touch the ground, and its round body had lost the ability to move. As Wang Chen and the others entered, the Spider Queen suddenly emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks. She's calling for the snow spiders to come to her aid. We must deal with her immediately. What about these larvae? Wang Yil looked reluctantly at the countless larvae crawling around, all of which were money lying on the ground. Once we deal with the snow spider, these will all be ours. What are you in a hurry for? Su Xianwen snapped. Jiang Xinyu instantly charged towards the Spider Queen, swinging her blade down fiercely. Wang Chan's face changed in surprise, and he couldn't help but feel wary. He couldn't be complacent, could he? Did he really think his close combat skills were the strongest in the team? Look at Xinyu, could you pull off that strike? Clang, the Spider Queen had no combat power, but her defense was astonishing. The hardness of her icy armor could even surpass steel, and the thickness of her armor was despairingly substantial. After the first strike failed, the blade's light exploded instantly. This was a very sophisticated sword technique, a form of basic martial skill, but Wang Chen couldn't recognize exactly what it was. Under Jiang Xinyu's blade, snowflakes danced above the armor, and countless frost splattered out. Meanwhile, Wang Chen and Su Xiangwen formed a defensive formation to intercept the snow spiders trying to reinforce their queen. Just 10 seconds later, the number of snow spiders began to increase dramatically. Xinyu, how much longer? Less than 20 seconds, hold on. Su Xiangwen, check where we can retreat. I've already looked. The cliff behind us is only 30 centimeters thick and not very hard. Wang Chen should be able to break it with a single strike. Good. As Jiang Xinyu's words fell, her star power erupted and a piercing wind howled from her blade, the blue light spinning rapidly, resembling a bullet fired from a gun. Jiang Xinyu was an ice-type star warrior, but ice-type star warriors inherently possessed both wind and water attributes, with the wind attribute being known for its cutting ability. Wang Chen had always thought Jiang Xinyu couldn't use wind attribute star martial skills, but now he realized she not only could but was also proficient in advanced star martial skills. From the howling wind that caused the entire cave to tremble, it was clear that this piercing ability was extraordinary. The snow spider in front became even more agitated and frenzied, and the shrill cries of the Spider Queen grew even more piercing. Suddenly, an angry scream echoed. The Spider King burst through the mountain wall, its massive body moving as fast as a meteor, almost leaping onto Jiang Xinyu's head the moment she struck. Not good. Fear surged in the hearts of Wang Chen and the others. The Spider King was a being at the peak of the nebula level. With the Spider King back, regardless of whether Jiang Xinyu had succeeded, they were all doomed to die. Moreover, it would be the most tragic kind of death. How could it be so fast? Su Xiangwen thought in despair. How could the Spider King return so quickly? Jiang Xinyu felt the pressure above her head, and her calm expression instantly faltered, deep despair welling up in her eyes. What she could not bear more than death was that she had led the entire team into a dead end. If she hadn't been so arrogant, if she hadn't chosen to take the risk, it wouldn't have happened. That moment was brief, yet it felt long enough for Wang Chen to react decisively. Activate Phoenix form. In an instant, a phoenix tail flower seal shone from Wang Chen's forehead. At the same time, countless dark red emblems lit up around Wang Chen. Infinite power erupted from Wang Chen's chest, a heat like magma instantly filling his entire body. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The rock beneath Wang Chen's feet shattered instantly, creating a shallow pit with a diameter of 1 meter. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen appeared above Jiang Xinyu, arriving in front of the Spider King just before its sharp blade could strike. Boom! Wang Chen's fist seemed to carry flames, and with a powerful punch, he drew a streak of light through the air. The massive Spider King, covered in hard, thick armor, froze in midair for a second before suddenly exploding, like a raw egg smashed against the ground. Level up kill, reward experience points 1000, skill points 50. A warm current flowed through Wang Chen's body, his experience points skyrocketing, and in an instant, his level rose from star 7 to star 8, with more than half of the experience bar filled. The scene of the Spider King being obliterated by Wang Chen's punch left everyone in shock. What the hell? What the F*** did I just see? It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Su Xiangwen roared inwardly, though his face was petrified, his heart was raging like a storm. What are you still dawdling for? Kill! Wang Chen shouted at Zhang Xinyu, holding on for one last second, and punched the weak wall. Screech! A sharp cry rang out as Zhang Xinyu's wind thrust pierced fiercely into the Spider Queen's icy armor. The ice armor, already breached by Zhang Xinyu, could not withstand the slicing of the wind blade, and the blade plunged deep into the Spider Queen's body. Zhang Xinyu's entire arm was buried in the Spider Queen's head. When Zhang Xinyu withdrew her arm, she held a soul pearl the size of an egg in her palm. Quick, retreat, Wang Chen said weakly, his body drained of strength. Wang Yul, what the hell are you doing? Hurry! Up and run! Su Xiangwen, after cutting through the frenzied snow spiders, found Wang Yul still lingering behind, searching for something, while the snow spiders were closing in. Spider King Soul Pearl, Spider King Soul Pearl. I must find it. I must. Find your ass. You're going to lose your life. Su Xiangwen frantically slashed at the surrounding snow spiders, grabbing Wang Yul by the collar and dragging him out. After bursting out of the cave, Gong Feiyu supported Wang Chen, while Su Xiangwen pulled Wang Yul and ran for their lives. Before the new Spider Queen returned, the snow spiders would fall into chaos due to the loss of their queen. In the ensuing chaos, the snow spiders would attack everything non-similar around them, and their combat power would surge as if they had awakened a berserker bloodline. Fortunately, the snow spider had already fallen into madness. After Wang Chen and the others broke away from the battle, they fled without knowing who was pursuing them. They retreated for 5 kilometers before finding a safe canyon near the Valley of Wind. The Spider Emperor. Soul Pearl. I can't believe we didn't find it. Ah, what a pity. It's really such a pity. The Spider Emperor's Soul Pearl. Wang Yul sat on the ground in despair, mumbling to himself, while Zhang Xinyu sat cross-legged, absorbing the Spider Queen Soul Pearl in preparation for a breakthrough. As long as Zhang Xinyu broke through to the Nebula Realm, they would truly be safe. Even if they encountered a beast king they couldn't defeat, they could still retreat. Wang Chen lay on the ground, his limbs weak, feeling utterly drained. He stared blankly at the sky with a lifeless gaze. Can someone tell me why the aftereffects of the phoenix form feel so unbearable? It's like being drained repeatedly for 3 days and nights by a dozen wealthy women, leaving behind a soulless shell. Su Xiangwen closed his heavenly eye. The snow spider hasn't chased us, and the gale wolf hasn't detected us. We're safe for now. After saying this, a lewd smile suddenly appeared on his face. Feiyu, lend a hand. Okay. The two of them came to Wang Chen's side, one on the left and one on the right. Su Xiangwen gently kicked Wang Chen. Stop playing dead. Leave me alone, go cool off somewhere. What? Quite the attitude. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu suddenly grabbed Wang Chen's arms and draped them over their shoulders, then each picked up one of his limp legs. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to bully an old man? Lanzi, do you see that tree ahead? It's about 20 centimeters in diameter, perfectly round and straight, with thorns on the bark about a centimeter long, as hard as steel. As they spoke, the two of them slowly moved Wang Chen closer to the trunk. Stop messing around, I'm serious, this isn't a joke. Don't play, confess and you'll be lenient. Resist and you'll be in trouble. Fine, I'll confess, okay? Speak, hurry up and say it. Why don't you just ask? Isn't it obvious? What did you do in the snow spider's cave? Don't you have any self-awareness? Exactly, you're just pretending to be innocent. This reminds me of when I was in the 2nd year of junior high. Some jerk said he was doomed, that he failed the exam and didn't even score 90 in math. In the end, you scored 89.5 in math, full marks in physics, chemistry, English, and biology, and you lost 10 points in Chinese just for the essay. You still ranked first in the entire grade. Right. And that time, the teacher gave you the B paper for research, so you somehow turned in a paper that only scored 62 into 89. You're such a show-off. I ended up being slapped in the face after bragging for 10 minutes. This time is the same, what with just awakening as a star warrior, and you're just a weakling tagging along. You were pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I actually believed you were taking care of me all the way, but in the end, you're the real big shot, and I'm just a noob. That moment felt great, right? Power surging. One Punch Man. Hey, have you guys said enough? Let me explain. I really wasn't pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Still being stubborn? Feiyu, give him a good beating. Stop, let me explain. This move of mine is a star martial technique, a very dangerous star martial technique. Although it's powerful. As you can see, in just a few seconds, I was completely drained. 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, not even enough time to pull down my pants. Nonsense, 5 seconds is enough for you to finish. Ah, you've led me astray. You call this a star martial technique? What kind of star martial technique is so amazing? I've never heard of it. Have you heard of the phoenix form? Wang Chen gently patted their shoulders. Put me down. Can you stand? I should be able to. Wang Chen's legs still felt a bit weak, but he could indeed stand firm. Phoenix form? I've never heard of it. Feiyu, have you heard of it? There are at least 100,000 star martial techniques in the world, and the ones that have been published are at most just over 10,000. This is still existing, and if we count those that have appeared in history but have not been recorded or have been lost, the number would be astronomical. What exactly is the Phoenix Form star martial skill? It's a star martial skill that stimulates latent potential. I haven't mastered it yet, so I don't know much, but I do know that the basic requirement to learn this star martial skill is to be at the Star River realm. Damn! Su Xiangwen wanted to lift a foot again. Are you trying to tell me you're at the Star River realm? Is that possible? If I were at the Star River realm, I could flatten this trial ground. Who the hell would take their time fighting monsters with you guys? This star martial skill was left to me by my mother, so it might be a bit special, allowing me to learn it with my starry realm strength. But what I can use is just a watered-down version. I don't even know what the true Phoenix form looks like. Is that answer satisfactory? Listening silently to the words of Wang Chen and the others, Wang Yul's eyes turned red with jealousy. A powerful star martial skill like the Phoenix form, he hadn't just seen it, he hadn't even heard of it. It was something he would probably never touch in his lifetime, yet Wang Chen could obtain it so easily. Why should someone born in an ordinary family be doomed? Why are things that Wang Chen can easily obtain things I can only dream of? If I had this star martial skill, I would also be a genius. I would be a talent even more brilliant than Jiang Xinyu. They just have good luck, just good luck. Buzz, suddenly, a ripple of energy came from behind, and the three stopped talking and quickly turned around. Jiang Xinyu, sitting cross-legged on the ground, was surrounded by visible ripples of energy. In an instant, snowflakes began to float around her. A powerful aura overflowed, and the biting cold made Wang Chen and the others' cheeks sting. Jiang Xinyu slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful large eyes resembling a tranquil autumn pond. Did it succeed? Did you break through? Su Xiangwen and the others asked eagerly. Yes, actually, I broke through a while ago. To stabilize my realm, I absorbed dozens of soul orbs, and now I'm basically stable at the Nebula realm. As she spoke, Jiang Xinyu slowly stood up. What kind of star martial skill is the Phoenix form? If the basic learning requirement is the Star River realm, then this star martial skill should be S rank, right? I'm not sure. You know, I just awakened as a star martial artist. I'm curious, S rank star martial skills aren't something just anyone can possess. The reason the 4 major star martial academies are so extraordinary is that it's possible to learn S rank star martial skills there. But you, at this moment, Jiang Xinyu felt a pang of bitterness. I also don't know if the Phoenix form is an S rank star martial skill. Anyway, my mom didn't tell me. Wang Chen, we've known each other for many years, right? Su Xiangwen put an arm around Wang Chen's shoulder. You know my character is trustworthy. Yeah, we both know the truth. You have no character at all. Who exactly is your mother? Is she one of those famous heroes? From the rumors? Yeah, if she has an S-rank star martial skill passed down, your mother should be a high-ranking official in the military, right? Probably not, and my mom went missing on a mission many years ago. Didn't you know that? When you were in elementary school, I've actually met Wang Chen's mother. Jiang Xinyu nodded thoughtfully. Her name is Wang Ling. She's a very gentle lady. I always thought she was a company white-collar worker. If it weren't for the incident later, I really wouldn't have known she was a star martial artist. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Xinyu in surprise. Do you have some misunderstanding about the word gentle? Wang Ling? Never heard of her. Could she be some hidden big shot? Hey, Wang Chen, stop keeping us in suspense. Can you tell us? If you can, hurry up and say it. If you can't, we won't ask. I can say it. There's nothing I can't say. It's just an identity. Just now, Xinyu said, my mom is just an ordinary star martial artist. Her name is Wang Ling, and there are tens of thousands of people in the country with that name. There's nothing special about it. Is that true? Su Xiangwen was somewhat skeptical. Could it be that your ancestors were from a very impressive family? That star martial skill of yours is definitely not something ordinary. You, a star realm cultivator, can punch through the Spider Emperor. By the time you reach the Galaxy realm, who knows how extraordinary you'll become? Can you really punch through the Starsea realm? It's not that exaggerated, right? Because the Phoenix form is a star martial skill learned in the Galaxy realm. That's why it has the power of the Galaxy realm. In fact, when I reach the Galaxy realm, the power of this star martial skill won't increase much. However, my aunt did mention that my mom seems to have a title given by others. A star martial artist with a title? Gong! Feiyu exclaimed in surprise. No wonder we haven't heard of your mother's name. Once a star martial artist is given a title, that title is basically what gets passed around. There are so many titled star martial artists in the Jade Kingdom, even well-known figures whose real names we don't know. As he spoke, Gong Feiyu solemnly clasped his fists. May I ask what your mother's title is? Can you not make this so ceremonial? Wang Chen chuckled bitterly. My aunt said my mom's title is the Flame Emperor. Gong Feiyu almost choked on his breath. No way? The Flame Emperor of the 5 emperors is your mother? This, you must be joking? The Flame Emperor is a woman? This is the first time I've heard of it. It's not impossible. Jiang Xinyu took a deep breath and said calmly, the only ones who can produce S-level star martial skills are top-tier powerhouses. And since she is a top-tier powerhouse, it's not hard to accept that Wang Chen's mother is the Flame Emperor. Thud. Su Xiangwen beside Gong Feiyu suddenly knelt down. Hey, do you have to be this dramatic? It's just a title. Kneeling for the Flame Emperor's son, you're putting on quite a show. I can only kneel. The Flame Emperor, do you know what that means? No. You don't know, even though you're the son of the Flame Emperor, you don't understand what the Flame Emperor is. The 5 elders and 5 emperors, invincible. In the Jade Kingdom. This is a universally recognized theorem across the Blue Star. As long as the 5 elders and 5 emperors are present, the Jade Kingdom is invincible. Your mom is the Flame Emperor? Your mom is actually the Flame Emperor? I can't believe it. Why is your mom the Flame Emperor and not mine? Brother, real brother. Do you know, actually, I'm your long-lost brother, your real brother. Su Xiangwen suddenly threw himself down, tightly hugging Wang Chen's thigh. Brother, I'll change my household registration after I go out and return to my roots. Wang Chen looked at Su Xiangwen with goosebumps all over. Is this the character you swore would make me believe in? Get lost. No, Wang Chen, the Flame Emperor hasn't gone missing. Jiang Xin, you asked seriously. She hasn't gone missing. She should be in some secret position or somewhere. It's just that her existence is already a top-level secret, so even I can't know her whereabouts. This is probably why I've been an orphan for so many years? Wang Chen said half-jokingly. The country covered up the matter of the Flame Emperor's disappearance, but thinking about it, could this really be the truth? Perhaps Wang Ling deliberately cut off contact for the safety of Wang Chen and Wang Qi, and it's possible that Wang Ling and the Flame Emperor were separated. My aunt is just an ordinary person, she couldn't possibly know the truth. Maybe the truth for my aunt is merely a cover at the level of the Jade Kingdom. Even if Wang Ling left that video, after careful thought, Wang Chen began to have doubts. I'm already 16, do you still treat me like a child? Just as my aunt said, Wang Ling is the Flame Emperor, and Wang Ling went missing while on a mission, with her life and death still unknown. This information itself shouldn't and couldn't be known by Wang Qi. Is it really impossible for Wang Qi to leak it? If the country wants to cover up Wang Ling's disappearance, then the best way is for both Wang Qi and Wang Chen to be unaware. If Wang Qi knows about the Flame Emperor's disappearance, it's more likely that the higher-ups of the Jade Kingdom want Wang Qi to believe that Wang Ling has gone missing. This is also why Wang Chen would reveal his identity and Wang Ling's identity. If it really is a secret, then come find me and give me a code word. If Wang Ling has truly gone missing, then provide an explanation. But if not, Wang Chen will not let this go easily. After all, you took me in and raised me, leaving me alone and uncared for 8 years. I ask you, does your conscience hurt? Whoa! While Wang Chen and the others were resting, the alarm from the station troops in the primary trial space suddenly rang out. The command center of the 3rd Battalion of the Jinwu Group from the Southeast Military District's Star Marshal Special Operations Brigade was thrown into chaos. What's going on? Why did the snow spiders suddenly revolt? Battalion Commander Wu Changfeng stood up angrily, his eyes wide open, like a bull's. It's still unclear at the moment. The brothers have gone to investigate. The most likely scenario is that someone killed the Spider Queen. Which bastard? If I catch him, I'll make sure he pays. First, we need to stabilize the situation. Has the rescue team set out? Are there any casualties? The rescue team has already departed, and there are currently no reports of casualties. Commander, the Fire Leopard has undergone a coup. The old Leopard King has been ousted from the tribe. Commander, the Snow Spider riot has triggered unrest in the Crimson Flame Demon tribe, which is spreading rapidly. Commander, the Gale Wolves are advancing south. It's a mess, a complete mess. The entire trial ground is in chaos. Damn it! What should we do? A somewhat confused officer asked. What else can we do? Forcefully suppress it. The 1st and 2nd companies, along with 5 special operations teams, will all engage to quell the riot. We must restore order before any casualties occur. Understood. Wu Changfeng angrily sat back down in his chair. Damn it, why can't we use technological products in the alternate space? It's bad enough that firearms can't be used, but even surveillance is out of the question. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so many problems. After anxiously waiting for half an hour, a soldier rushed into the command room. Commander, we found the Spider Queen on the outskirts of the Snow Mountain. Many snow spiders are gathering around her, and not far from the queen, we discovered a cage for spatial beasts. Damn it, it's those poachers again. What about the poachers? Have they been caught? I'm afraid they're all dead. The brothers speculate that the poachers calculated the lifespan of the Spider Queen and intended to steal her before the new queen could hatch. Unfortunately, they didn't anticipate that the queen would die before they could escape, and the new queen evolved instantly, rendering their plan useless. Serves them right. But the poachers must have someone waiting for them. We must find them. They've caused me so much trouble, and if we catch them, we'll execute them all. The brothers think the same. Old Fu, here, you, stay behind to command from the center. I'm going out. Commander, is that really okay? You're going to take action yourself? Let those brats suppress it. Who knows how long it will take? If I act, it'll be quicker, and fewer people will die. How many trial participants are there in the trial ground this time? 1,200. Notify the entrance to temporarily close the trial ground. We'll open the doors again once the beasts have calmed down. Also, have the trial participants gather quickly in the entrance area to avoid unnecessary casualties. Understood. Outside the Valley of Wind in the north of the snow mountain, Wang Chen and the others were sitting by the campfire eating energy bars. Compared to the chaos outside, this place felt like a paradise. Is it about time to rest? Jiang Xinyu asked lightly. Yeah, about time. Where's Wang Chen? Wang Chen exited the system page, activating the Phoenix form not only required 10 skill points per second but also had a cooldown time. And that cooldown lasted a full 24 hours. But thinking about the terrifying aftereffects of using the Phoenix form, Wang Chen felt that the cooldown time was no big deal. Whether you believe it or not, Wang Chen swore he would never use such a self-harming skill again. After using it, it felt like he was about to die. I have no problem either, I've basically recovered. That's good. I still have 100 soul orbs in hand. Now that I've successfully broken through, let's not include these 100 in the distribution. You three can take them, and we'll distribute the soul orbs we hunt next. Wang Chen spoke first. When it's time to be generous, one must be generous. Wang Chen killed the Spider King and earned 50 skill points, which is quite a profit. What are we hunting next? We definitely can't take on the snow spider. The fire leopard. Isn't there someone in our team with a weak fire affinity? Jiang Xinyu said. Ha! Wang Yil looked up in surprise, appearing flattered. Su Xiangwen twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, casting a deep glance at Wang Yil without saying a word. It's better not to dismantle the child's hopes. I fear he might overthink it. The fire leopard is a neighbor of the snow spider, and the detour from the back is only about 30 miles. The terrain in the alternate space is complex, but fortunately, with Su Xiangwen as a human GPS, they can avoid taking detours. Along the way, there were no threats, and the 5 of them didn't rush, walking at a normal pace toward the fire leopard's lair. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyu stopped, and the other 4 looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyu crossed her hands, and an ice spike appeared between her palms, shooting with a whoosh into the nearby grass and trees. Ah! A figure suddenly darted out. Don't attack, don't attack. I'm a star warrior, here for the trial. The snow spiders outside have gone berserk. My teammates are all dead, and I escaped alone, making my way here from Wind Valley. My tactical watch is broken, and I just happened to see you. I mean no harm, I just want to follow you to find a way out. The person spoke while slowly approaching Jiang Xinyu and the others. Stop! Jiang Xinyu commanded coldly. You have to believe me, I really mean no harm. I'm all alone, and you have 5 people. Even if I had any ideas, I wouldn't have the guts. The person hurriedly explained, but their steps continued to close in on Jiang Xinyu and the others. Attack! Jiang Xinyu ordered, and the prepared Gong Feiyu instantly unleashed earth spikes. At the same time, the figure moved in an instant, as fast as the wind, leaving behind afterimages, easily dodging the earth spikes and charging towards Su Xiangwen and Wang Chen. Su Xiangwen quickly split off a physical clone to meet the opponent, with 2 Su Xiangwen flanking from left and right, both blades striking down simultaneously. The opponent's figure suddenly swayed, as if transforming into a shadow under the moonlight. The figure eerily pierced through the middle of Su Xiangwen, causing Su Xiangwen's movements to pause, and then he vanished in an instant. This scene caused Wang Chen's expression to change drastically. The opponent's military dagger was so fast that Wang Chen couldn't even see their movements clearly. He only vaguely saw them thrusting twice, hitting Su Xiangwen's throat. If Su Xiangwen hadn't disappeared the next moment, Wang Chen would have thought Su Xiangwen had been killed in that instant. Wind affinity? Wang Yul, fire attack! Jiang Xinyu shouted. I go? I can't do it. If I go up, it's just asking for death. Wang Yul retreated repeatedly. Forget it, Feiyu, you control the field, I'll go. Wang Chen drew his knife, putting all remaining points into self-healing, upgrading it to bronze 9. Be careful, his speed is very fast. Jiang Xinyu reminded gravely. My speed isn't slow either. Wang Chen said confidently, in the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable except for speed. Among Wang Chen's basic skills, his movement technique had already reached bronze 9, a speed that even many star radiance and even star nebula realms might not possess. Gong Feiyu's star martial technique activated instantly, continuously probing the area in front with earth spikes. Although the opponent's speed was extremely fast, these hidden killers that could strike at any moment from beneath the ground could still pose some trouble for them. Wang Chen seized the opportunity to invade in an instant, his knife exploding like fireworks in his hand. The opponent's star martial skill was of the wind type, which could accelerate using the properties of wind to unleash a movement speed several times beyond normal. Speed-type star martial skills were mostly powerful, but there were 2 ways to counter them. The first was attribute restraint, fire countering wind, as flames would scorch the air, causing the wind attribute to become chaotic and difficult to control when faced with fire. Unless one could crush with several times the star power, they would almost certainly be at a disadvantage against fire. The second method was spatial limitation. Sufficient space was required for movement speed Due to Wang Yil's retreat and Wang Chan's lack of mastery over fire attribute star martial skills, he could only adopt this tactic. Gong Feiyu used earth spikes to interfere, and Wang Chen took the chance to close in, naturally following up with close range slashes, not giving the opponent a chance to create distance. Clang, 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 an unending stream of blade light erupted, and Wang Chen felt as if he had returned to that day when he faced Huang Feilong in close combat. It must be said that professional star martial artists indeed had a more solid foundational strength than those from academic backgrounds. The opponent appeared to be around 40 years old, while his knife techniques might not be as exquisite as Wang Chen's. His application and momentum were stronger, especially in critical moments when he countered Wang Chen's offensive with a sudden move that left Wang Chen in awe, as if witnessing the miraculous transformation of decay into wonder. Each attack was a significant drain on stamina, although the star power circulating within him could enhance his physical qualities. Wang Chen had star power, and so did the opponent, whose star power was denser than Wang Chen's. Judging by the situation, Wang Chen feared he might not win. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind howled past, causing both Wang Chen and the opponent to momentarily pause. Boom! A shadow suddenly entered the fray, sending the opponent's star martial artist flying with a single punch. Wang Chen turned in surprise to look at Zhang Xinyu, whose arms were encased in a layer of ice armor as brilliant as diamonds. The speed just now was so fast that Wang Chen barely had time to react. Although he had never seen Zhang Xinyu's close combat prowess before, it was hard to believe it could be as exaggerated as it was now. The Nebula realm was truly terrifying. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged star martial artist clutched his chest and began to cough violently. I advise you to leave. If you dare to target us again, I'll kill you. Zhang Xinyu's words, combined with the chilling aura she exuded, inexplicably sent a shiver down Wang Chen's spine. Ha, kill me? So you're from the Nebula realm, so young. A Nebula realm at such a young age, you must be a genius, right? I hate you geniuses the most. Why do we work so hard to cultivate, striving to improve our strength, while you can achieve it effortlessly without breaking a sweat? You're still students, right? You can afford to enter the trial grounds while still in school. Your family must be well off. Why are all the benefits going to you geniuses? It's infuriating. So bitter, a grown man can have such a strong sense of jealousy? I truly feel ashamed for you, Gong Feiyu scoffed, covering her nose. Something's not right. Wang Chen sensed a hint of danger from the middle-aged man and instinctively warned, everyone be careful, this person is problematic. Suddenly, red spots appeared on the middle-aged man's face, resembling bright rashes like stars. The red spots spread rapidly, and a blood-like aura rippled around him. The aura surged, exerting a pressure that gripped Wang Chen and the others' hearts like a tight hand. If you hand yourselves over, I can surely get another dose of enhancement liquid. Right then, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open, revealing a blood-red fury. In the dim light, one could vaguely see a pair of vertical pupils that did not belong to a human. Boom! The opponent suddenly shot towards Wang Chen and the others, and Zhang Xinyu flashed forward. In her hand, a wind-blade sword emerged, and they instantly clashed. The figures of the two moved so quickly that it was dazzling. Zhang Xinyu's strength in the Nebula realm completely surpassed that of the Starry realm. This was a difference in magnitude. The middle-aged Star Warrior was merely at the peak of the Starry realm, yet for some unknown reason, his combat power was no less than that of Zhang Xinyu. In an instant, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If Zhang Xinyu hadn't broken through to the Nebula realm, would their group, even if they managed to escape from the Snow Spider's lair, have died here? Why do Star Warriors attack other Star Warriors? Wang Chen asked in a low voice. He didn't understand why, despite being humans and from the same country, they would turn against each other. Such Star Warriors are just a minority of scum, but their existence raises the danger level of the trial grounds by a magnitude. Not everyone is a good person, and not all Star Warriors are decent. The trial grounds have no surveillance facilities, no mobile signals, and even if someone is killed, the body will be eaten by the alien beasts, making the trial grounds a lawless zone. Perhaps outside the trial grounds, they would abide by the law, but inside, they shed their human skin and become beasts. Especially for us students, we are seen as easy prey. This isn't the first time we've encountered such a situation, but we haven't faced anyone this strong before. Fortunately, Xinyu has broken through to the Nebula realm, otherwise, this time, Gong Feiyu's words stirred something in Wang Chen's heart. Indeed, human moral standards require legal constraints. Once those constraints are removed, their baser instincts can lead them to do anything. The battle between Zhang Xinyu and the middle-aged Star Warrior continued, with Zhang Xinyu's foundational martial skill being swordsmanship, ethereal and agile. Moreover, it was the first time Wang Chen directly felt Zhang Xinyu's strength. Her foundational martial skills should be above his. He was already at Bronze 9, yet he still felt a significant gap. The problem was that after reaching Bronze 9, he found he couldn't allocate any more skill points, which was truly bizarre. The first to reveal the issue was the Inch Force Star martial skill. When it reached Bronze 9, 9 out of 10, the allocation button disappeared. At first, Wang Chen thought that the Inch-Force star martial skill could only reach a maximum of bronze, feeling disappointed for a few minutes. But later, when he found that the blade technique also couldn't allocate points after reaching bronze 9, he realized it wasn't about reaching the peak but rather that the allocation was restricted. Wang Chen was clear that there were still techniques above the blade technique, such as the water flow and chi blade schools, which could allow one to sever a mat 3 meters away with a single strike. The only limitation he could think of was his own level. In a sense, he had indeed maxed out his skill points. It was the peak of the starry realm. To improve his skill strength, he had to break through the shackles of the starry realm. Therefore, even with the system accompanying him, it was unrealistic to catch up to Jiang Xinyu in a short time. Wait, is our team missing someone? Wang Chen suddenly realized that Su Xiangwen, who had disappeared since the beginning of the fight, was gone. Where did that guy go? Wang Chen signaled to Gong Feiyu, who mysteriously pointed to the ground. It turned out that from the very beginning, Gong Feiyu and Su Xiangwen had been coordinating. Gong Feiyu used Earth-type star martial skills to create a space underground, while Su Xiangwen had been hiding below, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent at any moment. The moment Wang Chen understood this, a plan suddenly appeared in his mind. Xinyu, get ready, we'll create conditions for you. As Wang Chen's voice fell, he charged into the fray. A blade cut through the void, the light of the sword cold and piercing. Jiang Xinyu instantly withdrew from the battlefield, and the middle-aged star warrior immediately locked onto Wang Chen with fury. A genius from the nebula realm is willing to fight me. Being able to battle a genius also proves my strength, right? But what does it mean for you, a piece of trash from the starry realm, to come looking for death? The opponent's fist crashed against Wang Chen's blade light, and in an instant, Wang Chen's battle blade shattered. Yet, the fist continued its trajectory, smashing down towards Wang Chen's head. With this punch, if it hits Wang Chen's head, it will surely explode like a watermelon. Cun Jin Fist. Back then, the Cun Jin Fist of the Bronze 9 could take down low-level demon soldiers with a single blow. I wonder if this Star Warrior's defense is stronger than that of the demon soldiers. Boom! The two fists collided, and a powerful shockwave erupted like a hurricane, freezing the figures of Wang Chen and his opponent in midair. Crack, almost simultaneously, a crisp sound of bone cracking echoed from both Wang Chen and his opponent's fists. Their faces turned ashen, the pain of their shattered fists felt like countless steel needles piercing their fingers. The expressions of both men twisted in agony. Hold on, I must hold on, but I can't hold on anymore. Oh, Wang Chen howled at the sky, quickly activating his self-healing star martial technique to surge towards his fist. If an X-ray were taken at that moment, Wang Chen's palm would have looked like a cookie that had fallen to the ground. His opponent's face contorted in pain as he quickly retreated. Suddenly, the ground beneath them collapsed, and the middle-aged Star Warrior had no time to react as his legs sank into it. Out of nowhere, two figures sprang up from the ground behind the Star Warrior, each wielding a battle knife aimed at Su Xiangwen from the left and right. This time, the timing of their cooperation was exquisite. Even Jiang Xinyu, who was ready to deliver a fatal blow, had her beautiful eyes flicker. If it were her, she would surely fall under this strike. Clang! The dual blade struck the Star Warrior's neck, but the anticipated scene of the Star Warrior's head separating from his body did not occur. Su Xiangwen's knife seemed to have struck steel. A look of terror instantly appeared on Su Xiangwen's face because, at that moment, a shell-like armor, akin to that of a layered creature, emerged from the back of the Star Warrior's head, protecting his soft neck. This was why Su Xiangwen's deadly strike fell short. But did you think the middle-aged Star Warrior had escaped this calamity and was ready for a second round of combat? That would underestimate the cunning of these guys. As long as they catch a whiff of a battle opportunity, they will unleash a flurry of attacks to the death, never giving the enemy a moment to breathe. The instant Su Xiangwen's knife missed, Jiang Xinyu's figure brushed past Wang Chen, and in her left hand, a swirling wind blade, like a spinning top, howled as it transformed into a shadow, deeply piercing the Star Warrior's chest. The blue armor could not withstand the terrifying cutting power of the wind blade. Half of Jiang Xinyu's arm plunged deep into his chest. Crack! The middle-aged Star Warrior lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Xinyu instantly retreated, leaving a hole in the middle-aged Star Warrior's chest the size of a soccer ball. How vile! Level up kill, reward experience points 200. Skill points 10. Only 10 skill points? Useless. Are you okay? Jiang Xinyu asked with concern as she approached Wang Chen. I'm fine. During this time, Wang Chen's shattered fist had been completely healed by the healing skill. Although it consumed almost all of his star power, it must be said that the healing skill is truly effective. I just heard. I'm fine? Wang Chen opened his palm to move it around. If he were injured, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Maybe I heard wrong. Jiang Xinyu turned to look at the corpse. Let's go. The Gale Wolf will be here soon to deal with the body. Su Xiangwen, how was the haul in your bag? Damn, this guy has such strong power, yet there's nothing in his bag. What a miser. Did he just come in and not have time to open up? Never mind, let's go. There are still 6 days left. The more we fight, the better. Although Wang Chen had some doubts about this inexplicable person, such as why he, clearly only at the starry realm, could unleash star power no less than that of the nebula realm, and how did he grow armor? But the abilities of star warriors are often strange and varied. Perhaps, maybe, this is his special ability. After continuing for about 10 kilometers, they arrived at the area of volcanic lava, where the fire leopard roamed. On the outskirts of the volcanic lava area, there is a well-ventilated canyon, which serves as the resting base for Wang Chen's 5-member team. After determining the tactical procedures for encircling monsters, Jiang Xinyu took the lead and charged towards the fire leopard. Previously, when encircling the snow spider, they did it 10 at a time, but the individual strength of the fire leopard is much greater than that of the snow spider, so they would have to manage to encircle 20. 20 fire leopards would be a death wish for any other Star Warriors team, but for Jiang Xinyu, who had broken through to the nebula realm, it was just a light drizzle. The chaos caused by the external snow spiders was finally suppressed, and the various exotic beasts obediently returned to their respective territories. This turmoil lasted a full 8 hours. If it weren't for Wu Chongfeng's decisive strike to suppress it, many beast tribes that had just begun to stir would have been educated with a heavy hand by the Star Warrior army, and this chaos could not have been stabilized in such a short time. A reconnaissance Star Warrior team appeared outside Wang Chen's Wind Valley. Captain, there are no abnormalities in the fire leopard tribe. The old Leopard King is missing, but the group is stable, and the new Leopard King has already established his position, so there shouldn't be any trouble. That's good. Let's head back to report. Wait, there's a situation. Suddenly, a Star Warrior covered one eye, and the other eye's pupil was pure white. Is there a Star Warrior team encircling the fire leopards for hunting? What? A Star Warrior team? Weren't they all assigned to the entrance? How come? There's still one lingering? They might not have received the notice from the start, or perhaps they came from the Wind Valley and are unaware of the turmoil in the trial grounds. That should be it, otherwise they would have been finished in the midst of the chaos. What a lucky team. Let's go take a look. Wang Chen and the others were moving gracefully in the volcanic lava area, with a dozen fire leopards continuously spewing flames in pursuit of them. Countless fireballs fell around them like a rain of bullets, exploding and leaving behind small charred marks. What the hell? Why are they so reckless at such a young age? A Star Warrior exclaimed. They're just kids. They should be high school students from Sioux City. One fire leopard would be enough for them to handle, and yet there are a dozen or 20 following them? There's hardly any path left ahead. Prepare for rescue. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyu, standing in the canyon, erupted with power, her hands crossed, surging star power swirling around her. A ripple spread out from her, and suddenly dozens of ice spikes appeared in front of her, shooting out like a volley of arrows. The Star Warrior team that was about to rush out for rescue froze in their tracks, as if petrified. The ice spikes accurately avoided Wang Chen and the others, hitting every fire leopard. The fire leopards, equivalent to the mid-stage of the Star Radiance realm, were instantly killed by Jiang Xinyu, who was in the nebula realm, as easily as cutting through cabbage and tofu. Wang Chen stopped and turned back to look. All the fire leopards that had been chasing them were now lying dead. The three of them grinned and approached each fire leopard to collect their soul orbs. Little did they know, not far away on the cliff's peak, a team of Star Warriors was gasping in astonishment. This little girl, is she in the nebula realm? It seems so. How did a nebula realm person get in here? Check their identities. One person took out a tablet from his backpack. They are students from Sioux City. Number 1 High School, Class 16 of the Star Warrior program, led by Jiang Xinyu, the daughter of the Jiang Technology Group in Sioux City. She was at the peak of the Star Radiance realm when entering the trial grounds and must have broken through there. The others are all rich young masters from Sioux City. Who would have thought? This group of second-generation rich kids would be so impressive? Don't be prejudiced against the rich young masters. Do you think they are all just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor? Their hard work is no less than ours. Otherwise, do you think they could have such strength at this age just because of their birth? Captain, please spare me the lecture. I understand. Just from their teamwork, it's clear they are definitely not the kind of spoiled rich kids. Daring to provoke the firestorm of the fire leopard to lure monsters requires a certain level of courage and strength. They must be geniuses, right? Genius, the word is too cheap. Only those who survive and grow are true geniuses. Let's go. Go? Aren't we going to watch anymore? What's there to see? Even if there's a nebula realm in their team, they can retreat calmly even if they encounter the Leopard King. Let's report back. The Star Marshal team left, while Wang Chen and the others continued their monster farming. Each time they attracted a dozen or 20, and then Jiang Xinyu unleashed a round of bombardment, leaving a sea of corpses. Although the consumption of star power for Jiang Xinyu was significant, even if she used 5 soul orbs to replenish her star power at once, it was still like picking up money compared to the enormous gains. Moreover, Jiang Xinyu needed such opportunities to practice her Star Martial skills. Some skills, although learned, could drain her star power in one go during the Star Radiance realm, and their power was reduced, so she hadn't had good training until now. Such opportunities, such conditions, how could they be missed? An hour later, the fire leopards began to grow alert, and countless fire leopards surged in from a distance. Upon noticing this, Xu Wangwen immediately ordered the team to retreat, and even in the canyon, they could still hear the angry roars of the fire leopards behind them. Just like cats. How much did we gain? Wang Chen hurriedly asked after Jiang Xinyu finished counting. 300. This number made Jiang Xinyu herself a bit incredulous. Previously, hunting snow spiders took 3 days of hard work to accumulate 400 soul orbs. Now, with the fire leopard, which was much stronger than the snow spider, they collected 300 in just 1 hour. Was this hunting? No, this was slaughter. Was this making money? No, this was picking up money. 300 in an hour. Wow, that means 2,000 in a day isn't a dream, and there are still 5 days. 5 days means over 10,000 orbs? Feiyu, calculate for me how much is 10,000 low-level soul orbs worth? That would be over 10 million, right? Nonsense, that's the recycling price. If sold outside, it would at least be in the tens of billions, right? In 5 days, I could earn tens of billions. If my dad finds out, he'll hug me and cry. That makes sense. Wang Chen looked at the two shamelessly boasting without any bottom line with a face full of disgust. The outside price? Get lost, soul orbs are a state monopoly and cannot be taken out of the trial grounds. There will be electronic searches at the exit, either absorb them in the trial grounds or recycle them at a price of 1,000 each. Tens of billions? Dream on. And over 10,000 fire leopards? Are you out of your mind? The total number of fire leopards is only a few thousand. Are you planning to slaughter a tribe in 2 days? But it must be said that after Jiang Xinyu broke through to the nebula realm, she became a bug-like existence in the low-level trial grounds. No wonder the low-level trial grounds only allow those below the star radiance realm to enter. Once you reach the nebula realm, you can only enter the intermediate trial grounds. If 3 more like Jiang Xinyu come along, they might as well close the doors early. In fact, there have been people who exploited the loophole of entering at the peak of the star radiance realm and then breaking through to the nebula realm. But the prerequisite is that you must be able to collect so many soul orbs within 10 days and have such a genius to guarantee a breakthrough. There are very few successful precedents for those who hold this plan. Alright, let's divide the soul orbs. This time I won't participate, you 4 each get 80. Jiang Xinyu casually tossed her bag, giving the impression of rewarding her subjects. The others carefully stored the soul orbs, but when they reached Wang Chen's hands, he absorbed them one by one as if they were jelly beans. After absorbing a dozen or so, Wang Chen suddenly felt several pairs of eyes staring intently at him. Looking up, he saw several expressions that were particularly vivid. Jiang Xinyu was fine, just a bit surprised, but Gong Feiyu's expression was somewhat twisted. Wang Yul's eyes were blood red. That kind of gaze was very familiar, just like back in middle school when a guy who liked to challenge Wang Chen for no reason. I heard that the child's parents both had high degrees, and on the first day of transferring from Tong City, he announced to the whole class in a commanding manner that he had secured the top spot in his grade. That year, Wang Chen was still a low-key good kid, and the 100,000 elementary school students had not yet placed him on a pedestal. That year, in the first month's exam, Wang Chen dominated the first place with a 20-point lead over him. Wang Chen still remembered the child's eyes, as red as Wang Yul's at this moment. Later, every exam, the child would have an outbreak of red eye disease, and for the sake of his eye health, he returned to Tong City to dominate it again in the second semester. Looking back, Wang Chen still felt a twinge of guilt. Why can you score so well? Why can't I surpass you even though I work so hard? I'm leaving. Being in the same class as you is my misfortune. Sioux City is yours, but Tong City is mine. Remembering that farewell under the sunset, Wang Chen silently wished him well, but he also felt helpless. In fact, I don't want this either, but my strength doesn't allow it. What can I do? In Wang Yul's heart, the soul pearl was more precious than gold, time, and even life itself. Watching Wang Chen waste it so nonchalantly pained him to the point of breathlessness, his heart aching to the point of separation. However, Wang Chen didn't want to hurt his soul like this. After all, the soul pearl could replenish star power, but for Wang Chen, its only value was skill points, right? What if he didn't absorb it to extract skill points? Should he just keep it? Old Sue? Your expression is getting more and more sinister. Just say what you want to say, I can accept it humbly. You can humbly accept my ass. You don't know how hard it is to get a soul pearl, don't you feel heartache? Who absorbs it like you do? The best value of a soul pearl is to gather the maximum quantity. At least 300 at a time to absorb. Only then can you break through the limits of star power and reach a new realm. You absorb one by one. Are you really that short on blue? Is your star power consumption that high? Don't you feel pain wasting soul pearls like this? I noticed this problem of yours before, always thinking you used some star martial skill that didn't show any effect and consumed star power. But now I understand, you're just playing with it. No, the soul pearl helps me a lot. Wang Chen said seriously, then took out another soul pearl. Bang, the soul pearl was drained of star power and shattered. The sound of shattering was like Su Shangwen's heartstring snapping, and in an instant, the veins on Su Shangwen's forehead bulged. Feiyu, stop me quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill him. Hurry. I want to kill him too, but you should hold back. The Soul Pearl is his. He can do whatever he wants with it. Besides, you might not even be able to beat him. Wang Chen continued to absorb soul pearls while Su Xiangwen silently turned away, pretending not to see. Wang Chen's skills had all reached the peak of Bronze 9 and there were no more points to allocate. But even if the skills couldn't be upgraded, Wang Chen still filled those skill points into the phoenix form. I, Wang Chen, have said that a spit is a nail. Even if I encounter danger in the future, even if I get beaten to death, I will never use the phoenix form again. The side effects are worse than just dying outright. Thinking this, he added 10 more points to the phoenix form, leaving 10 soul pearls in hand for when he runs low on blue. Wang Chen finally stopped challenging everyone's nerves. It's about time to rest. Let's continue. Zhang Xinyu stood up, gently removing the ribbon from the back of her head, her long hair flowing like beautiful dandelions drifting in the sky. If the snow spider was the main beast of the primary trial ground, then dozens of other beasts like the fire leopard and gale wolf could be collectively referred to as other beasts. The snow spider could casually summon tens of thousands, while the entire fire leopard clan only numbered in the thousands. However, after more than 10 hours of brutal monster hunting by Zhang Xinyu's team, the number of fire leopards had decreased by a third. In the central lair of the fire leopards, the newly appointed leopard king successfully inherited all the legacy of the previous leopard king. Besides his loyal little brothers, there were also dozens of the most beautiful and alluring female leopards in the entire tribe. Just as the leopard king was diligently working for the tribe's reproduction, a one-eyed fire leopard rushed into the leopard king's lair. My king, it's bad. The leopard king immediately shuddered in fear, turning his head sharply to look at the one-eyed creature with a gaze fit for a corpse. If it weren't for the great merit it had earned by defeating the old leopard king, it would have already been a lifeless body. A small team of testers is crazily slaughtering our tribe's brothers. Nearly 2,000 brothers have already been killed by them. If this continues, our tribe will be exterminated. Roar! A leopard's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, causing Wang Chen and the others, who had just finished collecting soul orbs, to pause abruptly. What's going on? The fire leopards are gathering towards the central tribe. We might have slaughtered too ruthlessly. How about we change locations? The intelligence of the exotic beasts isn't high, even if they temporarily realize the danger, they'll come out again after a while. Changing locations would waste over an hour, and in that time, we could collect quite a few soul orbs. Wang Yule was feeling quite cheerful. Anyone who successfully gathered 700 or 800 soul orbs in a day would be happy. Wang Yule had just crossed into the starry realm, and with so many soul orbs, he was likely to successfully advance to the mid-stage, solidifying his position in the team. Moreover, Wang Yule's inclusion in Zhang Xinyu's team was definitely not just for show. At least, his strength was among the top in the class for children from ordinary families. This trial not only yielded a large number of soul orbs but also showed significant progress in basic skills. Even though there was a clear gap compared to Wang Chen and the others, he was still better than many. Even if we want to fleece the sheep, we can't just focus on the fire leopards. If we keep killing like this, the fire leopards will become a protected species. Let's kill one more batch. Zhang Xinyu nipped the argument in the bud the moment it began. For the next batch, we'll change locations. We'll call out the wind wolves, burrowing mice, and tuajin beasts one by one. If we do this for a day, the 10-day deadline will be nearly up. Alright. After resting for half an hour, Wang Chen and the others resumed their activities. Su Xiangwen opened his heavenly eye and scanned the area, discovering that most of the fire leopards were concentrated in a gentle slope. There's no fear in using the same tactic, the question is whether it works. With the fire leopards' pitiful intelligence, they wouldn't learn from their mistakes just because they had suffered. After being harassed by Wang Chen and the others for a moment, 30 fire leopards erupted with a roar of the beast tribe's unyielding spirit, charging towards Wang Chen and the others. Moreover, the thrill of the chase would stir their blood and dull their vigilance and fear. They had no idea that the fire leopard group behind them was getting further away, and many of their brothers had not followed them into the charge. There was prey ahead, but no reinforcements behind. In that moment, the fire leopards believed they were invincible fangs, and everything blocking their path would turn to dust under their charge. Except for the powerful star martial arts. So when Wang Chen and the others suddenly scattered, and Zhang Xinyu was enveloped in a flurry of snow, countless icicles raining down like bullets, the fire leopards finally realized they had once again fallen into the humans' insidious trap. After a barrage of attacks, the fire leopards were left dazed and frozen. Before they could regain their senses, a massive shadow appeared beneath them. Looking up, they saw countless hailstones the size of basketballs falling from the sky, like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Those who were crushed on the spot were considered lucky. Many more had their waists broken and legs shattered. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Wang Chen and the others quickly rushed in, delivering a swift end to their suffering with a blade for each. Compassion bridges the world, and merits are boundless. Amit Ba. Something's not right. The fire leopards are charging. Su Xiangwen shouted sternly, opening his heavenly eye. Are they coming for us? Yes, the leader is the leopard king. Retreat. Jiang Xinyu decisively commanded. There are still a few soul orbs left to collect. Wang Yul lamented. We can spare those few, hurry up and go. Several of them. I really don't want to leave them behind, but seeing his teammates turn and leave, Wang Yul gritted his teeth and quickly chased after them. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon rapidly receded, and the roars of the fire leopards echoed behind them. Are they chasing us? No, but they are blocking the canyon entrance. The exit behind us is effectively sealed. It seems our only option is to return to Wind Valley. The gale wolves aren't as foolish as the fire leopards, so they might. Suddenly, Su Shangwen's words halted, and Jiang Xinyu and the others also stopped in their tracks. A gigantic fire leopard, as large as a warhorse, suddenly appeared in their line of sight. It was so close, just a dozen meters away. Its pair of blood-red eyes coldly fixed on Wang Chen and the others, drool dripping from its slightly parted mouth. It looks very hungry. Su Xiangwen asked somewhat nervously. I want to ask you how you scouted. You didn't notice it was this close? Didn't you say the Leopard King was behind us? Then, what is this? I was too focused on what was behind to pay attention to the front. Also, the Leopard King is indeed behind us, still roaring with the fire leopards at the canyon entrance. This one might not belong to the same tribe as that fire leopard tribe. Perhaps it's here for a visit? Stop joking, this Leopard King is the one that fought with the Spider Emperor before. And the injuries on it were left by the Spider Emperor, Jiang Xinyu said coldly. So, the Leopard King behind us is the new Leopard King who took advantage of the old Leopard King's injury to stage a coup and drive him away. The old Leopard King has been lurking nearby to recover, and now that he's hungry, he just happens to see 5 people serving a buffet? Lan Zi, can you still joke at a time like this? Gong Feiyu glanced at Wang Chen in disbelief. He's injured and his strength hasn't recovered, Wang Chen said with a serious expression. Although there's a certain gap between the peak of Nebula and the early stage of Nebula, that gap is not insurmountable. Jiang Xinyu slowly extended a finger. Kill him. Perhaps Jiang Xinyu's gesture was an insult to the Leopard King's pride, and almost instantly, the Leopard King let out a roar and charged towards Wang Chen and the others. On both sides were towering cliffs, and this path was at most 10 meters wide, truly a narrow road. The Leopard King's charge was like a high-speed train crashing in, and the confined space left Wang Chen and the others no room to evade. Gong Feiyu quickly activated an Earth-type star martial technique, raising a wall of earth in front of the fire leopard. Boom! The Leopard King did not change its course, crashing into the earthen wall, which shattered. Instantly, the fire leopard, engulfed in flames, broke through the wall and opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive fireball. The fireball instantly filled the entire canyon space, engulfing the left and right cliff walls, and rushed towards Wang Chen and the others at a terrifying speed. Wang Yul, standing at the back of the group, turned pale with fear. If we were to compare, the fireball skill released by the Leopard King was on the level of a bonfire, while Wang Yul's fireball could at most be considered a matchstick. If a team of Star Radiance Realm members faced this situation, there would be no doubt they would be completely annihilated. In an instant, Jiang Xinyu flashed to the front of the crowd, her star power surging around her, hands pressed together in front of her. Water's extreme barrier, a column of water erupted from Jiang Xinyu's mouth, and through the star martial array in front of her, it poured forth like a mighty river, colliding violently with the oncoming fireball. Boom! A cloud of thick smoke rose, and the silent canyon instantly transformed into a steamy sauna. Thick steam obscured his vision, and the entire canyon suddenly became a place where one could not see their own hand. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen rushed towards the fire leopard at high speed. Neither Wang Chen nor the fire leopard could see, but in this narrow canyon, only 10 meters wide, it was enough to have a rough idea of the distance without needing to see clearly. For beasts, locking onto prey and killing it is a sequential process. If they cannot lock onto their prey, they would rather let it escape than launch an attack. 30 meters was merely 2 or 3 seconds for Wang Chen. By the time Wang Chen reached the fire leopard, and it spotted his figure, his fist was already aimed at the leopard's chin. Inch force, in a clear environment, the fire leopard might have skillfully dodged Wang Chen's attack, but it realized too late. Before it could react after locking onto Wang Chen, his fist had already struck. Boom! A visible ripple spread from Wang Chen's fist, and a terrifying force erupted on the Leopard King's chin. In that moment, the Leopard King's eyes widened in shock, almost bulging out of their sockets, blood vessels bursting in its eyes. Its body arched high, almost leaping towards the sky. With a swish, a blade appeared in Wang Chen's hand, and as the Leopard King lifted its body, he slashed fiercely at its abdomen. Crash! A muffled sound echoed, and the Leopard King's body bent sharply like a shrimp. This strike surprisingly failed to pierce the fire leopard's soft belly. Wang Chen's strength was already more than double that of an ordinary person, and with the sharp blade of his weapon, he could pierce through 3 millimeters of steel with confidence. Yet this strike could not penetrate the fire leopard's skin. Its soft fur was even tougher than the layered armor of the snow spider. All those snow spiders that had died at Wang Chen's hands must be restless in their graves. In that instant, the Leopard King reacted, snapping its jaws towards Wang Chen's shoulder. Wang Chen hurriedly raised his weapon, slicing towards the Leopard King's sharp teeth. Crack! The Leopard King bit through Wang Chen's weapon. as if it were a mere cookie. Having narrowly escaped, Wang Chen retreated quickly. In an instant, the ground beneath him cracked open, and two figures, one on each side, raised their greatswords to strike at the fire leopard from both sides. Crash, crash, two muffled thuds rang out, but the greatswords failed to severely injure the Leopard King. After the two strikes, the Leopard King rolled backward, retreating several meters before shaking its head and standing up again. Logically, we should have successfully killed it this round, but I didn't expect its defense to be so terrifying. It's not even on the same level as an ordinary fire leopard. The fire leopard not only possesses fire attributes but also has a hardening ability, and the Leopard King can achieve full body hardening. I miscalculated its strength. At the very least, we are helpless against its hardening ability. The most likely outcome is that we will retreat without being able to kill it, Jiang Xinyu said calmly as she followed closely behind. Although the gap in levels is not absolute, in the face of such a gap, 99% of the time, one is powerless to kill. An opponent of a higher level requires meeting too many conditions. Just like the previous coordinated attack, the Leopard King's full body hardening rendered Wang Chen and Su Wen's attacks futile. But clearly, the Leopard King does not think so, Wang Chen said coldly, staring at the Leopard King before him. The Leopard King stood up again, its expression more twisted and ferocious. Drooling from the corners of its gaping mouth, flames raging around its body. The flames on the fire leopard represented its state. The more intense the flames burned, the angrier and more aggressive it became. Roared suddenly, a flame erupted beneath the Leopard King's feet, and almost instantly, its body transformed into a streak of light. The flames accelerated. This was another of the Leopard King's innate skills. Although the duration of the flame acceleration is only about 30 seconds, under its effect, the speed of the fire leopard can exceed 500 yards. At this speed, no prey can escape its pursuit. The moment flames burst from beneath the fire leopard's feet, Wang Chen and the others had already jumped high into the air, facing the full speed charge of the fire leopard head-on was tantamount to seeking death. While using flame acceleration, the Leopard King would also employ full-body steelification. Being struck by its 500 yards of speed could send even a tank flying. Almost at the moment Wang Chen leaped, a burst of flames shot past the feet of the group and surged toward the back. The five of them clung tightly to the cliff's edge, just managing to turn around when Su Xiangwen saw the Leopard King charging once more. This time, the Leopard King was actually running directly along the cliff face toward Su Xiangwen. Damn, it's cheating. It was indeed cheating. On a vertical cliff, a leopard could defy gravity and move as if it were flying. It completely shattered Su Xiangwen's understanding of middle school physics. With no time to hesitate, Su Xiangwen hurriedly jumped off the cliff. The fire leopard brushed closely past Su Xiangwen, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. Xinyu, is there any way? Wang Chen was anxious. The Leopard King had already unleashed its ultimate move, and this skill could take anyone out in an instant. Wang Chen's phoenix form was still on cooldown, and the only hope rested on Jiang Xinyu. But Jiang Xinyu's brows were tightly furrowed. I don't have any locking skills. Even if I had powerful star martial arts, I wouldn't be able to hit it. But suddenly, Jiang Xinyu paused her words and leaped off the cliff. Everyone was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Jiang Xinyu was planning to do. As she landed back in the canyon, Jiang Xinyu was surrounded by swirling star power, and a rapidly spinning whirlwind cone appeared above her arm, transforming into a solid blue spear. Xinyu, are you crazy? Fire counters. Wind, your wind spear will melt away as it gets close to the Leopard King's flames. Jiang Xinyu heard Wang Chen's question, but her expression remained resolute. She was the only one in the team at the Nebula Realm. As the team leader, she certainly understood that the wind attribute was severely restrained by the fire attribute. But what could she do? The strongest killing star martial art she possessed was wind attribute, and it had the highest single-target killing ability as well. The ice attribute star martial arts were indeed powerful, but she hadn't had the chance to learn them before breaking through to the Nebula Realm. So, even knowing that the wind attribute was countered by fire, she could only grit her teeth and go all out. At least if she acted. There was a glimmer of hope. For the others, it was certain death. Meanwhile, the Leopard King had already completed its turn, its crimson eyes locking onto Jiang Xinyu. The flames beneath its feet surged once more, instantly transforming into a streak of light charging toward Jiang Xinyu. Feather, create a runway for the Leopard King. Wang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted. Understood, at a certain speed, control becomes impossible, whether by others or oneself. Under the premise of flame acceleration, the Leopard King could only charge forward along its inertia. The only way to stop was to cancel the flame acceleration and then slow down to a controllable speed. So as long as a track was provided, the Leopard King could fly along it. It was like playing with a four-wheel drive car. Even if the car had no steering ability, it could race quickly along a track. As the Leopard King charged, a raised mound of earth appeared on the straight path before it. The mound didn't need to be very thick. Under the rapid sprint, the pressure on the ground from the fire leopard's feet was minimal, and its entire body almost floated. The fire leopard soared up the raised runway and then shot straight into the sky. By the time the Leopard King realized the target it intended to collide with had vanished, it was already soaring high above. Jiang Xinyu, who had prepared to take a desperate gamble, stared blankly at the collapsed runway before her, then turned to see the fire leopard freely flying in the air. Whose idea was this? This kind of insidious idea could only come from Wang Chen. Gong Feiyu jumped down from the cliff and clapped his hands. What seemed like an unsolvable killing move turned out to be just a matter of finding the right method. Once you do, it's really easy to play around with. Providing a runway for the flame acceleration skill was simply a stroke of genius. Anyone could understand the mystery behind this method once it appeared, but no one had thought of it. Every year, people die at the hands of the Leopard King, and the flame acceleration skill is boasted about by the Star Warriors coming to the trial grounds like a nightmare, yet no one has found a way to crack it. Wang Chen felt fortunate. QQ Speed is truly a great game. Roar, the blazing leopard, having fallen from the sky and disoriented, let out an angry roar, not understanding how it suddenly found itself airborne. Perhaps it would think it had awakened the ability to fly, but it would never suspect that the flame acceleration had been easily cracked by someone. The flames beneath it burned fiercely, and the blazing leopard transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Wang Chen and the others who were gathered together. This time, I will smash you all to pieces, the Leopard King thought, glaring with its blood-red eyes. Gong Feiyu took a step forward, but was stopped by Jiang Xinyu, who stretched out her hand. This time, let me do it. The moment her words fell, an ice bridge suddenly appeared in front of the Leopard King, transforming into a spiraling track like a roller coaster, one side connecting to the cliff's greenish-blue rock wall. Watching this scene, Wang Chen sincerely gave Jiang Xinyu a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. The roller coaster built of solid ice by Jiang Xinyu was undoubtedly the most terrifying roller coaster Wang Chen had ever seen. Even a devilish roller coaster couldn't be this thrilling. If a normal person were to try it, they would definitely go up full of life and come down utterly terrified. The Leopard King could never have imagined that its previous ascent was the work of these detestable humans, and although there was a hint of unease in its heart, it had absolute confidence in its ultimate move. Once again, the Leopard King transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Jiang Xinyu and the others. And at that moment, a crystal-clear runway suddenly appeared before it. The ice surface was as smooth as a mirror, and protective wings were added on both sides for guidance. In a word, it ensured that once the Leopard King charged onto the runway, it could safely complete the entire course and then be sent away with ease. The Leopard King's expression was ferocious, the 5 detestable humans before it seemed as if they would be torn to shreds in the next second. Then, in a flash, the scene before it changed. The humans disappeared, and what lay ahead was a crystal that seemed like a fairyland. The Leopard King quickly interrupted the flame acceleration skill, charging onto the track at a speed of 500 yards. Coupled with the ice bridge's mirror-like smoothness, even though it interrupted the acceleration, the terrifying inertia still allowed the Leopard King to maintain its speed as it circled the track 7 or 8 times, rushing to the peak and then plummeting rapidly. In about 5 seconds, the Leopard King entered the final sprint section of the track. The Leopard King slowed its somewhat dizzy head. The powerful centrifugal force caused its endocrine system to become a bit chaotic. Previously, it had experienced blackouts. Suddenly, the Leopard King jolted. The brownish-green cliff was rapidly approaching, and its ferocious expression was gradually distorting. Crash, crash, stop, stop, stop. This was the Leopard King's thought, but what came out of its mouth was a series of howls like a spring cat. Awo, ah, awo, awo, awo. Boom! Wang Chen and the others felt a wave of toothache. The sensation of crashing face-first into the cliff must have been painful, and this violent impact slammed the Leopard King's entire head into the cliff wall, nearly burying it up to its neck. Such a heaven-sent opportunity. How could Jiang Xinyu let it slip by? Instantly activating her star martial skill, an extreme cold air followed closely behind, striking the blazing leopard's neck, frost appearing in an instant, freezing half of the Leopard King's body and the cliff wall together in the blink of an eye. Only a tail, like a steel whip, thrashed violently behind it, as if it had a motor. Wang Chen suddenly raised his two-handed sword and charged forward. Seeing Wang Chen's movement, Su Xiangwen quickly followed suit. Su Xiangwen was still contemplating how to kill the Leopard King. Although the Leopard King had crashed into the cliff and his body was frozen by Jiang Xinyu, his steel-hard skill would definitely not be dispelled just like that. With his entire body hardened, it would be difficult to break through his defenses with a sword. Should he use the Gale Sword Slash? He hadn't fully mastered that move yet, and once executed, he could face multiple fractures all over his body. What to do? At that moment, however, in Wang Chen's eyes, there was only the small pink target hidden at the base of the Leopard King's tail. So Wang Chen rushed ahead to the back of the fiery Leopard King, raising the double-handed sword, which was 1.5 meters long and as wide as a palm, and thrust it fiercely into the target. The sword met almost no resistance, easily piercing through like a skewer until the hilt. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat quiet, with only the howling cold wind in the canyon and the sound of inhalation like a broken tooth. Clang! The double-handed sword fell from Su Xiangwen's hands, his wide eyes resembling 2 have salted duck eggs. Damn! A shrill roar erupted from the cliff wall after being suppressed for half a second. Boom! Suddenly, the frozen ice shattered instantly, and a ball of scorching flame, like lava, splattered from the cliff. Wang Chen's hand trembled and he forcefully swung it sideways. Crack, the double-handed sword was actually broken at the handle. Wang Chen and Jiang Xinyu retreated violently, and after the Leopard King delivered his final blow, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing twice before dying. Level up kill, reward experience points 100, skill points 10. Hearing the prompt in his mind, a happy smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. However, the blossoming of this smile appeared sinister in Su Xiangwen's eyes. Recalling the Leopard King's death, Su Xiangwen shivered and took a step back. What's wrong with you? Wang Chen exited the system and looked up at the others, their strange gazes making him feel like they had some opinions about him. Nothing. Wang Chen, I really didn't expect you to have such a morbid sense of humor. Wang Chen, was there a better way to handle the situation just now? I know, but ordinary people really wouldn't think of it. Su Xiangwen admired Wang Chen with a complex mood. The Leopard King's final explosion was truly terrifying. It actually blasted out such a large cave in the mountain. Wang Yul exclaimed as he looked at the dark, rough cave that had been blown out. Are you stupid? It's obvious that the inside of the mountain wall was already hollow. Gong Feiyu came to Wang Yul's side and sighed softly as he looked at the cave. Not good, the commotion from the battle has attracted the fiery leopard. Also, the Gale Wolf at the exit has noticed the noise and is lurking at the canyon exit. If we try to go out now, we will definitely run into the Gale Wolf. Su Xiangwen, having opened his heavenly eye, said somewhat anxiously, "What's the situation inside the cave? Is there any danger?" Su Xiangwen quickly looked towards the cave. There is a huge internal space in the cave, but no danger has been found. I just don't know if there is air circulation inside. If there's no danger, let's hide in the cave for now, Jiang Xinyu decisively commanded. With a whoosh, the group entered the cave in single file. Inside, the cave was a very large space, but it was pitch black. The five of them quickly took out glow sticks, and after activating them, the glow sticks emitted light like torches. After walking nearly 100 meters, the five stopped. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyu turned around to look at Wang Yul. Under Jiang Xinyu's gaze, Wang Yul's face became somewhat unnatural. Classmate Jiang, do I have a problem? The soul pearl of the Leopard King does not belong to you. Jiang Xinyu's calm voice pierced Wang Yul's heart like an arrow. Wang Yul's expression changed slightly, then suddenly smiled. Of course, I know that. I didn't help at all. I only collected it after seeing you all. Forget to gather it. Saying this, he took out the soul pearl from his backpack. Here, give it to Wang Chen. The fiery leopard was killed by him, and the method was also his idea. Classmate Wang Chen, Wang Yul's heart was bleeding with pain, but he had to put on a flattering smile. The smile was so forced that even a fool could see how difficult it was to maintain. This time, Wang Chen took the soul orb but did not absorb it. The soul orb only contained one skill point, but it held pure star power, and directly absorbing such a high-quality soul orb would be a waste. Wang Chen had no psychological burden at all for taking this soul orb. The Leopard King was almost entirely reliant on Wang Chen's kills, and no one dared to voice any objections to him holding it. Hey, I think I've discovered something incredible, Su Xiangwen suddenly exclaimed. What? Wires? There are actually wires here. This cave isn't natural, or rather, although it is natural, it has been modified by humans. Could it be a military secret base? If there are wires, there should be electricity. Let's take a look. Su Xiangwen held up a glow stick and began to explore deeper, advancing about 300 meters when suddenly, with a crisp sound, the passageway lit up. Wang Chen and the others finally realized that opposite this enormous cave there was an artificially dug passageway. Could it really be a military base? Gong Feiyu asked in surprise. It is known that building a base in an alternate space is incredibly difficult, as many physical rules differ from the outside world. Just like generating electricity in the outside world, which is simple, in an alternate space, it almost has to be developed from scratch theoretically. It shouldn't be. If it were a military base, there would be military base markings. Jiang Xinyu's Jiang Group has close cooperation with military enterprises, so she has a certain understanding of military bases. To ordinary people, there might not be much difference, but to insiders, the distinction is significant. It seems this base has been abandoned. Why not go in and take a look? If it's not a military base, then that would be a big problem. They built a base inside the trial ground. Who knows what their intentions are? For some reason, Wang Chen suddenly thought of the demon race. Since the demon race dared to act against the parents of students from the Dual Language Academy, they might not refrain from causing trouble in other areas. The group entered the passageway and found themselves in a place that resembled a testing factory. Numerous objects, like cultivation pods, were densely placed within the experimental factory. These look like a biotechnology processing plant, Wang Chen said gravely as he looked at the equipment. Many of the devices are identical to those in my aunt's biotechnology company. A scream suddenly rang out, and Wang Chen and the others quickly turned around to see Wang Yul sitting on the ground in fright. What are you doing? Suddenly screaming like that could scare someone to death. No. Monsters, these cultivation pods are all filled with monsters. Wang Yul said, his face pale and trembling. Monsters? Wang Chen strode forward, and when he looked through the transparent cover at the contents inside, his expression darkened immediately. The things inside looked very similar to the demon soldiers Wang Chen had seen, but these demon soldiers were larger, with more extensive shell coverage, and judging by their sturdy limbs, they appeared to be stronger. Jiang Xinyu and the others looked at the other cultivation pods, and their expressions turned grim. This is a base of the demon race. They are secretly cultivating demon soldiers here? It should be. Let's go, we need to notify the garrison at the trial ground immediately, Wang Chen said, with a serious expression. Wait a minute, since this base has already been sealed, the demon race should have evacuated. Let's check elsewhere, there might be other discoveries. If we can learn the demon race's plans, we will achieve great merit. Wang Chen's words were not wrong, but Su Shangwen's point also made sense. Achievements were particularly important for this group of students. If they could get a mention in the records, they could be prioritized when Star Martial Academy recruits in the future. The group quickly found another room, which should be the laboratory area, and within the lab, Wang Chen and the others discovered a massive computer that had been running for an unknown amount of time. The monitor lit up, and suddenly a prompt appeared asking for a password. Don't move, this is a trigger password. If you enter even one wrong digit, the computer will self-destruct immediately. Just as Wang Chen was fiddling with the computer, Jiang Xinyu's voice suddenly rang out. I know, Wang Chen said gravely. This encryption method is considered extremely clever and secure in the eyes of the general public, but for Wang Chen, one of the top hackers on Tianlan Star, cracking this encryption was no problem. However, there's a saying that a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Even knowing that with the right tools, this password could be cracked in minutes. Wang Chen could only sigh. If only I had my little AI assistant here, it could crack this password in just 3 minutes. You can crack passwords? Su Xianwen looked at Wang Chen in surprise. If I have the tools, yes. Without them, no. It seems I can only notify the garrison and have them invite an expert to crack it. No need to go through all that trouble, Jiang Xinyu said lightly, pushing past Wang Chen and pulling a necklace from her pocket. She gently tapped the center of the necklace with her finger, and instantly, a USB plug popped out. Jiang Xinyu skillfully plugged it into the computer, and immediately, a dialog box appeared on the screen. Hello, Master, Bing Xue is at your service. Crack this computer's permissions. For me, Jiang Xinyu quickly typed in the command. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen let out a gasp. So it's you. But under Jiang Xinyu's warning gaze, Wang Chen chose to remain silent. Wang Chen had always been very composed, rarely showing excessive emotions. The last time he faced danger, when he realized it was the demon clan causing trouble in the secret realm, he didn't show much fluctuation in his feelings. But at this moment, his blood pressure shot up. So it's you. It's actually you. Finally caught a live one. To talk about the connection between Wang Chen and Bing Xue, one must trace back to the 3rd grade of elementary school. At that time, after Wang Ling had been missing for half a year, an artificial intelligence program suddenly appeared on Wang Chen's computer. He was just playing games to relax, shirtless, when Bing Xue popped up from the bottom right corner, and the first thing she said was, wow, finally got in. The second thing was, could you put on some clothes? This program didn't interfere with Wang Chen much, but it seemed to monitor his every move like a ghost. When doing homework, sometimes when Wang Chen tackled a particularly difficult problem, Bing Xue would suddenly control the computer speakers to ask how he came up with that solution. In the silent study, with only Wang Chen struggling with problems, a ghostly voice suddenly appearing could have scared anyone else back. When practicing martial arts, sweating profusely, Bing Xue would occasionally pop up with a piece of advice. Although Bing Xue never caused trouble for Wang Chen, being watched by something inexplicable all the time was unbearable for anyone. After that, Wang Chen began to self-study programming and everything related to computers, spending 3 years independently developing the intelligent lifeform, Little AI, which finally allowed him to remove Bing Xue from his home. During those 3 years, Wang Chen was under Bing Xue's control, and sometimes even when he was asleep, he felt a pair of cold eyes watching him in the dark night. Although there were no cameras or surveillance in his private rooms to avoid the possibility of being photographed naked, having been under Bing Xue's control for so many years, Little AI still hadn't traced Bing Xue's whereabouts, or where she came from. Wang Chen initially thought that since he had removed her, that was that, but he never expected to discover the culprit in this sudden situation. Moreover, he couldn't believe that it was Jiang Xinyu who was behind it. After learning about his mother's identity, Wang Chen even suspected that it was military personnel monitoring him. Decryption complete. Bing Xue has obtained the highest permissions. Suddenly, a familiar electronic sound echoed from the surrounding speakers, once again stirring Wang Chen's memories. Jiang Xinyu sat at the computer, operating it quickly as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for her slightly red ears, one might truly think she felt no shame at being caught. Wang Chen gritted his teeth in his heart. This little girl, I'll remember this debt, and I'll settle it properly after we go out. The computer has been cleaned, but Bing Xue found some deleted data that is being restored, Jiang Xinyu said. After operating for a while, restoration complete. Found experimental data folder. Do you want to open playback? Open playback. A huge retractable display suddenly descended in the center of the laboratory, and soon, the screen lit up. Fifth generation Gene Warrior experiment record begins. A deep voice resonated, and with it, an image of a fully enclosed metal cage appeared. Inside the metal cage, a demon with arms resembling mantis blades was pressed against one wall, its appearance strikingly similar to the monsters in the cultivation pods outside. Its shell was distributed as reasonably as an ancient warrior's armor, with sharp, knife-like spikes growing from every joint. "What do you want? What do you want? Let me go, let me go!" Accompanied by a flurry of panicked cries, a cage slowly descended from above the secret room, inside which was a human star warrior, identifiable by the clothes he wore as a trial participant. Li Gang, male, 29 years old, peak star radiance realm, proficient in combat with a battle knife, comprehensive combat power assessment, professional level A-. Upon seeing someone appear, the humanoid demon warrior suddenly fixed its blood-red eyes on the person in the cage, its mantis blades dancing violently. If it weren't for being bound by steel straps, it might have immediately lunged at Li Gang to tear him apart. "Li Gang, your current task is to kill the biochemical demon soldier in front of you. Of course, you can also choose to not resist and be eaten by the demon soldier," the voice echoed. Suddenly, the cage holding Li Gang was opened, and then two battle knives were thrown at Li Gang's feet. "You may begin. Who are you? Bastards, how dare you conduct human experiments? The biochemical demon soldier will be released in 5 seconds." The moment the words fell, Li Gang suddenly picked up the battle knives at his feet and charged towards the bound biochemical demon soldier. At the instant Li Gang launched his attack, the restraints on the mythological demon soldier were suddenly released. Roar! In the blink of an eye, Li Gang was engaged in battle with the demon soldier. Li Gang's close combat skills were very solid. Even Wang Chen had to admit that in close quarters, Li Gang could kill him in less than 5 minutes. However, in the experimental record, Li Gang's strength and that of the mythological demon soldier were not even on the same level. Li Gang's knife could not break through the demon soldier's defenses, and his star martial skills were easily dodged by the demon soldier. Yet, every attack from the demon soldier brought Li Gang to the brink of death. In less than a minute, the demon soldier's mantis blade suddenly struck out strangely, instantly gripping Li Gang's shoulder and pulling him closer. The demon soldier opened its gaping maw, crack. Zhang Xinyu and the others quickly turned their heads away. The scene was too bloody and cruel. Su Xiangwen clicked on his watch and quickly found Li Gang's information. Li Gang entered the junior trial ground in 2015, went missing 3 days later in the snow spider area, presumed dead. It seems that Li Gang was captured by the demon race for experimentation. In the video, Li Gang was soon devoured clean by the biochemical demon soldier, after which the demon soldier suddenly went berserk, attacking the alloy walls of the secret room frantically, and the video cut off there. But immediately after, the neutral voice returned. The 70th experiment of the 5th generation biochemical demon soldier begins. This time, 3 biochemical demon soldiers were bound in the enclosed space, and this time, the demon soldiers appeared particularly agitated, their bodies writhing at a higher frequency. Similarly, a prison cage hung above, and inside the cage were 5 star warriors. The purpose of this experiment is team combat. This squad's information was quickly checked by Su Xiangwen. It was a pioneering star warrior squad that had gone missing at the end of 3 years ago. They had originally planned to go to the trial ground to improve their skills before the new year, but unexpectedly, the entire squad had perished here. The battle soon began, and when the experimenter released 3 biochemical demon soldiers, the soldiers did not immediately attack the Star Warrior squad but suddenly turned on each other. The Star Warrior squad stood back and watched coldly. Once 2 demon soldiers were killed and the remaining one was severely injured, the Star Warrior squad rushed in to finish off the wounded biochemical demon soldier. However, even after achieving victory, the Star Warrior squad did not receive the rights due to victors. They were quickly incapacitated by toxic gas, and then the screen went dark. Biochemical weapons have serious flaws. They lack rationality and instinctively attack individuals that pose a greater threat to them. In the eyes of biochemical demon soldiers, there is no distinction between enemies and kin. Everyone except themselves is an enemy. Although the strength of the demon soldiers meets the Empire's requirements, such flawed demon soldiers cannot be deployed on the battlefield. Doctor, you must overcome this issue. Of course, I already have a general direction. The current ecological situation of the demon soldiers is very similar to that of snow spiders. Snow spiders also do not distinguish between enemies and allies, and they will also consume their kin. But snow spiders can coexist peacefully and can unite to fight like a legion. My idea is to incorporate the genes of snow spiders into the biochemical demon soldiers and create a commanding type of biochemical demon soldier, a spider king. That's a solution, but how do we control the biochemical demon soldiers? Even if the commanding type is still a biochemical demon soldier, how do we make them obey our commands? That requires my research. The video ended once again, but soon, the players started playing a new experimental video. After a year of breakthroughs, we have finally found a way to control biochemical demon soldiers. Now, we will conduct the 130th test of the biochemical demon soldiers. The screen lit up, still showing a fully enclosed monitoring room, but this time, the biochemical demon soldiers inside the monitoring room were not restrained, they stood quietly together. Issue the command. The originally serious scene suddenly became comical in front of Wang Chen and the others. The lined-up dozen demon soldiers quickly formed ranks and then began to dance in unison. Accompanied by music, a group of biochemical demon soldiers performed a sexy dance. If this were to reach Bilibili, it would certainly lead to a bloodbath, and the Bilibili virus library would gain another source of evil. But in such a ridiculous scene, Wang Chen and the others could not laugh. This indicated that the demon race had overcome the flaws of the biochemical demon soldiers. With powerful individual combat capabilities and strong obedience, these biochemical demon soldiers could be mass-produced endlessly. Once war broke out, this would be a nightmare for human Star Warriors. The screen froze and closed, and soon, a new video began to play. This time, the scene was not a confined small space but the vast cave that Wang Chen and the others had entered earlier. At the bottom of the cave stood hundreds of biochemical demon beings densely packed, while above them on a sky bridge stood a human-like figure, pushing a wheelchair beside him, in which sat a gaunt, twisted man with glasses, his limbs withered and bony. Doctor, are we conducting a real combat test now? Only through the trials of war can one become a qualified warrior. But, controlling 500 demon soldiers at once, the middle-aged man behind him expressed some concern. A qualified demon general needs to control at least 10,000 demon soldiers. 500 is already quite few, the doctor said as he slowly extended a hand in front of him and quickly pressed the buttons before him. The heavy door swung open, revealing a massive figure before Wang Chen and the others. It was a terrifying monster with the lower body of a spider and the body of a gigantic demon soldier. 8 sharp spider legs resembled the deadly blades of a mantis, and although its upper body was humanoid, it was twice the size of an ordinary demon soldier. This image unmistakably conveyed to the world that it was not to be trifled with. As the demon general appeared, the demon soldiers suddenly knelt down in unison, their movements synchronized as if they were elite soldiers trained to perfection. What are they doing? Are they launching an attack on the garrison at the trial grounds? But there haven't been any rumors of attacks on the trial grounds in the past 3 years? Maybe it's been suppressed by the military? Move out, kill all the Xingwu troops. Roar Wo. Suddenly, a red alarm blared. What's happening? The doctor's face changed dramatically as he shouted urgently. The demon general's consciousness is starting to backfire. The controller is struggling to regain control of the demon general. The mental connection has been severed. Should we initiate a forced connection? Initiate forced connection. The controlling mind is being eroded by the demon general. Erosion at 20%, erosion at 50%, erosion at 70%. Quick, seal. With a deafening roar, the demon general suddenly leaped, its massive claws slamming down towards the bridge where the doctor stood. In the video, it was clear to see that the doctor, along with the person pushing the cart behind him, was shredded into pieces by the sharp claws. This scene was shockingly stunning yet oddly exhilarating. No one expected the trial to go so awry, and it was evident that this doctor was destined to be the movie's main antagonist, yet he met his end so easily. Woo, the biochemical demon soldiers are in revolt. The combat troops must suppress them immediately. Beep beep beep. Then, the video went completely black. No new trial records appeared. The atmosphere instantly turned dead silent, with a few heavy breaths echoing in the air. The 5th generation of biochemical demon soldiers, was it a failure or a success? After a long while, Su Xiangguan asked in confusion. I don't know. The last records are from a year ago, but the doctor who led the biochemical demon soldier project is dead, so the plan might have been shelved? Was the demon soldier revolt successfully suppressed? Did they kill all the demons in the base? Wang Yul asked anxiously. Don't ask such foolish questions. If the demon soldier revolt hadn't been suppressed, would we still be able to see this base? It would have been exposed long ago, right? It should have been successfully suppressed, but due to the doctor's death, the plan had to be shelved, which is why the base was sealed and the demon race withdrew. Zhang Xinyu analyzed coldly. Bing Xue, has the data been copied? It was copied long ago. Good. Zhang Xinyu pulled out a USB drive and transformed it into a necklace, putting it around her neck. Let's go to the Xingwu Garrison Command Center. Su Xiangguan opened his watch to bring up the map. The Garrison Command Center is only 10 kilometers. From here, we can cut through the Wind Valley to reach it. The group retraced their steps out of the cave. The blazing leopards in the valley had retreated, and the swift wolves at the opposite canyon entrance had also left. As they walked, Wang Yil hesitated several times before finally speaking softly. There are still 4 days until the trial deadline. If we report to the Xingwu garrison, they might seal off the trial grounds. Why don't we collect some soul orbs for a few days first? After all, the demon race has already closed the base and should have left. This discovery cannot wait, and there are still dozens of biochemical demon soldiers lying in the incubation pods. Even one of them could cause massive casualties to the trial participants. Don't you understand the urgency of this? Zhang Xinyu retorted to Wang Yul without any politeness. Perhaps this was Zhang Xinyu's true nature. Wang Chen scratched his chin in confusion. Could It be that the reasonable Jiang Xinyu I remember is a fake? Not long after Wang Chen left, two figures appeared in the canyon. Upon seeing the massive crater created by the bombardment, their faces instantly turned ashen. Damn it, how could I not have realized it was so thin here? We've been discovered. They haven't been gone long. I'll go inform the leader, you go kill them. Alright. Jiang Xinyu and the others were still intensely discussing the biochemical demon soldiers, analyzing from various angles the odds of human star warriors against them. Biochemical demon soldiers were massive weapons created solely for war, and those below the starry realm had no advantage against them. The discussion ended on a pessimistic note. Under equal conditions, human star warriors had no edge. With equal numbers, total annihilation was inevitable. The only hope was that this plan would ultimately be shelved due to the doctor's death. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for humanity. Wang Yil quietly followed the team, silently participating in the discussion like a ghost drifting outside the group. The reason Wang Chen did not join the discussion was that a red task in progress notification suddenly appeared in the system. This notification had also appeared after the bus entered the alternate space, and Wang Chen initially thought it was due to his nervousness that he hadn't heard the alert sound. But now it seemed that the system had accepted the task without any prompt, entirely triggered by Wang Chen's situation. Whatever Wang Chen was facing, the task could potentially be activated. Hey, Wang Chen, what are you thinking? You've been sulking the whole way. Su Xiangwen's voice interrupted Wang Chen's thoughts. I wasn't thinking about anything. Listening to your discussion is quite good. After hearing you all, I suddenly feel like the past 10 years have been in vain. You all are experts. I, a newbie, will just listen quietly. Get lost. Men should be more magnanimous. Jiang Xinyu inexplicably said to Wang Chen, then Ao Zhao tossed her head and turned to continue walking ahead. Ha, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. Jiang Xinyu, I didn't expect you to have such a quirk. But Wang Chen dared not say this, only able to curse inwardly. Suddenly, the five of them halted. At the corner of the cliff ahead, a man with purple hair staggered out. The five had not encountered a single trialist along the way, and the sudden appearance of this person instantly heightened their vigilance. I thought you had gone far, making me waste half an hour, the man said with a familiar tone, smiling, but in an instant, Wang Chen and the others felt their nerves tighten. Not good, signal. Wang Chen shouted urgently. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a signal flare from his backpack, but just as he was about to launch it, a strong sense of danger surged from beneath him, and Wang Chen hurriedly retreated. A figure exploded from the ground, and a blade of light swept past Wang Chen's position. Just as Wang Chen steadied himself, that figure suddenly lunged at him with a slash. He quickly drew the backup combat knife that Gong Feiyu had given him and blocked the incoming strike. The person before him looked exactly like the one slowly approaching not far away. In the world of Star Warriors, identical appearances do not necessarily mean they are twins, they could very well be clones. Su Xiangwen could split into two physical clones, but this ability was not rare. Go, Jiang Xinyu shouted instantly. But just as the four were about to surround and reinforce, four figures suddenly burst forth from the purple-haired youth attacking Wang Chen, each facing off against the four attackers. The situation flipped in an instant, turning into a 5-on-5 standoff. Meanwhile, the clone in front of Wang Chen continued to relentlessly assault him, its swordplay sharp and swift. Even though Wang Chen possessed combat skills far exceeding those of an average Starry Realm warrior, he was still being thoroughly suppressed. Especially on Wang Yul's side, he was already seeing red after just one move. Fear flickered in Wang Yul's eyes as a cold smile crept onto the purple-haired youth's lips, and he swung his blade down towards Wang Yul's head. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ice shard erupted from the chest of the purple-haired youth, the knife that was about to strike frozen in front of Wang Yul. In the blink of an eye, the purple-haired man was covered in ice and transformed into a sculpture. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the ice sculpture shattered. But before Jiang Xinyu could catch her breath, the purple-haired man charged at her once more. Jiang Xinyu intended to use the same trick to send the purple-haired man away, but this time she discovered that his strength had surged several times over in an instant. Jiang Xinyu found herself embroiled in a fierce battle, just like Wang Chen. Seeing Wang Yul still in a daze, Wang Chen was instantly furious. Wang Yul, you idiot, quickly signal. Oh, Wang Yul hurriedly pulled out the signal flare. The purple-haired man in front of Wang Chen suddenly swayed, and a clone rushed out, instantly appearing before Wang Yul. Wang Yul quickly swung his knife to defend. Clanging sounds of intense combat erupted. Watching Wang Yul miss the opportunity to send the signal, Wang Chen's anger flared up. A surge of rage accompanied by sharp swordplay unfolded, instantly turning the tide and matching the opponent's strength. At this moment, the battlefield seemed to fall into a strange balance. Whether it was the strongest Jiang Xinyu or the weakest Wang Yul, they were locked in a fierce struggle with their opponents. But the gap in strength was so obvious. If it were clones, shouldn't each clone's strength be evenly distributed? Yet in Wang Chen's eyes, each of the purple-haired man's clones exhibited different levels of strength. Was the purple-haired man trying to play with them? Impossible. His killing intent was definitely not fake. If he exposed a flaw, he would strike with lethal force. But why was that? Why did he display different levels of strength against each person? From Wang Chen's own experience, the clone that first attacked him seemed slightly stronger than the current one. Amidst the fierce battle, his mind raced. With analysis. After a few seconds, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. I see now, I understand. Xinyu, Xiangwen, everyone pay attention, these clones are not what we think they are. Xiangwen's clone split his star power evenly between two people, but the basic abilities like strength and speed do not diminish. But this person is different. Rather than clones, it's more like a manifestation of a single individual. His star power, his strength, his speed are all constant quantities. Whether split into 10 or 5, the overall strength remains unchanged. He can adjust the strength of each clone to counter our attacks. But no matter how he allocates his power, his total is still only at the nebula stage. As his words fell, Jiang Xinyu's eyes brightened. As long as they could analyze the opponent's abilities, they could tailor their tactics for a chance at victory. Xiangwen instantly split into 2 clones and suddenly intensified his attacks. Lanzi, well done. I thought you had clones like mine, but it turns out you don't. Now that I split into 2, my strength has doubled. Come at me if you can. Haha, we are not the same. As his words landed, the 2 Xiangwen clones swung their greatswords, whirling like windmills as they charged at the purple-haired man. The purple-haired man, helpless, split off another clone to face Xiangwen's clone one-on-one. But in that instant, Wang Chen and the others clearly felt the purple-haired man's strength diminish significantly. Just as I thought, Gong Feiyu exclaimed. With delight. I didn't expect you to analyze my abilities in just a minute. You can't be left alive, you brat. Die. Suddenly, the opponent's momentum surged dramatically and Wang Chen quickly shifted to a defensive stance. However, although the opponent's strike was filled with momentum, it was like a short video online, showcasing the most dazzling skill effects but delivering the weakest damage. The strike startled Wang Chen, his heart leaping to his throat. But once it landed, it felt as if a child was swinging a wooden stick, delivering a cute but ineffective blow. In an instant, a surge of electricity shot up Wang Chen's spine as he realized the intentions of the purple-haired man. In a flash, his eyes frantically scanned towards Jiang Xinyu and Su Xiangwen. But in that fleeting moment, Su Xiangwen's blade severed the opponent's head, and Jiang Xinyu's sword pierced through the opponent's throat. Even Gong Feiyu kicked the person in front of him away. The enemies before the 3 were instantly weakened, leaving only one possibility: the enemy in front of one person had suddenly grown stronger. In a panic, Wang Chen swung back, throwing the battle knife in his hand towards the distant purple-haired man's clone. Wang Yul, retreat! Puff! The massive head shot up into the sky. Wang Chen's warning came too late. The purple-haired man's strength surged instantly, breaking through Wang Yul's defenses with overwhelming force, and then, with a swift motion, he severed Wang Yul's head. Bright red blood sprayed like mist. The look of shock was frozen on Wang Yul's face, as if he couldn't believe he had been killed just like that. Dang! The opponent suddenly raised his hand, deflecting the battle knife Wang Chen had thrown. At that moment, the appearance of the purple-haired man changed dramatically. The raised arm was no longer a human hand but a hard bone armor covered in brown shells. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xinyu and the others collectively gasped. Demon race. You can analyze my abilities, but how will you deal with my tactics? My clones are more advanced than you star warriors. Just like you, kid, when your clone is killed, you lose half your star power. But I never have to worry about my strength being diminished. No matter how many I split off, I remain myself. Wang Chen quickly pulled out a signal stick, but the opponent was already prepared. Without giving Wang Chen time to activate the signal stick, he instantly closed the distance. As the battle on Wang Chen's side erupted, the fight on Jiang Xinyu's side reignited. Kid, you're quite clever. Now guess which of your companions will be the next to die. The mocking voice of the opponent disrupted Wang Chen's thoughts. Wang Chen stepped forward, delivering a punch like lightning. Short strength fist, boom! Just as the opponent was about to speak, his eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting as he stared at Wang Chen. Wang Chen's short strength fist was more lethal than the battle knife. Buzz! The figure before him split into another clone, and the clone struck by Wang Chen suddenly burst apart like a balloon. Are you disappointed? In a sense, I am immortal, the demon said with a triumphant laugh, his mouth smiling but his eyes filled with cold killing intent. You care about that girl, don't you? How about I kill her? That depends on whether you have the ability. Jiang Xinyu coldly retorted from the side. In an instant, 3 types of star martial techniques erupted in succession, engulfing the entire battlefield in ice and snow. Although Wang Chen was not disturbed by the opponent's words, the demon's clone had indeed gained considerable strength after Wang Yul's death. Moreover, they could strike with their power without distance. To put it bluntly, this was almost an unsolvable situation. The demon could instantly concentrate most of his power on one clone, then gather strength for another strike to kill another. After that, he only needed 3 clones, and their strength would increase again. Just as the demon said, he could kill his team one by one. Who would be the demon's next target? It definitely wouldn't be Jiang Xinyu or himself. Between Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu, Wang Chen leaned more towards Su Xiangwen. Su Xiangwen's clone could double his close combat strength, which was a guarantee for the team's melee capabilities. Wang Chen was acutely aware of how unfavorable the current situation was for them. So, his mind raced, trying to cope with the increasingly powerful attacks while quickly thinking of countermeasures. Do you remember the passionate basketball from middle school? Wang Chen suddenly shouted. Lan Zi, at this time, don't think about such distant things, okay? The key is what to do now. If he comes again, we're done. Su Xiangwen exclaimed anxiously. Xiangwen, don't shout for now. Lan Zi definitely wouldn't bring up basketball for no reason, Gong Feiyu quickly said. Soccer isn't played by one person, and basketball can't be played by one person either. We agreed on a team match. How did it turn into a one-on-one? As Wang Chen's words fell, Jiang Xinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. I understand. I understand too, Gong Feiyu quickly called out. Su Xiangwen stammered. Do you even understand? Wang Chen shouted angrily. I roughly understand, but where's the ball? What ball do you have in your head? What do you have in your hand? A signal stick? Su Xiangwen raised the signal stick and asked. Thinking Su Xiangwen wanted to send a signal, the demon clan immediately acted, kicking the signal stick out of Su Xiangwen's hand. But just that moment of disruption allowed Wang Chen to seize a fleeting opportunity. He punched back the demon in front of him and instantly turned to rush towards Su Xiangwen. As for the demon following closely behind, Wang Chen didn't pay it any mind. They were a team, not a one-on-one match. The previous lack of awareness was because everyone had their own opponents. But that was the wrong mindset. A team is a team when dealing with one person and also a team when facing a group. Wang Chen could confidently rely on his teammates behind him, and the danger his teammates faced could also be entrusted to Wang Chen. After Su Xiangwen's signal stick was kicked away, he immediately retreated 3 meters to create distance. Indeed, Su Xiangwen's earlier dazed expression was feigned. His only hobby was playing basketball. How could he not understand Wang Chen's words? Seeing Su Xiangwen break through immediately, Wang Chen felt relieved. He instantly threw the signal stick in his hand towards Su Xiangwen. The demon, witnessing this scene, changed its expression drastically and fiercely chased after Su Xiangwen with its battle knife. The main reason the demon clan used the clone tactic was to prevent Wang Chen and the others from sending signals. Once the Star Martial Army arrived, they would definitely search along the way. What if they searched the canyon and found the cave that had been blasted out? Repairing the cave would take at least a day. But at the moment the demon charged towards Su Xiangwen, a figure suddenly inserted itself in front of the demon. Inch-force fist, boom. The demon might not have noticed Wang Chen rushing in suddenly, or perhaps it simply couldn't afford to be on guard against him. At least with that punch, the demon didn't even have time to defend itself before Wang Chen's fist struck its chest. Boom, the demon's chest, under the explosive force of Wang Chen's punch, shattered its bone armor, and the force penetrated through its body, instantly shattering the demon's internal organs. With a punch that unleashed 3 forces, although it didn't consume star power, it placed a significant burden on Wang Chen's body. He couldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. With that punch, although it killed the demon clone in an instant, Wang Chen's hand was instantly covered in cracks. But at that moment, the demon behind Wang Chen had already attacked. This strike was enough to take Wang Chen's life. The demon's battle. Knife stabbed fiercely towards Wang Chen's back, and just as the blade was about to pierce through Wang Chen's back, Jiang Xinyu's ice spike arrived. In an instant, the demon behind Wang Chen was pierced through by the ice spike. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Xiangwen successfully grabbed the signal stick thrown by Wang Chen, quickly pulled the fuse of the signal stick, and it launched successfully into the sky. Damn it, the demon's face instantly turned dark. The demon, which had still retained its human form, completely let go. Its bone armor suddenly turned pitch black, and scorching flames erupted around it. The speed exploded instantly, transforming into a streak of light that rushed towards Jiang Xinyu's face. Suddenly, it spewed out scorching flames, transforming into a Qilin charging towards Jiang Xinyu, who hurriedly summoned the extreme water barrier. Boom! The shockwave surged, engulfing Jiang Xinyu, the scalding steam instantly burning her face. Her skin bubbled with countless blisters from the searing pain. Despite the intense agony, Jiang Xinyu did not let out a single groan. In her squinted eyes, a cold glint suddenly flashed, and a sharp blade gleamed in her gaze. In an instant, the hairs on the back of Jiang Xinyu's neck stood on end. Clang! With a crisp sound, Wang Chen punched away the battle blade, successfully saving Jiang Xinyu at the moment of her demise. But immediately after, a claw pierced through the air, viciously stabbing into Wang Chen's chest. Blood splattered like warm raindrops on Jiang Xinyu's face. Wang Chen was killed by the claw, and the scene of him being impaled in midair shattered Jiang Xinyu's heart, an endless rage and sorrow instantly consuming her. A sharp scream echoed, like a mournful cicada. The star power around Jiang Xinyu suddenly erupted violently. I will kill you. Her voice was low, as if she were talking to herself. Yet the coldness in her tone seemed capable of freezing souls. Neither Su Xiangwen nor Gong Feiyu had ever felt such a terrifying aura from Jiang Xinyu. At this moment, Jiang Xinyu was unrecognizable, but the rising coldness enveloped her like a celestial maiden from the moon palace. The moment her words fell, Jiang Xinyu's figure shot forward towards the demon in front of her. Her hands intertwined, causing the temperature around the demon to plummet. Humph. Limit burst? Even if you burst at your limit, you're just a little girl in the early stages of the nebula. The demon crossed his arms in front of him, and a fire dragon erupted from his mouth. At the same time, an ice dragon shot out from Jung Sinyu's front, colliding fiercely with the fire dragon. In an instant, the ice dragon was engulfed by flames, turning a vivid red, and almost in the blink of an eye, it shattered, endless jade dew falling from the sky. The demon's eyes narrowed slightly, having lost sight of Jung Sinyu. His ears perked up, listening to every movement around him. Suddenly, the demon punched the ground. The hard earth cracked in layers as if it had lost gravity, and stones floated into the air. The cracks in the ground swirled with scorching flames, turning the ground beneath into a purgatory. Such an effective punch, yet the demon's expression changed instantly. What? Not below. From the mist above, a figure burst through, Jung Sinyu, wrapped in ice armor, rapidly spinning an ice blade in her palm, fiercely stabbing towards the demon. The demon quickly turned around, spewing flames that engulfed Jung Sinyu. Humph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. A drop of rain fell on the demon's face, and he reached out to wipe away the raindrop. Not good. When the demon realized that his flames had not instantly killed Jung Sinyu but were instead blocked by the ice blade, Jung Sinyu had already broken through the raging flames, stabbing towards the demon's chest with her sword. Whoosh! A piercing wind howled past. The rapidly spinning ice blade turned, carrying a cutting force more terrifying than the wind blade, the demon's chest. Armor barely able to withstand even a second, the blade piercing into the demon's chest. Die boom! The demon's body was shattered under the immense torque, limbs and remains scattered across the ground. Cough cough cough. Jung Sinyu suddenly clutched her chest and began to cough. Sinyu, are you okay? Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu rushed over, anxiously asking. I'm fine, just 2 broken ribs. As she spoke, she lifted her head, her deep eyes gazing at Wang Chen's lifeless body on the ground. Her expression was as calm as a mirror lake, but her eyes were filled with the sorrow of an autumn pond. Take Wang Chen's body back home together. It was my fault for bringing him in. No one expected something like this to happen. At least, you avenged Lanzi. Gong Feiyu comforted heavily. This grudge is not yet settled. Su Shangwen's eyes glistened with tears, gritting his teeth as he declared, Lanzi's life must be repaid with at least 100,000 demon lives. Almost got killed by you. A familiar laugh rang out, and suddenly, not far from Wang Chen, the demon that had been killed by Jung Sinyu slowly emerged from the depths of the ground. His bone armor was shattered by 70%, and bright red blood continuously flowed down. Yet he was still alive. The human star warriors nowadays really shouldn't be underestimated. If I hadn't split off a clone just in time, you might have killed me. But on the battlefield, luck is also a crucial factor. I was lucky to survive, while the unfortunate ones are left to you. Little girl, you no longer have the strength to fight, do you? You're quite a good experimental ingredient. Using you to create biochemical demon soldiers would definitely be a very successful series of products. Swish! Suddenly, the demon felt his body become incredibly light, and his vision began to spin wildly. Then, his vision froze, and a headless corpse appeared beneath him. That headless corpse looks like me? The sudden change left Jung Sinyu and the others momentarily stunned. Wang Chen suddenly shot up from the ground, and with lightning speed, he slashed down at the demon's head. The speed was so fast that no one could perceive it. That strike was almost suffocating in its execution, until the demon's head fell to the ground. Level up. Kill, reward experience points 500, skill points 50. Wang Chen finally exhaled a long breath. He was finally dead. A warm current surged through him, and Wang Chen's level successfully rose to star level 9. He had entered at star level 5, and he thought it would take a long time to reach Star Radiance realm. Yet unexpectedly, in just 6 days, he had reached star level 9. Just one more level and he could reach Star Radiance realm. In the Star Martial Arts District of Sioux City No. 1 High School, those above Star Radiance realm accounted for 1/3. Although not the top tier, it was definitely among the best. If he continued to grow at this speed, catching up to Jung Sinyu before graduating from high school should not be a dream. Lan Zi? You, weren't you dead? I was pretending. Wang Chen sheathed his sword and turned back with a charming smile. Damn, how did you do that? That demon clearly, wait. What about the wound on your chest? Did I see it wrong? Jung Sinyu stared at Wang Chen in disbelief. That stab had pierced his heart, and a normal person would definitely be dead. In fact, Wang Chen himself thought he might die at that moment. But fortunately, he had the Soul Pearl of the Leopard King, and the surging star power from the Soul Pearl provided sustained support for the self-healing star martial technique to continuously repair his injuries. Even so, Wang Chen still took 10 minutes of continuous self-healing to regain his life. Luckily, his self-healing star martial technique had reached the peak of bronze level 9. If his level had been slightly lower, the speed of self-healing wouldn't have kept up with the speed of dying, and Wang Chen would have directly perished. Although many star warriors do not have innate abilities after awakening, there are still quite a few who do. Haven't you ever asked me what ability I have? Wang Chen said with a lonely tone, hands behind his back. What is your ability? An immortal body? Although I wish it were true, unfortunately, my ability is just average, an ordinary self-healing ability. Consuming star power can accelerate the recovery of physical injuries. Healing talent? Jung Sinyu asked, her eyes shining brightly. I can only heal myself. At most, I can be considered a sandbag? Lan Zi, why didn't you tell us you have healing talent? Do you know how rare healing talents are? If you can heal yourself, you might be able to heal others. Healing star. Martial techniques are strictly guarded by various families and major star martial academies. As long as you reveal this talent, many star martial academies will be eager to recruit you, and some star martial families might even extend an olive branch to you. Once you have the opportunity to learn healing star martial techniques, you'll be the key protected animal in the team, lying around every day eating and drinking, and when necessary, bleeding to save the masses. That life would be enviable. Get lost. Even if I learn medical star martial arts in the future, I still have the heart of a warrior. Sinyu, your injury. It's nothing. Jung Sinyu coughed lightly, brushing her hair to the front to cover her burned cheek. I look really ugly right now, don't I? If only my abilities could heal others. Although she had been in a daze earlier, Wang Chen had seen Jiang Sinyu's desperate struggle for herself, and to say he wasn't moved would be a lie. It's okay, once we get out, I can ask a medical star martial artist to treat me. I won't be an ugly monster forever. Pack up Wang Yul's bag and belongings, we need to leave quickly. A demon has appeared, and there might be others, better safe than sorry. Gong Feiyu picked up Wang Yul's backpack, suddenly pausing in surprise. He opened the bag and pulled out a soul pearl the size of an egg. Spider Emperor's soul pearl? In his hands? Seeing this, Su Xiangwen's expression darkened immediately. But in the end, he moved his lips but couldn't bring himself to curse. Forget it, he's dead anyway. Wang Yul got into trouble. We won't have any issues, will we? Wang Chen asked Jiang Sinyu. No issues at all. Being killed by a demon, what trouble could that bring? The country might even award Wang Yul a martyr's medal. Dying in a fierce battle against demon spies, living an ordinary life, and dying gloriously. Gong Feiyu gently patted Wang Chen's shoulder and smiled. As long as Wang Chen was alive, Gong Feiyu could genuinely smile. After all, surviving in such dire straits was truly a stroke of luck. Even the sorrow of losing a teammate was diluted by the relief of being alive. Let's go, no more delays. Wang Chen carried Jiang Sinyu on his back, quickly leaving with Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu. As for why it was Wang Chen carrying Jiang Sinyu, well, the official explanation was that Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu were both injured. Less than 10 minutes after they left, figures appeared again ahead. This time, Su Xiangwen played coy and immediately issued a warning. It wasn't until they confirmed that this elite team was the garrison of the primary trial ground that they relaxed their vigilance. Su City. No, it was the entire Jiang province's trial grounds that were guarded by the Southeast Military District's Star Martial Army. The primary trial ground was defended by a battalion of 500 men, the intermediate trial ground by 2 battalions, and the advanced trial ground by a regiment of 2,000 men. The stationed Star Martial Army was responsible for maintaining the stability of the trial grounds, rescuing trial participants, and responding to any emergencies immediately. Generally, they would rotate every 6 months or a year. After Su Xiangwen fired a signal flare, the rescue team from the Star Martial Army immediately set out, arriving at the scene in 15 minutes. Because the trial ground belonged to a different dimension, the physical laws were strange, and in most cases, even the most basic engines couldn't operate normally, so they had to rely on their legs to reach the site. Achieving a 15-minute response was already quite impressive. Was it you who sent the signal just now? After stopping, the leader of the group scrutinized Wang Chen and the others. They actually recognized this squad. Back in the Fire Leopard area, they had witnessed the scene where the girl being carried on Wang Chen's back had instantly killed a large number of enemies with a single move of ice and snow. Yes, we discovered a demon's experimental base and were then attacked by a demon. What did you say? The leading star martial artist took a single step forward, and Wang Chen was certain he had only taken one step. But that step felt like a world away. Even Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu, standing in front, didn't have time to react before the captain had already appeared in front of Wang Chen. So strong. You said there's a demon base? Where is it? We accidentally found the demon base in a valley about 10 miles from here. There are also cultivation pods for biochemical demon soldiers inside, along with video materials of the demons conducting experiments. We've been searching for a year and we finally found it. The other party's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly commanded. Hello, I am Ren Xingwu, the company commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Southeast Military District's Star Martial Special Operations Brigade. Thank you for the information you provided. Please take us to the Demon Clan's secret base for reconnaissance. No problem, but my companions are all injured. Wang Chen set Jiang Sinyu down and then pointed to Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu. Lan Zi, let me take them. You take Sinyu to the Star Martial Army's garrison? Su Xiangwen said seriously. Old Su, you're also badly injured. Let me handle it. Gong Feiyu quickly replied. Stop it, you two are equally matched in injuries. I at least have self-healing abilities, so it's settled. Jiang Xinyu wanted to speak but ultimately swallowed her words. Wang Chen was indeed the only one among the three who was unscathed, but the injuries he had sustained were life-threatening. He fought the hardest battles and suffered the heaviest wounds, yet he was the only one fully recovered. In that case, Bai Su, you take them back to the garrison to report to the camp leader. I'll have this little brother lead the way. Yes. After handing Jiang Xinyu over to that soldier, Wang Chen immediately took Ren Xingwu to the previously discovered Demon Clan secret base. My name is Wang Chen, a sophomore from Sioux City No. 1 High School. I know, I just reviewed your files. After running for 10 minutes, Wang Chen brought Ren Xingwu to the canyon where the Fire Leopard King was killed, pointing at the pit before them, right here. Let's go in. Wait. Be careful of ambushes. You saw it earlier, the Demon Clan chased us shortly after we left the base. They must already know the base has been exposed and may have set up an ambush. Little fish, scout. Yes. A Star Marshal soldier stepped forward, covering his right eye with one hand, while the pupil of his left eye suddenly glowed white, the eyeball spinning like a rotating globe. No traces of the Demon Clan were found in the base, nor any signs of activity. Good, let's go in. Wang Chen looked deeply at Little Fish, unsure how this person's eye ability differed from Su Xiangwen's. Wang Chen was in the middle of the 10-man team, in a protected position. The lights in the base had gone out, but Wang Chen remembered that the power hadn't been cut when they left. He skillfully approached the electrical box and turned the power back on. The corridor lights illuminated. After we left, the Demon Clan came here. Little Fish, if you can scout, please. Stay alert at all times, there may be unknown enemies lurking in the base. Wang Chen's call of a soldier brother made Little Fish's face bloom with joy. In his previous life, calling soldiers soldier brother was quite natural, but in this world, it was the first time this term had appeared, creating an inexplicable sense of warmth. Little Fish, stop smiling and scout carefully, our team's lives depend on you. Yes. They entered the corridor and arrived at the cultivation chamber area. But at this moment, the doors of the dozens of cultivation chambers were all open, and the biochemical demon soldiers inside had vanished. Indeed, Lieutenant Ren, these cultivation chambers were all closed before, and there were biochemical demon soldiers inside, but now, the demon soldiers have been released. At least 70 or 80 of them. This indicates that the Demon Clan is still in the primary trial ground, or that there is more than one Demon Clan base in the primary trial ground. But as long as we confirm there is a Demon Clan base, it is a victory for us. Even if we have to conduct a carpet search, we must dig out every last one of these bastards. Wang Chen then led them to the laboratory, where the central control computer had been destroyed, and the wreckage was still sparking with crackling sounds. Humph. Ren Xingwu snorted. Angrily, reconnaissance complete, confirmed as a Demon Clan base. The intelligence from a year ago was accurate, it's just that the Demon Clan's base was hidden too well to be found. Mission accomplished, I will report back. Yes. Not good. Suddenly, Little Fish exclaimed. Those two words instantly raised Wang Chen's heart rate, and he quickly opened the system to check the cooldown. Time for the Phoenix form, less than an hour left. This is killing me. What's wrong? A lot of demon soldiers have appeared outside the cave entrance, with their hands shaped like mantis blades. They should be the 5th-generation bio-demon soldiers that Wang Chen's little brother mentioned. They've come in through the cave entrance. Is there no exit behind? No, this base has been sealed off, and the path behind is blocked. Then let's fight our way out. Wait, brother Little Fish, don't the demon soldiers kill each other? Kill each other? No. Why would they kill each other? That means there are still demon generals. Demon soldiers are mindless killing machines without a sense of friend or foe. If there are no demon generals controlling them, they will attack anything they perceive as a threat. When two demon soldiers meet, they will definitely kill each other. Only under the control of a demon general will they become elite warriors. The last record of their experiments showed that the control of the demon soldiers failed, leading to a riot where the demon general and the bio-demon soldiers killed the lead scientist of the project. Initially, it was thought that the Demon Soldier project would be shelved, but now it seems that the Demon Race's Soldier project has not only continued but has also been perfected. What do we do now? Let's fight our way out, Ren Xingwu decisively shouted. In an instant, the 10 members of the squad surged with powerful star energy, their formidable star energy waves revealing that each of them had reached the nebula stage of cultivation, especially Ren Xingwu, who had even reached the peak of the nebula stage. Wang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. If Ren Xingwu's squad had such strength, they might really be able to fight their way out. Lieutenant Ren, is the strength of the Star Marshal Army really that strong? Of course. But not all squads are this strong. Don't forget, we are not just the Star Marshal Special Forces Brigade of the Southeast Military District, but also the Jinwu Corps, which has a designation within the Special Forces Brigade. The best Star Marshal soldiers from the Southeast Military District are all concentrated in the Special Forces Brigade, and the Jinwu Corps is the elite among the elite within the brigade. Although our company commander is just a company commander, he graduated from the Demon City Star Marshal Academy as a top student with a Star River Realm cultivation. The demon brats are in for trouble. While stationed in our 3rd Battalion, they're charging at us. Hold the cave entrance. Old Wolf and Hua, unleash your full power. Understood. The two-star martial soldiers stood at the very front of the passage, as a dozen fierce biodemon soldiers charged at them. Star energy surged around them, and suddenly, Hua unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. Meanwhile, Old Wolf released a fierce wind which fanned the flames. Wherever the wind swept, the fire instantly spiraled, covering the group of biodemon soldiers like a carpet. The flames continued to burn for over 10 seconds before the two's combined star martial technique finally ceased. The biodemon soldiers at the front were charred black but had not died. With these dozen biodemon soldiers clearing the way, a large number of biodemon soldiers behind them had already closed in. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's heart sank. The strength of the biodemon soldiers was even greater than what was recorded in the experiments. In the experiment records, the strength of the biodemon soldiers was at most at the peak of the star radiance stage, not yet reaching the nebula stage, but now, charge! We must not let them get close. With Rin Xingwu's command, he led the charge forward. The dozen biodemon soldiers that had been burned and were on the verge of collapse didn't even have time to finish them off. Protected behind them, Wang Chen looked at the nearly charred remains of the biodemon soldiers on the ground, his eyes shining with excitement. What is this? Experience points and skill points. No need to be polite, he dashed forward and swiftly arrived in front of a biodemon soldier, raising his battle knife and striking down at her forehead. Experience points, 100. He took out the soul orb but did not absorb it. He hurried to another biodemon soldier and struck again. Although Wang Chen's finishing blows seemed unnecessary in Rin Xingwu's eyes, well, as long as you're happy. The pressure from the biodemon soldiers in front was immense. Only after engaging did he realize how powerful and terrifying these weapons, specifically created for war, truly were. If the Star Martial Corps encounters them on the battlefield, it would definitely be a nightmare. The soldiers from the Nebula realm can maintain an advantage in one-on-one combat, but when it comes to two-on-one, they find themselves at a disadvantage. The Ron Star Martial team only has 10 members, while the biodemon soldiers keep pouring in endlessly. The situation is dire. Experience points plus 100. Experience points plus 100. Wang Chen has no idea how many finishing blows he has dealt, nor how many more experience points he needs to level up. As long as he sees someone still gasping for breath, Wang Chen rushes in without hesitation to deliver the final blow. Experience points plus 100. A scream echoes as a blood-soaked soldier rolls to Wang Chen's feet and he instinctively raises his knife. Damn it! I'm sorry. Wang Chen quickly retracts his hand and delivers another blow to the nearby biodemon soldier. Xiao Gang, how are you? Damn it! I've punctured a lung. Captain, I think I'm going to have to leave first. I barely took down 4 demon soldiers, and I'm still at a loss. You son of a bitch, I'm not dead, so you can't die. I can hold on for a bit longer. I've saved some star power. If I can't hold on, later I'll set off fireworks for you. Xiao Gang, you idiot, just hang in there. I'll be the first to come for the fireworks. Experience points plus 100. Suddenly, a warm current flows through Wang Chen's heart, and a wave of star power ripples out from his body. In an instant, the star palace above his head opens automatically, and a shimmering star suddenly bursts forth with dazzling light. Xiao Gang, who is watching Wang Chen up close, stares wide-eyed, his rapid breaths suggesting he might pass out at any moment. What the hell? At this moment, you can actually break through in this situation? Your timing for a breakthrough is just too perfect, isn't it? Not a single sign? Moreover, I haven't seen you condense star power, nor have I seen you absorb soul orbs. You're still happily delivering finishing blows. How can you break through in such a situation? Breaking through to the star radiance realm, the star power instantly surges several times. On the system interface, the most intuitive change is that all basic data suddenly increases. The blue bar's data surges instantly, and although the blue bar doesn't lengthen, the data has more than quintupled. Mom no longer has to worry about me running out of blue. The more direct benefit of leveling up is that Wang Chen's frozen skill points have reappeared. As expected, the previous guess was correct. Skill levels are limited by character levels. As long as the character level breaks through, the upper limit of skill levels will be unlocked. Looking at the skill interface, 7 or 8 skills are all pure bronze 9.9. Just a little more, and they will all be silver skills. A grin spreads across Wang Chen's face like a Shiba Inu. Cough cough. Xiao Gang suddenly coughs heavily, and with the cough he spits out a few specks of blood. How are you? Wang Chen quickly asks with concern. Did you just break through? Ah, you broke through from the star realm to the star radiance realm? How did you do it? Don't you need to break through a checkpoint? Don't you need to build up power to break through the bottleneck? You. Don't get too excited. You're seriously injured. Your lung is hurt, and it's putting a lot of pressure on your breathing. You mustn't get too excited. Not get excited? How can I not be excited? I've seen your data, you know. Awakening time was at the end of June, and you got your Star Marshal certificate at the beginning of July. It's only been 3 days, and by the time you got your Star Marshal certificate, you were already at the Mid-Star realm. Although what Wang Chen did during those 2 days is classified by the Heavenly Sword Bureau and not known to the outside world, it's still quite frightening to go from just awakening to mid-star realm in 3 days, okay? But frightening as it is, the growth in the star realm after awakening is indeed fast. Plus, Wang Chen is just 16, in his peak power period. Transitioning from early to mid-star realm only requires a transitional phase, which isn't much. However, you've only had 10 days, alright? It's only been 10 days since you got your Star Marshal certificate and just 6 days since entering the trial ground. You completed the transition from Star Realm to Star Radiance Realm in just 6 days, which is just too much. Those who awakened their Star Warrior talent at the age of 7 or 8 would only reach the peak of the Star Radiance Realm by your age, and that's still among the geniuses. You awakened so late, yet you completed a realm that those geniuses took 5 or 6 years to achieve in just half a month. Can you please have some bottom line? Genius? No, you're a freak among freaks. I'm about to meet the ancestors, and you tell me not to get excited? A genius like you shouldn't die with us here. We really shouldn't have let you lead the way. I'm not that much of a genius, really. It was just an accident. Seeing you all fight so desperately, my blood got stirred up too, and I broke through. You have to hold on, you must hold on. Xiao Gang fell silent, nearly raising a middle finger at Wang Chen. Blood boiling, breaking through out of excitement? As if I've never experienced a breakthrough. Can a major breakthrough be achieved just by excitement and passion? If it were that easy, would there still be people stuck at the breakthrough point for a year and a half? Do you think breakthroughs are just about luck? Xiao Gang's physical functions had already declined significantly. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he truly couldn't. He was waiting for that moment of clarity, and then he would rush up to fight the biochemical demon soldiers. At this moment, Wang Chen had quickly completed the allocation of points for his self-healing skill. The self-healing skill evolved to silver level, healing silver LV1, 0/100. Sure enough, after upgrading to silver level, it required 100 points to increase by a small realm, and to upgrade his skill from Silver 1 to Gold 1 required 1,000 points. Glancing at the 1,000 skill points he had accumulated, which he previously thought was quite abundant, he suddenly felt poor as the skill changed. It was only enough to allocate points to one silver skill. Suddenly, Wang Chen shuddered. He finally noticed that the self-healing skill had turned into healing. Although it was just a one-word difference, the distinction was vast. Healing skill consumes star power rapidly, restores one's own injuries, and can also be used on other targets. The area covered by the palm can also achieve healing. Healing was an upgrade based on self-healing, so it primarily healed one's own injuries, but the addition of being able to treat others in the area covered by the palm made all the difference. Self-healing was just a punching bag, but being able to heal others was like being an ancestor. From now on, a whole bunch of people would call him their healer. No, it should be called Dad. Wang Chen felt invigorated, his bright green eyes fixed on the barely breathing Xiao Gang. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his palm against Xiao Gang's chest. Little brother, step aside, my time has come. It's time to set off fireworks. Sigh, what's going on? Why is your hand so hot, so comfortable? What is this? Wang Chen's star power was rapidly depleting, and the healing speed was surprisingly similar to when he was at Black Iron level 1. Wang Chen could not accept this healing speed. He had to allocate points. After all, he had 1,000 skill points, so give me more. 100 skill points were instantly filled. In upgrading the self-healing skill to Silver LV2, the star power consumption decreased a bit and the healing speed noticeably quickened a little. But that little was still far from enough. Keep allocating points. In just a few seconds, Wang Chen directly added 900 points to the healing skill. The healing skill was the foundation for his survival. It could be used to show off when he was strong and to survive when he was weak. Just as Huang Feilong said, if you awaken the medical Star Warrior talent, you'll be a dad wherever you go. A whole bunch of people would rush to want you, and a large crowd would fight to protect you. Your existence represents the team's sustainability, the ability to not fear injuries, and even to not fear death. If it weren't for the fact that there was no difference between skill points 0 to 99 at silver level 9, Wang Chen would have loved to upgrade the skill to silver LV9, 99 out of 100. And in those brief seconds, Xiao Gang finally realized what Wang Chen was doing and also became aware of the changes happening in his body. His body felt warm, the pain was gone, and he felt completely relaxed, breathing lightly. The air was slightly cool, and that feeling of suffocation and breathlessness had completely vanished. In an instant, Xiao Gang stared at Wang Chen with eyes wide open like a bull. At this moment, Wang Chen had already removed his palm, and Xiao Gang's injuries had fully healed. All done. Are you a medical-type Star Warrior? Xiao Gang said in a daze, uttering something that made even Wang Chen unable to hold back a twitch. Was my medical Star Marshal skill not obvious enough? Aren't you supposed to return to the battlefield? Captain Rain and the others can barely hold on. Damn! You little demons, Grandpa Xiao is here, Xiao Gang roared like a leopard, his figure turning into a streak of light as he charged towards the battlefield. Damn it, old Xiao, don't you dare steal my glory. If anyone deserves it, it's me first. Get out of the way, I want to take down 10 with me. Take down 10 my ass, get your ass back. I'm here to kill enemies, not to seek glory. Xiao Gang kicked a bloodied comrade back, wielding his battle knife and charging madly towards the biochemical demon soldiers in front of him. Old Xiao, weren't you about to die? Ren Xingwu trembled all over, with Xiao Gang looking so lively. Where was the slightest hint of someone on the verge of death? Die my ass, that kid behind is a medical type. Star warrior, and he's a high-level one at that. Those seriously injured should retreat for treatment, and those lightly injured should hold the line. Heaven has eyes, our lives are not meant to end here. The soldier who had been kicked to Wang Chen's side was covered in dozens of knife wounds, each one deep enough to see the bone. Wang Chen couldn't imagine how someone with such severe injuries could keep fighting without even furrowing his brow. Although he had always heard that soldiers were the most respectable people in the world, he had never felt it firsthand. At this moment, Wang Chen was convinced. If such a person wasn't respectable, then the word respect wouldn't even exist in the world. Don't move, it will be over soon. Wang Chen pressed down on the man, his palm quickly gliding over the wounds to stop the bleeding first. Feeling his body rapidly healing, the soldier whose name Wang Chen couldn't recall was moved to tears. Don't cry, trust me, I'll heal you soon. I believe you, but can you be gentler when you rub my wounds? It hurts like hell. The pain would persist during the wound healing process. Only when the wounds were completely healed would there be no pain. So Wang Chen roughly rubbed over his dozen wounds, effectively forcing him to relive the pain from all those injuries. Even with a steel will, he couldn't hold back the tears from the pain. Damn, I'm out of blue. Just as he was about to heal him, the star power was almost depleted. I have soul orbs in my backpack. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Chen snatched the backpack from the other man, one hand reaching in to absorb star power while the other quickly healed each wound. Skill point +1. Skill point +1. Skill point +1. Alright, next. Soldiers, anyone with soul orbs, throw them over, healing consumes a lot of star power. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of backpacks fell like meteorites, nearly burying Wang Chen. I'm fully revived. You little demons, come at me. Old wolf, your intestines are hanging out. What the hell are you still fighting for? Go back and get healed first. Old wolf, go back. First, let Manhwa handle it. What the hell are you babbling about? You're wasting a second, this is an order. Ren Xingwu shouted in fury. Before Wang Chen could catch his breath, a bloodied middle-aged soldier lay in front of him. Little brother, be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. Your intestines are almost on the ground and you're still fighting, now you tell me you're afraid of pain? Wang Chen quickly stuffed Old Wolf's intestines back into the wound, not even caring whether they were neatly arranged. He hoped the Star Martial skill could help him reposition the intestines. The Star Martial skill activated, and his warm palm seemed like a small sun, awakening Old Wolf's nearly exhausted body. After a few seconds, not only were the intestines repositioned, but there wasn't even a scar at the wound. Then, after healing the Old Wolf's multiple knife wounds, a sturdy man charged back onto the battlefield once more. Next, Wang Chen didn't bother counting how many people he had healed or how many times he had done so. Anyway, for Xiao Gang, Wang Chen had taken over 3 times. But outside, the 5th-generation demon soldiers were increasing in number. What had started as 1 against 2 or 3 quickly turned into 1 against 4 or 5. This situation led to a fully revived warrior being injured by the demon soldiers before he could even kill a single biochemical demon soldier. Even if he managed to kill one, it was a matter of life and death. Soon, the scenario emerged where the rate of losing health was faster than the rate of recovery. Even with a powerful healing star warrior like Wang Chen present, casualties still occurred. The first to fall was Manhwa, a fire attribute star warrior in the nebula stage. After successfully killing a biochemical demon soldier, he was overwhelmed and killed by 3 others, with his comrades unable to rescue him in time, torn apart in the process. With 1 casualty, a second soon followed. This scene made Wang Chen's heart burn with anxiety. Just 30 seconds left, just 30 seconds until the cooldown for the Phoenix form is over. Brothers, hold on for 30 seconds, don't die within 30 seconds. As long as you can hold on for 30 seconds, I can take care of them. You must survive, hold on. Wang Chen wasn't sure if Ren Xingwu and the others heard him, and he knew his words lacked credibility. You, a star, no, a rookie who just broke through to the starry realm, think you can handle them? Do you think our elite team is just for show? But it seemed that just as Wang Chen said this, Ren Xingwu and the others suddenly intensified their assault. Demon brats. Grandpa will take you home, old wolf. Don't be impulsive. Boom. The old wolf suddenly transformed into a streak of light, charging into the midst of the biochemical demon soldiers, only to have his limbs and body severed in an instant. But suddenly, the star palace unfolded, the stars extinguished, and a powerful explosion erupted, engulfing 7 or 8 nearby biochemical demon soldiers. Life is as brilliant as summer flowers, death as dazzling as shooting stars. The fleeting beauty shocked Wang Chen's heart. Wang Chen had awareness and will. He could even face the enemy calmly and generously sacrifice himself. Yet he was still overwhelmed by the resolute determination of the soldiers before him. Even if they were to die in battle, they would choose the most valuable way to die, and even in their last breath, they would unleash a generous will to fight to the end. Suddenly, a poem flashed through Wang Chen's mind. What meaning is there in leaving my broken body? Let my shattered form become a bridge, leading the enemy to the shores of the underworld. In life, I fight. In death, I also fight. Old wolf, bastard, I'll fight you all to the end. Shao Gang, calm down. Phoenix form, activate. A cold voice rang out, as if from the judgment of hell. When the cooldown ended, Wang Chen activated the Phoenix form without hesitation. 300 skill points had already been added to the Phoenix form. 300 skills, unleashed in 30 seconds. A phoenix tail flower mark appeared between Wang Chen's brows, and this time, the Phoenix form seemed somewhat different from the last. As the Phoenix tail flower mark appeared, blood-red patterns emerged all over Wang Chen's body. A layer of bright red mist rippled around him, like blood, like fire, like a dream, like an illusion. In an instant, Wang Chen's figure appeared in front of Ren Xingwu, striking down the mantis blade of the biochemical demon soldier before him with a single palm, then launching a lightning-fast punch. The biochemical demon soldier's head exploded with a bang. Wang Chen's figure seemed to flash as he appeared beside each warrior, resolving their crises, then transforming into afterimages as he charged towards the incoming biochemical demon soldiers. The biochemical demon soldiers were strong, each possessing the strength of the mid-nebula stage. But before Wang Chen in Phoenix form, they were no match for a single punch. In less than 10 seconds, only a few biochemical demon soldiers remained in the cave. Ren Xingwu and the others still maintained their defensive fighting stance, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. Even with the strong hearts of soldiers, having been tempered by the trials of war and fire, they remained unflinching in the face of danger. Yet at this moment, their minds were blank. Just moments ago, the blade of the biochemical demon soldier had been less than 5 centimeters from his vital points. In that instant, Ren Xingwu had even prepared himself for a noble sacrifice. But suddenly, a figure wrapped in red mist flashed by, and then, there was no more of the biochemical demon soldier. Pft alone, drawn-out fart sound echoed. The soldiers, who had been frozen in place, suddenly seemed to awaken, instantly pulling back. Captain, what just happened? I want to know too. That person seemed to be Brother Wang Chen? Just now, I vaguely heard something about 30 seconds. Did any of you hear it? It was Brother Wang Chen telling us to hold on for 30 seconds. Is it really him? But how is that possible? Isn't he just at the Star Realm? Is this the Star Realm? Have we been wrong all along? Is the Star Realm not the starting point for Star Warriors? And have we been looking at the realm upgrade chart upside down? I don't know if it's upside down, but isn't Brother Wang Chen a healer? What are you still dawdling for? Brother Wang Chen has already charged out. Hurry and provide support. Ren Xingwu suddenly snapped back to reality, and as his words fell, he rushed towards the cave entrance. As they left the cave, Ren Xingwu and the others collectively gasped in shock. Outside the cave, dozens of biochemical demon soldiers lay sprawled out, all with their heads exploded. The positions of all the fallen biochemical demon soldiers were different. Ren Xingwu had seen such a scene before. Years ago, he was ordered to support a small country in the Middle East ravaged by alien beasts. At that time, a terrifying dimensional rift suddenly opened, and countless humanoid alien beasts surged into the country, slaughtering 100,000 people overnight. The United Nations passed an emergency resolution calling for peacekeeping support from the 5 permanent members. At that time, Ren Xingwu was a lieutenant captain. After a night of fierce battle, he and his squad were trapped in an abandoned factory, surrounded by endless alien beasts. They could only hide in the underground warehouse of the factory, waiting for rescue. A day later, someone knocked on the basement door, and after verifying the code, Ren Xingwu led his teammates out of the warehouse, only to be met with the sight of humanoid alien beast corpses, their fallen positions as chaotic and disordered as the scene before him. Later, after watching the surveillance footage, he learned that the powerful Star Warrior who had saved them, whose name he still did not know, had instantaneously killed thousands of alien beasts in the warehouse area. The alien beasts had been completely unaware of the enemy's appearance and were slaughtered in large numbers, leaving behind a chaotic pile of corpses. And at this moment, the hundreds of biochemical demon soldiers outside the cave had also been killed without even realizing the enemy was there. Brother Wang Chen, Xiao Gang suddenly exclaimed, as at the end of the pile of bodies, Wang Chen lay on the ground in a twisted position, unconscious. Xiao Gang rushed to Wang Chen's side. Brother Wang Chen, you can't die. Brother Wang Chen, don't shake me, don't fall apart. Wang Chen stared with a resentful gaze at this seemingly concerned, yet nearly fatal, Xiao Gang. At this moment, Wang Chen really wanted to take back his previous evaluation of the soldier. Cute my ass, I hate you. Little brother, how are you? Ren Xingwu approached and asked gravely. It's just exhaustion. An older soldier squatted down to check. Nothing serious. Xiao Gang, carry Wang Chen, we need to report back. This time, Xiao Gang was very careful. Even while running with Wang Chen on his back, Wang Chen didn't feel the bumps. But it still hurt. I want to dizzy in the head, my body felt as if it had been hollowed out. My organs, even my entire being, seemed no longer to belong to Wang Chen. I really don't know which pervert created the phoenix form. I, Wang Chen, swear that even if I were to be beaten to death next time or torn apart by 5 horses, I would never use it again. It's too painful. I say, little brother, can you change your falling posture next time to something more acceptable? The way you twisted your body at that angle just now, at first glance, it looked like you kicked the bucket. There won't be a next time. I promise. What kind of star martial skill is that? How is it so powerful? It must be an S-level star martial skill, or maybe even more, possibly an ultra S-level forbidden technique. I don't want to talk about this. I'll just take a nap for a bit. Drowsily, Wang Chen peacefully closed his eyes. Captain, the situation is serious, Ren Xingwu said gravely as he arrived in front of Wu Changfeng's office. I can see that your team lost 3 members, and everyone is injured, Wu Changfeng said darkly from behind his desk. That little girl brought the experimental data copies. Old Fu and I looked at them. This kind of biochemical demon soldier has never appeared before. The previous biochemical demon soldiers were at most high-level Star Realm, and even the Star Radiance Realm demon soldiers had never appeared. But this time, this 5th-generation biochemical demon soldier is probably beyond the control of the Star Cloud stage. It's inevitable that it's beyond the control of the Star Cloud stage. We encountered an ambush by demon soldiers while scouting the demon race base. Over 100 biochemical demon soldiers surrounding and killing our team. If it weren't for little brother Wang Chen, we would have undoubtedly died. Wang Chen? That little guy you brought back? Isn't he just at the Star Realm? How does he have such powerful support abilities? He killed about 70 or 80 of those demon soldiers by himself. Old Wu, do you know of a star martial skill that, once activated, has a mark on the forehead like a phoenix tail flower? A red mist rises from the body, like flames. Then, he moves as fast as lightning, with the strength to shatter mountains, able to kill dozens of star cloud stage beings like me in an instant. Ren Xingwu didn't dare to continue, as he felt at that moment that Wu Changfeng was about to eat him alive. Those bull-like eyes were fixed on him, sharp and piercing, reaching into his soul. Phoenix form? Wu Changfeng asked slowly, his sharp eyes locked onto Ren Xingwu's. His voice deep. I don't know. Old Wu, what kind of star martial skill is this? Have you seen it before? Wu Changfeng shook his head slowly. I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. You know, I graduated from the Demon City Star Martial Academy, and there's a legend there. 10 years ago, one of the 5 elders of the Jade Kingdom, Elder D, was transferred from the Manhwa Star Martial Academy to serve as the president of the Demon City Star Martial Academy. To the outside world, it seemed like a normal transfer of a university president, but for the Demon City Star Martial Academy, it was of great significance. What is the foundation of the Demon City Star Martial Academy? The Transformation Dragon Technique. For 200 years, countless powerful star martial skills have emerged from the Transformation Dragon Technique, which has become the foundation of the Demon City Star Martial Academy. But for us students of the Academy, the Transformation Dragon Technique has another name, called the Dragon Emperor form. You should be able to connect the significance of the Phoenix form I mentioned, right? Are you saying the Phoenix form is like the Dragon Emperor form, enough to support the foundation of a top Star Martial Academy? Yes. Elder D coming to the Demon City Star Martial Academy as president was a cause for celebration and encouragement throughout the academy. His arrival meant that he was essentially rebuilding a foundation for the Demon City Star Martial Academy. The Phoenix form is an S-level forbidden technique star martial skill from the Jade Kingdom, a powerful star martial skill passed down from ancient times. Its origins can be traced back to the mythological era. However, the learning conditions for this star martial skill are too harsh. No more than 10 people in the entire Jade Kingdom have practiced it, and as far as I know, only one has truly mastered it. Who? Ren Xingwu instinctively asked. One of the 5 emperors, the Southern Flame Emperor. These things were never deliberately told to Ren Xingwu before, so even a battle-hardened warrior felt the 8 trigrams fire burning fiercely within him. Especially since it was related to the 5 emperors, his eyes shone brightly. What you mean is, Wang Chen is the first to successfully cultivate the Phoenix form. After the Flame Emperor? You're overthinking it. Wu Changfeng glanced disdainfully at Ren Xingwu. The Phoenix form is a top-tier star martial technique. Knowing a bit about it and mastering it are completely different concepts. The Phoenix form has 3 variations, and only the Flame Emperor can truly execute all 3. Others can only manage some superficial aspects of the Phoenix form. But even at a superficial level, the power of the Phoenix form is astonishing. What I'm more concerned about is how a star martial artist like Wang Chen learned the Phoenix form and how he had the opportunity to do so. Well, I haven't investigated yet, but preliminary data shows he grew up in a single-parent family. His mother, Wang Ling, was a star martial artist but sacrificed during a mission when Wang Chen was very young. His father's background is blank. That's the problem. Being born into such an ordinary family makes it impossible to come into contact with a top-tier star martial technique like the Phoenix form. Moreover, as far as I know, the conditions for learning the phoenix form are extremely harsh. First, there's the requirement for physical strength. One must train their body to the point of being as tough as steel to withstand the fire attribute erosion brought by the phoenix form. The phoenix form is an incredibly violent power, demanding extreme levels of physical strength and star power control. A moment of carelessness, and the fire attribute star power can turn into flames, burning the body to ashes. Secondly, there's the requirement for a pure fire constitution. One must refine the fire attribute to over 98%. Because of this, the phoenix form is classified as a forbidden technique, requiring certain conditions to be met and permission to cultivate. This Wang Chen's background is definitely not ordinary. He is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. I agree with that. Just based on his medical abilities, he's the most impressive medical star martial artist I've ever seen. What did you say? Wu Changfeng suddenly turned to stare at Rin Xingwu. Medical system? Are you saying he knows medical star martial techniques? I don't know if it's a star martial technique, but he just places his hand on our wounds, and, after a while, our injuries heal without even a scar. In our squad's encounter with the demon soldiers, each of us was treated by Wang Chen at least 3 times. In just a few seconds, injuries that looked fatal were completely healed. I've seen medical star martial artists from the military, but none have such strong healing abilities. Old Wu, why not recruit Wang Chen? Wu Chanfeng pondered for a moment. If you want to recruit him, don't get your hopes up. He's still in high school, with a year left before joining the army and then 4 years of college. Even if he graduates, whether he'll join the army is another question. Even if he does, how can you be sure he'll join our Southeast Military District? As long as the hoe is swung well, there's no corner that can't be dug up. If handled properly, he can definitely enter the Southeast Military District, and once he's there, isn't he just meat in our Jinwu Corps pot? Don't think about that for now. Notify all the companies and battalions and call a meeting with the Special Operations Group leader. Yes, Wang Chen didn't know how long he had slept. This time, the side effects of using the phoenix form, while not as intense as last time, still felt like a much greater burden on his body. Slowly waking up, Wang Chen didn't immediately open his eyes but instead delved into the system to check his current status. Sure enough, the phoenix form was in cooldown, with a cooldown time of 22 hours. This meant he had been unconscious for 2 hours. It seems the discomfort wasn't as intense, was indeed just an illusion. Last time he only used the phoenix form for 5 seconds, and the feeling of being drained lasted for 2 hours before fading. But this time, it wasn't just harsh, he had passed out completely. After sleeping for 2 hours, why was the discomfort still so strong? Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but shiver all over. If he hadn't passed out earlier, what kind of experience would that have been? Worse than death? Damn. No more, never again. Next time, even if I have to fight to the death. I still have 50 skill points left. Recalling the time when he had over 1,000 skill points, it felt like a distant memory, like a withered flower from last night that Wang Chen couldn't help but reminisce about. Of course, spending 900 skill points on healing skills was worth it. Healing skills can heal others, their value is more important than Wang Chen's own life. To put it bluntly, Wang Chen's 130 pounds of flesh is just a bonus for the healing skill. With the remaining 50 points, Wang Chen happily added 1 point to each of his bronze level 9 skills. Instantly, Basic Combat, Silver LV1, 0 out of 100, Agility, Silver LV1, 0 out of 100, Melee Knife Technique, Silver LV1, 0 out of 100, Inch Force Fist, Silver LV1, 0 out of 100, were all shining silver skills, looking splendid. And it wasn't just about looks. In that moment, Wang Chen felt as if he had traversed through the vast changes of time. That instant of enlightenment felt like the sublimation of the soul into the body. Reflecting on his previous combat skills and fighting power was like a third grader looking back at their first grade exam papers. Damn, I could ace that exam with my eyes closed. Impossible, how could I have gotten such a low-level question wrong? No, this is definitely not me. At this moment, Wang Chen was utterly disdainful of his former self. Bronze is still bronze, he had been so self-satisfied before, but in the eyes of a king like me, you are just here to be a joke. Although Wang Chen was still light years away from being a king, it didn't stop him from examining and reflecting on his previous shortcomings with a king's demeanor. Awake? A cold yet gentle voice rang out. Blinking awake, he saw a graceful figure sitting by the bed, exuding a faint fragrance. Jiang Xinyu had changed out of her combat uniform, but she still wore armor on her chest, a medical stabilizing armor. A moonwhite mask, without any patterns, turned slightly to the side, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Wang Chen through the mask's eye holes. Have you been taking care of me all this time? Wang Chen struggled to sit up, although his limbs were still a bit sore, he wasn't paralyzed. Yes. Don't misunderstand, they are always the ones being served, and I at least have experience taking care of Xin Chen. Actually, you don't need to explain anything. Wang Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. Take off the mask, let me see. No, it's very ugly. We'll be able to go out soon, and after we get out, I'll find a medical star warrior to treat me. This level of injury won't be a problem, I can recover. You don't need to worry. Don't waste that money, I've broken through to the starry realm. Jiang Sinyu's eyes instantly lit up. So fast? How did you do it? Even Jiang Sinyu, a genius herself, found it unbelievable, unable to comprehend Wang Chen's growth speed, which was enough to look down on his peers. But Wang Chen knew his own situation. His leveling speed was predictable, the experience points. For the Star Realm started at 100, and by the time he reached Star Realm 9, it required 1000 points. But for the Starry Realm, his initial experience was 10,000, and Wang Chen didn't think that going from Starry 2 to Starry 3 would only require 11,000. It was definitely starting at 20,000. By this logic, leveling up in the Starry Realm would require 550,000 experience points. How long would it take to earn 550,000? And what about the Nebula Realm? 5,500,000? It seemed like the system was generous, giving Wang Chen hope for continuous progress, but the need for massive amounts of experience and skill points also left Wang Chen feeling powerless. No wonder some people get stuck in the Starry Realm for their entire lives, and the better ones can barely break through to the Nebula Realm without being cannon fodder. Above the Galaxy Realm, only a few remain. I really wish the system was like the greedy wolf systems in web games, where just killing a monster gives you 100,000 experience points, but unfortunately, the system is very serious. Don't ask me how I did it yet. I want to say that after my breakthrough, my innate star martial skills seem to have evolved. Not only can I heal myself, but I can also heal others. Really? Jiang Sinyu exclaimed excitedly, unsure whether she was happier about her own injuries being able to heal or about Wang Chen awakening his true medical star warrior talent. Wang Chen reached out and removed Jiang Sinyu's mask. Half of her face was covered in grotesque blood blisters, and her entire face was swollen. No wonder Jiang Sinyu wore a mask. Even Wang Chen found it hard to accept this face. His hand slowly touched Jiang Sinyu's injured cheek, and suddenly she recoiled sharply. Hiss, it hurts. Okay, I'll be gentler and try not to hurt you, Wang Chen said. He knew that in order for the healing skill to be fully transmitted into the target's body, he needed to press his palm firmly against the injured area. Being injured already, it was naturally painful when pressed like that. When he treated the Ring Xingwu team at the demon base, the tough man had cried tears of pain. Wang Chen understood. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu had just reached the door when they suddenly heard this exchange. The action of opening the door paused. Instantly, their faces stiffening as if weathered by time. As he placed his palm on Jiang Sinyu's cheek, a warm energy rose from his palm. Through her skin, it awakened Jiang Sinyu's cells. The pain vanished instantly, and her entire cheek felt warm, as if she were basking in a hot spring. Feeling comfortable, Jiang Sinyu couldn't help but let out a low moan. Mum. The moment the moan escaped, Su Shangwen's scalp tingled, and he stiffly turned his neck to look at Gong Feiyu with a questioning gaze. Gong Feiyu also wore a strange expression, silently shaking his head and then nodding. How is it? Does it hurt anymore? If it doesn't hurt, I'm going to press harder. As he spoke, Wang Chen pressed firmly on Jiang Sinyu's cheek, his entire hand completely covering the injured area. Star power activated, and a faint white light could be seen spilling from his palm. The blood blisters on Jiang Sinyu's face gradually darkened, and the skin visibly hardened. After about 10 seconds, the injured cheek felt as if it had a layer of crispy rice crust on it. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu quietly left, their backs appearing so desolate. Old Gong. Gong Feiyu, startled, quickly stepped away from Su Xiangwen, his eyes wide with fear as he warily looked at him. Xiangwen, we should have anticipated that Lanzi and Sinyu would come to this point. Although it came a bit suddenly, you wouldn't be so stimulated as to change your orientation, would you? Su Xiangwen also realized that the title he had blurted out earlier was somewhat inappropriate. No, your surname is Gong, not that Gong, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, from now on, it will just be the two of us single dogs left. They will definitely be throwing dog food around, and we have to hold on. The one who should hold on is you. I'm fine, that junior from the first year has been eyeing me for a long time. If I can't take it anymore, I might as well agree to her first. But you're too much of a flirt. If you want to get out of being single, you might need to change your ways, which could be quite difficult. Get lost. How can you just give in so easily? Do you believe I'll go out and confront that girl? Sigh. How did they develop so quickly? Clearly, before, even in the trial area, in the resting room of the garrison, it's just, wait, someone is coming. This is bad, we need to go close the door. Su Xiangwen suddenly shouted. Wang Chen released his hand, and Jiang Sinyu quickly grabbed her cheek. It was unbearably itchy, and her face felt stuffy. With that grab, the scars on her face were pulled off one by one. In no time, her flawless cheek appeared before Wang Chen like a peeled egg. Is it done? Jiang Sinyu asked nervously. Beautiful, perfect. But, your chest injury. Wang Chen's eyebrows twitched continuously, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Not good, there's a killing intent. Instantly, he wiped the smile off his face. It's fine, this injury isn't troublesome. The ribs have already healed, and there's no need for further combat. I can just take care of it myself, Jiang Sinyu said, turning her face slightly, her cheeks a bit flushed. Soldier, are you looking for Wang Chen? It's not very convenient right now. How about not convenient? Hasn't little brother Wang Chen woken up yet? Well, Wang Chen looked at Zhang Xinyu in confusion, and Zhang Xinyu strode to the door and opened it. Wang Chen is already awake. Why don't you two come in? Can we come in under these circumstances? Su Xianwen rolled his eyes. Don't block the doorway, let them in. Ren Xingwu entered the room, looking at Wang Chen, who was already up, smiling in the sunlight. How's the recovery, little brother? It's almost there. Lieutenant Ren, you came to find me. Is there something you need? Our company commander has something to say to you. He originally planned to come in person, but he couldn't get away for a moment. So, are you available? I'm available. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Let's go. Although his body was still a bit weak, it no longer affected his movement. Wang Chen followed Ren Xingwu out of the lounge under the puzzled gazes of Zhang Xinyu and the others. The camp of the primary trial ground was not large, resembling a rural primary school. 2 rows of 2-story small buildings, 1 row for accommodation and 1 row for offices. Report. Come in. Wang Chen was brought inside, and Wu Changfeng put down his pen, stood up, and gestured for Wang Chen to sit on the sofa. He then personally poured a glass of water for Wang Chen. Thank you very much for the information you provided us, and I also appreciate your help to my subordinates. Without you, I might have lost 10 good brothers. There's no need to thank me, Major. This is what I should do. I am a Star Warrior, and fighting against the demon race is also our duty and obligation as Star Warriors. Wang Chen didn't understand what the Major meant, so he spoke a bit awkwardly. Don't be nervous. My name is Wu Changfeng, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Jinwu Corps, currently stationed at the primary trial ground in Sioux City. You can call me Brother Wu or Old Wu, whatever you prefer. I wouldn't dare. I've never met such a high-ranking officer in my life. Wang Chen smiled obediently. High-ranking officer, my foot. Wu Changfeng grinned, speaking in a local dialect. A person from Sichuan. Confirmed. I'm not saying this to flatter you, little brother, but with your talent and your healing abilities as a Star Warrior, your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. In less than 10 years, your legend will spread throughout the Jade Kingdom. Brother Wu, if you praise me too highly, I might fall. Is your healing ability really that impressive? I don't even know how to answer that question. I've only been a Star Warrior for a few days, and I've only seen a few Star Warriors, so my exposure to their knowledge is limited. I have no idea what the level of other healing Star Warriors is. Without comparison, how can I know if I'm impressive? What kind of injuries can you treat? My Star Martial technique should be considered a form of repair. The talent is derived from self-healing. Self-healing means that when the body is damaged, it can be repaired through Star Martial techniques. So rather than calling it a healing Star Martial technique, it's more accurate to call it a repair Star Martial technique. As long as someone isn't dead, I can use my Star Martial technique to help repair the damage. But it also depends on the type of injury. If it's a broken arm or a missing leg, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to help. That aligns with my analysis. Your ability is very targeted and has a wide range of applications. It's very suitable for our military, especially for battlefield medical care. Hearing this, Wang Chen immediately became alert. Was this trying to recruit me into the military? He looked at Wu Changfeng in confusion, who smiled lightly. I mean, in the future. Actually, becoming a full-time doctor wouldn't be bad either. When he treated Ren Xingwu and the others before, each treatment increased his experience points, so it was a way to grow stronger even while lying down. Moreover, healing consumed star power, so he could openly request soul orbs to replenish skill points, making it a classic sustainable development route to becoming stronger. But Wang Chen calculated that upgrading from Star Radiance to Star Nebula required 550,000 experience points, which meant he would need to treat 5,500 people first. Let's not ask how much time it would take for so many people, but rather whether there are so many people who need to heal themselves. Unless a full-scale war breaks out, where would all these injured come from? And breaking through the Star River from the nebula is even more classic, needing to treat 55,000 people. Damn, is this something a person can handle? Even if 10 people are treated a day, it would take nearly 20 years. If one wants to level up to the Star Sea realm through healing, it would truly be a lifetime endeavor. A dedicated medical career may seem stable, but it is not the life Wang Chen desires. Spending a lifetime, and possibly dying without breaking through to the Star Sea realm, would be an absolute disgrace among the army of transmigrators. Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. Who knows what the future holds? That's true. I heard from squad leader Lian that you performed a very powerful Star Martial skill at a critical moment, which saved them all. This Star Martial skill should be called the Phoenix form, right? Wang Chen looked at Wu Changfeng in surprise, not expecting anyone to know about this Star Martial skill. Wang Chen had specifically searched online. There were many Star Martial skills like Phoenix Wings, Phoenix Wings Soaring, and Phoenix Dance, but he couldn't find anything on the Phoenix form. You don't need to look at me so surprised. Such a classic and powerful Star Martial skill cannot be kept a secret. Moreover, I graduated from the Magic City Star Martial Academy, and something significant happened back then, making the Phoenix form well known among my classmates. That's indeed the case. So, I'm very curious. The Phoenix form is an S-rank Star Martial skill and also a forbidden technique. Even many powerful star martial artists have no chance to learn it. How did you obtain it? Will it bring me danger? That depends on how you obtained it. If the method is improper, the country won't spare you. If the method is legitimate, then the country will protect you. After all, an S-rank star martial skill is enough to make many people covet it, even to the point of trampling on the law. My mom left it to me, Wang Chen said straightforwardly. Possessing a treasure that others covet is inherently dangerous. If he cannot obtain the protection of powerful strength, he might end up dead on the streets one day. Your mom? Wu Chongfeng's expression suddenly became serious. I've seen your file. Your mom's name is Wang Ling and she is a star martial artist. But strangely, I can only find the most superficial information. Your mom's file only has this basic information. Everything about her past, such as her birth, education, work, and experiences, is blank. This must have been classified as confidential. However, I have a guess about your identity, so I hope you can tell me. Rest assured, I am a soldier and a member of the National Defense Department's Blade program. My political leanings and identity are trustworthy. I understand confidentiality regulations, and even if you tell me, I won't leak it. And you are in danger. The fact that you possess the Phoenix form cannot be hidden for long. Is that so? Wang Chen did not hesitate for long. Actually, I don't know much about my mom either. I was told when I was 8 that she died on a mission. But shortly after I awakened as a star martial artist, my aunt gave me my mom's belongings and told me about her identity. She might not be dead, she might just be missing, or she might not be missing at all. My mom's name is Wang Ling, title, Flame Emperor. Wu Chongfeng's breathing suddenly quickened, although he had suspected it for a long time. Hearing the exact news felt like being engulfed by a tsunami, experiencing the impact of turbulent waves. In the entire Jade Country, no more than 10 have practiced the Phoenix form, and the only known successful practitioner is the Flame Emperor. Those who have not succeeded naturally would not dare to pass this skill to others unless they wanted to harm them. Only those who have successfully walked this path can allow another to replicate their success. Therefore, in Wu Chongfeng's speculation, Wang Chen's Phoenix form is derived from the Flame Emperor. But Wang Chen's relationships are completely clean, and he cannot have any connection with the Flame Emperor. Only Wang Chen's mother, Wang Ling, has such strangely clean and mysterious information. With sharp intuition, Wu Chongfeng speculated that this Wang Ling should have a close relationship with the Flame Emperor. Now, this speculation has been confirmed. The Flame Emperor is Wang Ling, and Wang Ling is the Flame Emperor, the son of the Flame Emperor, the descendant of the 5 emperors. What a dazzling and brilliant identity! The 5 elders and the 5 emperors have always been mentioned together, but who knows that the 5 elders and the 5 emperors are mutually accomplished? Why are these 5 called the 5 elders? It is because these 5 venerable elders cultivated such extraordinary disciples as the 5 emperors. It is also because of the strength of the 5 emperors that the status of the 5 elders is highlighted. The 5 elders do not only have the 5 emperors as their disciples are spread across various fields, and all are elites and talents. The 5 elders may never be able to cultivate as second 5 emperors, so the identity after the 5 emperors is a shining star in the eyes of the 5 elders faction. With such an identity, who would dare to make a move? Yet, this identity has been so obscure for 16 years? Wu Chongfeng was astonished and even more impressed. As expected of the Flame Emperor, he managed to hide his child so well, so deeply. I understand now, since the child of the Flame Emperor has been born, then I guess I was overthinking it. Your safety actually doesn't need my concern. Oh, Brother Wu, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. You don't need to understand, just eat, drink, and live your life as you should. I wasn't anxious at first, but now that you say that, I'm suddenly a bit anxious. It's not what you think. You possessing the Phoenix form won't bring you any trouble, don't worry. You are the son of the Flame Emperor. Who would dare to do anything to you? By the way, the reason I asked you to come over this time is to discuss something with you. Wu Chongfeng's tone changed somewhat suddenly, although he hadn't been domineering. Before, the conversation had mostly been in a leading tone, but now, this tone carried a hint of humility. Brother Wu, please go on. From the experimental video brought by Jiang, we can conclude that the failure of the 5th generation biochemical demon soldiers a year ago triggered a riot, and even the leading doctor died. Although it was eventually suppressed by the demon race, the base seems to have been sealed, and the plan has been shelved. However, from your experiences, it appears that the biochemical demon soldier plan has made breakthrough progress. They have successfully controlled the biochemical demon soldiers, and the strength of the biochemical demon soldiers has been enhanced once again. Moreover, there are dozens of cultivation pods in the sealed base, but the army of biochemical demon soldiers you encountered far exceeds the number of cultivation pods. This leads us to 2 conclusions. First, there are other demon race bases in the trial grounds, and there are demons secretly producing biochemical demon soldiers. Second, the demon race's biochemical demon soldier plan has been perfected. Whether they hid the base in the primary trial ground to secretly cultivate demon soldiers or for other purposes is not important. What matters is that we need to find them and eliminate them. We will soon completely close the trial ground, forcibly remove the Star Warriors within, and then conduct a thorough excavation and search. At that time, a hard battle is inevitable. Your medical abilities are urgently needed, and I hope you can stay and help us, providing us with treatment. Don't you have any medical star warriors? Wang Chen asked curiously. No. Medical star warriors are too precious. There may not be one among 100 star warriors. The Southeast Military District has 100,000 star warriors, but only about 1,000 are medical star warriors. Medical star warriors are so precious, how could they be assigned to the trial ground for duty? They are either on leave or studying, and only during wartime are they assigned. Don't you report to your superiors or seek assistance? Of course, we report and seek assistance. But the military's order to me is to hold on for 2 days. Although I don't know why, there must be a reason. It could be due to something the demon race has done. Little brother, do you think the demon race would give us 2 days to safely wait for support? I am certain that they will take action within these 2 days. I just hope you can help save those injured brothers. You don't need to participate in the battle. And I promise, if there's any danger, you'll be the first one I send out. How about it? Defending our home and protecting human civilization is the mission of every star warrior. I cannot shirk my responsibility. However, even though I possess the phoenix form, using it once drains me significantly, and I need 24 hours to use it again. So even if you want my help, you'll have to wait 24 hours. I understand, of course. The phoenix form is such a powerful star martial skill. Logically, you shouldn't even meet the requirements to learn it, yet you can use it, which surely comes at a cost. Moreover, I won't be polite about it. With my mid-stage galaxy realm cultivation, suppressing a primary secret realm is more than enough. In that case, my life is in your hands, Brother Wu. Don't worry, even if I have to risk everything, I'll ensure your safety. If something happens to you here, I might not have a future left. Rest assured. After Wang Chen left, the station troops at the trial ground began a thorough sweep to eliminate the trial participants. Since the previous beast turmoil had already been cleared once, all the star warriors were gathered at the entrance, and the trial ground's lockdown had not been lifted. This time, it was even more thorough. The previous explanation was that due to the turmoil in the trial ground, for the safety of the participants, all trial participants were to remain on standby at the entrance. They would only be allowed to proceed with their trials after the station troops completed the suppression. This was a trial fee of 5,000 a day. Delaying even a single day felt like cutting flesh for the participants. As they watched the beast turmoil in the trial ground being suppressed, the participants eagerly awaited the resumption of operations. Dear trial participants, the beast turmoil in the trial ground has been suppressed. We kindly ask all participants, wait, we've received an urgent notice. There is an unknown malfunction in the trial ground. The station troops request all participants to leave the trial ground immediately. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and losses caused to all participants. Broadcasting again. What the hell? What's going on? Wasn't the beast suppressed? Unknown malfunction? What unknown malfunction? Is the trial space collapsing or what? I paid to get in here, and you're telling me to clear out? Refund. Refund. Dear trial participants, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. We will refund the trial fees from the start of the beast turmoil to the remaining days in full. We ask for your understanding. Understanding my foot. Do you think we care about this little money? We want soul orbs. Yes, we want a trial. The clamor had no effect on the Star Warrior Army's decision. Although they shouted loudly, they still obediently handed over their belongings and left when cleared out. Unyielding? Not a chance. A squad of Star Warriors stood firm, each radiating the power of the starry or nebula realm. You bunch, at best, are in the starry realm. Come and try, and we'll teach you a lesson in no time. In the pitch-black underground secret realm, the yellow incandescent lights above flickered slightly, casting dim light that only illuminated the shadows of the 3 people at the round table below, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The base of the primary trial ground that has been sealed for a year has been discovered. How was it discovered? Have they been searching for it all year? No, it was an accident. A trial team encountered the Fire Leopard King in the canyon outside Wind Valley, and during the fight, they unintentionally blew open the back wall of the base. You know, the cliffs of Wind Valley have been weathered for years, becoming thinner and thinner. What should we do? Launch the plan early? We can only launch it early. But what? This time, the True Martial Group's 3rd Battalion is stationed at the primary trial ground. Unfortunately, the Star Martial Corps of the Southeast Military District is strongest in the Star Martial Special Operations Brigade, and within that brigade, the True Martial Regiment is the most formidable. This time, they just happened to clash with the elite among the elite of the Star Martial Corps. In the 3rd Battalion of the True Martial Regiment, Battalion Commander Wu Changfeng possesses mid-stage Star River strength. The Deputy Battalion Commander, Fu Xiaoshi, has peak Star Cloud strength, and the battalion boasts as many as 170 elite Star Cloud warriors, accounting for 1/3 of the entire regiment. After they discovered the closed base, a reconnaissance team re-entered the area. I intended to test the strength of the True Martial Army and dispatched 155th generation biodemons, but the result was beyond my expectations. Were the casualties severe? All 155th generation biodemons were killed, while only 4 members of the Special Operations team perished. What? The middle-aged man across from me could no longer remain calm. How is that possible? 3 fifth-generation biodemons can kill a human Star Cloud warrior. How did they manage to wipe out all 150 of our biodemons at the cost of just 4? Was it Wu Changfeng who made the move? I wish it were so, but the truth is otherwise. At that time, Wu Changfeng was still at their headquarters and had not left. The junior trial ground only has 1,000 biodemons. If the battle situation is like this, our plan has no chance of success at all. Can we make the biodemon silent? Hide the base? It's useless. The boy who spoke first shook his head. This time is different from a year ago. A year ago, they were uncertain about our base, so they searched and left without finding it. But this time, they are sure of the base's location. They will dig 3 feet into the ground, even turning the entire trial ground upside down if necessary. Our base cannot be hidden, nor can the biodemons or demon generals. Damn, this is our first operational plan. If it fails, the Empire will lose faith in us. So this plan must succeed. Of course, based on the intelligence I have. Even the true martial regiment shouldn't be as strong as they appeared. That victory might have unexpected factors involved. Moreover, the combat power assessment of the Demon General is in the late Star River stage. We are not without a chance. Let's hope so. If it weren't for the true martial regiment stationed there, it wouldn't matter if the plan was advanced. Destroying a junior trial ground is equivalent to cutting off a training base for Star Warriors in the Jade Kingdom. Fate will not always favor us. We must face the unexpected. The secret room fell into silence once again. At the entrance of the trial ground, Wang Chen and Jiang Xinyu arrived at the exit. The report of Wang Yul's death and the analysis, proving Wu Changfeng had already been prepared. After going out, Jiang Xinyu would definitely not encounter any trouble, and Wang Yul would enjoy posthumous glory as a martyr. Martyrs are highly valued in times of peace, receiving social acclaim and public praise, and his parents would receive special care for being the parents of a hero. Once war breaks out, these soft benefits might disappear. In a full-scale war against the demon race, anyone can die, and everyone might die. Jiang Xinyu passed through security safely, but just took 2 steps when she suddenly stopped. Because Wang Chen was right behind her, yet she hadn't heard him go through security. A terrifying suspicion arose in her mind, and Jiang Xinyu suddenly felt her heart tremble. Panic showed on her face as she turned around abruptly, only to see Wang Chen smiling and waving at her from behind the security checkpoint. Wang Chen, what are you doing? Come here. Su Xiangwen's eyes were a bit frantic as he waved his hand. You all go ahead, I'll stay back to assist the Star Martial Army. They need me. What nonsense! You're not a soldier, you're still a student. On the battlefield against the demon race, what's the difference between a soldier and a student? I am a Star Warrior, and that's enough. Besides, I am a medical Star Warrior, safe in the rear. Don't worry, I'll be out in a couple of days. Wang Chen smiled and turned to leave. Stop, Jiang Xinyu's cold voice rang out. You are brought by me, so I will take you out. Will you come out? This is my personal decision. No one will blame you. Someone here will inform my aunt. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. In the end, Jiang Xinyu managed to hold back that last word, her eyes flickering for a moment as she strode towards the security checkpoint. Beep beep beep, Miss Jiang, please step back. The trial ground has been closed, and all trial participants must leave. I am a star martial artist of the Nebula realm. I can assist the military in battle. I'm sorry, we cannot accommodate your request. Please leave as soon as possible. The trial area has been cleared. All trial participants have left the trial ground. Seal the trial ground. The trial ground is now sealed. The heavy iron door slowly closed, gradually isolating the 2 worlds. In their line of sight, the figure of the other person became narrower and smaller. Boom, the iron door shut completely. The sound felt as if it had struck Jiang Xinyu's heart, giving her the illusion of losing the whole world in an instant. That bastard Wang Chen, how could he just ditch us like this? Does he not care about us brothers? Xinyu, don't worry too much. Wang Chen is a medical star martial artist. He won't go to the front lines. Besides, doesn't Wang Chen have his phoenix form? You still don't understand him? He never does anything without confidence. Let's wait for him outside. Jiang Xinyu wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said lightly. The silent night was dim in the sky. Within the secret realm, there was still day and night. The day was not very bright, and the night was not too dark. The sky above seemed to change like a lamp with the passage of time. The exotic beasts in the primary trial ground had completely quieted down, and the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion of the True Martial Corps were scattered throughout every corner of the trial ground, beginning a carpet search from the outside in. In the command center, people came and went. Because wireless devices could not be added in the trial ground, and even wired phones were absent, communication with the subordinate troops relied solely on messengers running back and forth. Wu Changfeng commanded from the center, while Wang Chen quietly watched Wu Changfeng quickly issue one command after another and rapidly receive updates on the situation. This scene was reminiscent of the ancient costume dramas he had seen in his past life. Report, Battalion Commander, Team 32 has discovered traces of the biochemical demon soldiers. They attempted to attack the White Ape tribe to incite chaos among the exotic beasts, and they have now been eliminated by Team 32. Please advise. Continue steady exploration. Focus on the exotic beast tribe stronghold. Yes. Order, teams 15 to 30 should pay close attention to the exotic beast tribes. I suspect the demon clan will create chaos before taking action. Understood. Meanwhile, as the camp was bustling with activity, large mounds suddenly bulged up from the ground around the perimeter of the Star Marshal Army's camp. With slight wriggling, one after another, fifth-generation biochemical demon soldiers emerged from underground. In the blink of an eye, 300 of them appeared densely packed. They made not a sound, silently approaching the camp. The interior of the camp was now empty, as the main forces had already gone out to search for the whereabouts of the demon clan, and the Star Marshal Army would never expect a surprise attack from the biochemical demon soldiers. At this moment, indeed, the guards at the camp were very few, while the lights of the command center shone brightly like fireflies in the night, so conspicuous. The demon soldiers approached silently, converging from all directions. When they were 200 meters away from the command center, the biochemical demon soldiers suddenly charged forward, transforming into streaks of light in the darkness as they rushed towards the command center. Roar, the howls, like wolf cries, echoed, and anything that stood in the way of the demon soldiers would be ruthlessly torn apart. They faced almost no obstacles and successfully burst through the main door of the command center. The lights above flickered slightly, but the shadows in the command center were merely dummies. The demon soldiers certainly did not understand the difference between real people and family. They only needed to know how to tear everything in front of them apart. Zzz, whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, signal light shot up into the sky, and in the temporary command post located in the canyon north of the command center, Wu Changfeng slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Good, the fish is on the hook. Brothers, let's slaughter those demons spawn. Sensing the ambush, the controlling demon soldiers quickly ordered a retreat. But just as they reached the outskirts of their base, they collided head-on with the arriving Wu Changfeng. You think you can run after coming here? Kill! Wu Changfeng tore off his clothes, charging at the demon soldiers with a roar, bare-chested. Wang Chen, who was at the back of the line, was instantly stirred with excitement. A real man should be like this. Wu Changfeng was likely a metal attribute star warrior, a rare yet powerful attribute. After tearing off his clothes, his body seemed to inflate like a balloon. But it wasn't the kind of inflation that makes one fragile, it was a terrifying growth of muscles, akin to the Hulk transforming. As his muscles grew, his body gradually turned into a steel frame. He charged to the front, raising a fist as large as a pot lid and smashing it down on a biochemical demon soldier. The biochemical demon soldiers were mere war machines. They had no thoughts and felt no fear. Even knowing they were like mantises trying to stop a chariot, they still swung their mantis blades at Wu Changfeng. The sharp blade grazed Wu Changfeng's body, creating a dazzling spark on his silver steel frame, and then there was nothing after that. The demon soldier's head vanished as if it had been devoured by something. One punch, instant kill. If the biochemical demon soldiers were war machines, then Wu Changfeng was a war behemoth, his body a steel frame, his strength capable of moving mountains. Engaging in close combat with such a high defense tank would be terrifyingly despairing if the biochemical demon soldiers had thoughts. In less than half an hour, 300 demon soldiers were completely wiped out. Wu Changfeng alone took down half of them, one punch each, sometimes even several with one punch. As the battle drew to a close and all the biochemical demon soldiers were slain, the entire camp had also vanished completely. Wu Changfeng walked with heavy steps, each movement echoing like a transforming robot clashing with metal. His body was completely covered in green blood, and the original silver color of his body was no longer visible. Little brother, these demon soldiers, not that impressive, huh? Wang Chen said, feeling a bit exasperated. He used to think Wu Changfeng was a serious person, but once they got familiar, he realized he wasn't that serious after all. You're a mid-stage galaxy realm expert and a tank, of course. You think the demon soldiers are nothing. Knowing that Wu Changfeng was showing off, Wang Chen couldn't let him have his way. Well, after all, they are just demon soldiers. To the demon race, they are just cannon fodder, expendable. Killing as many as you want won't hurt their feelings. 300 in half an hour is too much of a waste of time. With that, Wang Chen decisively turned and left. Captain, all invading biochemical demon soldiers have been killed. Please give instructions. Ren Xingwu came to Wu Changfeng's side, saluting and shouting. By the way, how many of these demon soldiers did you encounter last time? 150. Ren Xingwu looked at Wu Changfeng in confusion. Did his brain turn to muscle after becoming a big guy? Hadn't he already reported this? His memory couldn't be that bad, could it? How long did Wang Chen take to kill 150 demon soldiers? About less than a minute. Wu Changfeng's body gradually shrank, quickly returning to its original size. TCH, what are you so proud of? Our fighting styles are different. Fast doesn't necessarily mean strong. Wu Changfeng was a bit unconvinced. As a top student from the Magic City Star Warrior Academy, he had only shown off in front of others over the years. How could he let someone else steal his thunder? Report to the captain. 100 soldiers participated in the operation, 12 severely injured, 33 lightly injured, and no casualties. Hearing this, Wu Changfeng immediately exploded, pointing at the pile of mush on the ground. This thing can get hurt too? The soldiers who gathered around looked at Wu Changfeng with particularly resentful eyes. In the past, an injured soldier meant a loss of combat power. Even lightly injured soldiers wouldn't be able to participate in battle again without at least 7 or 8 days of rest. Although the demon race had paid the price of 300 biodemon soldiers, they had also caused a loss of 50 men from the Xingwu army. Demon soldiers are mass-produced. For the demon race, if they die, it's no big deal, they can just recreate them. However, causing a reduction of 50 men in the Xingwu army was still a worthwhile trade. Of course, the premise is that there is no outlier like Wang Chun. 1 by 1, line up. 1 soul pearl for light injuries, 2 for serious injuries, 3 for near death. Soul pearls have a price, but life is priceless, so don't hide your injuries. Anyone near death? Anyone near death? No? Then, those seriously injured come in. 2 soul pearls. Wang Chun shouted excitedly, like a street vendor trying to attract business in a small town. A soul pearl not only replenishes star power but also accumulates skill points. Delicious, really. Delicious. Zhang Xiaofei, lieutenant in the 3rd Battalion of the Jinwu Corps, seriously injured. That's 2. Wait, don't talk. Wang Chun pressed down on Zhang Xiaofei, tearing open his collar. I say, big brother, is this called serious injury? Just 1 soul pearl, is it really worth it? Little brother, don't screw me over. I was just poked by a demon soldier's armor spike. Serious injury is already the limit. If there were no medical star warriors, this would be reported as a light injury. What the hell, is that just a poke? You went in through the front and came out through the back, okay? Punctured a lung, almost pierced the heart. Near death, 3 soul pearls. Have some shame. I'm so clear-headed. How can this be considered near death? And even if the lung is punctured, what does that have to do with the heart? Left lung. Also, this clear-headedness you speak of has a medical term called returning light, and if you had waited 3 more minutes, you would have kicked the bucket. I'll treat you first. Brother Ren, remember 3 soul pearls. Okay, my ass, old Ren, you can't help this little bastard. This kid is just a money grubber, can't you? See he's profiting from the war? I can't see it, but I can see you spitting blood. Hiss. Zhang Xiaofei glared angrily at Wang Chen. If you press any harder, the blood foam is coming out because of this bastard. Damn, hey. Comfortable. Be a bit restrained, don't act like you're calling for spring. Alright, next. Liao Mingming, left artery injured, serious injury. Damn, I tolerated the last guy's penetrating injury being called serious, but you've got the nerve to say serious after getting your throat cut? I used star martial arts to block the wound, at least for now. There's no danger to life. Silly kid, you have to listen to the doctor. Just because you say there's no danger doesn't mean there isn't. Mental patients also insist they're not sick. Brother Rin, if someone cuts your neck, would you die or not? Near death, remember 3 pearls. The treatment room was noisy, and outside the treatment room, it was even louder. Damn, our military's medical star warriors are so impressive. Asking them for help is almost like calling them daddy. This Wang Chen is quick to act. Thought he was a good comrade. Damn, he's just a money grubber. I just have a fractured calf, such a light injury, and he calls it serious? 2 soul pearls, I only get 4 soul pearls a month. Be content. If you had that injury in an outside hospital, it would be an amputation. Calling it serious isn't unfair. I just broke 2 ribs, and he has the nerve to ask for 2 soul pearls. I can see it now. This little Wang is a money grubber who doesn't even have the words light injury in his dictionary. Even a scratch could be called a serious injury. Captain. Hello, Captain. Good. How are the brothers doing? Captain, the brothers are in pain. Can't you have some ambition? Is there anyone in the Jinwu army who's afraid of pain? Did you sneak in here? We're not physically hurt, but our hearts ache. Little Wang's skinning knife is too ruthless. After 1 treatment, 2 or 3 soul orbs are gone. In the central command room, Wu Changfeng looked spiritedly at the grassroots cadres sitting below. The enemy lure plan has been a complete success. Last night, the demon race's biochemical demon soldiers launched a surprise attack on our command center, and we annihilated all 300 biochemical demon soldiers. We had no casualties. Applause erupted. But victory is only temporary, a phase. We merely thwarted a despicable sneak attack from the demon race. We have not yet eradicated them. From this enemy lure plan, I have identified several issues, both advantageous and disadvantageous. First, the demon race's choice to sneak attack our command center indicates that the biochemical demon soldiers are led by a highly intelligent commander. We already know that biochemical demon soldiers lack reason and thought. However, they are fiercely powerful, ignorant, and therefore fearless. If they only obey orders, they will become a very terrifying, disciplined elite army. Of course, this also indirectly shows me that the demon race is short on troops. If they had sufficient forces, they wouldn't need to launch a decapitation plan against our command center. For the demon race, biochemical demon soldiers are consumables. There is absolutely no strategic intent to exchange minimal cost for maximum results. Thus, the demon race's forces left in the trial ground are insufficient, even in their view, to defeat us head-on. This is good news. Knowing ourselves and knowing the enemy, we will never be defeated. We now have a rough judgment of the demon race, and the next step is to formulate tactics. Last night Captain Fu and I devised a combat plan for this situation. We call it the Tilling Plan. Wang Chen twitched his mouth. What kind of plans are being shown on TV? Death Plan, Thunder Plan, Trojan Horse Plan. You named it the Tilling Plan? I really doubt your degree was bought with money. As the name suggests, it means to turn over every corner of the trial ground to find those demon brats. The trial ground isn't too big or too small, spanning 40 kilometers. There isn't much space to hide so many people. Each team consists of 5 members and each team carries 3 types of signal flares. A blue signal means everything is safe. A green signal means a situation has been discovered but no reinforcements are needed, and a red signal means encountering demon soldiers and needing reinforcements due to being outmatched. Simultaneous firing of blue and red signals indicates that demon soldiers are in pursuit. Is everyone clear? Clear. Each team will send a signal every 15 minutes. If there is no signal sent for over half an hour, the battalion will assume they are dead. If there are delays in sending signals due to non-accidental factors, military law will be enforced. Is that understood? Understood. Dismissed. Spread the word. After the meeting, Wang Chen did not leave. Wu Changfeng and Fu Chaoshi looked at Wang Chen curiously. Little brother, do you have something to say? Wang Chen took out a small notebook from his pocket. Brother Wu, a total of 105 soul orbs. I rounded it down to 100. Thank you for your patronage. Speaking of this, Brother Wang, you're not being fair. Charging the brothers for healing their wounds, isn't that too high? You previously said it nicely, offering free treatment to the soldiers as long as they provided soul orbs to replenish star power. But yesterday, you stripped those brothers down to their underwear. I ask you, does your conscience hurt? They fight for the country, bleed for it, and you still strip them of their clothes. Hey, if you keep this up, it's gone too far. Tone it down. You are a soldier who bleeds but doesn't cry. I feel sad for my brothers. Do you know what they called you last night? Little Wang the Skinner. Brother Wu, did the brothers really say that about me? Wang Chen's eyes widened in shock, turning red. Those eyes, more painful than a heart, instantly pierced Wu Changfeng's heart like a sharp sword. Not good. A thought suddenly lit up in Wu Changfeng's mind. The act has gone too far, and Wang Chen's heart has grown cold. I never expected, really never expected. I didn't think you all would see me this way. Last night, to save my brothers' lives, I didn't waste even a second. Lacking star power, I paid out of my own pocket, consuming 120 soul orbs over a full hour. These soul orbs were earned with my life. Now you want me to make up for 100, and I'm already being said to be skinning them alive for losing 20. He looked up at the starry sky, at a 45-degree angle, lost in philosophical thought. Hey, little brother, don't be angry just yet. It's tough for the brothers. Really, gathering a few soul orbs isn't easy. We only get 3 or 4 a month, and we have to hold out in this godforsaken place for half a year or a year. Just look at this environment. It's either a desert or an ice field, either lava or a gale. We eat energy bars and compressed biscuits, and drink filtered water. Occasionally, a kind-hearted trialist is willing to share some food from outside, but we can't bear to eat it and have to save it for a good day to share with everyone. You open your mouth and it's 2 or 3 soul orbs. The brothers feel the pinch. But I also know, little brother, you have your difficulties too. Each soul orb is earned through life and death battles against alien beasts. With you here, none of the brothers have died, and that makes me happy. They may seem cheerful on the surface, but deep down, they are so grateful to you. Old Fu, 120 soul orbs. We can't let the little brother take a loss, right? A real man should be straightforward, don't be stingy. Oh, the pained expression on Wang Chen's face gradually faded, a cold smile forming in his heart. Did I waste these years in Hangdian, competing with me in acting? K.O. Old Fu quickly returned, a pained look on his face as he handed a bag of soul orbs to Wang Chen. Although these expenses could be reimbursed by the military in the future, it was still hard to part with them. Wang Chen happily accepted them, not immediately absorbing them to challenge their nerves. Suddenly, Wang Chen's smile faded and a serious expression appeared on his face. Brother Wu, there's a question I've been trying to understand, and I hope Brother Wu can enlighten me. Your farming plan, I always feel, it doesn't seem very reliable. Oh, do tell. Wu Changfeng immediately showed surprise, then asked with a smile. I remember there are only 500 people in the 3rd Battalion, and those 500 are scattered across a trial area of 160 square kilometers, digging 3 feet into the ground. With such complex terrain and variable climate, how long will it take to find anything? It's not that I doubt the brothers' abilities, but if the demon race is hiding underground, living in hiding, I just feel it won't be easy to find them. Shouldn't the farming plan be carried out after support arrives? Of course it's hard to find, so think again, why am I doing this? If it's not that Brother Wu is being too naive, then it must be. Wang Chen's mind raced, and soon his eyes lit up. The real plan isn't the farming plan, but to lure the snake out of its hole. Oh, how do you figure that? Wu Changfeng poured 2 cups of water, placing one beside Wang Chen. Previously, Brother Wu mentioned that the demon race's strength is insufficient, at least they don't have a crushing advantage compared to the 3rd Battalion. That's why Brother Wu used this method of digging for sweet potatoes to try to draw out the demon race's forces. But the demon race knows this situation, and clearly, they won't let us find them easily. If this stalemate continues, it won't be good for the demon race. They have to worry about being found and also about us seeking external support. So, if I were the demon race, I would definitely destroy the trial area before external support arrives. And to destroy the trial area, the first step is to eliminate the 3rd Battalion. Are you waiting for them to carry out another decapitation operation? Smart. It seems you have a tactical talent. How about joining the Southeast Military District in the future? With your abilities plus your talent, and your identity as a medical star warrior, you could easily become a general. Well, let's talk about that later, but there's one more thing I don't understand. Our command center is randomly selected. The demon race shouldn't know where it is, right? You want to decapitate the demon race, you have to give them a target for decapitation. Hiding the command center so well and with such tight security. Ha ha ha, Wu Changfeng laughed. Little brother, what is false is real, and what is real is false. If we intentionally expose a flaw for the demon race to see, would they still dare to come for the decapitation? What we need is to be flawless. The more flawless we are, the more the demon race will believe it. But if there's no bait, how can the fish be caught? That's because you haven't systematically studied tactics and strategy. Once you go to university, you'll understand. Never think of the enemy as fools. On the contrary, you should overestimate their capabilities to devise corresponding countermeasures. If I don't give them a flaw, the demon race won't discover the command center? I believe they have their ways. In the early morning, the battle plan began, with nearly 70 search teams seemingly scattered in a chaotic manner, starting a carpet search in various locations. Meanwhile, in another quiet chamber, 3 people sat under dim lighting. It's been 2 days, we don't have much time left. I estimate that the support from the Star Martial Army will arrive within 4 days. 4 days? How much do you underestimate the army of the Jade Kingdom? The Paradise Bird promised to buy us 4 days, but that time needs to be cut in half. 2 days? That's right, at the latest by tonight, a steady stream of reinforcements will enter the trial ground, and we will be like dumpling filling wrapped in the middle. So what should we do? So the plan starts now. It must be now. Report, Team 10 has sent out a red-blue signal. They have discovered traces of the demon race and are in pursuit. Report the position of Team 10. The other party hurriedly approached the sand table and placed the Team 10 flag at the location where the signal flare was launched. Report, Team 17 has sent a red-blue signal, discovering traces of demon soldiers and is in pursuit. Report the position of Team 17. Report, Team 18 has sent a red-blue signal. Report, Team 9 has sent a red-blue signal. Soon, a series of reports rang out, and 10 teams quickly appeared at various locations on the map. The demon race has gone mad, thinking they can pick us off one by one just by sending out teams everywhere. How naive. Fu Xiaoshi looked at the chaotic flags, which almost covered the entire sand table. Wang Chen frowned tightly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Brother Wu, have all teams report their positions again. Okay. Wu Changfeng surprisingly had no objections to this suggestion and decisively issued the order. Report, position of Team 10 confirmed. Report, position of Team 19 confirmed. Soon, the new positions of the flags appeared on the sand table. The distance from the previous positions wasn't too far, not more than a kilometer. But when they saw the new flag positions, both Fu Xiaoshi and Wu Changfeng's expressions changed drastically. How could this be? Although the distance the flags moved was short, their direction was very uniform. If only. Looking at a single team, one would not see a problem. But if 10 teams are all moving away from the central command, then there is only one explanation. How did the demon race determine the location of the central command? The reconnaissance team hasn't reported anything? Fu Xiaoshi scolded with a dark face. Old Fu, don't get angry yet, things may not be as we suspect. Indeed, I guess the demon race still doesn't know the location of the command center. But they are in the process of determining it, Wang Chen said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Wang Chen, share your thoughts. The teams that discovered the demon race are all on the outermost perimeter, only 12 of them, not all. And these teams are pursuing the biochemical demon soldiers in a direction away from us. Report, Team 25 has sent a red-blue signal. Report, Team 3 has sent a red-blue signal. Sure enough, Team number 3 and Team number 25 are closer to us now. The demon race has successfully narrowed their range, which means they are using a very effective method to quickly eliminate the location of our command center. If they have already pinpointed our position, all the teams will almost certainly be diverted in a very short time. Ha ha ha. The demon race has indeed not disappointed me. They are not foolish at all, managing to lock onto our position so quickly. Report, Team number 24 has returned escorting a group of trial participants. What? How are there still trial participants? Let Team number 24 in. Report. How did you find the trial participants? Where did you find them? Report, we found them here. The captain pointed to the position on the sand table and said, when we discovered them, they had already been starving for many days. According to their account, they were driven to desperation by the snow spiders and later, due to bad luck, got trapped in an ice cave, running out of food. Their signal flares were lost and they had been trying to call for help but no one heard them. If we hadn't scouted that area, they would have starved to death without being discovered. What route did you take back? Wang Chen quickly asked. The captain of team number 24 hesitated slightly but soon began to draw on the sand table. We went through the anti-gold beast tribe, crossed the ice river, passed through the Valley of Winds and circled around the vine forest. It seems there's something wrong with this trial participant team. Oh, how did you figure that out? Isn't it obvious? The first discovered division teams are exactly in the areas on both sides of this route. When team number 24 passed by, they led these teams in the opposite direction. Even if they weren't sure where our command center was, they ensured the direction was correct. This trial participant team is a positioning device for the demon race, and since the team has arrived at the command center, the demon race has already confirmed its location. Team number 24's face turned pale upon hearing this, and as they thought about it, everything became clear. The demon race didn't know where the command center was, so they let those trial participants carry the positioning device, and they, happily escorting the trial participant team with the device to the command center. What do you call this in wartime? Treason. Instantly, the captain's face darkened. Bastard. I'll kill them. Wait, can we take them away? Old Fu quickly asked. Definitely not. As long as the positioning stops, the demon race will have already set the coordinates. Their next plan is to attack the command center. Eliminate that team. Fu Xiaoshi shouted with a face full of killing intent. No. First, confirm their identities. Are they really traitors? What if they don't even know they are carrying the demon race's positioning device? Wu Changfeng quickly said, We are soldiers of the people, not bandits. Saying this, Wu Changfeng turned and walked outside, with Wang Chen quickly following. In the center of the camp, 7 haggard star warriors huddled together, shivering. No one knew what they had been through these days. What are your names, identities, and which faction do you belong to? Wu Changfeng stepped outside and asked the group of trial participants. We are from the 9th District Pioneer Corps. We returned last month to rest. We, Brother Wu, just kill them all. Wang Chen said lightly after taking a glance. Why? I've seen these few before. They are the culprits who stole from the snow spiders, triggering the snow spider riot. When I saw them, I saw the Spider King chasing them from behind. With their strength, they definitely wouldn't survive. The only possibility is that they were saved by the demon race or they are the demon race themselves. No, we are really human. We are not demons. Please believe me. Stop. Roared suddenly, the 7 people in front let out a violent roar, and in an instant their bodies twisted and transformed, almost in the blink of an eye, turning into 7 hideous and terrifying demon beings. Kill. 7 low-level transformation demons fell into the headquarters of the Star Martial Army, and their identities were exposed on the spot. The outcome was predictable. Anyone present could easily kill them alone, let alone over 100 elite experts. In less than a second, the 7-man team was reduced to nothing but scraps. As the dust settled, everyone looked up at Wu Changfeng, whose eyes also revealed a grave expression. The prelude has been played out. It's time for the main act. All units prepare for level 1 combat readiness. The demon race may launch a decapitation attack on the command center at any moment. Unfortunately, those little demons probably don't know that I'm a metal type star martial artist, and my head is quite hard. They won't be able to chop it off. Understood. 3 seconds later, a sharp alarm sounded. Wang Chen, our medical mission is in your hands. With you here, even if the demon race has 3 times our numbers, I'm not afraid. If you have any requests, make them known. Once the battle starts, I might not have time to look after you. Brother Wu, your words put a bit of pressure on me. As long as there are enough soul orbs, I guarantee that even if I have only half a breath left, I can bring the brothers back unharmed. That's good. I'll hand over the stock of soul orbs to you. But there aren't many, so use them sparingly. Isn't there an abundance of exotic beasts? That's national property. We can't touch a single one without the country's permission. Do you think that's too rigid? But that's discipline. I understand, not taking a single thread. Wang Chen smiled with rising respect, then suddenly stood at attention and saluted Wu Changfeng. I guarantee to complete the mission. I'm counting on you. Wang Chen returned to the rear to stand by, his heart suddenly tensing up. Enemy attack. Report, biochemical demon soldiers have been discovered in the canyon directly south of the headquarters, approximately 300 in number. Only 300? Wu Changfeng tapped his fingers in confusion. Captain, 300 isn't a lot. We only have 100 people. At headquarters, notify the search team, brothers. Stop playing around. It's time for the main course. Yes. Report, Team 7 has launched a green signal. Report, Team 9 has sent a green signal. Report, Team 17 has sent a green signal. Continuous reports rang out, and the silent primary trial ground suddenly erupted into flames of battle, instantly spreading across the entire primary trial ground. Captain, the situation isn't right. The scattered brothers Routes for reinforcement have all been blocked, and not a single team can return for support. We haven't fallen into a trap, have we? I understand. What a demon race. I thought I had overestimated them, but it turns out I still underestimated them. I was wondering why only 300 biochemical demon soldiers came for the decapitation. The real plan is over there. This move is brilliant. I must report it to the command after it's over. The demon commander isn't a fool, it's a stroke of genius, managing to balance our forces. We send out 400 brothers to confuse the demon race, and they played right into it, directly cutting off those 400 brothers. They've long figured out how many people we have in our battalion, knowing that the command center only has 100 men, so they sent 300, tripling our numbers, and their strength is not lacking either. The remaining demon soldiers only need to prevent the scattered brothers from returning for support. Their pressure is actually less than ours. It's a good deal for them to take out our entire command center with 300 biochemical demon soldiers. So what do we do? What else can we do now that we're in the thick of it? Of course, we fight. We'll see if 300 demon soldiers are enough for us to chew through. Captain, will you take action? If the demon general doesn't act, I can't either. Who knows if the demon race is watching our rear command center? Ren Xingwu, here. Ren Xingwu flashed into Wu Changfeng's presence. You lead, take everyone to block the demon soldiers. I guarantee to complete the mission. The battle outside suddenly erupted, and except for Wu Changfeng and 10 personal guards, all the soldiers went to the front line to block the biochemical demon soldiers. The battle broke out just outside the command post, less than 500 meters away. Wu Changfeng stood atop the makeshift watchtower, peering through his binoculars at the battlefield. 100 against 300 biodemon soldiers, and these biodemons were killing machines born specifically for war. Even though all the remaining warriors were elite, the pressure was still immense. Wang Chen's heart suddenly tightened. This was real war. It was truly exhilarating. Just half a month ago, Wang Chen thought he was born in a time of peace, raised in a prosperous country. Although becoming a star warrior would indeed face dangers, those dangers could be managed with caution. But in just half a month, he witnessed a war and found himself on the battlefield, becoming part of it. Life's experiences are indeed like dreams and illusions. A battalion's battle could hardly be described as a mere local conflict. The demon race, a terrifying nightmare that has haunted human history, was once again awakening, sharpening its blades against human civilization. Hurry, hurry! A shout came from outside the door, and a blood-soaked soldier was carried in by 2 guards into Wang Chen's room. Damn, I'm such a waste. I was the first to go down. Damn. Calm down, there will be plenty of chances. Quickly, tear off the clothes from the wound. As Wang Chen's palm pressed down, the soldier suddenly let out a scream. Nurse, be gentle, it hurts. With that kind of a dress, I have to apply more pressure. No, I was wrong. Daddy, can I just call you Dad? Hey, warm, comfortable. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, the first casualty was brought in, and after the first wounded soldier returned to the battlefield, the speed of sending back casualties from the front line noticeably increased. With support from the rear, there was no panic in their hearts. The Star Warriors on the front line realized that they had a powerful medical Star Warrior behind them. To hell with light injuries. That keep you in the fight. Heavy injuries are treated as if they were nothing. As long as it affects combat, retreat to treat. Staying on the front line without combat effectiveness means instant death. If they could maintain full combat capability, why act like heroes? After 20 minutes of fighting, Wang Chen had successfully treated 30 people, and not a single one had died. In contrast, over 20 biodemons had been killed on the front line. At this rate, victory would completely turn in their favor within an hour. Everything was perfect except for the excessive consumption of soul orbs. The logistics soldiers transporting the wounded watched as Wang Chen absorbed soul orbs to replenish his star power, feeling a pain in their hearts that was hard to bear. Most of the current batch of Star Warriors had never experienced real war. Even the so-called elite of the elite, the true martial corps, had only participated in localized combat missions, which were mere skirmishes, and some hadn't even counted as warm-ups. At this moment, the logistics soldiers truly felt the essence of the saying that war is about money. A soul orb sells for 80,000 outside, you absorbed 7 or 8 in a minute. Even if the internal recovery price is 1,000, you've taken out over 10,000 in just a minute or two. Rich. Unbelievably rich. But no matter how quickly Wang Chen consumed the soul orbs, the soldiers felt nothing but gratitude in their hearts. Being able to return to the battlefield fully revived, what did a few soul orbs matter? Another 20 minutes passed, and the search team isolated outside the command center still hadn't managed to break through the support route. Yet the balance of battle outside the command center was subtly shifting. With a 3-to-1 advantage in troops, theoretically, whether in a blitzkrieg or a protracted battle, the biodemons should have had no problem. Half an hour was enough to tear through the defenses of the command center's garrison, and within an hour, they could definitely resolve the battle. But why? Why hadn't the Star Warriors faced a situation of being overwhelmed? Clearly, the heavily injured soldiers who had retreated returned to the battlefield full of vigor not long after. The demon commander initially suspected whether they had fallen into another trap. Was there not just 100 defenders in the command center? But he quickly dismissed that hypothesis. He had long since investigated the number of personnel in the 3rd Battalion of the Jinwu Corps. A full 400 troops were restrained outside, unable to act. The command center of the Xingwu army definitely had only 100 people. Therefore, it was easy to think of a possibility as long as one wasn't foolish. There is a top-tier medical system star warrior in the command center of the Xingwu army, possibly even a star warrior of the Star River realm in the medical system. What should we do? Let the demon general charge directly at the command center? That's useless. The demon general controller shook his head. Wu Changfeng has not appeared. I dare to conclude that he is right beside that medical system star warrior. It seems we can only deploy the demon general for a head-on confrontation. Given the current situation, we can only draw our swords. Is Wu Changfeng stronger, or is our demon general stronger? But the demon general cannot easily participate in battle. If the demon general encounters an unexpected situation, the biochemical demon soldiers will fall into chaos. This regulation is no longer applicable. There are no military laws, no rules, only life and death, and victory and defeat. Boom! Suddenly, the battle situation at the front line changed dramatically. The cliff behind the biochemical demon soldiers suddenly erupted with a loud bang, and a gigantic, terrifying figure, at least 5 meters tall, appeared before the Xingwu army. The lower half of the massive figure resembled that of a snow spider queen, the only difference being the pitch-black armor and blade-like sharp legs. The upper half was a biochemical demon soldier magnified 3 times. The demon general's speed was incredibly fast. The moment it appeared, it immediately joined the battle, and in that 1 second, at least 10 members of the Xingwu army were killed. Under the terrifying speed and immense power of the demon general, the star warriors of the Nebula realm had no way to resist. Bastard! Wu Changfeng let out a furious roar, and in that instant, his figure transformed into a streak of light as he jumped down from the watchtower. His body in the air rapidly expanded, and by the time he landed, he had transformed into a massive figure close to 3 meters tall. The steel-like body not only granted Wu Changfeng immense strength and defense but also terrifying explosive power and speed. He landed, shaking the ground. With a leap, he crossed 500 meters and crashed fiercely into the rampaging biochemical demon general. Roar! The demon general instantly sensed the threat above and, disregarding the slaughter of the Xingwu army, looked up. The armor on its chest turned bright red in an instant, and it opened its mouth, spewing a torrent of blue flames that engulfed Wu Changfeng in a sea of fire. Died boom! Although the steel body could not withstand the high temperature, it could resist for at least a second. Even 5,000 degrees of flame would take time to melt steel. With the weight of a mountain pressing down, Wu Changfeng slammed his fist, as large as a pot lid, onto the demon general's face, delivering a flurry of punches. After 5 or 6 blows, Wu Changfeng suddenly jumped off the demon general. Looking down at his knee, he saw molten iron flowing like a stream. The demon general not only had astonishing defense and attack power but also emitted an incredible amount of heat. The temperature on its body was at least over 3,000 degrees, and fire just happened to effectively threaten metal. This is troublesome, Wu Changfeng thought gravely. The previous experimental data did not indicate that the demon general had a fire attribute, nor that it could produce such high temperatures. Roar! The demon general stood up once more, letting out a terrifying roar directed at Wu Changfeng. This roar also awakened Wu Changfeng, and in an instant he made a decision. You all continue to kill the biochemical demon soldiers. I will duel this guy. As soon as Wu Changfeng's words fell, his figure suddenly erupted, transforming into a streak of light as he charged at the demon general, and then the two of them rolled away like the yin-yang fish entangled together. Captain, run! Xingwu shouted excitedly. Old Run, what should we do? What else can we do? Kill! Wang Chen in the rear suddenly frowned, as nearly 30 seconds had passed without any new casualties being sent back. Previously, as soon as one was treated, another would come in, but suddenly there was a half-minute gap. Having a gap does not mean it's a good thing. Aside from the minuscule chance that no one is injured, there is a far more terrifying possibility: casualties. And they come suddenly, without even a chance for rescue. Quick, over here! A few seconds later, more injured were brought down. Wang Chen hurriedly pressed his sinful palm against his wound. What happened just now? Why were there no injured for 30 seconds? The demon general appeared. Damn it, he was too strong. In an instant, over a dozen of our brothers were gone. Xiao Haizi was right next to me, less than 3 meters away. But I didn't even have time to save him. Damn! His family is relying on him. Indeed. Where's the captain? Did he engage? The captain went to duel the demon general. The remaining demon spawn are left for us. Is it alright? The battle is intense. Alright, be careful, stay alive. Of course, stay alive. I'll buy you a drink next time. Hurry, healer! Xiao Wu is about to give out. Damn, call me daddy. In this highly tense situation, everyone was on edge. There was no longer any humility, grace, or hierarchy. As long as they could vent, words didn't even need to pass through their brains. One hand pressed down on the wound while the other pinched a soul orb. Where's his hand? Damn it, where's his hand? Shit, I was holding it just now. Did it fall? You idiot, I'm going to get you for this sooner or later. I handed you the hand and you managed to lose it? Do you believe I'll make you lose your manhood next time? I found an arm, whose is it? Mine, over here. Wang Chen snatched the arm and pressed it tightly against Xiao Wu's severed limb, channeling star power, unsure if the severed limb could be perfectly restored like the injuries. Try it. Can the reattached arm work? What can't work? The moment you pressed it on, I felt my arm coming back. I'm going to kill another demon spawn and come back. Wang Chen became busier than before. Previously, he saved one every 7 or 8 seconds. Now he was almost saving 2 at the same time with both hands. This indicated that the battle outside had reached its most intense moment. The Demon Clan also realized that this was their last chance to fight desperately. Once they got through this wave with star martial skills, the ratio of numbers would reach 1-to-1. And in a 1-to-1 combat ratio, the star martial army had an absolute advantage. Wang Chen couldn't afford to check his skill points, couldn't afford to breathe. All he heard were the sounds of war and the pained groans of the injured, while his hands pressed against the horrific wounds of the casualties. He couldn't remember how many people he had saved, forgot how many minutes or seconds had passed. When he sent off one injured person, Wang Chen suddenly found his hands empty. No more injured were coming back. What's going on? Brother Wang, we held on. The demon spawn are no longer in the majority. The brothers have started to counterattack. It's a one-sided slaughter. How's Brother Wu doing? I can't see, but it sounds intense. It seems they're also making a final desperate push. Wang Chen quickly sank into his thoughts, glanced at his skill points, and found that he had accumulated over 1,800 skill points in the past 2 days. Without hesitation, he invested all 1,800 points into the phoenix form. Wang Chen stood up with a righteous expression, like the protagonist in a scholar's final act, striding with a kingly gait. Just as he reached the door, he was blocked by 2 people in front of him. Little brother, where are you going? Your expression isn't right. You look like a martyr ready to face death. Your gaze is wandering. Can't you see I'm walking with such a clear kingly stride? Since there are no injured needing my treatment, it's time for me to join the battle. Don't be ridiculous. You're confused with excitement. Have you forgotten you're a healer? No, I never thought of myself as just a healer. Although heaven granted me healing talent, I still have the heart of a warrior. I'm sorry, my mission is to ensure your safety and prevent any actions that could threaten your safety. You can't stop me. Wang Chen smiled faintly. Brother remember what I said. What? Not all milk is called super capable of delivering. Boom! As the words landed, a brilliant phoenix tail flower mark suddenly appeared on Wang Chen's forehead, and at the moment the mark emerged, a violent wind erupted. He Changzai stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the spot where Wang Chen had vanished from sight, his brain losing its ability to think. The demon general before him had transformed into a lava giant beast, its originally black shell completely turned dark red, engulfed in thick, bright red flames. Wu Changfeng clutched his stomach and retreated to the side, iron water dripping from his fingers, falling to the ground and forming bright red metallic clumps. The alien beasts naturally had an advantage in star power. At the same level, their star power was several or even dozens of times that of humans. Human scientists had studied this and reached an unprovable conclusion. Soul pearls could quickly absorb and transform star power. Both alien beasts and demon races possess soul pearls, which were their own things, their own power. Humans, although they had star power and star palaces, did not have soul pearls. Just now, Wu Changfeng had accidentally been pierced in the abdomen by the demon general's armor spikes, blood gushing out and mixing with the water, dripping down. And at the wound, Wu Changfeng could not metallize it. The wound not only brought intense pain but also affected his mobility. And the demon general before him, although it seemed battered and bruised, its injuries were visibly healing rapidly. The battle behind him was already over, but Wu Changfeng knew that the real decisive moment, the one that could change the outcome of the battle, was right here. If the demon general won, none of the brothers behind him would be a match for it. The primary trial ground would soon be slaughtered empty and then destroyed and closed. Therefore, Wu Changfeng could not lose. Not only could he not lose, he had to win. With the task clear, how to achieve it no longer mattered. The pain in his lower abdomen made every breath difficult for Wu Changfeng. It's time to set off fireworks. I wonder if Qin can hold up when she finds out the child is still young. I don't know if she'll remember me as her old dad when she grows up. He. Wu Changfeng suddenly revealed a grim smile as the demon general charged towards him rapidly. Come on! Wu Changfeng roared to the sky, his momentum soaring, looking up at the heavens, the clouds shifting, sword in hand. I am the hero with lofty ambitions. Boom! The demon general was sent flying backward, and Wu Changfeng's fierce expression was frozen in place. After finally making up his mind to be a hero, he was not given the chance? Brother Wu, how are you? Wang Chen clapped his hands, looking at the blood still flowing from Wu Changfeng's lower abdomen. What are you doing here? Wu Changfeng exclaimed, but his eyes were fixed on the phoenix tail flower on Wang Chen's forehead, and the blood mist burning like flames around him. Phoenix form. It really is the phoenix form. Wang Chen hurriedly stepped forward, pressing on Wu Changfeng's lower abdomen, a surge of star power flowing, and in just 2 seconds, Wu Changfeng's abdominal wound healed completely. Immediately after, Wang Chen took out the Spider Emperor Soul Pearl and held it in front of Wu Changfeng. Brother Wu, can it be reimbursed? TCH, isn't it just a high-level soul pearl? It's not a rare thing in the military. I'll reimburse you. Wu Changfeng laughed heartily, snatching the spider. Emperor's soul pearl and instantly coming back to full health. 2-star River Realm Star Warriors, this battle is secured. No, I can only hold on for 3 minutes. We must resolve the battle within 3 minutes. Brother Wu, I'll create an opportunity for you to kill. Okay. The demon general, sent flying by a powerful punch, shook its head and stood up again, glaring with blood-red eyes and letting out a roar to the sky. In phoenix form, Wang Chen had once punched the spider emperor into oblivion, but the demon general before him seemed to have suffered no injury. The gap between the Star River realm and the Star Cloud realm was indeed vast. There's no chance left, let's retreat. Under the dim light, the young man slowly stood up. The demon general is dead? Not dead, but undoubtedly doomed. Facing a Star River Realm Wu Changfeng, we could still have a 50-50 chance, but against 2 Star River Realm experts, it's certain death. 2. Where did the second one come from? When did the Jinwu 3rd Battalion gain another Star River Realm? I don't know. I can't see through the eyes of the demon general. Perhaps reinforcements have arrived? But the realm sensed by the demon general can't be wrong. Another Star River Realm expert has come. Sigh, we've already done our utmost, yet still failed. This time's failure can't be entirely blamed on us. The plan wasn't ours to make, and we executed it without issue. I believe the Empire won't hold us accountable. Let's go. The lights dimmed. Time was short for Wang Chen, so once the plan was set, he instantly charged towards the demon general, his speed creating afterimages behind him. The demon general also realized that Wang Chen was not to be trifled with, flames erupting around him to completely envelop his body. Such scorching flames, even Wu Changfeng couldn't endure for more than 3 seconds. But before Wang Chen in his phoenix form, did this flame even have a temperature? The phoenix is a divine bird reborn from flames. For it, fire is like a swimming pool to frolic in. In phoenix form, Wang Chen is immune to all fire attribute attacks. In an instant, Wang Chen was before the demon general. Inch force fist, boom, a ripple exploded on the demon general's chest, the flames surrounding him instantly rippling away with the wave. So hard, Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. The coverage of the demon general's armor was 100%, and its hardness was comparable to high-hardness alloys, at least above 80 degrees. In that moment, Wang Chen realized that an ordinary inch force fist could not break through the demon general's defenses. The demon general was sent flying again, as Wang Chen had underestimated its defensive power, while the demon general had overestimated its flame protection. It hadn't expected someone could ignore its hellfire, taking Wang Chen's punch head-on without dodging. Its body flew back once more, crashing hard against the cliff behind. Wang Chen instantly closed in, and at the moment the demon general's body was fixed, he kicked up debris and shot back to the demon general's chest. Inch force fist, triple force. Fingertips, knuckles, fist, within an inch, 3 forces stacked, unleashing 3 times the power of the inch force fist. This move, under any circumstances, was one Wang Chen was reluctant to use lightly. If the triple force was unleashed without restraint, Wang Chen's hand bones would shatter instantly in the punch's force, resulting in a Shamate-style comminuted fracture. The immense power of the triple force finally left a fine crack on the demon general's chest armor. Wang Chen's body instantly withdrew, dodging the demon general's mantis blade, and his left hand shot out another punch like lightning. Triple force, another strike, successfully hitting the same spot. Crack, boom, the armor on the demon general's chest finally shattered after 2 triple forces, cracks spreading like a spider web across his entire chest. Brother Wu, Wang Chen shouted, stepping aside. Wu Changfeng's figure, like a streak of light, nearly brushed past Wang Chen to stand before the demon general, his arm having transformed entirely into a knight's lance reminiscent of the medieval era. The furious barbaric charge, combined with the terrifying penetrating power of the spinning knight's lance. Boom, the armor on the demon general's chest shattered, the lance plunging deep into the demon general's chest, his body completely crushed against the hard cliff. Whoosh, the knight's lance that pierced the demon general's body instantly blossomed, countless steel needles exploding within him like fireworks. The demon general suddenly let out a piercing scream, which lasted 3 seconds before the flames extinguished and his body fell into complete silence. Level up kill, reward experience points 800, skill points 80. The system's prompt echoed in Wang Chen's mind, allowing his anxious heart to finally relax. At the moment the demon general was slain, the surrounding biodemon soldiers blocking the Star Martial Army's reinforcements instantly fell into chaos, engaging in a frenzied battle without distinguishing friend from foe. The various groups quickly retreated to the side, staring blankly at the changes in the battlefield. The demon general is dead. Did we win? We won. The warriors who regained their senses cheered loudly, their voices echoing across the mountains and valleys, converging in the air above the trial ground. Next, Wu Changfeng lightly tossed an object to Wang Chen. Smack! Wang Chen looked down to see a soul orb the size of an egg land in his palm. Reimbursed. Hey, Brother Wu, the soul orb was originally mine, right? Even if we teamed up, it's still half yours and half mine. Are you really taking my stuff to reimburse me? Can you have some integrity? What do you mean your stuff? Everything seized during wartime belongs to the military, and the soldiers below are not allowed to keep anything privately. The soul orb is neither mine nor yours. If I give it to you as reimbursement, I'd be violating the rules, so what complaints do you have? Wu Changfeng glared and shouted. I'm losing out here. Who told you that? War is profitable? War is inherently a losing game. Not good. Suddenly, Wang Chen exclaimed, his face pale. What's wrong? Wu Changfeng tensed up, quickly looking around, but saw no signs of danger. My time is up. As soon as he finished speaking, the phoenix tail flower on Wang Chen's forehead vanished and his body collapsed to the ground in a twisted posture as if his soul had been pulled out. With his face pressed against the ground and his butt raised high. If it weren't for his body still twitching, one might think he had become immortal. Ha! This after effect really comes at the right time. Wu Changfeng joked, gently picking up Wang Chen, slinging him over his shoulder like a sack and turning to leave. Shortly after the battle ended, military support arrived. He Jinja, the commander of the Jinwu Corps, dressed in military uniform with a colonel's insignia on his shoulder, listened to Wu Changfeng's report with his hands behind his back. Commander, the general situation is like this. Although we thwarted a plot by the demon race, I believe they are not only targeting the primary trial ground, there may be similar schemes in the advanced trial grounds or other places. Their plan is a strategic one. Destroying our trial grounds is equivalent to cutting off the foundation for the growth of our Star Warriors. Once the plan succeeds, the growth of new Star Warriors will be suppressed, and the source of soul orbs will be obstructed, greatly weakening our human forces. Your speculation is very likely. After we return, I will report the danger assessment to the Ministry of Defense and will also submit your conjectures. You all did well. This time, thwarting the demon race's plot at a minimal cost. Truly worthy of the troops I lead. Commander, you flatter me. In my eyes, you're not that humble. Although the demon race's plan has failed this time, we can't guarantee there are no fish that got away. Temporarily close the trial ground, and reopen it only after it has been thoroughly cleaned. Understood. By the way, that guy named Wang Chen, can he really transform into a phoenix? Yes. Wu Changfeng replied with a single word and fell silent. What? Why don't you continue? I promised him I would keep it a secret. Secret my foot. His information clearly states his mother's name, Wang Ling. Do you think there's any point in keeping it a secret? Seeing Wu Changfeng's puzzled expression, He Jinja chuckled strangely. He Jinja, graduated from the Imperial Capital Star Warrior Academy in the class of 97. Wang Ling is my junior sister. You think you can keep it a secret from me? Ha! Completing the task of saving the primary trial ground rewards 30,000 experience points and 500 skill points. Wang Chen had originally wanted to sleep a little longer, but the notification in his mind woke him up. After waking up, the negative effects of using the phoenix form surged into Wang Chen's mind like a tsunami. In an instant, Wang Chen just wanted someone to give him a quick end. Wang Chen realized that the aftereffects of this phoenix form were directly proportional to the duration of use. The first time he used it for 5 seconds, it took 2 hours to recover, the second time using it lasted 30 seconds, and 3 hours passed with nothing to live for. This time, it had been 3 minutes, and he had already been unconscious for 5 hours. But now, all he could think about was dying. He didn't know how long it had been. It felt like he had endured one torture after another in hell, but Wang Chen finally felt a bit better. Gritting through the splitting headache, he opened the system to check. First was the character interface. Good heavens, Starry Glory 3. Completing this task had directly evolved Wang Chen from Starry Glory 1 to Starry Glory 3. His health and mana had significantly increased. The basic stats had undergone a tremendous change. Strength exceeded 20 points, agility, defense, and other stats all broke 15. What did that mean? The physical quality limit for an ordinary person is 10, most people have a physical quality of 6, and those who train regularly might reach 7 or 8. Those who can achieve 10 points are rare throughout history. And Wang Chen, at this moment, had a physical quality more than 1.5 times that of the rarest individuals in history, truly surpassing human limits and reaching a non-human level. In other words, if he were to participate in sports events for ordinary humans, unless it was a skill-based competition, he could easily take first place. The enhancement of physical attributes was just a bonus. What truly made Wang Chen happy was the increase in star power. Starry Glory 3 meant Wang Chen had completely bid farewell to being weak and had become a backbone of the Star Warrior world. But the problem was, he had only awakened as a Star Warrior for half a month. Thinking about it this way, Wang Chen felt a bit giddy. His skill points had been completely consumed by the Phoenix form, and the task reward was a mere 500 skill points. Was it a loss? It couldn't be counted that way. Without consuming skill points, how could he complete tasks? Without completing tasks, how could he level up? Skill points were like money, and money was a bastard, looking really good. Forget it. He could earn more later. For Wang Chen, as long as he could level up, spending any amount of skill points was worth it. 500 skill points wasn't too little. After going out, he could buy a few star martial arts techniques at the Star Martial Arts Pavilion and instantly boost his combat power. The starry realm wasn't suitable for learning star martial arts techniques. This was common knowledge. The star power in the starry realm was limited, and even the lowest level star martial arts techniques couldn't be used many times, making it meaningless. Besides, Wang Chen wasn't short on money. Why buy low-level star martial arts techniques? If he was going to learn, he had to learn the impressive ones. And the minimum learning standard for impressive star martial arts techniques was the starry realm. So, leveling up was the fundamental way for Wang Chen to become stronger. If you're awake, don't pretend to be asleep. A strange voice rang in his ear, so close it felt like the person was sitting right beside his bed. But Wang Chen had been awake for a while and felt nothing. In an instant, Wang Chen opened his eyes and nervously turned his head to look. A middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40, but very handsome. His face was both masculine and beautiful, with stubble that looked particularly sexy. Such an older man had a significant impact on young girls, but for a male like Wang Chen, it was a complete miss. Immune. Wang Chen's gaze moved from the man's face to his shoulder insignia. Oh my, a colonel, a high-ranking officer. Officers in the Jade Kingdom are divided into 3 ranks and 12 levels. While colonel-level officers are considered mid-level, the higher up you go, the fewer there are. A colonel officer in an ordinary army is at the brigade or deputy division level. The rank of star warriors is generally 1 level higher, so this person in front of him should be a regimental officer? My name is He Jinja, commander of the True Martial Brigade of the Southeast Military District Star Warrior Special Operations. Just as expected. I have a question for you right now. How did you learn the Phoenix form? He Jinja held a pen in his hand, and the small notebook in front of him was already open, looking at Wang Chen with anticipation, ready to take notes. This question exploded in Wang Chen's mind like a bomb. He wasn't asking where he learned it from, nor how he learned it, but how he had mastered it. This left Wang Chen a bit confused about the other person's intentions. You don't need to have any psychological burden. Your Phoenix form is completely legitimate, and no one will have any objections. And you don't have to worry, no one dares to have any thoughts about your Phoenix form. This statement served as a promise to Wang Chen. No one dares, but that doesn't mean no one thinks about it. Even if someone did have such thoughts, they wouldn't have the guts. This made Wang Chen a bit curious about what Wu Changfeng had said earlier regarding the D family or the forces behind his mother. As far as I know, you learned the Phoenix form not long after awakening your Star Warrior talent, right? The conditions for learning the Phoenix form are extremely harsh. Even your mother only mastered it by chance in the Nebula realm. She is already considered a miracle, but who would have thought you would be even more miraculous than her? Simply. He Jinja wanted to describe it as abnormal but felt that word wasn't quite right, so he ultimately refrained, staring intently at Wang Chen. Colonel He, your mother and I were classmates, and we had a good relationship back then, so you can call me Uncle He. I'm not an outsider, you don't have to be so formal. Uncle He? What happened to my mom? Is she dead or missing? Don't ask me about that, I don't know. And even if I did, I couldn't say. Well, my mom left me a soul pearl, which was given to me by my aunt after I awakened as a Star Warrior. The Phoenix form was imprinted in the soul pearl, and that's how I learned it. He Jinja's eyes widened in disbelief. Imprinting star martial techniques into a soul pearl isn't hard to understand. To ordinary people, it seems like black technology, but to someone like He Jinja, who possesses a wealth of confidential information, it's nothing. There are even courses in universities on mental imprinting, teaching how to record star martial techniques or some memory images into soul pearls. But, you just learned it? What kind of explanation is that? Is that even an explanation? I asked how you learned it, and you just said you learned it? It's like someone asking you for the method to solve a math problem, and you just blurt out the answer to brush them off? How did you learn it? He Jinja felt his heart tightening. I don't know, I absorbed the soul pearl, and the method to cultivate the Phoenix form was imprinted in my mind. I just tried it according to the method. And that's how I learned it. It felt not too difficult. Not too difficult, difficult. Crack, the pen snapped, a crisp sound. He Jinja's expression was unreadable, even the smile at the corner of his mouth was as gentle as a breeze, but the pen in his hand had broken, ink splattering onto Wang Chen's white sheets. Sorry, the quality of the pen isn't very good, He Jinja said awkwardly as he came back to his senses. Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, you should rest well. This time, your assistance in thwarting the Demon Clan's conspiracy will be recognized by the regiment. You're still a student, and your military achievements will be recorded in your file. I heard. Your studies are going well? Just average, Wang Chen said modestly. He Jinja felt a bit itchy, looking at Wang Chen's innocent expression and how cute he looked. For some reason, he just wanted to hit him. Just average? That's the level of being first in the entire city? Thinking of his own troublesome son, forget it, he should just go home and beat his son. Uncle He. Seeing He Jinja stand up to leave, Wang Chen hurriedly called out. I think I've rested enough for the night. When can I leave? You can leave now. Then I'm leaving now. I came here with my companions to assist the Star Martial Army, and they must be very worried. No problem. Just wait a moment, I'll get you a pass. Not long after He Jinja left, Wu Changfeng walked in with a beaming smile. Wang Chen, how did you manage that? What do you mean, how did I manage that? Wang Chen looked confused. You made our commander so angry he looked like a cold ball. I've never seen that in all these years. You're impressive. I didn't anger him, did I? You must be mistaken, our earlier conversation was very relaxed and pleasant. I have nothing to hide from his questions and I speak without reservation. Alright, I heard you're leaving? Isn't it all done? If it's done, I should leave, otherwise, my friends will start to worry. Well, there's nothing more to do here. Here, take this, you're allowed to take it with you. As Wu Changfeng spoke, he handed a backpack to Wang Chen. Wang Chen opened it to find a layer of soul orbs inside. There aren't many soul orbs, just 100. But this is a token from the brothers, a gesture of their goodwill. I feel so embarrassed. Are you going to refuse? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Brother Wu, and thank you to all the soldiers. Wang Chen hurriedly interrupted Wu Changfeng, eager to express his gratitude. You, truly, haven't changed your skinning nature. How about coming to the Southeast Military District in the future? Let's talk about the future when the time comes. We can consider it when we're about to graduate from university. There's no point in thinking about it now. True. Outside the trial ground, it appeared somewhat desolate. With the trial ground closed, no star warriors would come, and the shops at the entrance were closing one after another. Once bustling with activity, the area now had only 3 cars quietly parked at the entrance. Jiang Xinyu, dressed in a sexy t-shirt and hot pants, stood under the scorching sun, arms crossed, quietly watching the tightly shut gates of the trial ground. A gentle breeze blew, lifting her long hair. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu sat in the shade of a tree nearby, holding a roasted chicken wing sprinkled with cumin. Xinyu, the chicken wings are ready. Want to come eat some? No need. Jiang Xinyu replied coldly. Don't worry too much, I've investigated. The station star warriors inside are from the True Martial Corps, the elite unit of the Southeast Military District. Plus, Wang Chen is a medical star warrior stationed in the rear, so he'll be fine. I know. Jiang Xinyu's words remained blunt and devoid of emotion. What about Jia Jia? How is she? She fell asleep on the hammock after playing with Feiyu for a while. Swat some mosquitoes for her. Oh. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed as the tightly shut gates, closed for 2 days, vibrated. Jiang Xinyu's eyes instantly lit up. Su Xiangwen also abruptly put down the chicken wing and stood up. The iron gates slowly opened. Is the door opening? The sleeping Song Jia was startled awake by the noise and quickly jumped down from the hammock. The gate opened a crack and a dim white light from the trial ground spilled through the gap. The 4 of them stared wide-eyed as a tall figure appeared in the doorway, stepping out one step at a time. The person carried a shoulder bag and held a battle knife in one hand. After stepping out of the iron gate, he revealed a sunny smile to Jiang Xinyu and the others. Are you all here? Waiting for me? Seeing Wang Chen emerge unscathed, the icy expression on Jiang Xinyu's face melted instantly and a gentle smile slowly blossomed on her face. Brother Song Jia cheered as she ran over, crashing into Wang Chen's embrace. Brother, Mom is very worried about you, Sister Xinyu is also worried about you, and Sister Xinxing, and Brother Feiyu, Brother Xiangwen, Song Jia said eagerly, her face flushed. Did Jia Jia worry about me? Wang Chen ruffled Song Jia's hair and smiled. Yes, most importantly, I was also very worried about you. I knew you wouldn't be in trouble. A fist landed heavily on Wang Chen's chest. You, trying to be a hero. Exactly. As if you were the only one who faced death head-on, while we are the cowards. You should have told us earlier, we would have stayed with you no matter what. Boom, the iron gate fully opened, revealing dozens of Star Warrior soldiers led by Ren Xingwu behind Wang Chen. Brother Ren, I'm leaving. You all go back. When I have time another day, I'll treat you to a meal. Salute! Suddenly, Ren Xingwu shouted, and the 50 soldiers behind him stood at attention, solemnly saluting Wang Chen. In this scene, watching Jiang Xinyu and the others with their radiant expressions, a surge of blood rushed straight to her head. In a daze, she saw the dazzling light radiating from Wang Chen. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly turned around, stood at attention in front of the group of Star Warriors, and gave a standard military salute. Song Jia hurriedly called Wang Qi, and just as she got into Su Xiangwen's car, she held the phone up to Wang Chen. Hello, Auntie. I'm fine, not injured, doing great. Good. Brothers, Xinyu, let's go to Xianting Bay. Okay. Received. The car roared, rushing out of the trial area gate and speeding towards the nearby highway. Auntie hurried home, and only when she saw Wang Chen safe and sound did she finally relax. They celebrated at a restaurant outside Xianting Bay with Jiang Xinyu and others, and it wasn't until late at night that they dispersed. That night, Wang Chen did not stay at his aunt's house but went straight back to his home in the new universe building, finally feeling at ease. Half a month of being a Star Warrior was truly exhilarating. Standing on the 100-square-meter balcony, he gazed at the lights of the entire city. Su City, truly prosperous. Yugua is one of the 3 major economies of Tianlan Star, with economic strength ranking among the top. And Su City is one of the wealthiest prefecture-level cities in Yugua, with towering skyscrapers and elevated roads everywhere. At night, the lights are dazzling. But beneath this prosperity, how much danger lurks in the darkness? 70 years of peace have made the new generation forget the brutality of war, forget the painful experiences that lasted for more than a century. But, as a star warrior, one cannot forget. From the adventures on the ring road to the experiences in the primary trial ground, they may seem like small-scale events, but behind them lies a profound incident that could change the world. The demon race has once again bared its fangs at humanity, quietly moving in the shadows. Wang Chen was born in the best of times, for this era is highly prosperous, and human civilization is developing rapidly. At the end of last year, UNBEATABLE proudly announced to the world that we have successfully eliminated all poverty, ensuring everyone has shelter, food, and clothing. But this is also the worst of times. The demon race's fangs have just emerged, and the clouds of war have suddenly cast a shadow over this era. Less than a century of peace is about to end. After so many days of tension and excitement, Wang Chen languished at home for 3 days. Eating? Take out. Exercise? Not interested. Star martial arts? Maybe in a couple of days. Beep beep, his phone suddenly rang. Wang Chen lazily picked it up, glanced at it, an unfamiliar number? Another sales call. He hung up. Just as he put the phone down, it rang again. Still that unfamiliar number. Nowadays, salespeople are quite dedicated, sometimes they persistently call until they get through. Wang Chen answered the call. Hello, I am Wang Qianfeng, director of the Sioux City Intelligence Office of the Tianjin Bureau, a military intelligence agency under the Ministry of Defense. Hello, Director Wang, I am Nick Fury, Director of the Bureau of Land Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. What's the matter? The other party was silent for 3 seconds. I'm serious. Well, I'm not fake either. Beep beep beep. Wang Chen chuckled and tossed the phone aside, looking at the setting sun and standing up to pull the curtains closed. Ding dong, Wang Chen, you have a visitor. Xiao AI, I didn't order takeout. Who is it? Unknown. He rang the doorbell. Do you want to switch the screen? Switch it over. The television screen suddenly changed, showing the entrance of Wang Chen's private elevator in the new universe building. A middle-aged man in a black military uniform was pressing the elevator button. Wang Chen's expression instantly became serious, his eyes fixed on the insignia on the man's shoulder. Lieutenant Colonel Xiao AI, check his identity for me. Searching. Sorry, there is no identity information for this person online. However, I found the style of military uniform he is wearing. Should I match it? Match it. The Tianjin Bureau's standard military uniform is divided into 4 ranks: green, white, red, and black. This person's military attire matches the Tianjin Bureau uniform by 90%. The Tianjin Bureau? Wang Chen pondered. Having dealt with the Tianjin Bureau before, he realized that if they hadn't arrived in time during his first crisis, he might have been left with nothing. The image of Zhang Xiaoma surfaced in his mind, particularly her long, straight legs. Hello, may I ask who you are? Wang Chen's voice rang out at the elevator door. I called you just a minute ago. Let me introduce myself again. I am Wang Qianfeng, the director of the intelligence department of the Tianjin Bureau's Sioux City branch, directly under the Ministry of Defense. Saying this, he pulled out his credentials from his pocket. This is my officer's ID and identification. Is it real, Xiao AI? 92% authenticity can be determined as real. Open the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and Wang Qianfeng stepped in, just about to press the button when he realized there were no buttons inside the elevator. The doors closed, and it went straight to the top floor. Wang Qianfeng glanced at Wang Chen's nearly 500 square meter home. Looks like you're living well. Do you live here all by yourself? Yeah. Actually, I don't like living in big houses. If I wanted, I could renovate the top floor into a 5,000 square meter home. But it feels too big, like a haunted house, so I partitioned it into about 500 square meters. I prefer living in a small space like this. Wang Qianfeng's lips twitched, and his heart ached slightly. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Coffee? Just a glass of plain water. Xiao AI, 1 glass of plain water, 1 cup of coffee. Okay. In a short while, a robot appeared from an unknown corner, arriving at the coffee table with coffee and water. Director Wang, please take a seat. Do you know why I'm here to see you? Wang Chen obediently shook his head. No. On July 2nd, you single-handedly thwarted the Demon Clan's conspiracy, saving 25 children and 7 adults. On behalf of the government and the Tianjin Bureau, I am here to present you with a volunteer medal and a good citizen honor certificate. Saying this, he took out a brocade box from his bag and presented it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen curiously opened the box, revealing a medal and a certificate inside. Instantly, Wang Chen's expression changed. Ding, medal interface unlocked. First-time achievement of honor, reward, 1,000 skill points. What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? No, this is. Wang Chen picked up the bank card on the certificate. Of course, the reward isn't just spiritual, there should be material rewards as well. The card contains 5 million. Although it may not be much for you, it's what you deserve. Thank you. This is just the first reward. 3 days ago, You assisted the garrison at the Tingling Junior Trial Ground in successfully guarding against the Demon Clan's conspiracy. What reward do you want? This. Wang Chen looked at Wang Qianfeng, his eyes flickering. How about another medal? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Qianfeng put down his cup and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth. Wang Chen, medals aren't given out casually. Even if you assisted the military, any medal reward can only be issued by the military. Aren't you part of the military? Wang Chen glanced at Wang Qianfeng's shoulder insignia. Although I am a soldier, I belong to the Tianjin Bureau, which is a parallel department to the military. How about this? I can reward you with a set of star martial arts techniques? Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He almost blurted out a good but quickly suppressed it. The difference in star martial arts techniques is significant. Some can be bought for 100 to 200,000, while others are worth less than 5 million. Don't even think about it. For such a great achievement, don't think you can just give me any ordinary star martial arts technique. Seeing Wang Chen's hesitation, Wang Qianfeng smiled faintly. You don't need to worry. The star martial arts techniques I reward you with will definitely not be common, and you absolutely won't find them at the Star Martial Arts Association. This set of star martial arts is a B-level star martial art, named Nebula Sword Dance, which can only be truly mastered by star martial artists in the Nebula realm. Of course, while the Nebula realm can truly master it, those in the Starry realm can also learn it. So, if this set of star martial arts were to be sold at the Star Martial Arts Hall, how much would it be worth? Wang Qianfeng teased Wang Chen, little slippery, don't even think about it, for less than 8 million. Alright. Just as the words fell, Wang Qianfeng suddenly made a move, his 2 fingers pointing at Wang Chen's forehead. Relax your mind, don't resist. A powerful mental force invaded Wang Chen's mind, and the cultivation method, key points, and experiences of the Nebula Sword Dance star martial art surged into Wang Chen's consciousness. Detected learnable star martial art. Would you like to learn? Wang Chen dared not hesitate and quickly confirmed. Please add skill points. Damn. So black. After clicking 100 skill points in a row, the skill icon for Nebula Sword Dance lit up among the active skill icons. Nebula Sword Dance, Silver LV1, 0 out of 100, is actually a silver level star martial art? No wonder it requires 100 skill points. Nebula Sword Dance mobilizes star power to perform techniques with moves that are strange and varied, and a body technique that is agile and ethereal. It can also create phantom afterimages to confuse enemies and deliver unexpected killing blows. Wang Chen was absorbed in the system, reading the introduction of the star martial art, while Wang Qianfeng smiled at him, thinking he was comprehending the secrets of the Nebula Sword Dance. Wang Chen, you have plenty of time to slowly read and learn this star martial art. Next, I have other things to discuss with you. Oh. Wang Chen exited the system, his eyes clear once more. Wang Qianfeng took out a form from his briefcase and placed it in front of Wang Chen. This is the application form for the Sky Sword Bureau? Director Wang, I'm still a student. Don't be so quick to refuse. Let me introduce the Sky Sword Bureau. You may have heard of this department. In folklore, the Sky Sword Bureau is quite mysterious, almost like a secret agent organization. Some of the folklore is exaggerated, but it's not far off. The Sky Sword Bureau is under the Ministry of Defense, classified under military intelligence but independent from the intelligence agency. The Sky Sword Bureau has branches in various prefecture-level cities, and its main responsibilities are to maintain regional security, defense, and stability. Just like what you mentioned on the phone: strategic defense, offense, and logistical support. To break it down further, it deals with criminal cases involving star martial artists, handles individuals who threaten social safety and stability, investigates Demon Clan espionage activities and foreign espionage activities, and manages emergencies and urgent incidents, etc. But I'm still a student. Although Wang Qianfeng's words made the identity of the Sky Sword Bureau seem truly mysterious and powerful, Wang Chen was still unwilling to be easily trapped. Just one sentence: I'm still a student. You wouldn't hire child labor, would you? Student? Indeed. Wang Qianfeng nodded. You are still a student, only 16 years old. But you are also a star martial artist, a warrior guarding human civilization, aren't you? That's true, but there are so many star martial artists who are still students nationwide. Why choose me? Because you are outstanding. Wang Qianfeng said seriously, making Wang Chen feel a bit ashamed. Outstanding? With such poor eyesight, shouldn't you just stay home and not fool around? Even if Wang Chen was narcissistic, he still had his limits. He had only awakened for 15 days, a star martial artist in the Starry Realm. If ranked by awakening days, Wang Chen would definitely stand out. But compared to his peers, there were at least 200 people in Sioux City who were better than him. Why not look for a true genius like Zhang Xinyu instead of me? Just because you're blind doesn't mean I'm stupid. Do you think I'm flattering you? True, your strength can't be considered outstanding, but you've only awakened for half a month. In terms of growth rate and potential, not just in Sioux City but in the entire country, there are very few who can compare to you. But what I truly value is not your growth rate or your talent, but your awareness of thought. A star warrior, even if they grow to the Nebula realm or the Star River realm before the age of 20. If they lack the awareness of being a Star Warrior and do not view themselves from the perspective of human civilization, in my eyes, they are merely an infant. I am not pretending to be great, nor am I the saint you young people speak of. Self-interest is human nature. If someone is so great that they disregard personal gain for the love of all, I would instead think that person must have grand ambitions. Human awareness lies in understanding choices. When faced with the greater good of the nation, making the right choice is what awareness is about. If we have nowhere to retreat, and human civilization is on the brink of collapse, if no one steps forward, who will protect human civilization? But why? Me? There are so many excellent students in Sioux City. Besides, there are the military, the pioneering corps, and you all, right? This is what I mean by the issue of awareness. Wang Qianfeng smiled softly. It is human nature to be unwilling to change proactively. If everyone thinks like you do now, then the result is the problem I just mentioned. When faced with the invasion of the demon race, when the blade is hanging over human civilization, who will protect humanity? Doesn't that prove that I do not possess the awareness you speak of? No, you do. Awareness is not something that is spoken, it is something that is acted upon. In the alternate space opened by the demon race, with 25 terrified, crying children behind you and the ferocious demon soldiers in front, you were merely a beginner Star Warrior who had awakened for 3 days. In terms of strength, let alone killing 9 demon soldiers, even one could take your life. If it weren't for the awareness of protection, you could not have killed 9 bio-demon soldiers before we arrived to rescue you. That battle, in my view, was a miracle. Later, in the beginner trial ground, the task of guarding the trial ground fell to the Star Warrior garrison. Even if you are a medical Star Warrior, even if you have the powerful Phoenix form Star Martial skill, as long as you decide to retreat, no one will say a word against you. That is war. People die. Once the Star Warrior army fails, you have no chance of surviving. You would be crushed along with the beginner trial ground in the time-space vortex. However, you still resolutely stayed and trusted that our Star Warrior soldiers would definitely win. Damn. Wu Changfeng didn't say that to me. Wang Chen's face was serious, but inside he was already roaring. You already have the awareness of being a human warrior, and that is what I value most. Well, actually, in the trial ground, Commander Hijinja invited me to join the Southeast Military District's Star Warrior Corps. Old he? To hell with him. If we really wait for his Star Warrior army, the flowers will have wilted. Wang Qianfeng, who had maintained a low and oppressive aura, broke down the moment Wang Chen said this. Ahem. Wang Qianfeng looked at Wang Chen's bewildered expression, cleared his throat, and continued to calm down. Little slippery, you didn't agree to him, did you? Besides, I know Hijinja. He is not good at recruiting people. The implication being, you are particularly good at it? Back to the point. I have my reasons for choosing you, and you have the right to refuse me. Although at your age you should be in a naive and romantic phase, for some reason, I see no trace of innocence or whimsy in you. So, I know you won't easily agree to him or to me, nor will you rashly refuse. Since you were very young, you have given me the impression of a little adult. You possess a maturity far beyond your peers, which is why your intelligence quotient may not be outstanding, yet you can produce such a perfect report card. Wang Chen cautiously glanced at Wang Qianfeng. What do you mean? Doubting my intelligence? My IQ is at least 200. Don't overthink it. When you were 3, your mother discovered your exceptional precocity, so she specifically had an authoritative intelligence test done for you. Your IQ is much higher than that of ordinary people. You are a genius, but compared to those outstanding high IQ geniuses, there is still some gap. Take your good friend Jiang Xinyu for example. Her memory, learning ability, and comprehension skills should all be above yours. But she only utilizes 70% of her intelligence, while you utilize 100%. You don't waste your experiences on boring things, which is why you've become the academic god of Sioux City. Alright, since you've brought this up, give me a reason to join. Wang Chen leaned against the sofa, looking helpless. War. Is that enough? Wang Qianfeng leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking onto Wang Chen's with a somber question. From the events of the Ring City National Road and the primary trial ground, you should have made some deductions. The demon race is active around us, and their purpose is obvious, war. The demon race is not made up of savages, they are a highly civilized race. They won't invade without preparation, or just because of a disagreement. Every time the demon race launches a large-scale invasion, history only records the date and time of their war. But before that, the demon race has already infiltrated the human world to gather intelligence, corroding us from within and making countless preparations for their army's invasion. This preparation could take a long time, 3 years, 5 years, or even 10. I don't know if you've recently watched a TV series called Star Martial Special Forces? No. I never follow dramas. There's a scene where the instructor asks a soldier, "What does the Star Martial Special Forces mean to you?" The soldier replies, "The Star Martial Special Forces are the first to step onto the battlefield and the last to leave, executing the most dangerous missions and enduring the most brutal battles. But let me tell you, the first to step onto the battlefield is not the Star Martial Special Forces, but our intelligence frontline special operations. We step onto the battlefield many years before the Star Martial Special Forces." Likewise, we are also the last to leave the battlefield because we only withdraw under two circumstances: the demon race is eliminated or human civilization is destroyed. The war, in your eyes, has not yet arrived. In my eyes, it has already begun. In the future, if you choose to join the Star Martial Army when you go to the battlefield to defend your home and country, it will be when our intelligence frontline has been defeated and the demon race has successfully invaded. Our existence is to buy time for humanity, to delay the arrival of total war. The longer this time, the better, ideally forever. You are still a student now, but when the war truly begins, the entire U kingdom, regardless of age, will fight together. What difference will there be between students and soldiers? Being a student is not an excuse to avoid battle. Is that reason enough? Wang Chen's breathing grew heavy. He wasn't swept away by Wang Qianfeng's impassioned speech, eager to grab a gun and charge into battle with the demon race. From Wang Qianfeng's words, Wang Chen analyzed several key points. The war had not yet started, but the demon spies had already begun their activities, and capturing demon spies falls under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. The real war might not come so quickly. It could be 3 years, 5 years, or even 10. Considering his own situation, how could Wang Chen grow to the Starry Realm in just 15 days? How could he possess silver-level skills? It all depended on those two thrilling experiences. So to become stronger, Wang Chen had to create opportunities. No, he had to experience things. If he couldn't grow before the outbreak of total war, when the time came to fight, he would definitely be cannon fodder. Rapidly growing stronger required experiences, but it was unlikely that he would encounter such fortunate circumstances again. Therefore, if opportunities didn't come knocking, he had to seek them out himself. Joining the Heavenly Sword Bureau seemed to be the best choice. But, am I really dropping out of school? Wang Chen asked, feeling wronged. No one can take away your right to education, even if you join the Heavenly Sword Bureau. I invite you to join, and at most, you would be an external member. After all, you are only 16. I told you from the very beginning that I invited you because I saw potential in you. Until you complete your studies, the Sky Sword Bureau will not assign you any mandatory tasks. Then why didn't you say from the start that joining the Sky Sword Bureau wouldn't affect my schooling? If you had mentioned that initially, I might have agreed without all this back-end. Fourth, what do you think the Sky Sword Bureau is? A company where you apply for a job? The Sky Sword Bureau, although not under the military's jurisdiction, still consists of professional soldiers. If you've interacted with the True Martial Corps, you must have heard Yijinja say that the True Martial Corps is the elite of the Star Martial Army. But we at the Sky Sword Bureau are the true elite that even the True Martial Corps covets to join. Being able to join the Sky Sword Bureau should be an honor for you, not something I have to beg you for, and I certainly won't let you set conditions just for your joining. I, Wang Qianfeng, will never force anyone. Oh, Wang Qianfeng's aura was like that of a raging wolf, and in front of his presence, Wang Chen felt like a little lamb cornered against the wall. Sign it. Wang Qianfeng slammed the application form down in front of Wang Chen, his voice low and commanding. Is this not forcing someone? The way you look, it seems like if I don't agree, you'll tear me apart. The form is already filled out. All that's left is the final signature? I truly feel honored. With endless complaints in his heart, Wang Chen quickly signed. Wang Qianfeng snatched the form from Wang Chen and pulled out another blank sheet from his bag. This is the registration notice. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, report to the Sky Sword Bureau in Sioux City. The address is on it. Any other questions? No. Then I'm leaving. Wang Qianfeng picked up his backpack, stood up, and turned to leave. The moment he turned his back, a fox-like smile blossomed on his face. Take care, director, and be careful on the road. Once the elevator doors closed, the flattering smile on his face instantly vanished and he excitedly dashed into his bedroom, leaping onto the bed. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Wang Qianfeng in the elevator was also laughing like a Shiba Inu. He de Wang, trying to steal my people? When have you ever succeeded? Everything that ends up in your bowl can still be dug out by me. So, you see, in life, why bother with face? Wang Chen lay quietly on the bed, looking at the remaining 1,500 skill points in the system, feeling immensely satisfied. Previously, with only 600 skill points left and wanting to buy a few powerful star martial techniques, he hadn't dared to invest points into the Phoenix form. But now, adding 500 points into the Phoenix form. Although every time he used it, he wished he could uninstall the skill, it was truly delightful when in use. The remaining task was to study the Nebula Sword Dance. Although the Nebula Sword Dance was only Silver LV1, the same level as Wang Chen's basic skills, its power was definitely not something ordinary skills could compare to. Because this was a star martial technique, the true lethality of a star martial artist. With 1,000 skill points, Wang Chen could easily indulge, but he still needed to maximize his benefits. Wang Chen took the elevator down to the underground training room on the 3rd floor. He turned on the power and the lights instantly brightened, connecting to the PS armor, making the entire training room feel like a high-tech company's laboratory. Wang Chen picked up an 8-Gates Han sword from the weapon rack and tested it. The feel seemed about right. Closing his eyes, since it was his First time performing the nebula sword dance, he needed to visualize how to execute it in his mind. Suddenly, Wang Chen opened his eyes and the sword in his hand began to dance, accompanied by his movements. The long sword seemed to unfold like a fan, creating real afterimages like the surface of a fan. If he were to swing normally, it would be impossible to create this scene. Truly a star martial technique, not to mention its power, just the light and shadow effects were full of prestige. But the Silver One nebula sword dance seemed only capable of creating afterimages to confuse the enemy. Was that all it could do? That would be too disappointing for a skill that started at the silver level, right? Without hesitation, he spent 100 points to upgrade the nebula sword dance to silver 2.I in an instant. Wang Chen's understanding of the nebula sword dance soared to a new level. He realized that creating phantoms with the sword dance was merely the initial stage. The true essence lay in how to use these phantoms as sharp weapons and effectively conceal lethal moves within them. In a flash, Wang Chen's sword dance began, and the sword light around him burst forth like the dazzling lights of a stage, radiating a silvery sword aura. Wang Chen's body moved like a peacock dancing amidst the sword energy. After completing a round of the nebula sword dance, Wang Chen exclaimed in delight. This time, Sigua Yi not only effectively utilized the phantoms' illusory changes but also perfectly concealed the lethal moves within them. Apart from Wang Chen himself, no one could discern which was the real sword. Reflecting on the sword techniques used by Jiang Xinyu, it seemed that his set of star martial techniques could completely defeat Jiang Xinyu's swordplay. However, Jiang Xinyu's sword techniques were not star martial techniques, so defeating her shouldn't be a source of pride. One must be humble. Wang Chen smiled as he allocated more points, continuing to enhance the nebula sword dance to silver 5 before finally stopping. At silver 5, he had essentially mastered the application of the nebula sword dance. The remaining improvements would likely just require time and practice. If he could elevate the nebula sword dance to silver 9, he would have completely mastered this set of star martial techniques. With 500 skill points remaining, Wang Chen could easily push the nebula sword dance to its peak. But for the sake of maximizing benefits, he held back. There were so many basic skills at silver 1, he couldn't neglect the lower limit of his strength. Early the next morning, Wang Chen donned a short-sleeved windbreaker and left his home. The Tianjin Bureau was located in the East Lake District, an area concentrated with administrative and financial institutions frequented by an upscale crowd. However, it didn't feel prosperous to Wang Chen. There were hardly any commercial plazas, and even small supermarkets and convenience stores were scarce. Walking down a street, he found it lined with headquarters for various agricultural, industrial, and construction firms or financial consulting centers. The Tianjin Bureau was also hard to find. He couldn't locate the address on the map. After reaching the written Wangqiao Road, he found no number 1. The road started at number 2, and at the position of number 1 was Zhenling Park. After wandering for over 10 minutes, Wang Chen finally gritted his teeth and made his way through the garden, discovering a cluster of buildings behind it. This was really well hidden, wasn't it? Moreover, the straight-line distance between number 1 and number 2 exceeded 1,000 meters. Even Tao Yuanming would be moved to tears if he crossed over. I merely built my cottage in the human realm without the noise of carriages and horses, yet you are the true recluse. Hello, where do I sign up? Are you here to register? Take this elevator up to the 3rd floor, room 2, the beautiful receptionist said with a gentle smile. Okay, thank you. Wang Chen couldn't help but glance at the receptionist again. It wasn't that she was exceptionally beautiful, but her smile felt too professional. Perhaps? And the way she spoke just now, it felt a bit strange. On the 3rd floor, Wang Chen, with his bag on his back and a registration form in hand, stepped out of the elevator. Room 2, room 2. Stop. Suddenly, a young man in a suit appeared in front of Wang Chen, blocking his path. What are you doing? I'm here to report. Report? You're late, go back. Ha? Wang Chen looked at his watch in surprise. It was 8:10, not late at all. You don't need to explain. Do you think the Tianjin Bureau is just any place? The Tianjin Bureau only needs the most elite among Star Warriors. If you can't even manage basic punctuality, no matter how talented you are, you don't deserve to be called an elite. You look quite young, you must have been praised as a genius, right? But thinking that just because you have the title of genius you can join the Tianjin Bureau is too naive. Everyone in the Tianjin Bureau is a genius. Now, turn around and go back. You are out. The young man didn't give Wang Chen a chance to explain, and turned to leave. Wait. Wang Chen smiled as he looked at the back of the man in the suit in front of him. Can I say something? You've already said that. The other party turned around and coldly replied. The reporting time is 8:30 and it's now 8:12. You've scolded me for 2 minutes, but even so, I still arrived early. 8:30? Our notified reporting time is 7:30. Your eyesight isn't very good. My eyesight is 1.5, so I shouldn't be mistaken. Wang Chen held up the notification in front of the other person. The man took a step forward, and that single step covered a distance of 3 meters. Wang Chen's heart trembled. The Heavenly Sword Bureau indeed harbored hidden talents. He had seen the same footwork demonstrated by Ren Xingwu in the trial grounds. Ren Xingwu had said that This was a military star martial technique called the moonstep. Despite appearing to be only around 20 years old, could he have served in the military? You're not here to register. The other person glanced at the foreman Wang Chen's hand, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. You're here to report, and reporting is on the 4th floor, Human Resources. Oh, thank you. Wang Chen put away the invitation and turned to walk towards the elevator. Wait, who recruited you? Wang Chen turned around, looking at the young man in front of him with confusion. He said he was the director of the intelligence department, Wang Qianfeng. Got it. Wang Chen entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. Along the way, aside from the receptionist, he had only encountered this one living person. But this person gave Wang Chen a very bad impression. His attitude was cold, and he spoke harshly. Was the Heavenly Sword Bureau all like this? Not really. Miss Zhang Xioma was quite lovely. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Chen's lips as the elevator doors opened. Stepping out, he finally saw men and women in military uniforms coming and going. He walked past the signs and arrived at the Human Resources office. Hello, I'm here to report. Come in. Oh, a handsome guy. What's your name? A round-faced young woman peeked out from behind the computer, revealing a gentle smile that was very pleasant, with 2 shallow dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth when she smiled. Wang Chen. The young woman quickly operated the computer. Indeed there is. Saying this, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, Director Wang, he's here. You sit down. Wait here for a bit, someone will come to take you soon. The round-faced young woman had Wang Chen sit on a sofa chair to the side and even enthusiastically poured him a glass of water. It seemed that the one downstairs was the real oddball. Not long after, Wang Qianfeng arrived at the door of the Human Resources office with a somewhat rogue-looking young man. Wang Chen, come with me. Oh, aren't you here to report? Where are we going now? To assess your star martial level. I'm at the star radiance level. Can't I just open the star palace? Wang Qianfeng paused, turning to look at Wang Chen. If opening the star palace could determine the star martial level, would we even need to fight? If 2 people opened their star palaces, the one with the lower level could just commit suicide, right? Wang Chen followed the weary-looking young man to the testing area, where a circle had been drawn on the ground. The other person stood in the center of the circle. My name is Su Shiyun, and I am your tester. We will fight within the circle. I won't use star martial techniques to bully you, but you can use any star martial techniques you want. The rules of the test are simple. Either you knock me out of the circle, or I knock you out of the circle. If you go out, you fail the test. If I go out, you pass. Do you understand? Understood. Alright, let's begin. Wait. Speak. Can I use weapons? Sure, what do you want? Bring me a 40-meter-long broadsword. On the 2nd floor outside the testing area, Wang Qianfeng, who had just taken a sip of water while watching the match through the monitor, instantly sprayed it out. Ha! Li Weixin, the action director dressed in a black colonel uniform beside him, laughed heartily. Old Wang, where did you find this kid? Ha ha ha, he's really something. The expression of Su Shiyun in front of them darkened instantly. This circle is only 5 meters in diameter, and you want a 40-meter-long big knife? What the hell? Tug of war? No. Then how about a 10-meter-long spear? If that's not possible, a 3-meter-long sword should be fine, right? I'll give you one last chance to make a request, or we'll start. Just give me an ordinary, iron-cutting 8-sided Han sword. Su Shiyun nodded silently, too. Soon, the staff brought 2 8-sided Han swords to the battlefield. Wang Chen drew the Han sword and gave it a gentle swing. Isn't it supposed to cut iron like mud? It's just ordinary high-carbon steel. Don't set your expectations too high. This is a standard weapon from the Heavenly Sword Bureau. We use this to kill enemies. Are you ready? If you're ready, we'll begin. Okay. Old Wang, what do you think this kid wants a sword for? His profile says he uses a knife. You said yesterday that you passed the Nebula Sword dance to him. He can't have learned it already, right? How is that possible? Wang Qianfeng took a sip of his new cup of coffee and shook his head gently. The Nebula Sword dance is not a simple star martial technique. Learning the Nebula Sword dance requires a high level of control over star power, and one must master the transformation of star power with incredible proficiency. Even if Wang Chen is exceptionally talented, mastering just the basics in a day and a night is very difficult. At the moment the match began, Su Shiyun's figure floated gracefully as he lunged at Wang Chen with a sword. This strike was like a fencing move, stepping forward and stabbing out like lightning to kill. Wang Chen's eyes grew serious as he swiftly dodged the sword. But in an instant, Su Shiyun's swordplay poured down like a sky full of stars. Su Shiyun's strength was at the mid-nebula stage, which overwhelmingly surpassed Wang Chen in terms of star martial level, so he certainly had the confidence to be proud. From the swordplay Su Shiyun displayed, it was clear that his basic combat skills were also outstanding, significantly surpassing Jiang Xinyu. However, even with that advantage, Su Shiyun's strength was still at the nebula realm, and his basic combat skills were at the silver stage. If Su Shiyun specialized in swordplay, he could at most be at the peak of silver. Wang Chen's close combat skills, close combat agility, and close combat knife techniques were all at the early silver stage. The gap between silver and gold is an insurmountable chasm, but the differences within the silver level are still noticeable. Therefore, although Su Shiryun's attacks were sharp, Wang Qin managed to barely fend off Su Shiryun's relentless assault through agile dodges and close combat knife techniques. What solid foundational skills! Li Weixin's eyes lit up instantly. He's a star martial artist at the early star radiance stage, a kid who just awakened his star martial talent less than a month ago, yet he has such solid foundational skills? These foundational skills are comparable to some professional star martial artists at the nebula stage. That's natural. Someone I recognize is certainly not an ordinary person. To refine foundational skills to this level, even if he hadn't awakened over the years, his understanding of martial arts has already been very advanced. But if he has such strong close combat strength, how could he have almost been killed in the otherworldly space opened by the demon race? With his current strength, those biodemon soldiers shouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him, right? Oldly, you seem to have forgotten two things. First, in the otherworldly space, Wang Qin was unarmed. He had no weapons but managed to kill 9 biodemon soldiers in succession. It's impossible without a solid martial arts foundation. The other point is that he is already at the star radiance stage. Even if he had insights before, he was limited by his body and couldn't express them. Now that the physical limitations are gone, the martial arts he once understood have room to be applied. Look at his dodges and blocks. They rely on strength, speed, and reaction ability. Without these, even if you know how to do it, you still can't achieve it. But using the 8 Gates Han sword like a knife, does this kid think he can just show off with a sword? In the midst of battle, although Wang Qin successfully defended against the relentless attacks of the illusory cloud, he found himself in a perilous situation, constantly constrained. What was worse, he had been forced to the edge of the circle and was about to be knocked out. Suddenly, Wang Qin's body swayed, using a strange step to pivot his foot as the center, leaning like a weeble, and with the support of the 8 Gates Han sword, he instantly broke through the illusory cloud's blockade and returned to the center of the circle. Wow, that move is truly brilliant. Li Weixin's eyes lit up. This kid actually has such adaptability. If he didn't have that adaptability, he would have died long ago. Oh, are you testing the newcomer? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the doorway, and another middle-aged colonel in a black uniform walked into the monitoring room. He Lao Air, what are you doing here? Nothing much. The law enforcement department received a report that someone took advantage of this expansion of the Heavenly Sword Bureau to privately insert personnel without needing to go through testing. So I came to verify. Wang Qianfeng's face darkened immediately. Are you referring to me? Isn't it? Where's the person you inserted? What's his name? Wang Qianfeng coldly pointed at the monitoring room. It's him. Isn't this a test? Who said it doesn't require assessment? Him. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Yimingxua's expression changed instantly. You brought him in? Wang Qianfeng smirked. He De Lang wants to compete with me for people? Even if he pulls him into the army, I can still dig him out, let alone this is in my bowl. On the testing field, it seemed to return to the starting point. The illusory cloud raised his sword, grinning at Wang Chen. That was a nice move, but this test has no time limit, so stalling tactics are meaningless. Just a friendly reminder, I don't like using swords. Swords are too brittle, not refreshing at all. Saying this, he casually threw the sword out of the arena. Give me a medal. Baseball bat. Outside the field, the staff quickly tossed a silver-white baseball bat into the arena. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, like a shot put hitting the ground. The tremor underfoot made Wang Chen's heart skip a beat. Solid, solid, clever, solid SKD 61 material, hardness of 65 degrees. With your little frame, just a brush could send you to the afterlife. The illusory cloud effortlessly began to swing the bat. If you know what's good for you, step out of the circle, otherwise, you'll be beaten badly. Do you mean what you say? What? That you won't use star martial arts while I can? Ha! So much nonsense. As soon as the words fell, the illusory cloud suddenly exploded with a gust of wind beneath his feet, his figure instantly charging towards Wang Chen. In that moment, the spiritual energy around Wang Chen surged, and the sword in his hand instantly burst forth with dozens of rays of light. The sword shadows like a curtain, dazzling and beautiful. The expressions of the three in the monitoring room froze at this scene, especially Wang Qianfeng, whose face was filled with disbelief. Old Wang, didn't you say he couldn't master the nebula sword dance so quickly? Old Wang, did you teach him the nebula sword dance? Wang Qianfeng took a deep breath before coming back to his senses. I only taught him the nebula sword dance yesterday morning. How could he learn it in a day? As far as I know, the fastest record for this set of star martial arts is 3 days. No wonder he's her child, truly a genius. Lao Air, don't so easily dismiss others' efforts with the word genius. Even if Wang Chen is talented, mastering the nebula sword dance in a day would require non-stop practice. He might have practiced all night last night, but unfortunately, relying solely on the shadow sword technique won't defeat the illusory cloud. Wielding the bat, the illusory cloud's mad bat technique can only be countered with mastery of the nebula dance to have a slim chance of winning. Ding ding. Ding! In the midst of the test, Wang Chen's sword was hidden among the myriad remnants of swordlight. The battle situation instantly reversed. Wang Chen launched a series of powerful attacks, each sword strike appearing and disappearing like a ghost. However, Su Shiyan's bat danced like a ball, and in Su Shiyan's eyes, all he could see was Wang Chen's sword light. Yet in Wang Chen's eyes, all he could see were the shadows of the bat. The difference was that Wang Chen's sword light was created through star power, while Su Shiyan's bat shadows were produced by high-speed movements. The whistling wind was piercing, and the buzzing sound of the wind made Wang Chen feel as if he were surrounded by countless bees. No matter from which angle Wang Chen attacked, Su Shiyan could perfectly neutralize it. Suddenly, Wang Chen's figure began to blur, not only the sword light flickering with remnants but even Wang Chen's body started to shimmer with after images. Upon seeing this scene, the three people in the monitoring room could no longer maintain their composure. Old Wang, can you explain again how he cultivated to the point of after images? He Ming looked at Wang Qianfeng sincerely and asked. Well, the principle of afterimages is actually the same as that of the afterimage sword. Cultivating the afterimage sword requires evenly distributing star power to every inch of the sword and treating it as part of the body, while also needing a very high ability to change the form of star power, creating sword shadows while hiding the real sword within the afterimages. The body afterimage is an upgrade of the afterimage sword, requiring the star power to be evenly distributed throughout the body to achieve perfect balance, and the body must also embody the characteristics of the afterimage sword, creating illusions and existing between reality and illusion. Damn, I can't continue. How is this possible? Wang Qianfeng was unwilling to explain further. Damn, such a high-level operation requires both muscle memory and dual enhancement of control to achieve. It's not that Wang Chen shouldn't learn, but learning takes time. Just 20 hours, even a normal human would need at least 10 to 20 hours to comprehend and practice the cultivation method, right? Comprehending, attempting, cultivating, and completing in such a short time is simply impossible. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly moved, spinning rapidly around Su Shiyan like a top, while countless sword lights enveloped Su Shiyan like stars in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Qianfeng completely gave up resistance. Alright, I admit it, he's a genius. A true genius. As Su Shiyan was forced to retreat continuously, about to step out of the circle, suddenly, a surge of star power erupted around Su Shiyan, forcefully pushing Wang Chen back with the overwhelming star power. Star Cloud Sword Dance Break. Su Shiyan, panting, looked at Wang Chen before him. At that moment, Su Shiyan no longer had the previous imposing demeanor. Instead, he bore a weighty and acknowledging expression. Although Wang Chen was only at the early stage of star radiance and he had already reached the mid-stage of star cloud, achieving star radiance at this age meant that his future accomplishments could not be limited to just the star cloud realm. Fortunately, Su Shiyan did not know that Wang Chen had only awakened for a total of 15 days, otherwise he would probably have knelt down directly. Are you not going to do anything about him cheating like this? Wang Chen pointed at Su Shiyan towards the camera. It was agreed that he wouldn't use star martial techniques. Not using star martial techniques doesn't mean not using star power. What's the problem? Is there a difference? Wang Chen retorted. Have you ever been to school? You don't even know the difference between star power and star martial techniques? If I didn't use star power, could my strength and speed keep up with you? If I completely didn't use star power, I would just be an ordinary person. How could I fight against you star martial artists? Sorry, I really haven't been to school. Wang Chen raised the 8-sided Han sword in his hand. Oh no, this sword was already so battered it couldn't be used. Kid, you do have some skills, just use whatever means you have. It would be a shame to fail the assessment after working so hard. Alright, Lieutenant Su, be careful. Wang Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. The 8-sided Han sword crossed in front of him. Star power surged around him, instantly forming a rotating star wheel halo. Is this fake? In the monitoring room, Li Weixin from the action department didn't even notice the coffee spilling from his hands, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen, who seemed still yet exuded a momentum like a storm. Is this also a technique of the nebula sword dance? Old Wang, why haven't I seen you use it before? This must be an advanced technique of the nebula sword dance, right? Are you sure this guy isn't a monster? How about we take him back for research? He Ming Xue asked stiffly. There's no reason for that. I wouldn't even know how to use it like this. Wang Qianfeng looked completely bewildered. He really hasn't learned it before. It can't be wrong. He couldn't have learned it from someone else. He just learned it for a day. One day, it's impossible, even if his IQ is high. This kind of technique I don't even know. The nebula sword dance is my family's legacy. How could there be techniques I don't know? Could it be he developed it himself? That doesn't make sense. Just one day, this. At this moment, Wang Qianfeng had completely fallen into a philosophical contemplation of who he was, where he was, and whether this world was real or an illusion. In the footage, Wang Chen's figure instantly transformed into countless afterimages, his footsteps freezing in every corner of the three-dimensional space. Even the void became his platform. Su Shiyan's face was serious, and suddenly, the metal bat swung violently. Not being able to use star martial techniques was a significant disadvantage, especially against someone like Wang Chen who defied common reasoning in the starry realm. At this moment, Su Shiryun could only think one thing, is this really the starry realm? His fundamentals are too solid, right? There are almost no shortcomings typical of the starry realm. The lower and upper limits of his strength nearly overlap. Fortunately, Su Shiryun also had an advantage, which was star power. The star power of the starry realm is several times that of the stellar realm, and the star power of the nebula stage is worlds apart from that of the starry realm. Even if I can't suppress you with star martial techniques, I can still crush you with star power. Once your star power is exhausted, it's my turn to beat you while you're down. Ha! Suddenly, Wang Chen's body transformed into a rapidly spinning drill, like a whirlwind crashing fiercely into Su Shiryun. Want to burn your boats? Too naive. Su Shiryun's star power erupted around him, and the alloy bat suddenly surged with starlight. Boom! This strike exploded, and the fierce wind swept outward, sending the hats of the staff around the testing area flying into the sky. Su Shiryun's body kept retreating, his feet firmly planted on the ground, creating 2 deep trenches in the earth. Just as he was about to be pushed out of the circle, Wang Chen's star power ran out at that moment, and the Gale Wolfong kill dissipated into a gentle breeze. He. What a pity, just a little more. Inch power fist. Suddenly, Wang Chen, who had landed from the air, didn't pause for a moment. The instant his feet touched the ground, he lunged forward into Su Shiryun's face. Facing Wang Chen, who had run out of star power, Su Shiryun felt proud. You've lost your star power and still think you can defeat me with your weak fists? I could just stand here. Ugh, although Su Shiryun had star power protecting him, Wang Chen's inch power fist could even explode a low-level magic weapon with a single punch. The inch power that had reached the silver level had long transcended the traditional realm of inch power. Even Huang Feilong, who taught Wang Chen the inch power, couldn't comprehend the level Wang Chen's inch power had reached. Relying solely on star power couldn't block the force of the inch power fist. Thus, Su Shiryun arrogantly took Wang Chen's punch head-on, bending over like a shrimp. In the monitoring room, Wang Qianfeng slapped his forehead in disbelief. So embarrassing, this is the general of my intelligence department, the squad leader Su Shiryun? How could he make such a stupid, low-level mistake? If it weren't for his arrogance, if he hadn't taken it head-on, even if he didn't dodge and countered with martial techniques, he wouldn't have been made to look so foolish, right? Lying on the ground convulsing, spewing bile, can he still be of any use? Assessment passed. Defeated an opponent of a higher level, rewarded with 100 experience points and 10 skill points. Completed the test assessment. Rewarded with 500 experience points and 50 skill points. The broadcast and the system's prompt sounded almost simultaneously, and Wang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Brother Su, are you okay? Don't call me Brother Su. I'm not at all. Call me Brother Sure. Ouch, that punch of yours, is it an ancient martial art? I didn't expect to be careless. Whether you are or not, isn't the current situation enough to say? Wang Chen twitched his lips, reached out to help Su Shiryun up and placed him on a nearby seat to rest. Come with me. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Qianfeng had already arrived at the testing ground, not even glancing at the groaning Su Shiryun. Wang Qianfeng took Wang Chen to the personnel office, where he received a special phone, a work ID, 2 military uniforms, and 2 sets of plain clothes in the Zhongshan suit style. Wang Chen opened the work ID. Tianjin Bureau Intelligence Department Staff number, Sui ***********. Seeing the string of 7 digits, Wang Chen's mouth twitched. License plate number? No. Of course, it only resembles a license plate number. The last 5 digits are your number in Sioux City. Oh, follow me. He thought that after completing the paperwork he would be allowed to leave, but unexpectedly, Wang Chen was taken to Wang Qianfeng's office. In Wang Qianfeng's office, there was another person elegantly brewing tea. Wang Chen looked at this person and felt he looked familiar. He Lao Air, did you lock my cabinet? Old Wang, you have such good tea and you hide it. That's not fair. This tea is wasted in your hands. Come, try my skills. Saying this, he suddenly smiled at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, don't be shy, sit down. This attitude left Wang Chen even more puzzled. After all, he was a lieutenant colonel, on the same level as Wang Qianfeng. If Wang Qianfeng was being polite because he appreciated his talent, then this person made Wang Chen feel that he was probably very special in their eyes. Wang Chen, let me introduce you. This is He Mingxue, the brother of He Jinza whom you have met. He is the director of the law enforcement department of the Tianjin Bureau in Sioux City. Hello, sir. Wang Chen quickly stood at attention and saluted. All right, there are no outsiders here, sit down. He Mingxue smiled faintly. Are you curious, feeling that I know you? Yes, a bit. I saw you when you were very young. The reason Wang Qianfeng and I are at the Tianjin Bureau in Sioux City is because of you. 8 years ago, old Wang and I were once your mother's subordinates. Wang Chen's face revealed an expression of as expected. It really was related to his mother. What? About my mom, what's the situation? This is the second time you've asked this question, but I don't mind telling you again. We don't know. And even if we did, we couldn't say. Wang Qianfeng said lightly. Then at least tell me if she is alive or dead? Wang Chen said somewhat impatiently. She might still be alive. Might? I can only say might. Alright. Wang Chen gave up. It seemed impossible to get any more information from these two. Do you two gentlemen have any instructions? If not, may I take my leave? There are no specific instructions, just to let you know that. After joining the Tianjin Bureau, you have someone above you. If you encounter difficulties or troubles, you can talk to us and we will take care of you. By the way, as a first meeting, let me give you a set of star martial arts. What? Sure. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Chen instantly agreed obediently, not at all polite. Had quite straightforward. Well, as a soldier, there's no need to beat around the bush. You seem to adapt well to your identity, but being a soldier isn't just about wearing a uniform. Military attire, military spirit, military bones, and military soul are all essential. You are a fire attribute, and the star martial art I will teach you is called Flame Blade, which is a transformation of the fire attribute, releasing a blade of flame from your fingertips. The temperature of the flame can be increased through training, and the flame blade has 7 colors of flames, each with different powers. This is an A-level star martial art, quite powerful. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. As soon as the words fell, He Mingshua's figure instantly flashed like a remnant shadow, appearing in front of Wang Chen, his 2 fingers pointing like a sword at Wang Chen's brow. In that moment, the knowledge of the flame blade's cultivation was imprinted in Wang Chen's mind. It was unclear how much time had passed when a prompt jumped out in his mind. It indicated that a skill could be learned, asking whether to spend skill points to learn it. Wasn't that obvious? As if I could learn it without spending money. He added a skill point and successfully lit up the skill for the flame blade. Did you remember it? He Mingxue asked with a smile. I remembered. Wang Chen nodded. Did you learn it? He Mingxue asked mischievously, but instantly laughed at himself. How could one learn it in an instant? It's not like a primary school math problem where you just glance at it and know the answer. Although the principle of the flame blade was simple, it required a thorough understanding of the nature of star power and the ability to perfectly stabilize this change, releasing it through the meridians in the hands. Without a period of hard training, let alone releasing the flame blade, even releasing the flame hand would be whoosh. Wang Chen brought his 5 fingers together in front of him, and a ball of flame shot up from his fingertips. But it wasn't the kind of burning, rising flame. Instead, it was like a flame cutting machine, forming a red flame blade about a foot long in a triangular shape in front of Wang Chen's fingers. Crack, that was the sound of jaws dropping, crisp and clear. Wang Chen left, but the expressions of the two in the office remained heavy and silent. Isn't that a bit excessive? It really is a bit excessive. Even Lord Yan Emperor isn't this excessive. Should we kill him? A monster like this leaves no way out for others. You execute, I'll sign the papers. Pa, do you want me dead? Then why are you talking nonsense? But I really didn't expect. Didn't expect what? Didn't expect you would actually be willing to give the flame blade to him. At this moment, I realized that you, Lauer, aren't that annoying after all. You've already given him the nebula sword dance. If I don't give away the flame blade, how will the brothers from other places see me? You and I are both entrusted by the Yan Emperor to stay in Sioux City and take care of Wang Chen. You're generous and I'm petty? How can I hold my head up in front of the brothers in the future? Wait, are you setting me up? Suddenly, He Mingxue realized the problem, his eyes fixed on Wang Qianfeng, gritting his teeth. I'm setting you up? Doesn't your law enforcement department always like to add charges? You giving away the nebula sword dance is forcing me to give the flame blade. Who forced you? You didn't have to give it. Wang Qianfeng snorted coldly, turning back to his desk. What are you still doing here? Now that everyone has left? Drinking tea. I'm going to work. You do your work, I'll drink tea. Do you know this is the office of the Intelligence Department Director? As the director of the Law Enforcement Department, you should be very clear that the affairs handled by the Intelligence Department Director are all confidential information. No one can access it except for the director. Ha! Don't try to scare me with that. I grew up being scared. Although his words were tough, his body obediently stood up, even though the Sky Sword Bureau is about to expand. The official documents haven't been issued yet, so you better be careful. Leaving those words, He Mingxue left. Suddenly, Wang Qianfeng's expression changed, and he flashed to the cabinet, opening it. Looking at the empty cabinet, Wang Qianfeng's face instantly turned dark. A roar erupted from the office. He Lauer, my premium tea leaves. 500 for an ounce. Coming out of the Sky Sword Bureau, Wang Chen walked on the seemingly prosperous yet profoundly deep streets of the financial center. Prosperous because this is the financial center of Sioux City, where all the city headquarters of banks, financial exchanges, and even the largest stock market center are located. But to say it was profound, there were hardly any people on the streets except for a few street cleaners. Even during the summer vacation, occasionally seeing 1 or 2 chain convenience stores, but they were also deserted. Wang Chen had never been here before. Initially curious, he gradually lost interest. He opened his phone to search for directions and headed towards the nearest bus stop. Suddenly, a shop sign caught Wang Chen's eye, Longquan Sword Pavilion. Although he had the Flame Blade Star Martial skill, it was unfortunate that he couldn't use the Nebula Sword Dance while performing the Flame Blade. And to execute the Nebula Sword Dance, one needed a sword in hand. Wang Chen knew that swords were custom-made for swordsmen. Even if one wasn't a swordsman but a star warrior using a sword, their swords were specially crafted. Only those who were mediocre or merely used standard equipment as a backup would use off-the-shelf gear. He still vividly remembered how the 8 Directions Han sword had been battered into a sorry state by an alloy baseball bat during their previous encounter. Would he take such a sword to battle in the future? Wang Chen felt he couldn't afford to lose face. With that thought, he walked into the Longquan Sword Pavilion without hesitation. Hello, esteemed guest, are you here to look at swords? There was only one girl in the shop, her hair styled in an ancient fashion, dressed in a beautiful traditional outfit. She stood gracefully, giving Wang Chen the illusion of stepping back into ancient times. Yes, I've long heard of the fame of Longquan swords and have come to pay my respects. Thank you for your visit, young master. Please come this way. The girl in traditional attire slightly bent her body in a bow, perfectly transitioning into the next moment. Are you a star warrior, young master? Is there a difference? If you aren't, I would sell you ornamental swords, ones without sharp edges. If you are, then they are truly lethal weapons. This is my Star Warrior certificate. Please take a look. The girl took the certificate, glanced at it, and her eyes softened even more. This was the same everywhere in the world, whether it's beautiful women-loving heroes or the high social status of Star Warriors were always admired among ordinary people. A girl who could win the favor of a Star Warrior would most likely not refuse. In terms of personal combat ability and earning potential, Star Warriors far surpassed ordinary people. But in a balanced manner, while Star Warriors could earn money, they could also enjoy life. Wang Chen still couldn't understand how this group of Star Warriors perfectly integrated into ordinary society without causing imbalance. If he thought about it from his previous life's perspective, with such a large group of Star Warriors and girls preferring to marry them, wouldn't ordinary men soon face extinction? But in reality, very few girls married Star Warriors, and even with careful planning, the chances were slim. Do you have any requirements regarding the length or weight of the sword? Do you prefer using your left hand or right hand? Well, I don't have any specific requirements. How about you pick a few for me to try? Wang Chen truly didn't understand. The first time he used a sword was just now, with the 8 Directions Han sword. Alright, this is the Ning Yuan sword crafted by our master at Longquan Sword Pavilion. This sword combines the dual advantages of a sword and a saber. It can slash and stab, but it is a bit heavy. Holding it with one hand can be strenuous, and with 2 hands, the grip feels a bit short. If you have exceptional arm strength, you might give it a try. Let me see it, the girl said as she carefully brought down the sword with both hands, clearly struggling with its weight. The girl was only about 1.60 meters tall, and she swayed slightly while holding the sword, almost losing her balance. Be careful, miss. Wang Chen quickly reached out, but wisely did not touch the girl's body. Instead, he grasped the sword's hilt to share the weight. In the girl's somewhat resentful gaze, Wang Chen drew the Ning Yuan sword. The blade was transparent with beautiful patterns, and it was indeed heavy, weighing around 20 pounds. For an average person, holding it with one hand would be quite difficult. But this little girl must not have sold swords to Star Warriors before. Even a woman Star Warrior's strength far exceeded that of an average man. Despite Wang Chen's slender appearance, his strength data was over 20, double the normal human strength limit. With the sword in hand, it felt nothing out of the ordinary. Wang Chen tried swinging it, and the whooshing wind immediately echoed throughout the shop. Wang Chen frowned. Are you not satisfied, young master? The wind noise when swinging it is too loud, indicating that the sword has high wind resistance. Has it not undergone airflow layout design? Our Longquan swords are all made according to traditional craftsmanship. Even if it's traditional, it must keep up with the times. Tradition isn't necessarily all good. The sword body may be beautiful, but I'm going to use it for real combat. Then, how about this 2-handed sword? The girl approached a large sword over a meter long that was stuck in the sword rack. With a clang, she pulled it out. Oh, it's so heavy. Can you help me hold it? Wang Chen suddenly shivered, staring wide-eyed at the girl's doll-like delicate face. At this moment, you can't lift it? I just saw you pull the sword out in one go. Could this be the legendary case of being unable to open a bottle cap when weak but able to twist off the lid when angry? What lies beneath this ancient costume? Could it be a body of steel? Wang Chen swallowed hard and took the 2-handed sword. A weight of less than 50 pounds is acceptable, but with my graceful nebula sword dance, you want me to hold this 2-handed sword and dance like a windmill? That's not right, is it? Are you not satisfied, young master? No problem, Longquan Sword Pavilion can customize weapons according to customer requirements. Please tell me your specifications and I can arrange for customization. If all goes well, it can be ready in half a month. Alright, fine. Wang Chen sheathed the sword. A sword of ordinary length will do. A one-handed sword, weighing between 20 to 30 pounds. But it must be sharp, able to withstand heavy strikes, and not chip or dull when cutting hard objects. With minimal air resistance when swung. Boss, do you buy swords here? Just then, a person as thin as a bamboo pole entered the shop, asking loudly, "Sorry, sir, could you wait a moment? I need to finish attending to this customer first. Our shop does buy swords." "Okay." The man said nothing more and quietly sat by the counter, placing a short sword only 2 feet long on the counter. "Young master, could you leave your contact information? We will contact you once it's ready." Perhaps surprised by the way she addressed him, the girl looked over at Wang Chen. But at that moment, Wang Chen's eyes were fixed on the sword in the man's hand. "Wait a minute, big brother, are you selling that sword?" "Yes, do you like it? Can I take a look?" The man released his grip and Wang Chen took the sword out of its sheath. The shape of this sword was quite strange, giving an impression of being twisted as if someone had bent it. But this was just a visual illusion. The sword was straight throughout. The blade was thick, about 3 centimeters in thickness. Because of this, the sword appeared particularly heavy. The sword body and hilt were crafted as one, and Wang Chen tried to swing it. As he moved, the air rushed past the sword, producing a sharp whistling sound, but the position of the whistle was oddly offset from the sword's position. This was truly an unconventional sword. If some swordsmanship master were to practice sound recognition with this sword, they would likely meet an unjust end. Moreover, while swinging, Wang Chen did not feel any air resistance. This was a sword completely suitable for combat and very treacherous. "Does this sword have a name?" "Demon's Cry." "Appropriate. How much?" The man sized up Wang Chen, who was dressed very ordinarily in jeans, a short-sleeved windbreaker, and a plain white t-shirt that looked like it cost $20 or $30 from a street stall. "Little brother, this sword is a family heirloom. Although it's not an antique, it has a history of 70 years. It has seen battle and slain demon races. The price is definitely not cheap. Are you sure you want it? Just tell me the price. If I can accept it, I'll take it. 100,000. I won't sell for less than that." "All right." Wang Chen didn't even bother to haggle and directly said, "Give me your account number. I'll transfer the money to you right now." The little girl in the shop widened her eyes, looking angrily at the two as they brazenly made a deal in her store. But it seemed like they weren't doing anything wrong, just that the occasion was a bit inappropriate. "You can't just say when opening a business, 'Please take your transaction outside,' right?" The little girl secretly complained for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and stared intently at the skinny bamboo pole. "You definitely won't voluntarily pay taxes. Should I report you?" "All right, this sword is yours." The other party stood up decisively and turned to leave, even more hurried than Wang Chen. Big brother, do you still have the custom sword you ordered?" Seeing Wang Chen about to leave, the little girl asked eagerly. I'm sorry, I'm quite satisfied with this sword." "How about you? Customize a spare one of the same model for me?" "Sure, I'll take a photo." As they walked out of the shop, a red sports car suddenly stopped in front of Wang Chen. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Sinyu's smiling face behind sunglasses. "Wang Chen, what a coincidence. Classmate Jiang, are you sure it's a coincidence and not that you're stalking me?" Jiang Sinyu's smile instantly faded. "Do you think I'm that bored? As if you've never done anything like that. Hey, are you still a man?" "No," Wang Chen decisively denied, "just a boy." "Get in the car." The car door opened, and Wang Chen didn't hesitate to get in. Seeing Wang Chen get in without hesitation, Jiang Sinyu smiled again. "Don't you think I'm the legendary female driver? How come you still dare to get in?" "You're not the legendary female driver, you're the female driver right in front of me. Last time, you proved with your life that you really can drive. This time, I'm not going to say anything, just take me home." The car started and indeed slowly moved forward. "Hey, turn right at my house. I have to go do something first." Jiang Sinyu replied flatly. Wang Chen tilted his head to look out the window, feeling that the car wasn't going very fast, but it had actually reached 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour is quite fast on city roads. "Actually, I didn't mean to monitor you. I just wanted to know how you study usually." After a long while, Jiang Sinyu suddenly spoke. "Every exam I lose, I cry once. All the tears of my life have been shed for you." This lament made Wang Chen shiver involuntarily. The images in his mind instantly conjured two extremes. One was Jiang Sinyu's heartfelt confession, the other was a darkened figure raising a hatchet. "I had Bing Shui invade your computer just to see how you study. After all, to defeat an enemy, one must understand everything about them. To be considered an enemy by Sinyu. I'm flattered. Don't misunderstand, you know what I mean by enemy." "Understood. Who did you submit to when you were a child?" "But I really didn't expect you took it seriously." "I didn't take it seriously before, but after losing so many times, I gradually started to take it seriously. If I can't even win against you once, what pride do I, Jiang Sinyu, have left? What meaning do all those trophies and medals have? I've never even gotten a real first place." The atmosphere fell silent again. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, Jiang Sinyu turned her face to look at Wang Chen seriously. "Watch the road." "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to, I was young and didn't understand. Later, I Realized this was invading your privacy, and I was very scared that you would really be angry, even cut ties with me. For a while, I was very worried, and I didn't dare to see you for these 2 years. Sinyu, please watch the road you're driving. Wang Chen's face turned pale. You said you weren't the legendary female driver, but you drive even more terrifyingly than the legend. Ah. Suddenly, the car made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the guardrail at the fork in the road. In an instant, Wang Chen's heart leaped to his throat. Sinyu, don't drive anymore in the future. After regaining control of the car, Wang Chen patted his chest, still shaken. I'm usually not like this. Today was just an accident. I believe you, sure. I forgive you. Wang Chen quickly replied. Fearing that Jiang Xingyu would come at him again, I didn't blame you after I found out that Bingxue was you. You were only 12 or 13 at that time, just a child who didn't understand. Besides, without Bingxue, Xiaoai wouldn't have come into existence. It's fine, it's okay. But Xiaoai has been chasing Bingxue all these years. Just last month, when Bingxue went abroad for a stroll, Xiaoai showed up just 10 minutes after Bingxue appeared, and if it weren't for the warning bombs Bingxue had set up in advance, she would have been caught. That was an order I gave to Xiaoai 3 years ago, and I'll revoke it when I get back. Actually, artificial intelligence can grow more by communicating with each other. The main reason Xiaoai and Bingxue have grown so quickly is because of these years of pursuit. The records of their encounters each year exceed 100, and their intelligence has significantly improved every year. Bingxue is a copy program of my company's intelligent computer, but in just 3 years, Bingshue's intelligence level has far surpassed its original. It seems we accidentally created 2 remarkable things while playing around. Is that so? Anyway, my Xiaoai is my butler, and you are not allowed to lay a finger on him. I won't hand him over to anyone. Bingxue is also my child, and I won't give her up either. The car stopped at the entrance of the Xingwu Club. What are you doing here? Buying Xingwu skills. Having successfully advanced to the Xingyun realm, I need to keep up with the Xingwu skills. A few new A-level Xingwu skills are being released today, so I want to improve myself. Keep up with the Xingwu skills? Are you saying that once you reach a certain realm, you can only improve by learning new Xingwu skills? What about the previous Xingwu skills? Of course, why do you think Xingwu skills are divided into 5 levels? Isn't it because the power of Xingwu skills varies in strength? C-level Xingwu skills have C-level power, and A-level Xingwu skills have A-level power. The only A-level wind attribute Xingwu skill I have is A-level, while the others are all B-level. This time, I plan to buy a few A-level Xingwu skills to get the hang of them before school starts. Is that so? What if you upgrade a B-level Xingwu skill to A-level? How is that possible? Jiang Xinyu unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car, looking at Wang Chen with a puzzled expression. Do you know what level of understanding is required to unleash the power of a high-level Xingwu skill from a low-level one? In the terms of martial arts novels, it's like turning decay into wonder, a technique that can only be mastered at the Xianling realm. We are just ordinary people. Wang Chen followed her out of the car, his eyes flickering. He seemed different from others. A certain Xingwu skill had limits for others, but for him, it seemed limitless. As long as he had enough skill points, he could elevate close combat to gold or even platinum. Wang Chen speculated. What would it be like if close combat reached the platinum level? A punch shattering the sky, a kick breaking the earth? And dreaming even higher, what would it be like to reach diamond level? What about reaching the king level? Would he be able to unleash a truly lightspeed punch? That would truly make him a one-punch man. His future seemed to hold infinite possibilities. The only worry was whether he could live long enough to see it. Following Jiang Xinyu to the Xingwu Club, the sales area of the club had a Soul Orb sales section and a Xingwu skill sales section. Every customer was given a tablet by the staff, and then they needed to select what they wanted on the tablet. Beginner Soul Orb, 80,000 each? He dares to sell it for 80,000 when the buyback price is only 1,000? That's too outrageous. Wang Chen was stunned as he casually clicked on the Soul Orb section. The government is providing benefits to Xingwu practitioners, with over 2 million Xingwu practitioners nationwide. This is a huge financial expenditure. If it weren't for the high prices, most of the lower-tier Xingwu practitioners would be left out in the cold. You haven't seen that intermediate Soul Orbs cost 300,000 and high-grade Soul Orbs cost 1 million. How expensive? Which Star Warrior can afford this? So basically, those who can afford it are all established Star Warrior families, the kind with hundreds or even thousands of years of history. Even for us, money can only assist, improvement still relies on oneself. Jiang Xinyu focused on selecting star martial skills, while Wang Chen also began to look through the star martial skills. Most of the star martial skills in the Star Martial Guild are D and C grades, with only a handful of B grades, and there are only 3 new A grades available. Among the 10 or so B grades, there are 2 fire, 1 wind, 1 thunder, and the rest are all attributeless star martial skills. Star martial skills are divided into attribute and non-attribute. Only star warriors with corresponding attributes can learn attribute skills, while theoretically, anyone can cultivate non-attribute skills. But don't think that non-attribute skills are weaker than attribute ones. The power of attribute and non-attribute star martial skills is relatively equal, but the difficulty of learning is different. Learning corresponding attribute skills is the easiest, while non-attribute skills often involve high-level applications of star power transformations, which require a high level of proficiency from the Star Warriors. You either need to have strong talent or work hard. The A-grade star martial skills are the two that Wang Chen just learned, and the cheapest among them is 5 million. Indeed, it's not something an ordinary person can afford. Jiang Xinyu's personality is straightforward and decisive. The 4 A-grade star martial skills seem to be prepared just for her, and she directly packaged them, spending 20 million ocean coins. What a lavish expenditure. Aren't you buying any? I saw many C-grade star martial skills that suit you quite well, Jiang Xinyu asked softly. Forget it. Why? Once you've seen the vast ocean, nothing else can compare. Apart from Mount Wu, there are no clouds. Jiang Xinyu's pretty face flushed, and she shot Wang Chen a charming glance. Sister, you misunderstood. I meant it literally. I just learned 2 A-grade star martial skills. Do you think I would be interested in these C grades? And among the A-grade skills, there's nothing that Wang Chen wants yet. After leaving the Star Martial Guild, Wang Chen was sent home by Jiang Xinyu. As they parted, Jiang Xinyu called out to Wang Chen, "This semester, you should focus on improving. The theoretical classes have already ended in the second year. The third year is mainly for the sprint towards the provincial martial arts competition and the college entrance examination. Your strength is not bad, but it's best to cultivate a few star martial skills. In the Star Radiance realm, you can already showcase the power of star martial skills. I will also be in seclusion for a month to train hard, and you need to catch up after falling behind for 2 years. Got it, be careful on the way." Jiang Xinyu closed the car door, her expression a bit annoyed. Big Pig's hoof. Wang Chen turned back to the new universe building. The numerous skill points he had just received were mostly spent leveling the Nebula Sword Dance to Silver 5, which took half, while the remaining 200 were used to raise the Inch Force Fist to Silver 2. He spent 100 learning the Flame Blade, and the remaining 200 went into basic combat and movement techniques. All skills were at the beginner's silver level, but the skill points were already exhausted. Having just joined the Heavenly Sword Bureau, he shouldn't have anything to do so soon. He decided to put aside earning skill points and leveling up for now, as the primary issue was still catching up on his studies. He needed to spend a month making up for the 2 years of Star Martial class courses he had missed. This was a daunting task. The textbooks he bought with his Star Martial certificate had already arrived and were piled up in his study, taking up an entire space. If he couldn't keep up with the average level of the third year, Wang Chen would have to start over from the first year, which he absolutely could not accept. I thought awakening the system meant saying goodbye to those years of drowning in a sea of questions. The revolution is not yet successful, and I still have to work hard. Fortunately, Wang Chen had long been accustomed to the monotonous study life, able to endure loneliness, and had mastered his own set of study methods. For a month, he woke up at 6, went to bed at 10, and had takeout for all 3 meals. He spent a full month like this, finally going through all the textbooks from the past 3 years. But just going through them doesn't mean he mastered them, right? Wang Chen could only say he had grasped the basics. To keep up with Jiang Xinyu and Su Xiangwen, he would need another 6 months of practice and repeated comprehension. Learning has never been something that can be achieved overnight. But the time for school to start has arrived. 2 days ago, Wang Chen received the admission notice from the Xingwu campus of Su City No. 1 High School, stating that he was assigned to Class 1 of the third year. It's unclear whether Jiang Xinyu had a hand in this or if it was the school's arrangement. Wang Chen's home is not far from Su City No. 1 High School. He usually walks to school, and if he's lucky, he can squeeze onto a bus. Today, due to the start of the school year, every bus was packed, so Wang Chen leisurely walked to school. Having been at the same school for 2 years, it was Wang Chen's first time entering the Xingwu campus. Upon arriving at the entrance, he saw Jiang Xinyu in a white dress leaning against the door, looking at him. Beside her, Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu were chatting, their arms around each other. Wang Chen strode over. "You guys are here so early? Lan Zi is here? What do you mean early? It's the first day of school. Everyone gets up early. Only you, Lan Zi, act like an old cadre, steady as a rock all year round." Following the 3 of them into Class 1, Wang Chen noticed that a small number of classmates had already arrived. He could clearly feel many eyes on him. After 2 years of classmates, a sudden unfamiliar face would naturally attract attention. Only those junior high and elementary school students looked up to Wang Chen as a learning deity. The high school students of the same year might have heard his name but probably didn't know what he looked like. "Where should I sit?" Jiang Xinyu pointed to a seat not far away. "That one, it used to be Wang Yul's seat." As Wang Chen set his backpack down and sat down, a buzzing sound immediately filled the classroom. Wang Chen discreetly observed the class. True to the reputation of the Xingwu campus, there were many unique characters, some with hair dyed in various colors, others dressed in a way that screamed non-mainstream, and even a few shammade in the corners of the classroom. The gender ratio was quite balanced, but their hairstyles all showcased their individuality. Wang Chen, who would have been quickly submerged in a crowd, instead stood out as an alternative in this classroom. He quietly picked up a book and began to read. After an unknown amount of time, the class bell rang. Outside the classroom, a sexy female teacher walked in wearing high heels. Students, it's been a whole summer without seeing you. Have you missed Teacher Ju? Yes, especially during the quiet of the night. I've almost gone moldy staying at home. Alright, I have a heavy announcement to make. Our classmate Wang Yil discovered a plot by the demon race to destroy the Tinglin trial ground during his trials over the summer. Wang Yil did not turn a blind eye. He stood up for the greater good of our nation, tracked them down, and was unfortunately discovered, leading to him being pursued and ultimately sacrificing himself. Although he sacrificed himself, he successfully relayed information to the station troops at the trial ground, resulting in the demon race's plot being thwarted and their forces completely annihilated by our human race. While we celebrate our victory, let's give a round of applause to our martyr, Wang Yul. A crisp round of applause erupted. Wang Chen had forgotten to ask if Wang Yul's death would cause any trouble. Now it seemed there would be no trouble. For the general public, your death is noble and meaningful. Alright, I have another announcement for everyone. Starting today, we have a new classmate transferring to our class, Wang Chen. Please stand up and greet your classmates. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Chen. You may have heard my name to some extent. I'm the Wang Chen from the neighboring campus. I hope to get along well with you all. Ha? Learning deity? What are you doing here? Wow, can't the neighboring campus accommodate you anymore? Learning deity, please tell me loudly, is your awakened Xingwu talent studying? Learning deity, the responsibility of raising our class's average score in liberal arts now falls on you. Although this is a Xingwu class, they are indeed just a bunch of silly boys, just like the third-year students from the neighboring campus. Classmate Wang Chen, please take a seat. Wang Chen awakened his Star Warrior talent during this summer vacation. According to the rules, he should have started from the first year of high school. However, after discussions and research by the school, considering Wang Chen's excellent past performance, it was decided to let him directly enter the third year. I believe with Wang Chen's abilities, he should be able to catch up in his cultural studies, right? I don't think it will be a problem. Wang Chen nodded confidently and smiled. As a top student, I should be invincible in the realm of learning. Well, the school has an additional arrangement for you. If by the second half of the semester your studies do not meet satisfactory expectations, the school will make an exception and allow you to repeat a year. I hope classmate Wang Chen doesn't mind. You are considered a seed student of the 4 major academies in the minds of the school leaders. The principal of the neighboring campus almost got into a fight with our principal over your transfer. The classroom erupted in laughter. Alright, let's start taking attendance. The atmosphere in the Star Warrior campus classroom was very relaxed, something that could never exist in the neighboring campus. In an ordinary high school, not only do students have to be tense during class, but they also dare not relax even a little during breaks. Every student, every teacher is racing against time. When the bell rang, students either left the classroom or gathered in small groups to chat. How's it going? Are you getting used to it? Jiang Xinyu's voice rang out. Surprisingly easy. At that moment, Wang Chen noticed a girl with long orange-red hair hesitantly moving over from 2 rows behind. The girl was sweet-looking and tall. However, she seemed a bit shy, hesitating to speak as she approached Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu appeared not to notice, but Wang Chen turned to look at the girl with some confusion. Classmate CSCC? Jiang Xinyu turned her head and asked lightly. Xinyu, Wang Yil has sacrificed. Is there a spot open in your team? I wanted to ask. A flicker of pity crossed Jiang Xinyu's eyes as she slowly shook her head. Your strength is too weak. Xinyu, actually I train very hard usually, and during the summer vacation, I successfully broke through to the late star stage, and I have a talent for controlling star power. I won't hold you back. Your strength isn't the main issue. Our team is already full. Jiang Xinyu shook her head helplessly. Is that so? Then, I'm sorry for bothering you. CSCC's tone was very low as she silently turned to leave. Xinyu, Wang Chen waited until CSCC had left before quietly asking Jiang Xinyu. Lan Zi, now you know where Xinyu's title of Ice Queen comes from, right? Cold as ice, chilling as snow, ruthless and merciless, Your Majesty the Queen. Su Xiangwen teased with a light laugh. Entering the trial ground with star stage strength is just asking for death, and I can't always take care of her. Rather than being soft-hearted and leading her into a desperate situation, it's better to cut off her thoughts now. Wang Chen silently nodded. Sometimes being soft-hearted isn't truly beneficial to others, and being ruthless can also be a form of care. I say, class monitor, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, do you? We commoners are nothing in their eyes. It's good that they rejected you, otherwise, if they had accepted you, who knows how you would die without even realizing it. At that moment, one of the 4-person group in the class suddenly called out sarcastically. Song Bo, what do you mean by that? I wouldn't dare. How could I have any meaning? Wang Yil must have entered the trial ground with you all. The 3 of you came out fine, but he died mysteriously. TSK. Who knows how he died? Song Bo, are you looking for death? How about we practice on the playground at noon? Su Xiangwen immediately shouted angrily across the desks. Does young Master Su only know how to reason with 2 big swords? Class monitor Xia, I advise you not to stick your warm face against their cold backs in the future. They are rich young masters, and we are commoners, we need to know our place. Who ate the lemon? Wang Chen suddenly shouted, waving his hands vigorously. Eat the lemon? Who? Why is there such a strong sour smell in the air if no one is eating lemons? It seems the academic god has a lot to say about what I said? Song Bo replied coldly, well, the academic god must also be from a wealthy family, right? Don't spread rumors. I'm very poor, it's just that you've been talking nonsense from the beginning, creating confusion, and I can't stand it. What nonsense have I said? Why don't you tell me? Why did Wang Yul die while the other three are still alive? How can you be sure that Wang Yul wasn't killed by them? The news about Wang Yul dying at the hands of a demon spy has official reports and announcements, it shouldn't be false, right? As for why Jiang Xinyu and Su Xiangwen are fine, isn't it obvious? They survived because they are strong, while Wang Yul was weak and couldn't survive. What, do you think that those with strength should have weak survival abilities? That's illogical. Furthermore, you said that you common disciples are nothing in the eyes of the wealthy. Are there wealthy families and commoners in Yuhua? Can anyone from the class come out and say who has ever claimed to be from a wealthy family? Is it wrong to come from a good family? I haven't heard any students from good families claiming to look down on commoners. Instead, I've only heard it from you. Jiang Xinyu and the others never claimed to be from wealthy families. You are the ones who self-identify as commoners. It seems the one who truly looks down on commoners is you. As for your claim that in Jiang Xinyu's eyes, you don't even count as a fart, that's even more wrong. I think, in Jiang Xinyu's heart, you might still count as a fart. Otherwise, she should be ignoring the farts you let out. Pfft, ha ha ha, insightful, truly insightful. What you said is different, how could you be nothing? You still count as a fart. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. The academic god cursing is indeed extraordinary. The classmates in the classroom burst into laughter, while Song Bo and his three companions trembled with anger. You're looking for death. Just as Song Bo was about to step forward, the temperature in the classroom suddenly dropped. Dingling, at that moment, the class bell rang. The timely ringing of the class bell caused all the onlookers to return to their seats. The Star Martial class had 3 cultural classes in the morning and martial arts classes in the afternoon, taught by a Star Warrior teacher hired by the school to impart basic combat skills. At noon, after lunch, Wang Chen still habitually walked up to the rooftop. He had grown accustomed to this way of relaxing. After some time of studying, standing on a high floor and gazing into the distance, feeling the cool breeze brushing against his face and tousling his hair, was quite refreshing. However, when Wang Chen arrived at the rooftop, he was astonished to find 4 lounge chairs set up, each accompanied by a sunshade. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu were already lying on the lounge chairs, reading a magazine. A straw from a cola was brought to Su Xiangwen's mouth, gurgling. The serene atmosphere of the rooftop was instantly shattered, leaving only the ostentatious scent of a golden beach. Wang Chen, you're late. Su Xiangwen lightly adjusted his dark sunglasses. How is it? Are you satisfied? Wang Chen took a deep breath and approached the edge of the rooftop, where the former campus was right before his eyes. This feng shui treasure land I carefully selected has been completely ruined by you two. What are you doing setting up lounge chairs on a perfectly good rooftop? And sunshades too? How about you set up a barbecue grill while you're at it? That makes sense. Eating takeout every day is getting boring. Feiyu, why don't you get some ingredients tomorrow and we can grill ourselves? What? Are you serious? Wang Chen had never noticed how troublesome these two could be before. Do you think the rooftop is your family's? It's not my family's, but this building was built by Sinyu's family, so we have the right to use the rooftop. Otherwise, do you think such a good feng shui treasure land would allow just us to set up lounge chairs and sunshades? Wang Chen expressed that he had no common language with them. He sat down on the lounge chair next to Su Xiangwen. Xiangwen, what's going on in the class? Su Xiangwen slowly moved the magazine aside. Are you asking about Song Bo, Wu Xiaowei, and the others? Not entirely, there are also those so-called commoners and aristocrats. I feel like our class of just 50 people is divided into 7 or 8 factions. If we put it nicely, we call it each having our own circle. If we put it harshly, we call it a proliferation of factions. This is what a class is. Well, you're not used to it in your first class, but it's really not as complicated as you say. It's actually just 5 categories. That's a good way to put it. Can an ordinary class really be divided into 5 categories? Your circle is truly complex. What aristocratic circle? You're one of us now, part of our 4-person aristocratic circle. Su Xiangwen took a sip of cola and smiled. Although we're still students, we're also Star Warriors. Since we're Star Warriors, we can't avoid being categorized. Do you know about the hierarchy of disdain in the Star Warrior world? There's a hierarchy of disdain too? It's just a way of saying it, like how stage actors look down on movie actors, and movie actors look down on TV actors. Is it real disdain? Definitely not. It's just a matter of default status, which is also related to strength. In the Star Warrior world, the ones at the top of the hierarchy are the Star Warrior families, which are families that have inherited talent and Star Warrior techniques. There are 3 in our class, they don't play with us, and we don't play with them. Below them are the Star Warrior families and what they call the aristocratic families. Star Warrior families refer to classmates whose parents are Star Warriors. Besides the knowledge learned in school, they can also receive special training at home from their parents and practice with soul orbs provided by their parents. And the aristocrats are people like us. But the term aristocrat wasn't coined by us, it was brought up by those idiots from the Commoner Genius Society. We prefer to call ourselves the pay-to-win group. Since the mysterious won't save the ordinary, let's pay to change our fate. People like us usually come from families that run companies, but our parents are ordinary people. We worked hard and awakened our Star Warrior talents. Of course, our families are willing to spend a lot of money to support us. Star Warrior techniques? Buy. Soul orbs? Buy. Weapons? Buy. It's precisely because of this that some idiots are envious and deliberately escalate the conflict. Most of our class still comes from commoner families. Out of 50 people, over 30 are commoners. Their parents are ordinary workers, and not only do they lack the economic means to buy soul orbs and skills, they might not even have enough to eat. Wang Chen. That's exaggerated. Not enough to eat? Didn't they say they would eliminate poverty this year? How many people would that execute? You haven't awakened for long and haven't attended practical classes, so it's normal not to know. Gong Feiyu, who was beside him, said with a smile, "Did you notice that most of our classmates are quite thin?" I did notice that, after all, Star Warriors need to train. Actually, that's not the main reason. In our first year, the Star Warrior teacher taught us how to extract star power, which isn't in the textbooks. Star Warriors can extract star power from their cells to increase their star power. But this method has a drawback. After extracting cell energy, one will lack nutrition and feel very hungry. And a Star Warrior's food intake is generally twice that of an ordinary person. If they extract cell energy, their food intake can soar tenfold. With both parents being ordinary workers, even if they work hard, it's already very difficult to maintain the family's expenses, let alone support such a big eater. Most children from ordinary families can't get enough to eat. But there's no way around it. If you don't want to go hungry, then don't extract cell energy. But if you don't extract cell energy, you can't keep up with others. So, actually, sometimes we feel quite sympathetic towards these classmates. In our first year, we often treated our classmates to meals. But ever since the emergence of that Commoner Genius Society, we stopped doing that to avoid embarrassment. The president of the Commoner Genius Society is named Duan Ziki. I've heard he's a genius who came out of an orphanage. He awakened his Star Warrior talent at 8 years old and is quite powerful. He founded the Commoner Genius Society, specifically inviting talented classmates from the commoners to join. At first, their motto was that even the children of commoners could surpass us, the pay-to-win crowd, as long as they worked hard. But gradually, it took a turn for the worse. They began to incite the commoners to harbor animosity towards us. When we treated our classmates to meals, they spread rumors that it was a form of tipping or charity. Those who ate with us were labeled as beggars. Our good intentions ended up making us outcasts. So, well, we stopped treating others to meals. However, despite the unpleasantness caused by the rat droppings of the Commoner Genius Society, most of the classmates in our class are still quite nice. We tacitly acknowledged our respective circles, which led to the situation you see now. Indeed, wherever there are people, there are factions. Wang Chen sighed. So which circle do I belong to? Isn't it obvious? You're definitely in our circle. But my family doesn't own any companies. Plus, my mom is a Star Warrior, so by that logic, I should belong to a Star Warrior family. Nonsense. Your mom is the Flame Emperor of the 5 Emperors. The Star Warrior family circle wouldn't dare accept you. You'd either belong to the Star Warrior aristocracy circle, but the standard for that is 4 generations of Star Warrior inheritance, and you're only the 2nd generation. Besides, even though your family doesn't have a company, you earn way more than my dad, okay? In Sioux City, the commercial center, you have 3 office buildings. Just from rent alone, that's 80 million a year. In Magic City, a commercial plaza is worth 3 billion, and the capital has 2. You're the real tycoon, a rich man. Let's become sworn brothers. Who did this? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and Jiang Xinyu appeared on the rooftop without anyone noticing. I did it. Are you satisfied? Su Xiangwen smugly pushed up his sunglasses. Too ostentatious. There will be a mock exam this afternoon. So what if there's an exam? We didn't slack off during the summer vacation. I heard Hui tell me that this afternoon, Song Bo and the others are going to give Wang Chen a hard time. Song Bo and his 3 friends aren't great at Star Warrior skills, but their fighting skills are no joke. And they don't hold back. Their moves are quite vicious. Be careful. Vicious moves? Like what? Gong Feiyu slowly stood up, like monkey stealing a peach, black tiger digging the heart, 1,000-year kill. Cough cough cough. Wang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. That's too sleazy. What's even sleazier is that they don't differentiate between genders. In the afternoon, the class bell rang. In the martial arts hall, the classmates formed a fan shape and sat directly on the wooden floor. This assessment mainly tests the Progress of your Star Warrior skills so I can arrange the next step of the study plan, the middle-aged coach said, holding a roster. A summer vacation, 2 months. You all must have had a very comfortable time, right? However, you are Star Warriors, your mission from birth is to fight and grow stronger. For Star Warriors, there are no vacations, no rest, no comfort. Fight when there's a battle and train when there isn't. To put it grandly, you bear the heavy responsibility of protecting human civilization. As long as the threat remains, your nerves should be taut at all times. To put it simply, in less than a year, you will be taking the college entrance examination. Whether you soar like a dragon in the sea or flounder in shallow waters depends on your usual efforts. This assessment mainly tests your combat strength, comparing whether you've improved or regressed since the end-of-term assessment last semester. The assessment will be in pairs. Those whose names are called should come out to participate, and after the assessment, sit opposite Jiang Xinyu, Song Qi. The assessment began, and Jiang Xinyu, as one of the top 3 combat powers in Sioux City No. 1 High School, could easily outclass her opponent even without using Star Power or Star Warrior skills. The classmate she faced had almost no ability to defend himself. However, several times Jiang Xinyu could have ended the fight in one blow, but Wang Qin could tell she was holding back. She also gave Song Qi the maximum space to perform, and 5 minutes later, Song Qi was knocked to the ground and conceded defeat. Well, both of you have made significant progress in your combat skills this summer. Keep it up. Thank you, teacher. Next to Ma Changchang, Su Jiayu. The fighting level at Sioux City No. 1 High School, in Wang Chen's view, is quite average. At least among those currently on the field, the only one he feels he could spar with is Jiang Xinyu. After all, with basic combat skills at the silver level, even those in the Starry Radiance realm might not possess such strength. Unless they are specialized in fighting within the Starry Radiance realm, they would be no match for Wang Chen. Next group, Xiacici and Song Bo. Ha! Upon hearing this grouping, Xiacici's face instantly turned pale. Song Bo stood up with a smug expression, striding forward as if he were the most dazzling one at the venue. Song Bo, Xiacici's fighting ability is not high, don't hit too hard. I know, how could I dare to hit the class monitor? Song Bo, please give me some guidance, please. The two quickly engaged in combat. As for Xiacici's fighting ability, how should one put it? Her movements were standard yet stiff, lacking any momentum or adaptability. The only reason for this situation was that she practiced alone, with no one to spar with. No matter how much one practices alone, it ultimately amounts to nothing. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Song Bo's face, his aura changing in an instant. He flashed forward, delivering 3 knife hand strikes to the joints of Xiacici's arms, followed by a sudden punch. Wang Chen immediately stood up. But it was too late. Xiacici was struck in the chest and her body flew backward. Blood sprayed everywhere, and that scene left all the students in the class pale with shock. The sight of Xiacici gushing blood was beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was in disbelief. Even Song Bo in the arena looked confused and at a loss. But among all the students, only Wang Chen understood what had happened. Dark Force Fist. The Inch Force Fist is a type of Dark Force Fist, but the Dark Force Fist is not just the Inch Force Fist. Dark Force Fist is a general term for a category of fist techniques, with the Inch Force Fist being just one type within it. By using a special method of exerting force, an apparently ordinary punch can unleash several times its power. Among the Dark Force Fists, there is one type that is even more vicious. Its force can penetrate the target's interior, causing internal damage. The technique of exerting force in Dark Force Fist requires repeated training and comprehension. It is something that can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words. Song Bo, what are you doing? The fighting instructor shouted angrily. I don't know. I just wanted to push her away with a normal palm strike. I didn't know what happened to Xiacici. I didn't mean to. You, 2 students, quickly take Xiacici to the infirmary to check. Wang Chen hurriedly ran to Xiacici's side, with Jiang Xinyu quickly following. Wang Chen touched Xiacici's neck to feel her pulse. What a brutal punch! The dark force had penetrated, directly piercing her stomach. Such an injury cannot be healed, it can only be managed. Moreover, the quantity and type of food intake will be restricted. In other words, if treated in a traditional way, Xiacici's stomach would essentially be as useless as that of a newborn baby. And what Song Bo claimed about accidentally delivering that punch is simply impossible. Even if you wanted to use the Dark Force Fist intentionally, it might not come out, let alone accidentally. It requires the coordination of dozens of muscles in the body, transmitting muscle power like flowing water to the hand. This is a complex and precise operation, completed in an instant. Accidentally? The difficulty is akin to answering questions with your eyes closed and still. Getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Don't move. Wang Chen whispered to Jiang Xinyu, severe internal injury, stomach perforation. You cover for me. Jiang Xinyu understood immediately, and Wang Chen secretly reached into Xiacici's collar, pressing on her stomach. Star power surged as he quickly began to treat Xiacici's injuries. What are you all doing? Why aren't you taking her to the infirmary? Wang Chen is a medical system Star Warrior, he is treating her, I'm assisting him. Oh, The instructor's eyes lit up, revealing a surprised smile. Wang Chen's name is well known among the faculty at Sioux City No. 1 High School, and for Wang Chen to awaken his Star Warrior talent just before graduating from the second year can only be described as a miracle. However, originally a seed student capable of entering the top Academy of the Jade Kingdom, Wang Chen suddenly transferred to the Xingwu campus. The administration of Sioux City No. 1 High School was not pleased, but what could they do? All students with the talent of a Xingwu practitioner must attend the Xingwu class. Surprisingly, the principal of the Xingwu campus allowed Wang Chen to go directly to the third year, a move that many believe ruined Wang Chen's future. Even if Wang Chen was a genius, falling behind for 2 years and catching up to the average score in just 1 year was already a limit. To say he could get into a good school? Don't joke. But the principal had issued a strict order during the teachers' meeting to focus on cultivating Wang Chen. What to do? Lu Jie felt overwhelmed. But now, Lu Jie suddenly realized, my principal is indeed my principal, cunning and calculating. Wang Chen was a medical department Xingwu practitioner, which meant he could easily get into a prestigious school. Under the obstruction of Zhang Sinyu's body, no one saw Wang Chen's hand slip into CSCC's collar, and the unconscious CSCC might not even be aware. Seconds later, Wang Chen swiftly withdrew his hand and stood up. Her body is fine now. That's good. Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to be a medical department Xingwu practitioner. What kinds of injuries can you treat? Basically, I can treat any physical injuries, though it consumes quite a bit of energy, but it's nothing. Alright, let's move on to the next pair. Soon, all 24 pairs of tests in the class were completed. But there were 50 students in total, so there should have been 25 pairs tested. Because Qin Xiaoqiao took a leave of absence. And Wang Chen is new today, we will end the tests here. Sigh. What a lucky break, he doesn't even have to take the exam. Teacher, what rank did Wang Chen get in this test? A male voice rang out in the crowd. Wang Chen did not participate in the test, so he will not be counted in the rankings. Is that so? Then is Wang Chen even in our class? Teacher, have you considered Wang Chen's feelings in doing this? The great academic god deigns to visit our class, and you treat him like an outsider. Exactly. This is a baseline test. The teacher should at least gauge the new student's level, right? Wang Chen looked over, and the speaker was one of the so-called Commoner Genius Society members, especially Song Bo, who was the loudest. Teacher Lu, I still want to participate in the test. Before I became a Xingwu practitioner, I also studied combat, so I have some foundation. Is that so? Then I'll call a classmate to spar with you. Just go easy. Teacher, I'll do it. In the crowd, the tall and strong Qin Jian stood up with a whoosh. Let me do it. Song Bo also stood up with a smile. Sit down. I haven't punished you for injuring CSCC like this, and now you want to do something else? Teacher Lu, you say that, and I'll confess after class, okay? Who knew CSCC was unwell? She didn't say anything. My slap was soft and had no force at all. Everyone saw that. Zhang Xinyu sneered inwardly and looked down to see CSCC in her arms seemingly waking up. Are you okay? I feel not hurt anymore? I'm fine. As CSCC said this, her ears instantly turned red. Teacher, let it be Song Bo. I just saw that Song Bo didn't do it on purpose. It should be CSCC's irregular diet that caused the stomach ulcer. After being punched by Song Bo, it triggered her stomach issue. Let Song Bo spar with me. Just go easy. This is a stomach ulcer? Lu Jie looked at Wang Chen with a strange expression. Do you think I haven't seen a stomach issue before, or do you think I can't tell what kind of injury this is? Teacher Lu, Wang Chen is a medical department Xingwu practitioner. How could he be mistaken? Su Xiangwen said with a smile. Right, since Song Bo is so enthusiastic, the teacher can't stop Wang Chen from interacting with his classmates. Gong Feiyu chimed in. Well, alright. Lu Jie felt a bit worried but still agreed. Just go easy, Song Bo. You are not allowed to attack any vital points of Wang Chen, understand? Got it. Limbs are fine, right? Song Bo arrived in the arena, his face full of excitement. Beating CSCC was just a way to vent his frustration. After all, it was that damn woman who had embarrassed the four of them this morning. A punch with hidden strength was merely a way to let off steam. But against Wang Chen? How could he not take the chance to release this pent-up anger? Could you even consider yourself a threat? If you had used different insults, it would have been forgotten, but you dog, managed to insult him so classically? Now, not just in the senior year, but even the first and second years were spreading the word. In just one morning, he was nicknamed Brother Fart. Damn it, such a disgrace and infamy. I won't let you live your life as a useless person. Song Bo, share your surname. As for why Zhang Xinyu and the others didn't stop it and were instead eager to let Wang Chen practice against him, that made Song Bo's heart waver slightly. But that moment of doubt was quickly dismissed. After all, Wang Chen had only awakened for 2 months. How high could his fighting skills be? To ordinary people, fighting skills were just child's play in the eyes of a Star Warrior. Only when one truly became a Star Warrior could their skills be considered a real starting point. My punch, 5 years of effort, and you, a newcomer who has only awakened for 2 months, think you can block it? Dream on. Classmate Song Bo, please give me guidance. Wang Chen respectfully bowed in front of Song Bo. Classmate Wang Chen, please give me guidance, you can attack first. Saying this, he placed one hand behind his back and the other on his chest. Wang Chen raised his fist and charged towards Song Bo. Song Bo's eyes narrowed, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your footwork is unsteady, your base is weak, your attack intentions are too obvious, and you have no feints? Truly a novice, trash. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Chen's gaze suddenly changed, his footwork shifted, and his body surged forward in an instant. Song Bo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him to defend. But Wang Chen's hands, like a mantis's blade, instantly pushed Song Bo's arms aside. With a punch, it transformed into a palm strike in an instant. Boom! With a palm push, Song Bo's body was sent flying. As he flew through the air, blood sprayed from his mouth, and a pain like his internal organs were being scorched by flames surged through his entire body. This series of actions was so fast that even Lu Jie couldn't react in time. The surroundings fell into a dead silence, all the students' eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at Wang Chen's back. Especially Xie, who, while shocked, could only think of two words that enveloped her entire mind. So handsome, same scene, same setting. Could it be that Wang Chen was doing this for me? The thoughts of a young girl are complex, and in an instant, her heart felt sweet as honey. Thud, there was a muffled sound as Song Bo finally hit the ground. Challenge successful, reward, 10 experience points, 1 skill point. Cough cough cough, a violent cough erupted, accompanied by blood spitting out. Ha, how could this happen? You, classmate Song Bo, do you have a stomach ulcer too? Wang Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Song Bo. The other three rushed to Song Bo's side, just about to help him up when suddenly a crisp sound came from Song Bo's chest. Crack! Song Bo let out a miserable scream. Wang Chen's earlier punch had broken 3 of Song Bo's ribs, but the force was controlled so well that they merely fractured without dislocating. However, this time, being supported so forcefully by 3 classmates caused the ribs to dislocate. It's broken, you. Qin. Jin turned around in fury. Teacher, you said not to attack vital points, aren't you going to do something about this? Classmate Wang Chen, you need to explain. Lu Jie's face darkened immediately, this was so blatant. Teacher, you said not to attack vital points was a requirement for classmate Song Bo, not for me. Besides, the area I attacked was not a vital point. As for classmate Song Bo spitting blood, everyone saw it. I just pushed him a bit, it shouldn't be that serious, right? You broke Song Bo's ribs. Qin Jian shouted sternly. It was so quiet just now, I think many classmates heard it. It seems that the crisp sound just now was only heard when you were helping him, right? This place has surveillance footage, it's impressive that we can pull up the recordings to review. I said, did you guys take the opportunity to break Song Bo's bones to frame me? Wang Chen looked innocent, leaving the group of classmates baffled. Just now, it seemed that Wang Chen had merely pushed Song Bo lightly and he flew out. If a light push could break bones, how fragile would one have to be? However, Jiang Xinyu revealed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Wang Chen, can you treat classmate Song Bo? Teacher, I just exhausted my star power. Treating classmate Xie. To treat him again, it will take about 3 hours to recover. Don't worry, I will definitely have him healed before school ends. After the test was completed, Lu Jie began to provide professional guidance to each student. Injured Song Bo sat in a corner, occasionally coughing. Qin Jian and the other 2 surrounded Song Bo, whispering questions. Song Bo, what's going on with you? How could you be pushed so lightly? A light push my foot. He's a master of ancient martial arts. Do you think that palm strike was just anything? Are you saying that palm strike was the same as the one you used before? The exact same force, he did it on purpose. Now I understand why Jiang Xinyu and the others encouraged me to fight Wang Chen. This academic god is simply a monster. Before becoming a star warrior, his strength was no less than ours as star warriors. He has mastered very profound ancient martial arts. I see. I thought someone who just awakened and was a medical star warrior couldn't be that powerful. I see. Song Bo, what should we do? Should we block him after school? How to block? Jiang Xinyu and the others won't pretend not to see. To vent this anger, it seems we need the president and the 12 golden warriors. Wang Chen sat quietly with his head down, still thinking about the experience points and skill points from earlier. He had always thought that to gain experience points, one had to kill. And it couldn't be just any small fry, it had to be something heavyweight, even something that posed a life threat to Wang Chen. Wang Chen's experience points came from completing tasks or defeating demons, demon soldiers, and demon generals. But he really didn't know that defeating a classmate could also yield experience points and skill points? If that's the case, beating up Song Bo once would reward 10 experience points and 1 skill point. Beating him up 5 times would be equivalent to killing a beast. What if he had to beat him 100 times? That would be 1,000 experience points and 100 skill points. With that thought, Wang Chen suddenly looked up at Song Bo and his 3 companions, who no longer seemed so annoying in his eyes. What were they? Walking experience points, walking skill points. Should I give it another go? Wang Chen looked at Song Bo and his group with a mischievous glint in his eyes, causing them to shiver all over. Wang Chen, ha! Wang Chen quickly stood up. Lu Jie looked down at the assessment sheet, paused slightly, then raised his head to look at Wang Chen. Your move just now was too fast, and the time was too short. I didn't even have time to see your strength. How about this time? I'll be your opponent and gauge your abilities. This isn't that good, right? Wang Chen hesitated to ask. His system interface showed all silver skills, and although Lu Jie was a star warrior specialized in combat, Wang Chen didn't believe Lu Jie's strength could reach the silver level overall. If he really had that strength, why would he be teaching? He could have joined an exploration team to dig for treasures long ago. Or he could enlist and become a company-level officer. Wouldn't that be better? Don't worry, the teacher will hold back. You don't need to feel pressured. Just attack freely. I want to see your weaknesses. Okay. Wang Chen stood up and walked to the center of the field, and the other students immediately looked on with eager anticipation. Especially Cici, whose heart raced suddenly, her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars. Lu Jie put down the recording sheet, unbuttoning his neatly arranged Zhongshan suit to reveal a snow-white shirt underneath. When Lu Jie made these movements, Wang Chen's expression suddenly became serious. The meticulous actions, when performed by an ordinary person, were just ordinary, but when Lu Jie did them, they inexplicably carried an added weight, a strong aura of a master. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze landing on Lu Jie's head. The jet-black, shiny hair was meticulously styled. A suit fanatic? This is a master. The moment Lu Jie flung his clothes open, Wang Chen couldn't suppress the urge to strike and his body shot forward. Not bad, the momentum is good. It seems you've had your fair share of practical training. Wang Chen leaped up, delivering a punch from above. Lu Jie instantly raised his hand in front of him, Wang Chen's fist resting on Lu Jie's arm, and then he pressed down hard again. Lu Jie's expression showed slight astonishment. The force on his arm was beyond what he had imagined, and then, a shadow of a fist grew larger in his vision. Boom, oh. The students in the room widened their eyes, watching as Wang Chen's punch landed, and then their combat instructor was knocked down by a single punch, his head hitting the ground directly. Thud, Challenge completed, reward, 10 experience points, 1 skill point. Wang Chen's face changed in a panic as he hurriedly picked up Lu Jie. Teacher, you. Lu Jie, you. His palm covered Lu Jie's swollen cheek, warm star power surged in, and soon, the pain on Lu Jie's face and the dizziness in his head disappeared. The two stood up, and the buzzing discussions of the surrounding students began. Lu Jie's face turned slightly red. I was careless. I didn't expect Wang Chen to have such immense strength. Is this your talent? Yes. Teacher. Lu Jie wanted to step down, and Wang Chen conveniently offered him a bench. This talent of mine is called Mighty Fist. With one punch, I can make a big hole in the cement wall at home. The teacher didn't know he was in for a big loss. I see. The students who were discussing suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I said Lu teacher couldn't be that weak, getting KO'd by a single punch. Lu Jie smiled slightly, very satisfied with Wang Chen's cooperation. Teacher, please be careful. My strength is quite large, so please do not underestimate it. Don't worry, I won't be reckless this time. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Chen charged at Lu Jie again. Lu Jie indeed learned his lesson and no longer dared to take Wang Chen's attacks head-on. He lightly dodged Wang Chen's fists with agile movements. But just as he steadied himself, Lu Jie's expression changed drastically. The previous dodge had already used practical footwork, and he should have been able to create distance from Wang Chen to counterattack. However, he never expected, before he could stabilize, Wang Chen's figure followed him like a shadow. Such fast footwork. Lu Jie quickly sidestepped again, his feet moving rapidly, even using feints to confuse his opponent. Combining the ghost step and space step evasion techniques, he changed positions twice in 1 second. But Wang Chen's footwork could still easily keep up. Is your punch strong? Why didn't you tell me your speed is this fast too? Just as shock rose, a shadow suddenly appeared before him, and Wang Chen swept a leg at him from an extremely tricky angle. Lu Jie barely had time to cross his hands, and that leg kicked hard against him. Whoosh! Lu Jie's figure flew backward once more. Smack! He landed on his back, legs in the air. Oh! The world suddenly became very quiet. Challenge completed. Reward, 10 experience points, 1 skill point. Indeed, challenges could be repeated. Teacher, are you okay? Lu Jie slowly sat up, suddenly bursting into laughter. Teacher, are you okay? You little brat. Who is Huang Feilong to you? Does Lu teacher know Master Huang? He is my coach. How many years have you studied with him? About 5 years. How often are the classes? About 4 or 5 classes a week. Wang Chen was even more puzzled. The student surpasses the master. Lu Jie stood up and said to the astonished students, classmates, did you see Wang Chen's move just now? We saw it. Did you understand it? This question left everyone at a loss for words. Wang Chen learned from Huang Feilong. Back when I was pioneering with Huang Feilong, I was in the same team as him. We were both melee maniacs, particularly fond of close combat. I practiced with him often, so the way Wang Chen struck felt familiar to me at first glance. In your minds, Wang Chen is the academic genius from the neighboring campus, a newly awakened junior star martial artist, and just now he showcased his medical star martial talent. However, he has been studying under Huang Feilong for 5 years, attending 4 to 5 classes each week. And what about you? You've only been learning from me for 2 years. Some of you have a strong family background, but how many of you have truly worked hard in these 2 years? Wang Chen had already trained his combat skills to a professional level before becoming a star martial artist, while you are all already star martial artists. What reason do you have not to strive? Don't believe in the existence of geniuses in this world, and don't buy into the idea of extraordinary talent. When you say someone stronger than you is a genius or has better talent, think critically. No matter how smart a baby is, it remains a baby. Don't casually dismiss effort with the label of genius. Seeing Wang Chen today, I suddenly realized I had been too lenient with you, allowing you to live too comfortably. Now, everyone, except for Song Bo, will jump around the training hall 10 laps, followed by 500 high kicks, 500 side kicks, 500 snap kicks, 500 whip kicks, then 1,000 push-ups, and finally, run 20 laps around the playground. Instructor Lu Jia has gone mad. Such a packed schedule leaves no room for the class to catch their breath. The boys are fine, but this kind of training is simply deadly for the girls. September's weather is scorching hot. Even with the extraordinary physique of a star martial artist, 3 continuous hours of this is exhausting. Yet, half of the class still completed these devilish training tasks with calm composure. As school was about to end, all the students in Class 1 were weakly slumped in the martial arts hall, while Lu Jia walked around in front of them with a registration form. Did you see that? Did you see it? Lu Jia pointed at the half of the students who were still calm. Do you see the difference? They were once considered rich kids by some classmates who could only buy soul orbs to enhance their cultivation. And without good parents, they would be nothing. And now, are you ashamed? This level of training intensity is the most basic and lowest level in the world of star martial artists. And what about you? Each of you is so exhausted you can barely stand. Strength. It doesn't come from having good parents or resources, but from oneself. Physical fitness is the best way to test whether a person has worked hard. Do you think their star power pushed them up? If you don't self-reflect now, you're just deceiving yourselves. I now announce that your senior year will be very miserable, extremely miserable, to the point that you won't want to look back on your high school days after graduation. I mean it. If you can't handle it, I suggest you transfer classes. Do you understand? We understand. Class dismissed. After changing clothes, the classmates helped each other as they walked to the classroom. Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to be a medical star martial artist. Please take care of us in the future. Wang Chen, I got injured during practice, can you treat it? Wang Chen, let's hang out together from now on. Medical star martial artists are indeed the most popular in the world of star martial artists. The star martial families that previously showed indifference to Wang Chen now extended friendly intentions towards him. Although it's impossible to become friends just because of a few words, friendships often start from initial interactions. Wang Chen. Suddenly, Song Bo, who had been treated by Wang Chen, appeared in front of him. Our president asked you to come by after school. If you have the guts, don't run away after class. Oh, okay. Ha, Duan Ziki is really impressive. Do you just send a dog to invite someone? Before Jiang Xinyu and the others could speak, Mingyue Wuching suddenly approached Wang Chen and smiled faintly at Song Bo. Even if you are Duan Ziki's dog, you better remember that your doghouse is in Class 1. If you don't have that awareness, I guarantee you won't survive in Class 1. Mingyue Wuching, you. Song Bo's face instantly darkened, but he didn't dare to speak out. Mingyue Wuching, from the Mingyue family of the star martial aristocracy, known for their unparalleled illusion techniques that are famous throughout the Jade Kingdom. The commoner genius society, to put it bluntly, only dares to provoke someone like Jiang Xinyu, who, although wealthy, has ordinary parents. They wouldn't dare offend the children of star martial families, let alone the descendants of the star martial aristocracy. It's just, although you were annoying before, you were just making a fuss, like an occasional fly. But today, you know very well what that punch you threw at class leader Xia was about. Do you think we are naive? Did you think you could fool us? If it weren't for Wang Chen dealing with you, do you think you would have a good time after school? Another representative from the star martial family circle crossed his arms and sneered. By the way, shouldn't you apologize to class leader Xie? Apologize? What for? I just slap. A slap directly stunned Song Bo Mingyue. Wuching lightly shook his hand. Dark Force Fist, is it hard to practice? If I draw you next time, I'd like to experience your Dark Force Fist. Don't be afraid to use it. Even if you don't, I will. Just don't get killed by my light punch, okay? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Song Bo and his 3 companions turned pale, cold sweat dripping down like beans. Class leader Xia, come here for a moment. Xia Sisi was called over, looking confused at Jiang Xinyu beside her. With Jiang Xinyu accompanying her, she came forward. Class leader Xia is here. Song Bo, if you don't kneel and apologize today, this matter won't be settled. I'm not afraid to tell you, at least 7 of us in the class can use Dark Force Fist, so it's up to you whether you're lucky or not. Just calculate the odds of drawing one of us 7. Song. Bo's face turned even paler, trembling all over. It wasn't anger, but fear. Sparring is a necessary part of every practical class, with the teacher randomly selecting pairs, a probability of just over 1/3 for 25 students. Once you dodge, can you dodge every time? Moreover, he thought his tricks were undetectable but didn't expect so many classmates to see through it. If he had known you all were pretending to be pigs to eat tigers, he wouldn't have guessed you were hiding so deep. If this matter doesn't have an explanation today, don't even think about staying in Class 1, let alone at Sioux City No. 1 High School. Under the pressure of his classmates, Song Bo ultimately caved. Slowly kneeling before CSCC, he said, "Class leader, I'm sorry, I learned the Dark Force Fist during the summer, but I really didn't know. It was so powerful. I just wanted to show off a bit, I didn't mean to hurt you. That punch was my Dark Force Fist, at most it unleashed double the power, causing the class leader to spit blood. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me." CSCC, being just a delicate girl, became flustered at such a scene. I'm fine now, we're all classmates, you mustn't do this again, get up. Song. Bo, since the class leader has forgiven you, and you've suffered enough, we'll let it go this time. But remember, this is the only time. If you dare to use underhanded tricks against your classmates again, you'll know what true underhanded tricks are. Wang Chen was just a bystander the whole time, not speaking or fanning the flames, quietly watching. He had originally planned to find a chance to retaliate but was instead beaten down by the united classmates. Although this unity might exist because of Wang Chen, the medical department's star marshal practitioner. The school bell rang, and the students of the star marshal campus either headed to the cafeteria or packed their bags to leave. Wang Chen slowly walked down the stairs with a shoulder bag, while Jiang Xinyu and Su Xiangwen silently followed him. What are you all doing? Why the serious faces? Duan Ziqi's strength has always been a mystery. Anyway, his overall strength is among the top 3 in the first high school, on par with Xinyu. Even though Xinyu has already broken through to the Nebula realm, she still doesn't dare to underestimate him. And then? Of course, I'm going with you. Didn't you promise to go to the Commoner Genius Society after school? I promised? Wang Chen asked, wide-eyed in surprise. You said Does mean I promised? Su Xiangwen stopped in his tracks, his expression particularly vivid. Damn, I almost forgot that Lanzi's usual style is to be cautious. Even letting Xinyu down so casually, how could Duan Ziqi expect Lanzi to keep his word? That makes sense. So what are we doing here? Gong Feiyu looked at Su Xiangwen with a wry smile. Let's disperse. Go home. Su Xiangwen waved his hand lightly and turned to leave. Lanzi, see you tomorrow. Wang Chen, do you want me to give you a ride? Jiang Xinyu asked lightly. Forget it, who knows what rumors will spread. If classmates see us, I'll take the bus myself. Be careful. Although it was the first day of school, today's gains were quite good. I was still worried about how to earn experience points and skill points, but since I can earn them through battles, should I change my style? After so many years of being Loki, it feels awkward to be flashy with a bunch of kids, especially since my mental age is almost 4. But if I can earn points, it seems like I can only take the flashy route, right? In my mind, the scene of setting up a challenge arena appeared. I am Wang Chen, having roamed the martial world for decades, seeking a defeat but unable to find one. Life is as lonely as snow. I have long heard of the Star Martial Arts School in Sioux City No. 1 High School, where experts are like clouds and strong ones like rain. I hereby set up a challenge arena, not seeking fame or fortune, but merely a defeat. Whoever defeats me shall receive 1 million silver coins. Is that too arrogant? Before I knew it, I had arrived at the bus stop. Suddenly, I felt a gaze land on my face. I looked up to see a classmate in Sioux City No. 1 High School uniform smiling at me. Wang Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Duan Ziqi, from Class 5 of Senior 3. Wang Chen frowned, not expecting to run into him here. Looking for a secluded place? Wang Chen, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Oh, then what is it? Wang Chen, you are exceptionally talented. Although I agree that there are no true geniuses in this world, and if there are, they are geniuses who work hard. But with the same effort, geniuses do indeed progress more than ordinary people. I do not deny your diligence, but I must also admit that you are a true genius. If the title of Learning God could be achieved through hard work, then Sioux City would have produced many learning gods by now. If your strength to defeat teacher Lu Jie is solely based on effort, then those classmates who have also diligently trained for 10 years should be able to do the same. Being flattered like this made Wang Chen feel a bit embarrassed. He had indeed worked hard and earned quite a few points. The other party slowly took out a piece of paper from his backpack and held it out to Wang Chen. I would like to sincerely invite you to join our Commoner Genius Society. As long as you join, you will immediately become the 13th core member, and I will find a way to provide you with all the resources you need. What the hell? Wang Chen suddenly called out. Duan Ziqi, did you misunderstand something? I remember your Commoner Genius Society only recruits students from poor families, right? Wang Chen, although It seems you have a good relationship with that rich second-generation Jiang Xinyu. From what I know, your family background isn't that great. Like me, you are an orphan, your mother passed away when you were very young. And you, from elementary school until now, have always walked or taken the bus to school. You never compare yourself to others, never wear branded clothes, and don't even own an electric scooter. The summer after graduating from junior high, for 2 whole months, you delivered milk in the mornings and spent the rest of the time running food deliveries. You did all this on foot, rain or shine. Am I wrong? You managed to investigate all this? It's not hard to find this information. Wang Chen was speechless. Couldn't you investigate a bit more thoroughly? You're right, I am an orphan, and my mother did indeed. Well, I'm not sure now, but isn't my aunt's Jiai biotechnology company just a front? Also, that summer, I did deliver milk in the mornings and ran food deliveries at other times, and I did it all on foot, rain or shine. But that was part of a training plan to push my physical limits. You probably don't know that I wore a 50-pound weight while delivering food and milk. It shouldn't be hard to find information about me living in the Sinew building, right? You only see what you want to see? Wang Chen, I sincerely hope you can join my commoner genius society. I firmly believe that poverty is not a shackle that limits our growth. It makes us more resilient, more hardworking, and brings us closer together. In principle, I agree with your viewpoint, but may I ask Duan classmate a question? Do you know what the 3 major economic zones in Sioux City are? Jinhu Economic Zone, Dongfang Tianmen Economic Zone, and Guanhai Avenue. Economic Zone? Why did Wang Chen suddenly ask this? Do you know there's a round star building in the Jinhu Economic Zone? I know. What about the Sinew building in the Dongfang Tianmen Economic Zone? I've seen it from afar. Duan Ziki's expression grew more puzzled, not understanding why Wang Chen was bringing this up. The landmark building in the Guanhai Avenue Economic Zone, the Guanhai Pavilion, should also be well known, right? Duan Ziki silently nodded. The owners of these 3 buildings are me. Sioux City No. 1 High School, we have arrived. Passengers getting off, please exit from the back door. My ride is here, Duan classmate, goodbye. Ignoring Duan Ziki, who was lost in existential doubt, Wang Chen hurriedly boarded the bus through the front door. Beep student card. Ever since then, Wang Chen's life seemed to return to how it was before. Wang Chen wasn't a talkative person, but he was very easy to get along with. Back in the neighboring campus, there were so many top students in his class, competing openly and secretly, yet Wang Chen managed to get along well with every classmate. From the top students to the underachievers, he could chat with anyone. Now in class 1 of senior year at Xingwu High School, Wang Chen quickly navigated through various circles with ease. They were happy to interact with Wang Chen, and he was happy to be friendly with them, except for the group of 4 led by Song Bo. On the 10th day of school, Wang Chen found himself in an academic crisis. Under the crown of the academic god, he surprisingly didn't come in first in the first exam, being successfully suppressed by the Ice Queen. That day, the sky was exceptionally clear, and Jiang Xinyu was particularly haughty. That day, Jiang Xinyu looked at Wang Chen as if he were her private property, sending chills down his spine. It was just one win, why be so smug about it? After class, Wang Chen stared blankly at the questions in front of him. Please analyze in detail the rules of change and operation formulas for star power morphology, and note the 7 key points. Please analyze in detail the operation formulas for changes in star power properties and the 3 major protective measures to ensure that property attributes do not backfire, along with 3 key points. Such specialized questions on Xingwu knowledge could be tackled with ease by some, and those with half-baked knowledge could rely on improvisation. But for someone like Wang Chen, who didn't know anything, he can only write a solution. Wang Chen, it's okay, just relax and don't overthink it. Even if you didn't come in first, you still came in 5th, right? It's fine. Jiang Xinyu's previous scores were not below yours, and she only scored a few points more than you each time. This time it was a Xingwu category exam, and you didn't have the home advantage, so losing is only natural. Manhwa Wucheng comforted Wang Chen by putting an arm around his shoulder. After all, he is a man revered as a god of learning, so it must be quite disheartening for him to fail his first exam after transferring schools. Therefore, Manhwa Wucheng came to comfort him. However, why does it feel so satisfying deep down to see Wang Chen fall from grace? No, I must hold back my laughter, but what if I can't help it? This question isn't beyond the syllabus, right? Wang Chen still felt a bit uneasy. Logically, he had already gone through the high school textbooks of the Xingwu class in a month, and even if he hadn't mastered everything with his self-taught learning methods, he shouldn't have no impression at all. Even if he didn't know, he should have some recollection. But when it came to the changes in the form and properties of star power, Wang Chen was at a loss. It's not beyond the syllabus, this is a practical star martial arts course. Jiang Xinyu raised her head. It's not in the textbooks, but the star martial arts teacher will teach it, and it was mentioned that this is a must-know for the college entrance examination. Wang Chen, if you don't understand, I can demonstrate it for you. Don't underestimate these 2 knowledge points, they are prerequisites for learning star martial arts. If you can't grasp the changes in the form and properties of star power, you won't be able to learn 90% of star martial arts techniques. The most important aspect of form change is the control of star power. To put it simply, you need to be able to mold star power in your hands like clay. As she spoke, Mingyue Wucheng spread her hand and a mass of star power slowly took shape in her palm. The key must extend from the theoretical knowledge of star power. The source of star power is cellular energy, and we can control star power because we have mental strength. By mixing mental strength with star power, we achieve complete integration. To control star power. The more thorough the integration, the stronger the control over star power. For beginners, the ratio of mental strength to star power is generally 1 to 5, and a better ratio is 1 to 3. This requires practice, and the best integration ratio is 1 to 1. Of course, true masters can achieve it within 1. Once the integration is achieved, look. The massive star power in Mingyue Wucheng's hand suddenly began to change shape, turning into a sphere, then a cube, flowing like water, and then swirling like a vortex. Impressive. Mingyue, has your control over star power reached perfection? Not so fast, I'm only at 1 to 1.5 right now. To reach perfection, it takes 7 to 8 years of dedication. Suddenly, Mingyue Wucheng's eyes widened, and the classmates watching her teaching were all left dumbfounded. In fact, when Mingyue Wucheng completed the demonstration of form change, Wang Chen suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to achieve such form changes. Because the Silver Star Martial Technique, Nebula Sword Dance, is a star martial technique that utilizes changes in star power, and it is also an advanced application skill. The prerequisite for learning this star martial technique is to achieve perfect control over the changes in star power. Don't underestimate this theory and control method. It seems simple, but achieving it is quite difficult. It's like performing surgery. Theoretically, there are just a few steps: incision, dissection, or suturing, and then stitching. But try it yourself? It involves too many intricate operations that require understanding, experience, and the enhancement of muscle memory. Mingyue Wucheng's ability to control star power at a ratio of 1 to 1.5 at this age definitely earns her the title of a genius from a star martial arts family. Wang Chen's mastery of the changes in star power relied entirely on skill points, and that initial 100 skill points were not wasted. Wang Chen was the kind of person who could already do it but couldn't articulate the theory behind it. Now, after hearing Mingyue Wucheng's explanation, he instantly understood. With his palm open, a mass of star power split into two. The two masses of star power transformed into two stick figures, and then, right in the palm of Wang Chen's hand, a blockbuster-level martial arts scene unfolded. The entire classroom fell into dead silence. Bang! The mass of star power in Mingyue Wucheng's hand shattered. Is this a concept? Is this a realm? Mingyue Wucheng is just rolling a mass of star power, and you, my friend, are already filming a movie with star power. It was as if I had just invented the bicycle and was announcing how awesome I was when you drove in with your newly invented Ferrari. Damn! Someone suddenly let out a roar from deep within their throat. The entire class snapped back to reality. Jiang Xinyu looked at Wang Chen with a resentful gaze. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Was there even a need to ask? It was obvious, wasn't it? You could control the transformation of star power to a level that left others in despair, and yet you claimed you couldn't solve this problem? Mingyue Wucheng was practically itching to take off his shoes and hit him. I was earnestly teaching you, and yet you were pretending to be a newbie, looking all humble and eager to learn, only to suddenly slam on the brakes and nearly break my back. No, I didn't, Wang Chen said with an innocent face. I really didn't know, but now that Mingyue said that, I understand. I could do it before, but I thought it was something every star warrior mastered after awakening their star power, so I didn't realize this was the transformation of star power? As soon as those words left his mouth, the number of classmates harboring murderous intent instantly multiplied tenfold. Do you hear that? Mingyue Wucheng silently turned around, just about to leave when Wang Chen grabbed him. Mingyue, isn't there also the change in properties? Mingyue Wucheng's forehead bulged with veins. Did you want to ask about property changes again? Once was already enough. And you wanted to hit me again? Wang Chen, you can't be too showy or you'll get beaten. I'm really just humbly seeking advice. Look, I've been in the neighboring high school for 2 years, and I've missed 2 years of the Star Warrior class. Although I spent a month catching up, there are still so many concepts I've never even heard of. Mingyue, please enlighten me. The classmates instantly felt like they had been shot. You spent a month catching up on 3 years of courses, and you ranked 5th in the class. According to Wang Chen, everyone from 6th to 50th place should commit seppuku. They had no face to live. This isn't human. It's definitely beastly. Mingyue Wucheng slowly turned around, looking deeply into Wang Chen's eyes. I have always had a question, and I hope Wang Chen can enlighten me. Please, Mingyue, how did you survive in the neighboring school? Didn't anyone want to kill you? How could that be? We are all loving classmates. How could anyone have such thoughts? Wang Chen's smile was as warm as spring, but the images in his mind were, Wang Chen, go die. Can't hold it in anymore. Don't stop me, let me kill this show-off. It's a noble sacrifice for justice. Wang Chen, may I ask you a question? How can one use readily available materials to chemically produce substances that are severely regulated by the state? For example, in the 5th and 6th columns of the periodic table. You mean through nuclear fusion? Thinking back, why could Wang Chen become friends with the classmates? It was all for the sake of survival. Manhwa, I sincerely seek your guidance. Everyone has their own star power attributes. My star power attributes are water and lightning, so controlling the changes in attributes is a bit more difficult. I really envy you single attribute people. Manhwa sighed and said lightly, "Ha, that tone sounded somewhat familiar." Wang Chen thought to himself, the first step in changing the properties of star power is to separate the star power with attributes. Unless you are 100% single attribute, you can skip this step. Others must separate the star power with attributes. It's still using mental power to control, but this time it's not mixing mental power. Instead, a portion of mental power is separated, and then these star powers are made to collide. The collision of star power releases the energy of the attributes, which is the transformation of star power. As he spoke, Manhwa Wucheng spread his hands, and a water ball suddenly appeared in his left hand, while arcs of electricity crackled in his right hand, making a sharp sound. Wang Chen tried to follow Manhwa Wucheng's explanation, but he suddenly encountered difficulties when separating the fire attribute star power, because Wang Chen actually didn't feel the fire attribute star power. What is going on? During the test, Wang Chen had 70% fire attribute, which absolutely couldn't be fake. If he couldn't feel it, it must mean he hadn't mastered it yet. All eyes were fixed on Wang Chen, who stretched out his palm and, after holding it for a long time, showed no change at all. Sigh. Suddenly, Wang Chen let out a long sigh. Sure enough, this change in attribute nature is quite difficult. I need to study it for a while longer. Upon hearing this, Manhwa Wucheng's expression improved significantly, and the whole class collectively breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Chen could still do it effortlessly, they would really start to doubt life. Being around such a prodigy, they would eventually be crushed to tears. It's okay, practice more. You can easily master form changes, so attribute changes shouldn't be a problem. For you, attribute changes are simpler than form changes. I mastered it in just 3 days back then. Manhwa Wucheng sincerely comforted him. Suddenly, Wang Chen realized something was off. It seemed he wasn't first separating the attribute star power and then performing the attribute change. After all, he had learned the flame blade, which is a star martial skill of attribute change. If he could learn the flame blade, there was no reason he couldn't master attribute change, right? With this in mind, Wang Chen stopped getting tangled up in separating the attribute star power and directly stripped out a mass of star power, then made them collide. Using the technique of the flame blade, boom, a flame shot up from Wang Chen's hand. It seems I learned it? Damn. Dozens of middle fingers shot up. Ding ding ding, scatter, scatter. From now on, we can't trust anything Wang Chen says, it's too infuriating. As the bell rang, a group of classmates shrank back to their seats as if fleeing for their lives. But Wang Chen was truly innocent. He really didn't know the theoretical knowledge of the form change and attribute nature change of star power. Even if he knew it, he only understood it superficially. After Manhwa Wucheng's explanation, he managed to grasp the theory through practical reverse deduction. Heaven is my witness, he really didn't mean to discourage anyone. Form change was one thing, but attribute nature change plunged Wang Chen into another confusion. Although he successfully created flames, what was the first step? Separating the attribute star power? According to Manhwa Wucheng, every star martial artist should be able to sense their own star power attributes, unless they had hidden attributes. But even hidden attributes only meant they couldn't determine the attribute classification. It didn't mean they couldn't feel the differences. Yet Wang Chen felt his star power was a complete whole with no differences. Wang Chen even doubted how the 70% fire attribute and 30% sun attribute were measured back then. If the first step was wrong, the subsequent steps would naturally be wrong as well. But strangely, he could still circle back to the second step? When did the cultivation system of star martial artists become so casual? Could one really choose to ignore and directly proceed to the next step? What happened to the supposed rigor? If Wang Chen were an ordinary student, he should follow the path of college entrance exams, get into a good university, and then join a company or start his own business. Whether this path went smoothly or not depended on his academic performance. The only way to improve his grades was to practice problems. So, this path had always been clear to Wang Chen. But now Wang Chen was a star martial artist, although the general path of life was still the college entrance exam, getting into a good star martial arts academy, and then either working within the Tianjin Bureau system or joining the military or Pioneer Corps. The college entrance exam for star martial artists no longer relied solely on academic performance or just practicing problems. Star martial artists needed star martial levels, practical combat strength, cultivation, and star martial skills. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. After more than half a month of organizing and studying, Wang Chen finally clarified the direction of progress in the star martial artist system. The improvement of star martial artists is divided into two categories. The poor rely on self-torture, while the rich rely on spending money. Where does star power come from, and how does it exist? There is still no solid theoretical system. For now, the widely accepted concept is the life force of cellular energy. The most effective evidence for this is that star warriors can extract star power from their cells. However, this method is harmful to the body. It's obvious that if you draw energy from healthy cells, they will lack nutrients and eventually die. Human cells directly affect lifespan. Overexhausting cellular energy is essentially exhausting life itself. But what can be done to avoid exhausting cellular energy? There is only this one method to extract star power, and if the cells are overdrawn, the only solution is to eat more to replenish it. However, the way of heaven compensates for the insufficient and diminishes the excess. No matter how much you replenish, the overdrawn energy remains overdrawn. This is a truth everyone knows, so if conditions allow, it's best to rely on absorbing soul orbs to enhance star power. Soul orbs contain pure star power, which can completely replace the star power in cells. This is also why Song Bo and his group harbor animosity towards Jung Sinyu and the others. It's purely out of envy. How can commoners become geniuses just through hard work? Deep down, they envy Jung Sinyu and her good fortune. Everyone's parents lack the talent of star warriors, but just because your family is wealthy, you can afford soul orbs. Not only do you not need to draw energy from your cells, but you can also quickly advance using soul orbs. Why am I not from a wealthy family? Why am I not a rich second generation? Even being wild would be fine. However, most impoverished youths do not harbor such a hatred for the rich. Although it seems unfair, this world is inherently unfair. The money of the rich does not come from thin air. The rich rely on spending money, while the poor rely on their resilience, which is a stark reflection of reality. But this rule does not apply to Wang Chen. Wang Chen is wealthy, very wealthy. As for how much money he has, Wang Chen is too lazy to count the zeros in his bank account. But even if Wang Chen wanted to spend money, there's nowhere to spend it. For Wang Chen, soul orbs only have two effects, adding a skill point and restoring energy. No matter how much he spends, he cannot exceed the limit of star power. He has tested this many times in the trial arena. During the fierce battle against the demon soldiers, Wang Chen spent 100 at a time, and in the end, it was merely to replenish star power and skill points. Skill points are good. Quite good. But skill points are limited by star power levels and character levels. What if all skills are maxed out at silver level? No matter how many skill points there are, they will just gather dust. So ultimately, leveling up the character is the top priority. If you can level up the character, spending skill points is worth it. The next step is to earn skill points and improve skill levels to increase strength. So the question arises, where to get experience points? Or should Wang Chen encounter the demon race causing trouble a few more times, and then by coincidence play a crucial role in thwarting their conspiracy? It's not even dark yet. So there are only two options: hunt exotic beasts or challenge star warriors. The trial arena is closed for adjustments, and when it will reopen is uncertain. There is a condition for challenging star warriors, which is what reason to use. Really set up a challenge? Raising his head, he glanced at Song Bo, intentionally or not. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, signaling lunchtime. The hungry werewolves, who hadn't eaten for nearly an hour, didn't even bother to use the classroom door, instead leaping out of the window in a rush. The school cafeteria has a limited supply. If you arrive late, there won't even be a bowl of soup left. Only the children from wealthy families or those from Star Warrior families stood up leisurely to leave the classroom. The takeout will arrive in 10 minutes. Let's wait a bit, Su Xianguan said, looking at his phone. Since the first day of school, the four of them have been taking turns ordering takeout. Going to the cafeteria? You can only see a mess. Wang Chen, what's up with you this morning? Zhang Xinyu asked lightly as she tidied up the books on her desk. What? Wang Chen turned back, looking confused. Your gaze has landed on Song Bo 17 times today. Is there something wrong with him? Before you answer this question, tell me how boring your morning must have been. Have you counted how many times I've watched Song Bo? The teacher talks about things I already know, so it doesn't matter whether I listen or not. But what's your deal? You wouldn't feel a sense of camaraderie just because you haven't fought yet, would you? He. Wang Chen's mouth twitched. This woman's thought process truly defies common sense. I just want to find a reason to hit him again. Just for that? Yeah. Do you even need a reason? Just walk over and hit him. If you want to be polite, just say, classmate Song Bo, please give me some guidance. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Xinyu's assertive tone and felt that she must have done this more than once. Isn't that more than just one hit? Did he offend you again? No, I've just been really wanting to hit someone lately, preferably a Star Warrior who's a bit weaker than me. I could hit him 10 or 8 times a day, and by the end of the year, it would be about right. Wang Chen's voice drifted out of the classroom. Song Bo, who had just forgotten to grab his lunch spoon, paused at the corner of the stairs, cold sweat pouring down his back. After being hit by Wang Chen once, he had already become obedient. At least he knew he couldn't afford to be defiant against her strength. He thought that if he didn't provoke Wang Chen anymore, everything would be fine. But he never expected that she would be scheming to hit me for no reason, 10 times a day, for a whole year? Oh my. I have to change classes. I must change. Otherwise, I might really get beaten to death. In the end, Song Bo didn't dare to enter the classroom. He just knew that for the entire afternoon, he avoided Wang Chen. A day passed by in such a wasted manner, and Wang Chen felt very anxious. Aside from gaining 10 experience points and a skill point during today's combat training, there was nothing else to show for it. But that little experience and skill point weren't even enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. At the bus stop, Wang Chen scanned the hurried men and women with boredom. Suddenly, his attention was caught by an advertisement at the bus stop. Third season of Sioux City Star Warrior Championship, waiting for you to battle. It was a dazzling poster with a passionate slogan. The Sioux City Star Warrior Championship. Wang Chen had heard of it before. It seemed to be a very popular program in Sioux City. Especially when the first season aired, it caused a sensation during prime time, with people flooding the streets for a whole 6 months. But back then, Wang Chen only heard his classmates discussing it. He had never watched it himself. In high school, who still watches variety shows? Who chases after TV dramas? Isn't the reading comprehension in Chinese class exciting enough? Are math symbols not appealing? Doesn't political thought cultivate one's character? Are English words not beautiful? Back then, Wang Chen was completely oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on studying. He never expected that, without realizing it, they had already reached the third season. After returning to the new universe building, Wang Chen didn't waste time in the training room. Xiao AI, order me some takeout and open the computer, I need to check something. Okay. Wang Chen, how about bibimbap? It's too hot, I can't eat that in this weather. Then how about sirloin steak? That would give me diarrhea, right? Forget it, asking you an AI to understand taste is really unfair. Lighthouse Restaurant, just get me a deluxe carnival for 3. Got it. By the time Wang Chen finished his shower and arrived in the study, the computer was already on. He opened the browser and typed in Sioux City Star Warrior Championship. Instantly, the official webpage popped up with the homepage showing registration, waiting for you to battle. The Star Warrior Championship is held every autumn, but how long it lasts, he didn't know. It seemed there was a preliminary round, a formal competition, and then a series of battles to determine the champion. This stage has no second or third place, and there are no rankings from 1st to 10th. This stage is a championship with only one victor. This is also where it differs from talent shows. It is both a variety show and a competition, with no live judges, only the defeated lying on the arena and the victors standing tall. Because of the show's popularity, it seems that the champions of the first and second episodes not only won the prize money but also successfully debuted as stars in the star martial arts world. Since this is a championship battle, it naturally involves combat between star warriors. Wang Chen originally planned to find some excuse to spar with others to earn experience points and skill points, but upon seeing this championship battle, he suddenly had a change of heart. The main page is the registration page, and below it is a customer service option. As soon as he opened the page, an advertisement for the hot registration of the Star Martial Arts Championship popped up. Wang Chen connected to customer service, and a gentle and friendly voice came through the speaker. Dear customer, hello, service number 100 is here for you. How may I assist you today? I would like to inquire about the registration and competition process for the Star Martial Arts Championship. Alright, sir, are you a Star Warrior? Are you registering yourself? I have this intention but need to understand the details. Will the competition disclose the contestants' information? Or can I participate without revealing my identity? Yes, there is an option in the registration form to choose whether to participate anonymously. If you choose that, your information will be kept strictly confidential by the organizers, and during the competition, we will allow contestants to wear masks or other face covering props. If you do not choose anonymity, your information will be used as promotional material. I personally suggest you register with your information. The winners of the Star Martial Arts Championship not only win the prize money but are also likely to become big stars. The champions from the previous 2 episodes have developed very well. Perhaps you could be the next one? I don't care much about that. How many opponents do I need to defeat to win the Star Martial Arts Championship? Wang Chen calculated that if there were 10 people, that would be 10 experience points. If there were 100, then it would be 1,000. If 200 people participated, defeating everyone would be quite a feat. Looking at how this guy was getting inflated, after realizing that his strength could be considered among the top in Sioux City #1 high school, Wang Chen suddenly realized that he might not be as weak as he had imagined. Although he had indeed awakened not long ago, the potential was vast. If you win the championship of the Star Martial Arts Championship, that naturally means you have defeated all the contestants. May I ask if you would like to register? If so, please complete the registration on the website. Is there a requirement for the Star Martial level? No. When is the competition? Can students participate? As long as you have a Star Martial certificate, even if you are a child, you can participate. The competition usually takes place on weekends or in the evenings, and our program is not live. If contestants do not have much time, they can also schedule a time but this is on the condition that you must make it into the top 50. Currently, there are only 100 spots for contestants, but the number of registrants has already reached 500, with many out-of-town contestants coming to Sioux City specifically for the Star Martial Arts Championship. If you wish to register, please do so as soon as possible. Registration will close by noon tomorrow. After understanding the situation, Wang Chen quickly opened the registration form and filled in his personal information. He carefully checked whether he had chosen to participate anonymously before gently clicking to submit the registration. Wang Chen didn't care about the money. What he wanted was experience points and skill points. Setting up a stage himself would be too ostentatious, and someone as low-key as Wang Chen wouldn't do such a thing. Since a third party was hosting a similar event and he could participate anonymously, he decided to register. After completing the registration, he would be able to download the detailed competition process, but when Wang Chen saw this process, he was instantly dumbfounded. He had been too excited when signing up earlier, and combined with the misleading words of the customer service, Wang Chen subconsciously thought this competition was a challenge match, meaning that it would only end after defeating everyone and overcoming all challenges. He had imagined the Star Martial Arts Championship as a ring match, but in reality, it was a qualifying match. For example, if there were 100 official contestants, they would face off in pairs, and ultimately 50 would successfully advance. Wang Chen only needed to defeat one person to eliminate 50. By that calculation, even if he became the champion, he wouldn't have experienced many battles or gained much experience, right? Just as Wang Chen was hesitating whether to cancel his registration, he inadvertently scanned through the system in his mind and discovered a task in progress. The prompt for this ongoing task was like light, like electricity, like love. To Wang Chen, every time he completed a task judged by the system, the generous rewards made him salivate unconsciously. He clicked on the task prompt, and the description below was shockingly simple. Task in progress: participate in the Sioux City Star Martial Arts Championship. The next day, Wang Chen went to school and found that the excitement for the Star Martial Arts Championship was indeed very high. Just as registration was starting here, the program previews were already being heavily promoted over there. The Star Martial Arts Championship starts in a week, but I still need to practice the new Star Martial Arts techniques. What should I do? If I go watch TV without mastering the techniques, my dad will kill me. A classmate suddenly complained after class. Clearly, this person's focus was on his newly learned Star Martial Arts techniques, but it sparked a heated discussion about the Star Martial Arts Championship. Really? It starts in a week? I just saw the advertisement the day before yesterday, and I thought it would be at least half a month away. What's there to look forward to? The Star Martial Arts Championship is just a variety show talent show. When I watched the first episode, I was a bit skeptical about how two people battling could be so entertaining. My sparring with classmates is so messy, it's all just tricks. Yeah, especially after the second episode exposed the dark side. It really ruined the show. They don't look at strength but at looks. The outcomes are predetermined. The top 7 are all backed by powerful connections, and those who sign up are just there to accompany the prince in his studies. You can't say that. Since ancient times, true feelings can't be retained, only tricks can win hearts. Do the audience really care about their battles? Ordinary viewers don't understand what a fight between star warriors is like. Just like the champion of the second season, Li Mingfeng, a powerhouse at the peak of the Star Radiance realm with his unparalleled skill, the Sanlong Yulong technique. Has he been popular for over a year? So many fans like him. Do you think they admire Li Mingfeng's strength? It's not like they're not attracted to his looks. I really feel sorry for Yi Xiaocheng. Clearly, his strength is much greater than Li Mingfeng's, yet in the end, he could only fight and lose. If you don't lose, you violate the contract and face huge compensation. TSK, TSK, TSK. It would be better not to fight at all, just walk AT and strike a pose. After all, they are Star Martial stars, right? They should at least throw a few punches. And the Star Martial Arts Championship isn't just a competition, it's also a variety show. Any accidents that happen in the program, well, they're all for show. For example, fake fights are merely for the sake of entertainment. Anyway, the whole world is fake, and they are real. They don't even care about their faces. Can you do such a thing and still care about your face? Hearing his classmates mock the Star Martial Arts Championship so coldly, Wang Chen felt a bit flustered. Had he been tricked by signing up? Turning back, he looked at Jiang Xinyu and quietly asked, "Is what they said true?" Jiang Xinyu put down her book and said calmly, "The first season of the Star Martial Arts Championship was a great success, so the second season started to go off the rails. They held the Star Martial Arts Championship in the form of a variety show talent show, and it ended up being a case of hanging a sheep's head while selling dog meat. The reputation plummeted, and the online criticism was fierce. Basically, this IP has collapsed. How can there still be a third season when it has become a street rat? Because the third season has changed production companies, and at the request of the new producer, the show's chief director has been replaced. The requirement is for the program to be entirely centered around real competitions, completely rebranding the Star Martial Arts Championship. This time, the organizers have even specially invited well-known star martial arts experts from Sioux City to participate, aiming to create a truly meaningful Star Martial Arts Championship. I think, with director Min Jian's strength, we can still look forward to the third season. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Sinyu, are you Baidu Encyclopedia? How come you know everything when I ask you? Yesterday, while doing homework, an advertisement suddenly popped up on my computer, and I glanced at it casually. Hee, pretending. You must be thinking about signing up for the competition, right? Otherwise, with your personality, you definitely wouldn't pay attention to things you don't care about. Wang Chen felt that if he could be swayed by an advertisement to consider signing up, then someone like Zhang Xinyu, who craved battle and was young, would surely be itching to join. So, he carefully looked at the strategies and such. I just glanced at it and closed it. How could you think I would want to sign up for the competition? Zhang Xinyu looked puzzled. You can remember everything just from a glance? Do you think you're a scanner? I've always been like this since I was little, aren't you? Zhang Xinyu's big eyes stared into Wang Chen's. I, really, am not. Let's just take a look. Participating? Don't you have any pride? Mingyue Wucheng laughed as she sat down next to Wang Chen. Someone like Zhang Xinyu, a true genius, would never participate in such a boring competition. Why? Is it embarrassing? Think about it. Even if this time it has been reformed into a real competition, how can a group of students who have never officially participated in a battlefield compete against seasoned veterans who have experienced countless real battles? It's just asking for humiliation. If you don't have a peak star radiance realm, don't even think about making it into the top 10. Even if Xinyu is in the Nebula realm, she still might not be a match for those peak star radiance realm opponents who have gone through numerous real battles. If Xinyu can't do it, then others definitely can't. The Star Martial Arts Championship is either about winning the championship. If you can't win the championship, it will be embarrassing later. When we eventually achieve success and become powerful figures, there might occasionally be a middle-aged person with only Star Radiance realm strength saying to the media, look, this so-called expert you bragged about was once my subordinate. TSK. Who are the participants in the Star Martial Arts Championship? It's impossible for anyone above the Nebula realm who has that kind of free time. Soldiers can't, pioneers can't, and we students are also unlikely. Aren't they just a bunch of star martial artists who have lost their ambition in the big city? Now that you mention it, it makes sense. Participating in the Star Martial Arts Championship really seems to be a hasty decision. Fortunately, I chose to remain anonymous at the beginning. Maybe I can just wear a mask to compete later. If participating in this Star Martial Arts Championship was optional at first, once the system prompts that the task is in progress, it would be completely different. That represents a lot of experience points and a lot of skill points. After lunch, Wang Chan received a text message on his phone, a preliminary competition notice from the organizers of the Sioux City Star Martial Arts Championship stating that the preliminary rounds would take place this weekend at the Sioux City Sports Center. Participants must bring personal identification and Star Martial Arts credentials, with 100 contestants selected from the registered participants to compete in the official Star Martial Arts Championship. On the weekend, Wang Chen wore a tight-fitting elastic t-shirt and a pair of jeans, taking his devil may cry out the door. When he arrived at the Sioux City Sports Center, the area outside was already packed with people. If his classmates were an alternative style of delinquent youth, then the entrance to the sports center was a large-scale non-mainstream shamate, and even anime martial arts character cosplay event. More than half of the people on site had looks that were beyond imagination, including girls in super short skirts showing off their long legs but with watermarks painted on their faces, dressed in a sleeveless vest covered in studs, sporting a bald head with a single braid cascading down his back, was a muscular man whose hobbies were a mystery. A man with eyeshadow, a knife-wielding figure with a nose ring, and a loli carrying a double-handed sword in a wolf-tooth club completed the eclectic group. In any case, Wang Chen couldn't comprehend the tastes of these star warriors. However, Wang Chen's appearance blended perfectly into this non-mainstream crowd as he wore a moon-white mask. Even though his outfit was quite normal, the mask made it anything but ordinary. The Star Warriors, despite their rugged looks and unique styles, lined up obediently, entering the sports arena one by one with their Star Warrior IDs. Upon entering, each person received a number, which served as their identity code. At that moment, the large square of the gymnasium was divided into 20 fighting arenas, where, over the next 2 days, 800 Star Warriors would compete, with a series of preliminary rounds determining 100 official competitors. Wang Chen, having registered late, received the number 700. The preliminaries would not be broadcasted, nor were there any arrangements for spectators. It was an internal selection process conducted by the organizers of the Star Warrior Championship. In the stands, which could accommodate 20,000 people, only 800 registered competitors sat sparsely. Wang Chen casually found a seat as the organizer's loudspeakers announced the procedures and regulations for the preliminary matches. Once the competition began, it would follow the usual sparring format. Those knocked off the stage, who voluntarily surrendered, or who were deemed unable to continue would be judged as defeated. The organizers had invited professional medical star warriors, ensuring that the participants had no worries, which was quite considerate. What? We have to fight? Isn't this a beauty contest? I spent 3 hours on my makeup. Damn, can I even move in this outfit? Are you kidding me? Upon learning that the preliminaries would indeed involve actual combat, many star warriors began cursing. Wang Chen felt a bit confused, wasn't it? Written in the competition guidelines? Were they really treating this like a talent show? Hello? Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. Wang Chen turned his head to see a young man so thin he seemed almost skeletal. Wang Chen had met him once before. Hello? Wang Chen nodded in response. I didn't expect you to participate in the Star Warrior Championship. The other person's words confirmed Wang Chen's identity, and he turned to scrutinize him. The young man smiled slightly, his gaze falling on the requiem in Wang Chen's hand. Wang Chen smiled back. So you recognized me by this? I overlooked that. Not really, you wouldn't expect to run into me here. Did you register anonymously? He guessed, noticing Wang Chen's mask. Yeah. What made you decide to join the Star Warrior Championship? I guess you're still a student, right? The other person was friendly, but it could also be an attempt to gather information. Wang Chen, feeling bored, found it nice to have someone to talk to. To hone my practical skills. Wang Chen replied briefly. Practical skills? The other person was surprised. You joined the Star Warrior Championship for practical skills? Don't you know the first 2 rounds were all staged fights? Oh, I didn't know. The key to practical skills is to defeat the enemy in one move, but would you dare to do that on stage? No one will defeat their opponent in one move. It's all about how good it looks, how stylish it is. Just do it in the coolest way possible. A sarcastic smile appeared on the thin young man's face. Star Warriors battles aren't that exciting. Is this season staged like the previous ones? Wang Chen wondered internally. If it was staged, no one had told him how to stage a fight. This time, the organizers seemed to be promoting it as close to real combat. Absolutely no faking. But based on the reputation of the previous 2 seasons, who knows what's real and what's not? Maybe this time it isn't. But let me tell you, when you actually fight a Star Warrior, they won't waste a single word with you, they strike without the slightest warning. Their moves are lethal, instantly determining life and death. Wang Chen looked at the sincere gaze of the other person and silently nodded. Huang Feilong had once solemnly explained these words to Wang Chen, and he had encountered them in the trial arena. That sudden appearance of a Star Warrior, pretending to be lost and trying to get close to his teammates, could have led to their demise if not for Zhang Sinyu's strong abilities. Wang Chen didn't even see how Shuang Wen's 2 clones were instantly killed with their throats cut. But not all students have practical combat experience like Wang Chen. No matter how many simulated battles they undergo, they are not real combat. Would they really believe that battles between Star Warriors are so harmonious? They wouldn't even know how they died. And not everyone would easily say such things to a stranger. Thank you, Wang Chen replied. By the way, why are you participating in the Star Martial Arts Championship? Is it to gain fame and make a debut? Like them? Fame? The other person scoffed. In the eyes of ordinary people, it may indeed be fame. But in the eyes of true Star Warriors, that's just shame. How so? Warriors are on the battlefield, while actors are in the hall. Star Warriors are the guardians of human civilization, not attention-seeking performers. Star martial arts is not an art, nor is it a spectacle. Wang Chen smiled slightly, but inwardly he was unconvinced. After saying so much, weren't you still here? I'm here for the money. Money? If I make it into the top 13, there's a reward of 100,000. If I make it into the top 7, 200,000. The top 4, 400,000. Making it to the semifinals, 1 million, and the champion, 3 million. I just want to get that money and leave. Are you really short on money? Yes. The other person smiled and looked at the arena, where the matches had already begun. My name is Hu Qing. Wang Chen. Wang Chen quietly replied. Star Warriors actually shouldn't be short on money. Star Warriors have benefits and allowances, and even jobs that ordinary people can do pay much more than what ordinary people earn. If it weren't for needing money urgently, who would come here? Wang Chen remained silent, just listening. Hu Qing seemed to want to vent his frustrations, but Wang Chen didn't want to be his audience. One reason, they weren't familiar. Hu Qing seemed to realize this and quickly shut up, focusing intently on the battles in front of him. Wang Chen, look at that. Contestant number 77. His swordsmanship is very sharp and steady, especially his cutting technique and sword switching skills, which are very skilled and flashy. If he were on the battlefield, he could suddenly switch swords and use his left-hand sword to catch the enemy off guard. But his opponent is far inferior in swordsmanship. If it were real combat, contestant 77 Should be able to slice through contestant 96's sword with one strike and then use a backhand strike to decapitate contestant 96. At that point, not even a medical star warrior, let alone a deity, could save him. But to showcase his sword switching and cutting techniques, he frequently switches swords and makes many visually appealing but practically useless moves. If you encounter him, be careful, especially of his left-hand sword. His left hand is stronger than his right. Wang Chen quietly listened to Hu Qing's commentary, analyzing the battlefield in front of him. Hu Qing's eyesight was indeed very sharp, and he had plenty of experience. There were many insights in his commentary that even Wang Chen had overlooked or never thought of. The entire morning passed with nearly 200 matches, and neither Wang Chen nor Hu Qing had taken the stage. The first round of preliminaries would definitely end on the first day, so their matches should be in the afternoon. At noon, the preliminaries paused and all the contestants trickled out of the venue to eat, resuming at 1:30 in the afternoon. In fact, half of the contestants had already left right after their matches. The winners would return for the second round tomorrow, while the losers would naturally be eliminated. Let's go! Wang Chen stood up and called out. No need, I brought my own food. Hu Qing smiled and patted the package beside him. Wang Chen stood up and left. It wasn't until Wang Chen turned away from the venue that Hu Qing picked up the package and placed it on his lap, slowly opening it. Inside the package was only a white steamed bun, about the size of a chicken egg. Hu Qing wolfed down the bun and then twisted open his water bottle, gulping it down. After swallowing the bun, he opened his mouth in satisfaction, revealing a smile. The gym is really big. After walking around, I ended up back here. Wang Chen's voice rang out, startling Hu Qing and causing his face to turn slightly red. Speaking of which, I learned a lot from your talk this morning about practical combat tips and precautions. It was very beneficial. Treating you to a meal shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Well, Wang Chen slowly removed his mask. And we have a match this afternoon. I don't want to see you gone tomorrow just because you didn't eat enough. Okay. The other person wasn't one to be overly sentimental. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, he stood up and walked towards him. Hu Qing, if I compete in a practical way, I won't be penalized, right? Of course not. Since the Star Martial Arts Championship promotes real combat, what's wrong with competing in a practical manner? Just don't kill anyone. What are you thinking? In a sparring match, of course, we won't go all out. I just want to know if not following their old rules will get me disqualified. Just give it a try. What kind of trouble have you encountered? Even if your family is struggling, it shouldn't be this bad, right? Wang Chen recalled the scene he had just witnessed. This was beyond poverty. It was heart-wrenching. Who would have thought that a dignified star martial artist would only have a bun that could be swallowed in one bite? Hu Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. My sister has late-stage bone cancer. The doctor advised us to give up, but we don't want to. Even if it costs me my life, if she can live for one more day, it's worth it. Wang Chen didn't press further, lowering his head to quickly finish the food in front of him. It's about time. We should head to the sports hall. Not long after the afternoon matches began, Hu Qing was called to the stage. Little brother, I'm up. Practical combat? Practical combat. What if the opponent wants to put on a show? He won't, unless he wants to lose. Hu Qing turned sharply and walked off the stage, then entered Ring 16. The match began, and the moment the referee's whistle blew, Hu Qing's body suddenly leaned forward, like a sharp sword, thrusting straight at his opponent's face. Hu Qing's opponent appeared to be a swordsman. Before the referee blew the whistle, he had raised his long sword, pointing it at Hu Qing. His long bangs hung over his nose as he slightly lowered his head, his hair swaying gently in the breath of the air. The arena was silent and still, but the opponent, dressed in white as snow, had his cloak billowing like a cape. Judging by his appearance, he looked just like an ancient white-clad hero. As Hu Qing charged forward, the opponent's eyes lit up, star power swirling around him, and the sword in his hand seemed to emit dazzling light as if electrified. Swoosh, 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 countless sword energies sliced through the air, transforming into crescent blades aimed at Hu Qing one after another. The judges sitting in the high platform suddenly brightened their eyes, nodding repeatedly. The sword energy is impressive, and his movements are graceful, very captivating. Contestant 360 looks quite good too. With his looks combined with his sword energy, he should quickly attract attention. Yeah, he might just be another Li Mingfeng. But contestant 500 is too thin. Although he's very agile, his image can only be that of a villain. From his movements, he seems to be a close combat type. Close combat types generally have no chance against long-range magic types. Moreover, contestant 360 wields a long sword while contestant 500 is unarmed. Contestant 360's advancement should be a foregone conclusion. The preliminaries originally had no judges commenting. Even if there were, it was done privately. But for some reason, after lunch, the judges' microphones were turned on, and several matches had judges commenting a line or two after they ended. This is the first time I've seen commentary start before the results of a match are even in. Listen, what are they saying? That melee types have no chance against long-range magic users? This conclusion completely shattered Wang Chen's worldview. Is what's written in textbooks wrong? Long-range magic and melee counter each other. Melee is also divided into tanks, warriors, and assassins. Even among warriors, there are beefy warriors and agile warriors. You say magic counters warriors? Come on, show me how you counter an assassin. Wang Chen withdrew his gaze from the stands and finally understood the disdainful tone of Mingyue Wucheng. Having a group of judges who know nothing critique the match while humbly calling them teachers is indeed a frustrating experience. At this moment, Hu Qing successfully dodged the sword energy shot at him and charged right up to contestant 360. Hu Qing's eyes were sharp as a wolf, fixated on contestant 360's gaze. Contestant 360 began to panic. Unable to stop Hu Qing from getting closer, he decisively drew his sword and executed his sword technique. But to Wang Chen, contestant 360's sword technique was hardly swordplay, it was simply knife techniques. Clearly, the opponent had not learned swordsmanship, only the surface of sword techniques. The essence was missing, yet the elegance was practiced to a T. Hu Qing almost brushed against the opponent's swordlight, slipping into his defensive circle and then thrust out with both hands in an instant. Boom boom boom, there were a few muffled sounds and contestant 360 flew into the air, then tumbled backward. Wow, what just happened? Who saw that clearly? In front of the judges' table, the two hosts exaggeratedly asked with microphones in hand. Meanwhile, the star warriors present, regardless of their strength, could still see what had transpired. Quick, let's get the live replay so we can see what happened. Oh my, contestant 500 actually struck out 8 hand blades in an instant, hitting contestant 360 and sending him flying. These 8 hand blades were all executed within a second. Truly worthy of being a star warrior, able to unleash speeds that the naked eye cannot capture, only visible through high-speed cameras. The entire audience of star warriors suddenly shivered awkwardly, each turning to look at the two hosts who were enthusiastically performing on stage. It turned out they were rehearsing. Hu Qing had taken out his opponent in one move, and before the latter even landed, Hu Qing turned and walked back to the stands. What is contestant 500 doing? Contestant 360 hasn't conceded yet. No, contestant 360 is back on his feet. The match isn't over yet. Ha! Contestant 360 has fallen again. Returning to his seat, Wang Chen turned his face. Congratulations. There's nothing to congratulate about. In a battlefield like this, I could kill him in an instant. But did you notice anything? A firm target, not wasting a single unnecessary movement or star power, defeating the opponent in the fastest way possible with what you're best at. Also, you can't go all in without leaving room for evasion or the activation of blocking star techniques. I'm of the earth element, and before charging, my star power was always mobilizing the earth wall for defense. If the opponent has other killing moves and I can't dodge, I can activate the earth wall to buy myself some time to evade. Got it. Contestant 700, please come to the 15th arena for the preliminary match. Wang Chen stood up, put his mask back on, slung his ghost cry behind him, straightened his posture, and slowly walked toward the arena. Old Tai. Men, Old Fan is about to participate in the first round of the preliminaries. I thought it would just be a formality, but it turns out I really have to fight. However, I, Old Fan, am quite confident. All my old friends should know that with my looks and strength, the small competition is a piece of cake. I specially rushed from the northeast to the south and just got off the plane. I already feel like I'm going to suffer from heat stroke. The summer down here is too hot. Even after the start of autumn, the temperature is still above 40 degrees. It was hot and stuffy, and seeing Old Fan still doing a live stream for you all in such weather, isn't it reasonable to send a sports car as a tip? Come on, my friends, let's shower him with gifts. Old Fan is begging for gifts again without any shame. Old Fan, how ruthless is your wife? A dignified star warrior has been forced to the streets to perform? Old Fan, just yesterday you said you hadn't eaten all day and asked for tips. Then I saw you started streaming and devoured a whole cow. You liar. Wang Chen had just stepped onto the stage, and the opponent was bantering with the silly netizens while walking over with a grin. What was he here for again? Contestant 700, contestant 530, are you ready? The referee said coolly, wearing sunglasses. Ready. The opponent also made an okay gesture. Old Fan, we don't ask for much, just lose with some dignity. Lose? How could I possibly lose? Have you forgotten that Old Fan is a pure man from the northeast? Born with explosive combat power. Although I might be a bit out of place in the south, the only thing that affects my combat power is your tips. Shower me with gifts. Your gifts are my motivation. The more gifts I get, the harder I fight. I guarantee you'll enjoy the show. Let me switch to the camera on my hat so you can experience the first-person perspective of a star warrior. The opponent put away his phone, and at that moment, the referee's whistle blew. The match has begun, let the gifts flow. Rockets, rockets. Send 4 rockets, and I'll perform a 3-second finish right here. Hurry, he's charging in, here he comes, he's a melee fighter just like Old Fan, a rare opportunity for a melee duel, only 3 seconds left, the battle has begun. How Old Fan suddenly stomped his foot, and a surge of star power erupted from him, sweeping out like an explosive shockwave. This was Old Fan's star martial technique, the shockwave, releasing a 360-degree shockwave that swept away everything nearby, pushing back any approaching enemies. This was a very practical star martial technique, limited in range but not in number. The closer the distance, the greater the power. Boom, the imagined scene of Wang Chen being sent flying did not occur. Old Fan took a step forward to chase, but Wang Chen had vanished from sight. Where is he? A hand patted Old Fan's shoulder. Old Fan turned around, and in an instant, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed large and bright before him. Boom boom boom, 3 punches landed, almost forming a triangle as they struck Old Fan's chest. Old Fan's eyes bulged out, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. As Wang Chen withdrew, Old Fan fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Contestant 700, victory. Brothers, send gifts. He did it, he really did it. Old Fan has tricked us so many times, but this time he kept his word. He said he would finish the fight in 3 seconds, and he succeeded. He wagered his dignity and honor, showing us a fight resolved in 3 seconds. A fight that was resolved. Ha ha ha, Old Fan is truly a genius. Everyone think about it. In the past few months, has there been anything Old Fan wanted to do that he actually succeeded in? No, this time he did it. I timed it, 3 seconds, really. 3 seconds, not a second more. Speaking of which, Old Fan is actually very strong. A wolf from the northeast. Of course, Old Fan is at least a Star Radiance Realm Star Warrior, has been through the wilderness with a raiding team, mined with a Star Martial team, knows the halls and the kitchens. A stick can travel the world. I've known Old Fan for almost a year, and I've never seen him lose when it comes to a real fight. How come? The wolf from the north turned into a husky in the south? That masked guy is so strong, he actually took down Old Fan in an instant? Stop discussing other men. Are you still fans of Old Fan or not? Anyway, I sent rockets. Old Fan kept his word. I kept mine too, but let me laugh for a moment first. I'm about to choke. Old Fan was carried down like this, and the medical Star Warrior assessed that Old Fan was not injured. He just experienced some internal shock and would be fine after resting for half a day. Have you experienced real combat? Hu Qing suddenly turned to look at Wang Chen, who was buried beneath his mask, and asked, "Does the trial ground count? It seems I underestimated people too much, always thinking that because you are young, you must be an ignorant student. Turns out you already have real combat experience." To all the contestants of the Star Warrior Championship, the first round of elimination has been completed, with a total of 400 contestants advancing. These 400 contestants will be reassigned electronic numbers tomorrow and will participate in the second and third rounds of preliminaries. Please have the contestants entering the second round gather here again at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Completion of the first round of the Star Warrior Championship preliminaries, reward experience points 600, skill points 50. Just as Wang Chen stood up and prepared to leave, he paused, and the prompt sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Only one match was experienced, and the reward was 600 experience points and 50 skill points. This is equivalent to defeating 50 people in a challenge. Moreover, from the system's task prompt, this is a cyclical advancement task, which means that completing the second round will definitely yield more than completing the first round, and the rewards for the official match will be greater than those for the preliminaries. 60 skill points, which seem pitiful compared to the previous task rewards, but this is still the first round. If he could hold on to the championship, the gains might not be less than those from the beginner trial ground. He happily took the bus home, but unexpectedly, the footage of today's preliminary match was edited into an MV by the promoters. The dazzling fight scenes, paired with the adrenaline-pumping PGM, made the official advertisement song for the Sioux City Star Warrior Championship soar to the top of the music charts as soon as it was released. The bus's onboard TV played the footage of the preliminary winners' victories. Watching it live didn't feel particularly thrilling, but after editing and re-releasing, the excitement reached its peak. At the end of many close-up shots of victory, it was Wang Chen and Hu Qing's winning moments. Clearly, it was a one-hit defeat, but through the MV's editing and the rhythm of the music, Hu Qing and Wang Chen seemed to unleash their ultimate techniques after a fierce battle to defeat their opponents. The screen was split into two, and the two charged towards their respective opponents almost simultaneously. Hu Qing skillfully dodged his opponent's sword energy, while the masked Wang Chen transformed into a gust of wind, slicing through the explosive airwave with a palm strike just as it erupted, then maneuvering behind his opponent like a swimming dragon. He patted his opponent's shoulder amiably and instantly unleashed 3 punches to defeat him. The light and agile movements, combined with the stylish mask, made the visuals come alive in the audience's minds. The scene paused just before the climax of the music. 3 seconds. I'll finish the fight in 3 seconds. KO. The explosive footage sent shivers down the audience's spines. Almost everyone who saw this MV was left with just 2 words in their minds: want to see. That night, the comments section of the organizer's webpage exploded. Wow, this preliminary was actually real combat? It's different from last year. They can't be serious, right? The third season of the Star Warrior Championship has been promoted as real combat from the start. True battles between Star Warriors. I thought it was just the same old story, but unexpectedly, there's something here. They just edited a segment and you guys are fooled like this. I don't believe they will go all out. A talent show is just a talent show, a trash program for life. My friend went to compete and he came back saying the preliminaries were real combat. Is that friend you're talking about you? Creating friends out of thin air. This episode of the Star Warrior Championship is explosive. Although it was promoted before, the promotional effect is nowhere near as good as this year. Indeed, their promotional model adopts the blockbuster movie style, bombarding us with exciting scenes cut from the plot, each frame igniting the urge to look back at the entire battle. Looking forward to the official competition. Looking forward +1 fake is fake, I don't believe it anyway. These are all scripted by the director, just like a movie trailer. Those contestants are definitely actors. I heard that to regain viewership, the organizers in Sioux City spent a lot of money hiring a genius variety show director to handle the production. It really paid off. Every time I see the promotional ads, it stirs up the desire to watch. I hope they restore the reality and don't stick to the script. I have a different opinion from the person above. Even though I know it's all fake, it's still so enjoyable to watch. True enjoyment law +1, true enjoyment law +2, true enjoyment law +10,086. Director Min. The promotion for the Star Martial Arts Championship has gone viral. In the office of the Star Martial Arts Championship organizers, staff excitedly held up statistical data and said enthusiastically, the first season of the Star Martial Arts Championship was a huge hit, but the second season failed to capture the essence. They thought the first season was popular because of a few idols, discarding the advantages of the first season while retaining the flaws. The fake matches and deceiving the audience turned a once popular show into a failure by the second season. This time, we changed the competition format to restore the real battles of the Star Warriors, coupled with intensified advertising, and it's only natural for it to catch fire. Min Jian took a leisurely sip of coffee, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he claimed it was expected, deep down he felt quite proud. The second season of the Star Martial Arts Championship not only saw a decline in reputation but also a complete collapse. By the later stages of the competition, the organizers were helping contestants secretly set up matches, even determining the outcomes in advance. This led to even ordinary viewers noticing the show's underhandedness. This time, Min Jian approached the Star Martial Arts Championship with a different mindset from the start. Ordinary people are unfamiliar with Star Warriors, as they have long been active on the battlefield protecting the world. They both admire and are curious about the Star Warriors. They are eager to understand the true nature of the Star Warriors. The real highlight of the Star Martial Arts Championship is authenticity. Restoring the real battles of the Star Warriors is what the audience needs. What's with the excessive bloodshed and violence that fails to pass review? Bah! When the Star Warriors risk their lives, why is no one talking about bloodshed and violence? When the alien beasts slaughter the common people, why is no one accusing the alien beasts of being bloody and violent? Where is this peaceful existence? It's the Star Warriors who have been bearing the burden for you. Real battles won't make the common people feel bloody and violent. Instead, they will feel a sense of security. Those Star Warriors with powerful combat abilities are the guardians of the Jade Kingdom. Who dares to say their battles are bloody and violent? If it weren't for the bloodshed and violence, could you live so comfortably? Star Warriors are soldiers, and soldiers should fight truly and passionately. What are the comments online? Min Jian asked. Although we deployed a large number of internet trolls, the reputation from the last season has completely collapsed, and most of the online comments are distrustful, even resistant. Our trolls are trying to salvage the situation. Stop using trolls, facts speak louder than words. Let's have a real high-quality showdown to make these comments disappear. In the first round of preliminaries, did you find any strong seed contestants? Not many showed their strength in the first round. Currently, we've only identified 2 potential experts, but whether they are truly experts still needs further observation. The rest haven't shown any strength. There are definitely hidden talents, we just haven't discovered them yet. Keep a close watch. How many experts have we invited? Less than 10. After all, they also have significant distrust towards our show. Got it. Bring me the information on the 2 experts we've identified. 1. Shen's character level is currently Starry 3, with basic combat, basic agility, and basic swordsmanship all at Silver 2, Inch Force Fist at Silver 5, Nebula Sword Dance at Silver 5, Flame Blade at Silver 1, and Healing at Silver 9. In the Starry realm, all skills are at the Silver level, which is quite impressive data. If Bronze level skills are considered professional level skills, then Silver level skills belong to the specialized level. For instance, a Starry realm martial artist must have at least 1 skill reach Silver level to be considered specialized in that area. In Wang Chen's case, all his skills are at the Silver level, all specialized. Being so versatile, it might be hard for others to believe. A person's energy is limited, and mastering a skill to a professional level within the Starry realm is not easy, let alone specializing in everything. This is Also why, despite Wang Chen and Old Fan being at a similar starry martial realm, Wang Chen can easily defeat Old Fan. He overwhelms with skills too. The point where Old Fan doesn't even get a chance to use his martial techniques. If not him, then who else would he defeat? The next morning, the second round of the preliminaries began. To determine 100 official competitors, 3 rounds of battles were necessary. The second round took place in the morning, followed by the second match in the afternoon. Wang Chen's newly assigned number was 44, a bit ominous. As soon as he entered the Sioux City Sports Hall, Wang Chen immediately sensed something was off. Compared to yesterday, there were many more beautiful girls in the venue, and each one was holding a phone filming the event. For those watching the live stream, it's now 7:40 in the morning, and I'm currently at the Sioux City Sports Hall. You guessed it right, I successfully snuck into the sports hall. Did you get the voice control password right this time? That joke about the voice control can last a year. Don't ask how I got in, it definitely wasn't because I said the right voice control password. Many friends wanted me to sneak into the Sioux City Sports Hall to live stream the Star Martial Arts Competition preliminaries. So I spent all night planning how to sneak in, even considering selling my looks as a backup plan. Fortunately, the infiltration went smoothly, without much trouble, so I managed to keep my pure image. But it seems like many streamers have snuck in as well. Should I report them? Are you stupid? Didn't you sneak in too? Indeed, I'm ruthless. When I get serious, I don't even spare myself. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, a beautiful female streamer happened to sit right behind him. The seating in the sports hall was arranged in a tiered manner, and with a capacity of 20,000, there were barely 500 people seated, making it quite sparse. So even if the streamer sat 2 rows behind Wang Chen, there was no obstruction in sight. He turned around to take a glance, and it was best not to stare. Oh, this shy guy in a mask quickly turned away when he saw me. He must have been stunned by my stunning beauty. Should I go flirt with that guy? As someone who's been there, let me tell you secretly. During summer, the entertainment for guys is to sit on escalators in shopping malls. Don't ask me what's fun about that. Every summer, many people go to do it. Ha ha ha. Good point upstairs. The bus stop is too hot, and the mall has air conditioning. Why didn't I think of that? Too perverted. Men, I represent the safety pants party in looking down on you. As a seasoned veteran in the streaming world, the streamer quickly realized something. With a nearly 50-degree angle of inclination, plus the unobstructed view from a row away, she quickly closed her legs and pulled down her skirt. Ha ha ha, the veteran streamer is blushing. Everyone, stop messing around, the match is about to start. The special episode released yesterday was explosive. Today, I'll let you experience it firsthand. My camera is your first-person view. I won't speak during the match, so just enjoy watching. At exactly 8 o'clock, the match officially began. Just before the match started, Hu Chung dragged himself into the venue, looking exhausted. Did I arrive late? Something happened last night, and I didn't sleep at all. Hu Qing's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. Due to the tight schedule, the organizers didn't elaborate on the rules again, and the competition quickly began. Contestants with their registration numbers stepped up to start their duels, with 20 arenas and 40 people competing simultaneously. For ordinary people who had never seen such a scene, it was truly spectacular. Wow, the preliminaries really are one-on-one matchups, and it's happening on 20 stages at the same time. This kind of victory or defeat can't be influenced by the outside world. It's entirely based on strength to advance. Suddenly feeling confident about the third season. Me too. Wang Chen, although unsure why this was so shocking, could hear the sound of gifts being sent on the phone behind him, like fireworks going off. The quality of the second round was clearly a notch higher than the first. In fact, not many people used fake moves during the preliminaries. After all, it was an elimination round, and anyone who tried to show off and couldn't even participate in the official matches would be a fool. Only those with overwhelming strength could ensure victory while still being able to show off. Those who couldn't tell when to show off had already been eliminated yesterday. In the second round, many Star Warriors immediately unleashed their ultimate moves, with Star Martial Arts being unleashed as if they were free. Some Star Warriors couldn't withstand the baptism of Star Martial Arts in the first round and were eliminated, while others enjoyed using their Star Martial Arts but were quickly taken out by their opponents once their star power was exhausted. Contestant number 44, please proceed to arena number 7. Wang Chen stood up. Xiao Qiu felt a bit resentful towards Wang Chen. Just now, in a moment of carelessness, this guy had seen through her. Although it wasn't intentional, she still felt uncomfortable about it. Hate, cursed be your pockmarked face. During this time, Xiao Qiu had been silent, but in her mind, she kept wondering what exactly Wang Chen had seen. What did he look like? Was he a handsome guy or a lecherous old man behind that mask? No way, he definitely wasn't a lecherous old man. With a body like that, he couldn't possibly have a big belly. But who says an old man has to have a big belly? Oh dear, what to do? This is so embarrassing. Xiao Qiu, your man is up next. What do you mean Xiao Qiu's man? Xiao Qiu belongs to us. Just from a single glance, I have determined forever. Back then, Who played that song? Turn it off. Cho isn't that kind of person. How could she decide for life with just one glance? Wang Chen's opponent. This time was relatively normal, a girl with a strong ancient style, wearing a high-slit cheapo and sporting a bun hairstyle. In her hand was a metallic fan, made of an unknown material. Wow, this lady is so beautiful. So straight, so long, so white, I like her so much. Wipe your drool, she's a star warrior. Do you know how dangerous that thought is? Miss, actually, I think the same. Just use your long legs to snap my neck. I will leave this world happily. A howl of wolves suddenly erupted in the live stream. The match begins. The girl smiled slightly, her face like a peach blossom, and slowly bent down. Please guide me, young man. Please. Just as Wang Chen was about to return the gesture, he suddenly felt a warning in his heart. At the moment the girl bent down, a hidden arrow shot out from her collar. The ambush was so swift that it was almost at Wang Chen's face in an instant. Without time to hesitate, Wang Chen quickly drew his sword, Ghost Cry, and slashed it apart. Anger flared up. In Wang Chen's heart, this woman was too despicable. Although the referee's whistle had signaled the start of the match to lure him into a bow and then launch a sneak attack, there was no need to play dirty like that. Just as he severed the girl's hidden arrow, suddenly countless hidden weapons shot in from all directions. Instantly, Wang Chen's heart trembled, and the anger that had just risen was suppressed in an instant. This is a master. In almost a split second, Wang Chen concluded that this girl was extremely powerful, even the strongest among all the contestants he had seen so far. Of course, the entire star martial arts competition may be filled with hidden talents, but it just hasn't shown because the opponents are too weak. After watching the first round, Wang Chen almost thought his strength could secure a spot in the top 10. But at this moment, he instantly pressed down his soaring heart, forbidding it to float. Be careful not to even pass the preliminaries. The lethality of hidden weapons is much less than that of swords and blades. If considering concealment and surprise, hidden weapons are generally made extremely small. In terms of pure lethality, even if they hit, they wouldn't cause much impact. Therefore, to compensate for the lethality of hidden weapons, they are usually poisoned. Wang Chen had heard Huang Feilong mention that among star warriors, there is a type of hidden weapon expert. Some are object-controlling star warriors, while others follow the poison route. Object-controlling star warriors are a very powerful and rare type, and most hidden weapon star warriors encountered are poison experts. The moment hidden weapons rained down like a storm from above, Wang Chen's sword instantly transformed into a massive fan, protecting his entire body. Clang clang clang. Wow, the opening is already a climax. Gorgeous. What kind of star martial technique is this? It's as beautiful as stage lights. Backstage, switch to Arena 7, close-up. Quick, switch to close-up. If the rhythm of other matches is tight, then Arena 7 is dense. If the clashes in other matches are intense, then Arena 7 is so fast that the eyes can't keep up. This female star warrior looks like a gentle woman from Jiangnan, but her strikes are extremely sharp. Moreover, Wang Chen couldn't fathom how she concealed so many hidden weapons. Her sleeveless cheapao didn't seem like it could hide that many. The hidden weapons fell like rain, and their power was terrifying, as if machine gun bullets were raining down from the sky. If it weren't for Wang Chen mastering the nebula sword dance, even an ordinary silver-level sword technique wouldn't be able to withstand this continuous barrage of hidden weapons. Thud thud thud. In no time, the area around Wang Chen was filled with hidden weapons. And the woman's hidden weapon showed no sign of stopping. She pulled out a scroll from somewhere, slapped it with one hand, and a layer of smoke exploded, revealing another large bundle of dark hidden weapons: steel needles, flying darts, throwing knives, everything imaginable. Damn, isn't this cheating? It's not considered cheating. The Star Martial Arts competition promotes practical combat, and all practical skills can be used. Aside from soul beads, all props can be used, and aside from firearms, all weapons can be used. Portable space equipment doesn't violate the rules. If hidden weapons are her combat skills, she can use as many as she wants. This is going to be a one-sided slaughter. That masked star warrior is actually very strong. His sword energy is stronger than yesterday's, with a brilliant attack defense. Integration effect. It's a pity he encountered this inhuman lady. Yeah, it's worth 10 people wielding a Gatling gun. No one could withstand it, right? Is the lady a tentacle monster? How can she unleash so many hidden weapons in an instant? It's making my scalp tingle. So cool. The masked man's movements are graceful, like stage lights, while the lady is even more majestic and powerful. Even if the masked man's defense is impenetrable, it's not a long-term solution. All the streamers' live rooms coincidentally switched to Arena 7. From any perspective, the battle scene in Arena 7 was more exciting and dazzling. The rain of hidden weapons lasted a full 5 minutes, and under Wang Chen's impenetrable defense, they were all blocked. The ground in the area where Wang Chen stood was densely filled with various hidden weapons. Wang Chen's movements stopped, and the sword in his hand emitted a chilling whistle, like the wailing of a ghost in the dead of night. The beauty opposite him breathed heavily, her chest slightly rising and falling, a smile blooming on her face. You're amazing, little brother. So far, no one has been able to withstand my metal storm. However, you have already lost. Wang Chen remained silent, unsure whether the other party was bluffing or if he had unknowingly fallen into her trap. Although it was only a brief few minutes of combat for Wang Chen, it felt as if he had endured a fierce battle. In this short span of time, Wang Chen experienced several transformations. In the trial arena, he had failed to achieve these transformations while facing the biomagic soldiers and the ferocious alien beasts, yet he managed to complete one just now while dodging a hidden weapon. Let me quietly tell you. My talent star martial skill is control magnetism. As the words fell, the beautiful star martial artist stepped down, and a flying knife on the ground suddenly sprang up, slicing through the air towards Wang Chen's face. In an instant, Wang Chen's figure split into two, the hidden weapon passing through his body and shooting off into the distance. Clone? No, it's an afterimage. Wang Chen's form glided like a sticky plaster, leaving behind layers of afterimages. The speed was clearly not fast, yet it presented a clear image of the afterimages. Wang Chen executed the nebula dance technique, and in the moment of his movement, it seemed as if his figure filled the beautiful star martial artist's field of vision densely. Wow! This is a rapid lateral jumping technique? So this masked man is also holding back a big move. Is it the multiple shadow clone technique? That's too shocking. No, this is an A-level star martial skill, the nebula sword dance. Suddenly, a burst of golden text appeared in the live stream. Grandpa Chin? Grandpa Chin has appeared? Xiaoqiu, you've hit the jackpot. Is Grandpa Chin visiting your livestream? Grandpa Chin is a content creator, but he is also a legendary figure with a very mysterious background. No one knows his true identity, only that he has an extraordinary understanding of the world of star martial artists. He doesn't do live streams, only videos, and his videos explain the secrets of the star martial artist world to ordinary people, as well as introduce some powerful star martial artists and their formidable skills. Grandpa Chin has only released 30 educational short videos on a certain platform, yet he has amassed an astonishing 30 million fans. Some speculate that Grandpa Chin might be a descendant of a star martial family, and it is precisely because of his powerful background that he can so brazenly showcase the world of star martial artists to ordinary people. Grandpa Chin, what is an A-level star martial skill? Grandpa Chin, can you tell us about the outcome of this match? Yes, Grandpa Chin, since you're here, can't you share some insights? Grandpa Chin, share some insights, I'll treat you as the doorman. Xiaoqiu, give him the mic. Grandpa Chin's response was straightforward and crisp. With such a great figure descending from the heavens, Xiaoqiu dared not hesitate and quickly handed the mic to Grandpa Chin. Hello, friends in Xiaoqiu's livestream, I am Grandpa Chin. I don't like to be interrupted when I speak, nor do I appreciate you all spamming the chat with crude jokes. Otherwise, I will mute everyone. Back to the point, what is an A-level star martial skill? That needs to start from the classification of star martial skills based on their power. Star martial skills are divided into 5 levels based on their strength and the difficulty of learning, D, C, B, A, and S. I won't elaborate on the differences in power among these 5 levels, as you wouldn't be able to feel it anyway. Instead, I'll talk about who primarily uses A-level star martial skills. A-level star martial skills, known as nebula skills, are, as the name suggests, commonly possessed by star martial artists at the nebula realm. They are also the most frequently used category of star martial skills in the nebula realm. Mastering 3 A-level star martial skills means that even among star martial artists in the nebula realm, one can be considered a top expert. Star martial artists in the nebula realm, at the very least, hold the rank of captain. In the military, while those at the peak of the nebula realm may be awarded the rank of major or lieutenant. In the Pioneer Corps, star martial artists in the nebula realm can serve as captains leading a 100-member star martial artist team on exploration missions. In other words, a star martial artist who possesses A-level star martial skills has at least achieved the status of a captain in an exploration team and is a backbone of the military. If star martial artists of the same level face opponents with advanced star martial skills, the best strategy is to concede immediately. Grandpa Chin, are you saying that this masked man is at the nebula realm? No. In the nebula realm, it was impossible for anyone to participate. In the Star Martial Arts Championship, the platform was too small, and the Star Warriors of the Nebula realm looked down upon such competitions. The masked man was still a Star Warrior from the Star Radiance realm. However, he had mastered an A-level star martial technique. But from the previous match footage, the masked man didn't seem to have any advantage over the lady in the qipao, did he? Of course, he had no advantage. Because that lady in the qipao is no ordinary person. If I'm not mistaken, she should be the renowned thousand-handed Guanyin, Lan Dai. Lan Dai is a peak expert in the Star Radiance realm, possessing 2 A-level rated star martial techniques. The thousand-handed phantom is her technique for throwing hidden weapons, allowing her to throw 30 hidden weapons with different trajectories and targets in just 1 second using her hands. The other technique I didn't know before because there were no detailed records on Lan Dai, but now it seems to be her ability to control objects with her mind. Lan Dai is quite famous for her exploits in Kunming, known as a master expected to break through to the Star River realm before the age of 35. I just didn't expect her to participate in the Star Martial Arts Championship. Logically, she should be in Kunming right now, pioneering new grounds. Both of them are extraordinary Star Radiance Realm warriors, so we are quite lucky to witness a match of finals quality in the preliminaries. The masked man appears to be very passive, but his movements are completely composed, dodging with ease. I originally thought that, although Lan Dai's attacks were sharp, they couldn't last long. Her hidden weapons are limited in number. Lan Dai must win before she runs out of hidden weapons, otherwise, once the Nebula Sword technique is activated, the outcome would be uncertain. But now, seeing Lan Dai control her hidden weapons changes everything. For Lan Dai, her hidden weapons are endless. The masked man is unfortunate. With his strength, he should have easily secured a spot in the top 20, but unfortunately, he encountered such a strong opponent in the preliminaries, possibly missing out on the official competition altogether. With Grandpa Chin's commentary through the live streaming platform, the audience watching the spectacle finally gained some insight. At the moment Grandpa Chin appeared, the number of viewers in Chiu Chiu's live streaming room suddenly exploded, with several rounds of rockets flying by, attracting viewers from other streamers' rooms. In an instant, the traffic of other streamers plummeted, while Chiu Chiu's live streaming room stood out. If I had to choose one word to describe it, it would be a solitary bloom. It's exploded. It's exploded. Chiu Chiu, your live stream is lagging. Are you not on a 5G network? Is 4G not enough? Chiu Chiu felt like crying. She was just a second-rate streamer from Sioux City. When did she ever think that one day her livestream would surpass 3 million viewers? Previously, the best she had was only 100,000 viewers. I'll top up for you, you just keep the network stable. The final battle is on. Damn, the return of 10,000 swords. In the footage, the battle between Wang Chan and the lady in the cheapo had indeed reached its final stage. The lady's innate skills were practically made for hidden weapons. Even Wang Chan felt that throwing hidden weapons earlier was a waste of time. If she controlled the objects directly, Wang Chan might not withstand the first wave. Analyzing with the data system, the lady's hidden weapon skills alone should have reached silver level. She didn't just throw hidden weapons haphazardly. The rhythm, direction, coordination between the hidden weapons and attack angles were all perfected. Perhaps the hidden weapon technique is meant to paralyze the opponent. Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If the lady hadn't reminded him that her star martial technique was magnetic control, he might have charged at her, only to have the hidden weapons on the ground suddenly come to life and attack from behind. Wang Chan might already be dead now, right? Lesson learned. After all, a competition is not a real battle. The prohibition against killing is a significant limitation for those true masters who fight on the battlefield. The hidden weapons filled the sky like dragons, dark and swirling in the air, resembling a locust swarm passing through. The momentum was indeed like the audience in the livestream shouting for the return of 10,000 swords. At this moment, Wang Chen had successfully closed in to within 5 meters of the cheapo beauty, a distance of only 5 or 6 steps, which was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a rain of swords fell from the sky, attempting to stop Wang Chen from pressing forward once more. The concrete floor shattered under the relentless assault of hidden weapons. The damage accumulated from dozens of battles on the number 7 arena paled in comparison to the terror of this one. Wang Chen's heart tightened. The strength of the cheapo girl he faced was very solid. If he couldn't even get past the preliminaries, wouldn't it all be in vain? He opened the system. Give me skill points. In an instant, the originally Silver 5 Nebula Sword Dance was pushed to Silver 6, then Silver 7. And the moment the Nebula Sword Dance reached Silver 7, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He grasped a hidden assault-type star martial skill within the Nebula Sword Dance. Butterfly. Through flowers, Wang Chen's figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Amidst the rain of hidden weapons, the space at the center of the battle seemed to twist, and faintly, a butterfly spread its wings. Boom! The rain of hidden weapons was suddenly blasted away by a terrifying star force, and Wang Chen's figure turned into a streak of light, charging towards the cheapo beauty before him. The cheapo beauty's expression changed drastically, and in an instant, she controlled the rain of hidden weapons, attempting to weave a shield in front of her. But just as the shield formed, boom! With a loud crash, Wang Chen's figure turned into flowing clouds, crashing into the gathering hidden weapon shield. The terrifying force exploded instantly, and the shield shattered like a dam overwhelmed by a giant wave. The cheapo beauty's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and in her distorted vision, a butterfly with outstretched wings flashed by. When her vision stabilized, a figure appeared before her. The ghostly blade in her hand was pressed against the cheapo beauty's throat. Crack! With a sound like jade shattering, countless cracks appeared on the mask on Wang Chen's face due to the overwhelming explosion of spiritual power. I lost, the woman's voice rang out, low yet gentle, her youthful tone piercing Wang Chen's heart like a sharp arrow. Actually, I lost. If you hadn't told me you were a magnetic control star martial artist earlier, I would have been a corpse by now. Thank you for showing mercy. There's no need to thank me. This is a competition. I can't kill. I can't kill. I can only remind you. If you were to launch a hidden killing move against me, wouldn't you remind me too? It's only fair. Number 7 Arena, number 44, Victory. Wang Chen silently turned away. Wait, what's your name? The Cheapao beauty suddenly asked. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk? You're very strong. I hope you can return to the battlefield in the future. This place doesn't belong to you. I will, Wang Chen replied lightly, without further explanation. Wang Chen exited the arena while the comments section of the live stream exploded. This was the most exciting match they had seen so far, so thrilling that they even forgot to breathe. Neither Wang Chen nor the Cheapao beauty showed any mercy. Every move they made, every strike they executed had only one purpose: to defeat the other. The high-frequency exchanges, the rapid dodges, and every change in tactics stirred the nerves of all the spectators. It was a visual feast and an eruption of the blood of battle. Ordinary people rarely had the chance to witness star martial artists in combat. Every time a star martial artist was needed, the first step was to clear the area. Although there were many scenes of star martial artists fighting in films to make the battles more spectacular and pleasing to the eye, all the techniques and combat plots were scripted with the guidance of star martial artists. While visually appealing, it lost its sense of reality. As netizens put it, the protagonist never dies, and even in dire straits they can turn the tables. But what is the real situation? No one is the protagonist. The whole world is a furnace where anyone can die and everyone has the potential to perish. True combat is relentless, without a moment's breath or slackening. The only time one can relax is when the battle is completely over. In less than 10 minutes of fighting, how many times had they danced with death? Who can enjoy the thrill of dancing on a stage where hidden weapons fall like rain? Who can endure the gentleness of sword energy brushing past their face? The intense battle scenes, each frame leaving a deep shock in the eyes of the audience. The live stream fell into a brief silence, lasting about 10 seconds. I didn't expect a showdown of finals quality to unfold in a preliminary match. Luckily, this is just a preliminary round and won't be broadcasted, otherwise, even the official matches would pale in comparison to this scene. Finally, Grandpa Chin's words broke the silence of the live stream. Damn! What the hell? What a huge mess. Are you telling me this is a preliminary match? I feel like I just witnessed the finals of this season's Star Martial Arts Championship. Who is that masked man? And who is that beauty in the cheongsam? Even I, a complete novice, saw dozens of near-death moments. Can someone tell me, are they real? Surely this isn't a pre-planned stunt? They could really die, right? Come on, those who say it's a stunt, let's set up this design. You don't need to do anything, just stand below while I throw a few hundred frying pans from the 20th floor and you dodge them without a scratch. If hit, they would definitely die, but they weren't hit, right? We are all Star Warriors, we have a sense of control, we can manage this. Enough talk, I need to go pay respects to my brother, who pulled off the same dangerous stunt last time. I haven't had time to clear the weeds from his grave, they're already waist-high. You up there, are you the one who lusted after your brother's wife and daughter and got him killed? Open the door, the community brings warmth. Look, I spent 30 seconds to slow down and cut this frame to share with everyone. In the frame, 6 hidden weapons simultaneously attacked Wang Chen from various angles, while Wang Chen's body twisted in an extremely contorted manner, dodging the attacks of the 6 hidden weapons. What appeared before them was just a fleeting image, but on the battlefield, it could be a moment of mere milliseconds. Who knows how many such moments there were throughout the entire battle? It's hard to imagine, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Damn, is this even human? In a fraction of a second, calculating the angles and timing of the hidden weapons and executing dodges with the precision of finely crafted machinery. What level of terrifying control over one's body does that require? Is the person upstairs a mechanical engineer? But I have to say, control over the body, in a sense, is control over star power. Clearly, the masked man is using a star martial technique that involves the transformation of star power, and mastering this technique means achieving delicate control over star power, let alone successfully cultivating it. To perform a transformation-type star martial technique, one's body control should reach this level. What the person upstairs said is right. Sit down. Basic skills. Basic skills my ass. Do you think I'm not a star warrior? This level of control, even if it hasn't reached the theoretical 1-to-1 perfect fusion ratio, is infinitely close. Within 1.5, an increase of 0.1 is already impressive. Being able to stay within 1.3 is definitely god level. The Big Shot's moves are as stunning as a painting. I wanted to compose a poem to praise him, but unfortunately, I'm uneducated, so all I can say is damn. Let's travel the world. By the time Wang Chen returned to the stands, the announcement for Hu Qing's entrance echoed through the arena. Hu Qing only had time to congratulate Wang Chen before hurriedly leaving. Zhou, the Big Shot is sitting right in front of you. Any thoughts? Regarding your thoughts, I have a suggestion. Regarding your suggestion, I have a plan. Regarding your plan, I have a key point. Regarding your key point, I can't come up with anything else. In short, to sum it up, Zhou, go ahead, have a romantic encounter with the Big Shot. It would be best to find out the Big Shot's name, age, identity, and sexual orientation. Wait a minute upstairs, what do you mean by Zhou's gender orientation? Could it be that you Xiao Qiu's face turned red from the silly comments of the netizens, her heart pounding. The powerful man before her, in Grandpa Chin's words, was definitely a genius even among Star Warriors. Although he came to participate in the Star Warrior Championship, his future was undoubtedly different from everyone else present. Perhaps this was also why he chose to compete anonymously. He was really just here to challenge himself. For a Star Warrior like him, it was an irresistible temptation for a girl like Xiao Qiu, who was destined to live an ordinary life. Regardless of what might happen in the future, even if they could become friends, that would be wonderful. Having a Star Warrior as a friend, how impressive would that be? Moreover, this was a rare opportunity. If she didn't strike up a conversation, how could Xiao Qiu face her audience in the live stream later? May the vast number of silly group friends give me courage. Silently cheering herself on, she stood up and slowly walked towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen was looking down, still pondering the woman he had just fought against. According to Hu Qing, a woman with such strength wouldn't bother participating in a flashy event like the Star Warrior Championship unless there was a special reason. Hu Qing was raising money for his sister's medical treatment, but what was her reason? Although she threw hidden weapons extravagantly, Wang Chen had seen that she collected all of them back in the end, even secretly taking some metal materials from the Sioux City Sports Center. Excuse me, can I sit here? Xiao Qiu cautiously approached Wang Chen and asked in a low voice. Sure, wait, I know you. Wang Chen said immediately after seeing Xiao Qiu's face. You know me? Xiao Qiu's face lit up with surprise as if she had been bathed in holy light. Yeah, you're the streamer of Jingyu, right? What's your name? Xiao Qiu, my name is Xiao Qiu. Wow, Xiao Qiu is going to be captivated. Quick, someone give Xiao Qiu a sedative. Xiao Qiu, you're already a mature streamer, this is a common flirting tactic. You must stay calm, definitely stay calm. It looks like Xiao Qiu is going to end the stream tonight. Whoa, my Xiao Qiu. After hearing this conversation, the live stream room instantly exploded. And all those warnings and reminders couldn't penetrate Xiao Qiu's mind at all. Xiao Qiu, blushing, lowered her head and fiddled with her skirt. Have you watched my live stream? No, I remember seeing you not long ago. You seemed to be going to Shanting Bay to do a live stream, but then you were stopped by the security guard and couldn't even get in. Couldn't get in. Xiao Qiu's expression froze instantly. The live stream room fell into dead silence. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the comments exploded. Is this guy serious? That sword really hurt Xiao Qiu deeply. Xiao Qiu, my condolences. Ha ha ha. This guy must not have any friends, right? Whether he has friends or not, he definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. No girl can tolerate such a straight man. Don't be angry. Xiao Qiu, you are a mature streamer now, you can't get angry. Thank you for your wonderful match today. Can you say hello to the audience in my live stream? Okay. Hello everyone in Xiao Qiu's live stream, I am contestant number 44. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Chen's words halted. Didn't they say the preliminaries wouldn't be live streamed or broadcasted? It's just that the official ones won't be live streamed or broadcasted. We small streamers can still come into live stream. I remember non-participants aren't allowed in. How did you get in? The topic ended again. Xiao Qiu silently gave Wang Chen's mask a close-up, then said she was sorry for the interruption and turned to leave. If she stayed any longer, Xiao Qiu might get so angry she would have a stroke. Forget it, I'll just focus on my live stream. Indeed, there aren't many normal Star Warriors. At noon, the second round was announced to be over. Hu Cheng and Wang Chen successfully advanced to the third round from 200 to 100. In the final preliminaries, successfully entered the third round of preliminaries, rewarded with 800 experience points and 80 skill points. Previously, all skill points had been allocated to the Nebula Sword Dance, leaving the skill points empty. These 80 skill points eased Wang Chen's anxiety about his lack of skill points. Director Min, the high-definition footage of Xiao Lang and Lan Dai's match has been edited and completed. When will it be released? After the morning matches ended, the backstage immediately conducted an emergency edit to ensure that the most authentic, clearest, and most exciting moments were replaced with the best angles. On Min Jian's office desk, the computer screen was playing the footage of Wang Chen and Lan Dai's duel. Every frame is breathtaking, even Min Jian is watching with great interest. Director Min, you've got it already? Yes. Look how spectacular and beautiful the fight was. What kind of effect would it have if this match were in the official competition? I regret putting this match in the preliminaries. Director Min, the competitors in the official matches are also very strong. In the second round, we discovered more than a dozen capable experts. Their strength is on par with Xiao Lang, and once the official matches start, we will definitely see more high-quality duels. Let's hope so. God knows the pressure I'm undertaking on this program. With a crumbling reputation, this video will be our weapon to turn the reputation around. But don't rush to release it. Let it ferment online first. Tease their appetite. Thank you for your hard work. Director Min, should we arrange a rival for Xiao Lang in the third round? We can focus on building up Xiao Lang, getting him popular before the matches start, and then drive the official competition. No need. One match is enough. If the preliminaries are all that exciting, it will overshadow the official matches. Understood. A peak duel like the one between Wang Chen and Lan Dai is rare. Even if it were just the two of them again, they might not recreate such a high-level duel. After witnessing that match, all other competitions seem bland and unremarkable, even if the third round is a 200 to 100 battle, even if Wang Chen is on stage again. The audience is expecting a thrilling battle, but Wang Chen delivered a 10-second KO instead. The live stream hosts are fine, they are just the eyes of the vast audience watching the competition. But online, the meme-loving netizens watching this match are already restless with anticipation. Come on! Welcome to the second episode of the Masked God Star Warrior Championship. The competitors have taken the stage, don't blink, the match is about to end. Don't ask me why I say the match is over, I swear, I didn't even blink. Short and weak, is it because the opponent isn't a pretty girl? In the last match, you fought for 10 minutes, and in this one, you only fought for 10 seconds, 5 of which were wasted on greetings. Anyway, although everyone is criticizing Wang Chen for ending the fight so quickly, the fire is actually focused on the opposing Star Warrior. I mean, why are you so bad? What are you doing here? Wasting time? Through the preliminaries, rewarded with 1,500 experience points, rewarded with 150 experience points. When the venue announced the list for the official matches, Wang Chen's system rewards also arrived. In the system, he was still a little less than half of the experience points needed to reach Star Radiance level 4. If his advancement goes smoothly, he should be able to successfully advance to Star Radiance level 4 after completing this competition. Welcome home, Wang Chen. Xiao AI, make me a cup of coffee. Okay. Xiao AI, check who that girl I fought with today is? Wang Chen sat on the sofa, recalling the scene of today's duel. He never expected that the first time he completely overcame his fear of death would be at a competition. It's hard to believe, although he could face death before, he had not truly overcome it. Wang Chen was merely able to avoid being paralyzed by the fear of death. To truly conquer the fear of death means to enter a state of complete calm in the face of danger, undisturbed by any external factors. At first, when faced with a rain of hidden weapons, Wang Chen felt neither fear nor entered a calm mode. However, when he saw the woman's eyes, indifferent like an autumn pond, he was suddenly struck by their gaze. Her eyes were devoid of emotion, like a cold machine. She had not been like this before. Wang Chen tried to cast aside his emotions without abandoning his thoughts and found the effect surprisingly good. His cognitive abilities, physical coordination, and even reaction speed all improved. He named the state of wartime calm sage time. Wang Chen, we found her. Her name is Lan Dai, she is 28 years old, and last year she was the leader of a pioneering team with 12 members. After suffering heavy losses while exploring a different dimension last year, only she survived out of 13 team members. Strangely, she developed a fear of blood, even seeing red paint would send her into a mental breakdown, so she chose to leave the pioneering team. Yet, she took it upon herself to care for the families of the 12 fallen subordinates, juggling 4 jobs this past year, 2 full-time and 2 part-time. Why does she bear the burden of 12 families? Don't her subordinates receive government compensation? They do, but Lan Dai believes she is responsible for the deaths of her team members. Rather than taking on the burden for the families, it's more about punishing herself. I see. After taking a shower, he went to bed. The official competition would start in 3 days, with 100 official contestants competing in 50 rounds, each episode lasting an hour and a half with 10 matches. The first round alone would take 5 days to broadcast. Wang Chen's match was scheduled for the third day of the official competition, third match, and he had known this many days in advance. The next day, Wang Chen woke up early for school. To his surprise, there weren't many people on the bus, and as he squeezed in, he soon heard his former classmates passionately debating the Star Martial Arts Championship. The popularity of this program had reached a national topic level. The official matches wouldn't start airing until next Monday, but for contestants like Wang Chen, it would begin in 3 days. The 3-day delay was for post-editing and camera processing. Entering the classroom, just as he set his backpack down, he suddenly heard a classmate shout excitedly beside him. Holy crap, the official HD video is out? Awesome, awesome, the power of the masses is indeed formidable. What HD video? Could it be that one? Yes, the HD video of the match against Lan Dai. Holy crap, a match of less than 10 minutes is over a gigabyte? That's way too high definition. Can we download it? There's a download link. What the hell are you waiting for? Give me the magnet link. Sending it to the class group, mass sending. Looking at the excited classmates, Wang Chen turned back in confusion. What's going on with them? Su Xiangguan, who had just clicked to download, looked up and smiled at Wang Chen. For someone like you, who never goes online to keep up with the latest news, it's completely understandable that you don't know. He then sat down next to Wang Chen. Wasn't yesterday the preliminary round of the Star Martial Arts Championship? A match went viral on the live streaming platform. 2 star martial artists staged a peak showdown in 10 minutes. These two were of similar realms, just like us, but in a real battlefield fight. I watched it, and I couldn't last 2 minutes under any of their hands. If it were a life and death duel, I might get killed in the opening seconds. Wang Chen looked at Su Xiangguan in shock. This guy had never been this humble. In Wang Chen's impression. Moreover, isn't the evaluation of me a bit too high? If I really wanted to kill you, Wang Chen thought to himself, I couldn't possibly do it in an instant. It would take at least 5 seconds, right? Didn't you say that the star martial competition is all just tricks? There's no real value in learning? But you can't deny that a phoenix egg was born in that chicken coop. It seems like this season star martial competition has really changed. From the livestream, the preliminary matches are indeed real. That's how it should be. The star martial competition should be fought with real weapons. What's with the star martial guidance and choreographed moves? If it's all fake, what's the point of competing? After hearing you guys, I suddenly have expectations for this season's star martial competition. Me too. I'll reluctantly watch one match of the official competition first. Whether it's real or fake, I'll know after just one look. The school bell rang, interrupting the heated discussion among the students. But even with the discussion interrupted, it was clear that everyone was distracted. During the morning cultural class, in the afternoon practical class, the location was changed to the multimedia classroom. When the first class entered the room, everyone was excited. On the multimedia screen, a high-definition video downloaded today was playing. Old Lou's lesson today was to analyze this battle. As children of Star Warriors, they were just like most kids, dismissive of tedious theories. You could tell them about the brutality of the battlefield and the survival rules, and they would forget it as soon as they heard it. But if you told them the war stories of Star Warriors, the legendary experiences of certain individuals, they would remember every detail. The two combatants had Star Warrior realms equal to a small portion of the class, so they were not far removed from them. Yet the battle they staged made them all genuinely convinced. Even the usually unyielding Su Xiangguan was impressed, let alone the group that had grown tired of lofty principles. The class bell rang, and Lu Jie walked into the multimedia classroom with a stack of materials. Looking at the eager, shining eyes of the students, Lu Jie felt as if he had returned to his first year of high school when he first brought them to a practical class. At that time, most students had no foundation. Even if they did, what were they learning? The names sounded impressive, but they were just flashy so-called martial arts. Classmates, today's practical lesson will be held in the classroom. I hope no one has any objections? None, came the uniform response. How many of you have seen this video? We've all seen it. I saw it last night, but I was watching the live stream video, so it was far away and not very clear. I just finished downloading it and have only watched it twice. Alright, whether you've seen it or not doesn't matter. Today's practical lesson will focus on analyzing this rare combat footage. Do you know why it's rare? Because real Star Warrior combat is hard to capture on camera. Either it's in a different dimension where cameras can't be used, or two Star Warriors are fighting fiercely and then both end up in detention. The so-called videos of Star Warrior duels circulating online are mostly choreographed fakes. But this video released by the organizers of the Star Martial competition is indeed a rare authentic piece. You see the spectacular fighting, but we need to observe their on-the-spot reactions and the significance of their moves so you can understand the real gap between students and warriors. This class is very important. Understanding it will help your psychological growth. The teacher has always said that although some of you are called geniuses, and some even have a cultivation level stronger than the teacher. For example, Zhang Xinyu was already a master in the Nebula realm before entering senior year. In a direct arena match, the teacher admits he can't beat you. But if we were in a certain terrain in a different dimension, and our task was to kill each other, there's a high chance I would survive while you would die. Why? Because of experience, rich experience. The teacher is not boasting. He has once bragged, traveled abroad, and seen too much of the dark side of this world. The enemies of Star Warriors are half alien beasts and demons, and the other half are our fellow human Star Warriors. Don't ask me why. Why would we become enemies? When we are all of the same human race, when you grow up, you'll be too lazy to ask this question. Back to the point, let's start analyzing this video, starting from the very beginning. Saying this, Lu Jie dragged the video progress bar to the front. The match begins, remember, at that moment the referee's whistle has already sounded. From the perspective of the rules, the battle can commence at this time. I've seen many comments online criticizing Lan Dai's opening ambush. But classmates, in a real battlefield, there are no rules, no etiquette, only life and death. His return gesture to Lan Dai shows a lack of experience. Because with that return gesture he lost the entire initiative. I've emphasized the importance of initiative before. It's not just about striking first, but about striking when the opponent is completely unprepared. That's what initiative means. If his reaction speed had been just a little slower, this match would have ended prematurely. Analyzing this battle rationally, he made a significant mistake. This also set the stage for the 5 minutes of passive situation that followed. I don't know this Lan Dai, but she is definitely a warrior who has experienced life and death in dire straits. Her hidden weapons may seem like a chaotic barrage, But look, every angle and target of her attacks is calculated. As he spoke, Lu Jia paused the video and drew Lan Dai's attack patterns and objectives on the blackboard. Through layer upon layer of analysis, the students in Class 1 began to understand how deep Lan Dai's hidden weapon strategies were, not only calculating the opponent's next evasive move but also anticipating 5 or 10 moves ahead. In the rapidly changing battlefield, to calculate so much in that split second is remarkable. When Lu Jia laid bare these core elements before the students, every hair on their bodies stood on end. There's no escape. It's certain death. This was the judgment that flashed through most students' minds. It's not even on the same level of calculation. If any one of them were to take the stage, they would probably be shot to pieces right from the start, right? Isn't it shocking? But the real shock lies in his response. To you, this set of star martial arts looks beautiful, right? The swordlight creates shadows, transforming into absolute defense, blocking the torrential rain of hidden weapons for a full 5 minutes without a gap. Now, I will slow down the playback speed by 30 times, and let's take another look. As the image slowed down, the impenetrable illusion was lifted, and amidst the dense rain of hidden weapons, a small portion successfully broke through the defense of the nebula sword dance, targeting Wang Chen's vital points. But all these attacks were dodged by Wang Chen with his agile and flexible movements, changing his position more than 3 times in a second, each change evading more than 5 hidden weapons. What the heck? What the heck? The exclamations echoed. Even the young heirs from several star martial families in Mingyue Martial City were astonished. His star martial arts do not include the movement technique he used. Movement techniques are basic skills, something we naturally grasp through our usual combat training. In such a short time, under such dangerous circumstances, to be honest, I, the teacher, cannot do it, and no one present can either. This movement technique, by the standards of the star martial world, should be considered specialized. If we only look at this set of evasive movements, we could classify him as a breakthrough-type star martial artist specialized in evasion. But look at the sword in his hand. Star martial arts can only allow his sword to resonate with star power to create a phantom sword, but his swordsmanship in cutting down hidden weapons is indeed the result of diligent practice of basic martial skills. Jiang Xinyu, you are also specialized in swordsmanship. Please evaluate his swordsmanship. Jiang Xinyu stood up solemnly, her eyes inadvertently sweeping over Wang Chen. Without using star martial arts, in a pure sword duel, I am not his opponent. Classmates, Lan Dai is a peak star martial artist at the Star Radiance realm, and her officially announced strength is also at the mid-level of the Star Radiance realm, which is not much different from the students present. However, the gap in your basic skills is several dimensions apart from hers. Are you feeling complacent? Those classmates who have reached the starry realm in their 3rd year of high school can indeed be called accomplished at a young age. But compared to them, where do you fall short? Your agility is a bit lacking, your swordsmanship is a bit lacking, your adaptability in battle is a bit lacking. But when you combine all these gaps, the difference is simply that they take things a little more seriously, while you don't even know how you would die. Every time you feel proud of your achievements based on your star martial level, take a moment to watch this video, then go back and look in the mirror at yourself. For the first time, Lu Jia scolded like this, and no one dared to retort. How could they? The two people in the video had a similar star power level, but the differences in other areas were glaring. Previously, they could only express their shock with a simple wow. But don't forget, everyone is a star martial artist, all at the starry realm. Why can they achieve such heights while the classmates present can only say wow? After being lectured by Lu Jia, some of the students became enlightened, but Wang Chen felt awkward. Every time Lu Jia praised him as extraordinary, Wang Chen felt as if another pair of eyes was sharpening a knife behind him. Seizing the moment when Lu Jia was parched and drinking water, Wang Chen quietly raised his hand. Teacher, can I go to the restroom? Wang Chen was very glad he chose to participate anonymously. He gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness during the restroom break. Just as he stepped out of the restroom, he saw Jiang Xinyu leaning against the wall outside, arms crossed, gazing up at the sky. In this moment, Wang Chen felt an impulse to turn around gracefully. Stop! The movement halted, and Wang Chen smiled slightly. I'm just going to warm my hands. Xinyu, you came out to use the restroom too. Awkward small talk. Jiang Xinyu shot Wang Chen a glare. Are you looking for me? When did you start practicing swordsmanship? Ha! Wang Chen had a confused expression. You don't have to play dumb with me. You are. No, I'm not. Wang Chen denied earnestly. You. Jiang Xinyu suddenly smiled sweetly, instantly thawing the ice. I don't know if you've ever looked into the production information of the Star Martial competition. No, it hasn't been announced, right? Although the Star Martial competition team hasn't promoted it, if you really want to know, you can still find out. Jiangcheng Entertainment is a subsidiary of Zhang's Technology Holdings. My family is one of the producers of the Star Martial competition. So, just don't let it slip out. Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. You still haven't answered me when you learned swordsmanship? I learned it together when I was training martial arts. You only have Huang Feilong as a teacher, but Huang Feilong doesn't understand sword techniques at all. I started practicing swordsmanship at 6 and have learned from 5 swordmasters over the past 10 years, all of whom have imparted their true teachings to me. But I watched your battle video with Lan Dai. Your swordsmanship is above mine. You flatter me. You know me, I won't flatter you. Your swordsmanship is stronger than mine, and that's just a fact. I just want to know who you practiced swordsmanship with, and how you practiced. Do you want to be my master? If there's a famous master, I should pay my respects. Actually, I just download some videos online and practice along. You know, I learn things quickly. Learning swordsmanship is quite simple, it's just about understanding the sword's attacking methods, the application of sword techniques, and then grasping the countermeasures through practical combat. I can't keep this up. What to do? Wang Chen's voice grew lower, and his gaze became more evasive. Jiang Xinyu sighed softly. Forget it. If you're unwilling to say, I won't ask further. What do you think? What? About participating in the star martial competition? What are your thoughts? To validate what I've learned and to spar with fellow martial artists, Wang Chen said earnestly, mimicking a script from a martial arts drama. Pretending. Jiang Xinyu stepped right in front of Wang Chen. Can't we spar together? No. Why? Do you think my strength is too weak to spar with you? Jiang Xinyu's stubborn temper flared up. If he didn't answer this question well, it could lead to trouble. No, Wang Chen quickly denied it, slightly lowering his head, gazing deeply into Jiang Xinyu's eyes. I can't bear to hurt you. I can't bring myself to do it. The desire to survive plus 100. Those words struck Jiang Xinyu's heart like a heavy hammer, the sound of her heartbeat resonating like a drum. So forceful. Jiang Xinyu nervously lowered her head. I understand now. How do you usually train? Why are you so exceptional? Whether it's studying or practicing, you are so outstanding it feels hopeless. You've been watching me for over 2 years. How could you not know how I study? As for practicing, have you heard of visualization? Visualization? Yi Jianlu? Yes. Master Huang also asked me this question. I told him that when I practice, I visualize an opponent in my mind. He exists in my mind and in front of me, and we naturally improve by sparring. I've heard of the Yi Jianlu visualization method, but my master doesn't allow me to practice it. This method is indeed very practical, but it has a downside. There's a chance it could create a second personality. If the second personality is just sword intent, that's fine, but if it's an evil personality that devours the main personality, then it's over. You must not use it anymore. Alright, be serious, promise me. You won't use it anymore. Also, go to the hospital this Sunday. Why? To check if you've developed a second personality. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. I know myself. Wang Chen quickly shook his head. What a joke. My swordsmanship comes from skill points, not visualization. Without visualization, there's no way I could have a split personality. Everyone who gets sent to a mental hospital says they're fine. Don't worry, go to my family's medical center. I guarantee no one will know, and it will just be a test. It won't take much of your time. Wang Chen wanted to say more, but under Jiang Xinyu's undeniable gaze, he had to raise his hands and surrender. I obey. Logically, Wang Chen's popularity should have waned after 3 days, but it seemed there was a hidden push behind it. The video of this peak showdown was trending more and more online. Even if Wang Chen chose to compete anonymously, if someone really wanted to dig, they could still uncover his true identity. In fact, there were wealthy individuals online offering $1 million to confirm Wang Chen's real identity. However, after further encryption, supervised by Jiang Xinyu, Wang Chen's registration information had been completely buried. Unless Wang Chen revealed his identity, even the organizer's database wouldn't have his real information. Friday, 8 p.m. Wang Chen entered the studio of Sioux City Satellite TV wearing a mask. Here, the recording of the official Star Martial Arts Championship would take place. How to record and enhance the show's effect was the organizer's concern. For Wang Chen, it was just about winning the match and advancing to the next round. When Wang Chen arrived, Hu Qing was already there. Wang Chen felt that the contestants were looking at him strangely today, their gazes carrying a hint of hostility. What's going on? Am I being targeted? Wang Chen quietly asked Hu Qing. Don't you know how popular your battle video has become? You're a big star now. It's a bit popular, but so what? Although most of them aim for fame, they shouldn't be hostile just because they're jealous, right? Is that the caliber of star warriors? Of course, if it were just jealousy, it wouldn't be so bad. In their eyes, you're now a shining stepping stone that can lead them to success. Whoever can defeat you in the competition can step on you to achieve fame and fortune. So be careful, the opponents you face will likely come at you with their full strength. Although they are here for fame, many of them still have real skills. Want to step on me to rise? Then bring it on. Wang Chen's voice suddenly became much deeper. The competition soon began. Wang Chen was the third to compete, while Hu Qing was seventh. As the two chatted softly, the first match had already begun. On stage were two distinctly characterized tank-type star warriors. One stood at a height of 1 meter 98, while the other was 2 meters tall. Both of their star martial arts were body Transformation types, a common category among Star Warriors, typically serving as the team's frontline shield or assault troops. Once activated, their bodies would swell, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and defense. Just like Wu Chongfeng's Iron Body, which is also a body transformation type star martial art. However, Wu Chongfeng's skills were far superior to those of the two before him. The visceral thrill of flesh meeting flesh sent hormones soaring within the spectators. The two on stage seemed like ancient behemoths engaged in a life and death struggle. Their moves were not flashy, and the star martial arts lacked dazzling visual effects. What mattered was the explosive sense of reality. A punch would hammer down, creating a large pit in the arena, and a powerful throw would shake the ground. As the two nearly demolished the entire stage, one of them suddenly underwent a second transformation, his size expanding dramatically, crushing his opponent with absolute strength. In the end, he seized his opponent's ankle and slammed him left and right, blood splattering and dust rising. This scene sent the audience into a frenzy of screams. Even the judges on stage lost their composure, shouting in excitement, "Stop! Stop! Contestant 1 wins! Contestant 1 wins!" The first match lasted a full 20 minutes. At this rate, wouldn't 10 matches take over 200 minutes? And with a maximum of 1.5 hours for the event, who knows how much would be cut out? For the third match, contestants 5 and 6, please take your positions. As the announcement rang out, Wang Chen stood up backstage. His opponent was a lean young man, looking quite unconventional, with spiky hair and a camouflage nose adorned with a nose ring. Contestant 5, Gan Lai, from Liaoning Province, late-stage star Radiance Realm, previously served in the Northwest War Zone, and after retiring, participated in the largest pioneering army in the Northwest. Gan Lai is known as the Windwalker. He possesses wind-like speed, breaking the sound barrier with his punches, especially his Wolf Fang Steel Fist, which can unleash 7 punches in a second, defeating opponents before they can react. However, those familiar with Gan Lai say that his strongest star martial art is not his fists. What it is, we shall wait and see. As for contestant 6, Little Wolf, let me correct that. Many online videos claim contestant 6 is called XX. We do not know his real name, as he is competing anonymously, and the organizers are obligated to protect Little Wolf's privacy. His registered name in our Star Martial Arts Championship is Little Wolf. The organizers cannot disclose Little Wolf's past, but his strength is evident to all. In the preliminaries, the move Little Wolf used at the end, the butterfly string flower star martial art, surely left a deep impression on everyone. Now, the two contestants are on stage. The explosive music plays, accompanied by cheers from the audience. Wang Chen felt like he was participating in a boxing match. Teacher Xiao Bao, what do you think of this match? The host looked towards the judges' table. The 3-star martial arts judges on the panel wore serious expressions, and when called upon, Bao Longqing leaned forward slightly. Both contestants are very strong. To be honest, without seeing them fight, I cannot make a judgment. Little Wolf's strength is evident, and Gan Lai's record is also quite impressive. From the perspective of Star Martial Arts realms, Little Wolf is slightly at a disadvantage, but his Star Martial Arts are very powerful. I don't quite agree with Teacher Xiao Bao's view, suddenly interjected another middle-aged judge with a mustache beside him. The two judges had differing opinions, adding intrigue to the program. Of course, this could have been a deliberate arrangement. What insights do you have, Teacher Qin? We need to analyze the issue from an objective perspective. Little Wolf's strength is indeed formidable, as can be seen from the preliminaries. But what is the real reason behind the explosive nature of that preliminary match? Is it strength? If it were strength, could it surpass the Star Warriors of the Nebula stage? There are many battle videos of Star Warriors at the Nebula and Star River realms available online, so why did they not gain popularity while the battle between two Star Warriors of the Star Glory realm did? What Teacher Qin means is, Bao Longqing furrowed his brows. Because it's real, because it's clear. Because this is one of the few clear and authentic battle scenes of Star Warriors in recent years. The two Star Warriors who faced off both approached the duel with the mindset of wanting to kill the other. I don't mean they had murderous intent, I'm just describing the sense of reality in that battle. So, the player Xiao Lang became famous, but does that truly represent Xiao Lang's strength? Xiao Lang's Star Warrior level is only mid-star glory. Although the star level is not an absolute measure of strength, it is still the most important standard. What Teacher Qin means is that the player Xiao Lang might be at a disadvantage? Exactly. Teacher Qin took a sip of water and said lightly, then let's wait and see. The official match of the Star Warrior Championship, match 33, officially begins. Please guide me, Gan Lai said. With a slight fist salute, his voice deep. Wang Chen had learned his lesson, although he also bowed in return. His eyes remained fixed on every move of Gan Lai. However, Gan Lai had no intention of launching a sneak attack. Instead, he slowly tightened the bandages wrapped around his hands. I don't know who you are, but your strength is indeed impressive. I'm not one of those guys who boast with only half-baked skills. I've been on the battlefield fighting against Star Warriors from other countries, hunted in the wilds of alternate dimensions, and your practical skills are solid. In the preliminary match, you became famous in one fell swoop, but don't think you deserve all that bragging. You could win. Because you haven't encountered me. In this match, I will shatter your myth. Are you stepping on me to rise to the top? Oomph. As soon as the words fell, Gonlai suddenly leaned forward towards Wang Chen. In an instant, Gonlai's figure transformed into a shade of blue, with the wind swirling around him, making his form seem light and agile. Wind attribute? Wang Chen took half a step back, a shadow barely grazing his face. The speed was as swift as a high-speed train rushing past his cheek. The wind attribute has two characteristics: terrifying cutting power and speed. Although it cannot match the speed of lightning attribute Star Warriors, it firmly holds second place. The wind attribute is a dual application of form and attribute in Star martial arts. Using wind attribute for acceleration is an application of form change. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, and speed is invincible. In the face of the wind's speed, your sword energy will be meaningless. At this moment, Gonlai's body seemed to transform into a gust of wind. Apart from the face at the front of the wind mass, his body appeared to merge with the wind. In an instant, Gonlai's figure was everywhere on the stage. On the 300 square meter arena, Wang Chen danced in the center as a shadow, while Gonlai's form appeared like a ghost in every corner of the stage, with only the howling wind audible. If the first match was a clash of muscles, then this third match was a showcase of speed. Wang Chen's speed was already impressive. His movements had reached a level that left the bewildered audience in awe. Yet, Wang Chen's speed still fell far short of being considered fast in the realm of agility. The so-called speed completely surpasses agility. Even if you see, know, and understand, you can only helplessly watch as you are crushed by speed. In despair. This is speed so fast that you cannot catch up. In the arena, a dozen cameras were filming, and the scenes presented on screen were highly captivating. Min Jian stood at the main control, rapidly issuing commands for camera switches. Camera 7, zoom in for a close-up. Camera 8, slow down playback to 10 times, no, 12 times. Camera 9, overhead shot. Beautiful. Judges, what are you doing? Give the judges a shot. Damn. Judges, what are you doing? You are not just spectators, you are seasoned teachers. How can you look so dumbfounded? Hurry up and comment. Ahem. Teacher Xiaobao, did you see that? It's truly unexpected. I thought that contestant Xiao Lang was already a very strong competitor this time, but I didn't expect contestant Gon Lai's strength to be so astonishing as well. The strength of a contestant is relative to their opponent. It's like a Star Warrior at the Star River level being defeated in one move by someone at the Star Sea level. Does that mean the Star River Warrior is weak? Contestant Xiao Lang became an instant sensation due to a stunning preliminary match, but if we look at it rationally, our Star Warrior Championship has many hidden talents. I have been optimistic about contestant Gon Lai for a while, not just because of his higher star martial realm, but because he has experienced so many brutal battlefields. This shows that contestant Gon Lai is also a battle-hardened warrior, with rich experience and solid fundamentals combined with the suppression of star power levels. Even though contestant Xiao Lang has rich experience and solid fundamentals, it is difficult to make up for the gap in star power. Based on the current situation, my judgment should be correct. But Teacher Qin, contestant Xiao Lang's performance is also very steady. Look, facing such aggressive attacks from contestant Gon Lai, Xiao Lang is still steady and unflustered. Only having defensive skills without the ability to counterattack will lead to inevitable losses. Wang Chen used the nebula sword dance to create numerous afterimages, easily dodging every wind flash. Impact from Gon Lai. Although Wang Chen's speed couldn't compare to Gon Lai's, the afterimages he created could mislead Gon Lai into attacking ineffective targets. It seemed that Wang Chen was dodging step by step, while Gon Lai's attacks became faster and faster, yet until now, Gon Lai hadn't even touched the hem of Wang Chen's clothes once. Wang Chen frowned. Gon Lai's fundamentals were indeed solid, but he relied too heavily on star martial skills. In Wang Chen's mind, the same star martial skill couldn't last forever, right? The wind walk speed that Gon Lai displayed seemed to him just like the flame acceleration of the Fire Leopard King, but the Fire Leopard's flame acceleration was several times stronger. The Fire Leopard King had thought of a way to counter the same move in less than a minute. What confidence did you have to think you could remain undefeated with just one move? Wang Chen's thoughts were set just as the judges on stage finished speaking. Kid, do you only know how to dodge? Used that butterfly through flowers star martial skill from yesterday. Come on, Gon Lai began to provoke Wang Chen verbally. And with his words, Gon Lai's figure was suddenly enveloped by a whirlwind, rapidly spinning into a terrifying wind drill that charged straight at Wang Chen. This time, however, Wang Chen stood his ground and did not move. What is contestant Xiao Lang doing? Not good. Prepare for first aid. Even Min Jian, who was watching from backstage, froze his fingers. He was making a show, and while the effects could be intense, there absolutely could not be any fatalities. At the same time, Wang Chen suddenly crossed his hands, and two flame blades shot out from his palms. The flame blades crossed like a pair of scissors, and in an instant, a vertical flame blade appeared between Wang Chen's palms, transforming the flames into a massive chainsaw. This scene made everyone gasp in awe. Fire overcomes wind, even an elementary school student knows the mutual restraint relationship of star martial attributes. So when Wang Chen suddenly unleashed a fire attribute star martial skill, the audience erupted. Damn, how did I not realize that Xiao Lang is actually a fire attribute star warrior? Don't say you didn't think of it. Even the 3 judges on stage didn't expect it. Listen to Teacher Chin's lengthy analysis from star martial levels to basic skills to Gon Lai's combat experience, yet he never thought that Xiao Lang was a fire attribute star warrior. Compared to the audience's reaction, Gon Lai's response was even more spectacular, staring with a fierce expression, a cruel smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by the howling wind. The ferocious Gon Lai charged violently towards Wang Chen, but the moment the flame blade lit up, Gon Lai's expression froze, a moment of daze mixed with disbelief. And when the howling wind's drill was effortlessly sliced in half by the flame blade, deep despair and intense fear appeared on his face. However, he could not stop now. The instant Wang Chen's figure halted, Gon Lai had already gone all in. The wind had been raging for nearly 3 minutes and his star power was almost depleted. If he missed this chance to settle the score, the future would only lead to his defeat. Therefore, Gon Lai decisively made his move. But why was it that Wang Chen just happened to be a fire attribute star warrior? Why the hell didn't you say you were fire attribute earlier? You fought 3 preliminary matches, and you've encountered wind attribute star warriors before, right? Why didn't you use this move back then? If I hadn't seen that match where you split the wind blade with your sword energy and knocked out your opponent with a punch, how would I have thought your star martial skill was that nebula sword dance? If Wang Chen knew Gon Lai's thoughts at this moment, he might just shrug and say, "It's all my fault, all my fault." But there are no ifs in life. Gon Lai, having gone all in, could no longer turn back. Not to mention turning back, he couldn't even stop. What would it be like to crash into Wang Chen's flame blade under such rapid inertia? It was like a scene from a slaughterhouse, a clean cut. So when this scene flashed by, everyone in the audience suddenly closed their eyes. And in that fleeting moment, Wang Chen suddenly retracted his blade. The flame blade vanished, replaced by Wang Chen's tightly clenched fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gon Lai's entire face was flatly imprinted on Wang Chen's fist, and Wang Chen even felt the crisp sensation of his nasal bone shattering. Thud! Gon Lai crashed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently as if electrocuted. Silence. The scene was dead silent. I just closed my eyes. Me too, I didn't see. What happened? Replay. I strongly request a replay. I saw it. A bespectacled young man said hoarsely with a look of regret on his face. What did you see? Quick, tell us. How did Gon Lai lose? Little Wolf retracted the flame blade, then extended his fist, and Gon Lai just charged headfirst into Little Wolf's fist, then fell down. Ha ha ha. In the 33rd match, Little Wolf wins and Little Wolf successfully advances to the top 50. The referee's announcement suddenly rang out. Completing the first round of the official competition, reward experience 2000, skill points 100. Wang Chen turned to leave, his steps slightly hesitating. He hesitated for a moment about whether to heal Gon Lai. But in an instant he dismissed that impulse. The medical star martial skill was one of his trump cards, and there was no need to expose it unless absolutely necessary. Advancing to the second round, the remaining matches had little to do with Wang Chen. With 2 days left in the first round, Wang Chen remained indifferent, attending school regularly. Unknowingly, the weekend arrived. Although the star martial courses had been intensely reviewed, Wang Chen not only caught up with the class level but also ranked among the top. Yet, people have that little bit of vanity. Accustomed to being at the pinnacle, one cannot be left behind. Wang Chen always felt that life wasn't that perfect. So, he had complained countless times that if it weren't for opening the system, who the hell would work so hard to study? But without the motivation of opening the system, Wang Chen still lived a fulfilling life. Reading books, practicing problems, and buying practice materials when the school didn't provide them. Although the theoretical knowledge of Star Warriors wasn't as vast as scientific subjects, it was still substantial. Just one point: the theoretical application and development of star power had Wang Chen deeply engrossed. While Wang Chen was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, the Star Martial Championship was being broadcast live at 8 in the evening. The third season of the Star Martial Championship, the third episode officially begins. This program is sponsored by Jiangcheng Entertainment, and this program is sponsored by Roland Home Textiles. It's time to make an appearance. Let the video comments roll. At this moment, the conversation between teacher Xiao Bao and teacher Qin echoed through the cut before the competition began. This Qin Xian doesn't know anything about Star Warriors. He's not even a Star Warrior himself, just a layman. I don't think so. Xiao Lang has become popular and suddenly exploded on the internet, but an internet celebrity is just that. Is his strength really as exaggerated as claimed? Rational netizens passing by say teacher Qin's analysis makes sense. Xiao Lang does have strength, but it's definitely not top tier. And that Gon Lai is the wolf of the Northwest. His experience is so rich, he's definitely a special forces among Star Warriors. Without an advantage in realm, the gap in combat skills and experience isn't obvious. It's likely to be a fierce battle. As the comments debated, the match began. Right from the start, Gon Lai launched a killing move. The wind attribute star martial technique unfolded, filling the screen with Gon Lai's figure. Watching live would definitely make one dizzy, but the program was edited in post-production. Outsiders see the excitement, while insiders see the technical content. Similarly, in program production, Min Jian's grasp of rhythm and visual impact is absolutely top-notch in the industry. The dazzling combat scenes, combined with different angle switches and slow-motion analysis, allow the audience to effortlessly see the situation of the two fighters and understand their movements. Just from this point, the third episode is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the 3 episodes of the Star Martial Arts Championship. From the slow motion, Gon Lai attacked fiercely, while Wang Chen could only use star martial techniques to dodge and parry Gon Lai's attacks. Moreover, Gon Lai's punches and kicks, though lacking flashy moves, were filled with a fast-paced and exhilarating rhythm. In an instant, the number of comments sharply decreased. So exciting! Amazing! Xiao Lang has truly revealed his true colors. His strength has been overly exaggerated, and when faced with a real strong opponent, he immediately falters. I bet Xiao Lang will definitely lose within a minute. If not, I'll eat live. Eat what? Durian. Xiao Lang can't hold on anymore. TCH, what a disappointment. Fans turning to haters. Did the upstairs forget that Xiao Lang's rise to fame also followed this pattern? Yeah, I felt a sense of familiarity from the start. So many silly netizens can't see it. Xiao Lang, I let you have 5 minutes as a tactic. Let him be strong. The gentle breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Xiao Lang is just waiting for his opponent to finish before making a comeback. I can almost foresee the outcome. Exactly, the legendary tactic of letting the opponent run 30 meters while I wait with my 40-meter broadsword. The advantage of an online player is this: even if you're the only one watching TV in the room, you're definitely not alone. Millions of netizens accompany you to watch and criticize. Together, fingers fly across the keyboard, comments flood the screen. In the comments section, various discussion threads roll like the Yangtze River flowing eastward. 5 minutes later, Gon Lai's star power reached its limit, and after a prolonged attack without success, he lost his calm judgment and launched the Whirlwind Wolfang drill in a desperate gamble. The comments suddenly cleared, and the discussions froze. Whether in front of a computer, a phone, or a television, all viewers held their breath, staring wide-eyed at the screen without blinking. At this moment, the comment closure rate reached 80%. On the screen, Wang Chen's back was facing the camera, but in an instant, the angle switched, giving Wang Chen a close-up. Wang Chen stood in a horse stance, hands crossed, and red flames suddenly burst forth from his palms, intertwining like a pair of scissors, immediately forming a vertical flame blade in front of him. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp tingled. Damn, no one expected that Wang Chen was actually a fire attribute star warrior? Even if he was a fire attribute star warrior, what one would typically see are fireballs, fire breath, ground fire spreading, etc., but no one had ever seen this vertical flame blade. The scene changes, playing in 30 times slow motion as Gon Lai's desperate strike collides forcefully with the flame knife that can firmly restrain him. The Wolfang Whirlwind drill is easily sliced apart by the vertical flame knife, revealing Gon Lai's face, which is constantly shifting in expression. From his previous fierce and cold demeanor, he is suddenly struck with astonishment, followed by disbelief, fear, and despair in an instant. Such rapid changes in expression could only be achieved by a master actor. The scene shifts, and the audience turns away, unwilling to watch. Some cover their eyes in shock. Min Jian has reached the pinnacle of stirring the audience's emotions. Because of this scene switch, the viewers in front of the screen experience a sudden surge of emotions, as if accelerated a second time, their heartbeats racing. After 3 seconds, the scene cuts back to just as Gon Lai is about to collide with the incredibly sharp flame knife, when Wang Chen suddenly retracts the knife and extends his fist straight out, adopting a relaxed and leisurely posture. Bang! All the audience seems to exhale in relief. Gon Lai was not split in half by the knife. Then, in slow motion, the moment his entire face crashes into Wang Chen's fist makes everyone who sees it burst into laughter. Damn! I just got my Weilang phone. You just dropped a phone. I spilled half a bottle of water on my Great Wall computer. A $12,000 Great Wall 9th generation. Ha ha ha. Although I know it's not appropriate to laugh at this moment, why can't I help it? Gon Lai, I'm doing a special interview now. What was it like to get punched in the face? Don't worry, we've had professional training. We usually won't laugh unless we can't help it. Ha ha ha. Last semester, I chased a bus on an electric bike. The bus braked suddenly, and my face slammed against the bus. My whole face got flattened like a frying pan. It hurt so much I couldn't talk for a week. Don't laugh, it really hurt. Classmate upstairs, can I interview you? Classmate upstairs, please share your story. With the climax of the third round, the subsequent matches seem rather dull. Although the ratings do not decline, the heat of discussion drops by 50%. By the end of the show, the first batch of memes is freshly minted and starts flooding the comment section. Is dodging all you can do? If you're a man, let's settle this. Watch my vertical flame knife. Can't afford to mess with you, I'm out. The quiet night is as bright as day. Zhang Xinyu silently finishes watching the latest episode of the Star Martial Arts Championship, replaying Wang Chen's match from start to finish. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Xinyu opens QQ. Classmate Wang Chen. Classmate Jiang Xinyu has sent a message. Wang Chen lifts his head from his book, opens his computer, and clicks on the flashing QQ icon. Where did you learn that star martial technique? Which one? The flame knife. I learned it from an uncle of mine. I can't disclose his identity, and I didn't expect so many uncles and aunts to pop up after. Awakening as a star martial artist. Jiang Xinyu furrows her brows, thinks for a long time, and quickly types a message. Let's have a practical session another day. No way. Seeing the decisive refusal pop up in the chat box, Jiang Xinyu's forehead twitches slightly. Why not? You're a star cloud realm bullying me, a star radiance realm. Have some self-respect. The new star martial technique I learned needs practical experience to master. A packaged A-level star martial technique? Yes. Then absolutely not. Wang Chen refuses without hesitation. I'm afraid that before you master it, I'll already be down for the count. No way, let's wait until next time we go to the trial ground to practice. Fine. Closing the chat window, Jiang Xinyu grits her teeth. Big pigs trotters. Sister. Jiang Xinqing appears behind Jiang Xinyu without her noticing. From what I know of Brother Lan, he would never think your thoughts are so complicated. What complicated thoughts do I have? Jiang Xinyu replies expressionlessly. You see Langa showing an increasingly strong side, and deep down you're very pleased. Your inner thoughts must be, no wonder he's the man I've set my sights on. So you can't wait to share this sense of pride with Langu. Unfortunately, Langu is a straight man of steel who wouldn't even think that this little practice session could wait until tomorrow at school. At this late hour, a girl reaching out to a boy should have triggered other thoughts. So, sis, your strategy is wrong. If you don't make it clear, Langu might end up lonely for life without realizing it. Lonely for life? Jiang Xinyu's brows twitched. Yes, Langu is single by strength, so he will also be lonely. For life by strength. Xinchuan, you're only 14. But girls mature faster than boys. In ancient times, 14-year-old girls were already mothers. What I mean is, you've been quite idle lately thinking about these things? Wang Chen awakened his star warrior talent at the same time as you. He's now in the mid-star radiance stage, while you are still in the starry stage. He caught up with most geniuses in just over a month. Shouldn't you put in some effort? I know, I promise to work hard tomorrow. Tomorrow is too far, it's only in the morning and evening. Jiang Xinyu closed her computer and stood up. Come with me. Sis, are you going to kill me? It's 10 o'clock. We have school tomorrow. 2 years ago, I didn't have a record of sleeping before midnight. I've already taken a shower. You can shower again, we don't lack for water bills at home. Stop talking nonsense, come with me to the training room. You took your anger out on me. If you have the ability, go find Langu. What did you say? Nothing, I'm coming right now. Jiang Xinchuan quickly shook her head in fear and got up to change clothes. Wang Chen was fired up, but also not fired up. At least in the past few days, Lu Shang, who went to school and came back, heard the name Little Wolf the most. And because Little Wolf participated anonymously, there was no way to know anything about him, which only fueled the public's gossip desire about Wang Chen. What is Little Wolf's true identity? What does Little Wolf look like? Is he buck-toothed? Or covered in acne? Or does he have big lips? Anyway, wherever Wang Chen went, he could hear people discussing him. This had caused no impact on Wang Chen's life. Wang Chen stated, Little Wolf is trending online. What does it have to do with me, Wang Chen? I eat when I should eat, drink when I should drink, boast and tease with Su Xiangwen and the others when I should, and help female classmates regulate their endocrine system when I should. Anyway, I'm completely calm, steady as an old dog. Unknowingly, another week passed. On Friday night at 9 o'clock, Wang Chen arrived at Sioux City TV station just in time. The second round was 50-25, with a total of 25 matches completed over 3 days. Wang Chen was assigned to the third day, and he was the seventh match, so arriving at the TV station at 9 was definitely enough time. As soon as he walked into the TV station, the entrance was blocked by a large crowd, with several girls holding glow signs that said Little Wolf. This is fan support? Wang Chen hesitated, suddenly feeling a bit scared. Little Wolf hasn't arrived yet. Please everyone remain restrained. You're blocking the entrance and affecting our work. We kindly ask you to disperse. This is not an outdoor concert. Big brother, we have no other intentions. We just want to see the real Little Wolf. Yeah, we just want to see if Little Wolf is real or fake. If possible, I want to take him home. The girls were driving, and the seasoned drivers were in awe. Wang Chen sighed and quietly hid in a dark corner, turning around but not finding any side door. He took out a mask from his backpack and put it on, having no choice but to go in. Wow, Little Wolf is here. Sisters, go. We have to pull off his mask and take a look. I'm dying to see. Big sister, is this really your true thought? Faced with the surging crowd of hundreds, Wang Chen's figure suddenly twisted, as if a gentle breeze silently passed through the center of the throng. In an instant, Wang Chen arrived at the entrance of the television station, while the frenzied fans behind him only felt a blur before the Little Wolf vanished. When they turned back suddenly, they saw Wang Chen standing in the light at the entrance of the station. This is my contestant badge. Alright, Mr. Little Wolf, please come in. Wang Chen turned back and waved to the fans in the distance. With a turn, he had disappeared without a trace. That fleeting glance made me think for a long time. So suave, so gentle. Little Wolf must be a gentle and handsome man. Love struck. Love struck +1. The background of the world is different, and so are the cultural values. In this world, closely aligned with the background of his previous life, the most abundant group in primary and secondary schools is this bunch of little fans. The fandom may not be genuine admiration, it could simply be that everyone else likes it, so they join in the excitement. In this world, the status of Star Warriors is extremely high. If Star Warriors choose to debut together, there would be no need for traffic stars at all. However, many powerful Star Warriors have identities that are confidential, so Star Warriors and celebrities are almost parallel lines with no intersection. It is rare to have such a popular and powerful Star Warrior, and the enthusiasm of the little fans was instantly ignited. In the minds of mature individuals, such foolish behavior is done by little fans without any pressure, justifying it with the saying, "Who isn't young and reckless?" The act of gathering at the television station to block someone actually received 100 responses. Wang Chen's identity was kept secret. No one knew who he was, which is precisely the sense of mystery that little fans adore. Countless identities and backgrounds were embellished in the imaginations of the little fans. Noble scion, chaebol heir, royal descendant, and so on. Wearing a mask that obscures the face? Can't they just imagine? A flower boy, a stylish guy, a shy big brother? Whatever you like, just imagine it that way. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore, I'm about to lose control. The excited little fans gathered to self-hypnotize, creating a swarm that swept across major forums and live streaming platforms. When Wang Chen arrived at the backstage preparation room, the competition had already begun. Inside the preparation room, the 14 contestants who advanced to the second round looked at Wang Chen with sharper gazes. But compared to the previous round, there was much less disdain. Previously, Wang Chen had suddenly gained fame, achieving their goal of participating before even entering the official competition. Most people felt unconvinced, thinking to themselves, "You didn't encounter me in the preliminaries." But now, the contestants had put away their contempt. To make it into the top 50 out of 800 registered contestants, there were no weaklings. "Little Wolf, you're here." Hu Qing greeted him enthusiastically. "You haven't gone on stage yet, right? Not that fast. Little Wolf brother, can you sign for me?" A sweet, cloying voice rang out from behind, sending a chill down Wang Chen's spine as he turned around cautiously. The woman had heavy makeup on her face, making it hard to see her true appearance, but she couldn't be very old. Dressed in a tight-fitting leather jumpsuit, what made Wang Chen alert was that this woman had quietly approached him without him noticing at all. The beauty held a color photo, a frame cut from her preliminaries. "Little Wolf brother, I really like you. Please go easy on me later. Are you my opponent?" Wang Chen still didn't know who his opponent was for this match. He hadn't come when the numbers were drawn. Quickly signing his name, Wang Chen returned the photo to her, calm and composed. The woman swayed her hips as she left, and Wang Chen vaguely heard Hu Qing swallowing hard beside him. "Brother Hu, are you smitten? Forget it. A woman like that is someone I can only admire from afar. Just looking is enough." Hu Qing didn't hide it, instead smiling openly. "You'd better not even look. The more you look, the more danger there is," Wang Chen said with a light laugh. "What's wrong? That woman is very insidious. The pen she just gave me to sign was poisoned." The moment Wang Chen picked up the pen, the healing star martial technique activated passively. This only happened when Wang Chen was injured. So there was only one explanation: there was something wrong with the pen. A woman who could use such means would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. "So you fell for it?" Hu Qing asked, a bit nervously and in a low voice. "She thinks I fell for it. Ha! This is getting interesting." In the official rounds, there were only 8 matches each session, so time wasn't too tight. Whether it was the contestants' skills genuinely improving or the program deliberately arranging for better effects, the previous matches had been much more exciting than the first round. At least in Wang Chen's eyes, there were noticeably fewer unnecessary movements, replaced by a more thrilling sense of dancing on the edge of a blade. Contestant number 6, Hu Qing, and contestant number 13, Yi Hua, please prepare. After the preliminaries and the official rounds, only 50 contestants remained. All 50 were in the late stages of the Star Radiance realm. From the displayed strength, the only one truly worth Wang Chen's attention was Hu Qing. To be honest, Hu Qing hadn't yet showcased a true star martial technique. But deep down, Wang Chen didn't believe Hu Qing couldn't do it. Relying solely on basic skills and the use of star power to reach the top 50, Hu Qing's strength was formidable. Especially his moonstep, which allowed him to close the distance in an instant. When he approached, it was a relentless barrage of palm strikes. Wang Chen had no effective means of defense against Hu Qing's sharp attacks. Other Star Warriors relied on explosive star martial techniques to win, while Hu Qing had made it through 5 rounds relying only on basic skills. As Wang Chen's thoughts drifted, Hu Qing indeed seized a fleeting opportunity with his solid fundamentals, sharp movements, and control of the battlefield, sending his opponent away in a single wave. As expected of the one-wave Hu Qing, using the same routine again, seizing the opportunity for a counterattack, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe. Once Hu Cheng catches a flaw, victory or defeat is already decided. Next came the judges' commentary segment, followed by the host's Q&A. And next match, contestant number 7 against contestant number 14. After 3 more matches, it was finally Wang Chen's turn to take the stage. The treatment for popular contestants and ordinary ones was indeed different. Even the BGM for Wang Chen's entrance was different from the others. As Wang Chen appeared, the audience erupted in screams. But immediately after, an even more intense scream followed. The sexy woman across from him walked over with a seductive catwalk. Her tight leather outfit, with a zipper that couldn't reach her neck, made the Alaskans present howl like hungry wolves. In the eyes of the audience, Wei had legs as well as a chest. In the brief seconds it took her to step onto the ring, multiple tragedies had already unfolded in the audience. Men who brought their girlfriends to the event expressed their heartbreak. "Little wolf brother, you must go easy on me." And Wei winked at Wang Chen as if a tangible current struck his mind. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, Wei's figure instantly transformed into dozens of clones surrounding Wang Chen. Clone talent? That's a relatively rare star martial talent, effective for confusing and baiting opponents, suitable for battlefield reconnaissance and close combat. But I wonder if Wei's clones are physical or ethereal. The clone star martial talent is a powerful yang attribute talent, but within clone talents there is a distinction. Physical clones have limitless potential, while ethereal clones have limited growth in the future. Dozens of Wei quickly circled around Wang Chen, searching for an opportunity. Although they ran swiftly, there was not a sound to be heard beneath their feet. Not even a vibration could be felt. But at that moment, Wang Chen smiled. As the woman ran quickly, the foundation she had applied began to disperse, and this powder mixed with the poison she had previously used on Wang Chen would form a paralyzing toxin. If Wang Chen weren't a healing type Star Warrior, he would have fallen for her trick by now. Using poison was also one of the skills permitted for Star Warriors by the authorities. The only thing not allowed is using poison before the match. But Wei's method of using poison is completely undetectable before the competition. Who knows how many people this woman has taken down with this trick? Just relying on your illusory clone and this weak combat power, you think you can make it into the top 50? You must have won by having a broad mind, right? And Wei watched Wang Chen standing still, thinking he was suffering from the effects of the poison. She extended her seductive tongue to lick the corner of her mouth, and suddenly, dozens of figures lunged at Wang Chen from all directions. A hint of pride flashed in Wei's eyes. "Thank you for being so popular. The higher your popularity, the higher my starting point will be when I step on your shoulders. Little wolf?" Ha! That ultimately did not turn into a laugh. Suddenly, Wei felt a blur before her eyes, and then she lost sight of Wang Chen. When she became aware again, Wang Chen's figure had already closed in beneath her, so close that boom 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 boom. 8 punches in 1 second is definitely considered a master among Star Warriors. Hu Qing, with his ability to strike 10 times in 1 second with quick knife hands, had been unstoppable in the Star Warrior Championship, at least up to now, among all the participants. In the Star Warrior Championship, the fastest hand speed was Hu Qing, while the others were only about 8 punches in 1 second. Wang Chen's display of such rapid punch speed did not astonish the audience much. Perhaps their expectations for Wang Chen were too high, and they wouldn't be amazed unless he showcased even more abilities. It was just that Wang Chen knocked Wei off the stage in an instant, which indeed plunged the venue into a dead silence. But soon, Wei quickly got back up, raised her head to look at Wang Chen on the stage, her eyes flashing with a hint of embarrassment and anger, and with a cold snort, she turned to leave. It seems the little wolf contestant appears to strike heavily, but in fact he is using a feigned force, aiming only to knock Wei off the stage. The host quickly broke the silence with a light-hearted comment. "Good, what a man!" The audience in the stands cheered enthusiastically, understanding everything. Although this battle was not as thrilling as the previous one, can we blame Wang Chen for that? His opponent was too weak. He didn't want it to be this way. Successfully entered the 3rd round. Reward experience points 2,000, skill points 150. When Wang Chen returned to the backstage, Hu Chen came up to him. Congratulations. Haven't you finished your matches? Why haven't you gone back? The next round is from 25 to 13, so we need to draw lots in advance, and there will also be a lucky contestant who gets a bye. So you're saying I can't leave until tonight's over? Just wait a bit, there's only 1 match left. A match ended after half an hour, and under the host's emotional speech, the audience warmly applauded the eliminated contestants from the 50 to 25 round. Next, we will draw for the 3rd round from 25 to 13. The organizers have stipulated that any contestant who successfully makes it into the top 13 will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash. This is the organizers' recognition of the contestants' strength and encouragement for their wonderful performances. However, before the draw for the 25 to 13 match, a lucky contestant who gets a bye will be drawn. This contestant will enter the top 13 without any effort and will also receive the 100,000 yuan cash reward from the organizers. Who will this lucky contestant be? Please look at the big screen. The contestants' photos flashed quickly on the big screen. Stop. The big screen froze and the image of Wang Chen wearing a mask appeared in the center. Wow, Little Wolf, it's contestant Little Wolf. Congratulations to contestant Little Wolf for getting a bye directly into the top 13. Wang Chen was also taken aback. He truly hadn't expected that the bye would be for him during the draw, but it really confirmed a saying, when you try to plant flowers with your heart, they don't bloom. When you casually plant willows, they provide shade. When you have no expectations for a good thing, it unexpectedly falls upon you. Some people never win the lottery, while others just want to find some change to buy a ticket and end up hitting the jackpot. You have to wonder, isn't this world infuriating? Successfully advanced to the 4th round of the Star Martial Arts Championship. Reward, 3,000 experience points. 200 skill points. Just as the players for the round were confirmed, the system suddenly popped up another notification. At that moment, a warm current flowed through Wang Chen's body. It felt as if he was swimming in an ocean of star power, with the star energy surging through his limbs and bones. At this moment, the big screen was giving Wang Chen a close-up, and at the same time, a rich wave of star power suddenly flickered around him. If it weren't for Wang Chen's restraint, he would have instinctively opened the Star Palace. But is that the point? In the background, among the 25 players, besides those competing today, there were also winners from previous rounds. Could Wang Chen's surging star power escape their eyes? Such a familiar wave, a living breakthrough. And at that moment, everyone realized Wang Chen's true star power level. It wasn't the speculated later stage, nor the officially announced mid-stage. He was actually in the early stage? Early star radiance? It was only now that he had broken through to the mid-stage of star radiance. Wang Chen quickly immersed himself in his mental sea to check the system. Character, Wang Chen. Level, Star Radiance 4, Experience 300/50,000. In Wang Chen's mind, Star Radiance 4 should be considered early stage, right? After all, isn't it still not at the midpoint? But what normal Star Warriors have such clear and detailed divisions? Early, mid, late stages are just vague judgments based on the distance to the next breakthrough. Exiting the mental sea, Wang Chen raised his head. The world was so quiet, everyone around was staring at him like wooden sculptures. Is it stuck? Wang Chen asked, almost unconsciously. Ha ha ha. The audience outside burst into laughter at Wang Chen's adorable remark. Hey, Little Wolf, did you break through? Hu Qing asked, somewhat stammering. No, it's too early for a breakthrough. I just gained a little. Little Wolf, you can't just lie with your eyes wide open. A burly man pointed at Wang Chen with a face full of indignation. Just now, you clearly broke through from early star radiance to mid-star radiance. Yeah, that star power fluctuation can't lie. We always thought Little Wolf's star power level should be in the late star radiance. The official announcement of mid-star radiance was to deliberately conceal your strength. But we were wrong. The officials did cover up your strength, but we didn't expect you to be in early star radiance. Only now breaking through to mid-star radiance, yet your subordinates have already taken down 3 late star radiance experts. Little Wolf, you can't be too pretentious. A breakthrough is a breakthrough. What's there to deny? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Chen quickly shrank back. Brothers and sisters, I'm really not pretending. The improvement within the star radiance realm. Does that even count as a breakthrough? I thought a breakthrough meant raising 1 star power level. The backstage fell into silence once again. Everyone looked at Wang Chen with a somewhat bewildered gaze. Suddenly, a large hand slapped Wang Chen on the shoulder, belonging to a 2-meter-tall steel-like man. Wang Chen's body instantly tensed up. Brother Zhu, do you have any advice? Little Wolf, do you know how many Star Warriors die each year in the Star Warrior world because of being too showy? At least 500. They just get too cocky, not caring at all about whether others can handle it. And now, I really want to hit you. If you tell me how you managed to break through in this situation, I'll let you go. How about that? Yeah, otherwise I'll have the organizers change the rules. In the next round, we'll gang up on you. Exactly. Everything happening backstage was broadcasted without missing a beat to the front stage. The 500 audience members in the front row immediately showed knowing smiles, watching with great interest. To ordinary people, Star Warriors are mysterious, powerful, and serious. The Star Warriors they could see were mostly from movies and TV shows or online. Even if there were Star Warriors around in reality, ordinary people couldn't understand their lives or how they interacted. Now, seeing that the Star Warriors were no different from them, joking with each other, being silly, teasing, and mocking one another, at this moment, the Star Warriors in the background truly transformed in their eyes. They were also human, ordinary mortals just like them. They were not the serious, meticulous immortals. They were not the brutal savages who would resort to violence at the drop of a hat. Everyone could joke and banter, boast and show off, and engage in playful meme battles. Perhaps, a keyboard warrior who had fought with you online for thousands of rounds could be a well-known Star Warrior. Do I really have to say it? Wang Chen hesitated, but upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Could there really be a way? They were just joking around, trying to get closer to Little Wolf. Little Wolf was different from them. They had reached their limits, and unless they piled up soul orbs, it would be nearly impossible for them to improve further. Most of them were in their 30s or even 40s, and extracting cellular energy at this point would be akin to slow suicide. But Wang Chen was different. His ability to break through indicated he was still in a growth phase. Perhaps, as rumored, Wang Chen was indeed someone with a background. Participating in the Star Warrior Championship might really just be for fun. After hearing Wang Chen's words, the 20 or so Star Warriors in the background perked up their ears. Actually, it's just, I got lucky earlier and had a free round, and I picked up $100,000 for nothing. 100,000? I don't even earn that much in a year. I'm so excited, I can finally eat meat. Just thinking about it makes my blood surge and break through my meridians. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Where's my greatsword? Damn it, where's my greatsword? Wang Chen's figure flickered and disappeared with a whoosh. I'm leaving first, I'll come back for the official match. His voice still lingered in the background, but Wang Chen was already gone. After Wang Chen left, the recording of the show was nearing its end. While Wang Chen took a nice shower and went to sleep, news about him quietly trended online. Breaking news, Little Wolf's true strength exposed. Turns out, he's only at the initial stage of Star Radiance. After a free round post-battle, Little Wolf excitedly broke through in public. What made Little Wolf the public enemy of the Star Warrior Championship? Too much showing off, almost causing a brawl. Each title was enticing for research, and each spoiler content made the anxious audience waiting for the Star Warrior Championship to air instantly excited. With bloodshot eyes, they clicked on spoiler posts. Like wolves ready to pounce. Little Wolf is only at the initial stage of Star Warriors? Ha ha ha. I said he was just a silver-plated spearhead, right? He deserved to be eliminated. The person above is clearly a professional keyboard warrior and a know-it-all. Didn't you read the content? Little Wolf defeated his opponent and successfully advanced. There's a saying in the world of Star Warriors, true strong ones can ignore the differences in Star Warrior levels. Little Wolf, at the initial stage of Star Radiance, defeated several formidable opponents at the late stage of Star Radiance. This undoubtedly proves this theory. So Star Warriors are also show-offs? I'm now wondering if that argumentative person I battled online for 300 rounds last night is actually a Star Warrior? A moment of silence for the person above. Prayers for the person above. Offering incense for the person above. What do you mean by that? Are you jealous of my connection with Star Warriors? Silly child, battling online for 300 rounds. If the other party is really a Star Warrior, they could send warmth offline through the internet. How many rounds could you last? Time is running out for the person above. Time is really running out for the person above. 3 days later, the second round of the third episode began airing. At Sioux City TV station, in the background of the Star Warrior Championship, Min Jian stood on the balcony with a cup of coffee, quietly watching the distant lights. By the time the second round of the competition arrived, the viewership ratings from yesterday and the day before had significantly increased compared to the first round. As the rounds progressed, the events became more exciting, and naturally, the ratings would rise accordingly. However, during this episode, Min Jian felt a persistent unease. Just after the recording of the final segment of the second round's third match was completed, it was brutally spoiled. Through posts from the live audience after they returned, platforms like Weibo, and the reposts from paid commenters, almost all the details of this episode's competition had been revealed. Being spoiled and reposted was proof of its popularity. The show was doing well, and Min Jian should have been pleased. The achievements since the start of the third season were evident, firmly establishing his position as a top variety show director. Yet, there is a limit to everything. A small amount of spoilers can pique the audience's desire to watch. This kind of promotional tactic was something Min Jian was adept at. However, excessive spoilers could deplete that sense of anticipation, leading the audience to either rush to watch or not watch at all. As netizens said, just browsing the forums was enough to feel like they had seen the latest episode. Director Min, the viewership ratings for the first 10 minutes are out. An assistant hurriedly approached Min Jian, holding a form. How much did it drop? By 0.8 percentage points. Although he had already anticipated this, the coffee in his hand still trembled. What about the online streaming rate? It also dropped by 13%. Min Jian slowly turned and returned to his seat. Director Min, what should we do? The show's popularity has already been stirred up, and spoilers are unavoidable. After all, we are in a competition, and the ultimate draw is still the outcome. Once the results are known, the audience's desire to watch will decrease. Should we consider a closed competition? No audience? The reactions of the live audience are also essential for the show. Without them, viewers at home won't have the immersive experience. We can't reduce the live audience. Then, what should we do? I plan to implement a semi-live format, delaying the broadcast by half an hour. How will post-production keep up? We'll find the most professional team for simultaneous post-production. As long as nothing unexpected happens at the venue, I should be able to control the show's pacing without much issue. The Star Martial Arts Championship has become this popular, there's no reason for it to fizzle out. Since the devil is high, we must be higher. If we win this match, I'll give everyone a big bonus. Should we consult the producers for their opinion? It's my show, I can make the decisions. Don't worry, just notify them. Gradually, the show began to play towards its conclusion. Suddenly, a strange shout erupted from the data monitoring office. What the hell? Min Jian looked up, coldly staring at the technician who had shouted. Did he not realize that such a sudden outburst in the quiet office could scare people? Min Jian calmly pulled out a tissue and wiped the coffee that had splashed onto his pants. What the hell? Another strange shout. What happened? Director Min, the ratings have gone up. Director Min, the online streaming rate has suddenly increased as well. What's going on? It should be related to the appearance of the Little Wolf contestant. Right, it's currently showing the segment with the Little Wolf contestant, and most of the highlights of this episode revolve around him showing off backstage. In fact, his battle in this segment isn't particularly exciting. Yes, the comments on the online videos have also started to become active. On the online player, the previously quiet comments suddenly flooded the screen. He's here, he's striding in like he doesn't recognize anyone. He's here, he's swimming in with a vibe of arrogance. Put. Ah wow, so white, so round, so beautiful. Wow, so long, so straight, so sexy. The internet is full of talented trolls. How about a big talent? With a bold statement? Busy licking, no time. Is Little Wolf facing this lady today? Why do I feel a bit heartbroken? I heard that in this match, Little Wolf knocked out that beautiful girl. How could Little Wolf bring himself to do that to such a pretty girl? My heart aches for her. Shut up upstairs, a real man should kill the sister and pave the way. Exactly, the gentle countryside is the grave of heroes. In the world of Star Warriors, there are no girls, only brothers. This girl is unwanted, right? I'll take her. You're disgusting upstairs. Whoosh, as the barrage increased, keyboard warriors instantly became passionate quickly, unleashing their skills, flooding the screen with comments until there was no gap left. The match had no highlights, and Min Jian and the production team were well aware of this. A match with such a disparity in strength, a one-hit knockout might be stunning, but what the audience really wanted to see was an intense showdown between equals. So, when Wang Chen sent Wei flying off the stage with a quick punch, the screen was filled with celebratory comments. Occasionally, there were one or two keyboard warriors who didn't understand the importance of cherishing beauty, questioning how one could strike a beautiful girl, but they were soon drowned out by the barrage. Then, Wei stood up unharmed, and the judges explained that Wang Chan's rapid punches hadn't hurt her, they had merely sent her out of the ring, causing the comments from those keyboard warriors to vanish. Then, the real climax arrived. Originally, Wang Chen had been given a bye, which made the keyboard warriors at their computers furious, smashing their keyboards. This season's Star Warrior Championship had only Little Wolf as a highlight. If it weren't for Little Wolf, who would care about this show? But unexpectedly, after the bye was drawn, Little Wolf actually broke through in public. The production team made special edits for this sudden event, dimming the lights, turning off the sound effects, and focusing on the swirling star power around Wang Chen, then zooming in on the confused audience in the stands, creating an atmosphere that reached its peak, allowing viewers through the screen to feel an oppressive tension that was almost suffocating. Suddenly, Wang Chen's star power erupted, then instantly returned to calm. Wow, so breaking through as a Star Warrior is really like it is in the dramas? This is truly real, without a hint of special effects in the breakthrough. Although it's not as visually appealing as with special effects, why is it so moving? I never expected that as a muggle, I would witness a real Star Warrior breakthrough in my lifetime. So touching. Don't cry upstairs, tell me your address and I'll come. Deliver warmth. Wishing the one upstairs and the one above 100 years of harmony and early birth of AIDS. Next, of course, was Wang Chen's show-off segment. After hearing Wang Chen's theories about breakthroughs, the barrage exploded. This guy is so full of himself, not just these Star Warriors, I want to stat him too. I originally thought the masked Little Wolf was a serious Star Warrior, but now I know he's definitely not a serious person. Can someone tell me why these Star Warriors reacted so strongly to Little Wolf's breakthrough? Little friend, you wouldn't understand, would you? Breaking through as a Star Warrior requires a lot of preparation. The most basic preparation is a large source of star power, either soul pearls or a body rich in star power. Then, absorbing or extracting it all at once to impact the star palace's star brilliance. When the star brilliance breaks through the star power limit, that's the breakthrough. That's right, but Little Wolf clearly didn't do any preparation. He just broke through so openly, without caring about others' feelings. This refreshes the worldview of other Star Warriors. Oh, Little Wolf is indeed the best. The last episode of the second round successfully reached its conclusion. Although the average viewership for this episode was poor, the peak value had a breakout. It gave the production team a decent step to stand on. As night fell, various meme creators remained spirited. On a certain platform, talents gathered, and Wang Chen's crazy videos flooded the screen. And all of this was no longer related to Wang Chen. After reaching the star brilliance realm, the speed of breakthroughs noticeably slowed down. Indeed, the total experience required was 100 times that of the star realm, starting with 10,000, and now successfully upgraded to Star Glory 4, reaching Star Glory V actually requires 40,000 experience points. Perhaps, maybe, just maybe, even winning the Star Martial Championship would only fill half of that experience bar, right? The thought of this upgrade difficulty made Wang Chen feel a wave of sadness. The third round, from 25 to 13, consisted of 12 matches spread over 2 days. Since Wang Chen had a bye, he didn't compete and just went to school as usual. However, it seemed like he heard classmates mention that the broadcast time had been adjusted. Wang Chen wasn't very concerned about that, even though the class was fervently discussing the identity of Little Wolf and a few girls even openly declared their admiration for him. It did nothing to sway Wang Chen's indifference to his own situation. Namely, the ice spike beneath him, freezing to the core, reminded Wang Chen not to get cocky, not to be reckless. If he dared to eat fried noodles, he would face a calamity. In response, Wang Chen's heart was like steel, firmly remembering the 8 disciplines of the party. Before he knew it, the weekend had arrived. The third round concluded perfectly, and the top 13 were successfully determined. Besides Wang Chen's effortless selection, Hu Qing also fought fiercely to win against his opponent. However, it was said that although Hu Qing won with great difficulty, he sustained significant injuries. Earning that 100,000 prize wasn't easy. If Hu Qing encountered another tough match next, he might be eliminated. But luck always seems to open doors when you least expect it. In the draw for the top 7, Hu Qing was surprisingly given a bye. This meant that not only did Hu Qing effortlessly secure the 200,000 prize, but he also gained 2 days of rest. 2 days of rest were enough for Hu Qing's injuries to heal. For Star Warriors, as long as there is time to rest and sufficient food, their self-healing ability is quite powerful. The greatest value of a medical Star Warrior lies on the battlefield, where there is no time to rest and improve the team's endurance. After learning the situation, Wang Chen called Hu Qing. On the other end, Hu Qing sounded spirited, saying he had only broken 2 ribs and that 2 days of rest would be enough to heal, so it was nothing. He also urged Wang Chen to compete well and aim for the top 7. To Hu Qing's request, Wang Chen agreed wholeheartedly. What was he here for? He was here for the championship. With each round progressed, the rewards of experience and skill points would surge significantly. Winning the championship would likely be worth several previous efforts combined. If he was going to beat someone, he might as well aim for the champion's throne. Arriving backstage, today there would be 6 rounds of matches, and after determining the top 7, there would be a day of rest followed by the top 7 championship. On Monday. By now, the remaining competitors were mostly experts. Anyone claiming to be slacking off was surely mistaken. As for who could win steadily and who would be eliminated, no one backstage dared to make guarantees. Starting from this round, the competition would adopt a semi-live format. Recording would begin half an hour in advance, and then the backstage team would immediately edit the footage. Once the recording was complete, it would be played without any spoilers. First, the matchups and opponents would be drawn, and Wang Chen's opponent this time was a metal-type Star Warrior. Upon seeing the draw results, Wang Chen looked up, and the opponent happened to be looking back at him, giving him a thumbs up. But just as Wang Chen was about to respond, the opponent suddenly twisted his finger down in a mocking gesture. Ha, childish. The metal attribute isn't very common among Star Warriors, but it's not exactly a rare attribute either. The characteristic of the metal attribute is the ability to manipulate metals and create them using star power. Wu Changfeng is a metal-type expert at the Star River level. Wang Chen had previously discussed with him that the practical range of the metal attribute wasn't as extensive as he initially thought. Metal-type Star Warriors are not Magneto, that's the magnetic attribute. The most common use of metal-type Star Warriors is to cover their bodies with metal to increase their defense. This is different from Wu Changfeng's iron body. The iron body means the entire body is metallic, but that is a very advanced realm. Generally, it's already impressive for a metal type to cover their body with metal. Covering the body with metal, transforming into a tank to directly crush opponents, perhaps from the other person's perspective. Wang Chen's nebula sword dance and flame blade were insufficient to break through the defenses of his metal armor. Coupled with Wang Chen's mid-stage starry realm strength being exposed, it led to underestimating him and a childish provocation. What he didn't know was that his covert actions in the background were captured by the cameras. Min Jian tapped his chin, looking at the still image on the screen. Director Min, should we cut this out? Every film, television show, and novel has a protagonist. In our Star Martial competition, who is the protagonist? Min Jian suddenly turned around and asked. Of course, it's the Star Martial artists. Each Star Martial artist is the protagonist in the hearts of their fans. No, the protagonist is not everyone, but only one. Perhaps at the beginning, everyone has the potential to become the protagonist. Putting them together to compete is to let the true protagonist break through the crowd. People's attention is limited, and love can only be divided so much. It's like a group of people walking down the street. Whoever can stand out as the most dazzling one is the protagonist. Since the third Star Martial competition began, the contestant Little Wolf has already stood out among all the contestants and become the protagonist. His discussions and popularity surpass all the other contestants. What Director Min means is, since there is a protagonist, everyone else is a supporting character. So, how to create conflicting topics and how to let the audience see the sense of conflict is our job. Since that Jean Chang contestant provoked the protagonist, we might as well give a close-up to let the audience see the protagonist being provoked. This will increase the audience's anticipation for this battle. Isn't it unfair to the Jean Chang contestant? If he cared about his reputation, he wouldn't have done such an undignified thing in the background. Okay, I understand. The competition officially began. Wang Chen's match was in the second to last round, and he quietly sat in the background, watching the battles in the arena through the large camera. By the fourth round, the fighting became particularly intense. Of course, to outsiders, it seemed particularly intense, but in Wang Chen's eyes, it was more like the separation of quality and substance. How to put it? It seemed like the two contestants were grimacing and harboring deep grudges, putting on a spectacular show, but they were just putting on a lot of flashy moves. Wang Chen saw several times that he could have dodged in a simpler and more practical way, yet he chose to block with star martial techniques. Several times he could have won with close combat but insisted on using star martial techniques. Star martial techniques also have their drawbacks, at least they have star power fluctuations and premonitions. Silent punches and kicks, though less powerful, are discreet and quick. Close combat is the most commonly used means of killing in a star martial artist's practical combat. But in the previous two matches, the fist and foot duels had become mere appetizers, while in the later stages, it was all about star martial techniques clashing. The audience was thrilled, each one dumbfounded. But what was the difference from the special effects in a TV drama? At least in Wang Chen's view, it was painfully fake. After a while, the live broadcast from the television station also began. As the host rapidly reported the sponsoring brands with eloquence, several contestants appeared one by one on the screen in front of the television. Little Wolf. Finally seeing Little Wolf. After waiting for 2 days, the first 2 episodes were exciting, but without Little Wolf's match, it felt like something was missing. Me too, it felt like I was watching a different show. Is Little Wolf going to compete now? Since we're here, we have to finish the match before leaving. They've been grouped. Wow, I drew that tank. I think Little Wolf should belong to the agile warrior type, right? I've been focusing on this Jean Chang tank in the previous episodes. It's wrapped in steel frames, with unbeatable defense, almost unsolvable. I saw it too, his armor thickness can rival that of a real tank. Unless you use armor-piercing rounds, otherwise, even if you stand there and let him hit, you won't break through the defense. Is Jean Chang really that strong? Very strong. You must not have seriously watched other matches to ask this question, just fixated on Little Wolf. Jean Chang's tank build has not been shaken by anyone until now. Isn't Little Wolf in danger then? Go for it, Little Wolf. Little Wolf is invincible. Wait, let me take a screenshot first. Soon, a picture appeared in the comments section of the video player, and a new post also emerged in the forum with this screenshot. Just captured this, although the shot passed quickly. But what did we see? Jean Chang actually provoked Little Wolf? How old is he to still do such childish things? So arrogant. The internet is a magnifying glass. Sometimes, a trivial matter, even something Wang Chen didn't care about, can suddenly become a major event that sweeps across the entire network. A trending topic suddenly shot up to the 10th position and quickly climbed into the top 6. Director Min, the online comments have exploded. Many people are criticizing player Jean Chang. Is this really okay? If he cared about the consequences, he wouldn't have made that move backstage. Moreover, we didn't create a narrative or intentionally give close-ups, we just accidentally included those 2 seconds of footage. But from the show's perspective, we succeeded. The seeds of conflict have been planted, and the audience's emotions have been stirred. We're just waiting for Little Wolf to deliver a face-slapping climax experience for the viewers. But what if Little Wolf loses? The assistant asked hesitantly. Little Wolf won't lose. Director Min is so sure? I asked the judges. Ha! The assistant looked at Director Min in disbelief. You don't know that Teacher Xiaobao, Teacher Qin, and the others are called the Strategic Deception Trio? Can their predictions be trusted? I didn't ask them. I asked a truly professional Star Warrior expert. In his words, so far, he hasn't found Little Wolf's weaknesses. Even the so-called weaknesses might just be things he hasn't shown. That Star Warrior expert is from the Nebula realm. Thanks to Chang Zhen and Chang Xuanyue for bringing us an exciting match. Although player Chang Zhen has put in his utmost effort, he ultimately lost to the consistently stable player Chang Xuanyue. Now, please have the Earth element staff repair the arena. While the staff is fixing the arena, let's cut to a commercial. After the ad, we will have our 5th match, with player Little Wolf facing off against player Jean Chang. Audience friends, please don't go away. We'll be right back after the commercial. After saying this, the host suddenly seemed to lose all his strength and took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Who knows what it's like for an ordinary person to stand at the host's podium? Outside the arena, watching 2 powerful Star Warriors clash with their star martial arts up close? His accident insurance payout had already reached 10 million. And now it seemed insufficient. He would need to add more. It's so damn dangerous. The venue was quickly repaired, and Wang Chen stepped onto the stage amidst intense background music. Wang Chen arrived in the center, but Jin Chang was still nowhere to be seen on the opposite walkway. Just as the audience was puzzled, a faint, trembling sound accompanied by heavy footsteps echoed. Jin Chang appeared bare-chested, his brick-like muscles swaying as he moved. Behind Jin Chang, he carried a massive, shiny black iron pillar, almost twice his size. This weight must be several tons, right? Yet Jin Chang was able to carry it onto the stage without changing his expression. Isn't this too exaggerated? He can leave footprints on the concrete? Is the concrete not dry? Not dry at all, that was made by him stepping on. Damn, how heavy is this? Over 10 tons? Jin Chang has never carried such a big thing before. Could it be his weapon? Can he even wield such a heavy weapon? Whether he can wield it or not doesn't concern me. What I'm worried about is whether the protective barrier on the stage can hold up. If the protective barrier breaks, we in the entire studio will be crushed to death, right? Damn, I want to sit in the back row. Get to the front. The commotion in the stands was precisely captured by the cameras, and Min Jian was very pleased with this phenomenon. If it were just the little wolf contestant shining alone, then this duel would far fail to meet the audience's expectations. The strength of the opponent creates more suspense and heightens the audience's anticipation and tension. Jin Chang's image today was completely different from before. In the past, Jin Chang always entered the arena lightly, but with such a heavy load on his back, Jin Chang was a completely different person from the lightly equipped Jin Chang, giving the impression of a human versus a monster. Wang Chen looked gravely at Jin Chang across from him. There were only two explanations for someone who could carry such a heavy object without changing expression. Either Jin Chang's strength had surpassed the limits expected of a star warrior, or he still possessed the star martial technique of lifting heavy things with ease. If it was a matter of strength surpassing limits, that would be one thing, but if he had the technique of lifting heavy things with ease or altering gravity, this would be Wang Chen's second tough battle since entering the competition. Buzzing only a little, he flitted through the air above the venue, then found a perfect visual landing spot, its eyes fixed intently on the two people on stage. In Sioux City's Sky Sword Bureau, Wang Xianfeng had not clocked out for the day. Instead, he sat in his office brewing a cup of fragrant tea, watching the synchronized footage captured through the little bee's perspective, taking a satisfied sip of tea. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Who? Me, he. Ming Xue's voice came from outside the door. What are you doing here? Not going home after work? I came to see what kind of nonsense you're up to in the office. Ming Xue pushed the door open, but his gaze fell on Wang Qianfeng's computer screen. What are you holding? Wang Qianfeng frowned and asked. A high-definition projector. Your computer screen is too small. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Although Wang Chen participated in the competition anonymously, could this matter be hidden from Wang Qianfeng and Ming Xue? While they did not agree with Wang Chen participating in such a meaningless competition since he had already entered, they might as well let him enjoy it. This issue of the Star Martial competition was well organized and had some substance. Moreover, Wang Chen gradually showcased his strength in the Star Martial competition, allowing Wang Qianfeng and Ming Xue to see how well Wang Chen had mastered the 2A-level Star Martial techniques. The first match, the vertical flame blade, had indeed astonished Ming Xue. Even he had not expected such a use for the flame blade. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Star Martial techniques are like that. It all depends on who uses them and how. Did you see that provocation from Jin Chang just now? Ming Xue suddenly asked. Just a waste, why bother caring? I checked on that Jin Chang, he's very strong. As he spoke, the projector was already set up, and on the background wall of Wang Qianfeng's office, Jin Chang was seen walking in with that huge steel rod on his back. Indeed, he brought the Victory Heaven. Victory Heaven? That name sounds a bit familiar. 30 years ago, there was a very small Star Martial family in the Northwest region, known for forging Star Martial weapons. The weapons they crafted had excellent star power conduction, and their craftsmanship was on par with renowned forgers like Long Quan. 30 years ago, this Star Martial family obtained a special tungsten iron material which was naturally formed. The Star Martial family planned to forge a batch of divine weapons and then sought a metal-type Star Warrior to test the quality of these divine weapons. However, to their surprise, all the weapons were deemed unqualified. They couldn't even pierce the body of a metal-type Star Warrior, becoming as soft as noodles upon contact. It was later discovered that this special material could be easily manipulated by metal-type Star Warriors, with a star power conduction speed 100 times that of ordinary metals. In the hands of a metal-type Star Warrior, this material was like his own star power. Later, the Star Martial family gifted this special material to that metal-type Star Warrior, thus creating a legendary Star Warrior of the Northwest. 10 years ago, a spatial rift appeared in the Northwest, and the Northwest Armored Dragon that went to war never returned. The powerful reliance of the Northwest Armored Dragon was this strange tungsten iron known as Victory over Heaven. What is the relationship between Jin Chang and the Northwest Armored Dragon? He is the son of the Northwest Armored Dragon. He was stripped of the benefits of a star warrior for refusing to enlist. He is the descendant of a martyr, and if he had joined the military, he would have received additional care and compensation from the state. Yet he has always been haunted by his father's death. After his father died, the state has actually been taking care of him, otherwise, how could he have obtained soul orbs to enhance his star power, and why would he be allowed to enter the training ground for free? The state has cared for him for 10 years, yet he treats them this way. It's truly disheartening. Although I don't like him, I have to admit his strength is formidable. His star power level is at the peak of star radiance. He has received combat training from elite troops, participated in real combat in the training ground, and with the same metal attribute talent as his father, plus the assistance of victory over heaven. Wang Chen is at a disadvantage against him. He only cares about his own grievances, without a shred of awareness as a star warrior. And he's a fool who can't tell right from wrong. His father died in battle, not because of the Northwest Army. He should feel proud of his father. A person like him is worthless in my eyes. If Wang Chen can't defeat him, what do you mean? That he is even worse than worthless. Wang Chen is quite talented, but he can't compete with Jin Chang's cheat-like abilities, He Mingxue has said, shaking his head and sighing. Do you think that kid doesn't have any? You mean the phoenix form? Old Wang, I can guarantee that even if Wang Chen were to be killed, he wouldn't use the phoenix form in this situation. He seems humble, but inside he is very proud. As long as it's not a matter of great importance, he won't do anything cheat-like. The host's emotional speech concluded, and the match began with the sound of a whistle. Suddenly, the tungsten iron behind Jin Chang was lowered and stood in front of him, instantly writhing like water. Oh, Jin Chang's star martial skill is unprecedented. We already know that Jin Chang is a metal attribute star warrior capable of manipulating metal. But metal itself is extremely hard, and manipulating it cannot be as flexible as water or earth. Yet in Jin Chang's hands, the tungsten iron can move as freely as if controlling water. Has Jin Chang's control over metal attribute star power reached such an astonishing level? It's truly remarkable. Whoosh! Suddenly, the tungsten iron, which had been built into a wall, shot out several steel spikes. Behind the steel spikes was a thin iron chain. The chain connected to the tungsten wall in front of Jin Chang, with Jin Chang's hand pressing against the wall. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen instantly deduced Jin Chang's method of controlling the tungsten iron. Metal attribute star warriors cannot manipulate metal from a distance, just as most earth attribute star skills require contact with earth materials. Earth materials are everywhere, but metal is hard to find in the wilderness. Therefore, metal attribute star warriors who cannot elementalize their bodies usually carry iron blocks with them, which Wang Chen knew. However, he didn't expect Jin Chang to control metal to such an extent. With a flick of his hand, sharp attacks were already aimed at his face. Wang Chen instantly drew his ghost cry, and contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not choose to evade but instead, with a swift movement, slashed through several tentacle-like chains. Since Jin Chang could flexibly control the metal, as long as his hand did not leave the tungsten wall, the incoming chains would chase after him like living creatures. Once he started to evade, he would fall into the chains' relentless strangulation. Clang, clang, two crisp sounds rang out as the incoming chains were deflected by Wang Chen, but the expected scenario of the chains breaking did not occur. The chains, seemingly as thin as a thumb, were surprisingly hard. Confirming the hardness of the tungsten iron, Wang Chen changed his strategy. The chains descended from above, crashing toward Wang Chen, who easily dispersed with a flicker of his body. Boom! The chains pierced deeply into the concrete floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Chen's figure left behind trails of phantoms as he rapidly approached Jin Chang, while under Jin Chang's control, the iron chains chased after him like flowing light. Even with Wang Chen's phantom-like agility and the powerful nebula dance star martial technique, he could not shake off the pursuit of the chains. Jin Chang, clearly a metal-type melee warrior, had somehow developed a mage-like ability for long-range attacks. This was undoubtedly a rarity among metal-type star warriors, an alternative among alternatives. Every second was a dance between life and death, and every moment was fraught with crisis. The audience on site clenched their fists tightly, their eyes wide open, watching the thrilling chase unfold without blinking. Compared to the previous duel with Lan Dai, although it lacked the overwhelming sense of pressure, the speed and danger were by no means inferior. Even the star warriors watching backstage wore solemn expressions. They were all pondering a question: if they were in Wang Chen's position, could they evade Jin Chang's sharp attacks? In the end, everyone silently shook their heads. Too fast, too strong, and too unsolvable. A nimble warrior shook his head quietly. The weakness of metal-type star warriors lies in their speed. As long as you break through their defense, you can basically win. But if you encounter someone like Jin Chang, how can you break through his defense if you can't even get close? Unless the attack range is farther than Jin Chang's. That's not all. There's also the assassin-type star warriors, who possess stealth and ambush skills. But at least Little Wolf doesn't have any stealth or ambush skills, nor does he have long-range attack means. In this battle, Little Wolf is completely countered. Not necessarily. What insights do you have, Brother Qiming? Have you forgotten that Wang Chen is a fire-type star warrior? Fire counters Metal. That depends on what kind of metal it is. Jin Chang is controlling tungsten, and it takes flames of at least 5,000 degrees to counter tungsten. What? A damn monster. How does he control the metal so quickly and flexibly? It's insane. It really is insane. With that kind of strength and ability, he would have been cultivated as a talent long ago. Why is he here participating in the Star Martial Championship? What are he and Little Wolf thinking? Maybe what we pursue is nothing in their eyes? The analysis from the backstage competitors was naturally recorded in full by the organizers, and soon, these analyses would become material for the program, tantalizing the audience's appetite. While the backstage was analyzing the situation, Wang Chen had already managed to approach Jin Chang with great difficulty through the nebula dance. Wang Chen's intentions had been clear from the very beginning. Even the audience could see it. When Wang Chen got within about 4 to 5 meters of Jin Chang suddenly revealed a cold smile, raising a thumb in a gesture that echoed the scene after the initial draw. Wow, is he that arrogant? The audience erupted in exclamations. At that moment, more than a dozen chains shot out from the tungsten steel wall fast as arrows, heading straight for Wang Chen's face. Not good. Many audience members instinctively covered their eyes. In Wang Qianfeng's office, both Wang Qianfeng and He Mingshue's breaths hitched. The speed of this attack was too fast. Clearly, from Wang Chen's previous intentions, he had not realized that the chains that could be launched from the tungsten steel wall were not limited to just a few. If he had been completely unprepared before, the probability of being hit and losing the match would have been as high as 90%. Suddenly, Wang Chen's body stepped vertically into the void beside him, spinning 180 degrees like a hand on a clock. The iron chain shot past him, barely grazing him. Suddenly, Wang Chen extended his palm, and a ball of blue flame burst forth from it. Whoosh, the flame blade swept through, severing 5 chains in one stroke. The cut ends glowed bright red. While, as expected, Little Wolf is still using the flame blade. In the backstage, someone crossed their arms and said lightly, "That's not right, this is tungsten steel. Even blue flames can't instantly sever iron chains, can they?" Maybe Little Wolf's blue flames are much hotter than we imagined. Old Wang, replay it quickly. He Mingxue shouted excitedly. What are you doing? We're in the middle of a decisive match. Forget that, just replay it. The screen showed the moment Wang Chen unleashed the flame knife to cut down. Zoom in, and zoom in again, play it at 30 times speed. Soon, the screen displayed the form of the flame knife. It turned out that although the flame knife was a blue flame knife, its shape transformed into serrated edges, and the serrations were moving rapidly, so fast that even slowing it down by 30 times made it hard to see clearly. Damn, how did this monster manage to control the flame knife so precisely? Is this a property-changing star martial skill or a form-changing star martial skill? You're asking me? Wang Qianfeng scoffed, digging at his ear and glancing disdainfully at He Mingxue. Wasn't the flame knife taught to him by you? How can you have the face to ask me? He Mingxue was at a loss for words after a long pause. And at the moment Wang Chen severed the iron chain, Jin Chang's expression finally changed. He hurriedly controlled the tungsten steel wall to rise and shield himself behind it. To Wang Chen, this move was a textbook mistake. The best defense is offense. Jin Chang chose to retreat instead of launching another attack to push him back when facing Wang Chen's advance. The moment Jin Chang made this choice, it was destined that he would lose. Wang Chen would not miss this opportunity. His figure flashed, and he instantly closed in on Jin Chang's tungsten steel wall, the flame knife piercing fiercely into the tungsten steel wall. Not good. Wang Qianfeng jumped up in a panic. How could Wang Chen be so stupid? Jin Chang isn't wrapped in tungsten steel, your knife won't reach him. Instead, Jin Chang can counterattack instantly. Jin Chang made a mistake that allowed Wang Chen to get close, but Wang Chen made an even more foolish mistake. It's simply ridiculous. This thought crossed not only Wang Qianfeng's mind but also Jin Chang's. Watching the flame knife pass through the tungsten steel but still far from him, Jin Chang smiled, having seen people seeking death but never someone seeking it like you. But just as Jin Chang placed his hand on the tungsten steel, a piercing scream rang out. Although the tungsten steel remained pitch black at this moment, its temperature had already exceeded 200 degrees. Everyone watching this scene looked utterly baffled. The judges on stage, the group of star martial artists backstage, and even the host by the ring. What's going on? I understand now. The thermal conductivity of tungsten steel is more than 5 times that of steel. Although it has a high melting point and is not easy to melt, it can be heated to such a high temperature that Jin Chang can't even touch the tungsten steel. I now understand what it means for fire to overcome metal. It turns out that fire overcoming metal isn't just one way. The high thermal conductivity of the metal itself means that heating the metal, even if a metal attribute star martial artist is hiding in a metal shell, they will only be blown up like popcorn by a fire attribute star martial artist. After the bespectacled student finished explaining, the onlookers suddenly showed expressions of understanding. The young man gently pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. This is the wisdom of a science student. Boom! Wang Chen kicked the tungsten steel aside and stepped toward Jin Chang, with the flame knife in both hands, it emitted a menacing blue flame. As Wang Chen approached, fear flickered in Jin Chang's eyes. He knew Wang Chen's close combat strength. Jin Chang had repeatedly watched Wang Chen's videos and knew that in terms of practical combat skills he was no match. Moreover, Wang Chen was also a fire attribute star martial artist proficient in the flame knife. Once he got close, defeat was inevitable. He had also considered using metal attribute armor, but recalling the earlier encounter with the heated tungsten steel, he instantly realized that even if he wrapped himself into an iron ball, he would still be burned by the flames. To resist the damage from the flame's temperature, one would have to reach the level of elementalizing their body. But, if Jin Chang had this ability, why would he compete in the star martial arts arena? I concede. Before Wang Chen could make a move, Jin Chang suddenly admitted defeat. This scene left not only Wang Chen confused, but even the host was somewhat baffled. Jin Chang, what did you just say? You concede? Yes, I concede. My attributes are countered by him, I can't win anyway. So I concede. What the hell? You were so impressive just now, and now you immediately back down. Do you have to be this realistic? Damn, although I also think you can't beat Xiao Lang. I thought you would at least struggle a bit. Do you have to back down so completely? The audience in the stands immediately erupted in uproar. They all extended the same trash gesture that Jin Chang had shown earlier, returning the favor. In Wang Qianfeng's office, the atmosphere was equally dead. Silent. After a long while, Senior He Ming let out a long breath. Old Wang, does your face hurt? What face hurt? Wang Qianfeng panted like a bull, glaring at He Ming with a murderous look. What else could it be? Who said earlier that Wang Chen's move was beyond reach? But in my opinion, this move is exquisite. Using flame temperature to counter a metal attribute star martial artist, it's impressive that he thought of it. No wonder he has good grades. He applies what he learns so well. What are you so proud of? Didn't you not think of it before? I've used it before, just not in that kind of situation. As for why I'm proud, the flame blade, I taught it. I feel like Wang Chen uses the flame blade better than the Star Cloud sword dance. Could it be an illusion? Strange. After the match ended, He Ming naturally had to leave, leisurely standing up, stretching, and muttering to himself. Suddenly, he paused. He felt an angry beast behind him exuding a strong, killing intent. He Lao Air, do you dare to show off in front of me? Go to the playground and let me weigh you. Aren't you being unreasonable? Wang Chen uses the flame blade well, which shows he is suited for it. Do you think I'm like you, hiding good star martial skills and using a trash Star Cloud sword dance to dismiss him? Trash star martial skills? Damn, this is my ancestral star martial skill. I gave him everything I had, and you call it trash? He Lao Air, don't you dare run. I'll kill you. Two figures burst through the window and ran wildly inside the Tianjin bureau. Jin Chang has voluntarily conceded, and Xiao Lang has successfully advanced to the 5th round of the top 7. Let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate Xiao Lang, and let's also give a warm round of applause to send off Jin Chang for bringing us an exciting match. Bu successfully advanced to the 5th round, rewarded with 3,000 experience points and 250 skill points. As the host's voice fell, the system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind. You are the one who's 250. Next, we will proceed to the last match of the 4th round. The last match of the 4th round was quick. In less than 10 minutes, one person was defeated by the other with absolute strength. After all 6 rounds of matches were completed, it was time for the 5th round's lottery segment. The prize for the 5th round was 400,000, and those who were drawn to advance to the top 4 were definitely lucky. Soon, the results of the 4th round battles were announced, and the one who advanced was a star martial artist named Xingfeng, a hot contender for the championship. When he was drawn to advance, at least 2 star martial artists backstage couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then came the next round of battles, totaling 3 groups. Wang Chan drew a soil attribute star martial artist, while Hu Cheng drew Chang Shuangyue. As for Chang Shuangyue, Wang Chen still couldn't see where his true strength lay. Anyway, so far, Chang Shuangyue had almost always won in a crushing manner. Hu Qing is going to have a tough battle. After Wang Chen left, the live broadcast on TV and the internet happened to play the moment Wang Chen and Jin Cheng started. Xiao Lang, charge. Take him down. Exactly. You saw the gestures he was making backstage, right? I couldn't stand it if it were me. What the hell is this guy carrying? Is that a huge piece of iron? Is he planning to forge a weapon on the spot? Who cares what he's up to? A nimble warrior against a heavily armored tank. It's a guaranteed win. Go, brother wolf. Don't run away. Curl upstairs. As the official match began, Jin Cheng's sharp attacks instantly lit up the screen. In an instant, the entire network video barrage fell silent. A full 30 seconds of dead silence suddenly erupted into a flurry of comments. What the hell? Is this a tank? You're telling me this is a tank? Yes, it's a tank, but it's from the cyber tank planet. This long-range attack is too sharp, even a mage would cry. No wonder little wolf is so strong, he dares to provoke. Turns out he has something up his sleeve. To prevent friendly fire, please hold your positions upstairs. I've already drawn my 30-meter broadsword halfway. What do you mean something? If he weren't carrying that coffin board, Little Wolf could just toy with him however he wanted. The upstairs fanatics are overdoing it. Jean Chang's control over metal should be world-class. So far, I haven't seen any metal-type Star Warrior control metal this flexibly. Jean Chang is strong. Little Wolf is also strong. Everyone please keep your composure, reduce the barrage, it's affecting our view of the match. Why don't you just turn off the barrage? If it's a problem, and you don't post anything. Amidst the noise, Wang Chen successfully infiltrated in front of Jean Chang, his sharp flame blade slicing through the chains, and his graceful movements instantly drew a howl from the she-wolves. So cool, how can he be this cool? Auntie can't hold back. Auntie, please be reserved. If you can't hold back, you can message me privately. As the match intensified, the online traffic exploded. Many keyboard warriors had already shifted their focus away from the match. Their thrill came solely from the online debates. When Wang Chen perfectly countered Jean Chang's metal control with high temperature flames, the barrage erupted with 666. This guy is definitely a top student. He must be a science nerd. Idiot, didn't you learn about tungsten steel's thermal conductivity in high school? Anyone who isn't a primary school student should know that, right? Can you do it? In such a situation, can you even think of high school knowledge? If it were you, you wouldn't even be able to solve a simple addition or subtraction problem under 10, would you? Exactly. In such high-intensity combat, all brainpower is focused on physical ability and evasion. To think of using thermal conductivity to win, Little Wolf must have been extremely calm at that moment. What the hell? Doesn't Jean Chang's threat register with him at all? And Jean Chang publicly gave him a thumbs up. Isn't Little Wolf even a bit angry? How can he remain so calm to make a comeback? You all don't understand because you're outsiders. Maintaining absolute calm during battle is an essential quality for Star Warriors on the battlefield. Those who can't stay calm are all dead. What? Star Warriors can die? What? Star Warriors go to battle? What? Is the world of Star Warriors this cruel? A string of comments left some Star Warrior keyboard warriors in tears. Have we protected the world too well or what? Do you all think human civilization is so safe and peaceful? There's no such thing as a peaceful era in the world, no such thing as a peaceful age. A peaceful era, a peaceful age, is because you were born in a strong and peaceful country. Try it in other small countries, and I guarantee you won't even know if you'll survive until tomorrow. Damn. Instant coward. Damn, where's the courage you had when you gave a thumbs up? You instantly backed down? Jean Chang, for this battle, I respect you as a man, but at this moment, I take back what I said above. As the video reached the moment when Jean Chang was unwilling to raise his hand and surrender even in a last-ditch effort, the comments section exploded. Director Min, this episode's ratings have broken 4. In this era where the internet is highly developed and most people haven't watched television in years, achieving ratings over 4 is quite an impressive feat. At least none of the shows that Min Jian has produced in recent years have managed to break 4. What about online streaming? In the first instance, there were 60 million views. Barring any surprises, it should break 100 million by tomorrow morning. Not bad. There are only 2 episodes left, the top 7 competition on Friday and the championship finale on Sunday. Although we've achieved a preliminary victory, we can't let our guard down. Once the Star Martial Arts competition concludes perfectly, I'll give each of you a big bonus from my own pocket. Director Min is awesome. Director Min is powerful. As Xiao Lang's popularity soared, he gradually began to show signs of becoming a national idol. The Star Martial Arts competition boosted Xiao Lang's traffic, while Xiao Lang's consistently stable performance fueled the heat of the competition. The two complemented each other. Meanwhile, Wang Chen felt increasingly disconnected from himself. Sometimes he experienced a sense of disorientation, wondering if he was Wang Chen or Xiao Lang. It seemed that once he put on the mask, Wang Chen transformed into another person. The usual Wang Chen still went to school and returned home like a steady old dog, sometimes even pretending to discuss the competition's analysis with his classmates, arguing passionately over who would win the championship. Every time Jiang Xinyu saw this scene, she couldn't help but cover her face, unable to bear to watch. She had never realized how good Wang Chen was at pretending. During the break, the phone rang. Jiang Xinyu quietly stood up and stepped outside the classroom. "What's up, miss? The organizers just called me. A talent agency wants to unlock Xiao Lang's information. They're offering 10 million. Are we that short on money?" "No, miss, even if we aren't short on money, every little bit adds up, right? 10 million for Xiao Lang's real information is a great deal." If Xiao Lang's real information leaks, you better run away, preferably to another country." It's settled then. Go to the central data computer and delete Xiao Lang's registration form, and make sure to destroy it completely. Xiao Lang's information will never be leaked. Do you understand? Understood. Class is starting. I'm hanging up. On Friday, as the lights began to glow, Wang Chen took the subway, blending In with the crowd as he arrived near the Sioux City TV station, finding a hidden corner to quietly put on his mask. Just as he was about to head to the TV station, he heard a familiar voice. Lango, have you placed your bets? I'm confident in my abilities. Are you sure? I think you're the only one in the world who is confident. But whatever, since you believe in yourself, just remember, once you buy, you can't back out. I get it, but you can't screw me over. Ha, do you think the name Langu is just for show? I, Langu, navigate the world by sticking to principles, valuing loyalty, and having many brothers. If you don't believe me, you wouldn't have come to me. Besides, I wouldn't dare to screw over a star martial artist, right? Alright. Hu Qing turned and waved goodbye, only to spot Wang Chen standing not far away with a moonlight mask. Hu Qing strode over. You're here? What are you and him trading? Wang Chen frowned, although he hadn't heard everything. He had a rough idea. Nothing. Let's go. The competition is about to start. Wang Chen hadn't known Hu Cheng for long, and this short time wasn't enough to forge a deep friendship. But at least in Wang Chen's perception, Hu Qing was a decent person, especially since someone had offered 3 million for Wang Chen's true identity. This price was well known among the participants of the Star Martial Arts competition, particularly in the past few days after Wang Chen left the TV station. Many star martial artists had been secretly tailing him. However, they were all shaken off by Wang Chen, who used Xiao AI to control the camera in conjunction with his agile movements. Hu Qing had no reason not to know this, and as the only one aware of Wang Chen's true identity, it would be easy for him to take the 3 million. Yet, to this day, Wang Chen's identity had not been exposed. At the time, Wang Chen had not anticipated that he would suddenly become so popular, which is why he exchanged identities with Hu Qing. Hu Qing was in desperate need of money, but he was able to protect Wang Chen's identity, indicating that he was a principled person with boundaries. Therefore, Wang Chen did not wish to see Hu Qing go down the wrong path. Since I was young, I knew that gambling only has one outcome: irreversible ruin. In fact, many people know this, but it's like a cigarette that one can't quit. Once you're trapped, you can't see hope. Living one more day is all you can hope for. But smoking only harms oneself, while gambling harms both oneself and one's loved ones. Hu Qing paused. I know, but my sister's illness. Your sister's illness is not an excuse for your downfall. Many people have dreams of getting rich overnight, but they all know that gambling won't make them rich. That tempting wealth is merely bait for a trap. This might be my last showdown. Hu Qing pulled out a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Do you know how heavily I used to smoke? 3 packs a day, and I had to have one before sleeping at night. This pack was given to me by a comrade when I retired. I've been smoking it down to half a pack. The reason? To save on cigarette money. For her, I've even quit smoking. I originally thought I could win the Star Martial Championship and earn that 3 million, but now I've realized I can't move forward. That day, you asked me why I hadn't slept well? That night, the hospital issued a critical condition notice for my sister again. She's so understanding, only 10 years old. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. My parents are almost giving up. I can't hold on. I really can't. It's a bottomless pit, a true bottomless pit. But I swear, even if she ultimately leaves, I will use my life to keep her until the last second. I bet on my victory. This time, I must win. What if you lose? I won't lose. Hu Qing blared with red eyes, a murderous intent bursting forth. After the match, take me to see your sister, Wang Chen said. Okay. Hu Qing smiled lightly. Let's go. Recently, outside the TV station, there are fans looking for you everywhere. I just don't understand. They don't even know what you look like. Why do they like you so much? Maybe it's because of my sense of mystery. Dear live audience, friends, and viewers in front of the television, at your repeated calls, the 3rd season of the Sioux City Star Martial Championship, the battle for the top 7, officially begins. This top 7 battle will be broadcast live, with no delays, no cuts. What the viewers see on their screens is exactly what is happening here at this moment. This program is produced by Jungpin Entertainment. The host completed several hundred words of advertisement in one breath within a minute. Alright, now please turn the camera to the backstage preparation area. Tonight, there will be 3 rounds of battles, producing 3 champions who will challenge the next round of the Star Martial Championship. Look to the heavens, the clouds are stirring. Sword in hand, who is the hero of the world? Who can stand firm in this arena and become the champion of our 3rd season Star Martial Championship? Let's wait and see. Please welcome the first round of competitors, the 8-armed Quick Blade, Hu Qing, and our Iron Ridge Diamond Chang Xuanyue. Under the exciting BGM, Hu Qing walked up to the arena with a serious expression. He could not afford to lose this battle. Chang Xuanyue was a powerful tank-type warrior with unparalleled defense and strength. But normally, a star martial artist with outstanding defense and strength would have speed as a corresponding shortcoming. However, Chang Xuanyue gave the impression of having no weaknesses. His punching speed seemed slow, but that was overshadowed by his astonishing defense and strength. His punching speed was not inferior to any of the competitors in this contest, even Hu Qing's. punch speed is only half a beat faster than Chang Xuanyue. It seems that Chang Xuanyue's star martial talent is his own body. When he activates his star martial technique, his skin turns red, and in this red state, his physical defense is considered monstrous. Wang Chen has witnessed a match where a wind attribute star martial artist used wind attribute cutting in an attempt to break through his defense. But in the end, the strongest cutting force of the wind attribute couldn't even break through the surface of his skin. Physical talent star martial artists are also a significant category among star martial artists. Some exhibit localized beastification when they use their star martial techniques. It's unclear whether it's the beastly part of human genes that gets activated or what, but biologists have yet to provide an explanation for this beastification ability. To Wang Chen, this is a formidable opponent that has not yet revealed any weaknesses. On the contrary, Wang Chen has already discovered Hu Qing's shortcoming. In the match, admitting defeat, being knocked down, or being pushed out of the ring all count as losses. I hereby declare again that winning and losing are common occurrences in battle. One should not force it due to personal pride. Do both contestants understand? Understood. Stop the chatter. Now, cameras in position. Barrier raised, match begins. The moment the whistle blew, Hu Qing surprisingly deviated from his usual style and did not rush towards his opponent. Instead, he suddenly placed both hands on the ground. In an instant, countless earth spikes shot up from the arena. What the hell? I didn't even know Hu Qing was an earth attribute star martial artist? I always thought he specialized in combat. Don't say you didn't know. I didn't either. It seems that since the match started, Hu Qing hasn't used any earth attribute star martial techniques, right? Did the two upstairs not watch the last episode? Hu Qing's narrow victory in that match was entirely due to his earth attribute star martial techniques turning the tide. His opponent was the real victim. They thought victory was assured, but unexpectedly, Hu Qing caught them off guard with his earth attribute star martial techniques, causing them to make a mistake and fall out of the ring. If it weren't for that opponent's mistake, Hu Qing should have made it into the top 13, let alone the top 7. The arena is made of concrete, so the earth spikes that sprouted are naturally made of cement, and the hardness of cement is not something ordinary soil can compare to. However, the concrete spikes were as fragile as flour under Chang Xuanyue's fists, crumbling at the slightest touch and bursting with a gentle squeeze. Countless earth spikes surrounded Chang Xuanyue, and suddenly, he activated his red skin mode, charging at Hu Qing like a tank. A cloud of dust obscured the view, and not only the audience on site, but even the closest host couldn't see what was happening inside. A thick cloud of smoke surged like a dragon, retreating to the edge of the arena. At this moment, Chang Xuanyue's skin had turned bright red, and his muscles seemed to swell like balloons. His face was twisted, veins bulging. The arena was filled with dust, and Chang Xuanyue's ferocious eyes coldly stared at the dust. Suddenly, from the top of the dust, a green figure shot out. Hu Qing's lean form transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the dust and instantly reaching above Chang Xuanyue. At this moment, Hu Qing's entire arm was covered with a layer of grayish-white rock. The rock covering his arm not only provided protection but also increased the power of his punch. However, this enhancement effect wasn't very impressive. No matter how thick the rock covering was, could it compare to the metal armor of a gold attribute star martial artist? Hu Qing descended from the sky and struck Chang Xuanyue's chest with a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a visible ripple instantly spread from Hu Qing's fist. This scene made Wang Chen's eyes light up. Gravity punch. It's definitely a gravity punch. Hu Qing has been hiding this well. He can actually master the advanced application of earth attribute star martial techniques. In the backstage, the remaining four displayed expressions of astonishment. The earth attribute is weaker than the gold attribute in both defense and attack, but the earth attribute possesses a characteristic that the gold attribute does not: the control of gravitational laws. Any object with mass should have gravity. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravity. However, this principle becomes particularly special in the world of Star Warriors. Logically, metals have much greater mass than Earth, yet only the Earth element can derive control over gravity and unleash gravity punches. Currently, there is no precedent for the metal element to derive gravity. If Hu Qing can perform a gravity punch, then his damage output surpasses the limits of reason, making it no longer impossible to smash a tank with a single punch. Boom! With a loud crash, Chang Xuanyue fell backward, crashing onto the arena under Hu Qing's gravity punch. The dust beneath him was once again stirred up. Hu Qing's arm, covered in rock, suddenly turned a deeper shade of green, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy surged wildly around him. Boom! With a loud bang, the cement arena beneath Chang Xuanyue shattered and cracked under a wave of air pressure, collapsing entirely under Hu Qing's punch. The audience on site was left with their mouths agape, stunned. A 5-meter wide pit was smashed into the cement arena? The arena made of cement collapsed? How much power must that punch have had? Not just the audience, but even the judges and the host fell into a brief silence. However, the viewers watching the live broadcast outside were the first to react. Oh my goodness, this Hu Qing is really playing the pig to eat the tiger, isn't he? Let me calculate the thickness of the Cement arena is 1 meter, and its hardness is, how much was it again? Stop messing around upstairs. Smashing a pit like that in the cement arena must be the effect of a rocket. Exactly, with that punch, not to mention a person, even a tank would be turned into a metal disc. If that punch hit me, I guarantee I would merge with the land of my country, crushed into a flat pancake, the kind that can't be peeled off. The comments section of the live stream exploded instantly. Meanwhile, Hu Qing, drenched in sweat, gasped as he crawled off Chang Xuanyue. Looking at the motionless Chang Xuanyue beneath him, Hu Qing revealed a victorious smile. I told you, I would win. Hu Qing turned around and signaled the host with a glance. Ahem. The host cleared his throat. That was shocking. I didn't expect contestant Hu Qing to hide such a powerful star martial technique. At the most critical moment, he put on a stunning performance. Chang Xuanyue has fallen and cannot rise. I now declare, wait. Contestant Chang Xuanyue is standing up again. What? Hu Qing turned around sharply, and indeed, Chang Xuanyue was slowly standing up, his eyes wide and red. What the hell, is this even human? I thought it was a miracle he wasn't crushed, but this monster can still stand up? I propose we take him to the Scientific Research Institute for dissection. What a ridiculous proposal. The academicians from the Research Institute are on their way. How is this possible? Hu Qing stared in disbelief at Chang Xuanyue, who had stood up again. That was a gravity punch. That was the gravity punch he had risked everything to unleash. Back then, he had killed a beast leader of the Nebula realm with that punch. That punch could even withstand a tank's armor. Hu Qing, quickly admit defeat. You have no star power left. Wang Chen suddenly shouted from backstage. No, I can't admit defeat. I can't lose. Hu Qing snapped back to reality, barely summoning his star power, and the blue light once again burst forth from his arm. But this time, his speed in gathering star power was painfully slower than even someone who had just awakened their star warrior talent. Before he could complete the activation of the star martial technique, Chang Xuanyue raised his hand and slapped Hu Qing's face hard. Hu Qing's expression changed, and just as he was about to dodge, a sudden pain shot through his foot, freezing him in place for a second. Bang! Chang Xuanyue's slap landed heavily on Hu Qing's face, sending him flying like a bug. He fell to the ground, rolling for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. In a daze, Hu Qing struggled to lift his head, his consciousness just beginning to return to his body. Just as he was about to get up, Chang Xuanyue had already arrived at his side. With a sinister cold smile on his face, he stepped on Hu Qing's back. Suddenly, Chang Xuanyue raised his massive fist and brought it crashing down on the back of Hu Qing's head. Boom! With a loud bang, Hu Qing's face slammed hard against the solid concrete floor. The concrete cracked instantly, and the violent impact sent Hu Qing into unconsciousness. Hu Qing lost. In the back, Xingfeng sighed heavily with his arms crossed. Hu Qing had the strength to compete for the championship, but unfortunately, he ran into this monster, Chang Xuanyue. Yeah, how can he withstand such a powerful gravity punch? Is he even human? Initially thinking that Chang Xuanyue would hold back after one punch, they were shocked to see him raise his fist again. Boom! This punch woke Hu Qing from his unconscious state, but this awakening was merely a sensory return. His consciousness sank deeper into a haze. Chang Xuanyue, what are you doing? You've already won. Wang Chen shouted from backstage. Won? This guy hasn't admitted defeat yet. As long as he hasn't, I'll keep hitting him, Chang Xuanyue said, one foot on Hu Qing's back, his fists relentlessly pounding down on the back of Hu Qing's head. One punch after another, without a hint of hesitation. The bloody scene terrified the audience, who turned their heads away in horror. Hu Qing's face had become completely unrecognizable, blood staining the concrete floor in front of him. His consciousness seemed to be plummeting, finally fixating on the only image before him, his sister's once cute and joyful face. Fei. I'm sorry, brother lost. Stop. Do you want to kill him? Wang Chen shouted again. Chang Xuanyue, please stop. The host quickly reacted and tried to intervene. Yet, Chang Xuanyue still held his fist high. If Chang Xuanyue continues to attack Hu Qing, you will be disqualified from the competition. The fist paused just above Hu Qing's head. This entire scene was clearly broadcast to every viewer watching the video. However, the camera used a wide shot, so the audience did not see the bloody details. Even without seeing the specifics, they were still horrified by Chang Xuanyue's brutality. Each punch echoed throughout the venue, resonating like a hammer on the audience's hearts. So cruel. But isn't it real? This is the battle between star warriors, ruthless and merciless, capable of killing, leaving no chance for the opponent to turn the tables. But this is a competition. Are they really going to kill someone? With the first punch, Hu Qing was clearly already unconscious. And that punch didn't even need to land. The moment Chang Xuanyue stepped on Hu Qing's back, Hu Qing had already lost. According to the competition rules, in a real fight, Hu Qing would be dead. So Chang Xuanyue shouldn't have been so ruthless. But what Chang Xuanyue did isn't against the rules. He's just too brutal. Even if he wins the championship, he'll only be seen as a villain. I feel so sorry for Hu Qing. He's so thin upstairs. I feel sorry. Too, even thinner than Hu Qing. Please take care of me. Hu Qing was carried away, and Wang Chen rushed out from backstage towards him. When he saw Hu Qing, Wang Chen could hardly recognize him. He looked like a bloody heap of flesh. Little wolf, please step aside. We need to take him to the medical Star Warriors for treatment. His injuries are severe. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. I'm also a medical Star Warrior. Wang Chen pressed his hand against Hu Qing's face, not caring whether it hurt him or not. It was better than losing his life. Hu Qing's fatal injury was a severe blow to the head, and Shang Xuanyue's punches had already cracked Hu Qing's skull. If it weren't for Hu Qing's superhuman vitality as a Star Warrior, he would have been dead long ago, under the surge of Wang Chen's star power. The features that had been reduced to a pile of mud quickly began to heal. The shattered skull, even the severely damaged brain tissue, was rapidly mending under the star energy. In terms of medical star martial arts, Wang Chen's healing ability was definitely at a bug level. In just over 10 seconds, aside from his bloodied face, Hu Qing looked much better. However, the head injury was fatal, and there were other injuries throughout his body. Just as Wang Chen was about to continue the treatment, the announcement from the front desk rang out. Please welcome contestant Xiao Lang and contestant Wu Xiao to the stage. Hu Qing, wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Wang Chen hurriedly ran backstage to wash his hands, then rushed to the stage. Should we send him to the medical room? Let's send him. He's covered in blood, at least he needs to be cleaned up. Wang Chen and Wu Xiao walked onto the stage amidst the cheers of the crowd and the intense BGM. Dear audience, friends, we are about to start the second match of the top 7 competition. I believe you have been eagerly waiting for this, right? That's right, in the second match, the contestant making an appearance will be the most popular and mysterious contestant of the third season of the Star Martial Arts competition, Xiao Lang, who has gained fame with a stunning preliminary performance. Host, can you speed it up? I'm in a hurry. Wang Chen suddenly coughed lightly, interrupting the host's enthusiastic speech. As soon as these words were spoken, they were broadcast live to every television and online viewer. I'm in a hurry? 666, although there wasn't a single domineering line. Why does that sound so imposing? I really want to interview contestant Xiao Lang right now. How did you say that so sincerely and politely? Is that sincere? Clearly, Xiao Lang is getting cocky and starting to throw out random shots. How does this sound to Wu Xiao on the other side? Right. Before he said Jin Cheng's quality was lacking, now it seems Xiao Lang's quality is just the same. Both are wildly arrogant. The two upstairs who know nothing. Xiao Lang and Hu Qing are friends, okay? Hu Qing was hurt so badly. Didn't you see Xiao Lang rush out from backstage? Now that Hu Qing is being rescued, Xiao Lang must be very worried. Rescue is the doctor's job. The organizers have medical star martial artists. Even if Xiao Lang is worried, it doesn't help. This statement might be a bit thoughtless. Even if you're worried, you should pay attention to the occasion, right? Contestant Xiao Lang, do you have something important to say? Judge Qin on stage asked. Just now in the backstage, I only did a preliminary treatment for Hu Qing to stabilize his life, but to heal his injuries, I still need to continue the rescue. I apologize for my previous remarks and hope contestant Wu Xiao can forgive me. Wu Xiao's mouth twitched. The real issue was whether to forgive or not. Did you really think of me as just a mere vegetable? Do you think you can defeat me in a hurry? I'm also a peak all-rounder at the star radiance level, okay? Although I may not be strong against the weak, I am not weak against the strong. Otherwise, how could I have made it to the top 7? You really underestimate me, don't you? Slaying Hua Xiong with warm wine, huh? Alright, I'll see how you hurry later. What? You are a medical star martial artist? Teacher. Xiao Bao on the judging panel suddenly stood up. Yes, Wang Chen replied. Can we start now? Let's start. Director Min's voice suddenly echoed through the speakers. Start. The host immediately announced as soon as he received the instruction. But the moment the host declared the start, Wang Chen's body suddenly transformed into a streak of light shooting towards Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao lightly sank into the ground, and the arena floor instantly sprouted dense, interlocking concrete spikes. The same scene had been done by Hu Qing in the previous match. Earth-type star martial artists altering the terrain to restrict their opponents was their standard opening move. So when 10 Earth-type star martial artists launched their attacks, 9 of them followed the same routine. The routine is no longer old, it's just good, isn't it? At least Wang Chen is an agile warrior. Using this move can effectively limit his mobility. But didn't I just hear Wang Chen admit he's a healing-type star warrior? Is this healing? When did healing become output? In an instant, the barrage of comments flew. This is a healing-type star warrior? This is the most unserious healing type, right? Are you kidding? He doesn't look like a healer at all. Watch your words upstairs. A healer is still a warrior. Do you look down on my Tauran warrior? I don't think it's fake. There's no need for that. Little Wolf is competing anonymously. There's no benefit in deceiving us. What kind of healing type is this? He's just an agile warrior. Healing must be a side job. You ask me what kind of healing type this is? I'll tell you right now. The people the archer can't kill, the healer can. The people the tank can't withstand, the healer can take. The targets the output can't destroy, the healer can destroy. In short, whatever the teammates can do, the healer can do too. Whatever the teammates can't do, the healer must do even more. Who told you? He's your daddy. Damn, can you stop spamming the comments? It's a decisive battle. Little Wolf is about to one-shot. If I miss a shot, believe me, I'll send warmth through the network line. Why don't you turn off the comments? The online chat exploded instantly. At the competition site, Wang Chen wielded his flame blades, sweeping in all directions like a cutting machine. The thrusts that emerged seemed to sweep away a large area like cut wild grass. No matter how hard Wu Xiao urged the star power to generate thrusts, Wang Chen's pace didn't change at all. Wang Chen's speed increased, and the distance closed in. Yet, on Wu Xiao's face, there was no fear of Wang Chen closing in. Beneath his lowered face, a strange cold smile emerged. Do you think only Hu Qing can hide? Suddenly, Wu Xiao looked up, and star power surged around him. Water blade slash. A bright stream of water shot out from Wu Xiao's mouth, so fast it surpassed the line of sight. The moment this white light appeared, it was already at Wang Chen's face. Many ordinary people would think, water, what power can it have? Water attribute star warriors are either gentle girls or warm boys, soft in character, and their skills are soft too. But if you truly witness the star martial arts of a real water attribute star warrior, you'll understand how absurd that previous perception was. Water attribute women are gentle, and water attribute men are warm. But to say that water attribute star martial arts have no offensive power? Most people who think like that are already dead. Water has changes in form and properties. Water can have a majestic force and terrifying impact. The speed of water can be infinite. As long as your strength has no limits, you can infinitely accelerate water. No one knows that Wu Xiao has both earth and water attributes. He has only used the earth attribute from the beginning. No one knows how fast the water blade he suddenly spat out is. At least, it was faster than the speed of sound. So, Wang Chen was instantly pierced through the chest by the water blade. He's dead, whether in the stands or in front of the television. Everyone gasped in shock. But in just an instant, they were horrified to find two little wolves appear in the arena. As one figure passed through the chest, another figure had already dashed 2 meters away. What? Wu Xiao was shocked at this moment. You could dodge such a sudden water blade? Nebula Dance? The little wolf contestant used Nebula Dance to evade Wu Xiao's hidden trump card. The judges on stage are all standing up? Why are they standing? Did something incredible just happen? The judges seemed to ignore the host's words, their faces filled with shock as they watched Wang Chen rapidly approach Wu Xiao without changing his course. Thorns of earth. In an instant, countless small earth spikes appeared in front of Wang Chen, forming a thorn wall in an attempt to block his advance. In that moment, Wang Chen unleashed his flame blades, slicing through the thorn wall. Water blade. At the moment Wang Chen cut through the thorny wall, the water blade rushed in. Again. This time, Wang Chen still successfully avoided the attack of the water blade using Nebula Dance. Impossible. How can this be? Doesn't he need time to switch between star martial arts? How can he complete the transition instantly without any time interval? Those are two different star martial arts. One is a form change, the other is an attribute change. The way to control star power for the two is worlds apart. How can he complete the transition in an instant? This is unscientific. But as this thought froze in his mind, Wang Chen appeared before Wu Xiao in a graceful manner, his palm stopping at the side of Wu Xiao's neck. The host looked up in surprise at the timer for the match. The number froze at 30 seconds. A match in the 7-strong competition was resolved in just 30 seconds. How can today's recording continue? There were only 3 matches today, the first one lasting 5 minutes, which was already considered very fast. Originally, it was hoped that the second match, Wang Chen's duel, would last a bit longer. After all, with Wang Chen's popularity, a longer match would be more enjoyable for the audience. But you ended the battle in 30 seconds, are you even a man? I'm sorry, I'm really in a hurry, Wang Chen sincerely apologized, slightly bowing. With a flash, he disappeared from sight. Where's Hu Qing? We were cleaning him up. He woke up and then just walked out. I saw he was fine, so I didn't stop him. Got it. Wang Chen turned and walked towards the outside of the venue. What an unexpected match. This result came too quickly, too suddenly. It's truly hard to believe. Wu Xiao, what are your thoughts on this match? With time running out, the host had no choice but to use delaying tactics. Otherwise, the originally 1-hour 7-strong competition would really end in just 20 minutes. I fully acknowledge the strength of Little Wolf. I didn't expect that the trump card I had hidden until now would have no effect at all in front of Little Wolf. Little Wolf's evasion technique is simply astonishing. Therefore, losing to such a competitor leaves me with no sense of defeat. Instead, I feel quite fulfilled. I still have so much to learn. Little Wolf's strength is indeed evident to all. Teacher Xiao. Bao, Teacher Qin, I just saw you both jump in surprise. May I ask what you saw? I believe both the audience on site and those outside are filled with confusion. Ahem. I don't know how to put it, or what I say might just sound like a joke. This was something that shouldn't have happened, yet it happened right before our eyes. Teacher Qin still looked incredulous as he spoke. Logically, under normal circumstances, Little Wolf should have lost. Wow, the words immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Wu Zhao's tactics were flawless, his strategy, strength, and timing were all very precise. He used Earth type to paralyze Little Wolf, then unexpectedly struck with a rapid water blade to severely injure the opponent. For anyone else, this strike from Wu Zhao would definitely have worked. However, no one can understand why it was ineffective against Little Wolf. This, we still don't quite understand. Could Teacher Qin explain it more thoroughly? This involves a common understanding, which is that switching between two different star martial arts requires some time. It's like switching modes, there has to be a delay. Little Wolf's Nebula dance should belong to the form change type of star martial arts, while the Flame Blade is of the attribute change type. The fastest record for switching from an attribute change type to a form change type should be 0.8 seconds. However, just now, Wu Zhao took less than 0.3 seconds from launching the attack to hitting the target. Yet Little Wolf managed to effortlessly, one might say without breaking a sweat, evade it. This indicates that the Little Wolf player has no time gap between the transitions of the two star martial arts techniques. As of now, no one should be able to do this. At this point, everyone present understood. Wu Zhao's move was flawless, tactically sound, so no matter who his opponent was, this strike would have worked. He shouldn't have lost, but he just happened to encounter a cheater. The most helpless thing in life is not facing setbacks, but encountering a cheating opponent in a situation where you should have won. How did Wang Mang lose? He lost to the Son of Destiny. How did Wu Zhao lose? He lost to Wang Chen, a 1 in a million monster who might be the only one capable of switching star martial arts techniques without a time gap. The battle began with everyone's attention, and ended with a look of confusion. Damn, I checked the information, and it turns out that the methods of casting between star martial arts techniques indeed require adjustments before another can be cast. This takes time. It's like when you're eating, you have to put down your bowl and chopsticks before you can go wash your clothes. No time gap? That's unscientific. Wu Zhao must have thought the same at that time. I went back and slowed it down. In slow motion at 30 times, the flame knife in the Little Wolf's hand did indeed extinguish when he performed the Nebula dance. But this process definitely didn't take 3/10 of a second. 3/10 of a second? Not even 1/10. This is a monster. Really? This is insane. Online, there was a heated discussion about how the Little Wolf was cheating. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had already arrived at the place where he met Hu Qing before the competition tonight. Brother Lang, can we really not back out? I've said it repeatedly, once you buy it, you can't back out. You don't want to go back on your word, do you? No. Hu Qing clenched his fists tightly, his face still bandaged with blood. Brother Lang, lend me some money. How much? 3 million. 3 million? No problem, not only will I lend it to you, I could even give it to you. But I have one condition. Hu Qing's lips trembled, his whole body shaking with excitement. He knew what condition Brother Lang was proposing, but if he agreed to this condition, there would be no turning back. Okay, I agree. 3 years. I'll only be with you for 3 years. No problem, 1 million a year to invite you, a good deal. Once you enter the underworld, it's as deep as the sea. From then on, conscience is just a passerby. A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Brother Lang's expression changed as he turned sharply, and when he saw the white mask on Wang Chen's face, his eyes flickered with caution. Brother Lang was just an ordinary person. Perhaps in the eyes of his subordinates, he was a formidable big brother, but he was very self-aware. Ordinary people are, after all, ordinary people. In the eyes of a star martial artist, they could be crushed with ease. What significance does your 3-year agreement hold? After 3 years, how can you turn back? Wang Chen's words seemed to drain all the strength from Hu Qing. I've been waiting for you to speak, but you never did. Wang Chen asked lightly. If we're friends, don't mention money. If you mention money, then don't be friends. Hu Qing forced a bitter smile. I've thrown away my dignity, lost face, and now I'm about to lose my conscience, yet I'm still talking about friendship? How hypocritical. Stop the self-deprecation. We agreed before to go see your sister together. Let's go. Brother Lang smiled softly, turning away without any reluctance. He knew that with the Little Wolf around, Hu Qing wouldn't agree to go with him tonight. But it didn't matter. His sister's illness was a bottomless pit. As long as she was alive, this pit would never be filled. Brother Lang believed that it wouldn't be long before Hu Qing would come looking for him again. After Brother Lang left, Wang Chen and Hu Qing walked out of the park, and suddenly, a black SUV appeared beside them. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Jiang Xinyu wearing sunglasses in front of Wang Chen. Get in the car. Wang Chen decisively opened the car door and pulled Hu Qing inside. Throughout the entire time, Hu Qing wore a confused expression. Did you come to see me live? Yes. The Little Wolf player is competing in the top 7. I have to come and show my support. Do you know that? Your line about being in a hurry is currently the top trending search term? Well, you know, I really am in a hurry. Now that I have some time, come on, Hu Qing. Your hand is fractured and your calf has a crack. Let me treat you. Thank you. Your medical star martial arts are really impressive, stronger than all the medical Teams in the Southeast Military District. But why can't Star Martial Arts treat ordinary people? If only it could. Who knows, maybe once the secrets of Star Warriors are uncovered, Star Martial Arts could benefit ordinary folks too. Have you two chatted enough? A lot of people have gathered around. Where to? Suda affiliated hospital, Hu Qing quickly replied. The off-road vehicle's engine roared to life, speeding onto the city road outside the park. I say, Sinew, when will you be able to handle this big guy? You still doubt my driving skills? I wouldn't dare. Wang Chen used to not believe that money could make the world go round because he was already quite wealthy, yet he still had to queue for hospital appointments and had never walked through a VIP line at the bank. He had never flown on a plane, so he didn't know, but at least he had never enjoyed any privileges like ordinary people. Wang Chen knew how tight parking was at Suda-affiliated hospital. It was basically impossible to find an empty spot, especially at this hour. But when Jiang Xinyu pulled out a card and handed it to the guard, he actually let them through. Respectfully, not only that, but he also guided Jiang Xinyu to park in a designated indoor spot. It turned out that Wang Chen didn't enjoy privileges because he simply didn't know how to. No one taught him, and he was too introverted to mingle with those rich second-generation kids. At most, he would have a barbecue with Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu. The three arrived at the intensive care unit, and Jiang Xinyu, who disliked the smell of alcohol, quietly put on a mask. Following Hu Qing, they arrived at a ward with 6 beds. As Hu Qing entered, a cheerful voice suddenly called out from one of the beds. Brother! Wang Chen followed the gaze. It was a little girl about the same age as Song Jia, around 10 years old. She had a shaved head, but contrary to Wang Chen's expectations, she wasn't as thin as he imagined. Her face looked quite plump. Sitting by the bedside were 2 haggard middle-aged parents, their faces lined with the marks of hardship, with graying hair. Hu Qing strode to the bedside and took the little girl's hand. Feifei, how are you today? Dr. Huang just came to see me and said congratulations, I can live for another week. The little girl's smile was very sweet. Even Jiang Xinyu beside Wang Chen showed a hint of tenderness. Wang Chen and Jiang Xinyu stepped forward, and Hu Qing quickly introduced. Feifei, my brother brought friends to visit you. Mom, Dad, these are friends I met during the competition, and that one is his girlfriend. Hu Qing assumed this, and Wang Chen didn't explain, while Jiang Xinyu didn't deny it. Thank you, brother and sister, Hu Feifei greeted politely. Uncle and auntie, I just finished a competition and came here in a hurry, so I didn't buy anything. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, Jiang Xinyu naturally opened her bag and pulled out a stack of cash. The action was done as if the two had discussed it beforehand. Hey, how can this be? Hu Qing's father suddenly panicked. Uncle, Hu Qing and I are friends. How can I turn a blind eye when a friend is in trouble? Isn't friendship about helping each other? This money is our goodwill. It's not much for us, but it means a lot to you. The sentiment is what matters, so please don't push it away. Wang Chen's words were appropriate and carried an undeniable authority, leaving Hu Qing's father momentarily speechless. Jiang Xinyu stuffed what looked like 50,000 into Hu Qing's father's arms. Just accept it. I won't say thank you. The Hu family will remember this for a lifetime. Director Li is here. My dad's illness, really just a middle-aged man asked earnestly. Mr. Yuan, that's cancer. Director Li's words instantly caused the middle-aged man's expression to collapse. Any illness could be discussed, but cancer, there was no hope. Xiao Feifei, does your body hurt today? Director Li cheerfully approached Hu Feifei and asked with a smile. It hurts, but not as much as yesterday. Although it doesn't hurt as much as yesterday, you still have to undergo chemotherapy again tonight. After one session, the growth of your bone spurs will slow down. Wang Chen looked at the kind-faced Director Li and inexplicably felt some fondness for him. Some people talk about the benevolence of doctors but are cold and ruthless to patients. Others, though they never boast about themselves, treat every patient with warmth like sunshine. Director Li, is there really no hope for Feifei's illness? This type of bone cancer, I have never seen before. It doesn't grow bone marrow tumors, but it crazily grows bone spurs. The bone spurs grow wildly in the flesh, each one piercing Feifei's flesh like a steel needle. I have advised her family many times, but they are unwilling to give up. As a doctor, I know how intensely painful it is to be constantly pricked by needles all over the body. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Feifei is also the strongest little girl I have ever seen, enduring such pain every day yet still managing to be so cheerful and happy, not crying or making a fuss. If I had a way, I would even trade places with her. Sigh. Director Li shook his head. Isn't money able to help? This isn't a matter of money. Having money can delay the grim reaper from taking her, but it can't bring her life back. Director Li's voice was very soft to avoid upsetting Hu Qing's family. Wang Chen really wanted to help this strong little girl, but the fact that medical star martial arts were ineffective for ordinary people had been proven countless times. As for why, there has been no explanation. The only explanation is that ordinary people do not awaken the talent of star martial artists, and medical star martial arts achieve healing through star power stimulation, which must mean that star martial artists and ordinary people are constructed differently on some level. So even though there are many medical star martial arts techniques that can revive the dead, they cannot save ordinary patients. But Wang Chen still subconsciously reached out and touched Hu Feifei's small hand. Hu Feifei obediently placed her hand in Wang Chen's palm. What kind of hand was that? Wang Chen could hardly believe it. Such a small hand felt as hard as a piece of cast iron, giving Wang Chen the impression that beneath the skin was a piece of iron. Brother, don't be sad for Feifei. Feifei doesn't want to see me make others sad. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly widened his eyes, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Hold on, this isn't bone cancer. What? Wang Chen's exclamation plunged the entire ward into silence. Hu Qing's family looked incredulous. Zhang Xinyu was astonished, while directly behind Wang Chen's back instantly turned dark. Young brother, you don't understand, so don't speak carelessly. Feifei's bone cells are reproducing and growing uncontrollably. The symptoms of bone cancer are the result of repeated discussions and confirmations by several of our chief physicians. We arrived at this conclusion through advanced instruments and scientific verification, and you just leaned over to take a look and made this inappropriate statement. Do you know how much damage this could cause to our hospital's reputation? Directorly, please don't get agitated. I'm not saying your diagnosis is wrong. Feifei may indeed have bone cancer, but her bone cancer is different from what you understand. What do you mean? Hu Cheng suddenly grabbed Wang Chen's sleeve in excitement. Wang Chen, what do you mean Feifei is okay? Is there any hope? Do you have a way? This question, you need to let me explain first. The doctors diagnosing Feifei with bone cancer may not be wrong, but Feifei's situation is very special. It's possible that when Feifei's bone cancer was just beginning to sprout, she awakened her star martial artist talent. No way? Wang Chen's words left Hu Qing looking even more incredulous. Feifei, did you awaken? No. Your bones contain star power. I can say that with absolute certainty. Normally, a star warrior's star power is mostly found in the physical cells, but I've never seen someone like you whose star power is primarily contained within the bones. It seems you awakened your star warrior talent but encountered a mutation due to a disease, leading to a change in your star warrior attributes. The spikes growing from your bones are actually driven by chaotic star power. Is there really such a thing? Director Li was left dumbfounded by Wang Chen's explanation. Feifei's strange condition finally had an explanation. Even if it were bone cancer, why would it only manifest as bone spurs? Let's not dwell on how this happened. Can Feifei's illness be treated? Hu Qing said urgently. I'm not sure, because Feifei's star warrior talent is bone cancer. Bone cancer is her star warrior talent. I can't guarantee whether the star warrior talent controls the bone cancer or if the bone cancer will take her life. Brother, Feifei suddenly grabbed Hu Qing's hand. Brother, let this young man help me. Actually, it hurts a lot. Every time it hurts so much I want to cry, but I'm afraid that if I cry, you will be sad. So, I can only smile, but it really hurts. This. Hu Cheng looked up at Wang Chen. What happens if you fail? Wang Chen turned his head to glance at Director Li, who also looked tense. It might be the worst outcome he mentioned. Feifei's illness had reached a critical stage. Even if she received treatment, it would only delay the inevitable. For Feifei, every day alive was a torment akin to being slowly tortured. Mom, Dad, Hu Qing looked up at his parents for their opinion. Seeing Feifei like this, your mother and I are also heartbroken. Is this a gamble now? Hu Qing's father asked Wang Chen nervously. Pretty much. How much confidence do you have? Uncle, although I'm a medical star warrior, this is the first time I've encountered a situation where a disease and star warrior talent are mixed. If you really want to know, I can only say I have no confidence. Young man, don't be nervous, just do your thing. I won't blame you. Whether I live or die, it's a good outcome for me. It's better than being in this state of living hell, right? Wang Chen, go ahead. I'll leave it to you, little brother. Wang Chen slowly extended his hand, unbuttoning Feifei's collar to reveal her smooth chest. He pressed his palm against Feifei's chest and activated his healing skill. Suddenly, Feifei's body lit up, a hazy glow like a crescent moon emanating from her. Feifei's body began to tremble slightly, every pore opening as beads of sweat poured out. In no time, Feifei was drenched in sweat. But she did not show any signs of pain, only emitting comfortable moans. Beep beep beep, the heart rate monitor beside them showed Feifei's heart rate skyrocketing, reaching a terrifying 130 to 140. Little brother, stop for a moment. Feifei's heart rate is too fast. I can't stop. I'm helping her open her star palace, Wang Chen said in a deep voice. It wasn't clear whether it was due to the bone cancer or the daily chemotherapy, but although Feifei had awakened her star power and star warrior talent, she had not opened her star palace. Star power without a star palace is a chaotic and uncontrolled force, which is why the star power was driving her bones to grow spurs uncontrollably. Soon, Feifei's heart rate reached a frightening 150, which was already a very dangerous level. Sustaining this heart rate for 10 minutes could lead to a heart attack or heart failure. The sound of her heartbeat thudded like a drum. At the same time, a visible ripple suddenly appeared above Feifei's head, and within the ripple, a mass of energy began to form and gather. Director Li wanted to intervene but was quickly stopped by Jiang Xinyu. At this critical moment, any interruption would mean all efforts would be in vain. Boom, the cyclone above finally stabilized, slowly rotating, while the central cyclone suddenly collapsed and converged rapidly. In no time, a star that sparkled like a brilliant gem in the night sky appeared above Fei Fei's head in the Star Palace. Wang Chen slowly moved his palm away, his face pale and drenched in sweat, yet his gaze towards Fei Fei was filled with horror. What kind of monster is this? With Wang Chen's current star power, healing 3 near-death patients would be a piece of cake. But healing Fei Fei had drained all his star power in just a minute. Moreover, as the one who personally assisted Fei Fei in opening the Star Palace, Wang Chen could clearly feel the surging star power contained within Fei Fei's star. Clearly at the star realm, yet the richness of her star power was almost on par with his mid-stage star shining realm. With such a high starting point and such strong talent, Wang Chen felt an impulse to bury his head in his hands and cry. He had already gained an advantage, but unexpectedly encountered someone even more extraordinary. Indeed, this world is not short of cheaters. The only difference is who is more ruthless. Someone like Jiang Xinyu, who cheats but still has some dignity, has high talent and good resources. But someone like Wang Chen, who cheats without shame, is just shameless. And now, if you asked Fei Fei, who is such a cheat, whether she has any shame, she would probably retort, "What is shame? It doesn't exist." Wang Chen released his hand, but the fluctuations of star power around Fei Fei did not disappear. Suddenly, Fei Fei's skin turned a jade color, and large patches of bony material appeared on the surface of her skin, instantly covering her body in a layer of bone-like substance, as if she were wearing a true exoskeleton armor. It doesn't hurt anymore. Brother, it doesn't hurt anymore. I'm better. My illness is gone. Fei Fei sprang up from the bed with a whoosh. At that moment, she felt no pain in her waist or legs, full of energy and refreshed. She even felt she could walk briskly, light as a swallow. But this scene of Fei Fei was quite terrifying. Can you imagine something wrapped in bones, looking like a skeleton, bouncing around excitedly on the bed? Creak, the ward door was pushed open, and a nurse walked in with a medical cart. Then, upon looking up, she saw a skeleton dancing on the hospital bed. The nurse froze for a second, her glamorous eyes rolled back, and she fainted. If it weren't for the fact that the people in the ward were watching everything unfold with their own eyes, it wouldn't have been so terrifying for anyone else. The middle-aged man in the adjacent clinical room quickly covered his newly awakened old father's eyes, fearing that his father would see a glimpse of this scene and then pass away directly. Fei Fei, come down first. Wang Chen hurriedly called out, you need to control your star power and see if you can make this exoskeleton go back. Ha, what is growing on me? Ha, what is this thing? You just awakened your Star Warrior talent, and it's difficult to control your talent skills at the moment. It will take some time to get used to it, Jiang Xinyu said lightly as she approached Wang Chen. When I awakened as a Star Warrior, I almost killed someone just by sneezing. Let me do it. Wang Chen reached out and took Fei Fei's hand, using star power to guide her star power. Instantly, the exoskeleton on Fei Fei began to dissolve rapidly, gradually merging back into her flesh. Once all the exoskeletons disappeared, Fei Fei's hands not only returned to their original state, but even the hard-as-stone feeling from before vanished. At that moment, Fei Fei was just a normal, healthy little girl. Alright, I did not fail my mission. Fei Fei, your illness is completely cured. You can happily go to school in the future and become a powerful Star Warrior like your brother, Wang Chen said, patting Fei Fei's adorable little bald head with a smile. Healing the strong little girl, reward experience points 100, skill points 5. Wang Chen heard the system's prompt in his mind. This gain was insignificant to him, but this gain is even more insignificant compared to the fact that the little girl in front of him can recover healthily. Am I really better? Does that mean I can go home now? Fei Fei looked at directorly in the crowd with anticipation. This little brother says you are healed, so you must be healed. Fei Fei, get dressed properly, don't catch a cold. That's great, Dad, Mom, I want to go home, I miss home so much. Fei Fei stretched out her hands, one sharp 9-in white bone claw. Ah, don't get too excited. You need to learn to control your star power quickly, otherwise, you won't be able to go to school, Wang Chen hurriedly said. Jiang Xinyu shot him an inadvertent glance, recalling 8 years ago when a sneeze caused her to be persuaded to leave school and stay home for a month. Wang Chen, thank you. Hu Qing said solemnly to Wang Chen, a great favor is not to be mentioned lightly. In the future, whether it's climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a pot of oil, I will never have a second thought. You should think about what to do in the future, Wang Chen said. With a calm smile, Fei Fei is better now and has awakened. Your family should also work hard for a new life. What will you do in the future? Cultivating a Star Warrior is not easy, let alone two. I had thought about it before, but I couldn't focus on it. Now I really need to plan well. When I retired, the old squad leader had a good suggestion for me to become a guard. Although the cases of Star Warriors are all handled by the Sky Sword Bureau, the police also need the strength of Star Warriors. I think with my identity as a Star Warrior and my achievements in the army, I should be able to be a guard. Being a guard sounds good. Punishing evil and Protecting the people, you won't lose your identity as a Star Warrior. I have high hopes for you, keep it up. It's getting late, we should take our leave. Little Feifei, if there's a chance in the future, Big Brother will come to see you again. Little brother, Feifei is better now, this money you. Uncle, since Feifei just got better and you also need some money for emergencies, don't be polite with me. We're leaving. Wang Chen waved his sleeve, turning around gracefully. To leave with Jiang Xinyu. I didn't expect you to have such a kind heart. Didn't expect? I've known you for so long and you didn't even notice my kindness? Wang Chen accused with a pained expression. Jiang Xinyu felt speechless. Is your brain made of wood? Isn't helping others very fulfilling? Not really, I'm used to it. Used to it? Yeah. After Jiang Xinyu dropped him off at his doorstep, noticing it was already late, Wang Chen kindly urged her to go home early. It's not good for a girl to be out late, and driving at night is unsafe. Even now, Wang Chen is still not very reassured about Jiang Xinyu's driving skills. When Jiang Xinyu closed the window, she was still smiling, but the moment the window shut, her expression turned to one of gritted teeth. Among those who are single by strength, he is the one to beat. He had exhausted quite a bit of star power that night. Although he had recovered somewhat after such a long time, his stomach was already growling. Wang Chen lived in the new Universe building, located in the Oriental Tianmen commercial area. As soon as he stepped out, he was just a few steps away from a bustling large shopping center. Ordering takeout would take more than half an hour, and after a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen decided to change clothes and go out to eat. Woo woo woo, the police siren blared, cutting through the night sky. In Sioux City, especially in the bustling commercial center, fire alarms are often heard. But the sound of police sirens is something Wang Chen rarely encounters throughout the year. Moreover, the direction of the siren was exactly where Wang Chen planned to go, the large shopping mall. Following the sound of the siren, Wang Chen arrived outside the large shopping mall where dozens of police cars were parked closely together, and from a distance there were at least 100 guards. Outside the isolation zone set up by the guards, many citizens gathered, discussing what was happening with great intensity. However, with so many people talking, Wang Chen couldn't make out any details. The only thing he knew was that there was a very dangerous person inside the mall. Excuse me, what happened in the mall? Wang Chen approached the isolation zone and asked one of the guards inside. Move, move, move. Don't just stand there, that's a Star Warrior. Please cooperate and leave quickly, the guard on the opposite side shouted impatiently. Boom! At that moment, an explosion echoed through the mall and glass shattered everywhere. The onlookers gasped in shock and immediately scattered in fear. You requested assistance from the Sky Sword Bureau, so why are you driving us away now that we've arrived? A voice rang out just in time. Wang Chen turned around to see Su Shiryun standing behind him, having appeared out of nowhere. Brother Su, you're here? Su Shiryun pulled out his credentials. Sky Sword Bureau, Sioux City, Intelligence Department Action. Team Leader, Su Shiryun. I'm sorry, I didn't know he was. Brother Su, it's part of his duty, and he didn't know my identity, it's just a misunderstanding. Do you live here? Su Shiryun patted Wang Chen's arm, signaling him to follow. Yes, New Universe building. Oh, you can afford to live in the New Universe building? Your family must be doing well. What floor? Let's visit another day. All of them. Su Shiryun in front of him staggered slightly. Brother Su? What happened? A Star Warrior attended a wedding banquet and after being mocked a few times, he went on a rampage, killing 6 or 7 people before escaping. He's holed up in the mall now. It's not an alternate dimension. A few guns outside should be able to handle him, right? Do we really need to call in the Sky Sword Bureau? First of all, cases involving Star Warriors are theoretically under the jurisdiction of the Sky Sword Bureau. Of course, in an emergency, the police also have the authority to shoot to kill. But this Star Warrior has military experience and is very aware of his surroundings. He has hostages, and the police are concerned about their safety, so they didn't dare to shoot. Now he's hiding in the mall with over a dozen hostages, and it's a sniper's blind spot, so we had no choice but to ask for our help. As they spoke, Wang Chen followed Su Shiryun into the mall, which was in disarray, empty of any people. Their footsteps echoed clearly throughout the mall. Wang Chen's eyes scanned the area continuously, while Su Shiryun walked forward calmly, taking the elevator slowly upstairs. Stop looking, he's on the 3rd floor. How do you know? As long as he's on the ground, he can't escape my perception, Su Shiryun said with a mysterious smile. They took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor, where a charred body lay outside the corridor. Seeing this scene, Su Shiryun's brow furrowed tightly. I was hoping to bring him back alive, but now it seems we don't need to leave any hostages. Star Warriors possess immense power, but that doesn't mean they can trample on the law. In the face of the law, everyone is the same. Especially for Star Warriors, the legal regulations are even stricter. If a Star Warrior gets into a conflict with an ordinary person and they fight with fists, that's called a brawl. But if a Star Warrior uses their martial skills, it's considered murder. Therefore, while Star Warriors can rampage in alternate dimensions, they generally restrain their tempers when returning to human society. If they accidentally used their martial skills out of habit, it could be disastrous. However, star warriors usually don't clash with ordinary people, even underworld figures tend to avoid them. Moreover, even if a conflict occurs, a star warrior can easily take on dozens of opponents with their fists. Unless someone is out of their mind, who would use martial skills against ordinary people? If the other party is armed, then it's their misfortune. In that case, using martial skills can be considered self-defense and they won't bear legal consequences. But this one before them is clearly out of control. In the middle of the third-floor corridor, a young man with a twisted face glared coldly with fierce eyes. Beside him lay 3 bodies of those who attempted to escape, along with 7 or 8 women curled up beside him, crying. There were young girls, middle-aged women, and one girl who looked about 13 or 14. When did a dignified star warrior only bully the weak and helpless? Wang Jianjun, you used to be a man, but now, you're nothing more than a beast. Are you the negotiation expert sent here? Stop fucking around with me. I've made it this far, what's there to negotiate? No more nonsense, give me a car and 10 million in unmarked cash. You have 10 minutes, and when the time's up, I'll kill one every minute. Anyway, I'm not going to survive this, so I might as well take a few of you down with me. Damn, why do you look down on me? What gives you the right to look down on me? Without us star warriors fighting on the front lines, you wouldn't even be able to eat shit. Damn, I cannot agree with that, Su Shiryun said lightly as he took off his glasses, looking more like a negotiation expert. He folded the glasses neatly and placed them in his suit pocket. They do not look down on star warriors, on the contrary, they respect them greatly. The one they might look down on is just you. Also, I am not here to negotiate. The moment his words fell, Su Shiryun lightly stepped down. Instantly, a cement wall rose up around the opponent. At the same moment Su Shiryun moved, Wang Chen suddenly unleashed the butterfly through flowers star martial technique. Even though he and Su Shiryun had never coordinated before and they hadn't discussed tactics, at that moment their cooperation was flawless. Boom! Instantly, the earthen wall raised by Su Shiryun was engulfed in flames, the heat radiating from within turning the wall into a terrifying furnace. The surrounding hostages barely had time to react. Just as they were about to flee, Wang Chen had already charged to the front of the earthen wall and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The fiery wall shattered, along with the star warrior inside, sending him flying off the balcony and down from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Good opportunity, open fire. The officers on the 1st floor immediately seized the chance and dozens of guns erupted in flames. Dead bullets instantly struck the star warrior, blood splattering everywhere. You all deserve to die, all of you roared. Suddenly, the star warrior let out a skyward roar, his clothes ripping apart in an instant, his body rapidly changing, transforming like a transformer, quickly covered by a layer of hard shell. Witnessing this, Wang Chen's expression finally changed, because back in the primary trial ground, that strange star warrior who had ambushed them had undergone a similar transformation at the end. It just wasn't as complete, nor did it resemble a demon as much. Demonization. Good grief. Just as Su Shiryun's voice rose from above, he leaped down from the 3rd floor. Earth Dragon Torrent. As Su Shiryun jumped from the sky, a soil dragon suddenly formed beneath him, crashing down violently towards the frenzied star warrior below. Boom! Before the star warrior could unleash his fury, he was buried under a torrent of earth. In the central venue, a small hill stood 1 floor high. Boom! With a muffled sound, the top of the hill suddenly cracked open, flames shooting up into the sky. To the outside world, it looked like a volcanic eruption. Still dare to be reckless? Su Shiryun shouted sternly, landing on top of the hill and pressing down with his hand. 5 elements suppression. A visible ripple spread out, and the hill seemed to shrink by a third as if a spell had been cast upon it. Mud Dragon Strangle. The shrinking hill suddenly twisted rapidly, and with the distortion, its size shrank dramatically, reducing by another third in the blink of an eye. The originally dark brown hill had now turned into grayish-white rock. Standing on the 3rd floor, Wang Chen felt a surge of emotions. Brother Su was still Brother Su. During their previous battle, he had indeed held back too much. Using star martial techniques, a transformed star warrior who could reach the nebula realm was easily strangled by him. This series of star martial techniques flowed seamlessly. Perhaps that star warrior hadn't even realized what was happening before he met his end. Assist in killing, reward experience points 50, skill points 5. Just using one move, I hardly helped at all, yet I didn't expect to receive experience and skill point rewards? Wang Chen revealed a faint smile. Unexpected gains always bring joy. Su Shiryun jumped down from the small hill, and dozens of guards around him cautiously raised their guns and slowly approached. Put the guns away. Su Shiryun waved his hand at the surrounding guards. With a cheeky expression, it's all over. As he said this, he gently slapped the small hill, which suddenly erupted with a series of cracking sounds, trembling and collapsing. This scene made the tense guards suddenly raise their guns. When they saw the extremely twisted, bright red corpse lying at the foot of the hill, contorted like a twisted piece of dough, the guards collectively inhaled sharply. Although firearms are effective against Star Warriors, those below the Star River realm are not immune to sniper rifle damage. It must be said that ordinary people holding guns are still at an absolute disadvantage in front of Star Warriors. Damn. I changed my clothes and forgot my cigarettes. Director of the Sky Sword Bureau, here, have one of mine. A nearby guard quickly pulled out a pack of Hongzhong from his pocket. Su Shiryun didn't hold back and took one. What the hell, I'm Su Shiryun, just call me Old Su or Captain Su. Su Shiryun gently placed the cigarette on the Star Warrior's corpse, and it was instantly lit, as he took a deep drag and exhaled a cloud of smoke. You're just trash, this is all that's left of your value. Captain Su is really fast, I just got the call, and you arrived first? A voice rang out. At the entrance of the mall, a young man in a red military uniform strode over. Wang Chen's eyes moved slightly when he saw the other party. It's him. The young man was the one Wang Chen had encountered on the second floor when reporting to the Sky Sword Bureau. Cold and ruthless, he spoke with a lecturing tone. At that time, he thought all the personnel in the Sky Sword Bureau were like this, but his worries dissipated when he saw the young lady in the personnel department. The young man raised his head slightly, and the corner of his eye glanced at Wang Chen. In the third-floor corridor. It's not that I came quickly, but that you were too slow to arrive compared to Captain Lee. This matter should have been handled by our operations department. The intelligence department has overstepped, right? Internally, that's true, but externally, what operations department or intelligence department? It's all the Sky Sword Bureau of Sioux City. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Of course, we must rush over as soon as we receive the report. Unlike Captain Lee, who leisurely changed his clothes, Su Shiryun coldly looked at Li Ji's meticulously neat military uniform. I wear military uniform all year round. What clothes should I change into? Clearly, the intelligence department deliberately delayed for 10 minutes before passing the information to the operations department. Is that so? We always transfer information to the operations department as soon as we receive it. Humph. Li Gu snorted coldly and turned to leave. After taking just 2 steps, Li Ji's figure slightly distorted as if he vanished like magic. Wang Chen came down the stairs and glanced at the disfigured corpse on the ground. What is this? A corrupted Star Warrior, Su Shiryun said with a serious expression. This situation has only recently occurred. The Sky Sword Bureau in the Northwest has communicated with the National Sky Sword Bureau, reporting that a type of corrupted Star Warrior has appeared in the Northwest. How they became corrupted is unknown. We only know that a type of Star Warrior can suddenly transform into a demon warrior, and after the transformation, they possess a soul pearl in their minds. Aren't they replaced by demons? Wang Chen asked in surprise. After all, demons and humans are completely different races. How could they possibly switch? No. Su Shiryun shook his head grimly. DNA matching analysis shows that they were indeed human Star Warriors before, but for some unknown reason, they possess demon DNA in their bodies. Demon DNA has a strong aggressiveness. Once stimulated, it quickly invades human DNA. However, despite being 2 different species, the reason for the compatibility of their DNA has yet to be found. Moreover, the time frame for this occurrence is very short, and there is no further information. It is speculated that this is a new invasion tactic of the demon race, assimilating our Star Warriors to achieve their aggressive goals. Initially, it was thought that such demonized Star Warriors only existed in the Northwest region, but unexpectedly, there are also some in Sioux City. I've seen this kind of demonized Star Warrior, Wang Chen said softly. You've seen one? Where? During the primary trial, my team and I had just escaped from the Snow Spider riot when a Star Warrior ambushed us. He was originally just at the Star Radiance level, but later he underwent a physical mutation like him. However, that person's mutation wasn't as severe. His body was just covered with a shell-like armor. He also had blades growing from his arms, and so on. At that time, Jiang Xinyu had just broken through to the Star Cloud level, so our team killed him. I thought he was just a Star Warrior with special abilities, but when I heard you mention demonization, I remembered. It hasn't even been a month since the first demonized Star Warrior was discovered in the Northwest. If what you say is true, then the first discovery of a demonized Star Warrior wasn't in the Northwest at all, but in our Sioux City. I need to report this to Wang. By the way, what's up with that person? You mean Li Gu? He's just a typical middle schooler, spoiled since childhood, with connections and a high talent, feeling like he can get his way wherever he goes. What a joke. Does he think I don't want to be promoted to captain? Right now, he's like a hungry wolf, his eyes turning red at the sight of a mission, frantically racking up achievements. What? You're only a lieutenant? What? What kind of look is that? Su Shiryun immediately became unhappy, especially hearing Wang Chen's incredulous expression and disdainful tone. What do you mean only? Do you think it's easy to get promoted to officer? What do you think a lieutenant is? Only graduates from the 4 major Star Warrior academies have the chance to be awarded the rank of 2nd lieutenant upon graduation. Other Star Warriors have to work their way up from a private to a lieutenant for at least 3 years, from 2nd lieutenant to 1st lieutenant for at least 5 years, and from 1st lieutenant to captain for at least 8 years. And that's under the condition of having enough achievements. I'm only 32 this year. Being a captain is already impressive, okay? Alright, your tone sounds very reluctant. No, you brat. If it weren't for the fact that we're both in the intelligence department, I'd smack you right now. Brother Sue, don't be angry. I just don't understand. I heard that top graduates from military academies graduate as second lieutenants. That's for technical troops, and those so-called top graduates are at least master's degree holders. Ordinary undergraduates only qualify to become officers. Whether they can actually be promoted depends on their performance. Don't mix up things and treat ginseng like radishes, alright? Okay, you're right. Brother Sue is mighty, becoming a captain at such a young age. With limitless potential. Come on, want to come to my house for a visit? No, I need to go back and report to Wang. Saying this, he turned to the guards and called out, secure the scene, wait for my colleagues to come and collect evidence. Understood. Su Shiyun hurriedly left, and Wang Chen didn't even get to eat a warm meal. In the end, he chose to order takeout to be delivered home. Fortunately, the restaurant industry in this world operates almost 24 hours. After resting at home for a day, on Sunday night, Wang Chen left his house and headed to the Sioux City TV station. Tonight's championship match is the True Star Warrior competition. 2 semifinals and 1 final, with no second or third place, only the ultimate champion standing on the stage. After last time's rush, Wang Chen's popularity exploded completely. The humiliating gestures from Jin Cheng to slander his opponents were met with nationwide condemnation. Wang Chen's domineering rush not only didn't make the internet trolls feel uncomfortable but instead made them feel it was quite impressive. Of course, there were keyboard warriors accusing Wang Chen of being arrogant and inflated. To show off, one must have the ability to do so. To be inflated, one must have the capital to back it up. Wang Chen ended the battle in 30 seconds, already proving with his actions that his inflated confidence was well-founded. Moreover, Wang Chen was indeed in a hurry, so although his statement sparked nationwide discussion, there was not much resistance. Because of this incident, the way netizens referred to Wang Chen also changed. The title of Little Wolf could no longer satisfy Wang Chen's extreme sense of superiority, so a new nickname was easily accepted by the public: Wolf King. The final episode of the Star Martial Arts Championship. There was still an hour until the live broadcast of the competition, but the channel's ratings had already surpassed 4 viewers in front of their televisions preferred to wait with the TV on rather than change the channel. The 4 contestants in this Star Martial Arts Championship were Chang Xuanyue, Xingfeng, Wang Chen, and Cheng Qingzhu. Except for Wang Chen, the other 3 were all at the peak of star glory. Especially Chang Xuanyue, who, after easily defeating Hu Qing last time, showed that he was not only at the peak of star glory but might have already stepped onto the threshold of the star cloud realm. Among the 4, only Cheng Qingzhu was somewhat worried. The other 3 posed significant challenges for him. He was a wind attribute star martial artist, with a solid foundation and strong abilities. But it also depended on who he was up against. Chang Xuanyue was a freak, and facing Wang Chen would mean his attributes were restrained. He hoped to draw Xingfeng, as the lightning attribute was countered by his wind attribute. But there is a law in this world called Murphy's Law. The more you fear and worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. After the matchups were drawn, Wang Chen faced Xingfeng while he faced Chang Xuanyue. Upon seeing the matchup chart, Xingfeng let out a sigh, while Cheng Qingzhu wore a dark expression throughout. Tonight is the finals of the 3rd season of the Star Martial Arts Championship. Tonight, the top 4 will compete. Who will be the hero? Tonight, there will be 3 thrilling and blood-pumping battles. Tonight, to whom will the final glory belong? The grand finale of the 3rd season of the Star Martial Arts Championship is about to be broadcast live for you. Audience outside the arena, please send your champion choices in code to the phone number, and we will draw 10 lucky viewers as soon as the champion is revealed. The host seemed particularly excited today, speaking without taking a breath, chattering on for over half an hour. Backstage, Wang Chen sat on his throne, a luxurious chair filled with a sense of technology. Xingfeng was a lightning attribute star martial artist, known as the Thunder Star. If the speed of a wind attribute star martial artist is fast, then a lightning attribute star martial artist is instantaneous. Although Xingfeng had not yet displayed the lightning attribute's most representative instantaneous movement technique, there was no guarantee he wouldn't. The lightning attribute possesses unparalleled penetration, explosive power, and speed. If it weren't for being countered by the wind attribute, Wang Chen would start to doubt whether lightning was truly one of the 7 basic attributes. In the world of star martial artists, there is a doctrine, though not officially recognized, that many people agree with. The doctrine of the lightning attribute has only one rule: only wind can defeat me. Wang Chen only had the fire attribute. While fire does not have a counter relationship with lightning, in terms of power, fire falls a bit short. With a mask on, Wang Chen was deep in thought. But what was the image broadcasted through the camera? The frozen throne, the contemplation of a supreme noble. Even sitting there motionless, the imposing aura poured out like an avalanche from a snow-capped mountain. Not only the viewers outside the television but even the other Three contestants sitting on their thrones felt the subtle pressure emanating from Wang Chen. So charismatic, so handsome, is there a Wolf King outfit available? I really want to get a set. Online shopping, there are countless options on Lego. There's bound to be a flashy outfit that suits you. The Wolf King's prestige doesn't come from his equipment but from the noble aura he exudes from within. Even if you wear the same outfit, you can only be a fool. The upstairs brainless. Already identified. Where do you see the noble aura? That's clearly the aura of a king. 10 minutes countdown, so exciting. 15 minutes countdown, so exciting. Hey, is the person upstairs the protagonist of Rejuvenation? Can the countdown increase? What you're looking forward to is the first match, while I'm looking forward to the second match, so it's a 15-minute countdown. Makes sense. 13 minutes countdown. Under the eager anticipation of the audience, the finals of the Star Martial Arts Championship began. In the first match, Captain Chang Xuanyue faced Cheng Qingzhu. It's unclear whether Chang Xuanyue activated some hidden switch in the previous battle against Hu Qing. In the past, although Chang Xuanyue's strength was decent, he played it very cautiously. From the preliminaries to the official matches, regardless of the opponent's strength, he handled each encounter steadily and won without a hitch. But ever since the fight with Hu Qing, Chang Xuanyue's attacks have become increasingly brutal and aggressive. When his skin turned red, the aura emanating from him was like that of an enraged beast. Moreover, this state seemed invincible, as if he were immune to the attacks of star martial arts on a fundamental level. Hu Qing's gravity fist, which could crush a tank, felt like nothing against Chang Xuanyue. Now, Cheng Qingzhu's wind attribute star martial arts, a powerful slicing technique, transformed into a soaring wind dragon, striking Chang Xuanyue's chest in an instant. But aside from breaking a bit of skin, it had no effect whatsoever. Is this still a human? The astonishment of Xing Feng reached Wang Chen's ears. Indeed, can this still be considered human? This sentiment was shared not only by Xing Feng but also by the millions of viewers watching the live broadcast. From the start of the match, Cheng Qingzhu launched a frenzied attack. He was acutely aware of Chang Xuanyue's terror. Even Hu Qing, with such formidable strength, had been beaten to a pulp by him, leaving Cheng Qingzhu with no confidence of victory. The only glimmer of hope was that Hu Qing's gravity fist was a blunt attack, while his wind attribute star martial arts possessed unparalleled cutting power. Unfortunately, both of his heavily consuming star martial arts techniques failed to break through Chang Xuanyue's defense. Instead, he, known for his speed, was forced into a corner of the arena. In just 3 minutes of combat, there had already been more than 3 decisive clashes. At this moment, Cheng Qingzhu was drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently. The entire venue was dead silent. Whether it was the audience, the judges, or the host, everyone clenched their fists, unwilling to make a sound. Even in the background, Director Min, who had absolute control over the program, was staring at the screen without blinking. This match was too tense. Chang Xuanyue approached Cheng Qingzhu step by step like a monster, and Cheng Qingzhu was like a small beast trying to evade the pursuit of a ferocious predator. He tried various tricks to counter the hunter, but each time ended in failure. His pitiful and helpless appearance was heart-wrenching, evoking a desire to help him. At this moment, the number of viewers watching the live broadcast continued to rise, but the comments section was unusually quiet. There were no rampant comments, and even the bullet screen was much sparser. Countless people were completely withdrawn, staring wide-eyed at the scenes in the video. Cheng Qingzhu let out a long breath. His star power was running low. If this continued, surrender would be his only outcome. Therefore, he had to go all in one last time. That move was an A-level star martial arts technique, and a very powerful one at that, which he had struggled to master completely for 3 years. But now, it was his last chance. Cheng Qingzhu's gaze instantly hardened, as he gently lifted one foot, spreading his arms to assume a golden rooster stands on one leg stance. Chang Xuanyue's eyes were blood red, his face twisted in what seemed like agony. All of this was witnessed by Wang Chen. What exactly was Chang Xuanyue enduring? Was there a side effect to activating his invincible mode? Just like his phoenix form, did it carry some hidden dangers? It should be, right? With such a powerful star martial technique, is it reasonable to have no hidden dangers? Is it appropriate to be this perverse? A blue wind howled around Cheng Qingzhu's body. Chang Xuanyue, who was approaching step by step, suddenly halted. Suddenly, Cheng Qingzhu spun rapidly on one foot, the swift motion stirring up a fierce wind, instantly transforming into a massive tornado above the barrier. The tornado shot up into the sky, morphing into a giant four-cornered wind blade like a sharp cone in the void. Xingtian Wind Erosion. On the judges' platform, Bao Longqing actually stood up in excitement. Xingtian Wind Erosion? Little Bao, do you know this move? This is the ultimate technique of the titled powerhouse, the Wind Dragon King, who was active 50 years ago. Xingtian Wind Erosion is a star martial technique that brings the cutting attribute of wind to its extreme. It is said that back then, the Wind Dragon King used this move to defeat the Diamond King of the Grand Kingdom. Even the incredibly hard, 1-meter-thick diamond wall could be sliced by Xingtian Wind Erosion. I never expected to see it on the stage of the Star Martial Championship. Listening to Little Bao's explanation, the audience displayed expressions of astonishment. Those who didn't understand felt a sense of awe, while those in the know nearly spat out their drinks. It was like two middle-aged men hiding in Wang Qianfeng's office watching the live broadcast with a projector. He Mingxue sprayed out a mouthful of new tea, nearly ruining the high-definition projector he had bought for $10,000. Is it that serious? Wang Qianfeng shot a disdainful glance at He Mingxue. Where did they dig up this judge for the Star Martial Championship? Is his information all downloaded from search engines? Xingtian Wind Erosion is indeed a good A-level Star Martial technique, but is it as impressive as he says? If it were that powerful, would it still be an A-level Star Martial technique? It's true that the Wind Dragon King used Xingtian Wind Erosion to defeat the Diamond King, but that was because he was the Wind Dragon King. If someone else used it, they wouldn't even be able to break the Glass King, let alone the Diamond King. The Wind Dragon King had an extraordinary affinity for wind attributes. Any wind attribute Star Martial technique in his hands would be multiplied by 3. Xingtian Wind Erosion unleashed by him approached S-level power. Besides, that Cheng Qingzhu clearly hasn't mastered this move yet. What are you rambling on about? Wang Qianfeng took a leisurely sip of tea. Do you think I don't know? Isn't this misleading the audience? So what if it is? Do the audience need to know the truth? Don't they need to? They won't become star martial artists anyway, and who doesn't know how to become one? But I'm actually quite interested in this Chang Xuanyue kid. Oh, curious about his talent? Not really, I just feel that this Chang Xuanyue is a bit strange, and his star martial technique is somewhat different from what I remember. It's neither a berserker form nor a blood-cutting secret technique. It feels like a gifted star martial technique. Who cares, let's just keep watching. As the words fell, the wind blade in the sky fiercely charged towards Chang Xuanyue's chest. Chang Xuanyue's skin turned even redder, and he actually tilted his head back without dodging, throwing a punch fiercely at the wind blade in the sky. God, has Chang Xuanyue gone mad? He actually charged in with a punch? Damn, so passionate, so domineering, this is a real man. A real man charges in with a punch, go for it. Shouts of surprise and cheers erupted from the viewers watching the live broadcast. Cheng Qingzhu gritted his teeth tightly, merging his form with the wind blade, kicking away Chang Xuanyue's fist and crashing hard into his chest. Not good. Cheng Qingzhu's expression changed drastically. Chang Xuanyue's chest felt devoid of flesh, as if he had kicked a piece of solid iron. Chang Xuanyue's body kept retreating, the terrifying impact forcing him backward. Yet his legs were like two iron stakes firmly nailed to the ground, leaving long grooves on the hard concrete floor. Suddenly, with his head lowered, Chang Xuanyue slowly raised it, revealing a twisted face with a sinister smile. With a firm grip, Chang Xuanyue seized Cheng Qingzhu's independent leg, the howling wind dissipating, and the entire world fell into silence. Cheng Qingzhu appeared as helpless, small, and pitiful as a chick being held in someone's hand. Crack, a crisp sound rang out, so clear. Chang Xuanyue had actually broken Cheng Qingzhu's leg. Before Cheng Qingzhu could let out a scream, the audience at the scene had already gasped in unison. Since it was a real combat match, injuries were inevitable, and since there were injuries, a broken leg was considered normal. There were many ways to get hurt, and many ways to break a leg, but to break it as if twisting a corncob was far too bloody and cruel. Damn, isn't Chang Xuanyue committing a foul? By the rules, it's not a foul, but no one would do this publicly during a match. Is he planning to go all the way? Yet Chang Xuanyue's actions did not stop. He suddenly grabbed Chang Qingzhu's hands. Crack, as if wringing a towel, he twisted Cheng Qingzhu's arms 180 degrees. That's too much. So cruel. Is he a psychopath? Damn, can he really do that? Stop. Stop. The match is over. Chang Xuanyue wins. Chang Xuanyue, you are not allowed to continue harming contestant Cheng Qingzhu. Let him go. The host, in a panic, lost his composure and shouted urgently. Cheng Qingzhu was discarded on the ring like trash by Chang Xuanyue. Chang Xuanyue silently turned and walked step by step towards the edge of the ring. Wherever he went, the audience scattered as if avoiding a plague. Such a monstrous figure, exuding a terrifying aura of brutality. Backstage, Xingfeng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. After a long time, he finally came to his senses. It's better to admit defeat when encountering him. I'll step out for a moment. Can you wait for me 5 minutes? Wang Chen stood up and said. Okay, but if you treat him now, your star power. No problem. Wang Chen's figure flashed and rushed out of the backstage, and this scene was naturally broadcasted live. Is the Wolf King going to the bathroom? Did he get scared and pee? You're the one who got scared. Did you forget that in the last match, the Wolf King revealed he was a medical star warrior? Is he going to treat Cheng Qingzhu? He's about to compete. Isn't that wasting star power? Little Wolf Brother is so kind, so warm. The two upstairs have no sympathy. They deserve to be single for life. Come on, don't think just because you're a girl I won't scold you. We have no sympathy? We're rationally analyzing the pros and cons, okay? Bro upstairs, are you arguing rationality with a woman? From this point, you're not rational enough. I was wrong. You're right, the girl is right. Cheng Qingzhu was carried down on a stretcher, heading straight for the medical room. In the medical room, medical star warriors were already on standby. Upon seeing Cheng Qingzhu's injuries, they shook their heads gloomily. I can't treat this injury, the bones are twisted like a pretzel. Unless it's a high-level medical star warrior, he's definitely done for. And time cannot be delayed, a high-level star warrior must be found within 6 hours for treatment, otherwise, even high-level medical star techniques will be futile. Miss G, you can't do anything either? There are many types in the medical field. I can heal wounds, but this isn't just a wound issue, the bones are crushed to powder. Let me try. A voice, like a gentle breeze, reached the ears of those present. Wang Chen, wearing a moonwhite mask, slowly approached the unconscious Cheng Qingzhu. Wang Chen frowned slightly at Cheng Qingzhu's injuries, not because he found them troublesome, but because he felt the cruelty of Chang Xuangyue. Everyone was here to compete, not to harbor deep grudges. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless? Fortunately, Cheng Qingzhu was unconscious. If he were awake, how much suffering would he have to endure? Little wolf, this kind of injury is hard to deal with. I know your medical skills are impressive, but his injuries are different from Hu Qing's. Miss Ji looked at Wang Chen, pausing slightly, thinking he might be at a loss for how to handle this injury. It's manageable. As she spoke, she reached out and pressed down on Cheng Qingzhu's leg. A surge of star power flowed, and a hazy glow emanated from Wang Chen's palm. Under the light, the severely twisted and swollen leg seemed to slowly restore itself as if time were rewinding. To the other staff members, this scene didn't seem extraordinary. They thought all medical star martial arts were this miraculous. But to Miss Ji, it was a different story. Pure medical star martial arts? No, this isn't star martial arts. This is a bloodline talent? Miss Ji's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Medical star martial arts are a transformation of the yang attribute of star power, stimulating the target's cells in a way that achieves healing. But even the most powerful medical star martial arts have their limitations. Just like now, the bones are crushed to powder. Before healing, at least the bones need to be reassembled. Moreover, completely shattered bones cannot be restored through star power. So in Miss Ji's eyes, even if his legs and hands were saved, he would still be useless afterward. If the bones are made of flour, how can he fight? However, pure medical talent, or rather, pure medical bloodline talent, is different. They often have a miraculous ability to turn decay into wonder. Just like the Shin family, which was exterminated by a mysterious force 17 years ago, known as the Yu Kingdom's Yu Chan family. They were considered the Tang Sang meat of the star martial artist world, containing a miraculous life force within. As long as they awaken their bloodline talent, their medical abilities can fully revive you to your best state as long as they are not dead. Unfortunately, this family, regarded as a treasure of the Yu Kingdom, was slaughtered for no reason, and to this day, the Yu Kingdom has not found the murderer. With her thoughts returning, Wang Chen had already completed the treatment on Cheng Qingzhu's leg, which had been completely deformed and twisted, now restored to its original state in such a short time. Miss Ji's breath caught in her throat as she hurried to Cheng Qingzhu's side, gently placing her hand on his leg. She slightly closed her beautiful eyes, sensing the injuries on Cheng Qingzhu's leg. The shattered bones have completely realigned, not just realigned, but as if he had never been injured at all, without a single crack. Miss Ji opened her eyes, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. At this moment, Wang Chen had already withdrawn his hand, and Cheng Qingzhu's arms had also returned to normal after a few seconds of healing. Now, please welcome Little Wolf and Starpeak to the stage, the host's excited voice echoed from the loudspeakers. Wang Chen took a towel to wipe his forehead. It should be fine now, I'm going on stage. Wait. Miss Ji suddenly called out, what's your name? I'm participating anonymously, I don't plan to reveal my identity. A medical star martial artist as powerful as you can't possibly be nameless. But your medical techniques are something I've never heard of. So, you must not have debuted yet, right? Well, I'm here to compete, not to debut. Are you still a student? As soon as Miss Ji's guess fell, Wang Chen couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly left. If he didn't, he would be stripped bare. With a flash, he disappeared from sight. Watching Wang Chen flee in a panic, the medical staff couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. What are you laughing at? Am I going to eat him? Miss Ji shot a cold glare at the crowd. It seems this little wolf is really quite innocent. If only the seasoned drivers could spend more time with Miss Ji. Is that your reason for not leaving? Sorry, I'm leaving. Now, Cheng Qingzhu, take him away. Once he wakes up, he'll be bouncing around. What are you keeping him here for? Wang Chen ran towards the arena, and Jiang Xingyu slowly walked towards him, casually tossing a mid-level soul orb into Wang Chen's hand. In an instant, Wang Chen absorbed the soul orb, and a small portion of his star power was instantly replenished. On the arena, Xingfeng was already standing in one corner, embracing himself with crossed arms, eyes closed, unmoving, like a mountain amidst the cheers of the audience. The venue's cameras rotated 360 degrees without any blind spots, broadcasting Xingfeng's demeanor live to every viewer in front of their televisions. So stylish. This Xingfeng is indeed the most impressive contestant. Just standing there exudes the aura of a master. His image and temperament are good, but I still prefer the Wolf King a bit more. Me too, the Wolf King feels more genuine. He can show off, he can be cute, he has a kind heart, and his martial skills are exceptional. Even though he wears a mask, he is purer than all the contestants. Those without masks seem hypocritical, as if they are wearing masks, while those with masks seem more genuine than ever. Perhaps that's the unique Wolf King. The Wolf King knows there will be 2 matches soon, yet he still disregards the consumption of star power to save Cheng Qingzhu. It shows that, deep down, a match is far less important to the Wolf King than a star warrior. Amidst the audience's anxious waiting, Wang Chen's figure appeared in the walkway leading to the stage. The moment Wang Chen appeared, the audience erupted in excitement, with many even standing up to applaud him. Alright, the little wolf contestant has taken the stage. Before the match begins, I would like to announce a new rule on behalf of the organizers. Contestants are not allowed to harm each other unless absolutely necessary. If we determine that there is intentional harm, the contestant will be disqualified. Do both contestants have any objections? No objections. No objections. Good, then I now declare that the second match of the semifinals of the Star Martial Arts Championship, Little Wolf vs. Xingfeng, officially begins. The moment the host's voice fell, suddenly, the audience on stage stood up excitedly, all gasping in unison. This situation also caused the two who were about to make a move to pause, because on the big screen, they saw Cheng Qingzhu walking in perfectly unharmed from backstage, arriving at the audience seats. The severity of Cheng Qingzhu's injuries was evident to everyone present. Saying she looked like a twisted pretzel was not an exaggeration. How long has it been? 5 minutes? And she appeared completely unharmed. Cheng Qingzhu came backstage, deeply bowing to Wang Chen, holding the bow for several seconds before straightening up, then turning to leave. You can heal such injuries so quickly. You are the strongest medical star warrior I have ever heard of. Why do you want to compete? Xingfeng suddenly asked. To spar with you. To hone practical skills? Yes. What a simple thought. Most people come to the Star Martial Arts Championship for fame, some for the prize money. I doubt anyone besides you would want to hone practical skills with us, a group that has already given up on ourselves. What about you? For what reason? Fame. Money. To comfortably become a big star. To live this life comfortably. Xingfeng smiled bitterly with self-deprecation. I used to be young like you, dreaming of making a name for myself, but later, I gradually came to understand myself. One must have self-awareness. I am not a child of destiny, just an ordinary person among the masses. You might not believe it, but I once had the inflated ambition to become someone like the 5 emperors. In my youth, it was the time when the Southern Flame Emperor was rising to prominence. Do you know that the Southern Flame Emperor was the idol of our generation, a model of hard work? The Southern Flame Emperor, a commoner born from humble beginnings, became the brightest star of that era. But after failing the college entrance examination, drifting through the military, and spending nearly 10 years in the pioneering army, I am still at the star radiance level. My talent is no better than those around me, my opportunities are no better than others, and I haven't worked harder than those around me. I seem to be a rivet fixed in that perspective. Since my life is already destined, why can't I live a little more comfortably, becoming a star, shooting movies, and living comfortably for the rest of my life? Why go through life and death, or risk dying one day in another dimension, becoming food for a beast? In the world of Star Warriors, my presence makes no difference. Whether I'm here or not, it doesn't matter. Am I just rambling? This sentiment isn't just mine, it's a shared thought among those Star Warriors who have given up their identities, preferring to live as ordinary people. Whether they are the big stars idolized by everyone or the Star Warriors who protect homes and act as enforcers, they are all deserters of the Star Warrior path. It's shameful, but it's not illegal. We are afraid, we are simply afraid of the days when death could come at any moment. Without goals, without dreams, what can a salted fish do but dream of leaping over the Dragon Gate? You shouldn't say that, Wang Chen said with a bitter smile. Right, I shouldn't have said it. By saying it, I've lifted their veil of shame. They would go from being national idols to being universally scorned, and I would gain nothing while bearing the blame of the entire nation. But I still said it. Because I feel inferior. Seeing you makes me feel inferior. You are a medical star warrior, and you, a medical star warrior, have come to this stage to hone your combat skills, while I, a lightning-type star warrior, am scheming for fame and a comfortable life. What are you thinking? With your strong medical abilities, you could lie down and have countless soul orbs. As long as you have needs, many star warriors would be willing to serve you. You could join any team and become a key protected target. You don't have to risk your life, you don't have to go into battle, you just need to treat the brothers who return injured from the battlefield. You could even refuse to go to the front lines and treat them after the fight is over. Yet you possess combat strength that astonishes me. You're only at the mid-stage of Star Radiance. Are you really a healer? Ha! Do you have the awareness of being a healer? Xingfeng suddenly shouted in excitement, as if venting his inner shame. He, a lightning-type star warrior, had given up on his dreams, while the medical star warrior before him had picked up his dreams. just standing next to Wang Chen made Xingfeng feel weak. Xingfeng, don't get too worked up. Actually, you might be overthinking it. The match has already started for 3 minutes. Let's get going. Wang Chen casually diffused the awkward atmosphere, clasping his fists and bowing slightly. Xingfeng, please guide me. I concede. What? Wang Chen looked at Xingfeng in shock. I concede. Wow, but Xingfeng raised his head and seriously said those 3 words to Wang Chen. The audience erupted in gasps, and some even stood up unconsciously. Concede? How can you concede? I paid for my ticket. You're not even going to fight and just say you concede? Yeah, I voted for you. I wanted to see your lightning steps and you just concede? Damn, I bet on you to win, and you're making me lose money? If you can't win, fine, but you didn't even fight and just concede? The audience's uproar was not loud, but it was not small either. Yet it pierced through the protective barriers and reached Xing Feng's ears like needles. At that moment, Xing Feng's heart was truly hurt. If one is indifferent, one won't feel sorrow. If the heart is numb, it won't ache. But Xingfeng suddenly realized the self-destructive abandonment of his dreams, the dreams he had when he first became a star warrior, willingly sinking into the life of an ordinary person far from the world. It sounds noble to see through life and death, to see through the mundane just to live out the rest of one's life, but in reality, it's merely cowardly evasion. The audience's words were like sharp knives stabbing into Xingfeng's heart. Star warriors are not entertainers. The battles of star warriors are not for your enjoyment, nor are they for your gambling. But what reason does Xingfeng have to refute? What qualifications does he have to argue? Before this, just as Wang Chen turned to leave to save the brutally dismembered Cheng Qingzhu, Xingfeng had been thinking this way, acting this way, hadn't he? You came to be an actor, so how can you blame them for seeing you as an actor? Is it wrong to give up being a star warrior? Not at all. Is it wrong to think about becoming famous and making money easily? Not at all. Is it wrong to be tired of fighting and want to live a peaceful life? Also not wrong. The mistake lies in what your awareness is. The good hate for their evil, while the evil disdain for their good. Xingfeng's thoughts had changed, which is why he hated his once self-indulgent self, hated that heart that had lost its faith due to numbness. To not forget one's original intention is to achieve the end. Can I still return to the battlefield now? Xingfeng asked himself, slowly turning to leave. Wait, contestant Xingfeng, are you sure you concede? This is the semi-finals of the Star Warrior Championship. If you win this match, not only will you receive a prize of 1 million, but you'll also have the chance to challenge for the title of champion. Are you really going to give up these honors that are so close at hand? The host asked, trying to salvage the situation. To you, this is honor, but to me at this moment, it is not. I took the wrong path, and I want to go back. I forfeit the match. As he spoke, Xingfeng silently looked back at Wang Chen. Little wolf brother, I know you must be very young. As someone who has been there, let me give you a piece of advice. Never lose yourself in the years to come. If you become numb, please think about this experience of participating in the Star Warrior Championship. Why are you here? What is your original intention? Weathering the storms, forging ahead. Xingfeng disappeared at the end of the arena, and the production team instantly busied themselves adjusting the pace of the competition. Successfully entered the finals. Reward experience points 4,000, skill points 400. A notification rang in his mind. At that moment, the internet erupted. What happened to Xingfeng? Why did he suddenly change? He was clearly filled with fighting spirit before. In the last match, when asked if he had confidence in winning the championship, he said that although he had no absolute assurance, he would do his best to perform well. Yeah, Xingfeng's strength is actually not inferior to Wolf King. Lightning attributes are not restrained by fire attributes. His Star Warrior level is higher than Wolf King's, and his combat experience and fundamentals are not below Wolf King's. If he fought seriously, who would win or lose is still uncertain. Exactly. Why did he suddenly concede? He must have chickened out. Xingfeng is trash. It shouldn't be that he chickened out, but that his thoughts have changed. Is there a psychological analyst to analyze what happened to Xingfeng? Why did he suddenly forfeit? Same here. Meanwhile, in the finals of the Star Warrior Championship, to ensure the live broadcast time, the television station also left room for possible unexpected events. After all, such things had happened many times before. They invited celebrity guests to perform, with heavyweight stars opening the show, and naturally made corresponding preparations in between. But do the millions of viewers care about the celebrity performances now? No, what they care about is how this highly anticipated match ended so abruptly. The semi-finals, just half an hour to an hour away from the championship match, even if you had something to attend to, you wouldn't rush it at this moment, right? While the entire internet was debating, a post analyzing contestant Xingfeng's psychological journey stirred up endless waves and was crazily shared by countless people. His name is Xingfeng, a 5002-star warrior awakened. That year, he was young and full of vigor, gazing at the starry sky. That year, the Southern Flame Emperor fought to prove his path, dominating the Tianlan star, becoming one of the youngest 5 emperors with an invincible stance. In 5005, Xingfeng did not get into any of the 4 major Star Warrior academies that all Star Warriors dream of, nor did he get into a top-tier Star Warrior Academy, but instead attended a Star Warrior Academy in the Northwest that many people had never heard of. In 5010, Xingfeng retired from the Northeast Military District after 5 years of military service. The once spirited youth had shed his former glory and became just one among the 2 million Star Warriors. That year, the idols of his youth still shone brightly in the sky, but he was no longer the boy chasing dreams. Afterwards, Xingfeng joined the Pioneer Corps. Over the course of 8 years, his former comrades fell one after another. Many brothers who had laughed and talked together yesterday were dead on the battlefield the next day. Many who had fought valiantly just the day before were now packing their belongings to return home to marry and start families. Fighting, disappointment, disappearance, farewell. Xingfeng grew weary of this life where today's existence did not guarantee tomorrow's. The weariness deepened. Finally, in 5018, he made a decision. He would leave the Pioneer Corps and return to our big city, giving up the glory of being a Star Warrior to become an ordinary person. To return to an ordinary life, becoming famous was naturally the most comfortable way to live, so he chose to participate in the Star Warrior Championship, a very quick path. But was he truly content with this? He thought he was, but in reality, he was not. When he saw Xiao Lang participating anonymously and asked why he wanted to join the Star Warrior Championship, Xiao Lang simply replied that it was to hone his practical skills. What a naive answer, yet it touched Xingfeng's heart. Such a pure reason? Just like when Xingfeng had just become a Star Warrior. Back then, he was as pure as Xiao Lang. Just as many people viewed Xiao Lang, he wore a mask, yet he revealed his purity to us. Meanwhile, Xingfeng and his companions, though they wore no masks, were constantly donning a numb facade. Cheng Qingzhu being dismembered by Chang Shuang made Xingfeng recall the comrades who had fallen beside him on the battlefield. At that moment, Xiao Lang stood up, for he was a medical Star Warrior, and healing his comrades was his duty. But what did Xingfeng say at that time? What will you do about the competition if you go now? Xiao Lang replied, it's okay, and then turned without hesitation. In that moment, before Xiao Lang's pure character, Xingfeng felt ashamed, not just for Xiao Lang's purity, but for the person he once was. He had also been like Xiao Lang, but somewhere along the way he had lost his former self and had become the very thing he once despised. Xiao Lang was a medical Star Warrior, and a very strong one at that. He had only been gone for a few minutes, and then Cheng Qingzhu returned unharmed. Such a powerful medical Star Warrior could easily live a life that even Xingfeng envied. But what about Xiao Lang? He possessed immense strength, with combat skills, Star Warrior techniques, and practical experience that rivaled any seasoned professional Star Warrior. Xiao Lang was just a medical type, yet he had the heart of a warrior. And Xingfeng, as a warrior, had long since developed the heart of a retired old man. Before Xingfeng, Xiao Lang was like a mirror. Conversing with Xiao Lang felt like conversing with his former self. He once had dreams that burned like the Southern Flame Emperor. Even if he could not reach such heights, he hoped to stand out through hard work. But reality had drowned him in the vast sea of people. He thought it was because he was born ordinary, destined to never realize his dreams. Yet upon seeing Xiao Lang, he understood it was not fate's unfairness, but rather his own lack of effort. At least compared to Xiao Lang, he truly was the extinguished heart, reignited with flame. He did not want to waste his life on this stage, not even for a second. So, he chose to concede, handing the stage over to Xiao Lang, while he perhaps planned to return home to pack his bags and prepare to fight again. Xingfeng, I wish you well, may you ride the wind and soar high. This lengthy post seemed to be a reflection of Xingfeng's soul, but everyone understood that it was definitely not Xingfeng who wrote this post, because at this time, he might not have returned home yet. So, who was it? Everyone was curious about the identity of the poster, but in the end, they could only see an ID named Xingqinlei, with no other substantial information. In an old residential area of Sioux City, a young girl gently stood up, pulled back the curtains, and walked out onto the balcony. She raised her head and gazed at the sky. The weather was clear, but there were no stars. A tear slowly slid down the girl's cheek. She cried silently, but then suddenly smiled, wiping her tears while laughing. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and the girl hurriedly wiped away her tears, going to the door to peek through the peephole. Then, with a gentle smile, she opened the door. Afun, you're back? Xingfeng stood at the door, somewhat hesitant to look the girl in the eyes, silently lowering his head. Lei, I have to go. Tears welled up in the corners of the girl's eyes again, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Are you going back to explore? When will you be back? Next year, by the end of the year. I just spoke with the boss. He said he needs manpower over there. I'll lead a team, and I can take 20 people with me. Exploring is very dangerous. You have to be careful. Don't be careless, and definitely don't push yourself. If the beasts are fierce, you must wait for the main force to gather before going with everyone. If you encounter danger, just hide. Lei, there's something I want to ask you. What? Shall we get our marriage certificate tomorrow? I've delayed you for so many years. You're almost 30 now. I heard that grandma has started introducing you to suitors. Although, this feels so hasty and unfair to you, but they are short on people over there, and I have to go tomorrow night. If I wait until I come back next time, it will be another year and a half. I'm afraid that by the time I return, you might be married. Okay, the girl said softly. Really? Really? Xingfeng scratched the back of his head and smiled, looking just like the fool he was 18 years ago. What? Are you still doing at the door? Come in. Dear live audience friends, and friends in front of the television. Due to contestant Xingfeng's concession, our Little Wolf contestant has effortlessly advanced to the finals. After adjustments by the organizers, the championship battle originally scheduled for tonight at 9 will now start 10 minutes early. It is currently 8:49 and 30 seconds, and I now announce that the long-awaited third season of the Sioux City Xingwu Championship Finals officially begins. Let's welcome both contestants to the stage with warm applause. The blood-colored war god, contestant Chang Xuanyue from Sioux City, and our legendary Wolf King, contestant Little Wolf. Let's give them a round of applause. Amidst the exciting music, Wang Chen walked steadily onto the stage. Chang Xuanyue was a powerful opponent, as well as a dangerous one. His cruelty and ruthlessness had left a deep impression through the previous two battles. It could be said that from now on, all Xingwu practitioners facing him would feel a bit intimidated even before the fight, just knowing his identity. But Wang Chen would definitely not be among them. Not because Wang Chen was strong enough to ignore Chang Xuanyue's cruelty, but because Wang Chen could endure healing Xingwu techniques. First heal oneself, then heal others. The effect of healing oneself was several times that of healing others. Your defense is unbreakable? My immortal body cannot be harmed. In the end, who will outlast whom is still up for debate. Chang Xuanyue stood quietly in the distance. His face twisted, even with a smile, it was a sinister and chilling grin. Wang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Now Chang Xuanyue seemed even stranger than before. His features had contorted to an exaggerated degree, as if he were enduring some indescribable pain. Contestant Chang Xuanyue, your expression looks painful. Is there something wrong with your health? The host may have received some instruction from backstage, suddenly asking Chang Xuanyue, are you okay? No, I'm fine. The voice was heavy, like a muffled drum. Are you sure? Although the finals are very important, the contestant's physical condition is also crucial. If you feel unwell, we can delay the match to let you seek medical attention. Stop talking nonsense, I'm fine. Alright, since contestant Chang Xuanyue has no physical discomfort, I will announce the competition rules. Especially for contestant Chang Xuanyue, the judging panel has added a temporary rule. Under non-essential circumstances, do not harm the opposing star warrior. If deemed intentional harm by the judging panel, the contestant will be disqualified immediately. Do both contestants understand? Understood. Got it. Then, I officially declare the match begins. At the moment the words fell, Wang Chen's figure instantly vanished and rushed towards Chang Xuanyue. At the same moment the host's voice landed, Chang Xuanyue's skin turned as red as a boiled crab. Wang Chen wielded the ghost cry, his figure appearing before Chang Xuanyue like countless flickering reflections in mirrors, a sword dance transforming into a shimmering silver fan. Hidden within was a lethal strike aimed directly at Chang Xuanyue's eyes. Damn, coming in with a killing move right away? As expected. Of Little Wolf, as sharp as ever. In Wang Chen's previous battles, he had never seized the initiative except for the last match where he took the first move. This was due to a lack of experience and other reasons. This time, Chang Xuanyue did not seem like an agile warrior at all if he couldn't seize the initiative. Like this, Wang Chen would really have to slap himself a few times. Although Chang Xuanyue's movement wasn't as fast as Wang Chen's, it couldn't be said that his reaction speed was slow. At the moment Ghost Cry lunged towards his eyes, Chang Xuanyue's palm quickly blocked in front of him, stopping the blade's edge. Ghost Cry struck his palm as if it had hit the PS armor at Wang Chen's home. The instant he blocked Wang Chen's sword energy attack, Chang Xuanyue transformed his hands into blades, striking down towards Wang Chen's forehead. The speed of this strike was faster than the eye could see. In his line of sight, Chang Xuanyue's hand was still raised, yet it had already slashed down onto Wang Chen's head. Wang Chen's figure was split in two by the palm blade, and many spectators screamed at that moment. What the hell? No way? He got killed in one hit? Are you blind? That's an afterimage. Wang Chen's split figure vanished, and in the next instant, he appeared above Chang Xuanyue's head from behind. With both hands wielding a flame blade, it radiated a golden glow. Golden flames? Many girls in the audience had their eyes light up. Girls are naturally fond of beautiful things. Those golden flames resembled the gold in the old Zhuke. Wang Chen swung the golden flame blade, slicing down from Chang Xuanyue's shoulder. With a hiss, a puff of blue smoke rose, leaving a cut on Chang Xuanyue's shoulder. But in an instant, the cut writhed and disappeared. Chang Xuanyue, unaffected, countered with a strike that severed Wang Chen's figure at the waist. Wang Chen's form transformed into flowing light, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared at Chang Xuanyue's chest, the flame blade dancing in his hand, bursting forth with brilliant fire. What beautiful flames! Is this the legendary true fire of the sun? Have you watched too many cartoons or what? Haven't you studied physics? Flames are a form of infrared radiation, and different colors represent different heat levels. Ordinary flames are red or orange, golden. Flames are hotter than red flames. Exactly. If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense. Even if you haven't seen the tail flame of a fighter jet, haven't you seen blue flames on your gas stove at home? Can't mess with science, boys, can't mess with them. The two honest guys upstairs, I really want to bully him. What should I do? Someone has mixed into our science boys team, pull them out. Blue flames are hotter than red flames, but it also depends on what material is burning. The blue flame of natural gas is determined by the material's color rather than the temperature. The colors of gaseous combustion and plasma combustion are not enough to serve as evidence. Drag that spy out and shoot him. The comments section was filled with talent, and everyone was excited to see Wang Chen unleash golden flames. However, the temperature of the golden flames ultimately could not harm Chang Xuanyue in his redskin form. Several attacks were in vain. Moreover, Chang Xuanyue's speed was incredibly fast, almost retaliating within 0.2 seconds of Wang Chen's attack. If it weren't for Wang Chen's perfect switching between the Star Moon Sword Dance and the Flame Blade techniques, he would have been defeated by Chang Xuanyue long ago. This kid, Wang Chen, his talent is truly terrifying. Just the fact that he can ignore the time interval between switching star techniques means his future is limitless. If he utilizes it well, Wang Qianfeng couldn't help but sigh. In the world of Star Warriors, hard work is essential, but talent is crucial. One cannot deny effort with talent, but the same effort can be decisive with talent. Wang Chen's talent has already eliminated 99.9% of his peers from the start. At least, there has never been a record of anyone who could ignore the time for switching star techniques. But this can only keep him undefeated. Winning is still somewhat difficult. That Chang Xuanyue, with such strong strength in the Star Radiance realm, shouldn't be an unknown figure, right? How did he end up in the Star Martial Arts Championship? I checked this yesterday. Chang Xuanyue used to be in the Northwest, pioneering new lands. 2 years ago, his team suffered heavy casualties from an ambush by alien beasts, and only 3 survived. He then withdrew from the pioneering group and returned to Sioux City, where he opened a martial arts school to teach practical combat. His strength from the data doesn't seem that strong, and the star techniques he is using now have no prior records. Moreover, his personality is very gentle. I don't know how he ended up being so brutal. The information and our investigation seem to describe 2 different people, but it is undoubtedly him. We will keep a close eye on this person. Such a temperament is bound to cause problems. Look, Wang Chen has changed his tactics. He Mingxue reminded, and Wang Qianfeng looked up at the competition screen again. This time, Wang Chen had created distance from Chang Xuanyue, retreating all the way to the edge of the arena. His face was somewhat pale, having consumed a large portion of his star power. Meanwhile, Chang Xuanyue was striding forward, his sturdy body shaking the ground as he ran, leaving one footprint after another on the cement floor beneath him. Those who took the heavy armor route never ended well. This is because they cannot keep up with the rapidly changing battlefield. But if the strength of the heavy armor reaches a level that even the piercing assassins cannot match, then it becomes a successful iron turtle. One must admit that Chang Xuanyue's star technique was effective. Wang Chen's countless attacks were merely a tickle to him, and if Wang Chen were to endure just one of his strikes, he might be finished. Just now, he had exerted all his strength to unleash a punch with 3 forces, and even a shattering fracture of his hand bones did not inflict any damage on the opponent, indicating that breaking through his defense would require even sharper attacks. There were still 800 skill points left, which was Wang Chen's greatest asset. Flame Blade, add points. During the time Chang Xuanyue was rapidly approaching, Wang Chen quickly upgraded the Flame Blade to Silver 9. When the Flame Blade was raised to the highest point of his current realm, a moment of enlightenment flowed through his mind. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth. What is Wang Chen doing? He's already been pushed so close, why is he still standing still? Wang Qianfeng frowned and asked. Who knows? Actually, there is a way to break through Chang Xuanyue's defense, which is to use the purple Flame Blade, He Mingxue said in a low voice. Are you kidding? It took you 7 years to master the purple Flame Blade, and Wang Chen has only been training for 2 months. If he can master the purple Flame Blade in such a short time, I'll eat this coffee table, Wang Qianfeng shouted impatiently. Wang Qianfeng was the kind of person who disliked discussing unrealistic hypotheses. Any proposal or plan had to be within the realm of possibility. This applied to everyone. You say let Wang Chen master the purple Flame Blade in 2 months? Why not ask him to master the Phoenix form in 3 years? But in the scene, Wang Chen suddenly moved. His hands transformed into palms, and 2 purple fire blades shot out from his palms in an instant, so enchanting, so dazzling. Wang Qianfeng's expression turned to stone, staring with bewildered eyes at the scene where Wang Chen held the purple flame blade high, charging towards Chang Xuanyue. So, how do you plan to eat the coffee table? Steamed? Braised? Or stir-fried? Do you even have the face to mock me? Have you lived like a dog for the past 7 years? You took 7 years to master the purple flame blade, and he Mastered it in 2 months. If I were you, I would have already crashed to death. Wang Qianfeng quickly retorted. Me? I had already resigned myself when Wang Chen learned the flame blade on the spot. Isn't it better to live happily? Why compare yourself to a prodigy? Remember young Master Hao Yue? Back then, he insisted on comparing himself to the Flame Emperor, and in the end, his beliefs collapsed and he's still in a state of self-isolation. In the martial arts arena, Wang Chen leaped high, thrusting the 2 purple flame blades fiercely into Chang Xuanyue's shoulders. Chang Xuanyue seemed to have unparalleled confidence in his defense, a faint cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, one claw turning towards Wang Chen's shoulder. Warm blood sprayed out, and both Wang Chen and Chang Xuanyue paused in their movements. In an instant, dozens of cameras quickly changed angles, broadcasting this frozen moment to thousands of households in front of their televisions. Chang Xuanyue's hand was only an inch away from Wang Chen's shoulder, but Wang Chen's 2 flame blades had already pierced through Chang Xuanyue's defense and stabbed into his shoulder, entering from the front and protruding from the back. Ah damn, that blade is sharp. I didn't even see what happened. Can someone explain? Explain what? Just watch the replay later. The Wolf King is indeed the Wolf King, still holding back a hand. The purple flame, the highest flame in legend. Upstairs, the highest flame in legend is colorless flame, okay? Invisible and formless, killing in an instant. Can colorless and formless even be considered a flame? Idiot. Are you stupid? Flame is the manifestation of infrared rays just because you can't see. The color doesn't mean infrared rays don't exist. How did you get through middle school? Are you arguing with me? I have an elementary school diploma. You ask me how I got through middle school? Is your brain in a pit? Big shot, I can't afford to mess with you, I'm leaving. In an instant, Wang Chen retracted the flame blades and once again delivered a powerful punch into Chang Xuanyue's chest. Boom, with a loud sound, Chang Xuanyue's body was thrown high and fell backward. At that moment, Wang Chen also furrowed his brows in pain. Damn, every time I use the full power of the punch, my hand bones feel like they're shattering. What kind of freak was the ancient martial arts master who created this move? Is his bone made of adamantium? Boom, Chang Xuanyue's body crashed to the ground, and Wang Chen instantly leaped on top, stepping on Chang Xuanyue's chest, the purple flame blade pressed against his throat. Wow, he won. Little Wolf as mighty Wolf King is domineering. The audience at the scene stood up sparsely, beginning to applaud and cheer. This battle was a visual feast. For them, thrilling and exciting. They witnessed Chang Xuanyue's invincible stance and Wang Chen's magnificent star martial arts which made their blood boil. Moreover, every moment of this thrilling fight was a brush with death. Unlike the last episode, where he could have delivered a finishing blow but didn't, and there were so many pretentious moves before using the star martial arts that looked fake. Wang Chen's final use of the purple flame blade broke through Chang Xuanyue's invincible defense, truly a turnaround from a desperate situation. At this moment, Chang Xuanyue's arms were already injured, and the Wolf King had the purple flame knife pressed against Chang Xuanyue's throat. The outcome of the Star Martial Arts Championship was no longer in doubt. On the judges' panel, a few referees nodded to each other, and one stood up. After discussions among our judging panel, we have decided that the champion of the 3rd season of the Star Martial Arts Championship is. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupted in the center of the arena. Chang Xuanyue unleashed a terrifying wave of star power, shattering the concrete beneath him. In an instant, a sense of crisis surged in Wang Chen's heart. Wang Chen's figure retreated sharply, barely dodging the deadly strike of Chang Xuanyue's claws. I haven't lost yet. How could I possibly lose? I haven't lost. Chang Xuanyue's expression twisted even more grotesquely, his bright red skin gradually turning pitch black as if stained with ink. You should die. I will kill you, Chang Xuanyue. We, the judging panel, have already made a decision on the outcome, and we ask you to comply with our ruling. Comply my ass. What do you know about fighting? What do you know about star martial artists? Star martial arts are skills for slaughter. The only standard for determining victory or defeat is this: who lives is the victor, who dies is the loser, thus determining victory and defeat, and also life and death. Roar! Suddenly, Chang Xuanyue let out a skyward roar, and with the roar, dark shells appeared all over his body. In almost an instant, Chang Xuanyue transformed from a person into a towering insect-like monster. Bring your purple flame knife again. Come and try, see if you can pierce through my defense? Chang Xuanyue raised his fist covered in spines, sneering coldly. Demonized star martial artist. Wang Chen shouted sternly, quickly evacuate the crowd, everyone evacuate. When Chang Xuanyue heard Wang Chen refer to him as a demonized star martial artist, he paused slightly and his expression changed drastically. Boom! Wings extended from his back, soaring into the sky, breaking through the glass above and flying high. Meanwhile, the two watching the live broadcast in Wang Qianfeng's office sprang into action upon seeing Chang Xuanyue's transformation, rushing out the window towards the Sioux City TV station. Wang Chen froze for half a second, then suddenly flashed up through the hole in the ceiling, vanishing like a streak of light before everyone's eyes. All of this happened too quickly, fast enough to leave everyone in a daze. Online, there was a dead silence for about 10 seconds. What the hell just happened? Why did everyone run? What is Chang Xuanyue? Is he transforming into a knight? Why don't you just say it's a beetle beast super evolution? This might not be simple. After Chang Xuanyue transformed, he hurriedly fled, and the Wolf King immediately pursued without hesitation. There might be big news coming. Damn, explosive. So, who is the final champion? Duh, who else could it be? It must be the Wolf King. After transforming, Chang Xuanyue even sprouted wings, which posed quite a challenge for Wang Chen's pursuit. Fortunately, Chang Xuanyue's massive size meant his flying speed wasn't too fast, and Wang Chen could still faintly follow from a distance. Chang Xuanyue rapidly flew away from the chaotic area towards a dense industrial zone, and between the city and the industrial area there were large patches of urban villages. Wang Chen's star power was running low. Using Nebula Dance to travel continuously, he could last at most another 10 minutes. It was uncertain when the support from the Sky Sword Bureau would arrive, and Wang Chen's mobile phone was his only means of locating his brothers. Therefore, Wang Chen had to tightly latch onto Chang Xuanyue. If he lost him, it would be troublesome to find him again. Did he have to use the phoenix form? He really didn't want to. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged, barely visible in the pitch-black night. It instinctively made Wang Chen feel a sense of danger. The energy wave flickered and vanished, but Chang Xuanyue in the sky suddenly split in two and fell from the sky. Wang Chen abruptly halted his steps, and in the empty fields, a high-speed train was rushing past in the distance. A gentle breeze brushed against Wang Chen's cheek. In the distance of the open fields, a humanoid demon was waiting, its crimson eyes fixed on him. Beneath his feet lay the neatly severed corpse of Chang Xuanyue. Demon! Wang Chen's heart raced. The successfully demonized Chang Xuanyue possessed strength at least in the mid-stage of the Nebula realm, possibly even the late stage, yet the opponent could effortlessly split Chang Xuanyue in two. Therefore, the demonized Star Warriors appearing in Sioux City must be related to you. Phoenix form, activate. The center of Wang Chen's brow instantly lit up, and the moment the red emblem appeared, he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the demon. With a punch thrown, the force burned the hot air, creating a bright red pillar of fire. However, the opponent easily dodged, leaping into the sky, and with a flash, vanished without a trace. Even in his phoenix form, Wang Chen couldn't keep him behind. Where do you think you're going? A streak of light shot through the sky where the demon had disappeared, but in the end, nothing was left behind. At that moment, two figures appeared before Wang Chen. He retracted his phoenix form. This time, the duration was short and his physical condition was already far from what it used to be, so he didn't embarrass himself. His limbs still felt somewhat weak. It should be the real demon clan, right? Wang Qianfeng said, gazing at the direction where the demon had vanished. It should be. Wang Chen couldn't even leave a trace of that person in his phoenix form. Wang Chu, where are you? After a brief pause, Wang Chen approached the two and saluted. It's good that you thought of chasing after him right away. Even when Wang Qianfeng praised someone, his expression remained impassive. But to be complimented with a good from him was indeed a significant acknowledgement. Seeing the demonized Star Warrior transform, I should have followed, but the demonized Star Warrior was killed by the Demon Clan, and I failed to stop it in time, so I feel guilty. Guilty my foot. You've only been at the Sky Sword Bureau for a few days? He Mingxue laughed and scolded without the sternness of Wang Qianfeng. This time, it's thanks to you. If it were his precious little cloud of reality, that kid would probably be stuck here. I saw that demon from a distance. He was originally going to kill you, but you decisively activated your phoenix form and took the initiative to attack. He realized he couldn't deal with you in a short time, so he fled. If there's anyone to blame, it should be us for not rushing and missing that 1 second. Sigh. Wang Chu, I suspect that the demonized Star Warriors are likely led by an organization, and their demonization should also be related to the Demon Clan. There are spies from the Demon Clan hidden in our Sioux City. Did you come into contact with the demonized Star Warriors while in the trial area? Yes. I just didn't think of it at the time, so I regarded him as an ordinary type of altered Star Warrior. Later, upon discovering the Demon Clan's base, it triggered the events in the trial ground. It seems the Demon Clan is secretly plotting a big plan. Wang Qianfeng muttered to himself, looking up at Wang Chen. The credit for discovering the demonized Star Warriors goes to you, but you still have to go to school, so it's not appropriate for you to participate. Wang Chen stepped forward, excitedly grabbing Wang Qianfeng's arm. Please let me participate, even if it's just to lend a hand. With the Demon Clan causing trouble, how could Wang Chen miss out? Winning a Star Warrior championship only grants a few skill points and experience? How could that compare to thwarting the Demon Clan's conspiracy and winning a great victory for humanity? If he missed out just because he had to go to school, Wang Chen might regret it to the point of tears. You're still young, your studies come first. Wang Chu, actually, I can apply for a leave of absence. Nonsense. In the Sky Sword Bureau, who isn't a graduate of a prestigious school? If you take a leave of absence, return your uniform to me. Also, I'm giving you a task now. You must get into one of the 4 major Star Warrior academies. If you can't pass, I'll slap you to death. Complete the Star Warrior Championship and earn your first championship title. Reward, 5,000 experience points, 500 skill points. Suddenly, this prompt echoed in his mind. Wang Chu, when you tricked me into joining the Sky Sword Bureau, you didn't say it like this, did you? Wang Chen felt it was necessary to put in a little more effort, showing a face full of grievance. You said I was a student, but first and foremost, a warrior. Didn't you just say it was a trick? Wang Xianfeng looked at Wang Chen in astonishment, his eyes reflecting disbelief at Wang Chen's naivety. Now that you're in my bowl, of course. The narrative is different. Is it really that necessary to be so shameless? Wang Chen looked at Wang Xianfeng in shock. What are you still doing here? Tomorrow is Monday, don't you have school? The competition is over, enough of the nonsense. Go home, sleep. Do what a student is supposed to do. Driven back from the suburbs by Wang Xianfeng, the internet was already in an uproar. The audience who watched the finals of the Star Martial Arts Championship were exhilarated. The unexpected events during the finals far outweighed the excitement of the competition itself. They had always thought that Xingfeng's withdrawal would be the climax, only to realize it was merely the prologue. In the end, Chang Xuanyue transformed into a gigantic beetle and soared into the sky, completely reshaping the viewers' perspectives. Star Warriors can transform like this? Then may I ask, what forms do other Star Warriors take after transforming? Is there a raging dragon? Is there an angel form? The person upstairs is clearly obsessed with the two-dimensional world. It's obviously that Chang Xuanyue has a problem. If his transformation was fine, why would he run away? Why did the Wolf King chase after him? That Chang Xuanyue, could he be the legendary demon race? The Wolf King seemed to say something at the end, but it was too noisy to hear clearly. But it's certain that the Wolf King said something that made Chang Xuanyue choose to flee. Damn it, why is the Wolf King wearing a mask? Even if I wanted to read his lips, I couldn't. Let's wait for the official announcement. Leave a message for the officials. Official announcements, my foot. Didn't you see the official statement declaring the champion of the Star Martial Arts Championship is Little Wolf without mentioning a word about Chang Xuanyue? They must have been silenced. We want to know the truth. Citizens of Yuhua have the right to know the truth. Compared to the netizens who were just shouting online, the major media outlets in Sioux City took direct action. Shouting and carrying cameras, the interview vans rushed towards the Sioux City TV station. What? Sioux City TV is the leader of Sioux City's media? What? Be careful of being blacklisted? Blacklist. My foot, the bold will thrive, the timid will starve. Whoever gets the first news will be worth it even if they get blacklisted. Outside Sioux City TV, dozens of media outlets surrounded the place. Headlines from various platforms, reporters from various news websites, and even streamers from various live broadcast platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet, quiet. We are currently investigating the events that occurred during the Star Martial Arts Championship tonight, and we do not know the details yet. Please remain calm and restrained. Once the investigation is clear, we will issue a public report to the city. I don't believe you. Do you think we're fools? We used to trick people like this too, you know. Exactly. Did you know about this matter beforehand? Was Chang Xuanyue under the influence of banned substances? Such a big incident happening in front of everyone, you must give us an explanation, right? While the shouting continued, a black sedan stopped outside the TV station. Wang Xianfeng got out of the car, looking at the tightly packed TV station with a slight frown. Call the higher-ups within 10 minutes, I don't want to see anyone asking about this matter. Yes. The Sky Sword Bureau, a department that seemed incredibly mysterious to the public, held absolute power within its jurisdiction. Directly under the Ministry of Defense, it was not governed by local governments. Sometimes, local governments even had to cooperate unconditionally with the actions of the Sky Sword Bureau. This night was bustling. For many, it was a sleepless night. Going to work tomorrow? To hell with work. The fire of gossip was burning fiercely, and now you want to talk about work? Damn it, my post got deleted. Fuck. The relevant department has taken action. Damn, I've been warned, if I post again, they'll come to check the water meter. Wait, the meter checkers are here. I need to go open the door. Brothers who fought together, remember to bring me food. Be careful upstairs. Ha? Is someone knocking at this late hour? Sending off the two upstairs. Wang Chen had a good sleep and woke up refreshed, brushing his teeth and washing his face, getting ready for school. The Star Martial Arts Championship had come to an end, and this nearly half-month-long competition had raised Wang Chen's character level by 1, earning him just over 1,000 skill points. He spent 400 skill points to upgrade his flame blade, leaving him with 600 to enhance his basic combat, basic movement, basic sword techniques, and nebula sword dance. His strength had significantly increased, but the skill points were really not enough. Right now, Wang Chen's desire for skill points was far less than his desire for character upgrades. Back then, it only took him half a month to awaken as a star martial artist and break through to the Star Radiance realm. But now, 2 months had passed and he still hadn't broken through from the star radiance realm to the nebula realm. Am I being too complacent? Wang Chen reflected on himself in the mirror while brushing his teeth. Do you think I can break through to the nebula realm before this semester ends? Crack, a crisp sound, and the perfectly fine mirror suddenly shattered. Wang Chen stared at the mirror in shock. It must be that the sudden drop in temperature caused the mirror to fail to withstand thermal expansion and contraction. On Monday, the bus was packed again. Wang Chen walked to school with a shoulder bag, and when he returned to class, the whole room was noisy, with students huddled in groups discussing intensely. Lan Zi, did you watch yesterday's Star Martial Arts Championship? Su Xiangwen excitedly asked as he threw an arm around Wang Chen's shoulder. I watched a bit. Did you feel that the transformation of Chang Xuanyue at the end felt somewhat familiar? Wang Chen understood what Su Xiangwen meant and nodded. It's the same type of star martial artist we encountered in the trial grounds during the summer vacation. Did you hear that? I'm not talking nonsense. Chang Xuanyue is definitely a type of aberrant star martial artist. The body aberrant type can transform into a beast form, so why can't it transform into an insect form? Chang Xuanyue isn't the first nor the only one. Impossible. Beast-type star martial artists have appeared so many times in history, but they were all like wolves or leopards. I've never heard of insect transformations. There must be something wrong with Chang Xuanyue's aberration, otherwise, why would he run? What is the Wolf King chasing? Only then did Wang Chen understand what the classmates were arguing about. Wang Chen, can you explain? Jiang Xinyu suddenly raised her head and asked, making it seem like Wang Chen knew the truth. Well, I don't really know the specifics, but I can analyze it. The principle behind human aberrant star martial artists is that there are animal genes present in their genetic code. Just like humans and mice, there is such a huge difference in appearance, yet their genes are 90% similar. This is a prerequisite. And when the ancestors of humans were still fish, insects had already appeared. So, if you think about it, the genetic distance between humans and insects is just one fish apart. Or rather, since the explosion of life, humans and insects have been two different species. We are all people of the new era. We must believe in science. Even if we turn into a fish, it's easier than turning into an insect. If there are insect genes in a human's body, then I think that person must not be purely human. Is that so? Su Xiangwen looked unwilling. But isn't it said that the origin of life is all from a single point? Exactly, the origin of life is a single point, and that point is organic matter. So all life turns into organic matter after death. But humans and insects have been separated from the very beginning. If we trace back, all mammals in the class Mammalia are one family, all amniotes share a common ancestor, and all terrestrial reptiles evolved from a fish that stepped onto land. Insects, however, are amputated animals. Humans have essentially crossed dozens of species boundaries through the leaps of insects. According to the principle of proximity and alienation, human star warriors, alienation will not transcend the range of mammals in the bow and arrow category. If it exceeds that, then it's a mutation. If it exceeds dozens of species, that's fantasy. But you didn't say that back in the trial grounds, did you? Su Xiangwen was puzzled, although he was reluctant to agree deep down. Wang Chen's reputation as a genius made his arguments hard to refute. Well, after going back, I found it suspicious, so I checked some information. In any case, it is theoretically impossible for humans to exhibit characteristics of arthropod alienation. There must be something wrong with Chang Xuanyue. As the class bell rang, the discussion came to an end. At noon, the four gathered on the rooftop. Wang Chen took out his Tianjin bureau phone to check the progress of the investigation into the demonic Star Warriors. Wang Chen was a registered person in the Tianjin Bureau, so he could still access information within his authority. Chang Xuanyue had once developed land in the northwest and returned to Sioux City 2 years ago, where he opened a martial arts school to teach students. His strength was not prominent, and the general impression among students and their parents was that he had a gentle personality. Is that really gentle? Don't these students and parents have a different understanding of the word gentle? Is casually crushing someone's leg and twisting them into a pretzel an act of loving touch? Chang Xuanyue has a younger sister named Changyu, who is an ordinary person and works as a nurse at Rinai Hospital. Last night, her sister was on the night shift. After review by the Tianjin Bureau, it was determined that Changyu was unaware of the changes in Chang Xuanyue, and she also revealed a piece of information. Her brother's personality began to change to strange and irritable 6 months ago. Moreover, their contact had become infrequent, leading the Tianjin Bureau to conclude that Chang Xuanyue began to demonize 6 months ago. Chang Xuanyue's social relationships were relatively simple. Apart from a few friends, he only had contact with his students and their parents. In summary, the clues to continue tracing from Chang Xuanyue have been cut off. Cut off? Wang Chen found it hard to believe the conclusion from the Tianjin Bureau's information bulletin. You are the Tianjin Bureau, after all. Even if you can't predict the future, can't you at least not jump to conclusions after just one night? Can't you make an effort to continue the investigation? So, what's going on with Chang Xuan Yue? I didn't ask in the classroom because there were too many people. What's there to go on about? Then why did you chase after him? Well, it's better if you don't know. Wang Chen looked up and said lightly to Zhang Xinyu, who was sitting beside him. Okay, got it. Fei Yu, do you think Xinyu and Wang Chen are whispering sweet nothings? If I were you, I wouldn't look, let alone ask. I'm curious, aren't you curious? Do you think they'd sigh? Why is my butt so cold? It's frozen. Gong Fei Yu glanced over and said lightly. Under the complete internet blockade, the discussion about the Star Warrior Championship gradually cooled down, and the citizens of Sioux City wouldn't maintain their enthusiasm for gossip for long. For the students of Class 3 in the senior year of the Star Warrior School, the current topic of discussion was where to go for the National Day holiday. That's right, National Day, November 1st. 200 years ago, the last emperor of the Yu Kingdom announced his abdication after issuing the final sacred edict to unite the world against the invasion of the demon race. He personally handed over the Jade Seal, symbolizing supreme imperial power, to the 6 cabinet ministers at that time. From that moment, the Yu Kingdom completely transitioned from a monarchy to a democratic republic. Representatives elected from all over the country supervise the government and select capable individuals for key positions in various departments, making the citizens the true masters of the country. Therefore, every November 1st is celebrated as the National Day of the Yu Kingdom, a 7-day-long holiday comparable to the New Year Spring Festival. Students have a unique obsession with holidays. Rather than being a holiday for everyone, it is more of a holiday for students. For a large part of society, holidays can be more exhausting than work without any income. What's the point? Lanzi. Before school ended, Su Xiangwen approached Wang Chen. What are your plans for the 7 days of National Day? Me? Wang Chen was pondering this matter. He was born in the year of the dragon, but sometimes he felt he should have been born in the year of the rat, and a hamster at that. His personality was marked by a strong sense of crisis. He had a fear of food shortages and empty storerooms. In his previous life, he could only sleep soundly if he saw at least a 5-digit balance in his bank account after starting work. Otherwise, he would be anxious, constantly worrying about what to do if he needed money one day and didn't have any. As for work plans, he preferred to arrange everything clearly 3 months in advance. In this life, he didn't lack money. His study schedule was also packed. If it weren't for that unfortunate system, Wang Chen might have taken a spontaneous trip during the long holiday. But after getting this system, his fears of insufficient skill points, levels, and strength erupted in full force. It had been less than 10 days since he returned from the Star Martial Championship, and he felt like a salted fish, wasting his life. Should he find something to do this holiday? Check if the Sky Sword Bureau had any short-term tasks available. Although the rewards might be small, it was still something. In terms of strength, Wang Chen considered himself a master in the starry realm. If all else failed, wasn't there the phoenix form? There were no issues with strength. Hey, can you say something? Su Xiangwen urged after waiting for a moment without receiving a response from Wang Chen. For now, I don't have any substantial plans. What's up? Xinyu said that a new Universal Paradise opened in Magic City, right? I heard it's currently the largest amusement park in the country. How about we go have some fun during National Day? A newly opened Universal Paradise? Are you going to play or make dumpling filling? Won't you get crushed in the crowd? Nonsense. In this world, if you have money, it's green lights all the way. If you don't, it's red lights everywhere. Can't we walk the VIP path with a crowd? Those who can choose to go to Universal Paradise at that time are all wealthy people. I'm afraid even the VIP path will be congested. Then let's go VIP among the P. Zhang Xinyu's voice coldly chimed in. What are you hesitating for, you big man? Yes or no? Just say it. No. Wang Chen simply shook his head. This answer nearly made Su Xiangwen sit down directly. Lanzi, you're really something. Xinyu personally came to invite you, and you rejected her so decisively? Why not? Compared to going out to play, I prefer studying. Wang Chen revealed a pure and gentle smile. This left Su Xiangwen beside him dumbfounded, unable to help but give a thumbs up. Bro, you're solid. Forget it, I'll take Xinqing with me. Oh, by the way, I have an apartment in Magic City. I'll send you the address and password. Later, you can stay there. Don't waste money on hotels, they're ridiculously expensive. Wang Chen said sincerely. Why do you care? Zhang Xinyu rolled her eyes and stopped paying attention to Wang Chen. What's wrong with her? Wang Chen asked Su Xiangwen, who looked confused the whole time. Nothing. Nothing at all. Lanzi, as long as you're happy. After leaving school, perhaps due to the holiday, the students were all in high spirits along the way. All the discussions revolved around where to go and what to play. Kids these days have no idea that academics should come first. Playing? That's a waste of youth, and Wang Chen looked down on it. Back home, he ordered takeout and sat on his bed scrolling through his phone, logging into the internal network page of the Sky Sword Bureau, searching for tasks he could take on. In fact, there was an ongoing task in Wang Chen's system. But that was the one that appeared after Wang Qianfeng ordered him to get into one of the 4 major star martial academies. Clearly, it was a long-term task. The task records of the Sky Sword Bureau were numerous, but they were all marked as completed. A task list. Scroll from the top to the bottom. Was either taken or completed. Is the efficiency of the Heavenly Sword Bureau really this high? Wang Chen clicked on these completed tasks. Departure song. Next one, departure song. The next one, still departure song. After flipping through 7 or 8 entries, he finally found one that wasn't departure song, but the very next one was again departure song. Doing tasks so recklessly, won't he get beaten to death by other competitors? A figure he had seen in the mall flashed through Wang Chen's mind. A face so handsome that one would want to carve a few cuts into it, and those rebellious eyes, exuding an air of I am the best in the world. Such a fool is destined to be lonely for life, Wang Chen scoffed. He didn't even know where he got the courage to say that. The task list of the Heavenly Sword Bureau had no tasks available, so Wang Chen switched to the official website of the Star Martial Arts Association. The Jade Kingdom has 2 million Star Warriors, and these Star Warriors are divided into several major groups, about 500,000, who have enlisted in the military, around 600,000 from various universities across the country, and approximately 700,000 scattered throughout the nation, diligently working in pioneering teams. As student Star Warriors, the young ones are naturally supported by the national education system, while the military Star Warriors are trained and improved by the army. The pioneering teams need to enhance their cultivation and earn a living, so they can only hunt exotic beasts in the vast otherworldly space to earn soul orbs. But what about the remaining Star Warriors who are neither soldiers nor involved in pioneering? The country doesn't leave them without a way to survive. The Star Martial Arts Association publishes tasks, and completing these tasks can earn points. With points, one can exchange for soul orbs at the Star Martial Arts Association. The country implements this series of regulations to maximize the combat potential of Star Warriors and help them realize their value. If a Star Warrior cannot endure the military strictness, cannot accept the hardships of pioneering, and is unwilling to complete the tasks assigned by the Star Martial Arts Association, preferring to live off the benefits of being a Star Warrior, sorry, the country does not support idlers. Such idlers have basically given up their identity as Star Warriors and have integrated into human society as one of the masses. Upon entering the task acceptance page, the first thing that pops up is the guide for accepting tasks. Accepting tasks is not something that can be done casually. First, you must be a Star Warrior. Second, you must spend points to accept corresponding tasks. Moreover, your Star Warrior certificate must be of a certain level to accept tasks of that level. This is also why the Star Warrior certificate needs to be reviewed annually. Strength and the Star Warrior certificate are unified, and only the first time you accept a task does it not require points. Furthermore, this opportunity is only available once. So, a friendly reminder, don't take on tasks that are too difficult the first time. It's best to choose tasks that you can ensure completion of. Otherwise, if you fail the task, you won't be able to accept tasks again. Wang Chen read through it once and had almost memorized all the key points of the 20,000-word document. He opened the task page, earnestly and devoutly searching for tasks he could ensure completion of. Refresh in an instant. Perhaps it didn't even take a second. All the 10 or so tasks that refreshed were already in an accepted state. Wang Chen swore he didn't even have time to read the name of the first task completely. What's the point of this friendly reminder? Wang Chen complained madly in his heart. Cautiously accepting tasks to ensure completion. Cautiously my ass. Wang Chen refreshed again. In less than 3 seconds, all tasks were already accepted. This time, Wang Chen did manage to read the name of one task completely, but he could only see the name. A brief description? Is it really that fast? Wang Chen seriously suspected that those snatching tasks were all robots. Had some scalper company already set its claws on the Star Warriors? Wang Chen, not believing in evil, refreshed again. I click. Damn, already accepted? My 40 years of being single and my hand speed can't even compete? This is unscientific. Refreshing again. His fingers turned into a flash of light, not even looking at what the task was, just grabbing whatever he could. Acceptance successful. On the webpage, a user-friendly Q version. Emoticons celebrating with fireworks popped up. Damn it. As expected, rules are dead, but talent is alive. If you want to take on a task, you have to act first. Wang Chen seemed to have grasped the philosophy of life as he calmly clicked on the task description. Investigate the mystery of the time tunnel in Red Maple Forest Park. Time tunnel? Interesting. Wang Chen stroked his chin and carefully read the details. Time-space tunnels are not uncommon in this world. Alternate dimensions are a type of time-space tunnel. In the minds of many, since alternate dimensions appear on Tianlan Star, they must exist within Tianlan Star. However, this notion is unscientific. Scientifically speaking, a spatial rift is a visible wormhole. Stepping through the rift into an alternate dimension, you might find yourself on a planet millions or even billions of light years away. Of course, this is merely a possibility. Because alternate dimensions are not random spatial transports like wormholes. At least one thing is certain: almost all alternate dimensions have exotic beasts, and the existence of soul orbs associated with these beasts is hard to explain. Every year, people mistakenly enter time-space tunnels, accidentally stepping across vast distances, with many traveling from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. Even the ancient emperors who crossed galaxies would have to acknowledge the profound cultivation of a fellow traveler who could traverse such distances. But time tunnels are different. They involve issues of time flow. Although you remain in the same place, the time is not equivalent. Such situations are extremely rare, and even Wang Chen is unsure if they have ever occurred. Since June of this year, rumors of a time tunnel have circulated in Red Maple Forest Park. Some tourists mysteriously disappeared while enjoying the park. After searching in vain, their companions sought help from the park management. After 1 or 2 hours of searching, without results, the missing individuals returned on their own. Moreover, the missing persons claimed they had only gone deep into the forest to relieve themselves, and the entire ordeal lasted no more than 5 minutes. Additionally, the watches worn by the missing individuals were 1 or 2 hours off compared to the outside world. Previously, the park management had invited experts to investigate, but after months of fruitless efforts, the time tunnel incidents continued to occur. After reading the summary, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. This kind of thing is hardly within the scope of a Star Warrior's duties, right? Searching for a time tunnel is a physicist's job. Star Warriors can do physical work, but scientific research, only someone like Wang Chen, who is good at mathematics and science, could barely give it a try. But in Wang Chen's view, the chances of success for this task do not exceed 1%. Is it too late to regret now? There are only 2 outcomes for tasks taken on by Star Warriors. One is to automatically abandon the task and be deemed a failure, and the other is to succeed and earn points. Damn, this is so inhumane. Wang Chen sank into his mental sea to summon the system, and sure enough, a task in progress appeared on the task board. Xiao AI, please look up information on the time tunnel in Red Maple Forest Park for me. Okay, searching for information. Search complete. A total of 340 news articles and posts related to the Red Maple Forest Park time tunnel incident. The next day, Wang Chen donned his combat gear and left home, taking Line 7 to the end station, which is Red Maple Forest Park. Originally, Red Maple Forest Park, as a tourist resort, experienced peak visitor numbers during the National Day holiday. Especially in November, when the leaves began to turn red, it was incredibly beautiful. However, due to the time tunnel incident, the management chose to close the park for safety reasons. They cannot open the park to customers until the situation is thoroughly investigated. This is also why the management hastily issued this task to Star Warriors. Every day the park is closed is a loss of revenue. Perhaps in the eyes of the management, Star Warriors are superhumans, extraordinary beings, or even deities. They can catch tigers on the mountain, capture dragons in the water, and are capable of anything. Whatever you say is right. Star Warriors accept it. At the entrance of the tightly closed gate, a notice about the park's closure was posted in the most prominent position. Many groups of tourists arrived with excitement, only to leave disappointed. Watching the clusters of disappointed visitors depart, the project manager wore an apologetic smile, but deep down, he felt a pang of pain. Those departing figures resembled the revered god of wealth at home, didn't they? Yes, they looked just like that. Wang Chen arrived at the entrance and glanced at the middle-aged man in a suit. Excuse me, are you the person in charge of Hongfeng Forest Park? I'm Wang Chen, we had an appointment. You? The other party clearly did not expect the student-looking Wang Chen to be the Star Warrior he had arranged to meet. Too young, right? The man scrutinized Wang Chen with a hint of distrust. Little brother, are you sure you have a professional level? He had set a B-level professional limit on the task, which could only be taken by seasoned Star Warriors with extensive experience. Yet the young man before him seemed far from fitting that description. Here's my Star Warrior certificate, and here's my task acceptance proof. Wang Chen handed over his documents, and after the man checked them, his face broke into a smile. Little brother, you're impressive. At such a young age, you're already a professional level B+ Star Warrior. Do you understand the situation of this task? I understand. Have you prepared the precise location map for the time tunnel incident I asked you to? Yes. He quickly pulled out an enlarged tourist map of Hongfeng Forest Park from his briefcase, marking positions 1 to 10 on it. This indicated that at least 10 time tunnel incidents had occurred over the past 4 months. Taking the map, Wang Chen entered the forest park. At the entrance, he appeared confident, but once inside, his assurance crumbled. He had no confidence at all, not even a coherent thought. Forget it, let's try our luck first. Hongfeng Forest Park used to have a few earthen hills located in the southeastern part of Sioux City. Since the 1950s, the country had vigorously developed tourism, and Sioux City was naturally part of this wave. Hongfeng Forest Park was developed simultaneously with several other A-class scenic spots like Tianmu Lake Wild Resort and Xishan Tourist Resort. After decades of restoration, it had finally formed the current forest park. The management had worked hard to ensure the park retained its original flavor while providing a comfortable experience for visitors. The winding stone paths, like a maze, covered a 3-kilometer radius of the maple forest. When there were many tourists, the park didn't seem that large, but now, with only Wang Chen left, it felt like he had entered a deep mountain forest. The first place, everything was normal. The second place, everything was normal. The third place, what am I doing? Arriving at the marked location, he found nothing, felt no anomalies. After wandering around in circles, it was simply a waste of time. Asking a star warrior to find something substantial might yield results, but asking them to find a time tunnel? Did they think star warriors were space detectors? Just wandering around like this was a complete waste of time. Help me out here, I know, but let me get stable first. You stay still. You big man, are you tired after just an hour of walking? Are you weak? You'll know if I'm weak tonight, just look at me carrying dozens of pounds of equipment alone. Lan Lan, don't bully Chen Jing, he's already tired from carrying so much. Mumu is the best, she knows how to be considerate. Alright, you're the good people, and I'm the bad guy. How about you two get together? Stop joking. Faintly, Wang Chen heard the voices of a conversation. Following the sound, he saw a man and 2 women struggling to climb towards the third marked location while carrying boxes. Wang Chen stood at the top of the slope, looking down at the 3. They seemed to sense something and all looked up at Wang Chen. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other. Ah, we are here to investigate the time tunnel. We are master's students from Sioux City University. The forest park is closed. How did you get in? Wang Chen asked in a low voice. Little brother, you're not a staff member of the forest park, are you? A girl wearing a baseball cap looked up at Wang Chen and smiled. Wang Chen took out the pass he had just received from the middle-aged man and hung it around his neck. What about now? Big brother, we just came to look for the time tunnel out of curiosity. It's related to a topic in our research. Please be kind and don't chase us away. Another sweet-looking girl pretended to be cute and cooed at Wang Chen. Damn. I can't take it anymore. Lan Lan, you're an older sister calling a guy who's not even 20 big brother. Do you still have any dignity left? A young student with glasses exclaimed. What's wrong? Are you jealous? No way. Wang Chen chose to ignore these 2 openly flirting criminals. Instead, his gaze lingered on the equipment the man was carrying on his back. What is that? Is it used to explore the time tunnel? Yes. This is a magnetic field exploration device. It can detect magnetic fields. Because of the flow of time, aside from being related to speed, strong gravity or magnetic fields can also cause changes in the flow of time. According to the formula of relativity, we calculated that the force causing the change in the flow of time is. Wait. Wang Chen quickly interrupted the girl in the baseball cap's lengthy explanation. For someone so scientifically enthusiastic, she could go on for hours without stopping. Wang Chen wasn't in the mood to listen to her ramble about science and theory. At least, the existence of alternate dimensions still couldn't be explained by science. This thing can help us find the time tunnel, right? Theoretically, yes. You all come up, let's search together. I was also commissioned by the forest park management to investigate the truth of the time tunnel. The forest park management commissioned you? Why didn't they commission us? The girl named Lan Lan asked curiously. Maybe they think you're too naive. With Wang Chen's assistance, the 3 climbed up the slope. They had the equipment but didn't know the location of the time tunnel incident. Meanwhile, Wang Chen happened to have the precise addresses where time tunnel events had occurred multiple times. It was simply a match made in heaven. A group of 4 began searching one by one from the first point. The girl in the baseball cap held a computer which displayed a radar-like scanning screen, refreshing in circles. After more than 3 hours, they had walked to 5 locations. But not only did they fail to detect any magnetic field anomalies, they didn't even find a single metal can. What's going on? We've searched 5 places, my legs are about to break, and yet we found nothing. Lan Lan sighed in frustration. If it were that easy, the professors wouldn't have returned empty-handed last month. Could it be that the magnetic field changes of the time tunnel don't happen continuously, but are instead triggered by multiple factors? The guy with glasses asked in a deep voice. That's a possibility. If that's the case, we either need to monitor for a long time or just rely on luck. If we're lucky, we might just happen to stumble upon it. There are still 5 points left. Let's check them all, and if we still find nothing, we'll have to change our strategy. Wait a minute. Lan Lan suddenly said, Li Jing, come with me for a second. What for? Just put down the equipment. Come on. Isn't it inappropriate? Li Jing glanced at Wang Chen and Mumu. He felt it was a bit wrong to leave Mumu with a man he wasn't familiar with. Are you made of wood? I need to go urgently. Oh, Li Jing finally put down the instrument and then was pulled by the girl into a hidden spot in the maple forest. Mumu, keep an eye on this guy for me. Don't let him get away. From a distance, Lan Lan's voice came. Wang Chen looked at Mumu, who was covering her mouth and giggling, with an innocent expression. Do I really look that unsafe? No, you look quite handsome. But, well, women should learn to protect themselves. By the way, what's your name? Are you still in school? How did they think to ask you to investigate I'm still in high school, and I'm a star warrior. Oh, that explains it. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Chen was a star warrior. Can I have your QQ number? Sure, it's no trouble at all. Just as Wang Chen was about to take out his phone, a sudden scream from Lan Lan echoed not far away. The moment the sound rang out, Wang Chen had already vanished like a flash of light. Pull me up. It's so dirty, so dirty. Just as Wang Chen burst out of the dense forest, he suddenly heard a gasp in front of him. In an instant, Wang Chen stopped in his tracks. He didn't know what was going on, but the girl named Lan Lan had accidentally fallen into a sewage pit. The pit was only as deep as her chest, and Li Jing was using a tree branch to pull her out. Seeing Li Jing struggling so hard, Wang Chen flashed over to lend a hand. What are you doing here? Li Jing suddenly turned around, frowning and asking. I heard this. Sister screamed suddenly, so I came over. Heard the scream? Li Jing turned to look at the dense forest in the distance. It must be at least a couple of 100 meters away, right? How could that be possible in just a few seconds? Instantly, Li Jing's gaze towards Wang Chen became even more unfriendly. Don't doubt it, that Sister Mumu can vouch for me. I was with her before I heard the scream. I'm a star warrior, this distance is nothing to me. You're a star warrior. Li Jing's face showed surprise, and she immediately understood. She knew what a star warrior was, and it made perfect sense for him to arrive so quickly. Moreover, having a star warrior nearby in the wilderness ensured safety. It stinks so much. My skin is going to rot. I'm done for, I'm going to break out in a rash. Lan Lan crawled ashore and immediately wailed to the sky. This stagnant water pit hadn't been changed in who knows how long, and the smell, well, the readers can imagine. Plus, it was just entering November, and although the temperature difference between day and night was large, it was still quite cool to wear. Lan Lan fell into the water, instantly giving Wang Chen a wet temptation. Wang Chen's cheeks flushed slightly, and he silently turned away. What is that? Is it algae or hair? Lan Lan just let out a complaint when suddenly, a sharper scream rang out. Wang Chen turned back to see Lan Lan had fallen to the ground in fright, her eyes fixed on the edge of the water. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically, and he flashed to the edge of the pit where a wet, decayed skull lay, completely rotted. It looked like it belonged to a woman, because wrapped around Lan Lan's ankle was a long strand of hair. Call the police, damn it, why is there no signal? Hurry up, let's go, someone died in the forest. Park. After regaining her senses, Lan Lan frantically pulled Li Jing and screamed. There was only a skull left, and it was uncertain how long it had been dead. Perhaps there were other remains in the pit. Wang Chen stood up. Just as he turned around, he suddenly dashed to Lan Lan's side, his fingers lightning fast as he pinched a leech on her snow-white thigh. Lan Lan was startled by Wang Chen's sudden action and jumped back. What are you doing? There's a leech in your pit, a big one. Wang Chen threw the leech on the ground, and it wriggled like a fat earthworm, looking like it weighed 5 or 6 grams. As a girl, Lan Lan was terrified by the sight of such a horrifying leech and screamed as if she were being slaughtered. She grabbed her hair and let out a series of pig-like cries. What should I do? Li Jing, what should I do? I was just submerged in water. Is there still some on me? Is there still some? Wang Chen calmly looked at the leech on the ground and gently lifted one foot. With a squelch, the leech was crushed under his foot, bright red blood splattering out. You ask me, I don't know either. How about we hurry home, or go to the hospital? By the time you get to the hospital, the leech will have already burrowed into your flesh. I suggest you take off your clothes now and let your boyfriend check you all over. Don't worry, I'll turn around and not peek. Saying this, Wang Chen turned his back. Lan Lan quickly took off her dress, her snow-white body standing in front of Li Jing. Quick, help me look. Oh. Li Jing suddenly came to her senses. There's nothing in the front, but there are 3 in the back. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and pull them out, but more than half of them are already inside. I can't grab them. Hey, big brother, help. Me! Lan Lan suddenly shouted fiercely, kicking her boyfriend to the ground. Wang Chen instantly turned around, locking onto the 3 leeches that were desperately burrowing into Lan Lan's snow-white back. With fingers like stars, he swiftly yanked out the 3 leeches and threw them to the ground. Then he decisively turned back. Take your time putting on your clothes, check if there are any leeches inside. Just as Lan Lan was about to put on her clothes, she paused, hurriedly shaking her dress, and indeed, 3 leeches fell out. After checking several times to confirm there were none left, she quickly slipped on her dress. Big brother, I'm done. Damn it. Li Jing felt deeply humiliated after being kicked away by his girlfriend. But to blame Wang Chen for this, he couldn't bring himself to repay kindness with enmity. So he could only vent his frustration by stomping on the leeches on the ground. After stomping for a while, the leeches were still lively. Stop messing with the bugs. Let's hurry back. Wang Chen stopped this behavior that was clearly childish for someone in their 20s. As he walked past the leeches, he accidentally squashed the 3 that he had pulled off Lan Lan's back with a squelch. The bright red blood made Lan Lan's face turn pale again. In a panic, she hurriedly left in the direction they had come from. But when they reached Mumu's location, Mumu was nowhere to be found. From the time Wang Chen left to when they returned, only 20 minutes had passed. But Mumu's disappearance at this moment seemed extremely unusual. First, upon hearing Lan Lan scream, Wang Chen rushed over, and Mumu should have also come immediately. It was only a distance of over 100 meters. Logically, Mumu should have been at the poolside to meet them. But clearly, Mumu did not come. Moreover, the equipment they had brought with them was still intact in its place. Mumu, where are you? Lan Lan called out anxiously. Where did that dead girl run off to? Disappearing. At a time like this, she wouldn't have encountered a time tunnel, would she? Lan Lan stomped her feet in frustration. It's possible. Li Jing went to the computer, looking at the rapidly fluctuating waves. On the screen like Mario. There is a strong magnetic field disturbance here, with a coverage radius of 500 meters. That's why our phone signals are being interfered with. Li Jing looked at the computer screen, instantly entering scientist mode. The speed of this shift in demeanor left Wang Chen stunned. Just a moment ago, she was flustered and wanted to leave quickly, and in the blink of an eye, she was as steady as a rock. Listening to Li Jing's explanation, Wang Chen took out the phone provided by the Tianjin Bureau. After a quick glance, his expression changed drastically. Quick! We need to leave here. Wang Chen's phone was equipped with military-grade signal transmission and reception devices, so even with interference, it shouldn't be this severe. Moreover, Wang Chen had at least completed high school physics. If it really was the strong magnetic field disturbance causing the signal blockage, then their phones and computers would be rendered useless. But in reality, the phone was running smoothly and the computer was stable as well. Leave? No way, I can't leave Mumu here alone. Mumu, Lan Lan called anxiously, even daring to leave Wang Chen and the others to walk towards the dense forest across the way. Mumu, in times of trouble, true feelings are revealed, confirming that their sisterhood was not just superficial. Hey, Lan Lan, I'm here. At that moment, Mumu's voice echoed from within the woods, and soon Mumu, wearing a baseball cap, emerged from the trees. Lan Lan, what's wrong? You look like you've been bullied, the girl named Mumu teased with a laugh. Mumu, where have you been? I was worried sick and you're laughing at me? Where did you go for so long? So long? It was just a little while. The instrument detected a magnetic field fluctuation, so I rushed over. But after a quick look around, I didn't find anything and came back. It was at most 3 minutes. What 3 minutes? It's been half an hour. No way. You're exaggerating. Mumu raised her wrist to check her watch. See? 3 minutes. Look, it's 30 minutes. Hey, you two, is this the time to debate 3 minutes versus 30 minutes? Since you're back, let's go. Out we go. Wait. So does that mean we found the time tunnel? Mumu suddenly snapped back to attention, excitedly exclaiming. Maybe. The notebook has been recording, right? We can go back and analyze the recorded data. This year's graduation report depends on it. That's great, but we should hurry. It's not safe here. Wang Chen said, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings and urging them on. Okay, let's go, hurry. Li Jing reacted quickly, closing the notebook, shouldering the equipment, and standing up. Mumu, I'm telling you, there have been murders in this forest park. Just now, in that pond, there was a skeleton. Suddenly, Wang Chen struck like lightning, pressing a finger against Mumu's neck. What are you doing? Mumu turned in shock, glaring at Wang Chen. At the tip of Wang Chen's finger, a sickly leech was wriggling slightly. You have a leech on your neck, though I don't know how it got there. Get it off, that's disgusting. The leech in Wang Chen's hand seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories for Lan Lan, causing her to tremble and scream in fright. Wang Chen casually tossed the leech to the ground. Splash, the leech burst, green blood splattering everywhere. In that instant, Wang Chen's footsteps halted and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. This scene was just caught by Li Jing, who exclaimed, Huh? Mumu, why is your blood green? This might be what they call a pig teammate, Wang Chen thought to himself as the ghostly wail behind him surged forth, transforming into a streak of light that lunged at Mumu. Mumu instantly flipped backward, spinning twice in the air before landing steadily 2 meters away. This sudden turn of events left Lan Lan and Li Jing dumbfounded. It happened so fast that both felt as if they were in a ridiculous dream. Mumu, when did you learn martial arts? Mumu was already dead. Wang Chen's body was surging with star power, pointing at Mumu. He is now a demon. Only the blood of a demon is green. I wondered why the leech looked sickly. It turns out your blood is toxic, and the so-called time tunnel doesn't exist at all. Their disappearance was the process of the demon race killing them and replacing them. The time on your watch was deliberately set to show only 3 minutes have passed. Demon race. Are you starting to invade again? Humph! A cold snort echoed, and Mumu's face suddenly began to twist, her eyes bulging from their sockets, her skin turning a deep brown, leathery texture. Her hands elongated suddenly and her legs twisted grotesquely. In less than 3 seconds, a 2-meter-tall, imposing demon warrior appeared before the three of them. In a moment of carelessness, I've revealed a flaw. But it doesn't matter, as long as I kill you, it won't affect our plans. A heavy, layered voice emerged from the demon's pincers-like mouth. At this moment, the girl named Lan Lan finally reacted. Mumu, what is this? This is the demon clan. Wang Chen drew the ghost cry from his back, his expression serious as he faced the opponent. Previously, the demons they encountered at Tianmu Lake were merely the lowest rank of demon soldiers, possibly biochemical demon soldiers. But the one before them could actually speak, which meant it was a member of the demon clan. Wang Chen had never fought a member of the demon clan before, but from what he had seen a few days ago, when a demon killed the demonized Chang Shuang with a single move, it was clear that the strength of the demon clan was extraordinary. Just then, some strange phenomena began to appear in the dense forest. From within the forest, dozens of biochemical demon soldiers they had never seen before emerged, surrounding the three of them. Upon seeing the biochemical demon soldiers, Lan Lan and the girl named Li Jing turned pale with fear. They could do nothing but tremble. Big brother, what should we do? Are we going to die? If it weren't for these two burdens, Wang Chen might have considered retreating without a second thought and then notifying the Wang family to send experts from the Heavenly Sword Bureau to sweep the area. But with these two burdens, Wang Chen could only fight. Without hesitation, Wang Chen instantly activated his phoenix form. The moment the phoenix tail flower on his forehead lit up, Wang Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, appearing before the demon clan. The demon was contemplating how to cook this star warrior who almost ruined its plans. It had heard that the meat of star warriors was most delicious when fried. But in an instant, the weak human primary warrior before it vanished. Then, a streak of light flashed past its eyes. In an instant, the demon's eyes widened and an expression of disbelief and terror appeared on its face. You are Star River Realm? Impossible, how could a primary warrior like you be Star River Realm? Wang Chen was also puzzled, looking back at the demon until its head fell from its shoulders. When the kill notification echoed in his mind, Wang Chen finally believed that the seemingly powerful demon warrior had indeed been taken down by him in one move. Level up kill, reward experience points 1000, skill points 50. Only 50 skill points. Wang Chen said with some disdain, I thought the demon clan would be strong. How could there be such weak ones? What a waste of my phoenix form. Since he had activated the phoenix form, his figure flickered, and all the surrounding biochemical demon soldiers had their heads chopped off in an instant. After completing this, Wang Chen immediately exited the phoenix form. The phoenix form consumed 10 skill points per second, and he had just used it for 5 seconds, so 50 points were gone just like that. Fortunately, each of these biochemical demon soldiers had a soul pearl, providing Wang Chen with dozens of skill points. Overall, it wasn't a loss. Li Jing and Lan Lan thoroughly experienced the unpredictability of this change. What happened in just 1 hour today? Let these young ones sort it out. Maybe they should go to the bathroom first? Falling into a pool, climbing out of the pool, with a skull wrapped around her foot. Wow, how thrilling. Just as she snapped back from the fear of the skull, several leeches were happily burrowing into her skin. Then, in a thrilling moment, she pulled out the leeches only to find her good sister was missing. When she found her good sister, they were overjoyed to reunite, but before they could celebrate, her good sister had turned into a demon. Then they were surrounded by a group of monsters, and it looked like they were about to die. Then, the young man before them erupted, instantly killing all the monsters. Perfect, this roller coaster of excitement and rising blood pressure had numbed Lanlan's nerves. Just like Stephen Chow said in his movies, when a person experiences too much stimulation in a short time, it exceeds their limits, and then, they will no longer react. So, while the demons were drooling over them, the young girl held on bravely. And when Wang Chen eliminated all the demons, the young girl rolled her eyes and dramatically fainted onto her boyfriend. Lan Lan, what's wrong with you? Stop shouting, let's hurry. And go. Under Wang Chen's pull, Li Jing took off the equipment, slung his girlfriend over his shoulder, and ran away. Speaking of which, this Li Jing should be considered one of the physically fit among ordinary people. He had carried dozens of pounds of equipment for such a long time, and now he could still carry his girlfriend and run swiftly. No wonder a science guy could find a girlfriend. Physical strength might be a significant factor. After running for half an hour, Wang Chen finally found the entrance to the Red Maple Forest Park, relying on his memory. The moment he burst out of the entrance, he was surprised to see that the chubby, middle-aged man from before had not left. Oh, Master Wang, you're out. Did you find the reason? Why haven't you left yet? I have nothing to do right now, just waiting for you here. Now that I've figured it out, can you do me a favor and take these two to the hospital for a full checkup? Wang Chen pointed at Li Jing and the unconscious Lan Lan. He then took out his phone, and sure enough, the signal had been restored. He dialed the number, tap tap tap. 20 minutes later, the roar of helicopters filled the sky. 3 helicopters flew through the clouds and quickly arrived above Wang Chen's head. The helicopters showed no intention of landing, and figures began to jump down from them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 30 people landed in the open space in front of Wang Chen. The leader among them was Li Gu, whom Wang Chen had seen before. Li Gu was dressed in a crisp military uniform, not a wrinkle in sight. He strode up to Wang Chen and stood at attention, saluting him. This formal way of meeting left Wang Chen a bit flustered, and he instinctively returned the salute. Wang Qianfeng floated down like a feather, landing in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chu, please explain the situation in detail. Yes. Last night, I accepted a mission from the Xingwu Guild to investigate the mystery of the time tunnel in Red Maple Forest Park. This morning, I came here to investigate and encountered 3 students from Sioux City University. They were also here to investigate the time tunnel mystery. During the investigation, one of the girls named Mumu went missing, and after half an hour, we found her. She claimed to have entered the time tunnel and wanted to gloss over it. However, I happened to see a leech sucking blood from her neck. I removed the leech, and when I stepped on it, I discovered that the blood it had sucked was green. Thus, I concluded that this Mumu was not human but a demon. From this, I inferred that the so-called time tunnel is actually a scam. The demons capture us humans and kill us, then replace the identity of that person with a demon, successfully infiltrating our human society. The so-called time tunnel is just a lie they've woven. Sure enough, after I exposed her identity, that Mumu transformed into a demon. Moreover, dozens of those demon soldiers, which I had encountered in the alternate space under the mountain road, appeared in the dense forest. Now that I have killed that demon and the appearing demon soldiers, there must still be other demons in the forest. Wang Chen clearly explained the process in a short paragraph. Li Ge, did you hear that clearly? I heard it clearly. I guarantee complete annihilation. Go ahead. I want to go too, Wang Chen hurriedly said. You don't need to go. Discovering the traces of the demons and their plans. You've already made a significant contribution. The combat mission is theirs to handle. We just need to provide intelligence. Wang Qianfeng comforted Wang Chen by patting his shoulder. Wang Qianfeng had also gone through that phase. When he had just joined the Tianjin Bureau, he was also eager to make contributions and get things done. But everyone wants to make contributions, everyone wants to get things done, and everyone wants to get promoted. One person cannot do all the work. Contributions cannot be monopolized by one person either. Wang Chen had already taken the most substantial piece of the credit, so it was good to leave some for the brother departments. Wang Qianfeng thought Wang Chen wouldn't understand this and planned to teach him well in the future. But what Wang Chen was thinking at that moment was those skill points. Captain Li, there's a pond in the central area of the forest, and by the pond there's a woman's head. This might be the remains of a victim. I hope Captain Li can retrieve it. Understood, Li Gu said, waving his hand, and the 30 people behind him instantly moved, turning into a series of afterimages as they rushed into the Red Maple Forest Park. Before long, the sounds of battle echoed back. Wang Chen, come here. Wang Qianfeng leaned against the door, leisurely lighting a cigarette. You did well this time. No wonder I personally chose you. You're overpraising me, Wang. That Li Gu. I met him last time, and it seems he has some conflict with Brother Su. He doesn't seem to like me either. Wang Chen secretly took a jab at Li Gu. Last time, he had been inexplicably scolded for 3 minutes. Wang Chen remembered that grudge. It's not really a conflict, just a competitive relationship. Su Shiyun became a lieutenant a year earlier than him, and both are vying for promotion to captain. In competition, of course, there won't be any calmness, but even in competition, our intelligence and operations departments can't let things get ugly. That's why I brought Li Ge this time instead of Su Shiyun. You too, you have ability, talent, and damn good luck. In just 2 or 3 months, how many times have you encountered this? Others might not see such things for years, but benefits can't be monopolized. If you eat meat, others should at least have soup. Otherwise, they'll remember your good fortune. When you're in trouble, they'll lend you a hand. If you hoard everything for yourself, you'll be seen as a nail in others' eyes. Just like that Li Gu. You can't learn from him. You need to be smooth in life and understand how to share benefits. Distributing the good also means distributing the troubles and dangers, even if those benefits are what you rightfully deserve. Yes, I humbly accept your teachings. Just do well with your luck. Are you afraid of having fewer achievements in the future? This time, I will definitely help you fight for the top credit. No one can take it away. Wang, does this count as good luck for me? Bad luck seems more fitting. That depends on the person. Wang Qianfeng's gaze turned distant. If it were another star warrior, it would indeed be very unfortunate. If it were an ordinary person, it would be like they had bad luck for 8 lifetimes. But you're different. You're one of us from the Sky Sword Bureau, a soldier of Wang Qianfeng from the intelligence department. What does our Sky Sword Bureau do? Isn't it to deal with these demon brats? Encountering demons causing trouble is not a bad thing. The more, the better. The more we have, the more credit we earn. Speaking of which, I still can't believe how lucky you are. Just taking on a random task. That seems unrelated, and you can uncover the demon clan's conspiracy? He. Wang Chen could only respond with a dry laugh. Boom! Suddenly, deep within the Red Maple Forest Park, thunder rumbled, and waves of intense spiritual energy surged forth. Wang Chen and Wang Qianfeng's conversation halted, and they turned to look in the direction of the energy. It seems there's something inside. Should we provide support? Li Ge's strength is decent, he can handle it. Wang Qianfeng said. Wang, what if there are powerful demon clan members inside? Since the demon clan can become the greatest threat to humanity and has been suppressing us, their experts must not be weaker than us. And since they infiltrated humanity as spies, they must be the elite among the demon clan. We can't be careless. It's true they are elite, but you might not know some common knowledge. Wang Xianfeng suddenly realized that this boy, who had achieved remarkable feats, was actually still a rookie who had awakened as a star warrior only 2 or 3 months ago. The demon clan and humanity exist in different spacetime. Human high technology cannot be used in alternate spaces, let alone in the demon realm. So, does the world's laws only restrict us humans? Are you saying there are restrictions on the demon clan as well? If the demon clan wants to retain their strength to descend upon Tianlan Star, they can only use the method of dimensional erosion. They have a magic circle that, once activated, can gradually erode and merge the two spacetime. But this dimensional erosion emits a very strong energy fluctuation. Any place with spacetime erosion will be detected by us. When the erosion was complete, the demon race was no longer affected by the laws of time and space, and our technology was also no longer influenced by the alternate dimension. This is why, back then, the entire East Island nation was eroded by the demon race and fell into the demon realm, yet the nuclear bombs hidden in East Island could still be detonated at a critical moment. Without the completion of the time-space erosion, the more powerful individuals could not cross the boundaries of time and space to enter the human world. This was a significant advantage for us, the human race. As long as our star warriors awakened their star warrior talents, they could freely enter the alternate dimension. So, you're saying, even if the demon race has infiltrated our human civilization, their strength isn't strong? If no one had told Wang Shen, he would never have figured this out, no matter how hard he tried. This could explain why the demon he had killed with a single strike was so weak. In Wang Chen's mind, since they were spies infiltrating behind enemy lines, they should be the elite among elites. But we can't be blindly optimistic because the spatial limitations only apply during the demon race's entry into the human realm. Once they successfully reach the human realm, those limitations will disappear. So the demon race has thought of a workaround. They send some noble offspring to the human world when they are young and weak, then lie in wait until the time is right to activate them. The demon spies didn't just infiltrate recently. For the past 70 years since the war ended, they have never stopped their infiltration. But in terms of growth potential, the demon race's development is much later than ours. After listening to Wang Qianfeng's words, Wang Chen finally understood. The real situation was far more complex than he had imagined. The conflict between the demon race and the human race was not just a war between different nations, but a racial war that transcended time and space. There was still much for Wang Chen to learn. At that moment, a sudden and intense eruption of battle waves occurred in the distance, followed by a strange distortion in the space ahead. It seems Li Gu has finished the job, Wang Xianfeng said as he took out his phone and dialed. Shortly after, several figures appeared in the distant forest. One by one, the warriors from the Sky Sword Bureau's action unit emerged from the woods, carrying the bodies of fallen martyrs on their backs. Li Gu approached Wang Chen and handed him a skull, asking, "Is this the skull?" "Yes. That's good. Have you confirmed it?" Wang Xianfeng asked Li Gu calmly. "Report to Wang, it has been confirmed that brother Wang Chen's speculation is completely correct." "Good." Wang Xianfeng took out his phone again. "Su Shiyun, you can close the net now." Wang Chen speculated that the net Wang Xianfeng was referring to was likely those who had experienced the time tunnel in Hongfeng Forest Park. In Wang Chen's estimation, these people had already been replaced by the demon race. Task completed, Mystery of the Time Tunnel in Hongfeng Forest Park. Reward, 3,000 experience points, 300 skill points. The voice of Wang Chen's system echoed in his mind. The helicopter once again flew through the clouds, hovering above everyone. "Are you coming back to the bureau with me or going home by yourself? Don't I have anything to do? If you come back to the bureau, you'll need to attend the case summary meeting and write a detailed report on the cause and process of the events. If you don't go, then there's no need. After all, you're still a student and haven't officially started working. Then forget it, I'll take the subway back." Wang Chen instinctively sensed that Wang Qianfeng didn't want him to return to the Sky Sword Bureau, so he wisely suggested leaving on his own. The mission was complete, the benefits were received, and all that was left was to think about how to spend the next 7 days of vacation. Back home, Wang Chen first added the 300 experience points to the Nebula Sword Dance, bringing it to a high level of Silver 8. Bored, he lay on his bed scrolling through his phone and discovered that Su Xiangwen had posted over a dozen updates today. The three of them, along with Jiang Xinsheng, had gone to the Demon City for a trip fully utilizing the law of money making things happen, posting about how the Wansheng amusement park was packed with people, causing traffic jams that made it impossible to move. "Could you please not change to a new amusement ride every 10 minutes? I beg you to be a decent person." Watching Su Xiangwen and the others having so much fun, Wang Chen suddenly felt a bit envious. How about getting up to continue grinding tasks? As soon as he thought of it, he opened the official website of the Star Martial Arts Association, submitted his completed task, and earned 100 points. Then he found a short-term task and clicked to accept it. In fact, many of the tasks for Star Warriors are quite easy, with no combat missions. For example, providing protection for someone, escorting valuable items, or transporting treasures, money, and important industrial machinery, etc. "Sinyu, do you still want to post?" I feel like if I keep posting, I might be locked onto by those red-eyed people and then beaten to death. Jang Sin-yu and her 3 friends were leisurely enjoying the sun in the sunroom. While outside, there was a sign that read, "Equipment maintenance, out of service." But do you think the amusement park staff are blind? What are those 4 lying inside? So, Su Shangwen's worries were completely unnecessary. There was no need for any positioning, they found it at a glance. Don't you usually like to show off? Do you think there are no rich people in the Magic City? Doing this might make some of them feel uncomfortable. By the way, do you think Wang Chen's steel bar will be stimulated by me? What does that have to do with Wang Chen? Jiang Xinyu turned her face slightly and asked coldly, "Hey, you're being so obvious. Okay? You personally invited him to hang out and he dares to say he loves studying? Isn't that disrespecting our Queen Zhang? You reminding me to post a dynamic is just to tell him how wrong his decision not to come is. Such a strong survival instinct." Dong Feiyu peeked out from behind a magazine, not expecting Su Xiangwen to explain the complicated relationship between Jiang Xinyu and Wang Chen so innocently. Impressive. Refusing a date explained as not giving face, no problem. No, Lan Gu posted a dynamic. Jiang Xinqing sat up and said, "Oh, he can post too? Has the caveman been resurrected?" "No, it seems he is on a date with Li Shaoqin." "What?" Su Xiangwen exclaimed, and upon opening his friend's circle there indeed appeared a new post, which was Wang Chen's. In the photo, Wang Chen was laden with various shopping bags, just like a poor guy, accompanying his girlfriend shopping. Beside him was the big star Li Shaoqin, pulling him as they rushed into a mall. The caption read, "I will never accompany a woman shopping again in this lifetime." Su Xiangwen had posted so many pretentious updates but couldn't withstand Wang Chen's bitter complaint. Looking at this photo, Su Xiangwen suddenly felt that all the privileges he enjoyed were tasteless. That was the national idol of Nanli country, even a top star in Yugua. "Wang Chen, you really can't tell, usually so honest, yet you're this kind of person." Click. With a sound, the lounge chair under Jiang Xinyu transformed into an ice throne. Wait, when did Wang Chen and Li Shaoqin get together? They shouldn't have any intersection at all. Su Xiangwen sat up and quickly asked. Nonsense. How could you not know who Wang Chen is? Li Shaoqin is the #1 actress in Nanli country, a national treasure-level idol. She came to Sioux City to shoot a large TV series in collaboration with Yugua, the Great Zhou dynasty. Don't even mention when they got together, they wouldn't even have a chance to get to know each other. Has Wang Chen even been to Nanli country? So, this picture is photoshopped? You look for yourself. Dong Feiyu took out his phone and handed it to Su Xiangwen. The task list of the Sioux City Star Martial Arts Association, which just happens to have a 4-day task as Li Shaoqin's personal bodyguard. Li Shaoqin loves shopping but hates being followed by dozens of bodyguards, so she decided to hire star warriors from Yugua to ensure her safety for 10 hours a day. The person taking on the task was Wang Chen. This kid knows how to play better than us. While you were still bungee jumping, Wang Chen had already started on the star martial tasks. In the quiet of the night, at the Sioux City Sky Sword Bureau branch, Director Lu Zhao walked briskly down the silent corridor, arriving at the door of the conference room at the end of the hall and then pushed the door open. With a rustle, all the lieutenant colonels, including Wang Qianfeng, stood up in unison. "Please, sit down." Lu Zhao's appearance seemed to lack authority, yet no one present dared to harbor even a hint of disdain for him. This veteran, who had once joined the United Security Organization, had a file with the United Nations that, if printed, would stand half a meter tall. His wealth of experience and rich history left everyone in awe. Being the head of the Sky Sword Bureau in such an important city as Sioux City was certainly not the position of an unknown person. The inspection department has just sent a confirmed report. The DNA match results for the head brought back by Li Gu from the secret realm have come out. Her name is Chang Yu, a 24-year-old nurse from the Gunnan district of Sioux City. However, she is not on the list of those who have experienced the time tunnel mystery. Upon hearing Lu Zhao's words, the department heads present raised their eyebrows slightly. Are there any others who slipped through the cracks? Asked Li Weixin, the head of the operations department, in a calm tone. There should be, and from what we see with this Chang Yu, she may not be the only one who slipped through. Moreover, we found that almost all the targets on the list showed signs of activity as we began capturing those who had experienced the time tunnel. However, that Chang Yu went about her usual routine, going to work and coming home without any unusual behavior. Therefore, the intelligence team speculates that Chang Yu and those who experienced the time tunnel belong to two completely different groups, and her infiltration method is different. Director, Deputy Director Wang, Deputy Director Li, a middle-aged lieutenant colonel with glasses said as he opened the documents in front of him, this Chang Yu has undergone a series of identity verification checks under our supervision. In addition to a series of routine checks, we also conducted DNA identification. The conclusion we reached is that this Chang Yu is indeed a real human, and this check was only conducted half a month ago. So, you mean Chang Yu was replaced by the demon race within the last half month? Li Weixin asked, puzzled. No. The skull brought back by Captain Li has been tested, and the time of death exceeds 6 months. If this skull belongs to Changyu, then the Changyu we previously screened and confirmed as a human must have been a demon at that time. As Wu Chen from the medical department finished speaking, everyone's faces showed shock. They were all veterans in this field and understood the terrifying implications behind those words. The demon race had already managed to deceive our precision instruments, even simulating human DNA to the point of being indistinguishable. If the spies from the demon race could do this, it would be a nightmare for humanity. Everyone's expressions turned serious and Li Weixin's face turned pale. Damn it, capture that Changyu and find out how they did it by any means necessary. We captured those demon spies who infiltrated through the Red Maple Forest Park, and after realizing escape was hopeless, they all chose to commit suicide. This shows that this batch of demons was trained very rigorously, determined to complete their infiltration mission at all costs. Wang Qianfeng's words once again dismiss Li Weixin's proposal. Then what should we do? The demons can deceive our DNA tests. If we don't quickly find out the reason and figure out a way to counter it, how can we continue our work in the future? Walking down the street, anyone could be a demon. The person smiling at you across the street might be a demon spy, and we wouldn't even know. Deputy Director Li, Director, this Changyu has a background worth investigating. She happens to be related to an intelligence lead that the intelligence department is currently pursuing. Do you remember the demonized Star Warriors? The demonized Star Warriors were not the first to appear in the Northwest. They had already shown up during the junior trial period this summer. So far, there have been 3 cases of demonized Star Warriors. At the last Star Warrior Championship, He Mingxue and I rushed over immediately, but in the end, we only witnessed a scene where a demonized Star Warrior was killed by a powerful demon. That demon's strength was formidable, likely on par with any of us. After killing, she escaped, her movements so strange that neither He Mingxue nor I could track her. It was precisely because the demonized Star Warrior was Chang Yu's brother, Chang Xuanyue, that we requested Chang Yu's cooperation for an inspection. At that time, Chang Yu did not show any signs of abnormality. Now it seems that the demon we almost captured that day was indeed this Chang Yu, and the demonized Star Warriors must be related to the demons. This Chang Yu should be our key breakthrough point. I suggest we monitor her 24 hours a day, keeping a close watch on who she interacts with and who she contacts. Who knows, we might even directly uncover a high-level demon spy group. As Wang Qianfeng's words settled, Lu Zhao casually nodded. What do you all think of Director Wang's proposal? Agreed. Since everyone agrees, then it's settled. As for monitoring Chang Yu, Lu Zhao's gaze shifted back and forth between Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin. The monitoring target did not have a clear classification. It could belong to the intelligence department or the operations department. Among the department heads of the Sioux City Sky Sword Bureau, if we were to speak of the highest capability and the most outstanding work, it would undoubtedly be Wang Qianfeng. After 9 years as the head of the intelligence department in the Sky Sword Bureau, he had never made a single mistake. It's not that the other department heads were inadequate, but Wang Qianfeng was particularly exceptional. Lu Zhao liked Wang Qianfeng, but even affection had to be balanced. Sometimes, to maintain equilibrium, Lu Zhao had to give opportunities and benefits that should belong to Wang Qianfeng to others. Lu Zhao preferred harmony among his subordinates but disliked them forming an unbreakable alliance. Director, let us in the operations department handle this matter. We have enough personnel, and our experience makes us fully capable of this task. Old Li, are you being excessive? It sounds like you're saying our intelligence department lacks personnel and experience to handle this task. Old Wang, is that what I meant? Can you stop arguing for the sake of arguing? Monitoring suspicious targets is also the job of the operations department. Investigating the background and identity of the target, secretly probing the target's organizational network seems to be the intelligence department's responsibility, right? Fine, I won't argue with you on this. Seeing Wang Qianfeng's firm attitude, Li Weixin quickly backed down. Monitoring Chang Yu can be assigned to the intelligence team. But Director, I have another matter. This time, Li Ge successfully led his team to annihilate the secret base established by the demons and killed a demon general at the early stage of the Star River realm. Shouldn't he be promoted? Li Ge. Lu Zhao revealed a faint smile. I remember this young man. He was only 18 when he first arrived, right? An 18-year-old at the late stage of the Nebula realm. It's hard to find such a talent across the country, except in the 4 major academies. It's him. Is his contribution enough? He has completed 200 C-level tasks and 70 B-level tasks. The only thing lacking is an A-level task, and this time it counts as a completion. Li Weixin said with a proud smile. Where's your face? Old Li, where's your face? Wang Qianfeng sneered, propping himself up with his hands. Old Wang, you're just trying to argue on purpose this time. Li Weixin's expression turned cold as he retorted. Discovering the demon's secret base and killing a demon at the early stage of the Star River realm is indeed a significant achievement. An A-level task, we might not even have one in Sioux City all year round. But is it appropriate to just hand such an A-level task to Li Ge? Who discovered the demon's conspiracy? Who found the clues about the appearance of the demonized Star Warriors? Was it Li Ge? I admit, Li Gu is outstanding. We have all witnessed his performance over the past 3 years. I have no objections to him personally, nor to his promotion, but the credit for this A-level mission must go to Wang Chen. Director Wang, the main difficulty of this mission lies in destroying the demon race's base. Doesn't saying that make your face hurt? Li Weixin's face hurt a lot, especially when he said this. The looks from the other directors towards his old face were nothing short of mocking. But what could he do? It was not easy to have a talent like Li Gu stand out under his command, so of course he wanted to push him up. But why was it Wang Chen who discovered the demon race's conspiracy and confirmed the location of their base? Ahem, Lu Zhao lightly coughed, interrupting the argument between the two. Let's not argue about the credit for this matter. It belongs to Wang Chen from the intelligence department. If it weren't for Wang Chen discovering the demon race's conspiracy and their hidden base, not just Li Gu, but all of us would be in the dark. How about this? The task of monitoring Chang Yu to uncover other infiltrating demon groups will be assigned to the operations department. The credit for this A-level mission goes to the intelligence department, and as for promotions, we can discuss that after Li Gu successfully completes this mission. With a single statement, Lu Zhao made the decision. Li Weixin still wanted to fight for Li Gu, but seeing the look Lu Zhao gave him, he swallowed his words. Today's meeting ends here. The contents of the meeting are classified. Clatter, everyone stood up in unison. Yes. Lu Zhao turned and left the conference room, and the others began to pack up and prepare to leave. Old Wang, why are you stopping me at this time? Once Li Gu is promoted, I will fully cooperate with you to push Su Shiyun up. Won't that work? You know me, I'm not suited for the Tianjin Bureau. In a year or two, I might return to the army, and Li Gu is the successor I trained. You know that. Li Weixin muttered as he packed up. Li Ji's good fortune to meet you is something he earned over 8 lifetimes. But have I not made way for him? Wang Chen reported the discovery of the demon race's base directly to me. If I let Su Shiyun handle it, then Li Gu has nothing to do with it. I've already given up such a significant credit. Why do you still want more? We can let go of others' merits, but I cannot let go of Wang Chen's. Moreover, even though you support Li Gu, does he really have the ability to become your successor? He has potential, but potential is just potential. He still needs to be honed. Alright, maybe I'm too anxious. On the other side, Wang Chen had also completed the protection task for Li Shaoqin, earning 1,000 experience points and 50 skill points. 4 days for such a small gain felt a bit unworthy to Wang Chen. But then he thought, earning 50 skill points would require finding a star warrior of similar strength and beating him up 50 times in a corner. 4 days of doing nothing but running errands for someone else to earn 50 points was still somewhat worthwhile. Wang Chen, come to Nanli country to play with me in the future. You accompanied me shopping for 4 days. When you come to Nanli country, I will definitely cancel my work to play with you for 4 days. At the moment of parting, Li Shaoqin said to Wang Chen with some reluctance, "Thank you." Wang Chen smiled, but inside, he was roaring. In the future, I will definitely avoid you. It's really hard for you, such a weak woman, to exhaust even a star warrior with such endurance during shopping. You're welcome. There's an old saying in your country, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? After receiving the task completion slip, Wang Chen turned and left without looking back. This hurried escape, however, appeared to Li Shaoqin as a graceful departure. Why are there no such elegant and charismatic young men in Nanli country? Li Shaoqin turned her head and asked her manager. Maybe Nanli country is too small. Such grace and demeanor might only be possessed by people from a great nation like Yu Guo. After spending 4 days with Wang Chen, not to mention Li Shaoqin, even the manager was deeply impressed by him. From the very first day they met, Wang Chen felt less like a bodyguard they had hired and more like a friend there to welcome them. He was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a relaxed and composed demeanor, with an elegant presence and graceful charm. In just 1 day of interaction, they forgot their identities and related to each other like old friends. Wang Chen was articulate and charming, knowledgeable, and a star warrior. This made Li Shaoqin subconsciously suspect that Wang Chen's true identity might be that of a noble from the Jade Kingdom. In a way, she wasn't wrong. Wang Chen submitted a task from a bench on the street, earning 100 points. For many star warriors, this was a considerable income. But for Wang Chen, it was merely a way to pass the time. With 2 days left until the holiday ended, he decided not to look for anything to do. During that time, I really envy you students, having more than 100 days off each year. A voice rang out just as Wang Chen finished submitting his task, and he looked up to see Su Shiyun in casual clothes standing in front of him. Brother Su, are you here to find me? Is there a task? Wang Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Why are you so much like Li Gu? The moment you hear about a task, your eyes turn green. I'm on holiday today, just came out for a stroll because I was bored. What a coincidence to see you. That's quite a coincidence. Wang Chen was speechless. In Desa City, there are at least 10 million people. In such a vast sea of people, you just happened to run into me while strolling around? What a joke. Stop being sarcastic. I'm feeling down and just wanted to drink with you. Is that so wrong? I'm Only 16, I can't drink. Can you at least drink milk? Su Shiryun reached out and threw an arm around Wang Chen's shoulder. Wang Chen was thus dragged by Su Shiryun into a tavern across the street. In the private room, Su Shiryun quickly ordered a table full of 20 to 30 dishes, then asked for 2 bottles of white liquor and ordered Wang Chen 5 cans of Red Bull. Brother Su, are you trying to keep me up all night? Cut it out. Do you really think it has any effect? It's all a scam. Wang Chen could tell that Su Shiryun indeed had something on his mind. After a moment of silence, Wang Chen, fiddling with a toothpick, smiled and looked at Su Shiryun. Brother Su, feeling down? Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law? Is that possible? I never argue with your sister-in-law. Su Shiryun raised his head proudly. If we can avoid fighting, we do. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Chen nearly spat out his drink. What happened? Let me take a look. Nothing. It's work-related. The dishes quickly arrived one by one, and Su Shiryun poured himself a glass. Goodness, 45-degree liquor, and he downed it in one go. What kind of grievance was he nursing? Wang Chen, do you think our director Wang is foolish? Su Shiryun's cheeks were slightly flushed after drinking. What have we done to make him unhappy? Are we turning our elbows outward? Is it about the incident in Maple Forest Park? Wang Chen instantly understood. As Wang Qianfeng had explained to Wang Chen, from his perspective he had to consider the interests of the entire intelligence department and make concessions for the relationship between the intelligence department and other brother departments. But in front of Su Shiryun, it was indeed giving away the credit that rightfully belonged to the intelligence department. Exactly, the demon race was discovered by you and you called Director Wang about it. This A-level task is meat on our intelligence department's plate. Why should it be shared with the action department? Perhaps Director Wang has his own considerations. I know he has other considerations. He said credit can't be monopolized. We are the intelligence department. Providing intelligence is our duty. Capturing people and fighting are the tasks of the action department. But, if that's the case, what do we need the intelligence department's action team for? Brother Su, didn't Director Wang leave you with the task of netting and capturing? Those few people, as soon as we netted them, they all committed suicide. We didn't capture a single live one and still got scolded by Director Wang. Anyone can talk big. Come on, if you have the ability, then come. Wang Chen lowered his head and stopped responding. Forget it, complaining about this and that is pointless. Now, it's all set in stone. By the way, next time you have such good news, don't just call Wang Chu. That guy is too extravagant. He doesn't realize how hard it is for the brothers below to get promoted. If you discover something new, remember to give the brothers a call. Isn't that inappropriate? Acting without reporting to Wang Chu? It's not called acting without permission. This time you've confirmed the whereabouts of the demon clan, so you should report to Wang Chu. But it won't always be so easy to directly pinpoint the demon clan's location. As long as you have this suspicion, even a little doubt, you can ask our intelligence department brothers for assistance. As long as the brothers get involved in such good news, Wang Chu won't be able to take credit for their hard work. Wang Chen looked at Su Shiryun, whose eyes were bloodshot, with a face full of disgust. Such things are rare, they don't just happen easily. If it were someone else, it might indeed be rare, but you're different, you're our intelligence department's lucky charm. This dog shit just keeps coming. A piece of chicken strip fell from Wang Chen's chopsticks. Just so you know, this isn't just my opinion, it's the collective opinion of the intelligence team. Brothers. I know. By the way, is there any new progress on that case? Of course there's progress. Su Shiryun leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Do you know whose skull was found in the forest park? Whose? Chang Yu. It's her. What a coincidence. Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. I understand now. Chang Xuanyue was demonized on the day of the competition because of Chang Yu. Chang Yu has a direct connection to the demonized Star Warriors. This is bad. Suddenly, Wang Chen exclaimed in a low voice. What's wrong? Chang Yu can't move. If she does, it's like cutting off all the leads behind her. We don't know how many demonized Star Warriors are still in Sioux City. She is our only clue. We should play the long game to catch the big fish. Su Shiryun stared blankly at Wang Chen, his face showing astonishment. What's wrong, Brother Su? Did I say something wrong? To think of all this in such a short time. I'm impressed. It seems I've misjudged. You, Wang Chu said you were a lucky charm, and we really took you for one. There's no such thing as real luck in this world. You rely on your true strength. You've picked up on this so quickly. Even Wang Chu didn't react as fast as you. But Wang Chu has already thought of it. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit bitter. What now? Even the task of monitoring Chang Yu, the brothers didn't get a chance. It was taken by that Li Guo from the action department. Is he Wang Chu's son? No, this time it was Director Lu's designation. Then he's Director Lu's son. After finishing the meal with Su Shiryun, Wang Chen went straight home. The next day, Jiang Xinyu and the others returned from the Demon City and invited Wang Chen out for dinner. Naturally, Wang Chen, who had nothing to do, wouldn't refuse. During the meal, Jiang Xinqing asked about his relationship with Li Xiaoqin, and Wang Chen didn't hide it, explaining generously that it was due to a protection task. Wang Chen had a fulfilling 5 days, and the four of them had a great time during that period. Time always seems to fly especially fast when you don't want it to leave. Just as Wang Chen felt a bit relaxed, the holiday was over. The study tasks before National Day mainly focused on improvement, while those after National Day were aimed at the final tests. The final tests would cover both liberal arts and martial arts, with rankings for the entire school. In Sioux City's senior year, who would be the new top 10 experts in the Star Martial Arts School? Every year, the end of the year would be a bloody battle. The liberal arts were all about practicing questions, constantly drilling. Starting from the first day after the holiday, there was almost a test paper every day, totaling 4 sheets. In the afternoon practical combat class, Lu Jie first arranged for students of equal strength to spar in pairs. Then came 2 hours of high-intensity physical training. 10 days passed quietly. Under such a fulfilling study schedule, Wang Chen's fear of insufficient strength was effectively alleviated. Every day after school, he returned home physically and mentally exhausted, and after practicing in the training room for a while, he could fall asleep right away. Thanks to this high-intensity training, Wang Chen could earn 7 to 8 skill points every afternoon. His combat strength had already surpassed Lu Jie by a lot, and in class, only Jiang Xinyu and Mingyue Wucheng could match him. Most of the time, Wang Chen teamed up with Mingyue Wucheng. Although his wish to beat Song Bo 10 or 8 times a day had not been fulfilled, he could at least hit Mingyue Wucheng 7 or 8 times daily. And Mingyue Wucheng truly lived up to being a scion of the Xingwu family, having received a good education. Every time he was knocked down by Wang Chen, he not only didn't get angry but sincerely grabbed Wang Chen's arm, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Once, when Wang Chen caught Mingyue Wucheng off guard and was about to make a move, he hesitated, not wanting to make Mingyue Wucheng feel too embarrassed. To his surprise, Mingyue Wucheng was very unhappy and repeatedly asked Wang Chen not to hold back. Faced with such a request, Wang Chen replied, "You said it." From that day on, he went from earning 7 or 8 skill points a day to at least 12. While reaping these rewards, Wang Chen also noticed that Mingyue Wucheng was becoming thinner and more haggard. After a week, his cheeks had already sunk in deeply. To prevent Mingyue Wucheng from being crushed by Wang Chen, Lu Jie eventually changed the groupings, pairing Jiang Xinyu, Mingyue Wucheng, and Wang Chen together, allowing Wang Chen to alternate sparring with the two of them. In fact, Lu Jie had already realized that Wang Chen's strength far exceeded his own, which prompted him to let Wang Chen take his place in giving the two seed players intensive training. Wang Chen welcomed this and even went to Lu Jie's office to suggest, "How about I fight the whole class by myself?" "Such a request? You're really bringing this up? Fine, I'll just quit." Lu Jie was so furious he nearly kicked Wang Chen out. Every time Wang Chen sparred with Mingyue Wucheng and Jiang Xinyu, a girl named Xie Sisi stood outside, watching Wang Chen intently. Wang Chen thought Xie Sisi was just observing their battles to learn from the experience. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had passed and there were less than 2 months until the winter break. Wang Chen was slowly packing his backpack. When not in battle, his movements were very slow. "Wang Chen, do you have any plans for this winter break?" Jiang Xinyu suddenly asked indifferently. "Ha, are we going out to play again? I've made a training plan since there's still such a long gap between us. If I don't work hard, I might not catch up to you before next year's college entrance exam." "Is that so?" A new announcement was posted at the trial grounds today. On December 1st, all 3 trial grounds will open. I was planning to go to the intermediate trial ground during the winter break, but since you have other plans, then forget it. "Other plans? What other plans?" Wang Chen looked at Jiang Xinyu in confusion. Jiang Xinyu's lips twitched slightly, suppressing a smile. Sitting next to Wang Chen, Xie Sisi overheard their conversation and quickly moved over to look at Jiang Xinyu. "Can you take me with you?" During this time, Xie Sisi and Jiang Xinyu had grown quite close, though they were far from being best friends. Xie Sisi was at the peak of the star realm, and although she might soon break through to the starry realm, her strength was barely enough for the beginner trial ground, let alone the intermediate one. Jiang Xinyu didn't want to discourage her too much, so she could only regretfully say, "The intermediate trial ground costs 100,000 a day. We need to go for 10 days. Xie Sisi's eyes dimmed, as if the candlelight flickering in the wind was gradually extinguishing. For Xie Sisi, who came from an ordinary working-class family, the fact that she could awaken her Star Warrior talent was already a source of pride for her parents. Because she was a Star Warrior, her parents could enjoy many benefits, such as free medical care and low-interest loans, among others, but even so, the combined salary of my parents is less than 20,000 a month, while the exorbitant cost of 100,000 a day is something families like Xie Sisi's cannot even dream of. Although I know I shouldn't complain, I can't help but feel a sense of loss. Xia class monitor really has a short memory." Song Bo's voice pierced through the air once again. "I don't know what's going on, but since yesterday, Song Bo and his group seem to have started floating again. Since yesterday, Wang Chen has been wondering whether he should find a reason to earn some extra money. looking at how the class monitor has been shamelessly catering to Jung Sinyu these days. Do you really think she would treat you like a person? Now you know, right? In the end, after all that flattery, you still have nothing. Xia class monitor, you should be grateful. If they really wanted to take you in, you might end up in the trial ground, becoming the dung of a strange beast. By then, there wouldn't even be a tombstone for you. How lonely that would be. What's going on? Have these 4 dogs not been beaten for 2 days? How did they get so arrogant? Su Xianguan said lightly, standing up and rubbing his wrist. Maybe Duanziki broke through to the Nebula realm yesterday, making these dogs think they have someone backing them up. Ming Yue. Wuching said leisurely as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. I was wondering what was going on. Turns out Duanziki broke through. How did she break through? Sinyu has been in the breakthrough for 2 months. Is Duanziki regressing? Su Xianguan, you're so arrogant. If you have the ability, why not challenge Ziki after school? Songbo, seeing himself becoming the enemy of the whole class again, bared his teeth and shouted. Songbo, to be honest, it might be too cruel for you, but seeing you so clueless, I really can't help but tell you. Do you know why Duanziki has been so low-key even after breaking through to the Nebula realm? Mingyue Wucheng stepped closer to Songbo. What do you mean? Nebula realm? Duanziki? Hee, in our class, at least 5 people can beat him, and he doesn't even know which way is up. Heh, anyone can brag. Suddenly, Songbo's words came to a halt, staring in disbelief at the slowly opening star palace of Mingyue Wucheng. A cloud swirled within the star palace like a windmill. Believe it or not, even if we beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself, Duanziki wouldn't dare to make a sound? Can't you just be low-key and be a good dog? Mingyue Wucheng patted Songbo's shoulder and smiled. Songbo's expression changed repeatedly, and in the end, he obediently picked up his backpack and fled the classroom with the other 3 in disgrace. Duanziki broke through? Zhang Xinyu asked again to confirm. Yes, not only did Duanziki break through, but Mu Xiaoyun also broke through. However, Duanziki is not a concern, but Mu Xiaoyun should be taken seriously. His strength might be on par with yours. A little stronger is fine, Zhang Xinyu said calmly, otherwise, winning wouldn't feel rewarding. One by one, the classmates walked out of the classroom, and after Wang Chen said goodbye to Su Xianguan and the others at the school gate, he headed towards the bus station. At the bus station, Xia Sisi was lost in thought, her head downcast. Class monitor, Wang Chen, is there something you need? Xia Sisi was surprised to see Wang Chen behind her. Actually, Zhang Xinyu doesn't look down on you. I know, Zhang Xinyu is very nice to me and has never been arrogant towards other classmates. What Songbo and the others said was just a sow discord. Most of the class knows that. I'm not angry. Back then, when Wang Yil entered the junior trial ground with us, we encountered a pursuit by the demon clan. We watched helplessly as Wang Yil had his head chopped off by a demon, unable to help. If the garrison hadn't arrived in time, we might have been wiped out. The trial ground is very dangerous. Strange beasts appear and disappear unpredictably, and no one knows what unexpected events might happen next. Thinking back, it's really terrifying. You usually panic during battles. What would you do if you had to fight strange beasts in the trial ground? Actually, I'm not timid. I'm just nervous, really. Xia Sisi said seriously, her bright eyes fixed on Wang Chen's face. I will overcome this. My efforts behind the scenes won't lose to anyone in class. Wang Chen, if I had $1 million, would you be willing to take me with you? Xia Sisi's eyes were filled with longing. Wang Chen had never thought such a gaze would appear in the eyes of a blossoming young girl. He had seen countless such gazes before. In his past life in Hengdian, those dream-chasing boys and girls, when pitching to a director, had eyes that were humble and trembling. Wang Chen couldn't understand what kind of pressure Xia Sisi was bearing at her age, a pressure she shouldn't have to endure that made her so obsessed with going to the trial grounds to hunt exotic beasts. But while dreams are precious, they are only left for those who are strong and prepared. It's not about money. The bus is here, Wang Chen, see you tomorrow. Xia Sisi didn't wait for Wang Chen to finish and turned to rush towards the bus as if fleeing in panic. Wang Chen stood at the bus stop, bewildered, the words echoing in his mind, I won't listen, the turtle reciting scriptures. Wang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to walk along the sidewalk towards the new universe building. Beep beep, the sound of a horn rang in his ears as a black business car stopped beside him. The window rolled down and Su Shiyun appeared in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen, get in. Su Ge, what's the matter? Wang Chen quickly went around to the passenger seat. The back. Oh, Wang Chen obediently opened the door and got in. On the seat lay a set of unopened clothes. What are you dawdling for? Change your clothes. For me? Is there a mission? Wang Chen looked puzzled at Su Shiyun's serious expression, as if the matter was significant. Mission my ass. It's an order from Wang to take you to the bureau for the celebration banquet. You really have some clout. You actually got me, a captain, to personally drive you. Tonight, you must drink a few more glasses with me. If you don't make me happy, you won't be allowed to leave. Celebration banquet? Is it for the Operation at Red Maple Forest Park? Isn't that obvious? In recent years, the Demon Clan has been increasingly active nationwide. Every time they cause trouble, we only find out after the fact. Even if we respond quickly, all we do is clean up the mess. Across 26 provinces and over 300 branches of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, we've been overwhelmed by the Demon Clan, and the headquarters in the capital has been frowning every day. This time, we in Sioux City took the initiative, thwarting their plot before they could act and completely destroying their base. The higher-ups are pleased and have specially announced nationwide commendations, urging all 342 branches of the Heavenly Sword Bureau to take Sioux City as a model, unraveling the threads, taking the initiative, and striking down the demon spies. You, my friend, have brought us honor. The brothers in the Bureau are all benefiting from your success. With Su Shiryun's praise, a humble smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. It's just a minor contribution, it's what I should do. Ha, wait a minute, I got the wrong uniform. Why is it white? You didn't get it wrong, you've been promoted. Are you sure? I remember the white uniform is for lieutenants, right? I'm still just a temporary worker. Even if I get promoted, it should be to a regular position or second lieutenant, right? Temporary worker? You still think you're a temporary worker? Su Shiryun stared at Wang Chen's face in disbelief for a long time. Aren't I? Director Wang said I was an external personnel. Do you remember the test assessment I gave you back then? If you failed, you would be external personnel. If you passed, you would be officially included. Otherwise, do you think external personnel get special configured phones? Have a Heavenly Sword Bureau identity code? Also, because the Southeast Military Region put in a good word for you, plus your outstanding performance in the Red Maple Forest Park operation, the headquarters in Jean City has specially promoted you to lieutenant. Although you still don't have a position in the Heavenly Sword Bureau, you're already a key member at the team leader level. Have you changed your clothes yet? Tonight, the director will personally award you the rank and commendation. Now that you mention it, I'm a bit excited. Neither Li Gun nor I got promoted. Yet you did. But I'm mentally balanced. After all, this credit still belongs to our intelligence department. The operations department can dream about taking the lead. Buckle up, I'm about to drive. How to describe Su Shiryun's driving skills? Very fierce, very flashy. If Wang Chen hadn't seen Su Shiryun operating the vehicle so calmly, he would have thought it was some female driver behind the wheel. The 12-kilometer journey took him less than 15 minutes. This was during the peak hours of getting off work and school, and 15 minutes to weave through the bustling city roads almost made Wang Chen throw up. The celebration banquet was held in the cafeteria of the Tianjin Bureau, decorated like a wedding venue. For the first time, Wang Chen realized that there were so many people in the Sioux City Tianjin Bureau. A full 100 tables, nearly 1,000 people. Everyone attending the banquet was dressed in military uniforms, mostly in traditional green uniforms, with a few in white, standing out like flowers among green leaves. The elite in red were even fewer, only about 10 people in total. As for the leaders in black, he hadn't seen any yet. Of course, for the soldiers of the Tianjin Bureau attending the banquet, the real eye-catchers weren't the white or red elites scattered among the crowd. It was the female comrades they had longed to see up close but had never had the chance to. Since it was a grand occasion for the Sioux City Tianjin Bureau, all the female star warriors were adorned with beautiful makeup. It was like a gathering of wolves, with the air filled with the sounds of birds and flowers. The number of female star warriors was about half that of the males. Normally, the male-to-female ratio among star warriors is 1-to-1, but in terms of combat talent, females are slightly inferior to males. Coupled with the Tianjin Bureau's policy of only accepting elites, this led to an imbalance in the gender ratio. Usually, female warriors wore masks during missions, and even when they weren't masked, they were plain-faced. Who would have thought that after dressing up, the female warriors could look this beautiful? They nearly made the male warriors transform on the spot. Hey, sister Zhang, look, such a young white uniform? I've never seen her before. In the distance, a female warrior in green whispered to a female warrior in red beside her. Him? He's the main character today. Zhang Xioma had a sweet smile on her lips, recalling the first time she saw Wang Chen in the alternate space created by the demon race on the Sioux City Ring Road. At that time, Wang Chen was just a newly awakened Star Warrior, who hadn't even processed his Star Warrior certificate yet. Yet he single-handedly killed 9 low-level demon soldiers. To her, that seemed absolutely impossible, but Wang Chen did it. From that moment on, this remarkable young man was etched in Zhang Xiuma's heart. She originally thought that this legend named Wang Chen would only shine 10 years later. But unexpectedly, just a few days later, this name once again reached Zhang Xiuma's ears. He discovered the demon race's plot to destroy the trial ground and assisted the Southeast military districts Jinwu Corps in thwarting the demon race's scheme. This young man was different from what she had imagined. Other geniuses at least had a period of development, but he seemed not to need it. He was like a star shooting into the sky. Once he appeared, he immediately shone brightly. This time, the entire Sioux City Tianjin bureau benefited from him. Is he really Wang Chen? Although he doesn't look as good as Li Gu, he seems very warm. A female star warrior beside her rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Xiao, he's only 16. You wouldn't really have your eyes on such a young grass, would you? Sister Zhang, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm an old cow? He's only 18. Have some shame. He was 18 2 years ago. My Xiao is 18 every year, if you don't look at the Star Warrior certificate, she might even forget her real age. But she does look pretty good. If dressing up a bit isn't worse than Li Gu, why do you all have to compare Wang Chen with Li Gu? What's so good looking about that deadpan face of Li Gu? Besides trying to look cool, what else is there? Listen, Li Gu said something to Qingqing last year, and Qingqing has remembered it until now. I'm a woman, what's wrong with being petty? Isn't it normal for women to hold grudges? What's this first military grass of the Sioux City Sword Bureau compared to our junior brother? I heard he even shamelessly wants to claim the top credit this time. Where does he get the courage? Qingqing, just say this at this table, don't spread it around later. The top credit was fought for by Li Chu. He didn't fight for it himself. Although Li Gu is harsh, his character isn't problematic. Moreover, Li Ji's abilities and contributions are all solid. Got it, Sister Zhang, but I just can't stand him. Anyway, don't expect me to be nice to him in the future. Good, one less competitor. Xiao, be a bit more reserved. You just said you wanted to keep an eye on my junior brother. Isn't that being called an old cow eating tender grass by Sister Zhang? He humbly accepts criticism and stays true to his path. Pa! The table of beauties spat in unison. Wang Chen didn't stay long at the venue. After being led by Su Shiyun to recognize his position, he was taken backstage to meet Wang Qianfeng. In a bit, Director Lu will personally award you your rank. Normally, a lieutenant's promotion isn't worth such a fuss, but given the current national situation, Sioux City has indeed set a good precedent, and although you're only being promoted to lieutenant, your contributions are quite significant, so we're making an exception. This time, thank you for your cultivation, Director Wang. It's the country's cultivation, your personal performance is the return. This is what you deserve. But I still want to remind you, be humble and steady. I have higher expectations for you, hoping you can bear the heavy burden of human civilization and move forward. Director Wang, this burden is hard to bear, Wang Chen said with a cheeky smile. You are the son of the Flame Emperor, many people are silently watching you from behind, Wang Qianfeng said seriously, not matching Wang Chen's playful demeanor. Seeing Wang Qianfeng's serious expression, Wang Chen also put away his smile, stood at attention, and saluted Wang Qianfeng. Earnestly, I will definitely remember Director Wang's teachings. Just remember, those who silently watch you from behind will support this sky with you, so will we. In the outskirts of Sioux City, far from the prosperous areas, this place might be one of the few rural landscapes in such a highly developed city. Li Gu stood quietly at the treetop, gazing at the sky. Only in this place, far from the lights, can one see the stars in the sky. Damn, it's already November. How come there are still so many mosquitoes? After guarding for a night, I must have lost at least 3 pounds. Monkey, do you even have space to lose weight? With so many mosquitoes, if each one sucks a bit of my blood, wouldn't I lose at least 3 pounds in one night? Stop joking. If you really could lose 3 pounds of blood, you could go get cremated tomorrow. But seriously, it's been over half a month and there's not a single discovery. When will this end? Patience. Look, Lao. You posted in the group, wow, so many beauties. What a loss. If I had known so many girls were attending the celebration banquet, I would have swapped shifts with someone. These women, usually plain-faced, don't seem that pretty, but now after putting on makeup, each one looks like a fairy. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so reserved. After tonight, I'm afraid there will be too many wolves and too little meat. The success rate will drop by 10%. That's why I said, we in East Asia have 3 great evil arts, the masters of which have miraculous effects. You guys? Li Gu snapped back from his stargazing state, turned his head to look at a few team members with a slight frown. If you don't want a monitor, you can go back. It's enough for me to be here alone. Leave the team. That's not what we meant. Right, we were just saying it casually. What's more important than the mission at the celebration banquet? We're doing something big here. If we do well on this mission, we'll have the director hold a special celebration banquet for us. Exactly. I'm not being sarcastic, I'm serious, Li Gu said once again. No, the mission is more important. I heard that the first achievement in the Red Maple Forest Park was taken by a newcomer from the Intelligence Department, and he's being promoted to lieutenant at this celebration banquet. The director is personally awarding him? Why should he? The demon base was destroyed by us, and the alternate dimension they opened was closed by us. We lost 6 brothers, yet the first achievement isn't ours? Exactly. He just provided some intelligence. Stop being sour, Li Gu said lightly. The fact that he could provide intelligence is already a first achievement. There's no reason to be upset about it. While we're here being envious, he's the one providing intelligence, and the intelligence department even said, we only contributed a small part. This time, intelligence was crucial in Red Maple. Without Wang Chen discovering the clues, who knows how long we would have been kept in the dark. Li Gu, are you really convinced by that? Let's be realistic, there's no reason to be upset. If we really want to prove ourselves, then we need to achieve something even greater to overshadow him. Something's off. Suddenly, a voice from a monitoring brother sounded low. Chan Yu is packing her things, it looks like she's about to run. Has she discovered something? Li Gu frowned, his figure flashing to the side of the monitor, raising an infrared telescope to look at the target. I don't know, she was playing on her phone and suddenly she stood up to pack her things. She might have really discovered something. Should we take action to capture her? Li Gu decisively ordered. Should we report to the higher-ups? No time, she's already out the door. Act now. As the words fell, Li Gu took the lead, transforming into a streak of light shooting towards the target. Chan Yu had just gotten into the car and hadn't even started the engine when a powerful force surged towards her from all directions. The car, unable to withstand the pressure, quickly deformed, like a crushed soda can. Pressure not. Chan Yu's face turned cold, and a cold light flashed as the car was neatly split in half. Chan Yu's body instantly burst out from the gap in the car, fleeing towards the sky. Pressure a visible ripple of vibration appeared above her head, and terrifying pressure bore down from above, pinning Chan Yu to the ground. At that moment, Chan Yu finally saw that she was surrounded by 6 undercover agents from the Sky Sword Bureau, who combined their strength to unleash a gravity knot, firmly sealing her in the middle. The Sky Sword Bureau not only gathered the elite of Star Warriors but also a group of extraordinary individuals. Each of these 6 was only at the mid-stage of the Nebula realm. But as long as they worked together, they could unleash a powerful star martial technique that even the Galaxy realm couldn't withstand. This was also the confidence Li Gu had to order the capture of a living target at this moment. Electricity. Li Gu descended from the sky, his palm shining with brilliant thunder, as if transforming into a bolt of heavenly lightning. Crackle, the lightning was dazzling, instantly striking Chan Yu, who was restrained by the high pressure, engulfing her in electric currents, with brilliant arcs jumping around her. A deep male voice mixed with Chan Yu's voice erupted, and in an instant, she seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing to the ground. Li Ji's body performed a splendid flip in the air, landing beside the 6-man team. The 7 worked together seamlessly from the moment they acted to the completion. All within 3 seconds. Seal her, take her down. The 6 star power surged once more, and the pressure knot instantly shrank, transforming into strands of star power that bound the charged Chan Yu. Only when Chan Yu was completely tied up did smiles appear on the faces of the 6. It should have been like this from the start. Why bother with monitoring? When the time comes, I'll hire a master of mental imprinting to give him a mental invasion. Whatever secret she has hidden in her mind will have to be revealed. The spies of the demon race are all quite tough. We haven't captured a live one yet, so how could they easily let you invade their minds? Isn't this one a live one? Just as the words fell, suddenly, a wave of energy surged violently from Chan Yu's body. What's going on? Not good. Suddenly, the thin monkey forcefully pushed Li Gu away. Boom! An explosion erupted with a loud bang, and Li Gu stared wide-eyed in shock, watching helplessly as the flames of the explosion engulfed the 6 people. Just as he was about to do something, a fireball came roaring towards him. Sizzle, an arc of electricity flowed, and in the half-second before the fireball consumed him, he successfully summoned the Thunder Shield. Tianjin Bureau, Cafeteria. I believe that the Tianjin Bureau in Sioux City, which occupies the advantages of time, location, and harmony, is invincible. I believe that the U Kingdom, united as one, is invincible. I believe even more that the human civilization, which has walked from the ancient wilderness to the present, with a legacy of tens of thousands of years, is invincible. The demon race's desire to annihilate our human race will never die, and our human race's will to resist will never cease. We will carry the weight of human civilization forward, protecting our people until there are no external threats and no worries about our legacy. Tonight, in addition to sharing the joy of victory with you all, we will also award the heroes who achieved this victory. Please welcome the one who single-handedly obtained intelligence on the demon race's conspiracy and accurately located their hidden base, the chief contributor from the intelligence department, Wang Chen. Lu Zhao finally completed his impassioned declaration of resistance. As his words fell, amidst the intense applause of the audience, Wang Chen, dressed in a white military uniform adorned with flame patterns, stepped forward, marching in the precise steps taught by the virtual cloud. Standing at attention, he saluted. Lu Zhao gently removed Wang Chen's shoulder insignia and took a brand new lieutenant insignia from the tray, personally placing it on Wang Chen. You are our hero, and a hero of humanity. I hope you remain humble and continue to achieve new accomplishments. The future belongs to you young people. Yes, I will not disappoint the director's teachings. You may go. Wang Chen, with a tense expression, saluted and had just stepped down from the stage. Ding! Rank page activated. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to lieutenant. Reward experience points 5,000, skill points 500. Next, of course, was the celebratory toast segment. As the main character of this banquet, Wang Chen naturally became the target of many people's attention. Brothers and sisters, I'm still a student, I can't drink. Wang Chen smiled apologetically. You're already 16, a little drinking is fine. Exactly, we came over to toast you, not drinking would be disrespectful. Can I have beer instead? No way. How can a soldier not drink? It's only right to practice a bit. I have a terrible tolerance, I pass out after 1 cup. Brothers and sisters, please go easy on me. A bunch of people bullying a child, how shameless. Dressed in red, Xing Xiaoma slowly approached with a glass of champagne. You all are just picking on Wang Chen because he's young. Even if he can drink, he can't handle so many of you. How about this, as the representative of the female guards of the Tianjin Bureau, I will toast Wang Chen a glass to congratulate him. Wang Chen listened to Zhang Xiaoma's voice, which sounded very familiar. The last time he saw her, she was wearing a mask while on a mission. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Zhang Xiaoma smiled charmingly. Wang Chen, don't you recognize your sister? Back then, your little mouth was quite sweet. Your sister Zhang? No wonder your voice sounds familiar. Sister Zhang is so beautiful. Why did you wear a mask back then? Sister Zhang, I can't refuse your toast. If it weren't for you saving me in time, I would have died at the hands of the demon soldiers. I won't say much in gratitude. Please, sister. Wang Chen raised his glass and downed it in one go. That was 58-degree white liquor, down like plain water in one gulp. The surrounding comrades, who were cheering, all widened their eyes in shock. Is this called not being able to drink? Good. I said that the junior brother could drink, but he was still pretending. Before, he would say he couldn't drink, that he didn't know how. Now, he downed a couple of shots of erguatu in one go. Among us soldiers, who can't drink? Exactly, down in one, not a hint of red on his face, impressive capacity. Zhang Xiaoma smiled, also finishing the champagne in her hand in one gulp. Wang Chen, you. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoma noticed something strange about Wang Chen's condition. Why did his face suddenly turn so pale? At that moment, Wang Chen gently opened his mouth and a wave of alcohol breath escaped, as if his soul had left his body, transforming into wispy clouds above his head. Then, Wang Chen wore a stiff smile and fell straight back. Oh no, Wang Chen, are you okay? Jun, your brother. Su Shiyun checked Wang Chen's forehead and felt his pulse, a teasing smile appearing on his face. You really went down in one drink, you keep your word. I respect you as a man. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted. Director Lu Zhao and a table of 10 high-ranking officials, including Wang Qianfeng, watched the commotion around Wang Chen with smiles. Our bureau chief Su hasn't been this happy in a long time. Yes, director, it's rare to have such a big victory. We should celebrate. Li Weixin's face was beaming with joy. Suddenly, his phone rang. Li Weixin smiled apologetically at Lu Zhao, took out his phone, and put it to his ear. What's the matter? 3 seconds later, the smile on Li Weixin's face froze and a fierce anger flashed in his eyes. What did you say? What happened to Li Gu? I understand. Weixin, what's going on? Lu Zhao asked gravely, putting down his chopsticks. Li Gu and the others are in trouble. There was a strong explosion at the scene. Li Gu is unconscious, and Shouho and the others. I'm afraid the situation is dire. As soon as the words fell, Wang Qianfeng and the others immediately stood up. Qianfeng, Weixin, Mingxue, you all go handle it quickly. Where is Li Gu? National Defense Hospital. Is there any danger to life? Severe burns over a large area, currently not out of life-threatening danger. Qianfeng, let Wang Chen go treat him. His medical star martial arts are most suitable for the injuries. Wang Qianfeng strode over to Wang Chen, who, although supported to a seat, was still unconscious. Wang Qianfeng approached and slapped Wang Chen's abdomen. After a while, beads of sweat began to form on Wang Chen's face, the sweat exuding a strong smell of alcohol. Wang Chen let out an unconscious groan, slowly opening his eyes. Where am I? Are you awake? If you're awake, come with me. Wang Chen instantly became alert. Although his steps were still a bit unsteady, he quickly stood up and followed Wang Qianfeng out. In an instant, the entire banquet fell silent. Many people saw the high-ranking officials hurriedly leaving and whispered to each other about what had happened. Riding in Wang Qianfeng's car, Wang Chen was taken to the National Defense Hospital. The cold wind blew, and Wang Chen's drunkenness completely faded away. Arriving at the critical care monitoring room, Li Gu looked terrible. His entire body was severely burned, tightly bound with bandages. Inside the ward, a very knowledgeable female doctor was installing monitoring equipment all over Li Ji's body. The pain of being burned all over is several times worse than that of regular wounds. Fortunately, Li Gu was in a coma and was not subjected to torment. Wang Chen, treatment. Yes, but Wang, can you give me 3 soul beads? With such a large area, I can't treat it without 3 soul beads. Wang Qianfeng gave Wang Chen a deep look, then ordered someone to bring 5 soul beads. Wang Chen approached Li Ji's bedside and reached out to tear off the bandages. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on him. What are you doing? Ms. Zhang, Wang Chen is a medical star martial arts expert from our Sky Sword Bureau. His medical martial arts are highly effective for injuries. Li Ji's injuries are mainly skin burns. The bandages are coated with special ointment. You should first try to treat the wounds on his face. If it works, I will help you remove the bandages. These bandages are currently Li Ji's lifeline. I can't take the risk. Ms. Zheng's tone showed a special concern for Li Gu, as if Ms. Zheng should know. Li Gu. Wang Chen nodded. There was nothing wrong with Ms. Zheng's caution. She quickly unwrapped the bandages from Li Ji's face, revealing a horrifying sight: his flesh and blood mangled like a steak just served on a plate. With such injuries, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Wang Chen pressed his hand against Li Ji's forehead, and the star power surged, rapidly forming scabs over the wounds. Suddenly, Wang Chen looked up in surprise. His star power seemed to overflow and spread like water, flowing quickly down from Li Ji's forehead. Normally, when Wang Chen treated others, he would use his palms. Wherever his palm touched, that area would receive healing star power. But this time, his star power could easily flow throughout Li Ji's body. In an instant, Wang Chen understood. Perhaps for healing star martial techniques, the skin is actually a whole. Whether he touched the skin on the hand or elsewhere, skin is skin, and it doesn't matter where it is touched. As Wang Chen consumed his star power, he calmly took out a soul pearl to absorb more. Under Wang Chen's treatment, Li Ji's body, tightly wrapped in bandages, visibly swelled. What is happening? Ms. Zheng asked nervously. Dr. Jiang, don't worry. This is just the thick scar on his skin separating from his body, causing the swelling. It's like a shell forming around an egg. The star power consumed to treat Li Gu was actually enough with just one pearl for Wang Chen. The reason for using 3 was mainly due to the mindset of not wanting to lose in a business deal, and besides, he had originally disliked Li Gu, so these 3 soul pearls would naturally be deducted from his share. 5 pearls would be a huge profit. Since such a high price had already been paid, of course, he would treat Li Gu well. Given that Li Ji's skin was severely burned, Wang Chen decided to completely reconstruct a new layer of skin for him, ensuring that even old scars would be absent. Alright. Wang Chen withdrew his hand, picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. In a while, we just need to peel off the scars from his body, and once he wakes up, he will be full of life. Ms. Zheng stared wide-eyed at Wang Chen, as if everything was challenging her understanding. She had seen medical star martial techniques before. She had also seen powerful medical star martial techniques. If Wang Chen were a medical star martial artist of the Star Sea realm, Ms. Zheng wouldn't find it strange. But the fluctuations of star power Wang Chen displayed were from the Star Radiance realm. Wasn't the medical star martial technique of the Star Radiance realm only supposed to help stop bleeding? Wasn't it only supposed to stabilize injuries to prevent further deterioration? When did medical star martial artists of the Star Radiance realm become so powerful? Was this still a medical star martial technique? This was simply a rebirth. In just a few minutes, a critically injured person was revived? Ms. Zheng's bewildered expression was quite pleasing to Wang Qianfeng. It's fine now, you can go back, Wang Qianfeng said lightly after seeing Wang Chen complete the treatment. Yes, I humbly take my leave. Did something happen over at Changyu? It's still unclear, but that's likely. Wang Chen saluted and took his leave, then took the subway directly to Dongfang Tianmen. I've already been promoted to lieutenant, so why hasn't the second lieutenant icon lit up? System, can you have a bit of intelligence like Xiao AI? Wang Chen, are you complimenting me? A voice echoed in the room, belonging to Xiao AI. Don't get carried away, just order me some take out. Wang Chen, didn't you eat enough after coming back from the banquet? Although you are a star martial artist, binge eating still greatly harms the body. I just had a sip of wine, and that was forced on me. Am I eating air? Just go, same as usual. Understood. The military rank system of the Yu Kingdom consists of 3 levels and 12 ranks. Junior officers range from second lieutenant to captain, while intermediate officers range from major to colonel. Although the rank of major is nominally that of a mid-level officer, even mid-level officers command thousands of subordinates. Especially for a colonel, in a regular corps they are in charge of special brigades, such as armored brigades, artillery brigades, and even missile brigades. After being promoted to lieutenant, Wang Chen received 500 skill points. Currently, the 3-star martial arts he possesses are all at the peak of silver. The Nebula Sword Dance is at silver 8, and after adding 100 points, it upgraded to silver 9. The remaining 400 points were all allocated to the Inch Force Fist, raising it to silver 7. One cannot discard the ancient martial art of Inch Force just because they have star martial arts. Although the power of Inch Force may not be as strong as the Flame Blade, nor as agile as the Nebula Sword Dance, it possesses a unique characteristic that star martial arts do not have. It does not consume star power. While it utilizes star power, it does not deplete it. The use of star power merely enhances the body's strength and speed, but the power of this punch still relies on the technique and terrifying strength behind it. Having completed all this, Wang Chen contentedly took a shower and lay down to sleep. Closing his eyes, he pondered what had happened that led to Li Gu and his entire team being wiped out. Director Wang, the investigation is clear, Su Shiyun said as he approached Wang Qianfeng. Tonight, Li Gu and his team attempted to capture Changyu, but they underestimated his capabilities. In the And, Chang Yu self-destructed and everyone in Li Ji's team, except for him, died in the explosion. Attempt to capture? We never issued an order for that, Wang Qianfeng said, tapping the table lightly. Then what is there? To guess? It must be that Li Gu was overly ambitious. Today is the celebration banquet for Wang Chen's promotion. Li Gu has been going crazy for the past 2 years trying to get promoted, and just when he was about to succeed, Wang Chen got ahead of him. Feeling uncomfortable, he thought to achieve another merit to save face, but he ended up losing everything. Chang Yu was our only lead in tracking the corrupted star martial artist, and because of his reckless ambition, we have completely lost this lead. This time, not only will he not get promoted, he might even end up in a military court. Don't take things out of context, Wang Qianfeng warned sharply. Although Li Gu is ambitious, he is very principled. He wouldn't violate his principles for the sake of merit. I think things are not that simple. Who knows? Let's wait for the results of the law enforcement department's interrogation. Director Wang, what should we do next? Collect all the connections related to Chang Yu, especially his every move in the past 6 months. Gather as much information as possible. Hopefully, we can discover something from it. Li Gu, you said Chang Yu suddenly realized he was being monitored and started packing to leave, and only then did you decide to capture him? Why didn't you report before the capture? Chang Yu acted quickly. We discovered he was about to run less than a minute after he left his house. There was no time. If I had reported, he might have already left. That's why I ordered an immediate capture. Who can prove that? He Mingshui's sharp gaze pierced into Li Ji's heart. Coming out of the law enforcement department's interrogation room, Li Ji's body trembled continuously. Not from fear, but from anger. He could not accept the law enforcement department's interrogation, which felt like questioning a criminal, nor could he accept their judgment of his character. Reckless ambition, startling the snake in the grass, leading to the loss of important leads, resulting in a major demerit and a demotion. Captain Li, how is it? Li Gu walked past, ignoring them. Captain Li, we believe in you. Li Gu continued to walk past as if he were a soulless corpse. Captain Li, Director Li wants to see you. Oh. Li Gu turned around numbly and arrived at the door of Li Weixin's office. Tap tap tap, come in. Lieutenant Li Gu, reporting in. Lieutenant Li Gu, you accepted the punishment so quickly? The punishment handed down by the law enforcement department. Do I have any room to refuse? Li Gu replied with a bitter smile. Are you very unconvinced? How can you expect me to accept this? Li Gu roared in fury as if Li Weixin had ignited a powder keg. What evidence do they have to say that I am reckless and seeking glory? On what grounds do they deny the facts I stated? Chang Yu suddenly packed up and left, and it took less than a minute. I asked for instructions? I asked her, and she ran away. Is it wrong for me to give the order to capture? Chang Yu self-destructed. She didn't escape from my hands. Can my actions be deemed a failure? Li, do you think he Mingshui's judgment is fair? Does he not have even a hint of wanting to support Wang Chen? Enough! Li Weixin slammed the table in anger and stood up. You can still stand in front of me and shout, while Lu Hua and the others can't even gather the bodies. Do you have the face to shout? Go and see the remains of your brothers, look at their faces, and then tell me if you can still shout. Li Weixin's words revealed the pain on Li Ji's face. I didn't want this. I really didn't expect it. They are my brothers. I am not just indignant for myself, I am speaking up for them. They all died in battle, yet they are labeled as reckless and seeking glory. They will now you know to cry and regret? Why didn't you think of that when you ordered the capture? Your task was to monitor Chang Yu's every move. Monitoring is monitoring. What right do you have to order a capture? Even Wang Qianfeng and He Mingshui together couldn't guarantee to keep Chang Yu. What level are you at? What weight do you have to keep her? Do you really think you are the #1 genius of the Tianjin Bureau in Sioux City? Have you forgotten your self-awareness after all these years of smooth sailing? But I was almost successful. How do you know your near success wasn't a trap set by Chang Yu on purpose, just to draw you close and then take you down with her? Do you think self-destruction is truly a last resort, a desperate measure? Since she was being monitored by the Tianjin Bureau, she couldn't escape our grasp. Do you think that just because she slipped out of your sight, she slipped out of the Tianjin Bureau's sight? Dream on. Even Shang Yu knows better than you. Only you, this fool, would think Chang Yu is trying to run away. Is she really trying to escape? She knows she has been exposed, so she creates the illusion of fleeing to lure you in, then self-destructs to destroy this lead, conveniently taking a few of you down with her. Can you honestly say that when you ordered the capture, you didn't have even a hint of seeking glory? If you had reported, the intelligence department's communications could still track Chang Yu. In Sioux City, there are cameras everywhere, surveillance everywhere, she can't go anywhere. Are you really unable to understand, or do you just not want to understand? Do you still feel wronged? Do you still feel wronged now? After being scolded by Li Weixin, the stubbornness in Li Ji's eyes crumbled. Since coming to his senses, he had been insisting that he was right, that he was almost successful, and that if he had sealed her head back then, the situation wouldn't be what it is now. But at this moment, all his persistence dissipated under Li Weixin's sharp words. What if it was Chang Yu's trap from the very beginning? What if Chang Yu had planned to take them down with her from the start? He wasn't wrong, he was irreparably wrong. Li Gu slowly crouched down, covering his face and wailing. Wipe your tears, the warriors of the Tianjin Bureau do not let tears hang on their faces. The crying abruptly stopped. This time, you were wrong, but I hope you can learn from this lesson. I also hope not to see you become dispirited just because you faced a setback. Falling down is not scary, but not being able to get back up after falling is very scary. Yes, due to a major change on Chang Yu's side, the clues to uncover the reasons behind the excavation of the demonized Star Warriors were completely cut off. Wang Chen wanted to join the investigation plan of Su Shiyun, but he still had to go to school. Being a student is an identity that can provide protection, but it is also an identity that can impose restrictions. At least, Wang Chen did not yet have the ability to break free from the limitations of being a student. Dare to drop out? Go ahead and try. Aunt, Wang Qianfeng, and the school are all urging Wang Chen to quickly recognize reality. But, with such a huge task, emitting an enticing aroma right in front of him, Wang Chen really wants to take a bite. He often refreshes the information bulletin of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, but he hasn't found any clues about Chang Yu. Instead, he found a notice of commendation. The 6 Heavenly Sword Bureau warriors who sacrificed their lives during the capture of Chang Yu were posthumously honored as martyrs and awarded the second-class martyr medal. Following that, there was a disciplinary report on Li Gu. Li Gu was punished for being overly ambitious and reckless, receiving a major demerit, a rank reduction, and a position demotion. Wang Chen found it hard to evaluate Li Ji's actions, at least until he could confirm whether Chang Yu really discovered she was being monitored and chose to flee. But one thing is certain, Li Gu is definitely taking the blame for this. A week later, on Sunday, Wang Chen was planning to head to the Heavenly Sword Bureau to understand the situation when Su Shiyun came to visit him uninvited. Wang Chen quickly invited Su Shiyun into his home. Wow, your house is really big. How many rooms does it have? Not many, just 6. Wang Chen led Su Shiyun to the sunroom, basking in the warm autumn sun as if all the cells in his body had come back to life. What brings you here today, Brother Su? Is there anything I can help with? Nothing much, just feeling frustrated. This mess was created by Li Gu. Why should I clean up after him? He was so quick to take credit back then, but now that it's time to clean up the mess, he's not proactive at all. Didn't he get punished? Wang Chen smiled as he placed a cup of coffee in front of Su Shiyun. Even if he wanted to act now, the higher-ups probably wouldn't allow it, right? Deserved it. Su Shiyun scoffed. If it weren't for his reckless ambition in capturing someone, we might have already monitored him. In fact, our comrades in the communications department noticed Chang Yu's sudden escape. They initially thought she might meet up with other demon spies and were planning to follow the lead. But it was ruined by Li Gu. I don't think Chang Yu would be that foolish to meet with others knowing she was being monitored. By the way, how did they find out about Chang Yu? Someone must have tipped her off. Before Chang Yu left, someone called her from a public phone, and after that, she prepared to escape. We immediately began to investigate once we learned about it, but unfortunately, she got away. Did you find any clues at Chang Yu's home? No, we found nothing. Chang Yu was under our surveillance for half a month, and there were no discoveries during that time? Chang Yu has a very regular life, or rather, that demon spy has a very regular life. Besides work, she just goes home to play on her phone and read. She never goes out and doesn't have any close friends. When Chang Xuanyue got into trouble, didn't she show any signs of abnormality? What kind of abnormality could there be? Chang Xuanyue was killed by her own hands. We said Chang Xuanyue was caught for intentionally injuring someone, and Chang Yu's performance was impeccable. It was just that we didn't know Chang Yu had a problem at that time. Wait, hold on. Suddenly, Su Shiyun paused. We don't have much confirmation that Chang Yu has a problem. Even Chang Yu thought she was hiding it perfectly, only realizing it when someone tipped her off. How did that informant know? Could it be an insider? Wang Chen asked gravely. We can't rule out that possibility. It seems the Heavenly Sword Bureau needs to conduct an internal investigation. Brother Su, Chang Yu was replaced by the Demon Clan half a year ago, so has she met anyone during this time? I'm currently investigating along that line, but I haven't found anything yet. Her colleagues haven't shown any suspicious behavior so far, but now we can't easily dismiss any possibilities. If Chang Yu could evade our sophisticated detection equipment, other demon spies should be able to as well. Perhaps Chang Yu's accomplice is someone from Runha Hospital. After a brief visit at Wang Chen's home, Su Shiyun left. The purpose of her visit was simply to vent her frustrations. In any case, Chang Yu was dead, leaving behind a huge mess, and trying to find clues from the remnants of that mess was nearly impossible for the intelligence department. Although Wang Chen felt it was a pity, what could be done at this point? That evening, Wang Chen was passionately solving problems when suddenly, the penguin icon on his computer flashed, revealing a message from Jiang Xinu. Happy birthday, huh? Wang Chen pulled out his phone and took a glance. Indeed, today was his birthday. He had even forgotten his own birthday. It seemed In his previous life, Wang Chen had read a saying that a man remembers his birthday every year until he turns 30. On that day, he would look forward to who would send him blessings, who would still remember him. After 30, aside from those who care most about him, even he would forget his own birthday. After turning 30, the only ones who would still send birthday wishes would be family. It seemed he would have to start calling himself an old man. Wang Chen smiled and replied with a thank you. On the other side of the internet, Zhang Xinu hesitated, biting her finger. What should she say? This awkward small talk was not what she wanted. But it seemed there was nothing to say. Ding ding, send the red envelope. Zhang Xinu smiled, quickly sending a red envelope. 1 cent? Are you still the rich woman I know? At least it's more than what you sent. You didn't even send a 1 cent red envelope on my birthday. Through the internet, the two engaged in a lively banter. If they were face to face, Wang Chen probably wouldn't have the same confidence. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Chen's expression suddenly changed. His brows furrowed as a flash of inspiration streaked through his mind like a meteor. Suddenly, Wang Chen stood up, grabbed his coat, and hurriedly left. Zhang Xinu was typing quickly when she suddenly paused. In the lower right corner, the other person's Penguin account was already offline. Stunned for half a second, Zhang Xinu let out a deep breath. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, perfect for murder. Using navigation, she swiftly rode her electric scooter through the bustling streets of Sioux City. The Suzhou branch of Penguin Company was located in the Dongfang Tianmen commercial area, not too far from Wang Chen's new universe building. While chatting with Zhang Xinu, Wang Chen suddenly realized a loophole in the monitoring network of the Tianjin Bureau. The Tianjin Bureau only monitored Chang Yu's phone and the people she contacted, but what era was it now? It was the information age, the internet age. In the internet age, the means of contact between spies were numerous. What websites were visited, what posts were browsed, who was contacted, and what statements were made. Even contact didn't have to be interactive. Chang Yu could passively receive information without actively reaching out. If she was passively receiving, then her channels for obtaining information would be vast. Opening a certain forum and viewing others' posts could potentially lead to receiving instructions from a specific post. And now, the internet in Yu country was almost monopolized by Penguin Company. This was also why Wang Chen went to Penguin Company. The broadband was from Penguin, the search engine was from Penguin, and even the chat tool was from Penguin. Upon arriving at the entrance of Penguin Company, the independent office building on the 15th floor was still brightly lit. Hello, sir, may I ask what you need? The security guard at the door stopped Wang Chen. Without hesitation, Wang Chen took out his Tianjin Bureau credentials. Tianjin Bureau investigation. Please contact the person in charge of the Sioux City Penguin Company branch. Thank you. For the citizens of Yu country, they might not have seen a Tianjin Bureau warrior, but they definitely had heard of the Tianjin Bureau's reputation. Whether online or among the common people, many jokes about the Tianjin Bureau circulated. They were reverently called agents, while those who were not in awe referred to them as the relevant department. In any case, the jokes about checking water meters basically referred to the Tianjin Bureau. The guard's expression suddenly changed, and after carefully examining Wang Chen's work ID, he quickly made a phone call. Before long, a middle-aged man with a bulging belly and a Mediterranean hairstyle hurried into the reception hall of the office building. Excuse me, are you the head of the Sky Sword Bureau? Are you the person in charge of Penguin Company? I am the executive president of the Sioux City branch. Please, come in, sir. May I ask if our Penguin Company has committed any offenses? The executive president asked cautiously while leading the way. Although he might usually joke about the Sky Sword Bureau, he felt quite anxious when it came to a real investigation. Moreover, usually, minor issues would only result in a guard visiting. If the Sky Sword Bureau was involved, it must be something significant. No, I need Penguin Company to help me investigate some information. After all, Penguin Company's cloud services almost have everyone's data. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Not at all, not at all, the middle-aged man quickly replied. As long as the company wasn't in trouble, he felt relieved. His posture straightened, and his voice became naturally relaxed. It's quite late. Your company employees are still working overtime? Isn't it the case for programmers at this hour? Might as well burn the midnight oil while young. That's just how it is in this line of work. Please, come in. No need for sir, I'm not used to it. My name is Wang Chen. Just call me Wang Chen. Don't call me Little Wang and add any particles after it. Ha ha ha. Brother Wang Chen is quite humorous. This way, please, here is our data analysis department. Our responsibility is to analyze data traffic and adjust the distribution of that traffic. By the way, user interest pushes are also handled here. Basically, all the data collected online flows here. Old Lou, come over here. In the office, another middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle stood up and ran over. President Jean, you called for me. This is Wang Chen, the head of the Sky Sword Bureau. He needs your cooperation for an investigation. Whatever he requires, just assist him. Pause your current tasks. It's not urgent at the moment. Understood. Hello, Director Wang. Hello, Mr. Liu, just call me Wang Chen. I hope you can extract a person's online data from the past 6 months. Changyu, ID number, phone number. Okay, please wait a moment. Wang Chen sat next to Mr. Liu, watching as his fingers flew across the keyboard, operating at lightning speed. Before long, the progress bar began to advance. After half an hour, the data download was complete. All done. What has her online activity been like in the past 6 months? Very low, almost no activity. Looking at her identity, she's only 24? For a girl of this age, usually, a week's traffic would equal her half-year's traffic. Was her traffic like this before? Let me check. Another round of rapid typing ensued, and about 10 minutes later, the results came in. Since March, her traffic usage has plummeted, while before that, her consumption level was basically average. After that, she seems to have rarely gone online. In the past 6 months, her main traffic consumption was downloading 10 movies to watch. Compile a list of the forums and websites she frequently visited. Okay. Oh, her preferences are quite unique. A girl who likes to log into military forums and check data on the National Bureau of Statistics website. This is usually only of interest to social science students and military enthusiasts. Give me a computer. I need to check the web pages she has visited. Wang Chen sat next to Director Liu, using a laptop to go through the websites Changyu had browsed one by one. Fortunately, Changyu didn't visit many sites, but it still took Wang Chen 2 hours to finish. Since March, has she had any online interactions with anyone? Yes, she has interactions on her Penguin account. But what are they? Just some blessing messages and a few forwarded texts. She hardly posts updates, doesn't speak online. This person is too reclusive. It's hard to believe she's such a beautiful girl. Usually, it's middle-aged people who don't go online that are in this state. Can we secretly log into her QQ account? I want to see her interaction information and who she interacts with. Okay, I'll sync it to your computer. Minister Liu said as he quickly operated the computer, and soon, a QQ interface popped up on Wang Chen's screen. I'll list the recent contacts. In nearly 7 months, Changyu's external contacts were extremely sparse. She hardly chatted online, didn't post updates, didn't share thoughts, didn't express feelings. It seemed she lived in a previous era, completely out of sync with this one. The first few contacts should be her suitors, some inviting her to dinner, others asking her out for fun, but all of them received no replies. One person, pushed to the edge by Changyu's cold attitude, sent a question, but after just one sentence, they were blocked. Wang Chen could only say, "Consider yourself lucky. If Changyu had agreed, you'd probably be close to your demise." As he scrolled down, a contact suddenly caught Wang Chen's eye. This contact sent Changyu an advertisement, a lengthy ad with at least over 1,000 words. Much of the content was repetitive. There were a dozen such ads, all sent by the other party. Changyu ignored them and didn't block them, but this alone made Wang Chen suspicious. A normal person wouldn't tolerate such lengthy advertisements, right? Who could accept so many after blocking the first one? Moreover, these lengthy ads were mixed with some meaningless numbers. Check when this person became friends with Changyu. Yes, April 1st. April? That's after Changyu's data usage plummeted? Right. Who initiated the ad? The other party added her, and Changyu accepted. Log in secretly to this person's account. Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he quickly said, "Okay." In a moment, another web-based QQ account appeared on Wang Chen's computer. This QQ account had a pitifully small number of friends, 30 friends, and only 12 contacts in the last 6 months. Wang Chen opened the chat interface, and it was all advertisements sent to those people, and all 12 of them hadn't blocked this account. Log into these 12 people's QQ accounts secretly. Okay, check the internet usage status of these 12 people. Is it almost single player like Changyu? Minister Liu was now very excited. He had a hunch that he was doing something very thrilling and great. It felt like peeling away layers of mystery, layer by layer. Although, until now, he still didn't know what Wang Chen was investigating, he just had this intuition. Wang Chen, you guessed right. All 12 of them have almost no data usage. But time waits for no one. The most recent one started 2 months ago, and the oldest one hasn't been online since last year. Check their data usage direction. Do they have anything in common with Changyu? Yes. They are all very interested in military and political affairs, mostly going online to see the country's dynamics and what new weapons the military has. Looks like we're on the right track. At this point, Wang Chen was almost certain that his sudden insight had been completely validated. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Director. Wang Chen, what time is it? What's the matter? I might have found them." "Found them? Who?" "The spy group from the Demon Clan, including Changyu." Clang, a dull sound came from the other end of the phone, followed by a sharp intake of breath that made one's teeth ache. "Director Wang, are you okay? Can you say that again? What did you find?" The voice of Wang Qianfeng suddenly erupted like an explosion. "I said I might have identified the identity of the demon spy group, including Changyu." "Where are you now?" "At the branch of the Penguin Company in Sioux City." "Don't go anywhere, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Wang Qin continued to study the information on the 12 individuals. The true identity of the person who sent the message to Chang. You could be easily traced through the account. His name is Qin Jiaqing, male, 60 years old. From the data flow analysis, this Qin Jiaqing should be the leader of this 14-person group. He issues commands to the others via advertising text messages. Although these messages have not yet been decrypted, Wang Qin believes it should not be difficult for the Sky Sword Bureau. The others are a mix of men and women, and their identities have no connections. Some are chefs, some are programmers, some are engineers, and so on. About half an hour later, a sudden horn blared. Outside, Wang Qin hurried to the window to look down. Dozens of cars were blocked at the entrance of the Penguin Company. The others were on alert around the area, while Wang Qianfeng and Su Shiyun almost stormed into the Penguin Company branch. Under the leadership of the branch president, Wang Qianfeng and Su Shiyun arrived at the Cloud Data Analysis Department. Director Wang Qin quickly stood up and saluted Wang Qianfeng. Wang Qian, you said you found the spy group that includes Changyu? Which one did you discover? Has there been contact with Changyu? Are you sure? Wang Qianfeng asked hurriedly. The usually calm Wang Qianfeng lost his composure at this moment. This intelligence was too important. Once confirmed, the credit would be enough to shock the Ministry of Defense. In the struggle against demon spies, the Sky Sword Bureau had always been at a disadvantage. The reason for the disadvantage was not a lack of strength, but that the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. The demon race is not as foolish as the common people think, nor are they as pathetic as portrayed in television and movies. The demon race is a highly intelligent species with its own civilization. Although their combat methods are primitive, it does not mean their technology is equally primitive. On the contrary, the demon race may possess technology that is no less than, or even surpasses, human civilization. They learn human things quickly, such as utilizing electric power. In alternate dimensions, under different physical laws, they have successfully used electricity. However, how to use electric power in alternate dimensions is still a puzzle for human scientists. Previously, in Hongfeng Forest Park, Wang Qin discovered the demon race's secret base and conspiracy with a certain amount of luck. Although it gave him a good start and earned him considerable credit, it was ultimately not replicable. But this time, if he could confirm another demon spy's identity despite having lost the lead, it would be a solid victory. Director Wang, I can't guarantee that I can confirm it. But it's not just one, but 13 others besides Changyu. It could be a complete spy group. What? Wang Qianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, while Su Shiyun beside him was already flushed with excitement. If someone else had said this, Su Shiyun would not have believed it. But since it was Wang Qian, he believed it. Because Wang Qian is the embodiment of metaphysics. What other newly awakened star martial artist could be as lucky as Wang Qian to continuously encounter the demon race causing trouble? This was no longer luck, it was sheer fortune. Quickly tell me, how did you discover this? I was chatting online with a friend today. I talk less, and my friend talks more. Suddenly, I realized that if Zhang Xuanyue did not actively consume data but passively received it, she could still receive instructions. I had previously heard Brother Su mention the scope of our monitoring, but it seemed there was no monitoring of what websites Chanyu browsed or what she looked at. The focus was on her social circle and contacts. So I came to the Penguin Company and asked Minister Liu to assist me in analyzing Chanyu's data usage over the past 6 months. Then I found a contact in his Penguin account that was very strange. As he spoke, Wang Qin pulled up the chat page of Qin Jiaqing. This person added Changyu as a friend on April 1st, and over the past 6 months, he has sent more than 10 lengthy advertisement messages, each about 1,000 words long. For a normal person, what's the point of keeping such a friend? They would have blocked him long ago. But Changyu did not. No response, no blocking, just acted as if he hadn't seen it. So I became suspicious of this person. I secretly logged into his QQ account and discovered that over the past 6 months, he had sent the same advertisement messages to 13 people. Strangely, none of these 13 people had blocked him. Later, I had the department head investigate the data usage of these 13 individuals and found that, like Changyu, they were almost exclusively interested in military and political affairs. Moreover, they had been very active online before, but after a certain point, they suddenly seemed to have seen through the world and stopped entertaining themselves online. What's uncertain about this? Haven't you already got the evidence? After hearing all this, Su Shiyun let out a long breath. Wang, at this point, can there still be a mistake? Wang Qianfeng frowned tightly. This still cannot be considered as solid evidence, and even if we can prove it, what are their intentions? Do they have any plans? Is there a parallel spy group? All of this needs further confirmation. Wang, are you going to do this again? What's in the bowl is what's real. Don't go fishing for big fish with a long line. If you don't catch the big fish, you'll lose the bait and suffer a huge loss. Maximizing returns is our consistent pursuit. If not necessary, we must implement it with the standard of maximizing benefits. You can capture them now, but the most likely outcome is that these 13 demon spies will commit suicide. We won't gain anything but a pile of corpses. Didn't we just dismantle a demon spy group? Is our goal to destroy a demon spy group? Once we destroy this group, will we be worry-free? We not only need to root out the spies but also follow the clues to gather their intelligence and completely eliminate the demon spies in Sioux City. There's a lot we need to do. Print out these materials and take them back. Then, addressing the department head and the cooperating employees from the QQ company, he said, "Today's events are state secrets. You must keep everything that happened tonight to yourselves. No matter who it is, even if someone reveals a single word, they will face state sanctions. I believe everyone will cooperate. Yes, yes, yes. We guarantee not to say a word, not even in our dreams." Right, there was a bug in the program today. We worked overtime together to fix it and nothing happened. Very good, Ayun, let's go. That Wang, can you let me get involved? You see, I discovered the clues. It's only right and reasonable for me to be involved, right? Wang Chen asked, smiling as he grabbed Wang Qianfeng's arm. You? Yes, it's me. He packed like a chick. No school tomorrow? I went through so much trouble to discover such significant clues and you just kick me aside? That's not fair, right? This has happened several times already. If we successfully crack their case, the credit will be yours. No one can take that away from you. How come you're so good at climbing the ladder at such a young age? How much do you want to gain credit? Brother Su, do you hear how Wang is reasoning? I'm fighting for the safety of humanity, for the safety of Sioux City, for world peace. Wang actually thinks this way about me. It's so disheartening. Get lost, go home and sleep early. Oh. Knowing it was impossible to get involved in this case, Wang Chen could only accept his fate with a pitiful expression. By the way, Ayun, grant Wang Chen access. Starting today, he has the right to use B-level permissions in the intelligence department. He can view the latest developments and materials of the case. Understood. Just as Wang Chen reached the elevator, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, a look of surprise spreading across his face. It wasn't because Wang Qianfeng agreed to grant him access, but because a new task in progress notification had appeared in his system, one that hadn't existed before coming to the QQ company. The mission, is it considered a successful entry? So, that means, even if I do nothing, as long as I capture this spy group, I can consider the mission accomplished? I don't even have to lift a finger? Isn't it just about granting some permissions? What's there to be so happy about? Su Shiyun said somewhat speechlessly. You don't understand my happiness. You work hard, I'll go back to sleep, and don't bother me unless it's important. Well, even if it is, you can still not bother me. Why the sudden change in attitude? In front of the leader, of course, I have to show a bit more enthusiasm. Actually, my dream is to do less and gain more, just lying around counting money. I've already taken the credit, you all can work hard. Bro, you're solid. Su Shiyun was left speechless and sincerely gave a thumbs up. When he got home, it was already past midnight. He turned on his computer and saw several messages from Jiang Xinyu. He thought about replying, but after some consideration, he decided against it. Jiang Xinyu should be asleep by now, right? A good man is just this gentle and considerate. Lying in bed, he should have been sleeping, but his mind was in a state of excitement, making it impossible to fall asleep. Tossing and turning, Wang Chen took out his phone. As soon as he lit up the screen, a notification popped up. Wang Chen, ID Su ********** successfully activated B-level permissions. Wang Chen didn't know what his permissions were before, but aside from browsing announcements and checking some internal updates, it seemed he couldn't do much else. He didn't know how B-level permissions differed from the previous ones. He logged into the Tianjin Bureau homepage and suddenly a row of buttons appeared in the button bar, ranging from E-level to B-level. So, he didn't even have E-level permissions before? Did they treat me like an outsider without an official position? This is too real. Clicking the B-level permissions button, the phone page underwent a series of redirects, finally opening a brand new page. Inside were buttons for various departments, but the buttons for other departments were gray. Only the button for the intelligence department was lit up. Perhaps it was because Wang Chen belonged to the intelligence department, so he could only have permissions for that department. At this moment, Wang Chen particularly wanted to complain. When will they give me full network access? Entering the intelligence department, the top item was the latest information on the Changyu case. Clicking the link, it contained evidence collected by the intelligence department from Changyu's home, along with photos taken at the scene. Changyu lived in the countryside. Although it was zoned in the urban area, it hadn't undergone urban renovation. It was a common two-story villa found in rural areas. Although it was remote, transportation was convenient. Just outside was an overpass, and it took at most half an hour to drive to the city center. In Changyu's home, there were only her and her brother. Their parents had died in an accident 10 years ago. The bookshelf in Changyu's room was filled with medical books. Although she didn't get into medical school and only attended a vocational nursing college, she always had a heart to become a real doctor. On Changyu's desk lay an anthology of essays by Andu, a computer, a desk lamp, and some cute decorations. From the room's decor, it was evident that the former Changyu had a naive and romantic girl's heart. It's a pity that a blossoming girl was killed by the demon clan. The room was very clean and tidy, even after the Tianjin Bureau's search, it remained neat. After looking for a long time, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. Wang Chen, who hadn't dreamed for a long time, had a dream where he accidentally stepped into a time tunnel and, in the blink of an eye, returned to his past life. A world without the threat of the demon clan, a world almost identical to this era. Wang Chen had a beautiful dream, but Wang Qianfeng and the brothers in the intelligence department couldn't sleep at all. Back at the Tianjin Bureau headquarters, Wang Qianfeng immediately notified the intelligence analysis experts, the password decryption experts, and the heads of the communications department to hurry back to the Tianjin Bureau to work overtime. After this flurry of activity, Wang Qianfeng finally had a chance to catch his breath and take a sip of water. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 2 in the morning. After several hesitations, Wang Qianfeng picked up the phone and dialed the number. "Hello?" A clear yet authoritative voice came from the other end of the line. "Director, you're still awake? Still awake? Don't you see what time it is? Speak, what's the matter? There's a situation, and I think it's necessary to report to you. We may have identified the entire spy group, including Changyu, totaling 13 people. Wait, what did you say? You not only have new developments on the clues left by Changyu, but you've also identified the other members of the spy group? It should be. It's just that we haven't cracked the content of their communication codes yet, so we can't be 100% sure for now, but I'm 90% confident. Are you at the bureau now?" "Yes, I'll be right over." In less than half an hour, Lu Zhao, along with the heads of the Action Department, Law Enforcement Department, Communications Department, and other key departments, all returned to the Tianjin Bureau. "Director." Wang Qianfeng hurriedly stepped forward. "Here's the situation. Let's talk in the conference room." Lu Zhao quickly interrupted. The 5 senior officials of the Sioux City Tianjin Bureau entered the conference room, and after activating the signal jamming device, Lu Zhao gestured to Wang Qianfeng, "A phone, you explain. The major breakthrough in the case was discovered by our Wang Chen." "Him again?" Li Weixin interrupted in surprise. This is too lucky, right? It's only been a few days? The demon clan fell into his hands again? If you say he's not the child of destiny, I can't believe it. Is there really someone this lucky?" "Weixin, let a phone finish," Lu Zhao said in a low voice. "Director, this time it's not all luck." It should be said that Wang Chen discovered the loopholes in our monitoring and investigation. I should reflect on this. Times have changed, and our thinking patterns are still stuck in the last era, which is wrong. In the last era, our communication relied mainly on phones, and secret contacts were generally arranged at a specific meeting place. But now, with the internet so developed, there's no need to meet at a specific location. It could be a completely non-existent website or a page that almost no one would log into. Today, Wang Chen realized that our focus was leaning towards reality, so he went to the Penguin Company branch to extract Changyu's internet traffic usage over the past 6 months. He found that Changyu frequented military forums and political forums for information. He then discovered a strange contact on Changyu's Penguin account. As he spoke, he picked up a photo of a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s. This person is named Qin Jiaqing, currently a security guard at Yihaoyuan. He added Changyu as a friend on April 1st of this year by searching for people nearby. Each time, he added dozens of people and sent advertising messages, but almost everyone blocked him after being harassed once. During this 6-month period, he sent Changyu about 10 lengthy advertising messages of 1,000 words each. Wang Chen thought that a normal person would block someone after receiving such a message, but Changyu didn't. Instead, he acted as if he hadn't seen it. This raised Wang Chen's suspicion. By logging into Qin Jiaqing's Penguin account back-end through the technicians at Penguin Company, he found that there were 12 other people in a similar situation as Changyu. They hadn't blocked or muted him, nor had they responded. The content of the advertisements was similar but not identical, and I suspect these advertisements were instructions for them. These 12 people, like Changyu, suddenly became interested in political and military affairs after a certain time and rarely contacted others. Therefore, Wang Chen speculated that these 12 people, along with their superior Qin Jiaqing, formed a spy group. After Wang Qianfeng finished explaining everything, everyone present had only one thought in their hearts: perfect. A rigorous deduction, a tight chain of evidence. What doubts could there be? This is solid proof. And in the next moment, everyone's hearts trembled. A complete Demon Clan spy group had been identified without any action or proactive exposure from the other side? What is this? A great achievement. Much more valuable than the previous one at Hongfeng Forest Park, that time with the red maple. If the other brothers from the Tianjin Bureau had made a sarcastic remark, they could have said it was just good luck, a coincidence. But this time, it couldn't be summed up as mere luck. They had genuinely dug them out, and it was a spy group in a state of concealment, which was highly significant. As long as they successfully dismantled it, the benefits would be plentiful. To put it grandly, Sioux City had taken the initiative to strike first, successfully preparing for the future by nipping the enemy in the bud before they revealed their fangs. On the credit ledger, this had to be noted down thickly. To speak practically, bonuses, allowances, military funds, and profit shares would all increase as a result. It wouldn't matter if others were envious. Envious? Show us some real achievements then. So, the 5 black-clad colonels present smiled. Director, should we catch them? Li Weixin was eager to try. Lu Zhao lowered his head in thought, and after a while, he looked up at Wang Qianfeng. Feng, what do you think? Let's hold off for now. They're already in the bowl, so there's no fear of them escaping. Keep a close watch. Our Sioux City can't possibly have just this one spy group. Let's see if we can draw out more from them. Moreover, the demonized Star Warriors should be the work of their group, and so far, we know nothing about them. Hopefully, we can find a breakthrough from them. Of course, we should also learn from the Changyu incident. If they show any signs of movement, we must catch them immediately. Everyone present was an old hand at espionage, and they still had some sharp instincts. Catching them was merely an impulse to take credit first. If analyzed rationally, Wang Qianfeng's proposal maximized benefits. They were already in the bowl, so there was no fear of them flying away. Even if they flew out of the surveillance, they could never escape Sioux City's omnipresent monitoring. Then, it's settled. Feng, the surveillance is up to you. Be sure to be careful and cautious. I don't want a second Changyu incident. Understood. That Wang Chen really is. After the meeting, Lu Zhao suddenly chuckled. He hasn't even started his shift at the Tianjin Bureau yet, and he's already racked up achievements one after another. If this operation wraps up successfully, he won't be able to escape the credit. How should we reward him then? That will be up to the director to decide. Mingxue said with a smile as he stood up and glanced at the clock. It's 4 o'clock. It's too late to go back to sleep. Let's work overtime. That day, Wang Chen felt a bit tired all day, though he didn't show it too obviously. What puzzled Wang Chen was that during practice today, Zhang Xinyu had clearly exerted herself much more. If Mingyue Wucheng, who was watching, had known Wang Chen's true feelings about Zhang Xinyu, he would have surely asked, "Do you have some misunderstanding about the word exert? Was this called exerting?" Every move aimed at vital points, that was killing. However, with Wang Chen's current strength, he had already completely surpassed Zhang Xinyu in basic combat skills, so he thought it was just a bit of extra effort. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing particularly special happened that day. School days were just that monotonous and ordinary. In the morning, it was either exams or explanations of test papers, and in the afternoon, it was either battles or practicing techniques internally. Strength wasn't learned. It was practiced. That day, Zhang Xinyu didn't speak to Wang Chen at all. That day, Wang Chen felt that Zhang Xinyu had a good temperament, very fitting of the nickname others had given him. Besides that feeling, there was nothing else. That afternoon at 5:30, Wang Chen walked out of the school gate with his backpack. From a distance, he saw class monitor CSCC no longer squeezing onto the bus as usual, but instead getting into a big Benz and leaving. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly realized that CSCC seemed to have suddenly become the beauty in everyone's eyes these days. CC originally had a great foundation, tall and beautiful. If she paid a little attention to her clothing and grooming, her looks would be transformed dramatically. However, Wang Chen had always been slow to react to such things. Or rather, he had never cared about them, so he was slow to respond. Now, seeing that scene, Wang Chen felt a moment of realization. Feelings. Has CSCC's life changed? What shops are most common at the school gate? Stationery stores, printing and copying shops, and then there are bookstores. And 2 has released another collection of essays. Damn it, it's this guy. Again. Can't he pick a better time to release them? It's always in November. Last year, his roller coaster was included in the reading comprehension for the college entrance exam, and my sister cried after the exam. And 2's essay ideas, even he doesn't know how many layers they have. Doing his reading comprehension relies entirely on sudden inspiration. Don't say any more. He has had 3 consecutive essay collections, and articles from each have been selected for reading comprehension. Guess what are the chances this one will be selected? Damn, do we even need to guess? Our teacher announced it today. And 2's latest essay collection is out, and there must be at least one article in it that will be a must-test question, requiring each of us to have a copy and practice every day. It's driving me crazy, that bastard. Should we crowdfund to get rid of him? That guy's essays have no logic. They're completely random. He just writes whatever comes to mind. Otherwise, how can it be called an essay? Isn't an essay just scattered thoughts? Wang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, and 2's essays were indeed the only thing Wang Chen ever found difficult to tackle. Wang Chen could confidently score 90% in science and could easily handle most of the language arts, but he had to leave 20 points for reading comprehension and composition. Especially when it came to reading comprehension of N2's essays, he had to reserve at least 6 to 10 points. And it just so happened that N2's essays were favored by the examiners from Jiang province. What if the exam paper turned out to be too easy? Simple, just take an article from N2's essay collection and put it on there. With so many points to test, any one of them could be a killer question. As for the correct answers, what correct answers? Isn't it all just guesswork? The frustrations of an ordinary high school student were something Wang Chen could no longer relate to. For this, Wang Chen felt a slight regret. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A student who had just come out of the bookstore was holding a brand new UNBEATABLE essay collection, and it was the very one that was on the desk in Chang Yu's dormitory. In an instant, Wang Chen thought of a contradiction. Wang Chen had attended an ordinary high school, so he naturally understood the kind of hostility high school students held towards UNBEATABLE's essays. When they hated them, they wished they could chew them up and swallow them, but they had no choice but to buy them, no choice but to read them, to learn the rich metaphysical ideas contained in the essays. So every time a new UNBEATABLE essay collection was released, they would basically get it as soon as possible. Today, the advertisement boards at the school gate were all about the new release of UNBEATABLE's essay collection, which indicated that this book must have just arrived in the Sioux City market in the last couple of days. So where did the one on Chang Yu's desk come from? With this thought, Wang Chen went to the bookstore. We're out of stock. The new shipment won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. What? It's sold out in such a short time? It's gone. It's gone. The students were almost all there for this book, and upon hearing the owner say it was out of stock, they left without a second thought. Today's kids are more realistic than adults. The once crowded little bookstore was suddenly empty. Excuse me, what do you need? Boss, I just saw my classmates holding UNBEATABLE's essay collection. It's out of stock. I brought in 300 copies, and they sold out in less than half an hour. Is this the latest edition? Wang Chen suddenly asked. Boss, I mean no offense, but I saw an identical one at a friend's house about 10 days ago. There's nothing strange about that. UNBEATABLE's essay collection officially went on sale 2 months ago, first in Nandu and Daidu, and it only arrived in the provincial capital last month. By the time it got to us in Sioux City, it had been over 2 months. The one you saw was probably bought by someone from Daidu or Nandu. Is that so? Sioux City just got it recently? That's for sure. We know as soon as there's stock in Sioux City. UNBEATABLE's essay collection is so popular, of course, we want to get it as soon as possible. Popular my ass, if it weren't for the fact that murder is illegal, Andunasi would have been sharked long ago. However, the prose he writes does have a certain highbrow quality, which is quite popular among those literary girls, and many popular quotes come from Andunasi's essay collections. But this is not the focus of Wang Chen's attention. The new edition of Andunasi's essay collection was only released 3 months ago, and it hasn't reached Sioux City yet. However, half a month ago, this latest essay collection was already on Chang Yu's desk. Wang Chen does not believe that the Chang Yu who has been replaced by the Demon Clan is a literary youth. He hurried back home and rushed to his study. Xiao AI checked the contents of the latest Andunasi essay collection. Wang Chen, piracy is illegal. Can I pay for it? The physical version. Task searching. Search complete. Physical book typesetting version download complete. 105 yuan. Pull up the advertisement message that Qin Jiaqing sent to Chang Yu. Already pulled up. Filter out the repeated content. Filter out the advertisement content. Filter out the emojis. Extract numbers, regroup the numbers. Under Wang Chen's continuous instructions, the message sent by Qin Jiaqing to Chang Yu was simplified to almost all content, leaving only a string of seemingly meaningless numbers. Yet as Wang Chen looked at these numbers, a sharp light appeared in his eyes. These numbers felt so familiar. The scene from his previous life when Yu Zicheng listened to coded instructions through the radio flashed in his mind. Corresponding the Andunasi essay collection with these numerical codes, list the decryption content. The advantage of the human brain lies in sudden inspiration, while the advantage of a computer lies in rapid calculation. The human brain can intuitively guess the correct decryption method, while the computer can quickly enumerate possible decryption methods. In the blink of an eye, lines of text were listed out one by one. Stop! Suddenly, Wang Chen called out to Xiao AI to continue decrypting. Among one of the codes appeared a meaningful piece of text. The potion is to be quickly retrieved in the second green belt at the entrance. Xiao AI, what's the decryption calculation method for number 11? The first number represents the page number, the second number represents the line number, and the third and fourth numbers represent the quantity. 4 groups of numerical codes, successfully rearranged. Very good. Use the same method to decrypt the remaining messages. Sure enough, this was the correct decryption method. Starting from April, the first 3 messages were requests to meet, while the last one was the official launch of the ant nest plan. The subsequent messages were all about the potion. Potion. Wang Chen fell into thought, his intuition telling him that this potion might be related to the demonized Star Warriors. And the ant nest plan, without a doubt, refers to the saying that a 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant hole. Indeed, if a potion that could promote the demonization of Star Warriors were to circulate widely, wouldn't that be countless ant holes, undermining human civilization? With this thought, Wang Chen stood up, changed his clothes, and went out. Wang Chu, the decryption department has successfully cracked the code. Oh, what is it? At first, we were mistaken. The real key is not hidden in those advertisement words, but in the jumbled numbers within the ads. Each segment of information hides a number, and these numbers correspond to which character in the previous segment of text. That's why we felt that these advertisement messages were difficult to read smoothly in many places. These words connect together to form a license plate number and a link. License plate number? Whose license plate number? The license plate number from an island film, the female secretary said. In a low voice, her face flushed. The license plate of a film? Wang Xianfeng raised his head. I can understand every word you say, but I don't understand this sentence. Is it your language expression ability that's the problem, or is it my hearing? The license plate number is internet slang, actually referring to the name of a film not suitable for children. Got it. Wang Xianfeng showed no signs of embarrassment, putting away his pen. And then, what is the decryption department doing? They think the Demon Clan's communication orders are hidden in these movies. The decryption department is downloading the films based on the links, but these movies require a lot of bandwidth, so we need to wait for the download time. Got it. Let me know when there's a result. Okay. Once the female secretary left, a strange expression appeared on Wang Qianfeng's face. When did the Demon Clan become so despicable? They know that the Jade Kingdom prohibits such inappropriate content for children, so they use this channel? Are they underestimating us? Wang Chen, what are you doing here? A voice from outside the office door asked. Brother Su, are you also here to see Director Wang? Yes. Reporting some work. Tap tap tap, come in. The office door opened, and Wang Chen and Su Shiyun entered Wang Qianfeng's office one after the other. Report, Wang Chen, you just got out of school, right? Why are you here at this time? What's the matter? Director Wang, I successfully decrypted the text message password. Ha, your efficiency is that high? Almost at the same time as the decryption team? Wang Qianfeng was in a good mood, a strange smile appearing on his face. Did you look at it? I did. Wang Chen felt a bit guilty. He wasn't sure what Wang Qianfeng meant by that. Was he not supposed to see the content? Would looking at it violate confidentiality? Young man, it's better to avoid looking at such things. You're still young, not at that age yet. Director Wang, from your smile, I feel, do you have some misunderstanding about the password I decrypted? Misunderstanding? Dozens of license plate numbers, can you handle that? Please forgive my ignorance, I don't understand what you mean. Saying this, he pulled out an A4 sheet from his pocket and held it out to Wang Qianfeng. This is the content of the text message. After Wang Qianfeng took it and glanced at it, his brows suddenly furrowed. The potion. It must be this thing. The Demon Clan has developed a potion that can demonize Star Warriors. The Ant Nest Project, they really think highly of themselves. No, Wang Chen, how did you decrypt it? Brother Su, do you remember the essay collection by Andu on the desk in Shan Yu's room? Moreover, this is the latest version. I just found out today that this essay collection was just released. In Sioux City, it wasn't available before. And this book has only been published for 2 months, at which time Chan Yu had already been replaced by the Demon Clan. If you were the Demon Clan, would you be interested in an Andu essay collection? So I suspected that this essay collection must have another purpose. Then I recalled the message Qin Jiaqing sent to Chan Yu, extracted the numbers from the message and used the first number as the page number, the second number as the line number, and the third and fourth numbers as the count to find the corresponding words from the essay collection to decrypt this content. Wait, how did you think of that? Su Shiyun looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. Such a complex and ingenious method of encryption. And you actually figured it out? This is clearly a cheat. There are no spy dramas in this world, nor any real history to draw from. Wang Chen's idea was inspired by spy dramas from his past life. But without that inspiration, guessing this method of decryption could only be expressed as a genius's intuition. The Andu essay collection is a bestseller. It wouldn't be strange for Chang Yu to have a copy, right? Text messages and the Andu essay collection, two things that seem unrelated, and you actually managed to connect them? And you really decrypted it? Meanwhile, Wang Qianfeng's expression was gradually becoming more interesting. That's how I thought of it. It didn't take much time. Didn't the decryption team also successfully decrypt it? Wang Qianfeng suddenly picked up the phone. Decryption team, stop downloading. Your approach is completely wrong. Director Wang, we can't even download anymore. Our computer is infected with a virus. Fortunately, we downloaded it on a separate computer, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Useless, write a self-criticism and bring it back. What happened? Wang Chen looked confused, feeling as if the decryption team had gone in the wrong direction. The Demon Clan is truly cunning, they even hid traps. At first, the decryption team's approach was correct. They focused on the numbers in the information. However, they didn't realize it was an anthology by Andu, and instead, they worked on the information itself. They extracted text from the information using the numbers, obtaining a license plate number and a link. The decryption team thought they were transmitting intelligence through those videos, so they planned to download them. Little did they know they had fallen into the demon clan's trap. The link contained a virus. After hearing Wang Qianfeng's words, Wang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Did they dare to click on a link provided by the enemy and even download it? Suddenly, Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. Not good. Wang Chen exclaimed, once this link is downloaded, the demon clan's spy group will be alerted. Wang Chen's shout instantly awakened Wang Qianfeng and the others. Indeed, was it just a virus embedded in the link? It was also an alarm device. The decryption method the team thought of wasn't too difficult. They could definitely complete the decryption within a day, even with all the disguises in the information. Once they realized the key point was after the numbers, breaking these links would be almost instantaneous. The Demon Clan wouldn't expect Wang Chen to find the correct reading method, and as long as someone downloaded their linked video, it would mean they had informed them that their chat information had been captured and decrypted, exposing all 13 groups. In a hurry, Wang Qianfeng picked up the phone. Director, we've fallen into a trap and triggered the target's alarm device. They already know they've been exposed. Then let's capture them. Yes. I request He Mingxue and Li Weixin to join the capture. This is an elite demon clan group, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Agreed, I'll call them right away. 3 minutes later, all operational units of the Tianjin Bureau were gathered. They had simulated the capture drill many times, so they were quite skilled. The Tianjin Bureau had 11 elite red-clad members, but that didn't mean these 11 red-clad elites were the only high-level combat forces in the Tianjin Bureau. In fact, among the white-clad lieutenants, there were many in the mid to late stages of the Nebula realm. If we were to truly assess strength, Wang Chen, as a lieutenant, was definitely an outlier. Mid-stage Starry Sky Realm, Tianjin Bureau white-clad lieutenant, no one would believe it if he said it. So even if they were to capture 14 targets simultaneously, the Tianjin Bureau would handle it with ease. Wang Chen, come with me to capture Qin Jiaqing, Wang Qianfeng said. Yes. As the lights began to shine, the city was ablaze with brightness. During the peak hours of the night shift, all traffic police in the city began to block roads to clear the way for the Tianjin Bureau's operation. The piercing sound of police sirens echoed throughout Sioux City. These 13 individuals were spread across various districts of the city. Sure enough, as night fell, they all began to move. However, they were under the 24-hour surveillance of the Tianjin Bureau, and even if they wanted to escape, it would be too late. Wang Chen sat in Wang Qianfeng's car, arriving at Sini Jiayuan with Li Weixin. Qin Jiaqing was the security guard of this community. Before the car even approached Sini Jiayuan, a fierce hurricane suddenly swept through the area. The hurricane was so strong that it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. The clothes hung out to dry by the residents were lifted into the sky by the hurricane. Qin Jiaqing, who was opening and closing the door for someone at the entrance, squinted slightly. That was fast. Suddenly, a net formed from wind blades materialized from the sky, descending like a large net. This scene was completely unnoticed by pedestrians near the entrance. Qin Jiaqing's figure flashed, as if space itself had shifted, appearing on the roof of the guard booth, and he shot a fire dragon towards the sky. Fire overcomes wind. The sharp wind blade net could cut through water, earth, and metal, even thunder, but it could not cut through the intangible fire. On the contrary, when the wind blade net encountered the flames, it was instantly torn open, creating a massive gap. And at the moment the gap appeared, Qin Jiaqing's figure transformed into a firecracker, charging into the shattered void. Suddenly, Qin Jiaqing's eyes narrowed, and a jet of water erupted from the sky, transforming into a waterfall that fell like the Milky Way. Drink! Qin Jiaqing raised his hand and slashed, splitting the water column in two. At that moment he helplessly fell again. Boom! The security booth shattered, and the splashing water surged outward. But it was blocked by an invisible barrier, only spreading within a radius of 50 meters. At this moment, the surrounding citizens finally realized what was happening and panicked, fleeing in all directions. Others, assist in evacuating the crowd. Barrier team, stabilize the barrier for me. He is left to the two of us. Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin locked onto Qin Jiaqing one after the other. At this moment, Qin Jiaqing also began to change rapidly, transforming from a small old man in his 50s or 60s into a 2-meter-tall warrior of the demon race, completely encased in armor. Seeing this demon surprised Wang Chen. Wang Chen had always thought that demons looked like the grotesque biodemons with their gaping mouths and rows of sharp fangs, but the one before him resembled an anime figurine. More, it had 2 enormous yellow eyes on its face, resembling insect compound eyes, with no nose or mouth features, and a light blue gem-like chest lamp embedded in its chest. The armor was very well structured, as if it had been specially designed for wear. With a slender physique and defined muscle lines, it was far from the bloated and disgusting appearance of the usual demonic transformations. Sioux City Sky Sword Bureau, Wang Qianfeng, Li Weixin. I didn't expect you to think so highly of me, actually sending the heads of the intelligence and operations departments to capture me. No more nonsense. You should be a somewhat experienced demon spy. Judging by your physique, you must be a high-ranking demon. If you have thoughts of loyalty to the Demon race, I offer you the chance to end it yourself. If not, I suggest you surrender. You know you have no chance of escape, but I can kill you as. The words fell, the demon's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Wang Qianfeng in the blink of an eye. With a claw swipe, Wang Qianfeng was instantly torn into several pieces by the sharp claws. This scene made Wang Qian's face change dramatically, but in an instant, Wang Qian relaxed again. Wang Qianfeng's figure transformed into a breeze and dissipated, reappearing behind the demon where he pressed a rapidly spinning wind blade against the demon's back. Crack, the demon's speed was astonishing. It reacted instantly, a hand blade shooting out from its arm, slashing at Wang Qianfeng. Behind it. Crack, although it was a light sound, an endless hurricane stirred the water within the barrier, instantly enveloping the entire barrier in dense mist. Outside, Wang Chen and the others could no longer see the battle inside, but waves of low, mournful sounds of combat echoed from within. Although unseen, one could feel how intense the battle had become. The residents in the community were quickly being dispersed, and although Wang Chen was worried, he couldn't help much. He was brought here merely to take credit. If two experts from the Sky Sword Bureau couldn't handle their opponent, that would be a huge embarrassment. Damn, the barrier is about to collapse. Brothers, come help. One person maintaining the barrier suddenly shouted loudly, coming. More than a dozen from the Sky Sword Bureau joined in to help maintain the barrier. Wang Chen wanted to lend a hand, but unfortunately, he didn't know how. Boom! A strong explosion suddenly rang out, shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Some of the crowd that had been evacuating were instantly paralyzed by the sound of the explosion. Quick, get up, don't lie down, evacuate quickly. Boom! Suddenly, an even more terrifying explosion erupted. A dreadful pressure surged into their hearts. The surging waves of water swept outward, and the barrier maintained by 30 experts from the Sky Sword Bureau unexpectedly shattered in the midst of the battle. A shadow transformed into a streak of light, shooting away into the distance, and two figures instantly pursued like flowing light. Damn, a comrade, swept away by the aftermath, cursed as he got back on his feet beside Wang Chen. This level of barrier can't even hold up? Its power must be at least that of the Star Sea realm, right? Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed suit. Although Wang Chen was only at the Star Radiance realm, as long as he activated his Phoenix form, he would definitely be a master. At the Star River realm, he had 1,000 skill points in his Phoenix form, enough to last for 2 minutes without a problem. The Sini Jiayuan community had 7,000 households. With such a large area, evacuating the crowd was no easy task. Despite their efforts to disperse the people, many were still at home and hadn't left. Therefore, this battle could not be allowed to escalate. They had to kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. As for capturing them alive, Wang Qianfeng and the others had given up on that idea. When Wang Chen reached Wang Qianfeng's side, both Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin were standing by the side of a community building. On the ground near them lay a demon corpse, cut in half. Dead? That's his shell. He escaped. He must be hiding nearby, seriously injured. There's no way he could escape right under our noses, Li Weixin said in a low voice. Wang Chen scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed several black spots on the outer wall of the nearby residential building. Director Wang, look, is that blood? On the 25th floor, up. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Qianfeng charged straight up the residential building, running vertically along the outer wall. Wang Chen wanted to follow but realized he hadn't learned that skill yet. Helpless, he could only rush into the building. In the elevator and stairwell of the residential building, people were frantically rushing out in a panic. After 3 minutes of chaos, Wang Chen finally reached the 25th floor via the elevator. Just as he stepped out, the sounds of fierce fighting erupted from one of the apartments. Wang Chen rushed in, ready to activate his Phoenix form to help. A shadow burst out of the window, disappearing into the night. Trying to run, Wang Qianfeng shouted angrily, his figure turning into a gust of wind as he leaped out the window in pursuit of the shadow. Wang Chen didn't even have time to activate his Phoenix form before Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin had already chased after it. Quick, over here, the voices of the Tianjin Bureau brothers reached his ears. It was at that moment that Wang Chen noticed two corpses lying in the apartment. A man and a woman, both in their 30s. They might have been about to have dinner. The woman was carrying a dish from the kitchen when a demon clawed her chest, ripping out her heart. The man, in a panic, ran toward the right, likely aiming for the bedroom, but was also killed by the demon from behind. The strong smell of blood assaulted everyone's noses, and all eyes turned red as they witnessed the scene. Where's the demon? It escaped through the window. Director Wang and Director Li chased after. I just saw Director Wang hit the demon again. He probably won't get away. Damn demon. What do we do? The dozen or so people around stared intently at Wang Chen. You're asking me? I'm the newbie here. But you're in white, and we're all in green, so of course we listen to you. Let's stay here and wait for orders. Who's there? Suddenly, a star warrior stared warily at a room inside the house, shouting sharply. Bang! He kicked the door open and rushed into the room, only to see a girl of about 10 cowering in the corner, looking at them in fear. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Where are my mom and dad? Are you alone in the room? Wang Chen asked, puzzled as he approached. I had a fever. I've been sleeping all afternoon. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Little sister, don't be afraid, we're police officers. Bad people came to the community just now, and I'm here to save you, a soldier said gently, stepping in and softly taking the little girl's hand. Perhaps it was their military uniforms that gave the girl a sense of trust. She looked up. Uncle Soldier, where are my mom and dad? Your mom and dad are injured and are being taken to the hospital for treatment. But in the living room outside, her parents were already cold. The soldiers formed a wall, escorting the little girl out of the house. At that moment, everyone in the building had completed their evacuation. The elevator was quite empty. Wang Chen and the others took the elevator down with the little girl. The girl's eyes were bright, standing silently in the elevator. How could a child of her age be so quiet, still holding on to the temperament of a child? Suddenly, a glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He recalled the scene he had seen upon entering. Wang Xianfeng and Li Weixin chased the demon and jumped out of the window to escape, while two corpses appeared in the living room. However, there were 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls on the dining table. One of the bowls was clearly a cute one meant for a child. This suggested that the little girl had been sick at home, sleeping for an afternoon, which was worth pondering, even if the young couple planned to call the little girl once the meal was ready. But the position of the young couple on the ground was problematic. The kitchen was on the left side of the living room. If the young woman brought the dishes from the kitchen and the demon attacked her from the front, then the demon's position should be between the young woman and the man. How could a demon appear between them and the young woman not react at all before having her heart ripped out? Then the man turned and ran to the opposite side, only to have his heart taken from behind. The demon's position, by calculation, should be where the girl's chopsticks and bowl were placed. After connecting this speculation, Wang Chen's mind instantly became active. The previously overlooked details resurfaced in his mind. The open window on the 25th floor was the little girl's room, right? If you were sleeping in the room before, how could you not know when the demon rushed in? How could you survive? Even if the demon didn't bother to kill you, Wang's team had chased in from outside. There was no reason for him not to see a living person like that. And with such a commotion, there was no reason for you not to hear it. From the room to the living room, you would have to open the door. But when they discovered the little girl just now, the door was locked from the inside. At this point, could there be any other possibilities? Thinking of this, Wang Chen's heart began to race violently. The golden cicada sheds its shell. Ding, the elevator opened. Little sister, come with us, your brother will hold your hand, Wang Chen said softly. Wang Chen took the little girl's hand and slowly left the residential building. In the community, many Tianjin Bureau soldiers were scattered, evacuating the residents. After reaching an open area, Wang Chen suddenly ordered, gather. The surrounding Tianjin Bureau soldiers immediately closed in upon hearing the command. Can we still set up a barrier? Wang Chen's question was so sudden that the soldiers looked confused. But in an instant, everyone nodded. Yes, setting up an isolation barrier is our essential skill. Set up a barrier around me. What? This is an order. Big brother, aren't we going to see mom and dad? Why aren't we leaving yet? I'll take you to see your mom and dad, but I won't go. Wang Chen retreated sharply, creating a 3-meter distance from the little girl. At that moment, the barrier was successfully raised, although they didn't know why Wang Chen issued such an order. But executing orders had almost become their instinct, so they didn't hesitate much. Big brother, I don't understand what you're saying. I want my mom and dad. Don't you know where my mom and dad are? Are you bad people? The brothers of the Tianjin Bureau who raised the barrier understood Wang Chen's meaning. But, are you sure you're not joking? Could this little girl be a demon spy? Haven't the demon spies already escaped? Didn't Wang and Li go after them? Is it that our intelligence can't keep up with the pace, or is the plot progressing too quickly? Just now, we saw several bloodstains on the wall of the residential building, and only the window on the 25th floor was open. So Wang Chukai went up to the 25th floor to chase the murderer. And I just saw that open window. It's your room, you know. If you really were sick and sleeping in your room as you said, how could you still be alive? The demon passed by your room and still locked the door for you? Your mother was attacked in the chest, and your father was attacked from behind. This injury only has one possibility. The murderer was between your parents, and the position of the attack just happened to be where your bowl and chopsticks were placed. This indicates that you were sitting at the table at that time, and you suddenly attacked and killed your mother, then killed your father. Later, you hid away, and when Wang Chukai and Li Chukai were lured away by the demon's clone, you quietly returned to your room, pretending to have just woken up. At that moment, I didn't consider so much. But after calming down in the elevator, your actions were full of holes. You used the method of the golden cicada shedding its shell. In fact, you were already a demon. You and Xin Jiaqing are actually the same person, right? No, even if that's the case, why would she and Xin Jiaqing be one person instead of 2 demons? If they were 2 demons, what would Xin Jiaqing be doing at her house? I think Xin Jiaqing went to her house to switch places with her. One is the main account, the other is the sub-account. After listening to Wang Chen's explanation, the faces of those arranged around finally showed understanding. Their gazes towards Wang Chen were filled with admiration. This person, who was referred to as a lucky fish by the intelligence department, had been rumored to be extraordinary, leading everyone to believe that Wang Chen truly had incredible luck to achieve so many accomplishments in such a short time. This discovery of the entire demon spy group was also thought to be a stroke of luck, but at this moment they finally understood. Luck is not just luck. Without strength, even if luck happens right in front of you, you can't grasp it. If it weren't for Wang Chen discovering the details, the head of the demon spy could have slipped away right under their noses. Admiration. Apart from admiration, they truly couldn't feel any other emotions. He. The little girl suddenly let out a heavy laugh. You humans are different from them. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Wang Chen who has repeatedly ruined our plans, right? Very well, I remember you. Remembering is useless. At this point, the bait you threw out should have reached its limit, right? You're very clever, but at the same time, you're very foolish. Do you really think that your group of stinky fish and rotten shrimp can stop me? From the moment Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin fell for my golden cicada shedding its shell trick, you've already lost. Meanwhile, in the green belt under the elevated bridge in the suburbs of Su City, Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin had already blocked the escaping demon from both sides. Under the star power locking of the two, the demon's aura was completely restricted. At this point, whether it escaped or not, the result would be the same. Wind blade cliff, water vortex strangulation. Suddenly, Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin simultaneously unleashed their lethal star martial techniques. Under the locked aura, the demon revealed a relieved smile. Then it was swept by the two star martial techniques from the front and back, and the onslaught lasted for a full 30 seconds. Before it stopped, Wang Qianfeng approached the dead body. The demon's corpse had been completely smashed. Let's go back. There's no way to leave alive. One. Li Weixin sighed and said lightly, something's not right. Why is there only one hand? The other half has been smashed to pieces. Suddenly, Li Weixin's face also turned pale. He realized there was something wrong. Even if the body was smashed, how could it be so coincidental? One hand, one foot. Although the body was shattered, isn't the missing part too coincidental? Not good, we've been tricked. Golden cicada shedding its shell. Back. On the other side, the little girl instantly completed her transformation, her 2-meter-tall body radiating intense energy fluctuations. Wang Chen, trapped with the demon in the knot, seemed like a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Lieutenant Wang, we'll help you. No need. Stabilize the barrier. As the words fell, a phoenix tail pattern suddenly glowed on Wang Chen's forehead. The clone you split off must pay a great price to achieve the level of being indistinguishable from the real thing, right? With your current strength, you've probably already fallen from the Star River realm. With such a state, you still dare to claim victory. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of the demon, delivering a punch, and a surging flame ignited on his fist. Boom! The punch struck directly at the chest. Wang Chen's fist seemed like a sharp spear, easily piercing into the demon's chest, his entire arm plunging into the chest cavity and then exploding out from behind. The demon's originally crimson compound eyes began to flash rapidly like a traffic light. This punch was too fast, faster than he could imagine. Previously, Wang Chen's displayed strength was not like this. The only two experts who posed a threat to him were Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin, and before, you can't just play the pig to eat the tiger. Like this. The demon roared madly inside, but the roar could not change his fate. If it weren't for the half of his body that was separated to create a false impression, he might have had a chance to dodge Wang Chen's punch. But at this moment, his body had weakened to the point of falling from his realm. Clearly, he saw Wang Chen's fist with his eyes and knew how to evade. But his body just couldn't do it. The demon's body could be sluggish, but Wang Chen's movements would not be even slightly dull. As his right hand delivered a heavy blow to the demon, his left hand wielded a purple flame knife, slicing down from the air. The demon's half-body was cut open by the sharp flame knife, sliding down along the diagonal 45-degree cut. At such a young age, to possess such strength, you will be a huge threat to my divine race. Let's die together. In an instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual power surged into the demon's mind. He wants to self-destruct. A terrifying sense of crisis struck, which not only did not dull Wang Chen, but instead prompted him to react instantly. With a punch, employing the technique of a punch with 3 strengths, he struck down at the head on the ground. Boom! A shockwave swept out from Wang Chen's fist, and wherever the shockwave went, the ground cracked. Boom! The earth collapsed, and a shallow pit with a diameter of 5 meters appeared before everyone. Moreover, the ground that had been swept by the shockwave showed severe carbonization and charring. If it weren't for the barrier blocking it, who knows where the shockwave would have swept to. Dust rose, and the demon's head beneath Wang Chen's fist had vanished. In his hand, a soul orb the size of an egg glimmered before settling down. Level up kill, reward experience points 1000, skill points 50. Task of eliminating the demon spy. Group completed, reward experience points 50,000, skill points 500. The moment the 50,000 experience points dropped, the experience bar seemed to explode with effects, and a wave of star power instantly flickered around Wang Chen. Receiving an urgent order from Wang Qianfeng, Su Shiyun hurriedly brought 100,000 men to Sini Jiayuan. Just as they rushed into the community entrance, they felt a clear wave of star power. Su Shiyun squeezed through the crowd, and the brothers from the Heavenly Sword Bureau formed a circle, staring blankly at Wang Chen, who stood straight in the center, slightly looking up at the sky, in a pose of lonely seeking defeat. Surrounding him, spiritual power transformed into a swirling wind, slowly rotating around Wang Chen. Beneath his feet lay the half-body of a demon, the head already missing. Su Shiyun, how is it? Did he run away? Zhang Xiaoma's figure flickered, and instantly appeared beside Su Shiyun. Don't ask me, I don't know. As soon as I arrived, I saw this beast breaking through. Breaking through in battle? Damn, do you think this is a novel? Su Shiyun was already questioning his life. He knew Wang Chen was a beast. He had publicly broken through backstage during the Star Martial Championship. But what was the explanation? Back then, he was too happy, too excited, and broke through. But now, you just went through a battle, okay? Isn't the prerequisite for a star power breakthrough that the star power is overflowing, breaking the original shackles? Don't you consume star power in battle? Can it still be overwhelming? The breakthrough, everyone present has experienced it, so it's nothing remarkable. What truly left everyone dumbfounded was that you just completed a battle and it was such a resource-draining one. You tell me the star power is overwhelming, that you broke free from your shackles? Even a beast wouldn't act like this. But Wang Chen did indeed break through, although the progress of this breakthrough might not be obvious, just a slight improvement. Completing a task directly moved Wang Chen from Star Radiance 4 to Star Radiance V. That's the correct way to complete a task. The surging star power from the upgrade washed away the aftereffects of the recently activated Phoenix form completely. After using the Phoenix form for just over a minute, Wang Chen's body immediately returned to peak condition. So, the aftereffects of the Phoenix form can be avoided like this? Learned it. So refreshing, Wang Chen let out a sigh towards the sky. What the hell is refreshing? Su Shiyun couldn't hold back, lifting a foot to kick. What the hell is going on with you? What happened here? This is the true form of the leader of the demon spy group. Just now, he successfully deceived Wang Chu and Li Chu with a golden cicada shedding its shell tactic, but unfortunately he was a bit foolish and exposed such a big flaw that I saw through. Then I executed him on the spot. If he's a bit foolish, then doesn't that make me very foolish for being successfully deceived by him? Wang Qianfeng's voice suddenly rang out, appearing in front of Wang Chen amidst a swirl of wind. No, Wang Chu overlooked some details because the situation was urgent at the time. If Wang Chu had calmed down, this demon's trick wouldn't have escaped his eyes. Go back and write a report for me. Wang Qianfeng didn't have time to banter with Wang Chen, turning to Su Shiyun. How's the situation with the other spies? None escaped, just no survivors? They were all that tough? Wang Qianfeng's expression turned serious. If the demon clan was this tough, then it would be hard to deal with. The warriors are resilient and brave, unafraid of death, and would rather self-destruct than be captured. Facing such an enemy, Wang Qianfeng felt immense pressure. It's not that, it seems there's some kind of restriction in their heads. Once they have thoughts of surrendering or revealing information, the restriction triggers and blows their heads up. So ruthless. Wang Qianfeng's eyes darkened. Notify the police chief to handle the aftermath. We'll regroup and head back. Yes. Wang Chen immediately followed back to the Tianjin Bureau headquarters, writing the report in Wang Qianfeng's office. Meanwhile, Wang Qianfeng left Wang Chen and headed to the conference room for a meeting. This operation, although the deciphering team startled the snake and prevented further expansion of our achievements, overall it met expectations. When I received your call about the successful operation, I immediately called the headquarters in Jin City. Director Zhang was pleased, saying 3 good words in a row, and decided to travel to the capital tonight to personally report to the headquarters. You all did well. Hearing the main tone set by Lu Zhao, smiles immediately appeared on the faces of the department heads. As long as it's a merit, that's good. If the headquarters used the snake-stirring incident to make a fuss, it would be troublesome. Director, although this netting operation was a great success, an internal review is still necessary. The deciphering team was careless, leading to the demon spies being startled and failing to expand our achievements. Even if there's no punishment, a written review report must be submitted, He Mingxue said lightly. Wang Qianfeng casually glanced at He Mingxue. He was from the law enforcement department, responsible for internal discipline, and he was right to say this. However, this couldn't be considered the deciphering team's fault. One could only say that the demon spies were too cunning, even setting up a misleading code on top of the actual password. This had never happened before. Another point, although the demon spy group was completely annihilated, our follow-up leads have not been completely cut off. As He Mingxue said this, a flush appeared on his face. I really didn't expect that Wang Chun from the intelligence department not only captured an elite group but also deciphered the correct password. It can be confirmed that there is not just one group in Sioux City, there may be many. They are executing an ant nest plan, and the key to the ant nest plan is the demonic transformation of Star Warriors. What drives the Star Warriors to undergo this transformation is a type of potion. Although there are few clues, it is worth investigating. The investigation will still be handled by the Intelligence Department. A phone. Although you all made a significant contribution this time and achieved victory, do not become arrogant or complacent. The battle must continue, and I await your new achievements. Wei Xin, report the losses from this incident. Report, Director. A total of 150 brothers participated in the capture, among which 7 were injured, 1 was killed in action, and 5 innocent civilians were killed by the malicious attacks of the demons. The compensation for the fallen brother will be delivered to his family within 3 days, along with ongoing support. The injured brothers will have a 7-day leave to recuperate. As for the accolades from above, we will only know after Director Zhang returns from the capital. You all discuss how to distribute the merits. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone hesitated. The merits were clear, and it was obvious who contributed. More or less, there shouldn't have been any doubts. Director, the merits of others are easy to discuss, but one person's merit is difficult to handle. Wang Qianfeng said with a bitter smile. Who? Wang Chen. His merit is so obvious, what's difficult about it? Lu Zhao frowned, somewhat puzzled. If distributed normally, he would definitely be the one with the most merit, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to take 70% of the credit alone. But he is only 16 years old and will only turn 17 after the new year. Moreover, he has just been promoted to lieutenant a few days ago. If we report him as the one with the most merit, the higher-ups will definitely promote him. He is still young, and his character needs to be tempered. Wang Qianfeng's concerns were reasonable. Wang Chen couldn't have it too easy. Wang Qianfeng had high hopes for Wang Chen. He not only wanted him to become an excellent warrior but also hoped that Wang Chen could become an outstanding leader in the future, even a spiritual leader. The growth of an excellent warrior cannot be separated from trials and setbacks. But had Wang Chen experienced any setbacks since awakening as a star warrior? Not to mention setbacks, his cultivation was skyrocketing, and his talent was so high that it made others envious. Just a casual trip to the trial ground could reveal a demon base that the stationed Star Warriors had been searching for half a year without success. Just taking on a task could uncover hidden secret bases of the demons. This time, just chatting with someone could lead to discovering crucial clues that would lock down the entire demon spy group. If you say it's all luck? Not really. The clues were right in front of him, and others just didn't see what he did. Wang Qianfeng felt fortunate to have Wang Chen, but at the same time, he was filled with worry for him. Wang Chen was just a boy. If he were in Wang Chen's shoes and had achieved so much in just 2 months, he would have been completely carried away by it. As someone who had been through it, Wang Qianfeng understood one thing deeply: one must never become complacent. Once you start to feel proud, danger is sure to follow. Wang Qianfeng liked Wang Chen but felt it necessary to keep him grounded. However, Lu Zhao did not think the same way. After pondering for a long time, Lu Zhao raised his head. How does Wang Chen compare to Wang Ling? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Qianfeng and He Mingxue were taken aback. It had been a long time since they had heard the name Wang Ling, causing them to feel a moment of disorientation. Comparing him to the Flame Emperor? How can that be compared? He Mingxue laughed. The Flame Emperor was too high in their hearts, almost to the point of being mythical. It couldn't be compared. Absolutely not. Really? When Wang Ling truly rose, it seems it wasn't during middle school, right? During middle school, she was merely among the top of her class but did not surpass others. How can that be the same? The Flame Emperor was born into an ordinary family, without a soul pearl to enhance his star power, yet he managed to keep up with those geniuses through hard work, which is already quite remarkable. Since being discovered by Old D, the Flame Emperor began to soar, reaching the pinnacle of Star Warriors at an unbelievable speed for an ordinary person. You might have overlooked Wang Chen's extraordinary qualities because you see him so often. Can Wang Chen really not be compared to Wang Ling? Wang Chen has not benefited from Wang Ling's influence. All his soul beads were earned by himself in the trial grounds, and his star martial skills were practiced with what you provided. This year, Wang Chen is 16 years old, and today, he has awakened his Star Warrior talent for less than half a year. Yet, he has already learned the basic application of the Phoenix form, the advanced application of Nebula Sword Dance and Flame Blade, and he can switch between star martial skills perfectly, without any time interval. He is already a mid-level expert in the Star Radiance realm. He achieved all this progress in just half a year. Even when Wang Ling soared under Old D's guidance back then, her speed might not have been faster than Wang Chen's. Many people questioned Wang Ling at that time, saying her rapid growth might not be a good thing. She should experience some setbacks when necessary. But what did those setbacks ultimately become? The stepping stones of Wang Ling's legend. Young people indeed need to go through trials. Only those who can endure setbacks can succeed. But those are just ordinary people. For someone like Wang Chen, it's unnecessary. As long as he has the ability, what does it matter how high he is held? Are we afraid he will fall to his death? But I believe that those who are destined to fall will eventually fall, and those who won't fall will not die no matter how high they are held. His contributions should be reported fairly. How to reward him is a matter for the headquarters. If we deduct his contributions, it will only dishearten him. Lu Zhao's words were partially agreed upon by Wang Qianfeng but also met with some disagreement. However, since Lu Zhao had spoken, Wang Qianfeng naturally arranged it that way. They worked at the Sky Sword Bureau until late at night before returning. Fortunately, the next day was Sunday, so Wang Qian didn't have to worry about dozing off in class. After the weekend, the case closure at the Sky Sword Bureau was basically completed. Wang Qian tidied up his mood and returned to the monotonous yet fulfilling rhythm of cramming for finals. Sigh, how did such a good girl end up like this? On the rooftop at noon, Su Xiangwen suddenly blurted out, "Who are you talking about?" Wang Qian carefully flipped the steak in front of him and drizzled it with olive oil. Who else could it be? Of course, it's our class monitor, Xia. In just this short month, the change in class monitor Xia is nothing short of a transformation. How did I not notice before that class monitor Xia is actually so beautiful? What do you mean? Wang Qian asked in confusion. Is becoming more beautiful related to falling from grace? Of course it is. Class monitor Xia used to look pure, but in the past month, with just a little dressing up, her looks have skyrocketed to rival the four major beauties. I was even contemplating whether to have a sweet first love before graduation, but today I heard that class monitor Xia is being kept by someone. Cough cough cough. Wang Qian was immediately choked by a mouthful of smoke. Don't talk nonsense. Classmate Xia Cici is at least a star warrior. How could she be kept by someone? So what if she's a star warrior? Are star warriors not materialistic? I didn't suspect it at first, but today I overheard two female classmates discussing it privately, and then I took a look. The clothes class monitor Xia is wearing are new arrivals from a big mall priced between 500 and 1,000. 500 to 1,000 can only buy a pair of your socks. Nonsense, a pair of my socks costs 100, okay? That 100 is well used. I might not even be able to buy you 2 pairs of socks with everything I have. You're not like us, you're from a completely different era. But given Xia Cici's family conditions, how could she afford clothes over 500? She has been wearing ordinary clothes for the past 2 years, and suddenly her wardrobe has upgraded several levels. There must be something wrong. There's a saying, when a man has money, he becomes bad. When a woman becomes bad, she has money. What else could it be besides being kept? I just don't know to what extent. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, Gong Feiyu shouted and sat up. It's understandable for women to gossip, but Lao Su, why are you so nosy too? What does it matter to you? If someone gets better or worse, don't you think it's a bit of a pity? Sorry, I have no feelings. I think Lao Su might really have a crush on squad leader Xia. Wang Qian slowly took out the grilled steak, glanced at it, and was quite satisfied with his cooking skills. How is that possible? With my family background, there's no way they would agree to me dating someone like squad leader Xie. His voice trailed off suddenly. As expected, Wang Qian is clever, managing to extract this beast's thoughts so easily. You've already considered marrying her, and you still say you have no thoughts? Have you even picked out names for your future children? I'm just stating a fact. Besides, after hearing that discussion today, I have no thoughts left. Lao Su, I'm going to present a point that might sting a bit. What? How do you know she's definitely being kept? Xia Cici is at least a star warrior. Her own conditions aren't bad. She has no need to go down that path. It's like a naturally beautiful girl would only become a princess or a model if she were foolish. Wouldn't it be better to be a star? Even if Xia Cici has someone buying her things and giving her money, the most likely scenario is that she found a young, wealthy boyfriend. This person might not even be an ordinary person, perhaps a rich second-generation star warrior like you. Thinking about it this way, don't you feel a heart-wrenching, breathless sensation? Su Xiangwen stared at Wang Qian with wide eyes. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Why? Think in the worst, most extreme direction? There are indeed monsters in unusual occurrences, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's an unacceptable monster. If he thought from another perspective, Su Xiangwen felt this was the most likely scenario. Xia Cici is the kind of person who is very strong and disciplined. How could she be kept by some bald old man as discussed? She must have met a young, wealthy Prince Charming instead. Ah, such a beauty, swaying in front of me every day, yet some people turn a blind eye. But this world never lacks eyes that can discover beauty. Perhaps someone who isn't as handsome as young Master Su, doesn't have his talent, isn't as wealthy as him, and might even have worse character, could still snatch away this most adorable little pet right under young Master Su's nose. Wang Qian sighed leisurely, and at that moment, Su Xiangwen's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wang Qian, are you a devil? Is this supposed to be heart-wrenching? This is like digging out Lao Su's heart, sprinkling salt and cumin on it, and then putting it on the grill to roast. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Xiangwen's eyes cleared. I almost got led astray by Lanzi. What does it have to do with me if Xia Cici is with some young, wealthy guy? Who just said it was a pity? I was just saying. Besides, am I the kind of playboy knowing I can't promise a woman. Would I provoke her? But that's true. Wang Chen still believed in this aspect of Su Xiangwen. Everyone has their principles, and the four of them were like that. Although Su Xiangwen had the flaws of a rich second generation, being narcissistic, pretentious, and sometimes throwing money around, he surprisingly held a pure and beautiful expectation for love. It's a miracle that in today's society, there are rich second generations who still believe in pure love. This might be related to Su Xiangwen's family, at least his parents truly had a romantic love. Su Xiangwen had mentioned more than once that his parents' love story was as romantic and beautiful as poetry. Therefore, Su Xiangwen has always kept women who approached him at arm's length, never impulsively making mistakes. The gossiping about a female classmate didn't last long for Wang Chen and the others. Soon, the topic shifted to the preparations for hunting exotic beasts at the intermediate trial ground during this winter vacation. The intermediate trial ground is essentially just a bit larger than the beginner trial ground, with fiercer exotic beasts. The ordinary exotic beasts are not stronger than those in the beginner trial ground. The intermediate trial ground has mutated exotic beasts at the Nebula realm, and there are a few tribal leaders of exotic beasts who might possess the strength of the galaxy realm. With Jiang Xinyu, who is at the Nebula realm, leading the way, and Wang Chen, the hidden Great Demon King, providing protection, this trip to the intermediate trial ground is almost without danger. In fact, the four of them are already considering whether to wipe out one or two tribes, something that normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. School ends at 5 o'clock, and then Wang Chen practiced in the training room, sweating profusely for 3 hours. The phone beside him rang. Hello, Mr. Wang Chen, I am the delivery person from Milong Mall. The fresh food you ordered has been packed and is ready to depart. Are you at home now? Is it convenient for us to deliver? It's convenient. I'm at home. Please call me again when you arrive. Okay. Always ordering takeout. To be honest, Wang Chen was getting tired of it. Plus, recently he had been barbecuing at school during lunch, and his skills had improved significantly. Wang Chen had developed a bit of a sentiment for being self-sufficient. Perhaps, once he got tired of the food he made himself, he would fall in love with the taste of takeout again. After all, people are just that changeable. So yesterday, Wang Chen placed a huge order for fresh food at Milong Mall, including beef, lamb, pork, fish, shrimp, and crabs. When he checked out, wow, $20,000. But this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for Wang Chen, so he couldn't be bothered to change it. Today, the mall was delivering to his door, which led to the phone call just now. Woo woo woo, a piercing siren wailed past on the main road outside, with 7 or 8 police cars passing in quick succession. Since Wang Chen's training room was in the underground parking lot on the second basement level, he couldn't see what was happening outside. This was already the second time this year. The last time the sirens blared, Wang Chen encountered a demonized star martial artist. Would there be another incident this time? Wang Chen hesitated about whether to follow, but the delivery from Milong Mall was about to arrive. After thinking it over, he decided against it. Such things couldn't happen all the time. Maybe they were just capturing ordinary criminals. After all, in a densely populated big city like Sioux City, the crime rate among ordinary people is far higher than that of star martial artists. After waiting for about 40 minutes, the phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Wang Chen, I have arrived at the entrance of the Xinyu building. Where should I unload the goods? How big is the box? 2.5 cubic meters. You can drive into the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot of the Xinyu building does not allow outside vehicles to enter. We can't get in. I said you can get in, so you can drive down to the second basement level. Alright. The other party reluctantly hung up the phone, started the car, and slowly drove toward the entrance of the underground parking lot. I've been to the Xinyu building before. Only vehicles with registered license plates are allowed in the underground parking lot. You think you can just say you can and it will happen? Do you think the Xinyu building is your home? Beep. Just as they approached, the license plate recognition surprisingly passed, and the barrier lifted instantly. The driver was a bit dazed but quickly shifted gears and slowly drove into the underground parking lot. Following the signs, they turned to the second level. Upon reaching the bottom level, his eyes lit up. Only 4 luxury cars were parked there, and the driver couldn't name any of them. You could tell just by looking that they were luxurious. Although he didn't find the logos of the 4 cars, the exquisite design of the models was definitely top-notch luxury cars of the time. A young man in a tank top appeared in front of him, extending his hand as the pickup truck came to a stop. Is this Mr. Wang Chen? The driver jumped out of the car, speaking to Wang Chen with a respectful tone. Although Wang Chen looked ordinary, being allowed entry by the Xinyu building was something unimaginable for him. He must be an incredibly wealthy young master. After all, who but a rich person would order tens of thousands of dollars worth of fresh food at once? Yes. Where should I unload the goods? Right here is fine. Wang Chen glanced at the empty parking lot and casually unloaded. After all, a robot would come to transport it later. The driver opened the trunk, and cold smoke rose. The driver quickly dragged out a wooden box, 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, from the cold storage, sliding it down the ramp to the ground. Does Mr. Wang Chen want to inspect the goods? Let's take a look. The other party swiftly unwrapped the seal on the wooden box and pried open the lid. But in an instant, both the driver and Wang Chen were stunned. Inside the box, not only were there the fresh goods Wang Chen had purchased, but there was also a girl curled up in a state of undress, wearing only her underwear. The girl's skin was as white as cream, and her long black hair, like ink, cascaded down, obscuring her face and making it impossible to see her features. However, this scene did not evoke any sense of allure in either of them. Instead, a chill crept up their spines. Wang Chen looked up at the delivery guy. What's this? Is this your mall's new promotion? I don't know. I checked when I sealed it. Could it be that some seafood has turned into a spirit? I'll call the police. Wait a minute. Wang Chen reached out and placed his hand on the girl's neck. It felt cold, but thankfully he could feel a clear pulse. This meant the girl was still alive. How could she lie there almost naked on top of ice for so long without freezing to death and still have such a strong pulse? Wang Chen gently brushed the hair off the girl's cheek, revealing a delicate profile before him. In that instant, disbelief flashed across Wang Chen's face. Just then, the girl on the ice suddenly opened her eyes. Boom, there was a loud crash, and the box of fresh goods shattered. A water blade instantly shot towards Wang Chen's face. Wang Chen's figure swayed, leaving behind traces of afterimages as he dodged the incoming water blade. Before he could steady himself, a leg like white jade swept towards him. Wang Chen quickly raised both hands to block and caught the kick. But the girl's assault did not stop. In an instant, her moves swept towards him, like a peacock spreading its tail. The girl's techniques were basic fighting moves, yet they were sharp to an unbelievable degree. With Wang Chen's mid to late stage basic fighting strength, he felt as if he was being overwhelmed and unable to catch his breath. Such fighting prowess must be top tier even among professional star warriors, right? I say, class leader Xia, you really know how to put on an act. In school, your fighting skills are so lacking, yet at this moment, you can display such powerful combat ability. What exactly is your identity? Are you here to assassinate me, class leader Xia? You are. Suddenly, the CSCC in front of him froze, her eyes flickering between confusion and sharpness, as if two modes were rapidly switching. Suddenly, Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as a large amount of blood suddenly gushed from CSCC's shoulder. A striking flow of blood. Gunshot? What on earth is going on? If you don't explain, I won't hold back. Wang Chen, help me. Just as CSCC finished speaking, her body went limp and she collapsed. Wang Chen did not rush to catch her. It was only when CSCC truly fell to the ground and lost consciousness that he stepped forward to check her injuries. The gunshot wound was on her shoulder. She had been hiding in the freezer, and the ice had temporarily prevented significant bleeding. But after engaging with Wang Chen, the accelerated blood flow caused the wound to suddenly erupt with blood. At this rate of bleeding, CSCC would be dead in less than 5 minutes. Clearly, the earlier assumption that CSCC was here to assassinate him was ruled out. If she were here to kill him, would she come with an injury? Then there was another explanation. CSCC was being hunted. Damn, could it be like those movie plots? Our gentle and weak class leader Xia, who appears to be a student of the Star Warrior class, is secretly a member of some assassin organization? But what to do now? The amount of blood loss was relentless. Like the legendary menstrual hemorrhage that showed no signs of stopping. With a slight hesitation, Wang Chen still reached out and pressed down on the wound on CSCC's shoulder. As the star power surged, the pain that had tightly furrowed CSCC's brows began to ease slightly. A sound of a horn starting up echoed, and when Wang Chen looked up again, the delivery guy had already jumped into the truck and started the engine. Hey, wait, what are you waiting for? What you just did was earth-shattering. It scared the hell out of me. The delivery guy had only one thought: escaping was the priority. Who knew what incredible thing he had accidentally seen, only to be silenced by you? Watching the truck roar away, Wang Chen's subsequent explanations were stuck deep in his throat. Wang Chen raised his hand, and the bullet in CSCC's shoulder was pushed out during the healing process. The wound completely healed without a scar. However, due to excessive blood loss, CSCC remained in a coma. Looking at CSCC lying on the ground, Wang Chen felt a rush of blood. This figure was just too good. Having lived 2 lives and now being in this age of youthful development, it was really killing him. A classic line inexplicably surfaced in his mind. My lord, still warm. He squatted down and picked up CSCC, heading towards the elevator. Shall I clean up? Okay. Wang Chen, do you need me to call the police? No need. In Wang Chen's room, he was typing away at his notebook when a slight noise suddenly came from the bed. Wang Chen stopped his actions and turned around, watching CSCC warily. CSCC's brows were tightly knitted, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Then she hurriedly sat up to check her body. Wang Chen couldn't understand. You're only wearing underwear. What's the point of checking your body? But women seem to have their own ways of checking if they had been violated. Anyway, Cici's expression let out a long sigh 3 seconds later. I said, Cici, you haven't explained anything to me yet. Ha! It was only then that Cici realized Wang Chen was in the room, looking over in confusion. From the series of actions Cici took upon waking up, Wang Chen found them too amateurish. His previous speculation that Cici was someone trained by an organization began to waver. If she were a professional soldier, the moment she woke up, she wouldn't be checking her body but rather assessing whether the surrounding environment was safe. But Cici did the opposite. If this was the result of professional training, Wang Chen felt she shouldn't have survived to this point. Wang Chen? How are you here? Wait, where am I? This is my home. Your home? How did I end up at your place? Cici's question made Wang Chen's nerves jump. How did you come to my house? Don't you have any idea how you got to my house? I still can't figure it out, but shouldn't you explain how you got shot? As soon as he said this, Wang Chen's gaze sharpened. He opened his palm, and a bullet lay quietly in his hand. 0.6 centimeters caliber semi-automatic pistol. Effective range within 50 meters. This type of pistol is generally used by police. The standard military pistol is 0.8 centimeters. If it's from other unofficial organizations, they shouldn't be using such a small caliber weapon. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Cici's face turned pale. I didn't want this. I was drugged. When I was in a daze, I felt someone taking off my clothes. I woke up and saw a man who looked like a pig. I instinctively used my star martial skills to injure him. Then I jumped out the window to escape. And then, someone chased me. Then I heard police cars were also chasing me. My mind was very chaotic and heavy. I was running for my life, but the guards behind me kept pursuing me relentlessly. He told me to stop, but I couldn't dare. A star warrior attacking an ordinary person with star techniques would be charged with intentional homicide according to the law. Even if the person didn't die, it would still be attempted murder. Then, he fired. I kept dodging, but eventually, I got shot in the shoulder. After that, I hid in a warehouse of a shopping mall, and I heard people inside talking about deliveries and such. I saw a box and hid inside. It was so cold inside, but I felt so dizzy at that moment. Soon, I knew nothing at all. When I woke up, I was here. What you said, why do I find it so hard to believe? Wang Chen crossed his arms and sneered, his words as dramatic as a movie script, even more so than any actual script. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. Wang Chen, please help me. I don't want to go to jail. I just wanted to defend myself. I didn't intend to use star techniques. But, at that time, I was completely powerless. Without using star techniques, I couldn't resist. Are you sure? Wang Chen stared into Cici's eyes, sensing the plea within them. Then, tell me why you were pretending? Pretending? Cici looked at Wang Chen in confusion. You were pretending too. Your strength is not below mine. In fact, it might even be above mine. You got shot in the shoulder, and after being frozen for so long, you could still fight me and suppress me so thoroughly. Such strength is rare among high school students nationwide. Yet, when you were at school, your fighting skills were so poor. What else could it be but pretending? She wasn't pretending. Cici suddenly spoke up, sending a chill down Wang Chen's spine. Although Cici's appearance hadn't changed at all, her gaze had become exceptionally sharp. It was the same face, yet the change in her eyes gave the impression of two completely different people. At that moment, the star power around Wang Chen silently began to circulate. Split personality? Something like that, but you don't need to worry, my presence is harmless to her. The other voice was even colder than Zhang Sinyu's. My appearance dates back to an encounter she had when she was 9. That year, I was 9, my parents worked night shifts, and my brother was boarding at school. It was my mother's birthday, and I made a bowl of dumplings by hand and brought them to my parents' factory. You could make dumplings at 9? Wang Chen asked in surprise. What's so surprising about that? I learned to chop and cook. At 6, for people like us living at the bottom of society, we start doing housework to help our parents at a very young age. What happened next? I encountered a pedophile pervert who tied me up in the greenbelt under an overpass and wanted to. At this point, a strong killing intent flashed in Cici's eyes. What happened next? Did you just appear? Not at that time. She was very scared, especially when she saw that guy's disgusting thing. All she could think was that she hoped someone would come to save her. At that time, there was a car accident on the overpass. A dump truck overturned, and the concrete mixing drum rolled down from the overpass. He abandoned me and ran, but was crushed to death. Are you okay? Wang Chen's eyes widened. The plot was more exaggerated than a TV drama. If he hadn't run, he wouldn't have been hit, but he brought it upon himself, running right in front of it and getting crushed by the mixing drum on the spot. Later, the guards came and rescued me. She then had a continuous high fever for half a month, and during this serious illness, I appeared. So it was you who fought with me earlier? Yes. If you ask me what I am, medically speaking, I am indeed her split-second personality. But personally, I don't see it that way. I am her guardian angel. My presence is to ensure she doesn't get hurt. In fact, she is very smart. She learns the movements taught by the teacher immediately. However, during battles, she would fall into intense tension and fear. In such a state, she couldn't even move her body, which is why she appeared so helpless. The strength you display is her true strength? Wang Chen asked curiously. Not exactly. I am both her guardian angel and her subconscious persona. So there are many actions I can perform that she cannot. But theoretically, everything I can do, she can do as well. Originally, I shouldn't have appeared to meet you, but I hope you can help her. Wang Chen looked at the second persona, CSCC, with a teasing expression. Why? Can't you help her? You could easily appear during battles, and then CSCC would definitely become one of the top students in her age group, right? I am me, and she must always be herself. I can help her temporarily, but I can't help her forever. Moreover, if one day she gains the power to protect herself, I will disappear. I appeared to protect her, and I will vanish when she no longer needs protection. She likes you. Suddenly, CSCC looked seriously into Wang Chen's eyes and said, What? She likes you, ever since the first day you came to school. That time you saved her, she actually didn't lose consciousness. She knew everything. From that day on, she liked you a lot. But both she and I understand that this kind of liking is destined to have no outcome. So I hope you can help her. If you help her, she will also be able to help you wholeheartedly in the future. In this life, one needs a few trustworthy people, right? Do you think I don't have any? You do. But you definitely wouldn't mind having more, would you? So, I want to know what exactly happened tonight. Why was she shot? She has already told you the process. She didn't lie to you. But the cause starts from the time you parted ways at the bus station. Forget it, let her tell you about it. By the way, don't tell her what I said. She doesn't know about my existence. Before Wang Chen could agree, CSCC's eyes instantly became confused again. If the switch in her gaze was purely acting, then this performance was truly exceptional. A single glance switched to a darker persona in an instant. Without exceptional talent and professional training, an ordinary person couldn't achieve that. Wang Chen, classmate, what were we just talking about? Right, acting? I didn't deceive you, I really wasn't acting. I practiced well at home, but when it came to the battle, I panicked. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but on the first day of school, I specifically bought tranquilizers and took them before the test. But when it was time to go on stage, I completely lost my composure. Alright, let's not ask that question anymore. What happened? Why were you drugged? CSCC suddenly curled her legs up and hugged her knees. Fortunately, this position was hidden under the blanket. Otherwise, who could stand it? I wanted to go to the trial ground with you, but I didn't have $1 million. My parents' combined monthly salary is less than 15,000. My brother earns a bit more as a chef, but it's still far from enough. Later, my brother's boss learned about my situation and suggested that I perform star martial arts at his restaurant. I excelled in the transformation of star power, and since I am a water attribute star martial artist, I created many beautiful things with water to attract customers while they were dining. But I didn't expect that scumbag to have ulterior motives. At first, he offered me 2,000 a day as an appearance fee. Although that was a lot of money, even at 2,000 a day, it would take 2 years to earn $1 million. Later, a customer wanted me to drink with him. I was unwilling, but that customer pulled out 20,000 on the spot for me to drink a glass. I drank it. At this point, CSCC suddenly buried her face in her knees and began to cry. Wang Chen, classmate, do you think I am a shameless woman? 2. Are you really drinking with customers just for 20,000 yuan? I also think I'm quite shameless. Well, isn't just having a drink no big deal? Those celebrities accept commercial performances. Others pay them to sing and dance, and that's their profession. Shouldn't this count as one too? Although Xingwuj isn't meant for performance, it's the Xingwuj's freedom to use it that way. It's not illegal, and Wang Chen really didn't look down on CSCC's way of thinking. In other words, if Wang Chen could earn 500 skill points by singing a song, he might just kneel and sing a piece of Conquer. If singing alone wasn't enough, Wang Chen could even swallow his pride and dance a number of Pure Land. For the sake of earning skill points, what morals are there to uphold? Similarly, if CSCC could get 20,000 for a drink, then drink up. What's the fuss about? That boss is quite generous. He just asked someone to record this scene with a phone and didn't have any other excessive demands. I've already performed with Xingwuj, so I've long lost my shame. Later, because of me, the restaurant's business got better and better, and many customers generously tipped me. In just over a month, I've saved up 500,000. If this continues, earning $1 million before the winter break isn't particularly difficult. Today, that most extravagant boss came. Again, I've always known he had other intentions towards me, but for the sake of making money, I've been enduring it. But today, Zhang Jiyun actually drugged me. During the intermission after my performance, he handed me a glass of water, and after drinking it, I felt something was off. Before long, I was drowsy and fell asleep. When I woke up, I was lying in bed and my clothes were stripped down to just this. That fat pig saw I was awake and wanted to force himself on me, so I used Xingwuch to hit him. The rest is what I told you before. That Zhang Jiyun is that fat pig? No, he's the restaurant owner. This process basically makes sense now. And recently, Cici's changes also add up. She goes directly to the restaurant to perform after school, which is why she dresses fashionably and beautifully. She also does some subtle makeup and grooming on her face. I basically understand the situation. I should be able to help you. I just don't quite understand why you're so obsessed with going to the trial grounds. Many students like you haven't been to the trial grounds before graduating high school. Obsessed? Cici looked at Wang Chen with her tear-streaked face, suddenly revealing a sarcastic smile. Well, from your perspective, it might seem like obsession. I come from an ordinary background, but every person like us doesn't want to be ordinary for a lifetime. We also hope to stand out. We are Xingwuja, and Xingwuja speaks with strength. I am currently in the late stage of the Star Realm, and there are 50 students in my class, with 4 or 5 in the Nebula Realm and 9 in the Star Glory Realm. The rest are all in the Star Realm. My class ranking is 20th, right? Above average, that's good. Your academic performance has always been in the top 5. What good is it to have good academic performance? In the college entrance examination, academic performance only accounts for 40%. 60% is based on Xingwu results, with 6.4 Xingwu level and 4 for practical results. My Xingwu level ranks 150 in the entire grade. With such results, let alone a top university, even an average second-tier university might not want me. If I can't get into a good university, I might just finish 4 years of college in mediocrity. After that, I would either join the army or participate in the pioneering corps. If I joined the army, someone like me would have no chance of promotion. In the event of a war, I would be sent to the front lines. Due to insufficient strength, I might die in the first wave. Moreover, I might not even have my body brought back. Joining the pioneering corps would be almost the same. Without strength and without the qualifications of a prestigious university graduate, I can only become one of the many cannon fodder. This is almost my predetermined future. The only opportunity to change all of this is the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination changes the fate of ordinary students, and isn't it the same for us ordinary Star Warriors? Only by getting into a good Star Martial Arts Academy can we have the opportunity to access better Star martial skills, gain more resources, and have more chances for improvement. I don't want my life to be like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Wang Chen stared in shock at the girl before him, a girl he had always overlooked, who surprisingly had such mature thoughts. When did you start thinking about these things? Since the moment I awakened my Star Warrior talent, I suppose. I understood the cruelty of this society from a very young age. I have 7 uncles, and my grandmother is quite remarkable. All 7 of her sons awakened their Star Warrior talents. Isn't that impressive? It really is impressive. The country should award your grandmother a certificate. They have. Quite some time ago. Want to hear about my uncles? Wang Chen had initially been uninterested in matters that didn't concern him, but now he suddenly found himself intrigued. That Star Peak and the impressive Lan Dai seemed to be the ordinary Star Warriors that Cici spoke of. They gave Wang Chen a vivid lesson, making him feel the weight and helplessness of ordinary Star Warriors. The Star Warriors Wang Chen had encountered were few, either the group at school or the elites from the Heavenly Sword Bureau. But what he heard more about were the pioneering legions, who were like adventurers exploring another world. Wang Chen had heard many stories about the pioneering legions throughout his life. In his eyes, venturing into another dimension was both cruel and romantic. But in Cici's words, there was only cruelty, no romance. None of my 7 uncles awakened their talents voluntarily. They all awakened through soul resonance when they graduated from middle school. Their talents aren't particularly high, but not low either. Like most of their classmates, they got into third-rate or second-rate Star martial arts academies. Later, the eldest 5th and 7th uncles chose to enlist, while the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th uncles chose to pioneer. The year my 6th uncle just joined the Pioneering Legion, the army sent back the ashes of my eldest uncle. He was killed by a beast during a mission, just in one encounter. The eldest uncle was posthumously honored as a martyr, and within 3 months, the 2nd and 3rd uncles died in a pioneering battle, their remains untraceable. In just a couple of sentences, 3 of the 7 uncles were gone. Wang Chen looked at Cici in horror. How could you speak so calmly about the brutal deaths of 3 uncles? There's nothing to be surprised about. The 3 uncles died before I was born. Now, only the 4th and 6th uncles are still alive. The 6th uncle lost a leg and has a job at the Tong City Star Martial Arts Association. It's a way to spend his old age, I suppose. The 4th uncle is the one who has climbed the highest among the 7. He is a commander in the Pioneering Legion. He has a cultivation level in the Nebula Realm and oversees over 100 Star Warriors. Therefore, my cousin is better off than I am. He often receives soul beads sent by my uncle. Last summer, my 4th uncle hosted a banquet. My cousin successfully broke through to the Star Radiance realm. He is 6 months younger than me and in the same cohort. Breaking through to the Star Radiance realm means he is pretty much guaranteed a spot in a somewhat reputable star martial arts academy. If he performs well, he might even get into a top-tier academy. Do you know how envious I was of him at that time? My cousin's talent isn't as good as mine. He spends all day hanging out with his friends, but because he has soul beads, he still progresses faster and further than I do. Do you know? That day, my aunt asked me what realm I was in. I replied, Mid-Star Realm. She said, it's okay, after you graduate from university, go pioneering with your uncle. I guarantee you'll reach the Star Radiance realm within a year. He. I still remember that sentence. Wang Chen, my 7 uncles represent the current state of bottom-tier Star Warriors. I don't want to stay at the bottom, I want to climb up. I never thought about how high I wanted to climb, I just want to reach a height where I won't drown. Wang Chen leaned against the wall, his expression calm. He knew the world of Star Warriors was dangerous, he just didn't expect it to be this dangerous, but since the world of Star Warriors is so dangerous, why do so many people yearn for it? Wang Chen came from a past life and has walked through this life. The two worlds are so similar in terms of culture and technology. If it weren't for the existence of Star Warriors and the Demon Clan, Wang Chen wouldn't feel the difference between the two worlds. So Wang Chen doesn't understand, since the world of Star Warriors is so cruel and the lower-tier Star Warriors have it so hard, why not return to human society and be an ordinary person? Classmate CSCC, have you never thought about giving up your identity as a Star Warrior? Give up? CSCC's eyes widened in disbelief. That look was like, you finally won a 5 million jackpot and someone next to you suddenly suggests that since you've won, why not donate all that money to charity? That's not what I mean. What I mean is, since being a Star Warrior is so dangerous, why not be like those Star Warriors living in big cities, open a martial arts school, or be a bodyguard or something? Does classmate Wang Chen not know about the Star Warrior duty regulations? If, suddenly, an alternate dimension appears in the city with a large number of exotic beasts, ordinary citizens have the right to evacuate or go to shelters. However, Star Warriors, regardless of their status, must participate in the battle. The purpose of the Pioneer Corps is to eliminate those randomly opened alternate dimensions at the source. If all Star Warriors were to do as you say and not venture out, not fight, what would we do when the alternate dimension descends upon us? Doing so is no different from waiting for death. Moreover, since we have already become Star Warriors, who would be willing to do that? Hunting exotic beasts yields soul orbs, and with soul orbs, one can level up. The more you hunt, the more rewards you receive. The country will not let any talented Star Warrior go to waste. If you have strength, the country will provide training. Star Warrior skills and wealth can be obtained. I'm not saying that lower-tier Star Warriors have no opportunities, I just don't want to start from such a low point, only to die on the battlefield before I even have a chance to show my worth. Besides, isn't the existence of Star Warriors meant to protect human civilization? The country's Star Warriors protect the nation, and human Star Warriors protect humanity. In terms of indoctrination about Star Warriors, Yugwa might be the best among the more than 200 countries on Tianlan Star. Is that so? So that's why you are so insistent on going to the trial ground with us. I am currently at the late stage of the Star Realm, and I must break through to the Star Radiance realm before the end of my senior year. Only then can I have a chance to get into a decent Star Warrior Academy, and I can reach the strength of the Star Cloud realm before graduation. This way, whether I join the army or go pioneering, I won't be assigned to the first tier of cannon fodder. At this point, CSCC's eyes were filled with longing. This little girl has already planned her future so clearly at such an early age. Wang Chen could only plan to get into college at most, but CSCC has already arranged for half her life. Whoa, suddenly, a piercing siren sounded right below the new universe building. That delivery guy who hurried away ultimately chose to call the police. Hearing the siren, CSCC's face turned pale. Being with Wang Chen made her feel so secure that she almost forgot her situation. In this moment of reflection, she realized how ridiculous her envisioned future was. Once caught by the guards, all her future plans would be in vain. CSCC would face years of imprisonment and might not even survive to walk out of prison. Classmate Wang Chen, a lot of guards have come outside. What should we do? Do you want me to help you pack your things? Wang Chen. CSCC hurriedly looked around for the source of the sound. Classmate Wang Chen, the guards are sending you a communication request. Connect the communication. Wang Chen turned to look at the television on the wall, and instantly the screen lit up, showing several guards in uniform appearing in the video. Oh, Hu Qing, have you become a guard already? A familiar face of Hu Qing appeared before Wang Chen. Brother Wang Chen? Is this your home? Hu Qing was clearly surprised to see Wang Chen. Brother Wang Chen, we received an alert that a dangerous Star Warrior has escaped into your house. Just bring up 3 people, not too many, Wang Chen said, giving Xiao Ai the command to open the elevator. The video communication cut off, and behind him, CSCC curled up tightly, shivering. Wang Chen smiled gently. Don't worry, I know that guard, I can handle this for you. Saying that, he went to the wardrobe, opened the door. I don't have any women's clothes. At home, but luckily your height is about the same as mine, so the clothes should fit. He tossed a shirt and a pair of pants to CSCC and then turned to leave. The elevator door quickly opened and the three guards led by Hu Qing walked into the living room. Their first reaction was to look around. The faces of the two guards showed a fleeting shock. This house is a bit too big. Wang Chen, I heard from the reporter that you seem to know that Star Warrior? Your classmate? Hu Qing asked straightforwardly. I do know her, she was drugged and someone attempted to assault her, which is why she defended herself. We will investigate this situation, but right now the victim has several broken ribs, and he is a local entrepreneur who has hired a lawyer. Even if that's the case, without sufficient evidence, your classmate's situation is very bad. He claims to be CSCC's pursuer, spending hundreds of thousands to pursue her, and they had originally agreed to go to a hotel, but unexpectedly, CSCC tried to kill him. He has transfer records and witnesses, and moreover, CSCC indeed used star martial arts against him. A star warrior using star martial arts against an ordinary person is completely different in nature. Unless it can be proven that CSCC was truly drugged and that he was the one who orchestrated it. If the victim was not directly involved, a charge of attempted murder is unavoidable. Hu Qing, stop talking to him, just take the person back first. One of the guards beside Hu Qing suddenly said, it's late, finish the work and go home to sleep. I won't let you take her away, Wang Chen said. That might not be possible, unless you want to become an accomplice of the suspect. In cases involving Star Warriors, it should theoretically fall under the jurisdiction of the Sky Sword Bureau, right? Wang Chen took out his credentials from his pocket and presented them in front of them. The other party's expression changed, cautiously taking the credentials to look through them. Hu Qing was also stunned. No, Wang Chen. Aren't you a student? I am a student. Wang Chen smiled slightly, gentle as the warm sun, and also a special agent of the Sky Sword Bureau. That can't be true. 16 years old? Lieutenant? There is an anti-counterfeiting code, you can check. No way, really? Lieutenant Special Agent of the Sky Sword Bureau's Intelligence Department in Sioux City. After the guard finished checking, he looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. That expression was as if he had seen a ghost. A 16-year-old lieutenant, and not from somewhere else but from the Sky Sword Bureau. The Sky Sword Bureau, what is their motto? Only train elites, only need elites. Moreover, they have heard that to become a special agent of the Sky Sword Bureau, there is an extremely strict requirement. No matter what kind of impressive figure you were before, no matter how high your previous rank was, from the day you enter the Sky Sword Bureau, everything resets. This is also why, although there are many hidden talents in the Sky Sword Bureau, their ranks are not high. Perhaps, to you, he seems like an ordinary middle-aged non-commissioned officer, but his previous rank reached captain. Therefore, a lieutenant in the Sky Sword Bureau is very rare and extremely difficult to achieve. But this young man before me, at just 16 years old, is already a lieutenant. Incredible. Is the check complete? The Sky Sword Bureau has taken over this matter. Wang Chen, I know you want to help your classmate, but this is a society governed by law. Even with the background of the Sky Sword Bureau, if they insist on pressing charges, there's nothing you can do. I know, don't worry, I can handle it. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Hu Qing patted Wang Chen's shoulder and led the two away. Just as Wang Chen was about to turn around, Hu Qing suddenly called out to him. Wang Chen, how do you open this elevator? Shall I please see them off? As the words fell, the elevator doors opened. Wang Chen pushed open the door, and CSCC was already dressed, standing timidly by the bed. CSCC knew how to dress. Wang Chen initially thought that even if CSCC was as tall as him, his clothes would look baggy on her. But CSCC tied the hem of her shirt at her waist, instantly transforming the sack into something youthful and fashionable. Not bad, except for the pants being a bit baggy, the length fits quite well. They left? Yes, but your troubles are still here. First, find Zhang Jiyun, who drugged you. Find a breakthrough from him. Do you know where he is? No. CSCC shook her head. Wang Chen picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Wang Chen from the Intelligence Department, ID. Please help me check Zhang Jiyun's current whereabouts. He is the owner of Yunhai Hotel. Okay. CSCC looked at Wang Chen with curious eyes, and after a while, Wang Chen received a text message. Let's go. Wang Chen led CSCC to the elevator, heading straight down to the underground level 2. This time, Wang Chen didn't push his little electric scooter but instead walked over to the 4 luxury cars and surveyed them. He then chose a more rugged, off-road style vehicle. With a press of his fingerprint, the car door opened. Wang Chen didn't enjoy playing with cars, but he could drive. Before Wang Ling went missing, he had been taken to learn driving in one of those sports cars when he was very young. The expression on Wang Chen's face at that time was one of enlightenment. Mom, do you think it's appropriate to put a 7-year-old in the driver's seat? Young Wang Chen once asked a soul-searching question. Although Wang Chen was also an experienced driver in his past life, he was so small that when he pressed the brake or accelerator, he couldn't see over the engine hood. Driving? That was risking his life, wasn't it? Black girl can already drive, Lon Lon is so smart, she can't be worse than Black girl, right? Black girl was a German shepherd raised by Wang Ling, purebred and highly intelligent. A canine agent, skilled in various arts. But no matter how smart a dog is, it is still a dog. Black girl was already 5 years old when Wang Chen was born, so she passed away a few years ago. From this, one can see that no matter how powerful and sought after the Southern Flame Emperor's Jade Kingdom peak is, in private it can also be quite silly. The thought process isn't quite normal. After Wang Ling went missing, Wang Chen lived in Sioux City. In such a densely populated city, driving anywhere was cumbersome. It was more enjoyable to ride his electric scooter. So Wang Chen rarely drove out. If it weren't for bringing CSCC today, he would probably have ridden his scooter. The wind rushing at 80 miles per hour, isn't that good? Starting the car, he skillfully shifted gears. Wang Chen gently pressed a button and the seatbelt automatically secured itself. CSCC watched with curious eyes the entire time. These things were too far removed from her life. Driving onto the elevated road, leaving the park and arriving at the new district, he then turned into the entrance of a Han Ding Platinum Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel in the new district, covering a vast area with a grand entrance that resembled the entrance to a tourist attraction. Get out. After getting out of the car with CSCC, they walked towards the hotel. As soon as they entered, a waitress in a cheapao approached them. "Hello, sir, are you here to check in?" While speaking, she cast a slightly envious glance at CSCC beside Wang Chen. They had all seen the car Wang Chen drove, although it had no logo. Cars without obvious logos were the truly impressive ones. Then a man and a woman got out of the car and headed straight for the hotel with the rich experience and background of the receptionist. It was clear that this was some rich second-generation kid bringing his girlfriend to check into a hotel. The receptionist subconsciously assessed CSCC's face, questioning herself. "I don't look bad either, except I'm not as youthful as CSCC. Everything else should be above her." Why had she never encountered such good fortune? Tianjin Bureau, executing official duties. Wang Chen pulled out his credentials and held them in front of her. Instantly, the receptionist's expression changed. "Ha! A criminal is staying at your hotel, room number 705. You should have the key, right?" Yes. Could you please come over to verify your credentials?" The lobby manager hurried over, professionally guiding Wang Chen aside. After quickly completing the verification, the lobby manager's face showed signs of fear. It wasn't fear of Wang Chen, but fear of the guest in room 705. A criminal who could prompt the Tianjin Bureau to come at night must be a ruthless offender. Now feeling a bit flustered, what to do? Under the lobby manager's lead, they arrived at the door of the room. The lobby manager entered the password to unlock the door, and Wang Chen and CSCC stepped inside. Rather than a room, it was more like a suite. Although there was only one bedroom, the entrance opened into a huge living room. Directly opposite the living room was a balcony of over 10 square meters. Wang Chen turned on the lights all the way and directly opened the bedroom door. "What the hell? Who turned on the lights?" A furious shout erupted as a naked middle-aged man sat up in bed, squinting and yelling. In his bed were two similarly naked young women, looking no older than 18 or 19. "Is it him?" "It's him." CSCC gritted her teeth and said, "Zhang Jiyun, you are under arrest. Come with me." "Who the hell are you? Kid, do you know who I am?" Wang Chen didn't have time to argue with him. A swift chop silenced him completely. At that moment, the two women sleeping in bed were also startled awake, letting out a terrified scream. Wang Chen ignored them and directly carried Zhang Jiyun away. Driving back to the Sinew building, Zhang Jiyun was restrained in a chair in the training room. But what to do next? Wang Chen hesitated. He had previously planned well, capturing Zhang Jiyun and then interrogating him about how he drugged CSCC and who was behind it. But while the idea was beautiful, the execution was entirely different. Zhang Jiyun, with a defiant expression, said nothing, claiming he was wronged and even dared to threaten Wang Chen with accusations of kidnapping. Since Zhang Jiyun dared to drug CSCC, he certainly wasn't new to this line of work and was quite skilled at it. Any evidence had long been disposed of. The drug he used was a high-end product, and modern medicine found it hard to test for. This was also his confidence in targeting a star warrior. Now, emboldened, he was being tough with Wang Chen, who genuinely didn't know how to handle it, torturing him for a confession, but it seemed he had no experience in that area. After half an hour of questioning without results, CSCC had cried twice because of him. Indeed, every profession has its expertise. Enough. Wang Chen picked up his phone and called Su Shiyun. "I'm telling you, kid, don't think just because you have the Tianjin Bureau backing you that I'm afraid. The Tianjin Bureau doesn't even concern itself with ordinary people like us. You say I drugged that bitch? Get lost. Does she even need drugs? I don't even know how many times I've been with her. I'll kill you." CSCC trembled with rage, lunging at Zhang Jiyun, wanting to tear him apart. "Come on, if you dare to lay a finger on me, any mark you leave will become evidence. In court, medical expenses, nutritional costs, lost wages, and so on. I won't let your parents off the hook for 100 grand. Try touching me. CSCC trembled with anger but truly didn't dare to make a move. Seeing CSCC so furious only made Zhang Jiyun more smug. You can tie me up, it's fine. The hotel staff knows where I am, and if I don't make contact within 24 hours, my family will call the police. You can move me, you can kill me, it doesn't matter, you won't be able to escape anyway. Little brother, you're from the Sky Sword Bureau, I admit you're impressive. But this is a society governed by law. No matter if you're a star warrior or whatever your identity is, you're all bound by the law. Without evidence, you can't do anything to me, I can still sue you. Little brother, just let me go. Torturing me won't do you any good. Wang Chen remained deaf to the words, simply sitting patiently by the side. About 20 minutes later, a car drove into the underground garage. Besides Su Shiryun in casual clothes, there were also 4 soldiers from the Sky Sword Bureau dressed in green military uniforms. Wang Chen hurried over. Brother Su, sorry to trouble you so late, I feel bad for my brother. Cut it out, we're brothers, no need for pleasantries, Su Shiryun replied, pointing to the 4 behind him. You know them, no need for introductions. What's going on? Wang Chen detailed the situation regarding CSCC to Su Shiryun. After listening, Su Shiryun looked at Wang Chen in astonishment. You can't do anything about this? It's not that I don't understand, but I know Brother Su must know what to do. We just need to find out who drugged CSCC and that they were instructed to do. So, what's your relationship with that classmate of yours? Just classmates. When something like this happens, I can't just pretend I didn't see it, right? The law is meant to restrain our actions as star warriors, but it shouldn't be exploited by criminals to become a weapon against us, right? Sigh. Su Shiryun shook his head with a bitter smile. You kid, I really don't know how to say this to you. Yes, this is a society governed by law, and you're a good law-abiding citizen. But have you forgotten your identity? You're an enforcer, a lieutenant from the Sky Sword Bureau, and you're helpless against a rogue muggle? Don't let this get out. My intelligence department can't afford that kind of embarrassment. Wang Chen. What? Are you still unconvinced? Let me put it this way, even if you killed him right now, you wouldn't face any consequences. As he spoke, Su Shiryun slowly walked over to Zhang Jiyun. Why not skip the hassle and just kill him here? Hey, who are you people? You trying to scare me? You think I'm easily frightened? Ha! It really is true that some people don't shed tears until they see the coffin. Alright, take him away. The 4 brothers behind swiftly untied Zhang Jiyun and then shoved him into a van. Wang Chen, you might not fully understand the nature of our Sky Sword Bureau. For us, killing an ordinary person is like child's play. Just label him as colluding with the demon race, a traitor to humanity, and that's it. Su Shiryun's words sent a chill down Wang Chen's spine. That doesn't seem right. You know the Sky Sword Bureau is directly under the Ministry of National Defense, and all our work is classified. Didn't you think about what kind of organization the Sky Sword Bureau is? We don't need to answer to the public, nor do we need to explain ourselves to them. We have the final say. In ancient times, we were like the Jinyui or the Dongchang. We act first and report later, sanctioned by national law. That's the Sky Sword Bureau. Su Shiryun's words indeed shocked Wang Chen, but he still felt something was off. If the Sky Sword Bureau had such power, it should also instill fear in the common people, just as he remembered. For example, the military intelligence from historical records. But the public didn't seem to fear the Sky Sword Bureau, they merely found it mysterious, even daring to joke about it with relevant departments. Brother Su, if the Sky Sword Bureau really had such great power, isn't that a bit concerning? You don't like having power? You're one of us. Also, even though the Sky Sword Bureau has this power, have you ever seen anyone abusing it? Do you think the enforcement department is just for show? Do you think the annual political reviews are fake? We have this right, but we won't misuse it. But at the same time, we have the right to adapt and respond to circumstances. Just like that scum, knowing full well he's a menace to society, why bother being polite? Using our privilege to take him out won't bring any blame upon us. Our privilege is reserved for those degenerate scum. Forget it. In time, when you become a seasoned veteran, you'll understand. Leave this person to me, I'll take care of him for you. How will you take care of him? I have a feeling his fate isn't looking good. We can only determine his fate after the interrogation. It's late, I'll head back first. If there's any outcome, I'll let you know. With that, Su Shiryun waved his hand and turned back to the car, leaving. Do you want to stay here tonight? Once Su Shiryun's car had sped away, Wang Chen awkwardly asked. My parents must be very worried about me. Can I make a call home? You should be able to now, just to let your family know you're safe. Can I borrow your phone? CSCC was left in just her underwear, so of course, her phone and wallet were left behind. Wang Chen handed her the phone, and she walked to a corner to make the call. After an unknown amount of time, probably about half an hour, CSCC returned with red, swollen eyes. Here's your phone back. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my life would have been over. We're classmates, it's only right to help each other. Wang Chen took the phone and set it aside. The basement suddenly fell silent, and the scent of CSCC wafted through the air. With only the two of them present, the atmosphere became suddenly enchanting. Xia Cici. Xia Cici's nasal voice rang out, so alluring. It felt like an electric current coursed through Wang Chen's body, nearly making him shiver. What kind of enchantress is this, so captivating? Wang Chen turned his head away and glanced at the training room. He unbuttoned his coat and took it off, revealing a snow-white fitted tank top underneath. It's already so late and so much has happened to you. I think you won't be able to sleep tonight either. How about we practice together? The earlier words sounded normal to Xia Cici, but the latter part, was that even human talk? Practice together? A lone man and a lone woman, sharing a room, and this woman was in distress. How could he suggest such a thing, taking advantage of her situation? No, it was a golden opportunity, and he actually blurted out, "Let's practice together?" Xia Cici looked at Wang Chen, who was neatly folding his coat and setting it aside, her expression frozen in shock. Upon hearing the earlier words, she had almost guessed the direction of the conversation. That line about not being able to sleep tonight, shouldn't it have been followed by sitting down to chat, talking a bit, then doing some intimate actions, maybe some cuddling? Wasn't this twist a bit off script? Practice together? In this situation, I'm in the mood to practice? When I just released you from the box, your skills were quite impressive. You were not fully conscious, yet you displayed such powerful abilities. This shows your strength is extraordinary. I practice late every night. I specially made weighted tools for myself. I carry 30 kilograms of weight while doing leg kicks, long runs, and jumps. My dad makes me some cement pillars every few days to practice my punches and kicks, and I break one every day. I've told you, I'm very diligent in private. It's just, I get really nervous during matches, and I can't control that kind of tension. But you were able to evade the guards while in a daze and showed such sharp reflexes, which indicates your true strength is very powerful. It's just that you can't overcome your nervousness, which leads to a serious imbalance in your practical combat skills. I guess it's because you don't have anyone to practice combat with. Try battling with me and see if you can overcome yourself. Wang Chen was eager to try, a look of excitement on his face. Wang Chen always thought that his basic fighting skills were top-notch among his peers. Even his martial arts teacher Lu Jia was no match for him. But tonight, another Xia Cici taught Wang Chen a lesson. Her sharp fighting style and the explosive power she unleashed were astonishing. Moreover, Wang Chen could clearly sense the fluctuations of star power in Xia Cici's moves. She utilized star power but did not employ any star martial techniques. Others might not understand how Xia Cici applied star power to combat, but Wang Chen did. After reaching the silver level with his inch force fist, relying solely on physical strength was no longer enough to unleash its full power. Thus, star power was needed as an aid. It would blend with the techniques of exerting force, resulting in a strength that an ordinary person could never achieve. A single punch could shatter mountains and rocks. Yet Xia Cici could apply star power to all her fighting techniques, making every punch and kick immensely powerful. How could this skill not leave Wang Chen drooling? This was undoubtedly the pinnacle application of silver-level combat. Although one could learn through skill points, aren't skill points precious? If one could comprehend it on their own, wouldn't that save a significant amount of skill points? Xia Cici noticed Wang Chen's expression and reluctantly nodded. But deep down, she knew that the feeling of tension and fear was far from mere nervousness. This feeling had lingered with her for many years, ever since that incident when she was 9. Alright, Xia Cici followed Wang Chen to the training platform. This is where I used to practice combat with my instructor. Let's start with punches and kicks. You attack. Okay. Just as Xia Cici assumed. Her starting stance, her hands began to tremble. The intensity of the tremor was so evident that even Wang Chen, standing 2 or 3 meters away, could see it clearly. Come on, attack, don't be nervous. Alright, classmate Wang Chen, please guide me. With that, Xia Cici rushed towards Wang Chen with small steps, throwing a stiff punch aimed at his chest. This punch lacked momentum and was executed very clumsily. Xia Cici left herself no room to change her move. So, Wang Chen merely sidestepped slightly and delivered a knife hand strike to Xia Cici's shoulder. Xia Cici slumped down, covering her shoulder with a pitiful expression. Why are you crouching? Are you trying to gain sympathy? Do you think the enemies on the battlefield will show mercy because of your weakness? Will the beasts from the other dimension spare you because of your frailty? Originally, Xia Cici thought Wang Chen would kindly crouch down and ask, "Classmate, Xia Cici, are you okay?" But she never expected to hear Wang Chen say this instead. She felt wronged, so wronged. Her nose tinged with bitterness, but she held back her tears with all her might. Understood. Xia Cici stood up again. Continue. Yes. All along, Wang Chen had given his classmates the impression of being a warm-hearted guy, with a warm smile and gentle tone. But at this moment, Xia Cici saw a completely different side of Wang Chen. He was not warm. Especially during combat. His moves were sharp and fierce, targeting vital points with every strike. Can you believe it? Wang Chen actually threw a punch at Xia Cici's beautiful face. That punch left her completely dazed. Her head spun, as if the world had been stripped away. Wang Chen showed no sign of stopping, delivering a knife hand strike across CSCC's throat. In that instant, CSCC surprisingly leaned back to evade Wang Chen's strike. She shifted her feet, instantly, creating a 2-meter gap between them. Good. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. CSCC's last-minute dodge finally looked like something. Again, whoa, to Wang Chen's surprise, CSCC crouched down and covered her face, crying. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen finally realized how cruel and painful his series of sharp attacks had been for a girl. Wang Chen's strikes were all aimed directly at her face. This couldn't be blamed on Wang Chen. That's how Huang Feilong had taught him. During the battle with Wang Chen, Huang Feilong unleashed his Misty Fist combined with the Foshan Shadowless Kick in a relentless sequence. In the first half-month, Wang Chen was beaten to a pulp every day. It was precisely because of this brutal and merciless teaching method that Wang Chen had developed a bronze LV3 agility before awakening as a Star Warrior. Wang Chen thought this teaching method was excellent, though the process was rather cruel. Whoa, stop crying. I'm sorry. No, I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming myself. Why am I so useless? Take your hand away. No, I definitely look like a pig's head right now. If you don't take it away, how can I treat you? Only then did CSCC remove her hand, revealing several bruises on her face from Wang Chen's strikes. Indeed, it was somewhat cruel. Placing his palm over the injured areas, it didn't take long for her face to return to normal. I'm sorry. I know this combat method is too cruel for you. When I was practicing, my instructor hit me like this. The reason my fighting skills have reached this level is entirely thanks to this method. This kind of combat trains your dodging ability, reaction time, and adaptability. It's a comprehensive improvement. Is my face okay now? CSCC suddenly interrupted Wang Chen, asking nervously. Wang Chen felt a thread in his mind about to snap. Is there something wrong with this woman's thought process? I'm explaining the necessity of the training method and you only care about your face? If you keep this up, I'll practice on you. Is my face still ugly? Seeing Wang Chen's lack of response, CSCC asked anxiously. It's already healed. Really? Then, will you help me treat my injuries if you hurt me? I will. Then let's continue. CSCC joyfully stood up, her resilience surprising Wang Chen. So, she wasn't crying from being beaten, but from her face being swollen? Is this the thought process of women? Wang Chen, please continue. I can endure it. Alright, this time, I will go for 10 minutes, and I won't stop during that time. My training method is different from school. In school, it ends when you admit defeat or are knocked down. Here, I won't stop until the time is up. Okay, please start. 10 minutes, at Wang Chen's attack frequency, was like enduring hellish torture for CSCC. Wang Chen's attacks seemed to come from everywhere, with pain radiating from all parts of her body every second. However, after the initial stiffness and numbness, CSCC felt that the attacks she endured in the last minute had significantly decreased. Especially after taking a few punches to the face, her head was in a daze, yet she instinctively managed to dodge most of the attacks. Wang Chen noticed this change as well. As the 10 minutes ended, CSCC called up what preparation, what 1 2 3? Absolutely nothing. Wang Chen stared wide-eyed, somewhat disbelieving the authenticity of the video. Just like that, they killed him? Although Wang Chen had carefully read the operational guidelines of the Tianjin Bureau's Special Forces, which indeed stated that they had law enforcement and execution authority, he always thought this power was reserved for situations like capturing demon spies, where the spies resisted and posed a substantial threat to the surrounding civilians, leading to the consideration of shooting the target. But he never expected it could be used like this. Wang Chen, what's wrong? Is there any news? CSCC approached nervously, and seeing Wang Chen's grim expression, her heart raced again. There is, don't worry, you're fine now. Then, the phone buzzed again with a document. Wang Chen quickly opened the file, which contained a very complete chain of evidence regarding Zhang Jiyun's crimes. There were testimonies and physical evidence. Even if these were presented in court, the judge would sentence Zhang Jiyun to death. But why was Wang Chen so skeptical? In just over an hour, they had gathered such comprehensive evidence? The phone screen lit up and Su Shiyun called. Hello? Got it? I have to say, Su, your work style is a bit frightening. You just executed him like that? There won't be any issues, right? What issues? I'll tell you the truth, Zhang Jiyun has done quite a lot. In these 8 years, he's been involved in several cases of families being ruined. The restaurant he opened was just a front for his illegal activities. He's both the restaurant owner and a middleman for underground transactions. He forced minors into selling, engaged in loan sharking to exploit the public, bribed government officials, and so on. If this evidence is handed to the court, he'd at least get 15 years. But I think, why waste 15 years of the country's food on such trash? It's better to execute him. By the way, I got some evidence of government officials' corruption and some evidence of organized crime engaging in illegal activities from him. Do you want it? What would I want it for? You've already dealt with him. Don't want it? If you don't, then all the credit goes to me, Su Shiyun said with a grin. Ha! Wang Chen immediately became alert and quickly opened the system. Sure enough, there was a prompt indicating a task in progress. He didn't even know when it had started. Wang Chen looked down on the system, which didn't even have a message push function. Wang Chen, I'll hand over the evidence of those officials' corruption to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and the evidence against those gangs to the police. This distribution is fine, right? You discovered this criminal Zhang Jiyun and my 4 brothers, and I tracked him down based on your information, thus breaking this illegal profit chain? No problem. By the way, can the evidence against those gangs be assigned to one person? Is it for the guard? Yes. That's fine, we just need to call the police. Who do you want to assign it to? You decide. Hu Qing. I'll send you the contact information right now. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Alright. After hanging up, Wang Chen frowned. Logically, this matter should have been settled by now. However, the system still hadn't issued any rewards. Could it be? Wang Chen glanced at the anxious CSCC beside him. Her troubles must not have been resolved yet. He picked up his phone and called Hu Qing. Hello, Hu Qing, where is the person injured by CSCC? Suda Affiliated Hospital, ICU Room 17. Hu Qing on the other end was surprisingly alert. ICU? Is the injury that serious? Serious, my foot. He just broke 2 ribs. His internal organs are fine. But he insisted on staying in the ICU. I had just returned from the hospital when he started shouting at me, saying that if we didn't catch the person by tomorrow morning, he would ask the media to pressure our police chief. The director just called me too. If he really informs the media to put pressure on the police, we might have to bring the Tianjin Bureau into this. You should give the Tianjin Bureau a heads up in advance, okay? Got it. By the way, my colleague will call you later to give you a credit. It's about some criminal evidence related to a gang organization. Consider it my thanks to you. What are you being polite for, brother? If we really want to thank each other, how much debt does the old Hu family owe you? If it weren't for someone reporting and providing the address today, and with 2 colleagues here, I would have ignored your words. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. After hanging up, Wang Chen patted the dazed CSCC. Let's go, we'll settle your matter tonight, and then you can go back and sleep well. He drove. Again, taking CSCC to the affiliated hospital of Su University. It was already 3 in the morning, and at this hour, there were still available parking spaces at the hospital. Wang Chen brought CSCC to the ICU ward. In fact, there was no need to look for the room number, just find the 4 bodyguards in black standing at the door. Who are you? As Wang Chen approached, the 4 bodyguards looked sharply at him. Wang Chen took out his Tianjin Bureau ID. I'm here to handle the case of Zhao Xiaoyang being attacked by a star warrior. You? The bodyguards clearly didn't believe him. Wang Chen was just too young, but the ID he presented made them hesitate. What's going on? A middle-aged man's voice came from inside the ward, strong and robust. A guy from the Tianjin Bureau came to investigate the attack on the boss. Then why are you blocking him? Let him in quickly. The ward opened, revealing a middle-aged man who looked just like CSCC described, resembling a fat pig lying on the hospital bed. His bare chest was strapped with a rib support. Although he looked quite miserable, his complexion was rosy and his spirit seemed full. Zhao Xiaoyang turned his head to look at Wang Chen, but the first thing he saw was CSCC behind him. In an instant, Zhao Xiaoyang's face turned pale. Someone. Boss, what the hell? Call the police. Call the police. She's the one who hit me. Hurry. Zhao Xiaoyang dared to shout in front of the guards, but when CSCC really stood in front of him, he was instantly scared like a lost dog. CSCC had a sweet appearance and a delicate figure. But no matter how sweet or delicate a star warrior looked, they were still a star warrior. Even when CSCC was drugged and disoriented, she could break 3 of his ribs with a single move. In her current state, it would take just a minute for her to take him down. Even with 4 bodyguards, it wouldn't matter. These 4 bodyguards were just ordinary people. Even if they were ordered to protect him, they might not dare to lay a hand on CSCC. And the man in front of him terrified Zhao Xiaoyang even more. Someone who dared to bring CSCC to his door might just be there to support her. Don't trouble the guard, uncle. Wang Chen handed his work ID to Zhao Xiaoyang. Mr. Zhao, I am Wang Chen from the Special Operations of the Tianjin Bureau in Sioux City, and this is my work ID. We have basically investigated the conflict between you and CSCC, so I'm here to mediate. Wang Chen's tone was very polite, because he had just looked through the evidence provided by Zhang Jiyun. There was no criminal evidence against Zhao Xiaoyang. From Zhang Jiyun's testimony, it was concluded that Zhao Xiaoyang was just an ordinary boss. He had indeed been infatuated with CSCC for the past half-month, which is why he had splurged over 100,000. But after spending that much, he hadn't even touched CSCC's hand. Zhang Jian learned of Zhao Xiaoyang's intentions and took the initiative to approach him, saying that as long as he offered $1 million, he could guarantee that CSCC would immediately spend a night with him. Zhao Xiaoyang, driven by lust, didn't think too much and assumed it was CSCC's intention. Later at the hotel, Zhao Xiaoyang sensed that CSCC might have been drugged. However, At that moment he was already under the control of his lower body and driven by desire he planned to go along with it. But after all, nothing had truly happened and there was no substantial evidence. Zhao Xiaoliang could not be convicted. This was the reason Wang Chen was being polite to him. If he had evidence of his crime, there would be no politeness, just a beating and then calling Hu Qing to arrest him. Mediation? I don't accept mediation. We'll see each other in court. A star warrior attacking me is a matter that could be sentenced as intentional homicide. Unless. Zhao Xiaoliang's eyes swept towards CSCC, but he instantly shut his mouth. With Wang Chen, the special agent from the Sky Sword Bureau, present, his mediation proposal was not suitable to be mentioned. He believed that he would find an opportunity to approach CSCC privately. He didn't think she would refuse. Either complete the transaction or go to jail. A smart person would make the right choice. Mr. Zhao, please have your bodyguard step outside first. Zhao Xiaoliang's face immediately showed panic. What are you going to do? You don't need to be nervous. If I wanted to do something, it wouldn't matter whether your 4 bodyguards were here or not. Unless, of course, you hired a star warrior. What I'm about to say is not suitable for outsiders. Zhao Xiaoliang's eyes flickered, but deep down he still agreed with Wang Chen's words. Moreover, subconsciously, he recognized Wang Chen's identity as a special agent of the Sky Sword Bureau. You all go out, keep an eye on the situation inside. And if you hear anything unusual, call the police immediately. Understood, boss. After the bodyguards left, Zhao Xiaoliang glared at Wang Chen. Lieutenant Wang, can we talk now? CSCC is an external staff member of our Sky Sword Bureau. Although her conflict with you is a private matter, the Sky Sword Bureau still needs to intervene. As for how you got injured, you know in your heart. To put it bluntly, you attempted to rape her, and she fought back in self-defense. You'll be in prison for a few years and she will have nothing happen to her. Are you trying to scare me? Do you have any evidence? I had a price agreed with CSCC, it was a mutual agreement. The amount I spent on her can be checked and my injuries can serve as my evidence. You think you can turn the tables without any evidence? No way. Zhao Xiaoliang was clearly not buying it and shouted on the spot. Mr. Zhao, do you know Zhang Jiyun, the owner of Yunhai Hotel? I know her, why? The price was negotiated by Zhang Jiyun on behalf of CSCC. I don't think her words can serve as your evidence. She is also a party involved. Knowing Zhang Jiyun is good enough. Mr. Zhao, please don't get angry, let me show you something. Saying this, he took out his phone and opened a video. The video played, of course, showing the high-definition footage of Zhang Jiyun being executed. Zhang Jiyun's face was very recognizable. Wang Chen didn't believe Zhao Xiaoliang wouldn't recognize her. Watching the video, Zhao Xiaoliang's expression kept changing. Even Wang Chen could clearly hear Zhao Xiaoliang's heartbeat accelerating. Bang! A gunshot. Zhao Xiaoliang's hand trembled, and the phone fell onto the hospital bed. Wang Chen picked up the phone and smiled slightly at Zhao. Xiaoliang, did you see clearly? Do you want to watch it again? Killed? You can kill people? Zhao Xiaoliang looked at Wang Chen in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. A death sentence could only be pronounced by a court, and carrying out a death sentence was the responsibility of another department. The process in between would take at least 7 days, right? But what did he just see? A verdict delivered on the spot. Execution carried out on the spot, and throughout it all, Zhang Jiyun didn't have a chance to say a word. We have the right to kill, as long as the person deserves it. That Zhang Jiyun was not only involved in drugging CSCC, she had engaged in other criminal activities before. Once it reaches the Sky Sword Bureau, there is basically no chance of concealment. Just like some celebrities or companies that use accounting to evade taxes. Wang Chen's words were already a blatant threat. How many companies nowadays are not involved in tax evasion? It's just that those merely wipe off the small amounts or evade a small part while paying a large portion, and the relevant departments turn a blind eye. Only those who are truly excessive, evading or leaking tens of millions or even billions, will be heavily punished by the relevant departments. So Wang Chen uses this to deal with entrepreneurs, basically hitting the nail on the head. Mr. Zhao, it seems you are not in any serious trouble, so let's not stay at Tsu University Hospital any longer. We'll move to the National Defense Hospital. I'm here today to confirm your intentions. Once confirmed, my colleagues will get involved. Oh, by the way, the person who read the execution order in the video, he is from the intelligence department. He is particularly skilled in clue tracking investigations. He clarified the illegal evidence against Zhang Jiyun in just 1 hour. Can we settle this privately? Zhao Xiaoliang no longer dared to be tough. Wang Chen made it clear with one sentence, if you keep entangling, CSCC might not have any issues, but you will definitely be in trouble. All of us are doing big things. How could we not know the difference between light and heavy? Settle privately? What? You still want to complete the transaction? I dare not. I dare not. Zhao Xiaoliang quickly shook his head. Actually, I believe CSCC was drugged. All of this was orchestrated by Zhang Jiyun. Both Miss CSCC and I were deceived by him. He drugged Miss CSCC and tricked me into completing the transaction. Both Miss CSCC and I are victims. Wait. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway, and Hu Qing, dressed in police uniform, strode in. This is the waiver of prosecution form. Please fill it out. Then he set up a hand camera in the ward. Hu Qing quietly approached Wang Chen. Brother, do I owe you another favor? Did you get the information? Got it. We'll start casting the net tomorrow. This is your police chief's business. No need to tell me. After recording Zhao Xiaoliang and handling the waiver of prosecution form, another half-hour passed. Mission to save the distressed classmate completed. Reward experience points 5,000, skill points 100. The moment he stepped out of the hospital door, the task completion prompt echoed in his mind. When accepting the task, couldn't you give a hint? Wang Chen then invited Hu Qing to a nearby restaurant for a meal before taking his leave. After dropping CSCC off at the entrance of her community, CSCC remained silent all the way. Perhaps it was because so much had happened that night. Classmates CSCC were home. Please keep my identity a secret for me. Although it's not an identity that can't be made public, it's better not to let the classmates know. I understand. CSCC opened the car door and jumped out. Classmate Wang Chen. Can I still practice with you? Just like tonight. A hint of doubt appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. Logically, his practice method was generally unacceptable to most people, especially for a delicate girl like CSCC. At first, Wang Chen was very interested, but later he found that CSCC and another version of her were completely different people. No matter how hard Wang Chen hit CSCC, the other version of her never appeared, so his interest gradually faded. However, he didn't expect CSCC to bring it up herself at this moment, which made Wang Chen see her in a new light. Sure, I go straight home after school every day. You can come over to practice with me. Weekends are fine too. Thank you, classmate Wang Chen. CSCC bowed deeply. The next day, in class 1 of the senior 3 at Xingwu campus, 2 students who had never been late, even when sick with a fever, both asked for leave at the same time. Classmate Wang Chen, classmate Wang Chen. Just as Wang Chen was sleeping soundly, he heard Xiao Ai's voice calling him. Wang Chen didn't open his eyes, murmuring as he turned over. Xiao Ai, what time is it? 4 o'clock. What the hell are you calling for at 4 o'clock? Isn't the alarm set for 7? It's 4 in the afternoon, classmate Wang Chen. Your classmate is here, and she's downstairs waiting for the elevator. Do you want to let her in? Classmate Wang Chen instantly woke up, turned over, and sat up. The room was dim. How's the weather today? Today the weather is clear, with no clouds in the sky, temperatures ranging from 10 to 22 degrees Celsius, a southeast wind at level 3, and air quality rated as excellent. Activate sunlight mode. The curtains slowly opened, and bright sunlight instantly poured in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. The partition above flipped, and sunlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating every corner of the home. By the way, which classmate is it? The one from the supermarket giveaway last night. Xiao Ai, when did you learn to be so cheeky? Open the elevator and let her come up. The new universe building has a total of 36 floors with a height of 114 meters. It takes 22 seconds to go from the ground floor to the top. That time was already enough for Wang Chen to get dressed. Ding dong, Wang Chen walked out of the bedroom, and the elevator doors opened. CSCC entered, holding a fruit basket and a bag of clothes. Dressed simply, she walked into Wang Chen's home. You just came. Why are you bringing something? I just got up. Sorry about that. Make yourself comfortable. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face. Wang Chen casually greeted her. Sometimes, such casual greetings made people feel more at ease. My mom said you saved me, which is a great kindness. Although a basket of fruit isn't worth much, this gesture can't be overlooked. It's not about saving or not, it's my duty. Have you forgotten my identity? That's different. Wang Chen went to wash up and came out of the room a minute later. Are we starting today? Wang Chen looked at the clothes CSCC was wearing. She had a fitted, elastic sports outfit under her coat. I didn't know you hadn't gotten up yet. Sorry for disturbing you. Actually, I wasn't this lazy before. I don't know what happened today, but I ended up sleeping the whole day without waking up. I'm hungry. Xiao Ai, order me 2 takeouts. Okay. This is your high-tech computer? CSCC stared with curious eyes. She had known about Xiao Ai's existence since yesterday and was very curious. It turned out that the high-tech of wealthy families was in a different dimension from theirs. Her name is Xiao Ai, my smart home assistant system, which connects all the electrical devices in my home using a central processor. After receiving my commands, she can help me turn on and off the lights, clean up, serve tea, and so on. However, she can't make the bed or fold blankets. No one has invented a blanket folding robot yet. That's amazing. It's just okay. I ordered 2 takeouts. Let's eat together later. No, it's fine. I've already eaten. You had lunch, right? It's almost dinner time now, so don't be polite with me. Come on, let's go to the underground training room and wait. They took the elevator straight down to the second basement. By the way, how did you handle it later? Does your family have any plans? Wasn't it all resolved? Yunhai Restaurant, your brother used to be a chef there. Now that Zhang Jiyun has been executed, your brother is out of work. That's not a big deal. My brother is very skilled, so it's not hard for him to find another job, and it won't affect my family much. The police department posted a notice and cleared my name, so my reputation is restored. Although CSCC said this, a hint of sadness flashed across her brow. What's wrong? Your expression doesn't seem as relaxed as you say. It's nothing. After all, I'm a girl. Such things happening to me will always lead to some gossip. But it's okay. I know the truth myself. I'm innocent, and some idle talk won't affect me. As she spoke, CSCC took off her coat, revealing her combat outfit. Underneath, the two jumped onto the fighting platform, and a series of slaps echoed. 5 minutes later, CSCC lay on the ring, bruised and battered. Yet a smile hung on her face, a complex smile that seemed to come from genuine happiness. Wang Chen pressed on CSCC's face to treat her, but inside, he felt a bit of fear. Could it be that CSCC has unknowingly activated some impressive switch? Despite being beaten so badly, she not only didn't cry but even managed to smile. Classmate CSCC, please maintain a proper attitude. Wang Chen thought for a moment and then spoke. Sternly, you are a warrior, and when I fight you, I have already forgotten your identity as a woman. Please forget it too. I don't want to see your feminine weakness. Be fierce. Woo-woo, be fiercer. Ow-woo, smack. A slap landed on CSCC's forehead. Being fierce relies on your gaze, your aura, your reactions, not on shouting. Is this fierce? This is just being cute. When I hit you, your reaction shouldn't be to cower. You should dodge and counterattack. While dodging, you should counterattack. If you can counter, never defend. The best defense is offense. There's no defense more effective than killing the enemy. Alright, let's continue. Okay. CSCC's willpower was quite impressive, at least after being ruthlessly beaten by Wang Chen. She didn't feel fear or have any thoughts of retreat. She stood up, and the two distanced themselves. Begin. Slap, slap, slap. Wang Chen's fists once again rained down on CSCC. This time, CSCC performed slightly better, but just slightly. However, as long as there was progress, that was enough for Wang Chen. Even if she improved just a little each day, over time, it would amount to significant progress. CSCC was different from others. She wasn't without strength. Her strength was considerable, possibly even stronger than Wang Chen's. Wang Chen's training method was merely to help her overcome nervousness and fear, and to unleash her potential. After 4 rounds of beating and treatment, the takeout arrived. When God closes a door, most of the time, he doesn't leave a window open but secretly leaves you a key. Moreover, God doesn't tell you where the key is hidden. Some people search for it their whole lives without finding it, while others don't even bother to look. Talent is something innate, but it's not extremely rare. Broadly speaking, everyone has hidden talents within them, it's just that you haven't discovered them yet. Zhang Xinyu is a genius, with exceptionally high intelligence, learning ability, and combat awareness. She has a natural ice attribute talent, along with 2 basic attributes of wind and water. Her genius is evident to anyone who isn't blind. In front of Zhang Xinyu, CSCC is like the difference between an ugly duckling and a white swan. God personally opened the door for Zhang Xinyu. For CSCC, God closed the door but left a key. As long as she finds the key and opens the door, her talent can shine brilliantly. Perhaps CSCC herself doesn't even realize how precious her extraordinary star power control talent is in the world of Star Warriors. Wang Chen's control of star power is already at the top level in the class. But Wang Chen achieved such detailed control thanks to the system and skill points as 2 external aids. Yet for CSCC, it seems to be innate. As CSCC puts it, since awakening her Star Warrior talent, her control over star power has been as flexible as controlling her own fingers. This ability is something others cannot learn. But CSCC has never thought her talent was anything remarkable. Which made Wang Chen, who knew all this, finally understand the feeling of watching Wang Chen show off back in Manhwa Martial City. Strangle him. Strangle him, it's so damn discouraging. Strangle him, the thought reaches. As long as the talent for controlling star power is well cultivated, it can definitely shine with dazzling brilliance. With so many forms of star martial arts that utilize star power control, any one of them could allow CSCC to soar. However, developing CSCC's talent is not something Wang Chen can consider. What Wang Chen can consider now is how to help CSCC apply this talent to basic combat. Wang Chen still has his ulterior motives. Another CSCC has already mastered this skill with grace, and theoretically, CSCC should be able to do the same. The fact that another CSCC can do it indicates that CSCC has practiced before and succeeded. Over the past 10 days, Wang Chen has been accompanying CSCC in battles every day. CSCC's progress has exceeded Wang Chen's expectations, as if she had traversed the 5 years of Wang Chen's experience in just 10 days. It has been proven that there are no psychological barriers that cannot be overcome, only methods that have not been found. Although Lu Jie's combat teaching is not wrong, it is not suitable for CSCC. For the practical shortcomings caused by CSCC's psychological factors, the solution is to fight. Keep fighting. As long as you don't get knocked out, keep hitting hard. After fighting, heal, and then fight again. Fight until you forget fear, forget tension, and fight until you have no time to think, instinctively reacting in the moment. CSCC's instinctive reactions have been honed by Wang Chen, and on the arena, Wang Chen and CSCC exchanged rapid blows. Their punches and kicks alternated like lightning. Although it seemed that CSCC was still being pressured by Wang Chen, that was also because CSCC is a woman and there is an inherent difference in strength. If CSCC could unleash her star power in combination with basic combat skills, it might be Wang Chen who was suppressed. Bang! With a dull thud, Wang Chen executed a shoulder throw, pinning CSCC to the ground. Still can't do it? Wang Chen gently asked as he released CSCC. I've tried very hard, this requires multitasking. During the battle, I instinctively focus on countering your attacks and can't split my attention. Wang Chen, have I really used it before? If you hadn't been completely unable to fight back, how could I be so sure? But it's okay, this can't be rushed. At least, you've now overcome your psychological barriers, and your combat strength should rank in the top 10 of the class. Thank you, CSCC said earnestly. No need to thank me, I've gained from battling you. As well. Wang Chen was not being insincere, it was indeed true. Although CSCC was initially no match for Wang Chen, he was also reflecting on his combat techniques, assessing whether he had any unnecessary moves or superfluous actions. Such contemplation is impossible when fighting someone of equal skill. Over these 10 days, Wang Chen's strikes have become swifter and his techniques more ruthless. The most direct manifestation is that in recent days, Manhwa Martial City has been crying out in pain from Wang Chen's beatings, calling him a freak as his strength has doubled again. So, CSCC sat up and leaned slightly closer to Wang Chen. Can I come to practice with you again tomorrow? Why do you have this question? Although your combat strength has greatly increased, you are still far from being qualified. Really? CSCC's eyes sparkled with surprise. Have you practiced with a knife? Teacher Lu taught me, and I practice often. Take a break, and then we'll practice knife techniques. There's a month-end exam tomorrow. For the first time, I'm looking forward to the month-end exam. CSCC tilted her head slightly, her eyes glistening. In the past, every time she heard about the month-end practical exam, a shadow would loom over her. CSCC excelled academically and had a decent star martial level, but her practical results were severely lacking. Essentially, she was at the bottom of the class. No matter how much effort she put in, she could never perform well during exams. But now, CSCC has finally shaken off the gloom and can truly hold her head high. Rested well. Come on, start with the prop knife. Okay. CSCC has overcome her psychological barriers, and her improvement is not just in unarmed combat strength. Even her close-quarters knife skills have been unleashed. However, it may be that CSCC has not practiced enough in close-quarters knife techniques, so her level cannot compare to her unarmed combat. More practice is needed. The weather today is clear, with no clouds in sight. Taking advantage of the rare good weather, Lu Jia has set the month-end practical assessment location on the playground. Classmates, another month is about to pass. There is less than a month until the winter break. There are 5 months until the provincial martial arts competition for the 3rd year and 6 months until your college entrance examination. Time flies quickly. The last monthly assessment feels like it was just yesterday. I don't know if you all feel the same way as I do. Time is always ruthless, and all a teacher can do is to make the greatest effort to help you improve as quickly as possible. But how much you can improve depends solely on yourselves. 4. This group practice, the teacher has allowed you to choose your partners. I will randomly call out names, and then you will select your opponents for the practical combat assessment. Now, I will start calling names. Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu stood up and walked into the arena. Wang Chen, please guide me. Jiang Xinyu directly called out Wang Chen's name, which was already within Wang Chen's expectations. It seemed that defeating Wang Chen had become Jiang Xinyu's belief, especially since apart from the time when Wang Chen had just transferred to Class 1 of Xingwu High School and was struggling to adapt, giving Jiang Xinyu a chance to turn the tables. By the second half of the first semester, Wang Chen once again dominated the entire class with absolute superiority. In the liberal arts exams, Wang Chen was always first. In the combat assessments, Wang Chen could handle the wheel battle against both Jiang Xinyu and Mingyue Wuching alone. However, for the classmates, Wang Chen's true combat strength might not even place him in the top 5 of the class. But Jiang Xinyu understood that even if she used Xingwu skills, she might not win against Wang Chen, because Wang Chen was the reigning champion of the 3rd season of the Xingwu Championship, whose popularity had not diminished even after more than a month. For over a month, the outside world had been trying to uncover the true identity of the Wolf King, and even several well-known detective agencies in the city had taken on the commission. Unfortunately, the identity of the Wolf King has yet to be confirmed. A few imposters who tried to take advantage of the situation were quickly exposed. Classmate Jiang Xinyu, please guide me. Classmate Wang Chen, please guide me. Jiang Xinyu's unarmed combat skills were undoubtedly strong. She had good conditions and great talent. The only thing she lacked might be an external advantage like Wang Chen's. Xia Sisi stared intently at the match between Wang Chen and Zhang Xinyu. She used to understand it, but now her understanding was different from before. She was comparing herself to Zhang Xinyu. After the comparison, she sadly realized that her unarmed combat skills, which she thought had undergone a transformation, still fell short of Zhang Xinyu by a significant margin. If Wang Chen knew Xia Sisi's thoughts, he would probably give her a good beating. How inflated must you be to dare to compare yourself to Zhang Xinyu? When fighting Zhang Xinyu, Wang Chen had to be extremely cautious. A moment of carelessness could lead to his defeat by Zhang Xinyu. For Xia Sisi to defeat Zhang Xinyu, she would either have to awaken her long-dormant star power synchronization ability or unleash another version of herself. In a duel between experts, it's not just about skill, but also about who makes the first mistake. Zhang Xinyu felt a hint of urgency, allowing Wang Chen to seize a fleeting opening. Wang Chen locked her wrist, breaking through her face defense. Then, a knife hand strike stopped at Zhang Xinyu's face. The match was over. Next, Mingyue Wucheng. Well, I originally wanted to choose Wang Chen, but Zhang Xinyu got to him first, so how about you, Gong Feiyu? Shall we have a go? Sure. In less than half an hour, the 6 groups of students had completed their assessments. Although Lu Jia had a dark expression throughout, he was still quite satisfied deep down. In the second half of this semester, Lu Jia was truly ruthless. The training for Class 1 was much harsher than for other third-year classes. Although it was tough, the results were indeed remarkable. Over the past half semester, the practical combat performance of the students in the class had made tremendous progress. If in the first half of the semester, Class 1's unarmed combat was about the same as other classes, now, Lu Jia estimated they should be significantly ahead. Lightening the load? Are you kidding? They are warriors going to the battlefield. If they are not given pressure, who will be responsible if they die later? Next, Xia Sisi. When Lu Jia called out Xia Sisi's name, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Teachers tend to favor students with good grades and dislike those who perform poorly. However, Lu Jia just couldn't bring himself to dislike Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi was almost the perfect student in the eyes of the teachers, obedient, well-behaved, and diligent in her studies. She was good-looking and had a gentle personality. But why were her practical combat skills so poor? In Lu Jia's view, such a personality was simply not suited for becoming a star warrior. He even considered talking to Xia Sisi about giving up on becoming a star warrior, but that would be too cruel for a student, so he never voiced it. Xia Sisi stood up, smiling as she looked around. Classmate Songbo, please give me some guidance. As soon as her words fell, the playground fell silent. Lu Jia looked astonished, rubbing his ears as if he had misheard. Xia Sisi, what did you just say? Teacher Lu, I want a battle. Classmate Songbo. Songbo, sitting among the crowd, had been a bit low-key lately. Ever since he was warned by the Mingyue Martial City last time, he had gone to complain to Duan Ziki. He had hoped that Duan Ziki could back him up, but the response he received left his heart feeling cold. Mingyue Martial City wasn't exaggerating. In Class 1, at least 5 people were on par with him. Songbo didn't understand this at first, but after Duan Ziki explained, he got it. At Sioux City No. 1 High School, in the Star Warrior campus, Duan Ziki ranked in the top 3. This was a fact. But did this ranking represent the true strength? Ranking? Obviously not. Some classmates were very low-key, like the students from Star Warrior families. They had family support and resources that ordinary students like them couldn't even imagine. Even what school they would attend in the future and where they would work after graduation had been clearly arranged since birth. Understanding this, Songbo became very low-key, hardly daring to speak loudly except for whispering with his group of 4 all day. But does being low-key mean anyone can come and step on you? Do you think Xia Sisi has any idea about combat levels? Just because you've been getting close to Zhang Xinyu and the others lately, you think that gives you the right to step on my face? Songbo was furious, extremely furious. So, 3 seconds after Xia Sisi's words fell, Songbo stood up with a whoosh. Since the class monitor has called me out, I will naturally oblige. Wait, Xia Sisi, wouldn't it be better to choose another female classmate? After all, it's a bit inconvenient for male and female classmates to battle. This was pure nonsense. Lu Jia had been in charge of Class 1 for nearly 2.5 years. When had he ever cared about this? It was only after Xia Sisi was accidentally injured by Songbo that Lu Jia started to take things seriously. Moreover, was there a gender distinction in the world of Star Warriors? No, it was all about camaraderie and brotherhood. There was even a meme circulating online from a pioneering legion. After a tough battle, only 2 Star Warriors were left. One was severely injured and might not survive to return to base. The only one unscathed was a female warrior. The female warrior asked her injured comrade if he had any unfulfilled wishes. The comrade said, I am the only son in my family. If I die, the lineage will end, and I can't accept that. The female warrior immediately took her comrade's life, returned, and became a surrogate mother, giving birth to a child 8 months later in his stead. This news shocked the Jade Kingdom, and when asked about it, the female warrior pointed to the scar left by the cesarean section and calmly said, "For my brother, I would stab myself in the side." On the battlefield, who cares about gender propriety? Surviving is what matters. So Lu Jie's words were clearly just an excuse. Let's go with classmate Songbo. After that incident, classmate Songbo has been feeling guilty and hasn't spoken to me for a long time. As the class monitor, I have the duty to guide my classmates. Let's have another match to resolve classmate Songbo's inner conflict. Lu Jia rolled his eyes at this statement. Wasn't it you who was feeling guilty? Don't you know why Songbo is avoiding you? But since CSCC insisted, Lu Jia couldn't say much. He could only stand at the closest point to the battle circle, fully alert, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. End of month assessment, CSCC vs Songbo. Begin. As soon as the words fell, CSCC moved in an instant. Her speed was so fast, it was as if a car was racing by. Everyone had witnessed CSCC's strength even in the past half-month. During the afternoon battles, she had just sat aside watching Wang Chen dominate Manhwa Wuching in Jiangxinyu. Everyone thought CSCC had given up, but CSCC knew that such practice was meaningless to her. Only the storm-like attacks from Wang Chen, measured by time, could help her overcome her psychological barriers. Now that the barriers were overcome, her strength instantly returned to normal levels. Although Wang Chen felt that this was far from CSCC's limit, for her, it was enough. After so many years of self-destructive training, her strength should not be so easily defeated. At that moment, CSCC's eyes were incredibly sharp as she charged towards Songbo. With one punch, she aimed for his face. This was what Wang Chen had taught her: when you strike, aim for the vital points, and the head is the most obvious and easiest target to attack. Songbo was still in a daze. CSCC's speed was too fast. He was momentarily stunned. By the time he realized he should block, CSCC's fist had already struck his nose hard. In an instant, an indescribable sharp pain surged through him, as if he had bitten into a mouthful of mustard. At that moment, Songbo even forgot everything around him. All he could feel was pain. But CSCC's attack was far from over. She firmly and thoroughly implemented Wang Chen's combat philosophy. If the enemy is not knocked down, the punches and kicks cannot stop. Even if the enemy falls, the punches and kicks cannot stop. CSCC's years of weighted training and her daily practice of attacking concrete blocks had allowed her punch speed and strength to reach levels unimaginable to her classmates. In an instant, Lu Jia saw CSCC's hands blur into a flurry of fists, raining down on him like countless stars. Lu Jia stood there, but it felt as if he was being swept by a machine gun for a full 30 seconds. Stop, stop, Lu Jia finally reacted and hurriedly called for a halt. CSCC instantly stopped, retreating 3 meters away from Lu Jia, her hands raised in a defensive stance. What are you defending against? At that moment, Lu Jia's inner beast roared. You've beaten him to the point of losing his soul. In this state, how could he possibly counterattack? Sure enough, Songbo struggled to shake his swollen face, resembling a pig's head, staggered a step and then fell straight down. Face down, he lay there, embodying the tragic end of a hero. If his body wasn't twitching, the scene would have been beautiful. What's going on? What's going on? Lu Jia shouted loudly twice. The surrounding students stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with terror. They also wanted to know what was happening. Had the world changed? Had she become a spirit? Was she a magical girl transforming? Was this the class monitor they remembered as being so easily defeated? Was this still the same class monitor who had always been taken down in one move? This was too fierce. But half a month ago, CSCC wasn't like this, was she? Hadn't she given up on herself in the past half-month? Hadn't she not practiced in battles for half a month? What was going on? CSCC, what's wrong with you? Lu Jia asked, frowning. Report, teacher, CSCC's nervous habit flared up again. I didn't mean to. Teacher, you taught me that the best defense is offense. So, I was just attacking. Attacking? This is attacking? Lu Jia felt that CSCC might not understand the difference between attacking and brutalizing. But upon reflection, beating someone and attacking didn't seem to differ much. Why didn't you stop after landing your attack? You continued for 30 seconds. Continuing to attack after Songbo lost. The ability to counterattack is intentional harm. I'm sorry, I don't know if classmate Songbo has lost the ability to counterattack, so, as long as classmate Songbo doesn't fall, my attacks can't stop. This sounded somewhat reasonable, but your angle of attack is just too good, right? Instead of hitting other places, you just focus on the head. If we consider the stability of the object, rapid fragmentary attacks to the head might not necessarily knock someone down. The direction of the force isn't aimed at knocking someone over. Wang Chen, here, treat classmate Songbo. Wang Chen wouldn't refuse this request. If something really happened to Songbo, CSCC would also be in trouble. Wang Chen just didn't expect that the seemingly innocent CSCC had such a cunning mind. The problem was, it was clearly intentional, and she could stare with an innocent expression that left Lu Jia speechless. Wang Chen no longer believed that there were truly innocent girls in the world. Innocence? It's all a lie. Next group, Wang Chen's medical abilities were naturally suited for the battlefield, and Song Bo's injury was nothing for him to handle with a wave of his hand. The bruises on his face faded, and Song Bo transformed back into a handsome man with sword-like eyebrows. Wang Chen patted Song Bo's cheek. Classmate Song Bo, wake up. Ha! What just happened? Where is this? What date is it today? Ha ha ha. The classmates burst into laughter. Wang Chen, what's wrong with classmate Song Bo? There can't be a problem here, right? Lu Jia pointed to his head and asked. Don't worry, teacher, this is just a memory lapse after a heavy blow to the head. He'll remember soon. Nothing thrilling happened in the subsequent matches, but Xia Cici suddenly became impressive, which Lu Jia found hard to ignore. Xia Cici. After the exam, Class 1 began their regular physical training. Lu Jia called Xia Cici over to ask about her condition. At first, Xia Cici kept her head down and didn't say a word. It wasn't until Wang Chen saw Xia Cici state that he walked over to explain to Lu Jia. So that's how it is. Lu Jia suddenly understood. Indeed, the method is the most important for each person. Classmate Xia Cici is suited to the training method you mentioned, which is why she can make such rapid progress in a short time. Teacher Lu, I think this method is suitable for all students. I was trained using this method myself. You and Master Huang were once comrades, you should know. Huang Feilong's nickname used to be Madman. Whether it was killing exotic beasts or training team members, he attacked like a madman. Teacher, I think we can promote this to the whole class. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to volunteer to assist you in training these students. In future matches, we can go by student numbers, and each of us can practice with classmates one by one. Wang Chen's intentions were once again exposed to Lu Jia. Get lost. If I use this method to torture students, I'll pack my things and leave tomorrow. This kind of practice requires strong psychological quality, and the two people practicing together must have a very close relationship. A slight misstep could turn practice into personal grudges. Do you think I don't know? Only that madman Huang Feilong would dare to teach you like this. After the exam, the next day was the weekend. Wang Chen and Xia Cici pretended to be unfamiliar as they left their homes one after the other. Wang Chen would go home first, and then Xia Cici would take the bus to Wang Chen's house for practice. And neither of them noticed that not far behind them, a pair of eyes narrowed slightly. Young lady, what are you looking at? There's an affair. What? Nothing, you can go back by yourself. I'll be back a bit later tonight. That's not good, right? I'll call my dad, it's fine. Then, young lady, be careful. Call me if you need me to pick you up. Okay. Xia Cici's talent wasn't bad. Although she had just started learning knife techniques, there were actually very few moves in knife skills. A knife is essentially an extension of the arm. Using combat skills with a knife is entirely possible. After 3 days of practicing knife techniques, Wang Chen felt that Xia Cici was ready for the final step of her training, overcoming the fear of death. This step is crucial for a star warrior. Everyone understands the importance of this step, yet very few manage to overcome it before their first battle. The reason is simple, it's too dangerous. Holding a real knife to strike. Who can guarantee they can hold back? And if one truly holds back, there's no real sense of death. But this problem isn't a challenge for Wang Chen. With his healing abilities, he seems naturally suited to help others resolve this issue. As long as one isn't killed on the spot, Wang Chen can revive them fully through healing. With level 9 silver healing, he is a master of battlefield resurrection. However, the first step to overcoming the fear of death is to conquer one's own heart. If you resist this training in your heart, it will be ineffective. Xia Cici held the real knife tightly, her fingers turning white as she gripped the hilt, the blade trembling at her side. Classmate Xia Cici, at this moment, you need to overcome it yourself. A real knife is just like a fake one. You can fight me evenly with a fake knife, and you can do the same with a real one. But a real knife is, after all, a real knife, it can kill. Holding a fake knife, you won't feel fear in your heart, so you can perform at your normal level. Using a real knife, however, is a completely different state. Many people don't understand this difference until they are truly on the battlefield, always thinking that with their strength, they won't die at the hands of a Star Realm beast. But when they actually see a beast charging at them, they freeze like a piece of wood. Therefore, this is a psychological barrier that a warrior must overcome. You have already successfully overcome a psychological barrier once. If you can overcome that, the fear of death shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Xia Cici gritted her teeth tightly, but her hands trembled. Because at this moment, Wang Chen was truly exuding a murderous intent. The current Wang Chen was no longer the rookie he was in the Ring City's high-rise secret realm. He had become a seasoned veteran after experiencing multiple battles. The murderous aura radiating from him could instantly make the opponent feel a tangible killing intent. I understand. Classmate Wang Chen, you can attack. As soon as Xia Cici's words fell, Wang Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Xia Cici in an instant, swinging his knife fiercely towards her head. At that moment, Xia Cici thought she was truly dead. The knife stopped just inches from her forehead, less than 3 centimeters away. Yet Xia Cici remained motionless, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen. Clang, the knife in her hand fell to the ground. Wang Chen frowned. At this moment, CSCC's face was pale, cold sweat pouring down like beans. CSCC, are you okay? Do you want to take a break? No. CSCC's voice was a bit hoarse, but it was exceptionally firm. Wang Chen, come at me again, I feel much better. Alright. Wang Chen distanced himself from CSCC once more, then locked onto her with a strong killing intent. But indeed, as CSCC said, her reaction was much better this time. At least her body was no longer tense, and her hand holding the knife didn't tremble violently. Wang Chen took a deep breath and charged towards CSCC in an instant. The knife turned into a flash of lightning, slashing towards her forehead. Just then, Jiang Xinyu walked into the second level of the underground parking lot with a gloomy expression. As for the authentication password for Wang Chen's training room, it was no secret to Jiang Xinyu. Not only Jiang Xinyu, but also Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu knew it. Earlier, Jiang Xinyu had followed closely to the new Universe building, sipping coffee at a cafe across the street. She had seen CSCC sneakily arrive at the new Universe building and then enter the underground parking lot. In an instant, the temperature in the cafe dropped by 3 degrees. After stirring her coffee for half an hour, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and followed into the underground parking lot of the new Universe building. At this moment, Jiang Xinyu's mind was filled with contradictions. What if she saw Wang Chen and CSCC doing something? What should she do? Should she choose to bless them? Or confront Wang Chen? But in the next instant, all the words Jiang Xinyu had prepared vanished into thin air. All that remained in her mind was the scene of Wang Chen raising his knife to strike at CSCC. Jiang Xinyu was different from CSCC. She had already completed her transformation into a warrior. She clearly felt that Wang Chen's strike was not a practice move, but a real attempt to kill. Moreover, the knife in Wang Chen's hand reflected metal. This was not a training knife, this was the real deal. What was Wang Chen trying to do? Was he practicing on a living person? Fear surged within Jiang Xinyu, only to instantly sink down to her tailbone like an electric current. Just then, CSCC swiftly raised her knife, blocking Wang Chen's downward strike. Jiang Xinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just as she exhaled halfway, Wang Chen's knife once again sliced through the air, aiming for CSCC's throat. The speed and angle of this strike were utterly genuine. This was a true killing move. CSCC's body leaned back instantly, her feet hurriedly crossing. The blade nearly grazed CSCC's throat. Wang Chen pressed forward again, the glint of the knife flashing before CSCC's eyes. The sharp clanging sound erupted in an instant. The two combatants had yet to react, while Jiang Xinyu, hiding in the shadows, was drenched in cold sweat. But soon, Jiang Xinyu understood. She realized why CSCC had suddenly transformed in such a short time. And at that moment, Jiang Xinyu grasped the significance of Wang Chen's real knife fight. Practice was ultimately just practice. Training could never replace real combat. Only true battles could hone combat skills. How one fought in practice was how one would kill on the battlefield. But people could die. What if there was a misstrike? Before long, Wang Chen had already pressed CSCC down. Crash accidents always come so unexpectedly. Wang Chen struck down with his knife, and CSCC, in a panic, raised her knife to block. Theoretically, this strike should have been blocked. But perhaps there was a flaw in the quality of the knife in CSCC's hand. In the moment Wang Chen's knife came down, CSCC's knife broke. Wang Chen's blade fell sharply. Although Wang Chen had attempted to redirect the blade, it still struck hard into CSCC's shoulder. Blood gushed out. Wang Chen quickly withdrew the knife and pressed down on CSCC's shoulder. Power surged, and the healing skill activated instantly. CSCC seemed startled by the sudden turn of events, staring at Wang Chen with wide, terrified eyes frozen for a long time. I'm sorry. I didn't expect. Does it hurt? Wang Chen's gentle voice reached CSCC's ears, and only then did she regain her senses. But at that moment, the wound on her shoulder had already vanished. She truly felt no pain. She had healed. Yet that previous strike had made CSCC wander close to the gates of death. The sensation of dying felt so real. But after the fear subsided, CSCC suddenly seemed to relax completely. It was like the first time bungee jumping. At first, she couldn't bring herself to jump, screaming and clinging to the railing for dear life. But once someone kicked her off, that thrill instantly shattered her mind. After the extreme fear disappeared, it was replaced by an indescribable pleasure. And then, fear remained fear, but obsession led to a complete love for that thrill. CSCC was the latter. In an instant, CSCC's face turned red, the capillaries on her face seemingly bursting. An overwhelming pleasure that felt like releasing the inner demons surged over her. She wished she could do it again. Are you okay? Wang Chen asked nervously. This time it really went too far, but thankfully there was healing. I'm fine. I feel like I might have completely overcome my fear. How about we do it again? Wang Chen stared wide-eyed, looking at CSCC in disbelief. When he was trained by Huang Feilong, he did not react like this. Although he had overcome his fear of death, it was definitely not excitement. Girl, your approach is all wrong? Come on. A voice that sent shivers down his spine made Wang Chen almost surrender. Damn, this isn't right. This time I won't use a knife, you just chop me directly. Hurry up, I feel like I've reached some kind of breakthrough. Seeing CSCC's impatient demeanor, Wang Chen hesitantly took a few steps back. Are you sure? Sure, hurry up, chop me. This request sounded so familiar. The thought flashed through his mind and was quickly dismissed. Wang Chen raised his knife and lunged at CSCC. To his surprise, CSCC did not dodge but instead moved forward. Wang Chen swung down with his knife, but CSCC's palm transformed into a spirit snake, instantly lunging towards Wang Chen's throat. Oh no! Wang Chen's heart sank. This counterattack was too sharp. He slightly shifted his body and slashed horizontally, but CSCC still skillfully evaded, and while dodging, a new attack came. Something was off. At that moment, Wang Chen realized that CSCC's state was unusual. Her unarmed combat skills had suddenly doubled. Wang Chen had felt this level of power from another CSCC. Quickly, he focused on CSCC's eyes. But in an instant, he was astonished. This gaze did not belong to the other CSCC. In other words, the CSCC in front of him could really execute such sharp unarmed combat. What the hell? Did my one strike open your meridians or something? Just as he thought this, CSCC's arm seemed to slither into Wang Chen's chest, her arms dancing, star power flowing, and suddenly, Wang Chen's knife was out of control. It felt like encountering a strong undercurrent underwater. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as Wang Chen's knife was instantly broken by CSCC. Clang! The broken blade fell to the ground, and Wang Chen looked at CSCC in shock. She did it. She not only overcame her fear of death but actually managed to perfectly apply star power to basic martial arts. Moreover, CSCC's earlier state was very strange. When his knife came down, Wang Chen clearly felt that CSCC's expression was not fear, not calm, not restrained, but freaking excited. She could get excited like this? A look of astonishment appeared on CSCC's face, which was quickly replaced by ecstasy. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face. Wang Chen, I did it. I really did it. I'm not afraid anymore. Suddenly, CSCC pounced on Wang Chen, pressing down on him like a mountain, and then leaned down, kissing Wang Chen's face frantically. Cough cough. A light cough startled both Wang Chen and CSCC, causing them to separate instantly. Jiang Xinyu walked over with an indifferent expression. Xinyu, I and Wang Chen are not what you think. Wait, I saw everything. Jiang Xinyu's tone was somewhat strained. Although she did see it. It was just that CSCC, too excited, had pounced on Wang Chen, and the kiss was merely an outburst of her joy. But if Jiang Xinyu hadn't shown up, it might have been a disaster. I was wondering why your combat skills were growing so abnormally. Turns out you have a private coach. Jiang Xinyu approached the fighting platform, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Wang Chen. You two are really crazy. One dares to chop and the other actually dares to let you chop? What if something goes wrong? It's fine. Wang Chen can heal. CSCC quickly defended Wang Chen. Healing isn't omnipotent. If you had dodged just a little later, and he chopped off your head, what good would healing do? If your head is gone, can it be put back on? Just now, it was an accident. Wang Chen also felt that it was indeed a bit dangerous, but his method had succeeded. It was the right thing to do. Cici, take a break. Jiang Xinyu spoke to Cici, slowly unzipping her jacket and climbing onto the ring. The meaning was clear, but Wang Chen felt a bit intimidated. During practice at school, it was just practice, and Wang Chen had managed to keep Jiang Xinyu under control. But now, Jiang Xinyu's stance clearly indicated she wasn't planning on a friendly spar. Wang Chen had witnessed how terrifying Jiang Xinyu could be when she got serious. Moreover, his impression of her had always been that of a fierce character, ruthless in her actions, someone who could make even the bravest retreat. Jiang Xinyu approached the weapon rack, drew out an 8-sided Han sword, and gave it a light flick, indicating it was comfortable to wield. What are you still dawdling for? Xinyu, shouldn't I take a break too? You don't look like you need a break. Stop talking nonsense and use the ghost cry. Are you serious? Absolutely. If you don't intend to kill me, then I will kill you. In an instant, a chill ran up Wang Chen's spine. At that moment, in Wang Chen's eyes, the 8-sided Han sword in Jiang Xinyu's hand was no longer just a sword, but a gleaming butcher's knife. You can fight like this? With CSCC? What hesitation do you have against me? Do you think you can kill me with one strike when I can't even dodge the vital points? That's not what I meant. Fine. Wang Chen had no choice but to take out the ghost cry and slowly draw. If he didn't engage Jiang Xinyu seriously today, she might not let him off the hook. Suddenly, Jiang Xinyu's figure flashed, appearing in front of Wang Chen, and she lunged at his heart with her sword. Wang Chen reacted instantly, the ghost cry emitting a wailing sound as he deflected Jiang Xinyu's sword. There is an essential difference between swordplay and knife techniques. Swordplay is not as forceful as knife techniques, it emphasizes skill. Swordplay is more elegant and dazzling, and the difficulty of mastering it is several times that of knife techniques. In every aspect, the difficulty of practicing swordplay is much greater than that of practicing knife techniques. Knife techniques are easy to learn, with simple moves. Practicing swordplay requires insight and talent. However, although mastering swordplay is challenging, once achieved, its potential for growth is unmatched by knives. To put it simply, the harder something is to learn, the more valuable it becomes once mastered. From the very beginning, the sword abandons defense. The sword is meant to kill with a single strike. Therefore, the battle between Wang Chen and Jiang Xinyu was not as intense as his fight with CSCC, but the danger level was several times higher. Watching from the sidelines, CSCC finally understood the feeling Jiang Xinyu had when she was secretly observing before. Fear, trembling. She wished she could close her eyes and not look, but she was also extremely worried, unable to take her eyes off the two as they narrowly escaped death several times during their exchanges. In Wang Chen's eyes, it was as if he faced a true enemy intent on killing him. In Jiang Xinyu's eyes, Wang Chen's sword showed no mercy either. But only a merciless opponent could help Jiang Xinyu discover the flaws in her swordsmanship. Wang Chen instantly thrust out a sword, his body lunging forward at the same time. This moment was precisely when Jiang Xinyu changed her move, leaving Wang Chen with about 0.2 seconds of vulnerability. When Jiang Xinyu intended to return her sword for defense, Wang Chen's sword was a fraction faster than hers. Blood blossomed as the ghost cry pierced Jiang Xinyu's shoulder, sinking half an inch into the flesh. This was only because Wang Chen had pulled back in time. He quickly withdrew his sword and pressed a palm against Jiang Xinyu's shoulder. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu furrowed her brows, her mind replaying the scene of Wang Chen's sword thrusting towards her. This move had a flaw, and it was an unavoidable flaw. She had never noticed it before, but today it was revealed in actual combat. Only by discovering the flaw could one feel it. This moment, Jiang Xinyu felt very fortunate that she hadn't encountered a master swordsman in her previous battles. Otherwise, the flaws in her swordsmanship could have led to her downfall. As her thoughts returned to the present, Wang Chen had already healed her injuries. Are you okay? You're not angry anymore, are you? Wang Chen asked cautiously. Jiang Xinyu came back to her senses and shook her head. It seems that such battles are indeed necessary. This move, which I've practiced for so many years and used countless times, I never realized that the action was actually reversed or altered. If you hadn't discovered this flaw, I would eventually die from this move. Ancient martial arts have been passed down through generations. Some have been refined, while others have been altered. The sword techniques you learned may not all be correct. But that said, the sword techniques were created by others, yet you use them. I still believe that the higher realm of swordsmanship is no technique. Instinctive reactions, instantly defeating the enemy. I have never practiced sword techniques, all I know are basic sword forms, but those basic forms do not put me at a disadvantage in battle against you. Can you guess whether my next move is a thrust or a sweep? My sword moves are simply methods to defeat my opponent. Sometimes, sword techniques can be quite tricky and indeed catch people off guard, but that can only be considered an unconventional approach. I prefer the righteous path. No technique? Jiang Xinyu pondered over these two words, her eyes flickering with thought. The more she mulled over them, the more profound they became, yet she couldn't grasp them any deeper. Can you explain to me in detail what no technique means? Wang Chen forgot that in this world, due to the existence of Star Warriors, there were no martial arts novels. Instead, novels about Star Warriors were rampant, telling the stories of legendary Star Warriors rising from obscurity. This reflects a difference in cultural connotation. In the past life, anyone could recite the three realms of swordsmanship, but for the people of this world, they had never heard of or considered such things. With this thought, Wang Chen slowly turned away, gazing into the distance. There are three major realms of swordsmanship. The first is the realm of sword moves, where one diligently practices sword techniques, striving for perfection, enduring the elements for 10 years. To achieve mastery. After mastering it, one can conquer the world. But nothing grows indefinitely, and water has no fixed form. Even if you practice your sword moves to perfection, they will always have flaws. There are no perfect sword moves. Any technique can be countered. Thus, the second realm of swordsmanship emerges, no technique. First, practice all the techniques and understand the way of the sword. Then forget all the techniques you have learned. Forgetting doesn't mean truly forgetting, it means completely deconstructing the sword moves into instinct. When faced with different situations and encountering different enemies, you must adapt. There are no fixed techniques, no predetermined patterns. If you yourself don't know what your next move will be, how can the enemy know? This realm is akin to unarmed combat, which emphasizes having no fixed techniques, only methods to defeat the enemy. As long as you can defeat the enemy, anything can be a technique. The third realm is no sword. With no sword in hand, everything in the world can become a sword. Living a life dedicated to the way of the sword, the focus is on the intent of the sword. The intent comes before the sword. Upon reaching this realm, you become a sword drawn from its sheath. Whether you hold a knife, a gun, a sword, a spear, or even a brick, it can all be a sword capable of killing an enemy. However, this realm is quite abstract and I cannot fully comprehend it. You may be far from this realm, but your swordsmanship has reached a certain level and you can start considering the realm of no technique. Once you thoroughly understand the core of no technique, all techniques in the world will appear as flaws in your eyes. Jiang Xinyu looked at Wang Chen in shock. If she didn't understand, she would have been completely bewildered. But because she did understand, she was left in astonishment. No master had ever spoken such theories before. Moreover, as a seasoned swordsman who had practiced the way of the sword for 8 years, if there were a foundational theory in the swordsmanship world that could serve as a general guideline, she had no reason not to know it. Jung Sinyu knew only one explanation. For this theory had never been revealed to the world. These 3 great realms, are you comprehending them? How is that possible? Wang Chen quickly shook his head. I haven't even reached the realm of sword techniques, how could I comprehend these? Jiang Sinyu's eyes flickered, and she began to understand. This set of theories might have been comprehended by Lord Yin Emperor. Although she had never heard of the Yin Emperor using a sword, he was the Yin Emperor, after all. Shouldn't the Yin Emperor be proficient in everything? In an instant, Jiang Sinyu looked at Wang Chen with gratitude. Wang Chen had actually entrusted her with the family secret, such a precious theory, without reservation. He truly did not treat her as an outsider. Don't worry, I won't let you down. My intentions? Wait, Sinyu, are you misunderstanding something? What I say is what I mean. No rebuttals accepted. The queen is mighty. What else could Wang Chen do? With this temper, he was destined to live a life of quiet contemplation. Late at night, Jiang Sinyu finally had the driver come to pick her up, and she also sent CSCC home. The next day was Saturday, and not only did CSCC come, but Jiang Sinyu did too, along with Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu. Lanzi, you're being unfair. Gong Feiyu threw an arm around Wang Chen's shoulder. With such a great cultivation method, why are you the only one secretly serving class leader Xie? Don't you consider us brothers? This is typical of having no humanity when there's a member of the opposite sex. When Lanzi just awakened, how did the brothers take care of you? 3 kings and 1 silver, taking care of you, a bronze. And now, you have such a good cultivation method, yet you only think about taking care of the girls, not us at all. Are you sure it was 3 kings taking care of 1 bronze? Wang Chen shot Su Xiangwen a disdainful glance. And do you think this cultivation method has no downsides? What downsides? If you hit us hard, will we hate you? You're overthinking it. Just based on our brotherhood, even if you break my 3rd leg, just fix it for me. What are you thinking? Do you think my healing power is limitless? Healing 1 is easy, healing 2 is a struggle. But now there are 4 of you, okay? Not to mention anything else, my healing power isn't enough. This was indeed a very realistic problem. Wang Chen's healing skill consumed 3 times the energy when healing others compared to healing himself. As for the recovery speed of star power, it would take at least an hour to recover after completing 1 healing. These days, taking care of CSCC had been manageable, but yesterday, taking care of both CSCC and Jiang Sinyu felt strenuous. With 4 this time, Wang Chen felt he might be drained dry. Soul orbs could be bought to replenish star power, but outside, the price of a soul orb was 80,000 each, and not many could afford to spend that much. In the trial grounds, soul orbs could be freely obtained, but outside, only top-tier wealthy individuals could afford them. What's the big deal? Jiang Sinyu floated over, casually tossing a cloth bag in front of Wang Chen. There are 10 soul orbs inside. That should be enough, right? Wow, Sinyu, you're still so generous. I only brought 3. Su Xiangwen immediately gave a thumbs up. I brought 3 too. Gong Feiyu rubbed his wrist. Who am I fighting? Of course it's old Su. Who else could it be? Wang Chen said matter-of-factly. I'll fight with Cici today. Jiang Sinyu spoke to Wang Chen without any negotiating tone, decisively making her decision. Wait, Sinyu, are you talking about a real battle? You and class leader Xie? Su Xiangwen suddenly exclaimed. Yes, why? Do you still think Cici's strength is weak? Or do you want to come? I guarantee you'll be beaten to the point where you can't tell reality from fantasy. Is it that exaggerated? Although Su Xiangwen said he didn't believe it, his expression showed that he did. Jiang Sinyu generally didn't joke. Most of what she said was serious. You should start off unarmed, just to warm up. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu sat down at the edge of the arena, ready to watch the match. The 2 women on the stage were both dressed in form-fitting short sleeves and hot pants. Standing there was a beautiful sight. Wang Chen acted as the referee, playing with a coin between his fingertips. He gently tossed it into the sky. Ding! At the moment the coin hit the ground, the 2 figures instantly flashed and engaged in combat. Jiang Sinyu's fighting style was agile and varied, combining skill and beauty. In contrast, Cici's fighting skills were simple and direct. If Jiang Sinyu represented graceful soft punches, then Cici was a burst of steel fists. But regardless of how different their styles were, their speed was as fast as lightning. This clash was a full-on showdown. Su Xiangwen, watching from the sidelines, was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen in shock for nearly half a minute. Wang Chen approached Su Xiangwen and patted him on the shoulder. How's it going? I might really not be able to win, Su Xiangwen replied with a bitter smile after regaining his senses. Don't say that, neither I nor Sinyu can win. No way? Gong Feiyu exclaimed in surprise. Your and Sinyu's unarmed combat skills are among the best in the entire campus. Don't believe it? Just keep watching. Jiang Sinyu could hold her own against CSCC because CSCC had yet to use her unique secret technique. Integrating star power into combat requires extremely high control over star power, as well as the ability to operate dual CPUs in sync without interference. It's like one person singing a duet. A normal person could never achieve that. From this perspective, CSCC had already transcended the realm of normality. Sure enough, as CSCC grew more excited and fought more wildly, star power surged around her, enveloping her body in a layer of star energy. CSCC's speed increased and the power of her punches grew heavier. Soon, Jiang Xinyu was completely suppressed by CSCC, just as Wang Chen had been last time. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xinyu's defenses suddenly crumbled, and CSCC seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of sharp attacks. Damn, Su Xiangwen jumped up. Stop. CSCC halted her movements, and Jiang Xinyu quickly retreated 3 steps, her face visibly swelling. But Jiang Xinyu shot Su Xiangwen a sharp glare. Who told you to call for a stop? Not stopping? Just watching you get hit? Only in a great crisis can one have great insights and breakthroughs. With Wang Chen here, I can't possibly be killed. You mustn't call for a stop next time. Jiang Xinyu emphasized seriously, this is the true meaning of combat training. Otherwise, how is it different from regular sparring? Su Xiangwen understood the reasoning, but it was still too brutal. After Wang Chen treated Jiang Xinyu, he jumped off the ring. Ladies, this way please. Whether you want to fight unarmed or with weapons, feel free. I have all kinds of weapons here. I guarantee they're all the real deal. Su Xiangwen watched the 2 crazy women fighting again on the stage, swallowing hard. Feiyu, are we really going to fight? What are you afraid of? Let's go, either I beat you to death or you beat me to death. Engaging in such life and death training was a huge challenge for psychological endurance. If it became too overwhelming, they would take a break and then continue. Thus, by the end of the day, everyone felt like they were dancing on the edge of the Grim Reaper. Punches and kicks were just warm-ups. The real deal was the serious fighting. Su Xiangwen counted he had been slashed about 25 times by Gong Feiyu throughout the day. Gong Feiyu was even worse off, having been slashed 30 times. After all, Su Xiangwen was a close combat fighter, while Gong Feiyu was an Earth-type mage. On Jiang Xinyu and CSCC's side, CSCC was almost perfectly suppressing Jiang Xinyu, and the injuries Jiang Xinyu sustained throughout the day added up to more than all the injuries she had ever received since becoming a star warrior. If Wang Chen hadn't been there to ensure her safety, Jiang Xinyu would have been lying in the hospital for a month. However, the results of that day's training were indeed evident. Although outsiders couldn't feel it, they could sense it clearly. The 5-person group met almost every day at Wang Chen's house to train. Either Wang Chen would fight Su Xiangwen, or Jiang Xinyu would take on the 2 of them. After being tortured by the 2 living beings in questioning life, Wang Chen and Jiang Xinyu were once again tormented by CSCC. Ever since CSCC had her meridians opened, her combat strength might be unrivaled in the entire Xingwu campus, even counting the instructors. Time flies, always silent. When you notice it, it has long since passed. The final exams of the first half of the senior year quietly approached, and half of the senior year had already gone by. For Wang Chen, exams had never been a concern. The only regret was that he and Wu Wen did not achieve the double first place. And CSCC, a girl who was severely overlooked due to her serious subject bias, completed her final transformation after 2.5 years of accumulation, completely breaking out of her cocoon. She ranked 7th in the humanities and 8th in the martial arts exam across the school. If it weren't for CSCC's star martial level being only at the peak of the star realm, breaking into the top 5 wouldn't have been difficult. When these results came out, it nearly caused a riot in the school. One Wang Chen was already enough. Although Wang Chen was only at the mid-star glory stage and ranked in the top 5 of the grade, he had dominated for 9 years under the name of a study god. The students of the Xingwu campus were somewhat immune to such prodigies. But you, a guy whose name no one remembered before, a mediocre female classmate at the late star realm, skyrocketing from 150 in the entire grade to 7th overall? Is this scientific? Is it reasonable? But the school's response was completely reasonable. The exam results were not tampered with at all. After 2 days of commotion, it finally calmed down. Because the holiday had begun. In the new Universe building, underground training room, the 5 of them, drenched in sweat, lay breathlessly in the 4 corners of the ring. Cece, are you a bit overly excited today, taking on all 4 of us? I, Su Xiangwen, am willing to call you the wildest woman. It's the first time I've gotten such a high ranking. Shouldn't I be excited? After getting familiar with the 4, CSCC seemed to have integrated into their group. She spoke more casually and joked without restraint. A sexy smile curled at the corner of CSCC's mouth. Ever since Wang Chen helped her overcome her psychological barriers, CSCC seemed to have become more uninhibited. Her wildness carried a hint of bloodiness. It was captivating yet repelling. Using Gong Feiyu's description, just a glance made one unable to resist wanting to get closer. But once close, one couldn't help but maintain a safe distance. Because being too close could lead to being pierced and bloodied at any moment. Cece, don't get carried away. Wang Chen couldn't help but remind her, the school exams only tested the humanities and unarmed combat. Both of these are your strengths. But if we talk about real strength, you might not even stand in the top 10 of the class, let alone the entire grade. I know. Xia Cece was a very disciplined and mature woman. So, She understood Wang Chen's meaning. Her star power was only at the star realm, and the star martial skills she mastered, aside from her innate water control, were non-existent. And star martial skills were the true embodiment of a star martial artist's combat power. Not to mention, in Manhwa Martial City, no one in the class could guarantee to last 3 minutes against him. The family inheritance illusion of Manhwa Martial City could kill you with just a glare. Other star martial families' children each mastered at least 3 A-level star martial skills. How could CSCC fight them? How could she fight? With 1 star martial skill, CSCC would be down. Don't be fooled by her ability to bully Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu. In the ring, once they unleashed their star martial skills, CSCC wouldn't last long. This was the real gap. The winter vacation has already started. After resting for a while, Jiang Xinyu suddenly said. Everyone was momentarily stunned. But in just a second, they understood. This had been planned long ago, and it was something Jiang Xinyu had promised during the summer vacation. There are 14 days until the new year. Tomorrow we will take a day off to prepare, and the day after tomorrow we will head to the intermediate trial ground in Taoyuan district. Understood. Okay. Wang Chen smiled but said nothing, leaning slightly against Jiang Xinyu while CSCC lowered her head a bit, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. Even if she wanted to go in, she didn't have the money. She only had 500,000 now, and the intermediate trial ground cost 100,000 a day. 10 days would be 1 million, which she couldn't afford. Cici, why don't you come with us? Jiang Xinyu's next words made CSCC suddenly lift her head, her face showing a look of astonishment. She was a bit incredulous, a bit surprised. Cici, the last time I refused you was because it was too dangerous for you to enter the trial ground with your strength at that time. But now, your strength has reached the professional level. As long as you stay close to our team, we can still ensure your safety. I understand, Wang Chen explained it to me. But how many days are you going in for? 10 days. If it's 10 days, my money isn't enough. TCH, Su Xiangwen clicked his tongue. You don't need to worry about money. Among us, who's short on a few bucks? It's fine, we'll cover it. That won't do. CSCC quickly shook her head. That's 1 million, not a small amount. Even if you consider me a friend, it still doesn't work. I can't bear it. It's fine, Cici, you told me last time that you have 500,000, right? You take out 500,000 and I'll cover the other 500,000 for you. Once you get in and collect soul orbs, you can just pay me back with those. Okay. Although CSCC felt she was taking advantage of Wang Chen, she could reluctantly accept it. Since they had decided to go to the trial ground, Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu quickly left to prepare at home. Wang Chen felt there was nothing much to prepare, he just needed to bring his ghost cry. Just as he was planning to continue practicing with Jiang Xinyu and CSCC to accumulate some skill points, Jiang Xinyu gave Wang Chen a look that said he should figure it out himself and pulled CSCC to go shopping? Shopping? Would that help improve their strength? The answer was clearly no. Since it wouldn't help, why go? You go. Wang Chen, love studying the most. This time, not only was Jiang Xinyu speechless at Wang Chen, but even CSCC looked at him as if she had seen a ghost. How could there still be such a creature in the world after nearly 20 years? 2 days later, Wang Chen drove himself to the entrance of the intermediate trial ground in Taoyuan district. When Wang Chen arrived, Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu had already reserved a table at the barbecue restaurant at the entrance. Oh, our old antique has finally woken up today? Realized it's time to take the luxury car out for a spin? Don't you like electric scooters and buses? Su Xiangwen had long been drooling over the 4 luxury cars in Wang Chen's garage. However, Wang Chen was very protective of them, not even letting Su Xiangwen touch them, let alone borrow one. All 4 cars were custom-made, and there were no similar models in the entire Tianlan Star. Moreover, even with Su Xiangwen's keen eye, he couldn't tell which company these cars came from. Aren't you afraid of the wind when you talk? Why don't you build me a subway line or start a bus route here? If I didn't drive here, would I walk? Is Xinyu not here yet? She said she'd arrive in 20 minutes, but Su Xiangwen's expression suddenly turned a bit grim. What's wrong? When I was on the phone, I heard Xinshin's voice, which means she hasn't set off yet. 20 minutes. Hiss. The 42-kilometer journey would only require 100 kilometers per hour to make it in 20 minutes. But considering the time to go downstairs, start the car, and the traffic lights, that would be terrifying. No wonder Su Xiangwen gasped. Jiang Xinyu was planning to rush over at 200 kilometers per hour. While Wang Chen and the two were bantering, a red sports car came racing from afar like a wild horse that had broken free. With a beautiful drift, the sports car perfectly parked in the parking space. The scissor doors opened, and Jiang Xinyu and CSCC got out of the car. It was obvious that CSCC's steps had a slight float to them. Wang Chen completely understood. He had come over like that last time. Good morning. Jiang Xinyu saw the 3 of them approaching with smiles to greet her. Good ball. Wang Chen shot back directly. You were speeding again, right? There aren't many cars on this road. The speed limit is completely unnecessary. I think letting you get a driver's license is completely unnecessary. She glanced at the Still blushing CSCC, you weren't scared, were you? No, not at all. He. Jung Sinyu sneered. Do you have some misunderstanding about? CC? Not only was she not scared, but she also told me to drive faster. Her flushed face isn't from fear, but excitement. Wang Chen believed this, because when CSCC got excited, Wang Chen was the one who felt scared. The trial ground opens at 9 o'clock, and there are still 20 minutes until it opens. Have you ordered? I ordered a long time ago. Su Xiangwen stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The waiter quickly arranged for the dishes, with each person getting a plate of grilled meat, a whole piece of toast the size of a plate, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. It's agreed that this time, the expenses for entering will be covered by me and Feiyu. I'll pay 250 and he'll pay 250. You're only 250. Gong Feiyu was so angry. He could have stabbed this guy with a fork. Xiacici raised her head. I brought money. Didn't we agree on that last time? That's too much trouble. We can just pay directly. As for what we agreed on last time, we can settle it after we come out. But I brought the money. Saying this, Xiacici lifted her slightly cute canvas bag. This canvas bag was quite large, it might be trendy. But in the next moment, the three of them stopped their actions. You're not carrying 500,000 in cash, are you? I don't have a bank card, and all the money I earned is in cash. Lan Zi, you found your kind. They're all primitive people who crossed over. What era is it? Still carrying cash? Forget it. The trial ground has lockers. Let's put everything in the lockers. It's not safe in the car. Oh, Xiacici nodded obediently. So cute that Jiang Xinyu beside her almost wanted to pinch her. 20 minutes passed quietly, and the five of them stood up and walked towards the intermediate trial ground. 5 people, 10 days, 5 million. A lean young man said indifferently, card or scan? Card. Hey, brother Wang Chen. Suddenly, the other party noticed Wang Chen standing behind Gong Feiyu and exclaimed. Wang Chen looked up. He seemed somewhat familiar but couldn't recall the name. But since the person recognized him, it would be impolite not to respond, right? Oh, who are you? Who the hell? Pretending to know me when you don't? I'm the unlucky guy who lost an arm and got lost. You brought me back. Saying this, the lean guy suddenly stood up and saluted Wang Chen, Lieutenant Gu Jia from the 3rd Battalion of the Jinwu Corps. Wang Chen quickly returned the salute. Lieutenant Gu, I will definitely remember you from now on. How could I remember what happened back then? Understood. Are you with them? Yeah. Beep. Deduction successful, 2 million. The 5 looked at Gu Jia with a face full of question marks. Brother Wang Chen enters the intermediate trial ground for free, and his friends get a 50% discount. Isn't that against the rules? Of course not. This is an order from the regiment headquarters. Brother Wang Chen, with your strength, I won't say much. Be careful, and I wish you all a bountiful return. Thank you. After changing into combat uniforms, the 5-member team gathered. We haven't been to the intermediate trial ground. We're not familiar with the terrain or the exotic beasts. What kind of exotic beast should we choose? Gong Feiyu was the first to ask. A few key points: large quantity, filling, accustomed to close combat with earth and water. Are there any specific targets? Wang Chen asked. Large quantity and filling need no explanation. There aren't many exotic beast tribes, and going there would be a waste of time. It goes without saying that being suitable for close combat is important. Among the 5 in the team, only Jiang Xinyu has ranged attack capabilities. Gong Feiyu's earth-type abilities were at most just a means of restraint. This was not a beginner's trial ground. Individuals at the nebula level could appear among the alien beasts at any moment. Jiang Xinyu's strength could not exert absolute dominance over the alien beasts. While most ordinary alien beasts might be the trash of the peak star level, there were still quite a few at the starry level. In short, the difficulty was more than double that of the beginner's trial ground. Got it. The diamond mantis. The diamond mantis, located in the mining area, primarily feeds on ores and is a metal-type alien beast. Due to years of consuming ores, their bodies become metallic, but this metal enhancement is not actively generated. It is caused by the accumulation of metal properties leading to armor formation. Their joints and the gaps in the armor on their abdomen are their weaknesses. The main attack methods of the diamond mantis are its four-limbed scythe and its terrifyingly large jaws. Moreover, the diamond mantis is incredibly fast and has the ability to fly at low altitudes over short distances. Generally, diamond mantises do not possess attribute attack capabilities, but mutated diamond mantises can still unleash attacks of other attributes. Any attribute is possible. The diamond mantis has high attack, high defense, and high agility. Ordinary star warriors are reluctant to provoke them. What the hell? I asked you to filter, and you come up with this kind of thing? Wang Chen looked at Su Xiangwen speechlessly. Although the diamond mantis seems strong, its flaws are also quite obvious. The fact that it rarely possesses attribute attacks fits our hunting criteria perfectly. In our team, we have 3 specializing in physical techniques, 1 strong output, 1 reconnaissance type, and 1 crowd control type. I feel confident about taking on the Diamond Mantis, Gong Feiyu analyzed. It's settled then. The moment Jiang Sinyu finished speaking, she snapped her fingers to confirm the target. The team quickly rushed towards the location of the Diamond Mantis, which was 18 kilometers away from the entrance of the trial ground. Even at full speed, it would take at least 40 minutes. Are you nervous? Wang Chen gently asked CSCC. No, not nervous, I feel better than ever. Stay close to me later, you absolutely cannot stray more than 3 meters from the team. This is a mid-level trial ground and it's our first time here, Jiang Xinyu continued. Soon, the 5 arrived at the location of the Diamond Mantis. Normally, mantises should be jungle insects, staying in trees to hunt prey, but alien beasts are not true insects. Even if they look like mantises, their living habits are completely different. The Diamond Mantis is a burrowing animal, they dig underground to eat ores. Strangely, they do not like staying underground, they prefer to bask in the sun. The Diamond Mantis is also a social animal, so when Wang Chen and the others chose a retreat spot, they entered the territory of the Diamond Mantis. Just as they arrived, a Diamond Mantis stood upright, staring intently at the 5 intruders. The routine was still the same. Jiang Xinyu used a ranged attack to provoke the Diamond Mantis. After luring the monsters, she sent them away in one wave. Sure enough, under Jiang Xinyu's ice arrows, 12 Diamond Mantises were attracted. When they ran, they spread their wings to gain speed, so their charge was incredibly fast. The attributes of the Diamond Mantis counter me too much, I can only restrict their movements, Jiang Xinyu said. Since learning the new star martial technique, her strength had skyrocketed. It was impossible to say she couldn't deal with the Diamond Mantis. However, powerful star martial techniques meant significant consumption. If the target was too weak, using a powerful star martial technique would be a pure waste. Restricting the movements of the Diamond Mantis was equivalent to cutting off all its effective means of attack. It was like placing the Diamond Mantis on a cutting board to be sliced at will. As her words fell, Jiang Xinyu activated her star martial technique. The Diamond Mantises were still charging fiercely, but suddenly a layer of frost rose beneath their feet. It was as if they were stuck like flies caught in a trap, unable to move. The 12 mantises were frozen, and Wang Chen and the others instantly charged forward. Su Xiangguan surprisingly did not wield his greatsword this time, but instead instantly created 3 clones, along with his main body, rushing towards the 4 golden mantises. Wow, you mastered 3 clones in just 1 semester? Are you stupid? I could already create 2 last semester, did you forget? Su Xiangguan said as he jumped onto the back of a struggling golden mantis. Raising his right hand, Wang Chen then noticed that Su Xiangguan was wearing a metallic gauntlet on his arm. As Su Xiangguan swung his fist, a wave of star power surged forth. With one punch, he struck down at the golden mantis's head. Boom! An enormous sound erupted, causing Wang Chen to glance at Su Xiangguan in surprise. He had initially thought that the gauntlet was just to enhance his punching power. He was puzzled, why use a fist to strike a beast with a head covered in metal armor instead of using a sword? Now it became clear that Su Xiangguan's gauntlet was merely to protect his fist. This semester, it wasn't just Wang Chen who was making rapid progress. Su Xiangguan and Gong Feiyu had also learned new star martial techniques. The power of Su Xiangguan's punch was no less than that of a grenade. The ordinary golden mantises were only at the peak of the starry realm or the early stages of starry radiance. And under restricted movement, with one punch from Su Xiangguan, the entire head of the golden mantis was gone. The problem was, Su Xiangguan still had 3 clones, and all 3 clones executed this set of star martial techniques almost simultaneously. With a loud bang, the 4 golden mantises had their heads blown off in quick succession. Damn, starting off with such a powerful star martial technique? Aren't you worried about exhausting your star power? Gong Feiyu shouted. The star power consumed can be replenished with a soul orb. I took down 4 in one move and still gained 3, isn't that a good deal? Gong Feiyu, who was using a knife to poke at a golden mantis, thought about it and found it reasonable. Why bother chopping? He simply swung his battle knife and a surge of star power flowed. Instantly, the ground around him surged, swallowing the 4 golden mantises in front of him. Gong Feiyu pressed his hands together forcefully, and the 4 golden mantises let out a piercing scream as they merged with the earth. The ground slightly heaved, and 4 soul orbs emerged from deep underground like mice burrowing out of holes. That was indeed fast. Wang Chen, watching this scene, felt his mindset shatter. Were these 2 showing off? They must be showing off, right? Did they get my permission to show off in front of me? Wang Chen instantly changed his strategy, igniting a flame knife with a whoosh, the purple flame knife burning at nearly 10,000 degrees. Wang Chen's figure swept past the golden mantises like a gust of wind, and with each brush by, the heads of the golden mantises fell like plucked fruit. In an instant, the 4 golden mantises were decapitated. The 3 of them were busy showing off their skills, completely disregarding whether CSCC could handle it. And at that moment, CSCC clearly understood how far the gap was between her and Wang Chen and the others. Don't think that surpassing in close combat means surpassing in strength. Under the star martial techniques, with Just a flick of a finger, Xia Sisi could lose her life. The baby felt bitter, but the baby couldn't cry. Xia Sisi knew that the reason for all this was the lack of resources. Being brought into the intermediate trial ground was already a blessing for her. Fortunately, Xia Sisi's knife was quick and steady. Moreover, Xia Sisi had a skill. Her brother was a chef, and at home he often taught her cooking skills. She had a good understanding of what kind of ingredients to use and how to cut them quickly and accurately. Therefore, Xia Sisi's knife accurately pierced through the gap in the armor on the back of the golden mantis's head, and with a forceful pull, the entire head fell off along the seam of the armor. It was so fast that the golden mantis didn't even realize what had happened before it was already on the table. No, it was already dead. Even if the head of the golden mantis was pressed back on, there wouldn't be a single visible cut in 3 to 4 seconds. One was dealt with. Aside from dodging the praying mantis blade of the mantis, it took a bit of time to get into a position to strike, but the speed of the hand was quick. In just 3 minutes, the heads of 4 praying mantises were all severed. Collect the soul orbs, Wang Chen reminded from the side. Xia Sisi also made the same mistake she did the first time she entered, not knowing to collect the soul orbs. Xia Sisi hurriedly got to work, accurately splitting the mantis's head. The head of the praying mantis was about the size of a bowl, but the soul orb inside was anything but small. She really doubted whether this thing's brain was actually the soul orb. Much better than when I first started. It took me 7 or 8 minutes to slay a beast, and you took just 3 minutes to deal with 4. Thanks, but this time it was sinew limiting their movements. If it came down to a real fight, I might not be able to take down even one. Don't be modest. You're only at the star realm, and even at the star realm, dealing with the most ordinary beasts is a death sentence, let alone the praying mantis, which is not an ordinary beast. Right, you two? What's wrong with these two? According to their usual behavior, they should be chiming in at this moment, yet they were so quiet. Wang Chen turned around, only to see Jiang Sinew's lips twitching slightly, as if she was trying to suppress a laugh. Wolf King. A voice filled with deep resentment rang in his ears. Wang Chen turned back to see Su Shangwen's gaze filled with intense emotion, making Wang Chen's heart race. What the hell, I'm not into that. Wang Chen quickly stepped back, and look, I can understand if you got your orientation mixed up, but I don't quite get why you're speaking in reverse. Can you speak normally? Wolf King. Wang Chen looked at Su Shangwen's expression, which seemed not to be intentionally joking. Instantly, a worried look appeared in his eyes. Are you really in trouble? Try calling me by my name correctly. Wolf King, you're seriously messed up. You're the one who's messed up. I'm asking, are you the Wolf King? I'm Wang Chen, not the Wolf King. Hello, little wolf contestant, nice to meet you. Gong Feiyu's voice came from behind. Only then did Wang Chen realize that Su Xiangwen wasn't miscalling his name but was actually calling him the Wolf King. The term Wolf King was what fans online referred to Wang Chen as. However, Wang Chen had never cared about this. After the Star Martial Arts Championship ended, he hadn't even gone online to check related posts or news. Plus, with the incident involving the demon spies coming up quickly, if Gong Feiyu hadn't called him Little Wolf Contestant, he might have almost forgotten about the Star Martial Arts Championship. Since he didn't know that his nickname online was Wolf King, he naturally wouldn't react immediately. I feel like your gazes are off. Wang Chen looked at the two closing in on him and weakly asked, Lanzi, you really hit it deep. Your acting is impressive, definitely at the level of a movie star. Remember when you were competing with me for the identity of Little Wolf, acting like a diehard fan? Lanzi, do you know your head is being offered for 8 million out there? Is it that serious? I just didn't want people to know my identity, so I entered anonymously. Are they that bored? Whoever uncovers your true identity gets 8 million in prize money. I never expected that the poster hanging on my wall, the one I look at every night before bed, is of my brother whom I see every day. You can't blame me. Wang Chen spread his hands. I thought so. The Wolf King's flashy movements and that sharp close combat fighting style felt so familiar. If it weren't for the Wolf King showcasing 2 superb star martial arts techniques, I would have almost pinned it on you. I can't believe it. When did you learn 2 A-level star martial arts techniques? Plus, I checked online, and it says you've already mastered those 2 A-level techniques to an advanced stage. What the hell? That's not scientific. Suddenly, Su Xiangwen shouted. A-level star martial arts techniques take at least 5 years to fully master. Unless it's high-level dimensional reduction learning, there's no way to master it in less than 5 years. You've only awakened your Star Warrior talent for half a year, and when you participated in the Star Warrior Championship, you had only awakened for 2 months. When did you learn it? I learned it right after coming out of the beginner trial ground. What's so strange about that? Learning quickly is just basic for me, isn't it? Wang Chen looked at the nearly collapsing Su Xiangwen with a face full of certainty. Silly child, have you forgotten that I even learned S-level star martial arts? This sentence seemed to drain the last bit of Su Shangwen's soul, and his expression turned to stone. You forgot? Did you really forget? I almost forgot. This is a completely perverse species. How could I forget? But why do I want to strangle him so badly? A-level star martial arts, mastered in just a few months and even cultivated to an advanced stage. I've been practicing an A-level star martial art for half a year and have just barely scratched the surface. That hurts. Gong Feiyu gently patted Wang Chen's shoulder and said seriously. At first, attracting and killing monsters went relatively smoothly. But after about 5 waves, the diamond mantis began to become alert. Aside from those frozen by Jiang Xinyu and unable to struggle, around 10 others would come to reinforce upon noticing the situation. The combat power of the unrestrained diamond mantis skyrocketed instantly, as if it had activated an invincible golden body, like the 18 bronze men formation. How to describe the melee strength of the diamond mantis? An unparalleled swordsman, and a dual-wielding unparalleled swordsman at that. Although the alien beasts don't understand martial arts techniques, human martial arts techniques are learned from animals. To Wang Chen, the swordsmanship of the diamond mantis was the most primal, the most original killing technique. Fortunately, the 5-man team had mostly practiced close combat these days, otherwise, ordinary people really couldn't handle the feeling of the blade's edge so close. Wang Chen's flame blade was incredibly sharp, and he killed the diamond mantis with the highest efficiency. As the flame blade reached Silver 9, his understanding of the flame blade reached a whole new height. The system's point allocation enhancement was comprehensive. Even the same star martial arts, passed down for hundreds of years, might not have been fully developed in terms of gameplay. So when Wang Chen first used the vertical flame blade, even Yiming Xue stood up excitedly, exclaiming that Wang Chen really knew how to play, managing to come up with such a creative technique. But skill point allocation also has its limitations, namely practical experience. The Silver 9 flame blade had almost developed the flame blade's variations to the extreme. However, how to apply these techniques required Wang Chen to explore on his own. Now, the opportunity had come. The dual-handed purple flame blade could no longer satisfy Wang Chen's creativity, which was like a runaway wild horse. Have you ever seen a solar wheel? The flame blade in Wang Chen's hand was no longer a triangular shape like a flame-cutting gun, but had transformed into a circle. The edges of the circle extended serrated teeth like the sun in a cartoon. The serrated edges spun at high speed, achieving a terrifying cutting force. The solar wheel flame blade, grazing the wounded, was a guaranteed kill. This scene deeply impacted Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu. While everyone was still learning and imitating A-level star martial arts, Wang Chen had already played it to the fullest. And when they learned that all of this was a burst of inspiration from Wang Chen, the two completely shut down. Normal people and beasts cannot communicate. Right next to Wang Chen, Xia Cici remarked, "Are you guys really that affected? I haven't even said anything." The team had been trying to take care of Xia Cici, not only ensuring her safety but also providing her with practical combat opportunities. For every wave of alien beasts, Wang Chen and the others would leave a diamond mantis for Xia Cici. The diamond mantis was so good, so obedient, not understanding magic type attacks. All attacks were based on close combat. So cute, standing at a height of 1 person, with dual blades 2 meters long, eyes the size of eggs, a head as big as a coconut, radiating a glow of black metal. Isn't this just the perfect sparring partner for someone like Xia Cici, who only has close combat skills as a star warrior? Xia Cici's combat talent was fully unleashed during her battle with the praying mantis. It's not that her strength skyrocketed again, but rather that her state transformed rapidly. In the past, whenever Xia Cici faced real combat, she would feel fear and dread. But ever since Wang Chen had turned her around, it seemed like it had gone a bit too far, leaning towards the other extreme. Now, the more dangerous it gets, the more excited she becomes. To put it a bit more provocatively, she enjoys the thrill of dancing on the edge of death, and dancing among blades and swords brings her a euphoric joy. Xia Cici's tactics have become bolder, and there were times when she even scared Wang Chen to the point where his heart nearly jumped out. How fast are the blades of the praying mantis? Do you still dare to dance closely with it and have the mood to sneak under its abdomen to see where to strike? Do you really think the praying mantis is just a piece of meat on your chopping board? In response, Wang Chen sternly criticized Xia Cici. But in her excited state, Xia Cici was too enchanting, playfully licking her lips. And Wang Chen could barely stand straight. With another flirtatious remark, Su Xiangwen's hands on the great sword on his back were as limp as noodles. But one must admit, the more excited Xia Cici became, the crazier she got, and the crazier she was, the stronger her abilities became, and the more stable her performance. So Wang Chen even felt that it was wrong for Xia Cici to take calming agents during exams. She should have had a pound of ergotu. The second time they teamed up to enter the trial ground, it not only showed Wang Chen the varying degrees of danger in the 2 trial grounds but also allowed him to see the rapid progress of others. An intense and exhilarating day passed unknowingly. The 5 of them returned to the cave they had previously chosen to rest. The campfire was lit and the 5 gathered around it, counting the day's harvest. 360. 400. I only got 100. After counting her soul orbs, Xia Cici said somewhat aggrieved. The gap was just too large. This 100 soul orbs were mostly from killing the praying mantises that Jiang Xinyu had frozen. If we talk about those she independently killed, it probably wouldn't even reach 30. Cece, that's not bad, Jiang Xinyu comforted softly. Think about it, a typical Star Warrior team might not even earn 300 soul orbs in 10 days. You earned 100 in a day, that's already impressive. Are other Star Warrior teams really that useless? Wang Chen asked in astonishment. Jiang Xinyu immediately shot him a glare. This guy was getting more and more annoying. Wang Chen, I feel like your understanding is vastly different from ours. As a brother, I need to correct you. I feel that many things you take for granted would actually scare people outside. For example, our harvest today, I got 360, Feiyu got 400. But that's already the harvest of other Star Warrior teams over 5 or 6 days. Some teams might not even collect that in 10 days. Why? Are they too weak? That doesn't seem right. The entry requirement for the intermediate trial ground is that there must be at least one Star Warrior at the Nebula level in the team, with one Nebula level leading several Star Radiance level warriors. They shouldn't be that weak, right? Do you have some misunderstanding about weakness? How can you so recklessly raise the standard for weakness? Look at our team. Who are we? 5 in the team, 3 are combat specialists, and the other 2, while not specialists, are also at the peak professional level, okay? And looking at the team composition, there's 1 long-range magic type, and it's a Nebula level high-output magic type, 1 long-range unobstructed reconnaissance, 1 terrain control support, and 1 incredibly powerful healer plus a close combat specialist rookie. Meanwhile, you have a healer who can also double as a melee fighter, a magic type that can also double as crowd control, and a reconnaissance that can also double as a tank. And this terrain control can also double as a shield. What kind of divine team is this? Can you understand? There are 5 of us. 1 Nebula leading 4 star glows. But which one of us 4 is normal in strength? Our 5-person team is a golden ratio, a peak combination. The exotic beasts are not smart and don't understand how to formulate targeted tactics, so it's completely reasonable for us to exert 7 or 8 times the combat power of other teams, okay? Su Xiangwen almost roared, denouncing Wang Chen's understanding is shallow. After listening, Wang Chen thought seriously for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. So, other teams are just too weak, right? You win. Su Xiangwen fell back helplessly, looking up at the sky. Wang Chen, how much did you gain today? Is there hope to break through to the Nebula realm this time? Jiang Xinyu suddenly asked. How is that possible? Wang Chen shook his head on the spot, but inside he was feeling quite emotional. Wang Chen's gains today were not small, indeed not small. 700 soul orbs, 700 experience points. Among them was a mutated soul orb of the Nebula realm, as big as an egg. Collecting so many soul orbs in one day, if the output doesn't decrease over 10 days, he could definitely push to the Nebula realm. But Wang Chen's leveling conditions are different from others. What are soul orbs to Wang Chen? Skill points and blue potions. Everything else has no value. Moreover, skill points don't care about the level of the soul orbs. Damn it! Low-level and mid-level soul orbs are all worth 1 skill point. Wang Chen was so angry. He had already converted the low-level soul orbs into skill points, but he couldn't bear to part with this mid-level soul orb. The star power contained within could instantly restore half of Wang Chen's blue bar. Have you rested enough? Should we start? Let's rest a bit longer, Jiang Xinyu said coolly. The intensity of the mid-level trial ground is much greater than the beginner level. Plus, we're dealing with tough characters, like the Diamond Mantis. We still have 10 days, no need to rush. Alright. Su Xiangwen didn't say much and directly agreed. The purpose this time was to help Gong Feiyu and Su Xiangwen break through to the Nebula realm. The quality of soul orbs in the mid-level trial ground is higher than in the beginner level, and with the strength of the team, it's more than enough, so there's no need to exhaust themselves too much. Cece, why don't you give it a try and see if you can break through? Wang Chen suddenly said. Now, Cece was a bit incredulous. She had 100 soul orbs in her hand, and after a whole day of fighting, she hadn't dared to absorb a single one. The distribution of soul orbs was decided by the captain, and they would be distributed uniformly at the last moment. So Cece didn't expect Wang Chen to ask her to break through right now. The star power needed to go from the star realm to the star glow realm isn't much. 100 should be more than enough. Your current realm is too low. Breaking through could increase your survival chances. Everyone should be okay with that. Cece, try to break through now. If it's not enough, I still have 3 mid-level soul orbs. Jiang Xinyu's words almost brought Cece to tears. She had always practiced alone, moving forward in solitude. Because her practical combat strength was too poor, even classmates from ordinary families were unwilling to practice with her. In the past, Cece had friends, but to say they were close friends, she had none. Only after meeting Wang Chen did she feel that she was no longer alone. She had trustworthy partners, friends who genuinely cared for her, and a best friend, which is essential for any girl. Thank you, Cece said, taking a soul orb from her tactical backpack. She wouldn't be as clueless as Wang Chen. She didn't even know how to absorb the star power from a soul orb the first time. With a light sound, the soul orb shattered. Then, after a few seconds, there was another light sound. After a minute, a sudden surge of star power fluctuations erupted from CSCC. This indicated that the star power in her star palace had swollen and was beginning to break through the shackles of the star realm. A wave of surging star power rushed in, similar to the star power fluctuations Wang Chen experienced with each upgrade. No wonder it's said that as long as Wang Chen levels up in front of others, everyone thinks he has broken through emotions. This fluctuation of star power is the wave of breakthrough. But Wang Chen was indeed wronged. His realm is not divided into early, mid, and late stages like others, but is subdivided into 10 levels. At each realm, one must break through 10 times. Just thinking about it is exhausting. I'm such a low-key person, yet you set me up with such a high-profile scenario. CSCC let out a groan, and in an instant, spiritual energy gathered above her head, opening the gate of the star palace. A shining star emitted a bright light. CC opened her eyes, somewhat dazed and in disbelief. Did I break through to the star radiance realm? Yes, a very beautiful star radiance, Wang Chen said with a gentle smile, reminiscent of a father's loving gaze. It was hard to tell that he had once been so ruthless when training her. Thank you all, CSCC said excitedly, her voice choked with emotion, thanking Wang Chen, Zhang Xinyu, Su Xiangwen, and Gong Fei Yu. It was so difficult for a star warrior from an ordinary family. It was incredibly tough. The social structure had become highly rigid, and resource distribution was already set in stone. For star warriors from ordinary families, there were only 2 paths, or rather just one. If you were exceptionally talented and diligent, you wouldn't wait until completing your studies to show your potential in the world of star warriors. A civilian genius would reveal their brilliance before graduating high school. Then, after the college entrance examination, they would enter a top university. In college, with a little push, they could soar to great heights. For star warriors born into ordinary families, opportunities might only come twice. If both chances were perfectly missed, rising again would be very difficult, almost impossible. And CSCC was standing at the cliff of her first opportunity. She was a genius, but a genius hindered by her own flaws. Even though she had overcome her psychological barriers, her combat strength had skyrocketed to a professional level. However, due to her poor previous performance, her rise in the last year was still not enough to catch the attention of a top Star Warrior Academy. Now, with the Star Radiance Realm Star Warrior level, she was not completely hopeless about the first opportunity right in front of her. This moment of breakthrough was a turning point that would change the trajectory of CSCC's life. This is something you earned through your own efforts. Let's take a break here, and we'll take turns keeping watch for 3 hours. After 6 hours, we'll set off again. CSCC's breakthrough did not significantly enhance her actual combat power. She had no star martial skills, and her combat abilities remained basic. However, her speed had become swifter, and the power of her punches and kicks had increased. 5 days passed quietly. Wang Chen's team seemed to have locked onto the diamond mantis like a predator, relentlessly reaping the rewards from what appeared to be a tough opponent to others. The more they fought the diamond mantis, the more they appreciated this exotic beast. What seemed impenetrable to others became increasingly manageable for Wang Chen's team. Even in motion, the 5 could instantly lock onto the gaps in the armor, easily plunging their blades in for a master level dismemberment. In 5 days, nearly 8,000 diamond mantises perished at the hands of these few. In 5 days, Wang Chen's team advanced 10 kilometers, delving deep into the heart of the diamond mantis population. There was no choice, all the diamond mantises outside had been killed by them. If it were another elite team, even if they were all at the Nebula realm, they might not achieve half of what Wang Chen's team had in 5 days. During these days, many Star Warrior teams had come and gone. Some attempted to strike up conversations, some tried to get close for easy pickings, and others sought to team up with Wang Chen's group to farm monsters. But all were met with cold treatment from Wang Chen and his team. Those with sense left voluntarily, while those without it left reluctantly, wary of Wang Chen and the others' formidable strength. Perhaps because Wang Chen's team had been feasting well in recent days, about 200 meters away, another Star Warrior team was mimicking their strategy to farm diamond mantises. The strategy was the same, but it depended on who executed it. The opposing team had about 6 members, which was estimated to be less than 1/5 of Wang Chen's team by the end of the day. But even with this harvest, Wang Chen could determine that this was an elite Star Martial team. The ones they encountered a few days ago could only last a maximum of 4 hours. Back in the resting cave, Su Xiangwen now wore a Shiba Inu-like smile as he counted the soul orbs. 2,100, all high-quality primary soul orbs. I have 1,800 here, Gong Feiyu said with a relaxed smile. I think that's enough, right? Wang Chen asked the two, seeking their opinion. I guess it should be enough. If not, I have 10 intermediate soul orbs here, and Wang Chen has 5, Zhang Xinyu said. So what are we waiting for? Su Xiangwen naturally understood their intention. Absorb. Breakthrough coming to the intermediate trial ground was precisely for this purpose. Moreover, the power increase from breaking through to the Nebula realm was completely different from the Star realm breakthrough to the Starshine realm. The Starshine realm still belonged to low-level star martial artists, while the Nebula realm represented the backbone strength. Breaking through to the Nebula realm during high school would earn one the title of genius wherever they went. Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu began their breakthroughs, while Wang Chen and Jiang Xinyu stood at the entrance to guard them. Xia Sisi hesitated to approach but ultimately did not, silently leaning against the wall and closing her eyes. "You're a bit on edge today, did you notice something?" Jiang Xinyu suddenly asked as they reached the cave entrance. "Am I that obvious?" Wang Chen looked at Jiang Xinyu in surprise. "Not obvious. Most people wouldn't notice, but I can feel it. Do you remember that star martial team not far from us today?" "I remember." "Why? Do they have a problem?" Jiang Xinyu asked, puzzled. "This team is an elite team. Although their efficiency in killing the diamond mantis isn't as good as ours, it doesn't mean their strength is inferior to ours. It can only be said that they are not good at restraining a beast like the diamond mantis. Their team has 6 members, 3 are ranged magic users, 2 are defense specialized tanks, and 1 is a control-type support. Is such a team suitable for killing the diamond mantis?" Wang Chen asked with a smile. Jiang Xinyu thought for a moment and shook her head. "Not suitable. This kind of pairing should target high output but relatively low defense beasts. The diamond mantis, while a defensive beast, is also a swift warrior with flying capabilities. It may seem that magic ranged attacks have the advantage, but once the diamond mantis gets close or launches a large-scale charge, they have no means of resistance. The diamond mantis is clearly not their forte. They are all experienced star martial artists and should know better." "So you find them suspicious? Is that why you want Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu to break through now?" "Being cautious is never a bad thing, and I noticed they looked at us unusually often today. This isn't about learning how to kill the diamond mantis. Even if they learned our method, they wouldn't be able to replicate it. A normal person would have changed locations long ago. Then, should we change locations tomorrow? We are unfamiliar with other beasts and recklessly choosing an unknown beast carries certain risks. Besides, the diamond mantis is quite suitable. However, tomorrow we should take a detour and hunt the diamond mantis on the opposite side. We've ventured too deep into the territory. If someone outside ambushes us, we would be in big trouble." "Okay." Just as the words fell, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations from Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu's breakthroughs came from behind. Xia Sisi was breaking through from the late star realm to the starshine realm, and 100 soul orbs were enough. But to break through from the late starshine realm to the nebula realm, even 1,000 might not be sufficient. Therefore, among the new students nationwide, aside from the 4 major star martial academies, even in the top-tier star martial academies, most students are at the starshine realm. These starshine realm students might very well have extraordinary talents hidden among them, which could lead to a meteoric rise once discovered and nurtured by the academy. Anyone who can reach the nebula realm during high school is all aiming for the 4 major star martial academies. Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu broke through to the nebula realm before the last semester began, giving them a chance to enter the paradise of star warriors. The future opportunities for students from the 4 major star martial academies are enough to make anyone drool. Even elite star warriors who have already climbed to the top would turn green with envy. Boom! An explosion roared above their heads. And as the star power surged, the star palace above them slowly took shape, with stars dancing like vapor within. A nebula transformed into a vortex, slowly and steadily rotating within their star palace. Wang Chen and the others returned to the cave, and Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu opened their eyes simultaneously. Feeling the surging star power within them, smiles broke out on their faces that they could no longer contain. They had initially wanted to feign calmness, perhaps even act mysterious, but the joy inside them was simply uncontainable. Remembering Jiang Xinyu's breakthrough back then, it was truly impressive. My self-control is too weak. I wanted to hold it in too, but in the end, I still grinned. Why not smile for such a happy occasion as a breakthrough? Come on, let's both smile. He, good. Feiyu, it seems Lanzi doesn't quite understand the situation. What do you think we should do? Just teach him a lesson. Wait, what do you two mean? I understand the situation now? Lanzi, Nebula Realm. This one, Comrade Gong Feiyu, Nebula Realm. 2 Nebula Realm big shots in front of you, and you still won't tone down your arrogance? We might not have been able to beat you before, and we could endure being bullied by you. But now, he. What the hell? Wang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't it just a breakthrough to the Nebula Realm? Look at how inflated you are. I thought you broke through to the Star Sea Realm. Feiyu, what if Lanzi refuses to face reality? What are we waiting for? Just give him a beating. Gong Feiyu stood up with a whoosh. Hey, Su Xianguan, Gong Feiyu. Just as the 3 were about to clash, Xia Sisi quickly stood up and said, nervously. Before she could finish, Jiang Xinyu grabbed Xia Sisi's hand to stop her. Let them make a fuss, 3 fools. Wang Chen didn't say a word, and with a whoosh, a purple flame sword appeared in his hands. This sword is called the Purple Flame Sword. With his hands crossed, a dying purple flame sword stood before Wang Chen, looking as cool as magic. This is called the Vertical Flame Sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen's hands crossed again in front of his chest. This is called the horizontal flame sword. At that moment, a cross-shaped purple flame sword appeared in front of Wang Chen, its emitted heat distorting the space around it. Cross decapitation sword, which brave soul wants to give it a try. Damn. I've never seen such a show-off operation. Can't provoke, can't provoke. Su Xiangwen obediently backed down. Wang Chen was no longer the bronze who could be threatened by them just by finding a small tree. This display of star martial skills left the two Nebula Realm warriors feeling their scalps tingle and their backs chill. Just broke through to the Nebula Realm and got cocky? Wang Chen expressed that even a casual display of star martial skills could make them face reality. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu now were at best on par with Jiang Xinyu. From half a year ago, they might even be worse. The strategic goal had been achieved, but there were still 4 days left. With 4 days remaining, it was naturally time to expand their gains. Although Wang Chen had already stored over 2,000 skill points in the system, who would complain about having too many skill points? The skill points in the Phoenix form were only 800, and adding another 1,000 wouldn't be too much. After resting for 6 hours, Wang Chen and the others left the original battlefield and circled to the back of the Diamond Mantis, continuing to hunt it from another angle. This maneuver caused some Diamond Mantises fleeing from the opposite area to go completely mad. I, a fearless beast, have been forced to the other side and still run into you guys. Can't hold back, brothers, kill. Then, his head was easily taken off and the soul orb was extracted. Soul orb +1. After hunting for just 2 hours, Wang Chen suddenly noticed 3 people about 200 meters behind him also hunting the Diamond Mantis. Jiang Xinyu naturally noticed Wang Chen's unusual movement. Is it still them? 3 from yesterday's group, 1 in the Nebula Realm, 2 in the Starshine Realm. Wang Chen frowned and slowly spoke. If they were a coincidence yesterday, then today we can be sure they are coming for us. Coming for us? They better check if they have the teeth for it. Su Xiangwen scoffed disdainfully. We have 3 in the Nebula Realm here, do they dare to act? This. Wang Chen, what are you talking about? Xia Sisi asked in confusion. It was her first time in the trial ground and she was still naive, unaware of the real dangers within. Sisi, in the trial ground, the real threat isn't the alien beasts but our fellow star warriors. Not just in the trial ground but also in the Wilderness Expedition Team's alternate space. Do you know why the Wilderness Expedition Team has its own small teams, medium teams, and large teams? If they don't unite into a group, they can't safely entrust their backs to unfamiliar comrades. Is there such a thing? There definitely is, but it won't be made public. Old Su, keep a close watch around. Those 3 definitely won't dare to act against us. I suspect there will be others involved. Got it. Wang Chen and the others pretended not to know and continued to grind. Monsters, resting, then grinding again. The trio across from them also seemed to be there just to grind monsters, keeping their distance from Wang Chen and the others, picking off one by one. After about 5 hours, Su Xiangwen suddenly stopped moving. Lan Zi, something feels off. Did they make a move? Not sure, but there are 2 star warrior teams on the left and right, each about 800 meters away. A formation of 3 teams. 200 meters to the side of that team, another team is approaching. They aren't moving fast, but their target is definitely here. Then it's confirmed they want to encircle us. What's their strength? Estimated 4 in the Nebula Realm, 12 in the Starshine Realm. Damn, if it weren't for me and Feiyu breaking through yesterday, we would be in big trouble today. Now we have 3 in the Nebula Realm plus you, Wang Chen. What are we afraid of? Let them come and try. 3 against 4 is a bit tough. They aren't rookies, they're all seasoned elites. Plus, there are 12 in the Starshine Realm. It's not easy. Wang Chen was not as optimistic as Su Xiangwen and analyzed objectively. With you, Lan Zi, they could bring 10 more in the Nebula Realm, and they'd still be trash. Su Xiangwen, still not fully understanding, laughed. A bit too confidently. I won't use my Star Warrior skills unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, I analyzed that the reason they dare to act is that they don't know you two have already broken through to the Nebula Realm. This way, we can exploit the gap. Jiang Xinyu's expression turned serious. Wang Chen, you mean to strike first? Wait, they haven't shown any intent to attack us yet. Is it really okay to strike first? Xia Sisi asked nervously. Their intent to attack is already very clear, encircling us from 3 sides, blocking the exit. Once they complete the encirclement, we will either be trapped here or have to break through the Diamond Mantis's lair to escape. So, we must break out before they complete the encirclement. Which direction? In the direction we see now. If I remember correctly, there's a lake about a kilometer that way, where we can set up an ambush. Xia Sisi looked at Wang Chen in shock. Wow, this man is so handsome. His tactical application is breathtaking. He even thought of how to counterattack after the enemy pursues. Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu, however, showed fear and gave Wang Chen a thumbs up. Old Wang, you're ruthless. Are you planning to wipe them out? I don't remember you being this ruthless before. Indeed, when Wang Chen first entered the trial grounds with them, he was still quite naive, a harmless little darling. But after experiencing several events, Wang Chen's mentality had rapidly matured, especially after witnessing Zhang Jiyun being Executed on the spot, Wang Chen began to reflect on his own consciousness. For scum like Zhang Jiyun, being sentenced to death was certainly excessive. 15 years in prison would have sufficed. However, killing such a person would undoubtedly benefit society with no drawbacks. Similarly, how could one expect star warriors who could turn against their own companions to uphold humanity and bravely fight against enemies in times of national crisis? Don't dream about it. It's a miracle if they don't become traitors. Therefore, since it was destined to come to blows and the other side was bound to pursue them, it was better to strike back directly. With a plan in place, Wang Chen and his group stopped attracting monsters and turned back to retreat along the original path. This was Wang Chen's last chance for them. If they remained still and allowed Wang Chen to successfully withdraw, then the first level alert status would automatically dissipate. If the other side approached to obstruct them, then the opportunity was given by Wang Chen. Unfortunately, the other side clearly did not grasp Wang Chen's good intentions. They deliberately pretended to be unable to withstand the attack of the Diamond Mantis, gradually moving closer to Wang Chen's group of 5. Brothers, help us out. We can't hold on any longer. The 3 of them, looking disheveled, shouted as they approached Wang Chen and the others from about 30 meters away, rushing towards them. All right, hold on for a moment. We'll be there soon, Wang Chen quickly replied, and the 5-person team charged towards the 3. The leader of the trio, a star warrior at the nebula level, revealed a cold smile. Chicks are still chicks. It seems they really are students. Chigo, we're going to make a fortune this time. That's a given. In the past few days, they've collected at least 5,000 soul orbs. My goodness, are students this fierce? Now, if they can survive, they'll definitely be impressive figures in the future. Only those who survive are impressive. The dead are trash. Xiao Kai, are you getting soft-hearted? Soft-hearted my ass. Have I done this just once or twice? That last woman begged me on her knees to let her go. When have I ever been soft-hearted? You idiot, you're soft-hearted when you're hard, and hard when you're soft, scum. They're coming. Don't talk, act well. Today's kids are sharp. The 3 of them instantly put on surprised expressions. They're acting quite superb. A look of emotional reunion appeared on their faces, as if they were meeting old friends in a foreign land. Brothers, thank you so much. Before the words were finished, Jiang Sinyu's star martial technique was instantly unleashed, enveloping the trio. Time didn't even last a second. The star martial technique had already been mobilized, and once activated, it was earth-shattering. The trio had no idea that their clumsy scheme had already been seen through, not even a hint of caution. They were directly caught off guard by Jiang Sinyu's star martial technique. But even so, experienced warriors remained experienced warriors, and in an instant the 3 managed to evade effectively. Jiang Sinyu's star martial technique was not lethal. To conceal the fluctuations of star power, she could only use a freezing type of star martial technique. The trio's movements instantly froze. In the rapidly changing battlefield, a moment of stiffness could mean the difference between life and death. Before the nebula-level star warrior could react, Wang Chen's figure had already flashed past him. The flame knife swept across his throat, effortlessly taking the tactical backpack off his back. Completing all this took just about a second. Wang Chen's figure turned into the wind, sweeping past him, and only then did the man's head fall from his neck. Level up kill, reward. Experience points 300, skill points 20. Only 20 skill points? Trash. In the second after Wang Chen finished, Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu also swiftly dealt with the other 2 star warriors at the stellar level and completed the looting. The 5-person team moved from contact to action and then to completing the looting and retreat, all in under 5 seconds. The moment they broke through the blockade, the 5 rushed straight to the riverbank not far ahead. At that moment, Xiacici was still in a daze. What did he just see? In an instant, a nebula realm and 2 starry realm warriors had their heads chopped off. The movements were precise and swift, without a hint of hesitation. In fact, Xiacici didn't see them show even the slightest doubt. Xiacici couldn't do that, at least she definitely couldn't in the situation just now. In her mind, they were all human star warriors. How could human star warriors kill each other? But the mentally mature Xiacici could understand. In such circumstances, only ruthless kills would suffice. A moment's hesitation could mean death for oneself. But understanding was one thing, executing it was another. At least, Xiacici hadn't managed to do it just now. Even at the moment Jiang Xinyu struck, she was still hesitating, conflicted. They had sprinted a kilometer in less than 10 minutes. This was a lake, with dense grass and trees lining the shore. Upon reaching this point, Wang Chen let out a slight breath and turned to look behind him. Xiangwan, check if they are pursuing us? Not for now, but they are starting to gather. After saying this, Su Xianguan smiled. Perfect cooperation. Come on, let's open the box and see how much we got. While speaking, he quickly opened the tactical backpack in his hands. Trash, only this few soul orbs? I only have about 100 in my bag too. I can't even be bothered to count. This bag is quite heavy. It feels like there's a lot. Wang Chen opened the bag, and sure enough, it was packed full of soul orbs, at least 1,000. Ha! What's this? Wang Chen pulled out a small blue bottle from the backpack, resembling a perfume bottle. But the substance inside was in a paste form. Star warriors generally wouldn't bring irrelevant items into the trial grounds. Phones and other such burdens would all be stored in lockers. But besides the soul orbs, there was this seemingly useless item in the backpack. Who cares what it is, just count how many there are. You guys count, Xiangguan, keep a close watch, don't screw it up. Got it. Didn't you see my heavenly eye? Is always open? Gong Feiyu quickly took the bag and started counting, and he was very fast. In less than a minute he finished counting 1,000 orbs. Wow, we hit the jackpot. They say a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without windfall. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. 1 kilometer away from where Wang Chen was resting, 13 people gathered around the 3 that Wang Chen had killed. The way they fell and the shock still lingering on their heads were deeply frozen in place. The opponent acted quickly. Brother Qi didn't even have time to react. It must have been a sneak attack. With Brother Qi's strength and experience, he actually got taken down by a few students? I can't believe it. Lei Ge, is there someone else? I don't care if there's someone else. Ah, Qi is my brother. His revenge must be taken. Where are those 5 students? From the direction, they should have gone that way. Chase. On the other side, by the lake where Wang Chen and the others were resting, the 5 had absorbed the soul orbs to replenish their star power, ensuring they were in the best condition to face the battle. Lan Zi, they are coming after us. How many? 13. 3 nebula. Realm, 10 starry realm. They aren't moving fast, they're searching for our footprints along the way. They're all seasoned veterans. Very cautious. Those who aren't cautious are already dead. Follow the plan. Understood. The footprints have been analyzed. It's confirmed to be 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. One of the 13 in the opposing team, a star warrior skilled in intelligence analysis, said in a low voice. It seems there's no one else, it's just those 5 students. They must have disguised themselves as students to get close to Wachi and successfully launched a surprise attack. Chase. The 13 instantly accelerated, reaching the vicinity of the lake in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several arrows shot out from the forest. This unexpected turn of events startled the 13-member team, but they quickly realized that although the arrows came suddenly, they posed no real threat. Most of them sneered inwardly as they easily dodged the arrows. Damn it, who was so careless as to step on their warning trap? Brother Lei glared with his slanted eyes and shouted fiercely. One person raised his hand. He was a star martial artist from the Nebula realm and one of Brother Lei's brothers. Alii, are you getting more careless? How could you fall for such a low-level trap? They've already been alerted and are hiding in the shadows, observing us. They're just a few students, Brother Lei. There's no need to make such a fuss, we can just charge in and kill them. Don't underestimate a few students. Aki's head was taken by them. Besides, to set a warning trap that even you fell for, are these students really just ordinary students? What? Ordinary students would dare come to the intermediate trial ground? But even if they are geniuses, so what? After all, they are still children who haven't been weaned. Their experience is definitely lacking. As long as we stick together and stay vigilant, they won't be able to pull any tricks. Brother Lei thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, let's chase them down. In an instant, the 13 formed a triangular formation, charging towards the lakeside like a sharp blade. At the same moment they moved, 5 figures suddenly burst out from the grass by the riverbank, turning into afterimages as they ran towards the lake's surface. The moment they jumped into the lake, a white light illuminated the surface, freezing it as the 5 landed. Ice-type star martial artists, it's them. Be careful of ambushes, stay alert. There are 5 of them, all present, no one is lying in wait. Pursue. The lake was large, about a kilometer to the opposite shore, and Wang Chen and the others hurriedly fled towards it, not even glancing back, putting on a frantic escape act. They couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Moreover, the lake's surface was open, with no obstructions around. When Wang Chen and the others reached the center of the lake, the 3-star martial artists from the Nebula realm led by Brother Lei suddenly accelerated. The distance between the 2 sides continued to close. Brother Lei, the 10-star martial artists behind them, were not strong enough and were pulled 10 meters away by Brother Lei and the other 3. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind, and the ice beneath their feet shattered instantly. As the ice exploded, the shattered frost seemed to come alive, transforming into ice snakes that swallowed the 10-star martial artists whole. At the moment of the loud noise behind them, the 3-star martial artists in front had already reacted and quickly turned around. But the brothers behind them were 10 meters away, and even if they tried to rescue them, it would be too late. So the 3 could only watch helplessly as the 10-star martial artists were taken away by Jiang Xingyu with a single move. Frost filled the air and it began to snow heavily in an instant. Jiang Xingyu walked slowly on the ice and snow, embodying the true essence of her nickname at that moment, the real Ice Queen demeanor. Good. That was a beautiful ambush. Brother Lei gritted his teeth as he looked at Jiang Xingyu. You were hiding at the bottom of the water all along. One of your team has the ability to create clones. You switched clothes with him to confuse us. I had been on guard against you, but I never expected to fall for your trick. When I saw them jump into the lake and the surface freeze instantly, I was convinced you were among them. But I forgot, even if you were hiding underwater at first, you could still freeze the lake's surface. It's just that your coordination was so good that it made us think it was one of them who froze the lake. Little girl, at such a young age, you're so cunning. If you grow up, you will definitely be a blessing for humanity. The fact that you can say this proves that you are beyond saving. Ha ha ha. Brother Lay laughed skyward. There's a saying that has circulated in the world of star martial artists: only grown geniuses can be called geniuses. Those who die before they grow up, we call inferior products. The existence of people like us is to help human civilization eliminate inferior products. We are indeed contributing to humanity. Utterly shameless. Little girl, your tactics were quite successful, but unfortunately, you shouldn't have set your sights on my subordinates. They are merely at the stellar radiance level. If you had ambushed us just now and killed one of us immediately, you might have had a chance to escape. Now, with the three of us at the nebula level, how do you plan to win? Wow, we're so scared. 3 nebula levels. A mocking voice came from behind. Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu had their sights locked on the 3 in the middle, while Xia, Cici and Wang Chen stood further back to provide support. Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu were surrounded by surging star power, and the star palace above them rose, with a nebula slowly rotating in the center. The faces of Lei Guo and his companions changed instantly. The intel was wrong. Damn it, those two weren't at the peak of stellar radiance, they were also at the nebula level. In that moment, Lei Guo understood. The little girl in front of him was not making a tactical mistake. She wasn't trying to escape with her life from them. She wanted to keep herself and her entire team intact. Today's kids are truly remarkable. Those two must have recently broken through, right? Otherwise, the fluctuations in star power wouldn't be so chaotic. Breaking through from which person? The 3 battle-hardened nebula warriors moved instantly, but their target was not Jiang Xinyu in front of them, but Su Xianguan behind. But in an instant, Lei Gu suddenly flashed and charged towards Gong Feiyu on the other side. This action from Lei Gu instantly darkened the faces of Alai and his companion. By doing this, Lei Gu was essentially letting them attract Jiang Xinyu, whose strength was unknown, because the outcome would be the same whether 3 people charged at Su Xianguan or 2. Su Xianguan, a rookie who had just broken through to the nebula level, definitely couldn't withstand 2 masters at the nebula level and could be killed in an instant. Therefore, Jiang Xinyu behind them would definitely take action, and her target would absolutely be the 2 of them. Lei Gu charged alone towards the opposite side. Although he might not achieve a kill, he certainly wouldn't be attacked and would remain in an invulnerable position. Although this approach maximized benefits, it was indeed unethical. All of their thoughts were completed in an instant. As their thoughts ended, they had already rushed in front of Su Xianguan. Jiang Xinyu behind them instantly activated her star martial technique, but the target was not Alai and his companion as Lei Gu thought. It was his back. What? How is that possible? Shock appeared on Lei Ji's face. Could it be that you don't care about your companion's life? Is it that the target I chose just happens to be your boyfriend or something? That kid is clearly on the brink of death, okay? You're coming for me? Although Lei Gu was in shock, his body's reaction was extremely quick. Almost instantly, he was surrounded by a howling wind, completing the wind attribute conversion in the 0.1 second before the frost attack arrived. Boom! At the moment Jiang Xinyu launched her attack, the ice behind Alai and his companion exploded instantly. As it exploded, a figure sprang out from the frost. The figure was hidden in the ice and snow, making it impossible to see clearly. The only thing the 2 nebula-level star warriors, who hurriedly turned around, could see was the purple flames igniting in his hands. Wang Chen's dual blades slashed down, resembling a lightning bolt cutting through the sky. By the time you saw this bolt of lightning, it had already struck. And, a 6th person? Alai stared blankly at Wang Chen, who had landed back on the ice, his expression cold as he muttered the question. A trickle of blood slowly oozed from his forehead, winding down. Thud, a soft sound. That was the sound of a companion's head hitting the ice. It was also the last sound Alai would ever hear in his life. In the next second, Alai's body slowly split in the middle, toppling to both sides. Level up kill. Reward experience points 3000, skill points 30. Level up kill, reward experience points 3000, skill points 30. A sharp crack echoed, like ice shattering. A dark figure plummeted rapidly, transforming into Lei Gu upon hitting the ice. But, at that moment, Lei Gu was covered in frost as if he had aged decades in an instant, becoming an old man. He had witnessed the scene of Alai and the others being killed, and it was all too vivid. And precisely because it was so vivid, his heart was filled with dread. Who are these people? What kind of monsters are they? You tell me they are students? Middle school students? My foot, they must be old demons. Lei Gu, who prided himself on being battle-hardened, having faced all kinds of situations and opponents, was now in a state of utter confusion. Even when facing the beast leaders of the Star River realm, Lei Gu could think calmly to seek a glimmer of hope in dire straits. But in front of these 5 students, he lost his composure. Just look at the tactics these 5 students set. Is this something humans do? Traps within traps, a chain of schemes, each linked to the next, every step a trap. From start to finish, they left him no chance at all. Lego asked himself if he had been careful enough, confirming the number of opponents and their strength ratios along the way, only daring to pursue when he was sure he could completely crush them. Even in pursuit, he didn't dare to act recklessly, only feeling safe to accelerate once they reached the open center of the lake. But he still fell for their tricks. That time, Lego admitted it. After all, he had underestimated his opponents, he deserved it. But everything that happened afterward was beyond his expectations. Damn it, do you really have to arrange the order of appearance for 2 ambushers? He couldn't guess a single thought from this group of students. But the students had calculated every move of Lego perfectly. No matter how Lego and his companions reacted, they were just jumping around in a bowl. Step by step, they were led into such a dire situation. 16 people, and in just 10 minutes, he was the only one left. How ruthless. So spicy, how could they still be students? I, Lego, have been considered a tough guy in this line of work, but you can be called a wolf exterminator. The situation flipped in an instant. 3 in the Star Cloud realm. No, that guy who killed his 2 brothers with 1 move, can he even be considered in the Star Radiance realm? He might be a hidden high-level Star Cloud realm. For in the Star Cloud realm, and Lego didn't even have the thought of turning to escape. Now, standing on the ice, trying to escape from an ice-type Star Cloud realm martial artist? Are you kidding? Ding dang, a crisp sound rang out, something crashing onto the ice. Wang Chen looked in the direction of the sound, and at Lei Ji's feet, an empty bottle, resembling a perfume bottle, fell onto the ice. At the top of the bottle, a long needle injection device was attached. His brows furrowed, a hint of unease rising in his heart. Was that blue bottle an injection drug? A stimulant? Or something else? Kakakaka. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Lei Ji's throat, and his entire face began to twist. What was once an unremarkable face became terrifyingly grotesque. And this face gave Wang Chen a sense of sudden realization. Chang Xuan Yue. The drug, the demonized martial artist, demonization drug. Several key points pierced through his mind. Everyone, pay attention. Wang Chen suddenly shouted, Xingyu, you 3 fall back, leave this person to me. Although he didn't understand why Wang Chen made this decision, there was no hesitation, and they instantly retreated a distance. You all should die. I will kill you, all of you. Kill. Lego let out a heart-wrenching roar, and in an instant, a terrifying blood-red aura surrounded him. His clothes burst apart, countless spiky shells bulging from his skin, tearing it apart. Lego frantically tore at the shedding skin, and almost instantly, a monster over 2 meters tall, resembling a humanoid cricket, appeared before Wang Chen and the others. Another one? Lan Zi. What the hell is this? This thing is called a demonized martial artist. You all better retreat further. You bunch of trash. Weren't you going to kill me? Come on then. Why aren't you daring now? I want to eat all of you, and then turn you into feces. Ha ha ha. Phoenix form, activate. At this moment, Brother Lei's head was extremely dazed. After being demonized, his intelligence level plummeted, and even his subjective consciousness began to waver, as if it were about to drift away from him. The only thought remaining in his mind was to kill the few things in front of him. As Brother Lei swelled with extreme arrogance, a delusion of being the best in the world rising from the depths of his soul, a deep and powerful voice reached his ears. After transforming into compound eyes, the visual input was a bit hard to get used to. In his daze, a flaming phoenix appeared within his compound vision. Then, the phoenix flashed and vanished. Wang Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing behind Brother Lei. In front of Wang Chen, the cross guillotine flickered and then extinguished like a light. Suddenly, green blood began to drip slowly from Brother Lei's forehead. He felt as if he were trapped in a small space, his body seemingly bound and unable to move. Suddenly, it felt like something had dropped. In the next moment, before Jiang Xinyu and the others, the Star Warrior who had just completed a magnificent transformation seemed to be sliced in half with a cross, then split into 4 pieces, scattering across the ground. Level up kill, reward experience points 5,000, skill points 50. Exiting the phoenix form, a wave of weakness hit him. Instantly. Fortunately, it didn't last long. This weakness was still within tolerable limits. Damn. After a while, Su Xiangwen finally managed to squeeze out these 2 words. It wasn't his fault. He wasn't a cultured person and couldn't describe the complex feelings at that moment. A simple damn conveyed everything. Is it over? Gong Feiyu was a bit dazed. Although it had just happened right in front of them, it was too fast, and he found it hard to believe. What do you think? Jiang Xinyu said coldly, instantly appearing beside Wang Chen to support him. How are you? Hurt. The pain in his body began to surge, like a tingling in his feet. Electric currents flowing through him in waves. The slightest movement sent a stimulating ache throughout his body. Jiang Xinyu was slightly taken aback, but a flush rose to her face in an instant. She held Wang Chen tightly in her arms. Hurt. Wang Chen gritted his teeth tightly and said with difficulty, "Just a hug is enough. If you keep this up, I might get angry." Wang Chen, when did you learn to be like Su Xiangwen? I always thought you were a serious person. Originally, Xia Sisi also wanted to go up and show concern for Wang Chen, but seeing Jiang Xinyu go, she had to stop in her tracks. She looked at the two with envy. They were too perfect. A match made in heaven. In fact, Xia Sisi even felt a deep sense of guilt for secretly liking Wang Chen. Ahem, Xinyu, I think Lanzi was talking about the tactical backpacks on these people. They're still frozen in the ice. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the flush on Jiang Xinyu's face instantly faded, spreading to her ears and neck. Jiang Xinyu released her arms from around Wang Chen and pretended nothing was wrong as she lightly stepped on the ice beneath her feet, causing the ice to ripple, and 13 tactical backpacks rose up. Wang Chen just used the phoenix form and is still in a weakened state. I was just supporting him. This explanation felt very weak. The electric-like stimulation gradually faded, and although his limbs were still sore, it no longer affected his movement. Let's go, we need to find a safe place first. The five of them left the lake area and found a relatively safe spot on the map. The five gathered together to start counting their harvest from this encounter. Although Xia Sisi was no longer dazed, her face still bore an expression of lingering fear. They had killed someone today. Killing a person is completely different from killing a beast. The psychological impact on her was entirely different. Even a butcher who had killed hundreds or thousands of pigs might not dare to kill a person. Although Xia Sisi had never killed anyone herself, she was part of the same team as Wang Chen and the others. This counterattack was a team effort. The kills made by the team and those made by her were no different. Perhaps noticing that Xia Sisi was preoccupied, Jiang Xinyu came to her side and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. These are things we star warriors cannot avoid, whether it's death or killing. If we don't kill them, they will kill us. For our own safety, we have to strike first. The first time I entered the trial ground with Su Xiangwen and the others, I almost died. At that time, the teacher we hired to lead us taught us a lesson with his life. In this alternate space, a place where the law does not apply, the only thing you can trust is yourself. Anyone else who tries to get close is out to take your life. Thank you, I can understand. It's just hard to adapt. For a moment. After all, they are human. Except for the last one. Su Xiangwen counted the soul orbs and looked up with a smile. This time we hit the jackpot, a total of 10,000 orbs. Those 16 people have probably been in the trial ground for 7 or 8 days and are ready to leave. They might have targeted us to slaughter a fat sheep before they go. We are the fat sheep, but they aren't exactly thin either. So, we have 5 people, 2,000 orbs each. With the soul orbs distributed, everyone was delighted. Especially Xia Sisi, who was so excited holding the heavy backpack that she was almost in tears. She had never imagined that one day she could possess so many soul orbs. It was something she wouldn't even dare to dream about. There are 3 days left. Should we continue farming? But we should change locations, Su Xiangwen said, putting away his smile. Wang Chen was toying with a blue potion bottle, deep in thought. Hearing Su Xiangwen's words, Wang Chen suddenly looked up. Let's go out. What? Su Xiangwen looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. Go out? It costs 100,000 a day, and going out of the trial ground means no refunds. The gains this time have far exceeded expectations, and we've earned so many soul orbs. We should go out. Everything has its limits. Too much is as bad as not enough. Jiang Xinyu's eyes flickered, finally settling on the blue potion bottle in Wang Chen's hand. I think Wang Chen is right. We should go out. With what just happened, the trial ground isn't safe anymore. Since we've achieved our goal, let's leave early. With both Wang Chen and Jiang Xinyu saying so, Su Xiangwen agreed as well. Although it felt a bit regrettable to leave now, thinking about the gains made this time, it was all worth it. Leaving was fine. They could always come back after the college entrance examination. The group left the resting area and headed straight for the entrance of the trial ground according to the map. Soul orbs were not allowed to be taken out. They had to be absorbed in designated safe rooms within the trial ground or handed over for recycling. The 4 chose to absorb them. Money was not lacking for them, and Xia Sisi felt that money was far less important than soul orbs. The absorbed soul orbs were her own. 2,000 soul orbs were enough to push her into the mid or even late stage of the Star Radiance realm. Besides, because of Wang Chen, her entry fee was halved, and 500,000 was just enough. Wang Chen then left the team alone to find the people from the 3rd camp and was taken to meet the camp leader, Wu Changfeng. Brother Wang Chen, why are you back so soon? What happened? Did you gain a lot? Wu Changfeng was very enthusiastic, immediately hugging Wang Chen. The gains are not small, but Brother Wu, I have some information to tell you. I don't know if you've heard of the demonized Star Warriors? Demonized Star Warriors? How do you know about them? You're just a student. Wang Chen didn't expect Wu Changfeng to be shocked not by the existence of the demonized Star Warriors but by his knowledge of them. I am from the Sky Sword Bureau's Special Operations. Knowing about the demonized Star Warriors is quite reasonable. Wang Chen replied cautiously, trying to keep his tone calm to avoid provoking this guy who liked to transform and run around naked. But Wang Chen still miscalculated. Bang! Wu Changfeng slammed the table. What? You joined the Sky Sword Bureau? Our true martial group dares to snatch people from the Sky Sword Bureau? Wait! Wang Chen raised his hand. When did I become a member of the true martial group? Isn't he someone the true martial group has its eyes on? What's wrong with that? Wu Changfeng squinted slightly, scanning Wang Chen back and forth as if he were scanning a code. Wait a minute. With your qualifications, how could the Heavenly Sword Bureau possibly notice you? The Heavenly Sword Bureau claims to only recruit elites. Unless you have a glorious record, solid qualifications, and a recommendation letter from a powerhouse above the Star River realm, forget about it if you're below the Nebula realm. You've only awakened as a Star Warrior for a few days, right? How could the Heavenly Sword Bureau let you join? Just 2 years ago, that kid Ring Xingwu wanted to switch to the Heavenly Sword Bureau, but his application was rejected. How could you have such a big face? Wu Ge, I don't like what you're saying. Wang Chen pouted slightly, feeling somewhat disdainful. Back then, Wang Qianfeng had tricked and threatened him into joining. How come in your mouth? I'm so unworthy. Have you ever been on a real battlefield? Not some trial ground with docile exotic beasts, where you even have detailed maps, but a real battlefield where enemies could pop up at any moment. Have you ever made a contribution? On the battlefield? I have the Phoenix form. Wang Chen replied coldly. Have you reached the Nebula realm? And at least be a top-tier powerhouse within the Nebula realm. I have the Phoenix form. You don't have real internship experience. You're still a student. You haven't even gone to university, let alone trained in the military. You haven't even met the most basic requirements of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, have you? I have the Phoenix form. Is that all you can say? Is that your only reason? Wu Changfeng was so angry he was about to jump. Why don't you understand my intention? You've already been seen as the meat in our true martial group's bowl. We were just thinking of letting you grow for another 2 years, go to university or something? The Heavenly Sword Bureau is too quick. Before it's ripe, they pick the peach? No, the Heavenly Sword Bureau must be operating illegally. I must report this. Isn't that reason enough? Enough my foot. Tell me, what's wrong with the true martial group? Why do you want to go to the Heavenly Sword Bureau? Is it that we brothers haven't treated you well enough, or is it that our leader and you are strangers? That's not what I mean. Isn't it inconvenient to join the military? I still have to go to school. If I join the military, won't my studies be neglected? The Heavenly Sword Bureau is great. I can just hold a position there without having to work, and I can continue my studies. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Bureau is nationwide. Wherever I go in the future, I can report to the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Is the Heavenly Sword Bureau fooling you? How is it inconvenient to join the military? Don't you know about military registration? Besides, we soldiers can even study abroad. How can we not go to school? Wait, you wouldn't really have been tricked, would you? That won't do. I need to talk to the leader. A talent like you can't be taken away by the Heavenly Sword Bureau. No, joining the Heavenly Sword Bureau is my own choice. Wait, I almost forgot the main issue. Your belonging is the main issue. Can I correct the matter regarding the corrupted Star Warriors? Are you sure? Wang Chen blinked at Wu Changfeng, and under Wang Chen's gaze, Wu Changfeng was defeated. You speak. Wang Chen took out a blue potion from his backpack. We have already received accurate intelligence. The appearance of the corrupted Star Warriors is related to the Demon Clan spies, and the catalyst for their emergence is a type of potion. Before this, we had not obtained a sample of the potion. I didn't expect that coming to the intermediate trial ground would yield such a sample. This is the potion for the corrupted Star Warriors. The purpose of telling you this is to hope you pay attention during security checks. If you find this type of potion, immediately take control. Understood. I will notify immediately. You stay here, we haven't finished discussing your matter yet. Wait for me to announce this before we continue. Wu Changfeng said as he turned to leave. Please have Lao Yi and Lao Lu come to the meeting. Leave? Are you kidding? Taking advantage of Wu Changfeng's moment of inattention, Wang Chen swiftly slipped out of the office, disappearing in a few flashes back at the entrance. Jiang Xinyu and the others also came out one after another around the same time. This time, the biggest gain belonged to CSCC. With so many soul orbs absorbed all at once, she, who had just broken through to the early stage of the Starry Radiance realm, surprisingly advanced to the mid-stage of the Starry Radiance realm, almost catching up to Wang Chen's level. Although Su Xiangwen and Gong Feiyu didn't manage to break through to the mid-stage, they were only a step away from it. Having just completed their breakthroughs, the restrictions of star power were still quite firm, let alone 3,000 soul orbs. Even 5,000 would make it difficult to sustain 2 breakthroughs in a row. What they found hardest to accept was that Wang Chen, after absorbing 3,000 soul orbs, had not broken through to the nebula realm. Sensing a hint of disdain in Su Shangwen's gaze, Wang Chen knew this guy might be itching for trouble again. Can I be blamed for this? My method of breaking through is different from yours, and I'm just as desperate. Moreover, Wang Chen was not lacking in skill points, what he lacked was experience points. A single-star martial competition had allowed him to break through to Starry Radiance 5, and this trial ground journey had only brought his experience points to 80% of Starry Radiance 5. Starry Radiance 5 required 50,000 experience points, while Starry Radiance 6 needed 60,000. Just thinking about those massive numbers made Wang Chen want to cry out loud. He had gained 3,000 skill points, added 1,000 to his phoenix form, and with nearly 3,000 skill points earned previously, he had managed to raise several basic skills to Silver 9, leaving him with 3,000 skill points still. This trial ground journey had made Wang Chen thoroughly rich. Exiting the trial ground with Zhang Xinyu and the others, Wang Chen quickly jumped into the car and started it. Just as he was about to shift gears, the car phone rang. Xinyu, what's up? What's going on with you? Why do I feel like you're running for your life? Damn, are you that perceptive? You noticed that? Wang Chen was sweating. He indeed had the thought of leaving. Quickly, Lan Zi, have you forgotten that Xinyu can restore a painting with just a glance? Her ability to capture details is like a camera. The voice of Gong Feiyu came through the phone. Actually, it's nothing much. Didn't we just run into some acquaintances? They were too enthusiastic and it was hard to escape when we were slow. Are you sure you didn't do anything bad? Do I look like that kind of person? Putting that aside, where are we going to have fun tonight? Su Xiangwen asked eagerly. After every joint outing, they would choose a place to eat, drink, and have fun. How about we go to Dongfang Tianmen this time? Gong Feiyu suggested. Sure. If we play late, we can stay at Wang Chen's place. He has plenty of rooms. Agreed. Let's all go home and clean up. 6 o'clock tonight, let's meet at the Dongfang Tianmen Square in Sioux City. On the phone, Xia Cici's hesitant voice rang out. No. Refusals allowed. Be there on time. If not, I won't take you home, just go straight to my house. I have plenty of clothes, so it's settled. Wool of the cars roared for vehicles speeding onto the opposite road, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Wang Chen did not go home but drove directly to the headquarters of the Tianjin Bureau in Sioux City. Entering the 7th floor intelligence office, Wang Chen first went to the assistant's office at the entrance. Is Director Wang in today? Is it convenient now? Little junior brother, you haven't been here in a while. Director Wang is in his office, you can go straight in. Has it been a long time? Wang Chen calculated it had been less than 2 months. Tap tap tap, come in. Wang Chen entered the office, where Wang Qianfeng was writing at his desk. He slightly raised his head and, seeing Wang Chen, didn't pay much attention. The sun must be setting in the west today? What brings you back to the bureau? Did you discover some important intelligence again? Wang Chen stood at the front of the desk, standing straight. Director Wang, I have confiscated a bottle of demonic potion and came to report it. Bang! A calligraphy sheet was ruined just like that. Wang Qianfeng raised his head, his eyes fixed on Wang Chen. The look seemed to ask, are you kidding me? Wang Qianfeng's previous words were just casual teasing. Who doesn't know that Wang Chen has been in school for over a month, having just completed the final exams? There hasn't been much time since the holiday began to discover any clues. He was merely complaining that Wang Chen never came to the Heavenly Sword Bureau without a reason, making it seem as if he wasn't part of the bureau at all. But unexpectedly, Wang Chen really did have nothing to do but visit the Three Treasures Hall? What did you say? You seized a demonic potion? Where did you seize it from? What trouble did you get into this time? How come I know nothing? Wang Qianfeng exclaimed in a flurry. Wang Chen pulled a blue potion from his pocket. This should be the demonic potion. On the 3rd day of the holiday, my classmates and I went to the intermediate trial ground. As Wang Chen recounted the story, Wang Qianfeng's expression grew increasingly strange and melancholic. Is this even human? The first time you entered the beginner trial ground, you discovered a demon base and a demonic plot. The second time you entered the trial ground, a demonic star warrior came knocking at your door, and you even seized a demonic potion. The importance of the demonic potion is self-evident. It is the most powerful clue to understanding the origins of the demonic star warriors. The headquarters in the imperial capital has issued orders to spare no effort in uncovering the source of the demonic star warriors and to eliminate them without hesitation. The order was given a week ago, and Wang Qianfeng has sent all the key personnel out, yet there hasn't been a single progress report. And you just suddenly brought the demonic potion to me? Surprised? Unexpected? You must be the chosen one, right? With your luck, it would be a shame not to buy a lottery ticket. After a while, Wang Qianfeng sighed softly. Director Wang, are you joking? Why would I buy a lottery ticket? It's not as quick as collecting rent. Hearing this, Wang Qianfeng felt like he could kill someone. But deep down, Wang Chen actually agreed with Wang Qianfeng's statement. He really was chosen by fate. The system in his mind, isn't it the destiny system? Director Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. I have plans with friends tonight. To relax. Wait. Come with me to see the director. The director is looking for me? Wang Chen asked nervously. Wang Qianfeng looked at Wang Chen as if he were an idiot. What are you thinking? You're going to report to the director about your great achievement. Can't you just report it? It's beneficial for you to make a good impression in front of the director. Wang Chen wasn't really foolish. He immediately understood upon hearing this. In the system, the most important thing is to be in the minds of those above you, so that when good things happen, they think of you first. To achieve this, you must frequently make your presence felt. Following Wang Qianfeng to the director's office, Wang Qianfeng straightened his collar at the door and then knocked. Intelligence Department. Wang Qianfeng, I have something to report. Ah Feng, come in. Lu Zhao, wearing a pair of reading glasses, was writing vigorously at a huge desk. The desk, resembling a ping-pong table, was cluttered with various documents. Lu Zhao was actually quite old, his sparse hair already turning gray, and his lean figure appeared very energetic. Raising his head, he saw Wang Qianfeng and Wang Chen following behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. Could it be that this little mascot has achieved another great feat for you? Little mascot? Surely he can't be talking about me? Wang Chen maintained a calm expression and slightly lowered his head, internally rolling his eyes. The director is truly wise. Saying this, Wang Qianfeng placed the blue potion on Lu Zhao's desk. This is the demonic potion seized by Wang Chen. Lu Zhao's expression momentarily froze, similar to Wang Qianfeng's earlier reaction. But his composure was much better than Wang Qianfeng's. What's going on? Where did it come from? Wang Chen, come over and report to the director. Yes. Wang Chen stood at attention. Report to the director. It was during a conflict with a group of Star Warriors at the intermediate trial ground in the Taoyuan district that I seized it from them. I also personally witnessed one of the Star Warriors inject this potion, after which he transformed into a demonic Star Warrior. Following that, Wang Chen recounted his experiences in the trial ground once again. After everything was said, Lu Zhao slowly stood up and walked in front of Wang Chen, sizing him up from head to toe. After a while, he suddenly pointed at Wang Chen and laughed at Wang Qianfeng. Ah Feng, he is our lucky koi, and you are our talent scout. I'm convinced by this kid's luck. The other day, he was walking down the street, tying his shoelaces, and found a few gold rings. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Director, luck is just a small part. Even if luck comes, you still need the eyes to recognize it. This time, Wang Chen was the first to discover the demonic potion and successfully disarmed it. His contribution is undeniable. Ha ha ha, you little protector. Do you think I would let this kid suffer? Alright, those few Star Warriors, what are their identities, and where did the demonic potion come from? You are responsible for investigating this thoroughly. Yes, I will definitely get to the bottom of it. The potion will be placed here. I will hand it over to the relevant experts for testing. You all can go back now. After following Wang Qianfeng out of Lu Zhao's office, Wang Chen felt relieved. Wang Qianfeng said nothing, and Wang Chen asked nothing. After driving away from the Tianjin bureau, he returned home and took a comfortable shower. Once he changed his clothes, it was almost time to head out. The eastern gate was right at his doorstep, and Wang Chen walked over. Just as he arrived at the square, he saw 3 luxury cars slowly pulling into the parking spaces. 4 people got out of the cars, and upon seeing CSCC's appearance, Wang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. After being carefully dressed up, CSCC looked as beautiful as a television star, especially with her tall figure and a pair of straight long legs. Those long legs captured all of Wang Chen's attention. When their eyes met, Wang Chen quickly averted his gaze and approached the 4. If one were to ask who was more beautiful between CSCC and Jiang Xinyu, it would naturally be Jiang Xinyu. Her family genes were excellent, and she had been carefully nurtured since childhood. Her looks and temperament were impeccable. Perhaps because Wang Chen was too familiar with her, he felt less of an impact. However, if Wang Chen got closer to take a good look, he could hardly resist Jiang Xinyu's charm. CSCC had not known Wang Chen for long, so her attraction to him was even stronger. Although CSCC was brought home by Jiang Xinyu, Wang Chen was sure that the clothes CSCC was wearing were definitely not Jiang Xinyu's. The size was clearly wrong. I say, you guys are impressive. At this hour, you can still get a parking spot? Wang Chen knew that CSCC had caught him stealing a glance, so he quickly changed the subject. TCH, what's the big deal? Just find a few cars with numbers left on them, make a call, $5,000, and a parking spot is secured in no time, Su Xiangwen said, dismissively with a smile. They often came to the eastern gate to eat, and they knew which places were good and which had good service. After a feast, they went to sing, and the 5 of them partied until late at night before dispersing. As the music ended and people left, it marked a perfect conclusion to this trial ground trip. Lying in bed, Wang Chen suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, as if he had been busy for a long time and suddenly found himself at a loss with all this free time. The system had plenty of skill points, but due to level restrictions, there was no way to utilize them. Wang Chen was not the type to wait. The extra skill points had to be quickly converted into strength. The only way to handle this was to purchase star martial arts techniques. Star martial arts techniques were only sold at the Star Martial Arts Pavilion and purchases had to be made there, but browsing what Star Martial Arts techniques were available could be done at home. Thinking of this, Wang Chen sat up and opened his computer. He quickly completed the identity verification and entered the homepage of the Star Martial Arts Pavilion, clicking into the Star Martial Arts Technique Sales Center. What the hell, what garbage? Last time, Jiang Xinyu packed 3 A-level Star Martial Arts techniques at the Star Martial Arts Pavilion, but this time, Wang Chen scanned through and found no A-level techniques at all. Even the B-level techniques were only 5 or 6. Almost all the Star Martial Arts techniques were either C or D. The Star Martial Arts Pavilion is getting worse and worse. I don't expect you to have any S-level Star Martial Arts techniques, but at least give me some A-level ones. Wang Chen complained while searching. He doesn't know the value of firewood and rice until he takes charge. He immediately enters a platinum level Phoenix form, starting off with 2 A-level Star Martial Arts techniques. But what does A-level Star Martial Arts mean to an ordinary Star Martial artist? They've heard of it but never seen it. B-level Star Martial Arts are considered supreme secrets, while C-level is something good. If one could get a suitable C-level Star Martial Arts technique, they would grit their teeth and buy it. Never underestimate these low-level Star Martial Arts. They can save your life at critical moments. After refreshing several times without finding anything satisfactory, Wang Chen felt disheartened. Even if I let these skill points rot, I won't waste them on these C or B levels. Just as he was about to click to close the page, a pop-up suddenly appeared. Haven't found your desired Star Martial Arts? Then try the will matching feature. Register the Star Martial Arts you want according to the prompts, and when the Star Martial Arts library has suitable techniques, you will receive a notification. The Star Martial Arts Association wishes every Star Martial Artist to have satisfactory Star Martial Arts. It sounds better than it is. Every Star Martial Artist can have satisfactory Star Martial Arts, but most powerful Star Martial Arts are controlled by Star Martial families. Either you have to pass the corresponding level of Star Martial Arts Academy to access them. Moreover, good Star Martial Arts are so expensive that ordinary people can only kneel before the prices and sigh. But Wang Chen still chose to register. He had already done a data analysis of his shortcomings. He positioned himself as a melee support, and although this path was smooth for him, he was still not satisfied. As a support, he had long been displeased with cooldowns. What type of Star Martial Arts do you desire? Of course, attack. As a support who is better at healing himself than others, who needs defense, he can endure when he can, and when he can't, he heals himself and continues to endure. What type of attack do you wish for? It must be ranged. For close-range attacks, he has the Nebula Sword Dance for evasion, and the Flame Blade for damage output, while the Nebula Sword Dance also has functions like confusion, positioning, and control. He doesn't lack melee types. Do you want your Star Martial Arts to be a tribute change or form change? It doesn't matter. If it's a tribute change, it should naturally be fire-based. What level do you want your Star Martial Arts to be? Wang Chen really wanted to click on S-level, but there was no S-level option? Perhaps the Star Martial Arts Association thinks that S-level Star Martial Arts are impossible to appear in the association, so they simply removed that option. Is the S-level section of the Star Martial Arts library an unnecessary design? Then why have it there? Registration completed, submitted to the database. He closed the computer and returned to bed to browse the information from the Sky Sword Bureau, checking on the status of his brother's report. Come in. Wang Qianfeng pushed open the door to Lu Zhao's office. Director, the investigation results are out and they are quite unsatisfactory. What? The identities of several Star Martial Artists shouldn't be difficult for your intelligence department head, right? They are not ordinary Star Martial Artists. No, they are all unregistered Star Martial Artists. The Star Martial Artists entering the trial ground are forged. When we traced back through the Star Martial certificates, the original owners were still in a different dimension farming. Not to mention those who have already been killed by Wang Chen. Even if they hadn't been killed, he couldn't possibly be in 2 places at once. The Star Martial certificate contains authentication information. If the central system detects 2 people with the same identity appearing in different places, it will trigger an alarm. That is indeed the case, but the Star Martial Artist monitoring database has been tampered with. The person who tampered with it died in a car accident 2 years ago, and it's been too long to trace. So, these people were selected and executed the plan 2 years ago? It should be. What about facial recognition? The more ruthless part is here. Those people in the intermediate trial ground look exactly like the ones on the Star Martial certificates. It's as if they are clones of those Star Martial Artists. But I have confirmed they are definitely not clones. The Star Martial Arts techniques, behavioral habits, etc. are all different, and the extracted DNA is also different. The DNA reserve has only started to improve in the last decade, and there are still a large number of Star Martial Artists who have not been entered into the database. These 16 people seem to be non-existent, leaving no trace at all. Lu Zhao furrowed his brows, leaning back in his chair, pondering. For a moment, it's more complicated than I imagined. But no matter how complicated it is, we will investigate thoroughly, it just takes time. Currently, does the demon clan have any substantial actions? Especially after we learned about the ant-hole plan, they should lie low for a while. You need to search slowly but be sure to search carefully. Understood. 24, New Year's Eve. Wang Chen put on a down jacket for the first time, wrapped up like a panda as he stepped outside. In fact, fire attribute star warriors are not afraid of the cold. When they feel the temperature drop, the star power flows gently throughout their body, which feels even better than being covered in heat packs. Wang Chen dressed this way because he was riding an electric scooter to his aunt's house. This morning, his aunt called, asking him to come over for dinner. He skillfully entered the community and parked in the underground garage of his aunt's house. Going upstairs, he entered the password, and the moment he opened the door, two pairs of big eyes turned to look at Wang Chen simultaneously. Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, unexpectedly seeing Hu Feifei at his aunt's house. Wang Chen, you're here? Change into slippers yourself, don't dirty the floor. Song Jia said in a tone that suggested she was the homeowner. Jia, is there even space left to dirty this floor? Wang Chen said helplessly, glancing at the scattered chips, nutshells, and paper airplanes on the ground. Although it's a bit dirty, I'll clean it up later. Song Jia's little face flushed as she quickly assembled the toy in front of her. Meanwhile, Hu Feifei had already put down what she was holding and hurriedly stood up, timidly approaching Wang Chen. Feifei, how do you know Jia? Don't you recognize your big brother anymore? Wang Chen smiled broadly, giving her a head pat. Unexpectedly, Hu Feifei suddenly hugged Wang Chen's waist. Big brother, you haven't come to see me since I was discharged. A few days ago, I missed you and tried to call you, but I couldn't get through. Those days, Big Brother was at the trial ground, and my phone was off. Yet, such a warm scene made Song Jia's heart ache suddenly, a wave of sourness rising. The relationship between Song Jia and Wang Chen was definitely not something ordinary cousins could compare to. Wang Chen was brought back by Wang Ling, and besides his aunt, he had no other relatives. Thus, Song Jia became Wang Chen's only sister. For Song Jia, it was pretty much the same. After her father's accident, Wang Qi didn't even let Song Zifeng's family know of her existence, let alone Song Jia's. For Song Jia, her only family in the world was her mother and Wang Chen. Although they occasionally bickered, their bond was incredibly strong. This was evident from the last time they faced danger. When Song Jia was scared, she trusted Wang Chen immensely, wanting nothing more than to hide in his arms. Sometimes, Wang Chen would compare Song Jia with Jiang Xinqing. Both were younger sisters, but Jiang Xinqing was obedient and sensible, while Song Jia was quite proud. But now, seeing her good friend so intimately hugging Wang Chen and calling him big brother, her position was clearly under serious threat. So, Wang Chen, with a princess like me, you still dare to flirt with someone else's sister? Is it that I'm not cute enough? Furious, Song Jia stopped playing with the toy in her hands, and with a crash, it fell apart instantly. She jumped off the sofa, wearing her slippers, and approached the two, pulling Hu Feifei behind her. Looking up, her sharp yet adorably confused gaze fixed on Wang Chen, leaving him utterly baffled. Wang Chen, Feifei is so small, and you can still be so rough. Are you even human? Wang Chen's expression froze, initially shocked, but his face darkened in an instant. This sister was not to be kept, right? At such a young age, could it really be? Are elementary school students already at this level now? Jia, big brother didn't bully me, Feifei said weakly, tugging at Song Jia's clothes. You don't understand, bullying doesn't have to be direct. There are many ways to bully someone. Direct bullying is just hitting you, indirect bullying is asking someone to beat you up, and the most despicable kind is deceiving you. The teacher just taught us last month that we girls need to be vigilant and always pay attention to protecting ourselves. Some people show a facade of human concern, but who knows what they're really thinking? It's getting more and more outrageous. Listen, what do they take me, a steel straight man, for? I can't stand it. Jia, the young man's face has darkened. He's not happy. It's fine, I'm used to it. How did Feifei meet Jia? I remember you two aren't classmates, right? I'm really sorry. Feifei is now my classmate and also my deskmate. I warn you, Hu Feifei is under my protection. You are not allowed to have any ideas about her. Otherwise, Feifei is also studying at Duluan? Wang Chen was astonished. The tuition at Duluan School is quite expensive, and even though Hu Qing is now working as a police officer, given Hu Qing's family's previous poverty, it's unlikely they could afford that tuition. No, I'm at Tangjin Primary School, Hu Feifei said, puzzled. Duluan School? It's long gone, okay? Song Jia said disdainfully, have you forgotten what happened last time? So many people died, which one could escape from Duluan School? The principal and the school board were exposed for many crimes and were all taken away by the guards. My mom transferred me before the last semester started, and I was in the 4th grade at Tangjin Primary School as soon as the semester began. Honestly, whether it's an elite school or a regular school, they're pretty much the same. At first, a few blind fools bullied us transfer students, but after a few beatings, they became honest. Fei Fei transferred over after National Day. I really don't understand why those fools love to bully new classmates so much. They dared to mock Fei Fei, the little nun, and made her cry. You say, as a person full of justice, how could I tolerate that? And then you beat them up? Wang Chen asked nervously. No. Song Jia shook her head. Decisively, one beating isn't enough? I beat them for 3 days. Wow. Wang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words to praise Song Jia, only able to give a thumbs up in slight respect. Does your aunt know you do this at school? How could I let her know? I gave those fools $100 each to buy snacks, and they were so happy as if they had gained something. But I heard he went home and got beaten by his parents. Why is that? It's simple, they didn't buy snacks with the $100, nor did they hide it, but bought a toy and swaggered home with it. Then the next day, their parents came to school asking me if I gave him that $100. You know what my reaction was? How could I admit to that? Of course, I said I didn't know. Then those fools got beaten by their parents, accused of stealing money from home. Sigh. After listening to Song Jia, Wang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This was all part of your plan, right? No way. You must have arranged to beat them in a place where no one could see. But other classmates must know. You argued with them. I guess there's a process you skipped. Wang Chen teased, stroking his chin as he looked at Song Jia, who was hugging a plush toy on the sofa. You know all this? After beating them, I went to report to the teacher. In the teacher's eyes, I'm still a good kid. But I didn't make it sound too serious, just said they were bullying me and pushed me a bit but didn't really hit me. That's natural. If you made it sound serious, the teacher might call their parents. At that point, it's very likely to be reported to your aunt. That's something you wouldn't want to see. You just need the teacher to know you have conflicts with them. I did this just to make them not dare to trouble me again. It's self-defense. And then you secretly gave them money, digging a pit for them. After all, they are just a few boys, and there are 3 or 4 of them. What if they retaliate against me later? Giving money counts as an apology, but it can't be done openly. Of course it has to be done privately. You planned this from the very beginning, clear as day. Don't try to argue. Wang Chen said, lightly tapping Song Jia's forehead with his finger. This method is exactly what I taught you before. You can fool others with this trick, but can you fool me? When a child from an ordinary family suddenly has 100 yuan to buy a toy, the parents will definitely become suspicious. They will say it was you who gave it to them, and then 3 or 4 of them will have the same story. You actually had another backup plan, but luckily, you didn't go too far. When the parents come to ask if you admit that the money was given by you, then those kids would be committing extortion. The school probably wouldn't tolerate them, right? Your classmates all know they had conflicts with you, and your teacher knows too. In this situation, no matter how they explain, it won't work. How can someone so young be so slick with their tricks? Song Jia pouted and turned her face away. If it weren't for those uncles and aunts being nice and speaking gently, I would have boldly admitted it in front of the teacher. I would even say, they cornered me and took it from me. Humph. Wang Chen and Song Jia both understood each other, while Hu Feifei beside them was completely confused. Her curious eyes darting back and forth between Wang Chen and Song Jia. Click, the door lock sounded, and the front door opened. Aunt appeared at the door in a black suit. Mom, you're back. You've worked hard, let me get your slippers. Song Jia instantly ran over cheerfully to serve her. Next, does my Jia wanna pry into what time mom came home and when she was standing at the door, right? Wang Qi's smile was as bright as spring, but Song Jia's smile gradually faded. Suddenly, Song Jia turned her head and bared her teeth at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, are you setting me up? I didn't say anything, you revealed it all yourself. Mom has been busy with work lately. I didn't expect my good daughter to have done such a big thing without realizing it. We need to have a good talk tonight. Hello, Aunt. Aunt Jia was just arguing with them to help me. Can you not scold her? If you want to scold someone, scold me. Oh, what a lovely little girl. Are you Jia's deskmate? What's your name? My name is Hu Feifei. The big brother knows me too. Wang. She looked up at Wang Chen. I'm friends with her brother. His name is Hu Qing, and he works as a police officer now. Feifei used to be in poor health and was always hospitalized, but she has recovered now. By the way, Feifei, how's your star power control going? Have you been practicing at home? I practice every day. My brother says my control is pretty good, but I still need to work hard. Right now, I can only do 3.0 mixed control. Speaking of this, a sweet smile appeared on Hu Feifei's face. Wait. Suddenly, Song Jia looked at Hu Feifei in confusion. Feifei, you're a star warrior? Yeah, I awakened at the end of September this year. I won't go back to school until I achieve full control. You, a star warrior and still being bullied by them? Why didn't you fight back when they pushed you? My brother said, star warriors can't attack ordinary people. Hu Feifei said matter-of-factly. Are you stupid? Song Jia's eyes were filled with disappointment, looking at her as if she couldn't believe it. But if anyone bullies Jia, I will definitely help you beat them up. Hu Feifei quickly said. Feifei, fighting is wrong. You should get along well with your classmates. If someone wants to argue with you, it's not that you should give in, but you can ignore them. Your brother is a guard, so he tells you these things. Actually, Star Warriors can't use offensive Star Martial skills against ordinary people, but purely defensive ones are fine. Moreover, as long as Star Warriors don't use Star Martial skills to attack ordinary people, throwing a few punches is also not a big deal. I'm not encouraging you to fight, I'm just telling you not to let others bully you. Although the school management in Uruguay is the best in the world, bullying does exist objectively. We don't bully others, but we can't be bullied either. I understand. Hu Feifei nodded obediently in response. Today is New Year's Eve. Feifei, stay and have dinner with us. I've already ordered the food. It should arrive in about half an hour. Thank you, Auntie, but I won't stay. My brother just texted me. He's off work now and will come to pick me up. Then he can join us, Wang Chen said. Let me call your brother. With that, he took out his phone and dialed. Hu Qing was driving, but the hands-free phone didn't affect his driving. Hu Qing knew that Feifei was going to a classmate's house today, but he didn't expect that this classmate was Wang Chen's cousin. Fate is indeed a strange thing. Hu Qing didn't realize how small the world was. When Wang Chen saw Hu Qing, his expression stiffened. Hu Qing looked very gloomy now, with deep hollows in his cheeks and bloodshot eyes. The 2 patches of stubble under his nose added a touch of maturity and fierceness to his appearance. The last time Wang Chen saw Hu Qing was a month ago, and he had changed so much since then. Hey, Hu Ge, what's going on with you? Oh, Hu Qing was initially taken aback but quickly understood, and a smile appeared on his face as if he had changed masks. The moment the smile appeared, the gloom on his face melted away like ice and fire. The same face suddenly seemed like 2 different people. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by this transformation. How about that? Isn't my acting superb? I practiced disguise and infiltration in the army. The clues you provided last time led us to uncover something deeper. Those visible gangs are just small fry. The real depths are much murkier. I'm now ordered to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, and as for my identity, I'm borrowing Lang Ji's. My sister's illness has been cured, but it wasn't you who saved her, it was the black technology one got in exchange for selling myself to a boss. Now I have a few guards lives in my hands and a dozen more lives. There's no turning back. Just now, did my expression look like that of an extremist who has gone down a dark path, antisocial and anti-human? Damn, I was wrong. You should have become an actor from the start. Ha ha ha, I thought so too. Enough about that. After the new year, we can wrap things up and I'll treat you to a meal. Wang Chen covered Hu Qing's mouth. Don't you know you can't casually make a flag? I say, Lan Zi, do you still believe in that? It's something countless martyrs have proven with their tragic ends. Better be careful. I heard being an undercover is very dangerous. It's fine, it's all under control. Since Hu Qing now had another identity, Wang Chen indeed shouldn't invite him to join for dinner, so he casually said goodbye and watched Hu Qing's car leave. Back home, Song Jia was diligently cleaning the living room she had messed up all day. Her pitiful expression made one feel heartbroken. Wang Chen quickly grabbed a broom, just about to help, when his aunt called him over. Let her clean alone. Come over and talk to me. Auntie, don't punish her. I actually think she did well. At such a young age, she can handle things so beautifully, she won't suffer in the future. I'm not punishing her. Doing housework is a life skill she must master. You were already living alone in Sinew building at her age. His aunt changed out of her uniform and into casual home wear. It was quite cool. Although there is no heating in the south, for wealthy families, heating and air conditioning are not an issue as long as they have money. The outside temperature was already close to 0 degrees, but the indoor temperature was definitely around 27 or 28. Even wearing short sleeves didn't feel cold. His aunt sat on the balcony's teacup sofa and let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Are you very tired? Wang Chen asked with concern. Very tired, but also very excited. The company's gene therapy has made breakthrough progress and is now in the clinical trial phase. Good news is expected in the next few days. Once the clinical trial results are out, people will be able to treat most of their own bodily ailments through gene coding. By then, hereditary diseases and most cancers can be thoroughly treated. Really? That's amazing. Of course it's amazing. When my aunt said this, her eyes revealed not only pride but also a hint of sadness. The things left behind by your uncle took me 11 years to begin to understand. Compared to him, I feel like an idiot. If he were alive, human biotechnology would have advanced at least 50 years. Your uncle was a true genius, Wang Chen sighed regretfully. In fact, Wang Chen didn't know much about his uncle. When he was very young, he had only met Song Zifeng a few times. He was a somewhat scholarly young man who rarely spoke. However, he had heard his mother, Wang Ling, once comment that Song Zifeng was one of the rare prodigies she had ever seen. Song Zifeng's talent was on par with any great scientist in human history. It's just a pity that talent is often envied by fate. At just 26 years old, Song Zifeng passed away prematurely due to a malfunction in the experimental equipment. Wang Chen had not understood The high regard his mother held for him before, but now, after learning about Wang Ling's identity, he felt even more regret for Song Zifeng's death. His aunt was already a top scientist in the domestic biotechnology field, yet it had taken her 10 years to just begin to grasp the research results from 10 years ago by Song Zifeng. Once Song Jia had finished tidying up, the takeout my aunt ordered arrived. The three of them celebrated the little new year at home, toasting during dinner when suddenly, the fireworks in Sioux City filled the night sky. Ding dong, CSCC sent a blessing message. Wang Chen, happy little new year, the fireworks outside are so beautiful. Ding dong, Jiang Xinyu sent a message, but it was just 2 words, cheers. Then, Su Xiangwen sent a long string of messages, but the last line read, those who don't forward this will be single for life. Truly, that was his style. Originally, my aunt wanted Wang Chen to stay over, but he chose to take his leave. After the little new year, the festive atmosphere in Sioux City grew stronger. The songs played in the supermarket were all New Year greetings, and everywhere was filled with a vibrant red. Although Wang Chen was alone, celebrating the new year alone still had to be full of ritual. Dusting, bidding farewell to the past year, decorating the home, these all had to be done by Wang Chen himself. Only at this time of year did Wang Chen feel how extravagant it was to live alone in a 400 or 500 square meter house. Cleaning was exhausting. It took him a whole day to tidy up the house. This was with the help of Nebula Dance, otherwise, with regular cleaning, it would take at least 3 or 4 days. Wang Chen went to the supermarket again, buying some couplets, foo characters, firecrackers, peace knots, and so on, filling an entire shopping cart. Driving home, the roads in Sioux City were very empty at the end of the year, hardly seeing anyone, as he leisurely arrived at the entrance of the underground parking garage. As the barrier lifted, just as Wang Chen was about to go down, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of something lying in the flower bed at the entrance. Wang Chen got out of the car and cautiously approached the flower bed. A person was lying there, not knowing if they were alive or dead. Carefully, he reached out and checked the person's neck. There was still a pulse, albeit weak, so the person was alive. Wang Chen carefully turned the person over, and his face changed dramatically when he saw the person's face. Hu Qing. He hurriedly lifted Hu Qing into the car, driving into the underground garage while pressing on Hu Qing's chest to provide treatment. By the time Wang Chen parked the car, Hu Qing's fatal injuries had stabilized. Wang Chen hurriedly picked up Hu Qing and took the elevator back home. It's only been 2 days since I last saw you, and I didn't expect something to happen. I told you back then that you shouldn't have established FIAG, but you didn't believe me. Luckily, you ran into me, otherwise, the next time we chat, I might as well burn incense. As he removed all of Hu Qing's clothes, what came into view was shocking. In addition to the knife wounds, Hu Qing had suffered over a dozen gunshot wounds. A perfectly healthy person had almost turned into a beehive. If it weren't for the Star Warrior's freakish physical defense, combined with Hu Qing's Earth-type star martial arts for protection, he would have been long gone. From so many gunshot wounds, there were more than a dozen visible wounds, but none had penetrated the flesh to damage the internal organs. Even so, due to excessive blood loss, Hu Qing was already in a precarious state. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and quickly used healing to treat him, working for a full 3 minutes and consuming half of his star power to repair Hu Qing's injuries. But there was nothing Wang Chen could do about the blood lost from the severe wounds. Had Hu Qing's undercover mission been exposed? Or had something else happened? Wang Chen speculated in his heart. However, to know the exact situation, he would have to wait for Hu Qing to wake up. Wang Chen, the situation is a bit dire. Suddenly, Xiao Ai's voice rang out. What happened? Unauthorized individuals have entered the building. How many? 30. They must be here to hunt down Hu Qing. Connect the cameras and lock onto all of them. The television in front lit up, displaying a grid of more than a dozen squares. Some were walking up the stairs, some were taking the elevator, and others had arrived at the underground parking lot, planning to breach the protective door of the second underground level. There shouldn't be anyone else in the building, right? Everyone has already left work. Wang Chen's new universe building was rented out to high-end, high-salary companies, which strictly adhered to national labor laws and rarely worked overtime. Even if they occasionally did, they would definitely be off work after 6. Although a single company might have only a few dozen employees, each of these 30-odd companies had an annual profit of over 100 million. Wang Chen felt envious, even considering raising the rent. Cut off the power to all floors below the top floor. Yes. With a snap, the new universe building instantly plunged into darkness, except for the top floor. 7 or 8 people were trapped in the elevator. What happened? Did some idiot accidentally hit the power box? Could it be Hu Lang? Impossible, he took so many bullets, he must be dead by now. But regardless, we must find the thing. Wang Chen listened to Xiao Ai reporting the enemy's distribution through his Bluetooth earpiece. Once he reached this floor, Wang Chen didn't need Xiao Ai to report anymore. The sudden blackout was such an obvious anomaly. If they were truly elite soldiers, they should have immediately sought a concealed place to hide. Instead, they were still in the mood to chat. Calling them a rabble was an understatement. They were nothing but idiots who didn't even know how to write the word death. In an instant, Wang Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light at the stairway entrance. What is that? A gasp echoed from the opposite corridor. Star martial arts were great in many ways, but there was one downside: the light and shadow effects couldn't be turned off. Wang Chen didn't know how this light and shadow effect worked unless you had stealth or similar star martial arts or talents. Once you activated star martial arts, not only would there be fluctuations of spiritual power around you, but the light and shadow effects of the star martial arts would also be as bright and dazzling as fireflies in the night. When Wang Chen burst out of the stairway, the others, not being blind, naturally saw him. But seeing was one thing, reacting in time was another. Almost as soon as they managed to draw their guns, Wang Chen's figure seemed to flit through the 4 people in front of him like a butterfly dancing through flowers. With one punch each, the 4 of them were knocked unconscious before they could even utter a word. Wang Chen instantly turned off the star martial arts technique, his figure vanishing like a ghost in a few flashes. The 4 intruders were inexperienced, but Wang Chen felt he had made a common-sense mistake. Was it really necessary to use the Star Moon Sword dance technique against this group of ordinary people? Under the cover of night, wouldn't it be better to use a blunt weapon? With this thought, Wang Chen quickly adjusted his tactics. He heard sounds approaching. Someone was feeling their way up the stairs just 2 floors below him. Each person held a tactical flashlight. Wang Chen tiptoed down the stairs silently and then hid in a corner. The 3 people downstairs made noise as they climbed up. Hissed, "Damn it, I kicked the handrail. Can you shut up? You scared the hell out of me. Damn, don't shine the flashlight in my eyes, it's pitch black, I can't see anything. Where's the power switch? In this situation, I can't even find the exit, let alone someone." Thud, 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 3 muffled sounds, and the world fell silent. From the 7th floor down to the underground parking lot, Wang Chen moved like a ghost dancing in the night. The 30 people reported by Xiao AI were all silently dealt with by Wang Chen in the darkness. He descended quickly, like lightning, flowing smoothly, taking less than half an hour. Turn on the lights. Snap, in the underground parking lot, all the lights turned on. In front of Wang Chen, 5 or 6 people lay scattered on the ground. All of them were deeply unconscious from a single punch by Wang Chen. Flashlights were strewn all over the place. Ding, the elevator suddenly opened on the 2nd floor of the underground parking lot, and 7 or 8 people rushed out, cursing. Damn, that scared me to death. Why did the power suddenly go out? Almost got trapped inside. Thud, 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 1 came out, 1 was knocked out, and in less than 3 seconds, all 7 or 8 were knocked unconscious. At the elevator entrance, clap, 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 just as Wang Chen was about to do something, a crisp applause rang out. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically as he turned around sharply, warily staring at a middle-aged man wearing a traditional coat, but bare-armed in the middle of winter. The man had a cross-shaped scar on his face, and his hair stood up like flames. His thick arms were covered in blue tattoos. The man looked at Wang Chen with a mocking expression, stepping closer. As he approached, he exuded a very strong aura of the nebula realm. This was a master, at least a master to Wang Chen at this moment. Without activating the Phoenix form, Wang Chen might not be able to win, but he was also reluctant to activate the Phoenix form. Moreover, Wang Chen couldn't guarantee that there wasn't another person hiding in the building. A person like this, Xiao AI hadn't given Wang Chen any warning at all. Just as Wang Chen was struggling with how to deal with this guy, the man spoke first. I never expected to accidentally bump into a star martial artist. You look young, you must still be a student, right? If you're a student, you should study hard and improve every day. Why are you playing the hero at night? Do you think you're filming a heroic blockbuster in the White Eagle Nation? Wang Chen's eyes sparkled. The man clearly hadn't expected him to appear and probably didn't even know of his existence before entering the new universe building. No wonder those people who got beaten seemed so fearless entering the building so brazenly. What you said makes no sense. A group of unidentified people broke into my home. What? Should I pretend I didn't see it? Your home? The man looked at Wang Chen in confusion. The new universe building is mine. You broke into my home and you think you have a reason? Then I'm really sorry. We were looking for an enemy and saw him escape inside, so we didn't think much and just chased in. Little brother, could you do me a favor? If you can hand that person over to me, today's incident will be treated as if it never happened. How about it? You think it never happened? Then I can't pretend it never happened. Today's events clearly show that you are in the wrong. Even if I were to take down this group of muggles, it would still be considered self-defense, right? In an instant, Wang Chen changed his attitude, transforming into someone who didn't want to cause trouble but was innocently caught up in a mess. How do you want to resolve this? You barged into my home without reason and caused significant damage to the new universe building. Asking you to pay a few million shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't mention a few million. I'd even give you 10 million. But you have to hand over the person we're looking for. I don't know who entered my house. I was just doing my homework when you triggered the alarm system. What does the person you're looking for look like? I don't want to get involved in your business. You pay the money, take your people away, and consider it as if you never came. What does he look like? I have a photo here. As he spoke, the other party reached into his pocket. In that moment, Wang Chen's figure transformed into a flash of light, rushing towards him. Like a butterfly flitting through flowers, he closed the 10-meter distance in less than half a second. The other party was still pulling out the photo and had no idea Wang Chen would launch such a sudden attack. By the time he realized it, Wang Chen had already struck at his face. The other party, a seasoned expert, instantly countered in such a situation. A concrete wall rose up in front of him, wrapping him in between like two separated surprise eggs. Normally, in the face of a sudden attack, such a response would be flawless, with no room for criticism. Unfortunately, he was up against Wang Chen, who could not be described by any common logic. Almost in an instant, Wang Chen switched to his star martial technique, and a flame blade erupted from his hands. With his palms crossed, a vertical flame blade stood before him. Wang Chen's figure, like a flash of light, glided past the surprise egg, leaving a straight, slender scratch on the ground. The flame blade extinguished, and the surprise egg behind him suddenly made a popping sound, then began to crumble like a broken eggshell. Inside the surprise egg, the other party's half-body had already sunk into the ground. Unfortunately, his speed of burrowing underground was too slow. He never expected Wang Chen to unleash a vertical flame blade in an instant. So, this flame blade passed through, directly slicing his upper body in half. From formulating tactics to the sudden attack, there was not a hint of warning. The other party had no anticipation of Wang Chen's attacking methods. In an instant, he was killed. It was partly due to Wang Chen's luck and partly due to the other party's underestimation. He would never have thought that an ordinary-looking high school student not only possessed the strength of a star radiance realm but also mastered two extremely powerful A-grade star martial techniques. Even more surprising to him was that these two star martial techniques had been cultivated to a profound level. Thus, this early-stage Earth system cultivator lost unjustly and died tragically. Even at the moment of being sliced open, disbelief and shock were evident on his face. Why the hell use a vertical flame blade? Isn't a horizontal flame blade enough? Completed. An over-level kill, rewarded with 1,000 experience points and 20 skill points. Boom, the prompt in his mind and the sound of gunfire in his ear rang out almost simultaneously. Wang Chen's body jolted, and he looked down in shock. A glaring wound suddenly appeared at his chest, and blood gushed out. Clutching his chest, Wang Chen's face showed a look of astonishment as he struggled to fall. Blood flowed out in a rush through his fingers. Firearms could still inflict fatal damage on Star Warriors, at least. Before reaching the Star River realm, where the lethality of a rifle was comparable to a B-grade pure attack star martial technique, Wang Chen never expected that there was still a hidden assassin, and this assassin had successfully avoided the surveillance of Xiao Ai's camera, suddenly launching a surprise shot when Wang Chen was completely unprepared. From behind a load-bearing wall in the garage, a young man in black slowly walked out. The black-clad figure seemed to defy the laws of gravity, walking on the ceiling as if it were the ground. Clear footsteps echoed from above. When he reached above Wang Chen's head, the young man fell from the ceiling in front of the middle-aged Star Warrior, who had been killed by Wang Chen, half of his body still on the ground. Slowly tipping his hat down, a deep voice floated from the young man's mouth. Although I knew with your personality you would eventually die from underestimating your opponent, I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. But I've already avenged you. We had agreed to leave together after this last job, but now it seems you've left, yet we can't go together. Suddenly, the young man in black felt weightless beneath his feet, as if he had fallen down a step. A look of astonishment appeared on the young man's face. Wasn't there a pit beneath him? How did he suddenly fall into a hole? But in an instant, he realized it wasn't a pit beneath him, but rather his legs had been severed at the thighs. The look of shock still lingered on his face when he once again saw a flame flicker past him. His arms fell away like discarded broken toys, scattered in the distance. At that moment, the pain from his limbs surged into the young man's mind, twisting his face into a grotesque mask of agony. A black shadow loomed over the young man's face, and the previously fallen Wang Chen appeared before him, completely unharmed. He even took a moment to glance at the gunshot wound on Wang Chen's chest. Damn, not even a scratch? But what was that earlier scene of blood gushing like a fountain? At this moment, the young man's mind was filled with a single thought, MMP. It seems you also died from underestimating your opponent, and now we must go together. Wang Chen's deep voice echoed, laced with a strong intent to kill. He had almost been killed. Fortunately, the healing star martial technique had upgraded from a passive skill. Wang Chen was worried about one thing. If he were to be severely injured in an instant or fall into a state of unconsciousness, would healing still be able to save his life? Now he finally had confirmation that although healing had transitioned from a passive to an active skill, the characteristics of the passive skill remained. When faced with life-threatening injuries, healing did not require Wang Chen to activate it actively. Moreover, falling into unconsciousness was a self-protection mechanism of the body, and the healing star martial technique was also triggered by this self-protection mechanism. the two self-protection mechanisms would not operate simultaneously. This meant that in the case of severe injuries requiring healing for repair, even if he were gravely wounded, Wang Chen would not fall into unconsciousness. No matter how much it hurt, he had to endure it. Since becoming a star warrior, Wang Chen had only fainted twice, both times due to the intense side effects after using the phoenix form. Because the healing judgment determined that these side effects would not endanger Wang Chen's life and were not injuries requiring healing, the skill was not activated, allowing Wang Chen to blissfully slip into unconsciousness. Wang Chen's true strength was only at the star radiance realm, and his physical strength could not withstand the impact of a bullet. Moreover, the shot had come silently, catching Wang Chen completely off guard. A bullet pierced through Wang Chen's heart. Anyone else would have been dead beyond recovery. Unfortunately, he encountered Wang Chen, an anomaly among anomalies. Even if the vital heart was shattered, the heart was merely an organ to the human body. A fist-sized heart could be fully repaired in 10 seconds under the full activation of healing. Thus, Wang Chen remained conscious, waiting for his opponent to approach. He had originally thought that this cunning snake would be cautious enough to come over and check if he was dead. But unexpectedly, this seemingly careful individual didn't even glance at him before going to mourn his companion. If you don't die now, then who will? In an instant, Wang Chen launched his attack, first severing the young man's legs, then slicing off his arms. The young man in black, reduced to a stick figure, still wore a look of confusion and disbelief on his face. Who sent you? You didn't die. How could you not die? Go die, go die. The young man in black roared fiercely, his body suddenly flickering with star power fluctuations. As the opponent's star power fluctuations just began to rise, Wang Chen struck down with a knife, severing the young man's head. Sigh. Still unwilling to cooperate. Forget it. Standing up, he flashed back to the corner. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Wang Chen? You're already wishing me a happy new year this early? You're such a rich guy. How can you be so insincere? When wishing someone well, you should at least bring something in person, right? You think a phone call is enough to brush me off? As soon as the call connected, a voice full of mockery came from the other end. Brother Su, I was ambushed. There are 2 star martial artists at the Star Cloud level and over 30 ordinary people, all armed with guns. What? On the other end, Su Shiryun, dressed in a house husband outfit, was vigorously cleaning up the fruit peels that his wife might spit out at any moment. Hearing this, he instantly exploded. Where are you? At home. They came straight to my house. I killed the 2 star martial artists, but I knocked out the 30 ordinary people. Good. I'm coming right away. After hanging up, Su Shiryun's expression changed rapidly. He was thinking far more than Wang Chen had said. Who is Wang Chen? The lucky charm of the Sky Sword Bureau, the mascot of their intelligence department. His name was known all the way to the heavens. Wang Qianfeng was afraid that Wang Chen would get arrogant, so he didn't tell him, but Su Shiryun knew that Director Zhang of the Jin City Sky Sword Bureau personally went to the headquarters of the Sky Sword Bureau in the imperial capital to commend Wang Chen. Not to mention those big shots in the Ministry of Defense, even the top leader remembered Wang Chen's name. With someone like that, who would dare to assassinate him? Someone just attempted an assassination at Wang Chen's home on New Year's Eve? What does this mean? What kind of white terror does it represent? It was definitely a retaliation from the Demon Clan. The demons were issuing a challenge to the Sky Sword Bureau, saying that the people I want to kill won't survive this year. Su Shiryun's mind filled with many thoughts, so many that even the heads of the demon spies would probably be in tears, thinking, dude, you're overthinking it. I'm not. Ayun, what's wrong? What big event happened? A big event, a very big event. Su Shiryun snapped back to reality and immediately made a call. Notify all the brothers, cancel all vacations, and head to the new universe building immediately, right now. Su Shiryun zipped back to his room, yanked open the wardrobe, grabbed his combat uniform, and turned to leave the house. Wang Chen was afraid that the ordinary people would wake up halfway, so he packed them all up and stuffed them into the underground storage room. The new universe building was originally constructed to air defense standards, and the underground structure could withstand missile strikes. Stuffed into the storage room, they were guaranteed not to escape. After doing all this, Wang Chen returned to the top floor, just entering his home when he saw Hu Qing, wrapped in a bedsheet, anxiously standing at the elevator entrance. There was no choice. Hu Qing's clothes had been torn to shreds by Wang Chen and were tossed into the bathtub for a wash before being placed in the guest room. When Hu Qing woke up, he immediately realized this was Wang Chen's home. After searching for a long time without finding any clothes to wear, he had no choice but to wrap himself in a bedsheet. You're awake? Are you planning to go out like that, naked? Wang Chen, what's wrong with your elevator? No matter how I press, it won't open. And is your smart butler an idiot? I told him I was your friend and to open the elevator, and he just replied that he wouldn't open the door without Wang Chen's permission. Wang Chen originally had no mood to laugh, but hearing Hu Qing say that, he couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. What kind of Hornet's nest did you poke? 2-star cloud-level experts leading dozens of underlings, all armed with guns, chasing after you? Are they coming after me? Hu Qing's face turned pale, and he immediately asked nervously. Yeah, I've dealt with it. Wang Chen said casually, returning to the sofa, do you want something to drink? Wait. Hu Qing suddenly interrupted. What you just said means, if I understood correctly, you took care of those 2 experts from the Nebula Realm and dozens of gunmen? Yeah. When did you break through? Hu Qing looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Last time he was still in the mid-stage of the Starshine Realm. How did he break through? I didn't break through. Wang Chen looked at Hu Qing in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. You're still in the Starshine Realm? Yes. Mid-stage? Mid-stage. And you, a mid-stage Starshine Realm, managed to take down 2 experts from the Nebula Realm? And also dealt with dozens of gunmen? All by yourself? Not all by myself, I almost died, okay? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I really couldn't tell. I mean, Wang Chen, you're a mid-stage Starshine Realm and you counter-killed 2 Nebula Realm experts. Can you not act like it's so obvious? Hu Qing said excitedly, almost dropping the bedsheet he was holding. This is my home. I have the advantage of being on my turf. Isn't it reasonable to counter-kill? Besides, I really almost died. Wang Chen pointed to his chest. The gunshot wounds on you were left by that gun-loving Star Warrior. Right? You fought him? Hu Qing's expression darkened as he nodded solemnly. They are the right and left arms of the Crow. The Crow is the leader of the underground forces in Sioux City. He isn't even listed in the police's records, but he has controlled the underground forces in Sioux City for 10 years from behind the scenes. The mission I mentioned to you last time was to infiltrate the Crow's side. After a month, I gained the Crow's trust. He has 2 experts from the Nebula Realm. One is called the Earth Wolf, and the other is called the Viper. The Earth Wolf is a dual-element Star Warrior of Earth and Fire, while the Viper is a gravity manipulation Star Warrior. The Viper is actually much stronger than the Earth Wolf. Although he uses a gun, he is even stronger. When he doesn't, when he lurks in the shadows, no one can detect him, and by the time you do, you're already dead. He is a true master of assassination. Almost everyone the Crow wants dead is taken out by the Viper. The Viper comes and goes without a trace. He claims to have escaped from a master in the Star River realm. I used every means possible to escape to your building, covered in injuries, and you managed to counterkill them. It's truly unbelievable. Wait, I almost forgot the main point. Hurry down, there's important evidence in the trash can at your building's entrance. I can't guarantee there aren't other experts lying in wait outside. I've already called my colleagues. It's dangerous for us to go out like this. What important evidence? Why are you so nervous? I don't know what it is. I just know it's a blue vial, like a potion. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly stood up, pulled out his phone, and quickly opened it. Is it this? Yes, that's it. Exactly the same. You stay here, I'll go find it. Wang Chen instantly walked towards the elevator. Let's go together. If there's danger, we can look out for each other. Wang Chen looked at Hu Qing and thought for a moment. Alright, Xiao AI, link to the surrounding cameras, monitor everything within a 3,000-meter radius and see if there are any suspicious individuals watching here. Okay. Stepping into the elevator, Hu Qing looked at Wang Chen with a face full of hesitation. Your smart assistant isn't just an ordinary home smart system, right? I remember you just called it an idiot. But it can control more than just your home appliances. You just had it. Monitor. Just know that, but don't let it out, okay? Got it. Hu Qing instantly understood and nodded in agreement. Wang Chen, currently safe. 12 suspicious individuals detected, but they pose no threat to you. You can go out with peace of mind. Okay. Although it was said that it was safe to go out after what just happened, who would dare to really feel at ease? Going out, the 2 of them moved in a crisscross pattern, darting to the trash can at the door like lightning. Hu Qing quickly rummaged through the trash can, and soon 2 blue magical potions appeared in his hands. Got it. Retreat. The 2 swiftly returned to the New Universe building and took the elevator back to their home on the top floor. Wang Chen, do you recognize this thing? This is called a magical potion. Our Sky Sword Bureau is investigating its source. Did you get it from that Crow? That's right. But this thing didn't come from the Crow. It was handed to the Crow by a woman. Although the Crow controls the underground forces, it is also controlled by someone else. You mean a woman? What kind of woman? I don't know her identity. She always comes alone, heavily made up and wearing sunglasses. You know, once a woman puts on her makeup, even her mother wouldn't recognize her, let alone an outsider like me. Did the Crow see that woman with you? It seems you are quite trusted. Not really. Who? Xing tightened the sheet around him. This woman comes to see the Crow at her whim. She can come at any time she wants. Sometimes, when the Crow is in a meeting, she just pushes the door open and walks in. And every time she comes in, the Crow doesn't get angry, but immediately puts down what he's doing to talk to her privately. Today, the woman brought a box to see the Crow, and tonight, we had originally set a bait to wait for the Crow to take the hook. I suspect there's something fishy going on between the Crow and that woman, so I took the opportunity to sneak into his office while the crow was hooked by us. I found the box, and inside were these 2 blue bottles. But unexpectedly, I was discovered by those 2 Nebula Realm Star Warriors, and then I was chased. Here. You said the crow was hooked tonight. Are you guys planning to net him tonight? Yeah, we originally planned to do it after the new year, but the boss said, why keep this trash for the new year? Let's deal with it before the holiday. Wang Chen had Xiao AI order a set of clothes which were delivered to the new universe building. About half an hour later, the clothes arrived. Wang Chen, the virtual reality cloud has arrived. Let them wait in the underground parking lot. I'll be right down. Wang Chen entered the elevator with Hu Qing, who had changed clothes, and they arrived at the second basement level. Brother Su, did you call all the brothers from the intelligence department's action team? If someone dares to touch our intelligence department's mascot, that means declaring war on our entire action team. The brothers are all here. The demon clan wants you to not survive the new year. The brothers will keep you company for the holiday. I want to see which demon clan is so blind. Su Shiryun shouted. With authority. Mascot? Wang Chen heard this term again and felt perhaps this title would last forever. Wait a minute? The demon clan wants me to not survive the new year? Did you receive intelligence? Didn't you say it on the phone? You were attacked today, and they even came directly to your house to assassinate you. Who else but the demon clan would want your life? Choosing this time to assassinate you is just declaring white terror, right? I want to see who won't survive this new year. Brother Su, are you sure you're not just coveting my 500 square foot small apartment? Wang Chen smiled wryly, feeling that Su's imagination was a bit excessive. Not at all, I'd be more tempted by your 36th floor new universe building. 500 square feet is nothing. I have at least 200 square feet at home. Su Shiryun knew Wang Chen was joking to relieve the pressure and casually replied. The brothers are all here, that's good. But this time, it's really not the demon clan causing me trouble. Brother Su, brothers. Look what I've fished out this time? Wang Chen pulled out 2 potion bottles and shook them. Most people looked confused, only Su Shiryun's expression changed. Magical potions? You got 2 more? Wait. In an instant, Su Shiryun's body shook, staring at Wang Chen in shock. If Wang Chen had 2 magical potions in his hands, then it made sense that he was attacked. Didn't you find the whereabouts of the demon clan spy again? Didn't I tell you not to go solo when you find clues? Notify our brothers. We won't take credit for your achievements, but we can at least ensure your safety. No, I really did nothing today, just clean the house and put up some good luck decorations. This officer's brother, Hu Qing, is an undercover agent next to the crow. He brought 2 bottles of the magical potion to my house and then encountered a master who was chasing him. Today, the police will be cracking down on the underground mafia organization in Sioux City, and the leader, the crow, has a direct connection to the magical potion. If we catch the crow, we can find out where the potion came from. At this point, all the action team brothers understood. Their gazes towards Wang Chen became even more peculiar. You were cleaning the house, and then someone delivered 2 bottles of magical potion to you? We were also cleaning at home, so why didn't anyone bring us benefits? Did you save the galaxy in your past life? What are the brothers waiting for? Don't just stand there. That kid Li Gu has been sent to assist the officer, and it might be this time. If we go late, the credit will go to Li Gu. Su Shiryun suddenly shouted loudly. Wang Chen got into Su Shiryun's car, and as soon as Su Shiryun got in, he quickly contacted Wang Qianfeng. Officer Wang, I have an urgent report. Today, Wang Chen obtained 2 bottles of magical potion from one of the mafia leaders, the Crow. During this police crackdown operation, we have determined that the Crow has a direct connection to the magical potion, and the action team requests to intervene. Wang Qianfeng on the other end was stunned, pausing for a few seconds before reacting. You can intervene. I will call the action department and the director. Thank you, director. After hanging up, Wang Qianfeng still felt a bit dazed, taking several seconds to regain his composure. He picked up the phone next to him. The location for capturing the crow was in a half-finished building on the outskirts of Wu District in Sioux City. The government had originally intended to plan this area as a key development zone, but before any decisions were made, the real estate market caught wind of it. They quickly speculated on the properties and schools in the area. However, later the government's plans changed and the development was delayed by 10 years. A large number of half-finished buildings appeared, and the person in charge of the properties fled overseas but was later caught. Although the embezzled funds were recovered, these half-finished buildings were left unattended. This time, the Crow chose this place for the transaction. Of course, the so-called major transaction was actually the police's 2-month-long operation to capture him. Now, with the sound of police sirens, the net was already being cast. Su Shiryun quickly shifted gears, and as he did, Wang Chen grabbed the handrail like lightning. Having ridden in Su Shiryun's car before, he knew how reckless this guy could be once he got going. Sure enough, Su Shiryun's vehicle instantly traced a zigzag lightning path, swiftly leaving other cars behind and heading towards the ramp. Brother Sue, I think we can catch up at a normal speed, no need to rush. It's better to arrive early. If we're late, we won't get any of the spoils. If the crow gets shot dead, then we won't get anything at all. They sped along, and in just 10 minutes they arrived outside the police's encirclement. The entire construction site was pitch black, but countless police cars illuminated the area with bright lights from all directions. In addition to the ground lights, helicopters were circling above. Su Shiyun and the four jumped out of the car, and a guard in a high-ranking police uniform strode over. I am Zhao Kai, the deputy officer of Su City. Which department are you from? We are from the intelligence division of the Sioux City Sky Sword Bureau's action team. Is there a crow involved in your operation? The crow is our primary target. He is in this half-finished building. He and his subordinates are in building number 3, and our people are monitoring them from all angles. The police have already surrounded building number 3. The crow definitely can't escape. He has important clues on him. We need to capture him alive. Can we go in? Of course, we can go in, and a lieutenant from the Sky Sword Bureau is already inside making the arrest. The night made it inconvenient for us to act. We originally planned to trap them first and then warn them to surrender, but Lieutenant said it wasn't necessary, he could handle it alone. Our personnel were already positioned around and strong lights were directed at them. However, I remind you to be careful, each of them is armed. Don't worry, we're all professionals. To us, firearms are no different from fire sticks. With a wave of Su Shiyun's hand, Wang Chen and the others charged towards the so-called building number 3 mentioned by Zhao Kai. The lights were off inside building number 3, but it wasn't completely dark. It was an unfinished building, with no doors or windows installed. Coupled with the strong lights shining from all directions, the entire building number 3 looked like a lantern that had been lit. Before they even got close to building number 3, Wang Chen and the others heard gunfire coming from inside. On the mid-level of building number 3, Crow was quickly evacuating under the protection of a dozen subordinates. Although Crow's face remained fierce and menacing, he no longer had the calmness of someone who was in complete control. Despite trying to maintain his composure, he was panicking inside. He couldn't escape. In this isolated building, there were guards outside. As soon as he stepped out, countless guns would be aimed at him, instantly turning him into a beehive. Staying inside the building was no different from waiting to die. To make matters worse, the person behind him was actually a master of Star Warriors. Damn it, if he had known, he would have brought 2 Star Warrior masters for close protection. With 2 masters of the Star Cloud realm by his side, he would still have a fighting chance. Relying on the dozens of subordinates and their guns to deal with a peak Star Cloud Master was nothing but a pipe dream. Guns do have lethal power against Star Warriors below the Star River realm, but that's only if the opponent is unprepared. If a Star Warrior is on guard, not to mention a Star River Master, even a Star Realm Master might not fear guns. Bullets can indeed kill Star Warriors below the Star River realm, but only if they can hit. The speed of a Star Warrior is beyond what ordinary people can follow. How could he shoot? He had dozens of people and dozens of guns on his side, plus 6 automatic rifles. But what difference did it make? How could they shoot when they couldn't even see the opponents? Shadow? Crow cautiously escaped to the stairway, quietly making his way up the stairs alone, leaving a dozen subordinates to guard the stairs. Come out. Aren't you a Star Warrior? Are Star Warriors afraid to face us ordinary people? Where's your pride? As a Star Warrior? If you have the guts, come out and see who dies first. Crow's subordinates shouted menacingly, while Li Gu, hiding in the shadows, smirked coldly. Fools! Suddenly, an electric arc exploded, and the moment the arc appeared, it struck like a spirit snake at the feet of the crowd. Boom! The thunderball exploded, and the current spread like a spider web around. The dozen people at the stairway instantly had their hair standing on end, collapsing straight down. With no more hidden gunmen threatening this level, Li Gu stepped out from the shadows. He stepped over a charred, unrecognizable crow subordinate at the stairway. Looking up, he saw shadows flickering on the stairs. Li Gu glanced at the metal stair railing, a hint of disdainful sneer appearing on his lips. Placing his palm on the railing, arcs of electricity erupted around him. Suddenly, a scream came from above, as the current instantly charred the dozen people who were frantically gripping the railing and running, causing them to fall to the ground amidst wisps of blue smoke. Li Ji's figure flashed, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he rushed up to the upper level. In just a few minutes, all of Crow's 20 or so subordinates had been taken down. Further up, there were no more stairs. Due to being unfinished, the upper stairs had not yet been constructed. Crow looked desperately at the stairs and turned to run towards the balcony on this level. The balcony had only completed the pouring of the load-bearing platform, with no railings or anything. At this moment, the balcony was merely a platform to jump out from the floor. It was 10 stories high. Jumping down would undoubtedly mean certain death. Just as he stood on the balcony, a strong light shot towards him. Perhaps there was even a gun barrel aimed directly at him. The crow looked down in terror, the crisp sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Li Gu walked closer, his face as cold as ice. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump from here. Someone like You dying would be a contribution to society. If you want to jump, go ahead, I won't stop you, Li Gu said, stepping closer to him. When he was less than 5 meters away, the fear on the crow's face suddenly vanished. He abruptly raised his head, a surge of spiritual energy accompanied by a massive wind blade slashing fiercely towards Li Gu. Neither the information he had gathered, nor the crow's previous behavior indicated that he was a star warrior, let alone a high-level star warrior in the Nebula realm. So, the sudden attack caught Li Gu off guard. Fortunately, his past experiences prompted him to instinctively shoot out a lightning spear to counter the wind blade's cut. The wind attribute was the only one that could restrain the lightning attribute. The sharp lightning spear instantly met the wind blade, splitting apart like wood being sliced. Boom! Suddenly, a concrete wall rose up in front of Li Gu, and the wind blade struck the wall after slicing through the lightning column. Boom! The concrete wall shattered, and in that moment, Li Gu transformed into a streak of light, retreating and creating distance between himself and the crow. The crow's face twisted into a particularly ferocious expression, his contorted features resembling a piece of paper gripped in a hand. A glimmer of regret flashed in the crow's eyes. If it weren't for that earthen wall, this damned guard might have already died from his ambush. The crow had gradually worn down Li Ji's vigilance, using the lives of dozens of his brothers to make Li Gu believe he was just an ordinary person. From the very beginning, the crow had a plan. If he were truly an ordinary person, he would have no chance of escaping surrounded by so many guards outside. If he were a star warrior, he wouldn't have survived if he had exposed himself as one from the start. Sioux City not only had police officers but also the Heavenly Sword Bureau. This young man, who was extraordinarily powerful, was likely a master from the Heavenly Sword Bureau. He had come to assist in the capture, probably as a precaution. The crow had hidden himself well. Apart from himself and that woman, no one knew he was a high-level star warrior in the Nebula realm. This was his last trump card. He calculated clearly that having one person from the Heavenly Sword Bureau come to assist was already a sign of respect for him. There wouldn't be a second Star Warrior master. Therefore, as long as he ambushed and killed this Star Warrior, then relied on his suddenly explosive strength, he should still have a chance to escape the encirclement. The crow had chosen his timing well, and he almost succeeded. But why did an accident occur at the moment of impending success? Clear footsteps echoed, particularly crisp in the empty, unfinished building. What did I just see? Captain Li Gu actually underestimated his opponent and almost died at the hands of a lowly Nebula beginner? Su Shiryun teased, with a cheeky smile. What are you doing here? Li Gu did not retort or argue. Quibbling was not his style. It is what it is. Su Shiryun was not wrong. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. Faced with a desperate ordinary person, he had let his guard down. And almost he had died because of that underestimation. If Su Shiryun hadn't come to save him, he would have been buried in shame. I came to save you. Seizing the rare opportunity to bully Li Gu, Su Shiryun was certainly going to enjoy it. The crow's eyes flickered as he looked at the 4 Su Shiryun had brought. It was clear that these 4 were definitely not ordinary guards, but likely masters from the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Damn, do they have to be so exaggerated? I'm just an ordinary person, okay? Can you not think so highly of me? Deploying 5-star warrior masters? And they were probably the kind he couldn't even fight against. Crow, do you think you still have a chance? Su Shiryun gently took a step forward, the star power rippling wildly. Come here obediently. Be careful, he will become demonic, Wang Chen whispered urgently. Roar! Almost the instant Wang Chen's words fell, the crow's body rapidly expanded. A pitch-black shell appeared all over him, covered in sharp spikes. As the crow completed its transformation, Wang Chen and the others charged towards it. Wang Chen, a fire-type star warrior, naturally took the lead. When facing other star warriors of the Nebula realm, Wang Chen would definitely fall back. But against a wind-type star warrior, everyone else stepped back. Let me handle this. Suddenly, a wall of wind formed around the crow, wrapping it like a tornado, countless wind blades turning into a rain of dark weapons shooting towards the 5 of them. Li Gu skillfully dodged the wind blades with his flash thunder, while Su Shiryun conjured a concrete wall to withstand the onslaught of the wind blades. However, even though the concrete wall could hold, it was precarious. Under the erosion of the wind blades, the concrete wall seemed to weather, as if it had experienced the passage of time in an instant, fine sand swirling like smoke. The other 2 star warrior experts also used their unique skills to evade. The crow, now demonic, had its power instantly soar from the early Nebula realm to the peak of the Nebula realm, possibly even beyond that. Among the 5, only Wang Chen could quickly approach amidst the storm of wind blades. 2 flaming knives danced rapidly in front of him, forming a shield of fire. The sharp wind blades quickly dissipated upon encountering the flames. The higher the temperature of the flames, the faster they vanished. And with the temperature of the purple flame fire knife reaching nearly 10,000 degrees, the wind blades turned to smoke almost upon contact. Within 3 seconds, Wang Chen reached the front of the crow, thrusting the flaming knife fiercely into the tornado, and in an instant, flames engulfed the tornado. Almost in the blink of an eye, the tornado dissipated like a burnt piece of paper. But in the center of the tornado, the crow's figure had already vanished, and a massive circular hole nearly 2 meters in diameter appeared in the ceiling. Above, Chase Su Yun's voice fell, and his figure had already leaped into the circular hole. The five moved as fast as lightning, and in 2 or 3 seconds they had all jumped onto the rooftop. Due to the unfinished construction, the rooftop was merely a building with half-built walls, resembling a block that had been snapped in the middle. The demonic crow had now reached the edge of the rooftop, leaping off as the crumbling building shook violently beneath it. The crow's jumping ability was astonishing, soaring dozens of meters into the air in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to merge with the night sky. "Do we have any flying star martial skills?" Wang Chen called out urgently. "Flash thunder." Li Ji's voice fell, and his figure transformed into a streak of lightning shooting into the sky. Chase Su Yun instantly pressed against the wall, a concrete slab, extending like an extension of the unfinished building towards the opposite floor. In the blink of an eye, a bridge was formed between the two buildings. Li Ji's figure flickered rapidly in the sky. The crow's jump followed a fixed parabolic trajectory, but Li Ji's flash thunder had an erratic and unpredictable path. In the sky, the crow was no match for Li Gu. Thunderstrike, a cold roar echoed above the crow, and in an instant, a deafening boom resonated through the sky. The crow barely had time to look up before seeing Li Gu pressing down on a massive thunderball, smashing it down towards its forehead. The crow spewed a gust of wind, and the thunderball quickly dissipated in the hurricane. But still, a thunderball struck fiercely against the crow's forehead. Crack! The crow was violently smashed down from the sky, crashing into a building that had just laid its foundation and had only one floor built. Boom! A wall exploded, and the crow's massive figure burst out from within. The direction the crow burst out was perfect, right towards where Su Yun and the others were coming to assist. Earth surge. In an instant, the ground beneath the crow surged. Countless tendrils formed, wrapping around the crow's legs and dragging it forcefully towards the ground. Boom! The crow's body shimmered with surging star power fluctuations, and the tentacles beneath it instantly shattered. But the crow was not fighting a single person, it was battling a group. The crow's strength could easily suppress one opponent, but now it faced 5 masters from the Heavenly Sword Bureau, all of whom were experts in the Nebula realm, except for Wang Chen, who was a complete waste. Even if Wang Chen was a waste, he was still a hindrance to the crow, and he already had several lives from the Nebula realm in his hands. A single crow had no chance at all. Just as it broke free from the Earth-type tentacles of the illusory cloud, Wang Chen's cross-guillotine had already descended from the sky, crashing down hard on the crow's tough back. Ah! The crow finally let out a painful scream like a human. "Wang Chen, leave one alive!" Illusory cloud quickly shouted. Wang Chen instantly retreated, and the crow's back was already drenched in blood. Thunder spear. Boom! In that moment of Wang Chen's retreat, Li Gu swiftly delivered another strike. Illusory cloud nearly exploded at this scene. "Li Gu, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Didn't you hear I wanted one alive? He won't die." Li Gu did not curse back but stood coldly in front of the charred crow, his eyes calm as an autumn pond. Illusory cloud hurriedly stepped forward to check, and after a while, his expression finally improved. "He won't die, but he's close. He's related to the demonic potion. If he dies, you can wait for another punishment." Known suddenly, Illusory Cloud's face changed dramatically. "There are people underground." Known Li Ji's roar coincided with Illusory Cloud's, and in an instant, Li Gu forcefully pushed Wang Chen away. Wang Chen's body was suddenly lifted off the ground, while Li Gu, at the moment of pushing Wang Chen, was surrounded by an arc of electricity. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot up from the ground, and a lightning sword pierced fiercely into Li Ji's back, impaling him in midair. Another lightning sword pierced through the fallen crow on the spot. Boom! A figure burst out from the ground, instantly brushing past Li Gu and heading straight for Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen was still suspended in the air. If Li Gu hadn't pushed Wang Chen away in time, that lightning sword would have pierced Wang Chen's body. Although Wang Chen might not have died, he had to admit that Li Gu had saved him. In an instant, Wang Chen activated his phoenix form, and at the same time, a woman with flowing black hair and a moonlight mask charged towards Wang Chen's face. Wang Chen's flame blade, 3 feet long, slashed towards the woman. Whoosh! Like a streak of light exploding before everyone's eyes, the woman brushed past Wang Chen. Then she transformed into lightning and shot up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The night was as dark as ink, and the woman's presence vanished without a trace. It was as if she had broken through space and left this world. "Chase!" Illusory Cloud roared in fury. "A cooked duck had actually flown away? Don't chase!" Wang Chen suddenly shouted in a low voice. Illusory Cloud's footsteps came to a halt. "Wang Chen, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Wang Chen turned around numbly, and on his chest, a deep wound visible to the bone made Illusory Cloud gasped in shock. "That woman is at least mid-stage of the galaxy realm. I just exchanged blows with her. Our injuries should be similar, but I'm not sure how severe hers is. Such a master can only be dealt with by a few department heads. If you chase after her, you're looking for death." Before the naked eye, Wang Chen's wound began to heal rapidly. Li Gu, As Wang Chen fully recovered from his injuries, he heard Illusory Cloud's voice beside him. Wang Chen, hurry, save him. Wang Chen rushed to Li Ji's side, placing his hands on Li Ji's chest. This injury would have been fatal for Li Gu without Wang Chen's intervention. There was a palm-sized penetrating wound on his chest with his internal organs directly melted away. But with Wang Chen there, it wasn't a big problem. However, as soon as Wang Chen placed his hands on him, damn, something felt off. The chest muscles were a bit too big. Wang Chen's face showed a strange expression as he carefully looked at Li Gu. His features were impeccably handsome. With a crew-cut and thick, bushy eyebrows, besides being handsome, there was also a hint of androgynous beauty. How could a man be this good-looking? How could a man be more handsome than me? I just wonder if being wrapped up like this will cause any deformities? In that moment of swirling thoughts, he looked up at Su Shiryun's tense expression. Having discovered this secret, should he tell Su Shiryun? Does Su Shiryun know? After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chen decided to hint at it. Brother Su, didn't you say you didn't like him? Why are you so concerned about him? Could it be that you pretend to be enemies on the surface but are in love behind the scenes? Get lost. My orientation is normal and I'm already married, okay? Li Ji's background is not simple. Anyway, his information is classified in the bureau. If he dies, we will definitely be criticized. And although I don't like this guy, we are all comrades. In the face of external enemies, I still trust him with my back. Stop dilly-dallying. What do you think? Is there still hope? Trust him with your back? Are you bending over to pick up soap? Get lost. Su Shiryun instinctively raised his hand, but he didn't dare to bring it down, fearing it would disturb Wang Chen's treatment. Don't worry, he won't die. However, my star power is insufficient. I can only help him with organ repair and internal tissue repair. How about giving me a soul pearl? Wang Chen withdrew his hand and slowly stood up. I didn't bring it in my hurry, since he won't die. If he won't die, then forget it. Su Shiryun very realistically called over a team member. Take Captain Li to the hospital. The two quickly lifted Li Gu and left the scene. Su Shiryun, with a dark expression, approached the crow. The crow's head had been completely shattered by a lightning sword. With the brain destroyed like this, even using mental imprinting wouldn't yield any information. Su Shiryun sighed but then turned back to see Wang Chen seemingly searching for something on the ground. Wang Chen, what are you looking for on the ground? The opponent's bloodstains. Bloodstains? The opponent is from the demon race. What use is it for you to find bloodstains? But in an instant, Su Shiryun's expression froze. Right, that figure just now was human. The demonized Star Warrior was being manipulated by the demon race. Su Shiryun instinctively attributed the mastermind to the demon race. But who said it had to be the demon race? Could there not be a human traitor? If it were the demon race, then during the ambush just now, they should have transformed into demons. She is not from the demon race, she is a human traitor? Su Shiryun asked as he approached Wang Chen. I can't be sure, but when the demon race replaces us humans, they can match the DNA coding perfectly. Whether she is from the demon race or a human traitor, we need to find her blood and see if we can determine her identity through DNA matching. The crow has been silenced. We can't let this lead go cold, right? Soon, Wang Qianfeng and Li Weixin from the operations department also arrived. What's the situation? Director Wang, we had already captured the person, but suddenly an assassin-type expert appeared. He could completely mask his aura and approach silently. At that time, I even activated Earth perception and was using Earth-type star martial skills. But the opponent not only avoided my Earth perception but also effortlessly passed through my Earth-type star martial skills. He not only silenced the target but also severely injured Li Gu. Wang Chen's phoenix form couldn't even keep him. We could only see that her figure was a woman. We didn't see anything else clearly. Wang Chen is already collecting her blood, hoping to find her through DNA matching. A stealth expert, Wang Qianfeng said with a serious expression to Li Weixin. 3 years ago, in Lian City, a stealth expert continuously assassinated the 7 top experts of the Lian City Sky Sword Bureau. The worst of those killed were all late-stage Nebula Realm, and they all died in one strike. There was no warning at all, which caused panic among the people of Lian City. Later, the headquarters sent 5 Sea of Stars Realm experts to stop that person's killing spree. But the 5-star Sea Realm experts couldn't catch that assassin. What you said really sounds like that person. Old Wang, if it's him, then it's going to be difficult. I've seen the assassin's profile. He can truly move without a sound, not even perceptible by sensing-type star martial skills. Wang Chu. After collecting the evidence, Wang Chen saluted in front of Wang Qianfeng and then raised the small bottle in his hand. There's blood from that assassin in this soil. Let's go back and do a DNA match. Good. Thank you for your hard work. You all stay behind to continue assisting the police with the cleanup and bring the relevant individuals back to the Sky Sword Bureau for overnight interrogation. Yes. Wang Qianfeng took Wang Chen's small bottle and left, while Wang Chen and Su Shiryun stayed to assist the police with the aftermath. In fact, there wasn't much to handle. The fight here was over, and the others had wrapped up even earlier. A streak of white appeared in the eastern sky. Overnight, a large underground mafia network that had been entrenched in Sioux City was completely taken down by the police, with 500 to 600 people arrested. As everything settled, Su Shiryun sat on a bench at the police chief's garden and lit a cigarette. Damn it, what a waste of effort. The police chief had a big harvest, but we brothers just worked in vain. It's not entirely in vain, at least we didn't let the crow escape. Wang Chen was more open-minded than Su Shiryun. Anyway, the system's rewards had already arrived, so for Wang Chen, this round was a profit. It wasn't necessary to catch the demon spy to complete the mission. Striking down the underground mafia was also part of Wang Chen's task. 8,000 experience points and 300 skill points, isn't that great? Damn it, that assassin was really something else. I didn't notice anything at all. Didn't you raise a warning before? Wang Chen remembered when Su Shiryun and Li Gu both exclaimed that something was wrong. That was when I sensed the fluctuation of star power. When there's a fluctuation, it means a star martial skill has been activated. At that moment, it was too late to notice anything with such a close distance. Only Li Gu was lucky he survived because you were there. By the way, when did Li Gu arrive? When did you two meet? Last year, I think, either May or July August. I can't really remember. The chief personally brought him in. This kid was quite arrogant. With the chief backing him, he should have kept a low profile, but he insisted on taking the entrance exam for the Sky Sword Bureau with written tests and practicals. Did he think everyone had nothing to do? It's ridiculous. He already took the back door and still acted like he didn't want to take the back door. Who was he trying to impress? If he really followed the requirements of the Sky Sword Bureau, he should have presented his resume first to see if he qualified to join. Moreover, who would really be strict with someone personally brought in by the chief? Wasn't it just quietly letting him pass? And then you found him displeasing? Just because he was too arrogant? Not exactly, it was mainly how we interacted later. You know what kind of person I am, and he just couldn't stand my demeanor. Then there were some conflicts during a few missions. Our fates clashed. I couldn't stand his pretentiousness. He looked down on my rogue appearance. I mean, what's wrong with me being a big guy and a rogue? I didn't do anything rogue to him. As soon as these words came out, it felt wrong. Especially when he saw Wang Chen's disgusted expression. Su Shiryun's face darkened instantly. Are you thinking something inappropriate again? I'm not that kind of person. Brother Su, I didn't say anything. You exposed yourself. Damn, are you asking for a beating? Su Shiryun suddenly jumped up. Wait, Wang Chen suddenly called out, I think I forgot something important. What? Did you think of another important clue? No, it seems like I left dozens of crows subordinates locked in my basement. I rushed over here and forgot about them. I'll go call Hu Qing to bring them. As he spoke, Wang Chen vanished with a whoosh. Hu Qing loaded 30 people from Wang Chen's basement storage room into several vehicles and drove them away. Once everyone had dispersed, the world fell completely silent. After a busy night, he was utterly exhausted. He went back, took a shower, and fell asleep. Wang Chen, ha, it's already vacation, no need to wake me up. Wang Chen, someone requests to see you. Not seeing anyone, it's your colleague. Wang Chen squinted his eyes open just a crack, finally poking his head out from under the covers. What time is it? It's 4 in the afternoon. Again at this time? Who is it? Someone you haven't met before. Should I connect the camera? Connect it, but don't turn on the video. At the elevator, Li Gu stood straight in a white military uniform at the elevator door. Wang Chen didn't feel guilty about discovering Li Ji's secret. Last time, it was Wang Chen who treated Li Ji's extensive burns. However, that time it was skin burns, and perhaps the system determined that skin is a whole without regional distinctions, so Wang Chen could transmit star power to all of Li Ji's skin just by pressing on his face. This avoided the awkwardness of having to touch Li Gu all over, otherwise Wang Chen would have discovered Li Ji's secret last time. After treating Li Gu, he hadn't seen Li Gu come to thank him specifically. This sudden visit left Wang Chen somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Li Gu really came to seek retribution? He got up, tidied himself, and then let Xiao Ai open the elevator for her to come in. When the elevator door opened, Wang Chen had just sat down at a small table on the balcony, brewed a cup of black tea, and was enjoying the afternoon sun. Generally, when someone visits Wang Chen's home for the first time, they would take a good look at his enormous living room. However, Li Gu did not. After a quick glance, she spotted Wang Chen on the balcony. She walked straight over. Comrade Wang Chen, I apologize for intruding on your rest. Her tone was quite polite. Wang Chen returned a calm smile. We're all colleagues, no need to be so formal. Just call me Wang Chen. Please take a seat, Captain Li. Thank you. Would you like something to drink? Black tea. Wang Chen had Xiao Ai bring another cup of tea, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Li Gu was also a person of great taste, holding the teacup elegantly, her actions in savoring the tea very aesthetically pleasing. Did Captain Li come to discuss something with me? I came specifically to thank you. Last time, you were the one who treated my injuries, and this time you saved my life again. Ha, let's skip the thanks. We're all colleagues, doing this for work. Besides, I'm just a part-time medic, right? Though that's true, you did save my life. After all, I also want to apologize for my earlier offense. Offense? Wang Chen was puzzled. On the day you reported for duty, I shouldn't have hastily assumed you were late without asking. I also shouldn't have thought you got into the Tianjin Bureau through the back door just because you didn't participate in the regular assessment. You have strong medical skills and decent combat abilities. Someone like you truly deserves to be admitted regardless of the usual standards. Comrade Wang Chen, I sincerely apologize to you. That was so long ago, I've already forgotten. Wang Chen lifted his teacup and took a small sip. In that case, I shall take my leave. Li Gu suddenly stood up, speaking somewhat stiffly. From the moment she entered, Wang Chen sensed her rigidity. In fact, he had known her purpose from the first sentence she spoke. A special visit to express gratitude? What a joke! If it were truly just to thank him, she should have come last time. The real reason behind such an excuse must be something difficult for Li Gu to articulate. Since sitting down, Li Gu had hesitated several times to speak, and Wang Chen understood what she was really after. He truly didn't understand why she couldn't be more straightforward. Is it that women have to be so pretentious in their dealings? Li Gu turned and gently left. Captain Li, I won't tell anyone about your identity, you can rest assured. Li Ji's footsteps suddenly paused, but Wang Chen could clearly feel that in that instant. Li Ji's tense body relaxed. Thank you. May I ask a bold question? The Heavenly Sword Bureau has many female colleagues, and in the world of Star Warriors, there is almost no distinction between men and women. Why do you do this? It has to do with my family. My family is a bit old-fashioned, and their thoughts even older. All right. Wang Chen shrugged, uninterested in other people's private matters. The test report from the Heavenly Sword Bureau's laboratory had also come out. Director Wang, the DNA matching results are in. The DNA from this bloodstain belongs to someone named Li Mingxue, but this Li Mingxue died 8 years ago. Along with her team, a total of 32 people were all lost, with no remains. Is it confirmed dead or missing? At the time, she was missing, and a month later, she was declared dead. Is there any information on Li Mingxue? We checked, and coincidentally, Li Mingxue was an assassin back then, with particularly special stealth abilities. Her awakened talent was the heart of nature, allowing her to perfectly blend her presence and body with the surrounding environment. However, her records were far from the strength she displays now. If she really is the assassin who hunted our colleagues from the Heavenly Sword Bureau 3 years ago, then her progress in these 8 years has been too rapid. She wasn't even at the Nebula realm when she went missing. Moreover, aside from her talent, her other abilities were not particularly high. That means this her is not the original her. She must have been replaced by the demon race. And from this analysis, I can draw a conclusion. Wang Qianfeng walked to the window and said, "What? That unsolved mystery?" At that time, Chang Yuming was clearly replaced by the demon race, but we couldn't detect her DNA? Even though the demon race has advanced civilization, they belong to 2 different realms. Their civilization may not overlap with ours. Some of their methods might seem mythical to us, and our technology might also seem mythical to them. To deceive our precise detection instruments, theoretically, they shouldn't be able to do it. I've been pondering this question since that incident with Chang Yu. Later, I learned from Chang Yu's colleagues that she didn't show any abnormalities before and after. Think about it, Chang Yu was a nurse, and a very skilled one at that. Don't underestimate nurses. Drawing blood and administering IVs are technical skills. After the demon race replaced Chang Yu, they were able to perfectly integrate into her life, and even those who were close to her didn't notice anything unusual. I think the demon race's replacement is not that simple. It's more about integration. You should know about insects, right? Of course. What's the difference between insect larvae and adults? Insects are a completely metamorphic species. To the outside world, larvae grow into adults. But in reality, the adult is parasitic within the larva. The larva continuously consumes nutrients, but all those nutrients actually serve as nourishment for the development of the adult inside. Until one day, the adult completely consumes the larva and then emerges from its body. The so-called breaking out of the cocoon actually leaves behind the larva's corpse. If insects had human-like perception, then the larva would be living in constant fear and pain. Director Wang means that the demon race is the adult, and the people they replace are the larvae? Before the demon race breaks out of the cocoon, they are still human. It's just that those people's thoughts and will have already been controlled by the demon race. They are like Trojan horses with the demon race hidden inside them? Is this explanation convincing? Wang Qianfeng asked with a hint of dark humor. From a scientific perspective, it's impossible. But the demon race itself is not a scientific entity, or as Director Wang said, what seems unscientific to us may be reasonable to them. Similarly, our science may also seem unscientific to them. At least, the demon race can't produce nuclear bombs. In their view, something as powerful as a nuclear bomb should not be in the hands of fragile lives like ours. So, technology is our last resort. Perhaps when human technology reaches a higher level in the future, we can rely on it to completely eliminate the demon race. I hope so. Then, is there still value in continuing to investigate Li Mingxiu as lead? The hope is slim. If the demon race really infiltrates like this, it will be very difficult for us to use technology to find them. If they lie in wait, we will be very passive. I will report this to the Academy of Sciences, hoping they can invent detection instruments specifically for this purpose. If that's the case, we can scan their genetic codes. In the genetic codes of insects, there are indeed such perverse gene encodings. This is the survival method of insects. Thank you for your hard work. It's all for the sake of Yugua. The other party stood at attention and saluted, then turned and left. New Year's Eve, the eve of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, my aunt called, asking Wang Chen to come for the reunion dinner. In the afternoon, Wang Chen arrived at his aunt's house, and it was rare that she was home today instead of at the company. His aunt's products might have reached a very critical stage, since the day before the new year she had been going out early and returning late every day. If it weren't for Song Jia having new friends now, she would have revolted long ago. Wang Chen skillfully changed his shoes and entered the living room, where his aunt was busy in the kitchen. Wang Chen leaned over to take a look, and the entire kitchen was filled with thick smoke. Aunt, don't push yourself. In this day and age, not knowing how to cook is nothing, just don't hurt yourself. No way, I only cook once a year. I'm a PhD. How can I be stumped by this? Don't come over, I can handle it. Are you sure? Then I'll open the windows for you. Okay. Wang Chen took a step back but then turned back. Aunt, let it go. What if the neighbors think our house is on fire and call the police? It's New Year's, even the fire department deserves a break. But it's still New Year's, it should have some sense of ceremony. Even if I only make one dish, it's still something I did myself. The recipe for Coca-Cola chicken wings is so simple. How could it burn? It must be the recipe that's wrong. I think so too. Turn off the fire and open the windows for a while to air it out. Wang Chen calmly opened the windows in the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. His aunt couldn't cook, and Wang Chen's mom couldn't either. This might be a genetic thing. Those who can cook learn quickly, while those who can't create disaster scenes. In the kitchen, Wang Chen learned from a young age how to calmly clean up after a disaster. After helping his aunt tidy up, he washed his hands. Where's Jia Jia? She's upstairs. Wang Chen went upstairs and gently knocked on Jia Jia's door. Who? Me. T-virus rampant, S-level alert. For the safety of the shelter will not be opened. The alert has been lifted. Report complete. Click. The door opened, and Song Jia, dressed in a cute rabbit pajamas, pulled Wang Chen into the room and quickly closed the door. Wang Chen, why are menopausal women so stubborn? Don't they have any self-awareness? Why do they have to make a fuss every year, and they never change? Do you really talk about your mom like that? Wang Chen tapped the girl on the head. Hurry, let me play VR games. It's boring to play alone. Playing games is so dull. How about we do some practice questions instead? Wang Chen said excitedly. Song Jia immediately fell back dramatically. Oh my god, what kind of people are in my family? After goofing around with Jia Jia for a while, suddenly, a horn sounded from outside. Wang Chen was standing by the second floor window when a long luxury Huolong business car slowly drove up. Are there guests visiting today? Wang Chen walked out onto the balcony, and the luxury car stopped in the parking area outside his aunt's villa. The door opened, and an old man with a head full of white hair stepped out of the car. The old man looked very aged, at least 70 or 80 years old, holding a cane with a dragon head made of pure gold. He wore a light gray suit, and his shoes were polished to a deep black shine. His hair was completely silver, meticulously combed, and the gold-rimmed glasses on his face made him appear exceptionally cultured and learned. Analyzing from all aspects, this old man's identity was extraordinary. Today was New Year's Eve, and at this time to come. Moreover, my aunt clearly had no idea someone would visit. Just a moment ago, she was in home clothes, conducting witchcraft chemistry experiments in the kitchen. If she had known someone was coming, she certainly wouldn't have been like this. At that moment, the door to the driver's seat opened, and a heavily made-up woman leaned out. Dressed in a black women's suit, her hair casually draped behind her, she wore a short skirt that revealed a pair of long, straight legs. The woman supported the old man as they walked step by step to my aunt's house, then reached out to press the doorbell. Who is it? Come in, my aunt's voice echoed from downstairs. Teacher? Suddenly, my aunt downstairs exclaimed. Chi-Chi, it's been over 10 years, hasn't it? The old man's strong voice resonated from below. Teacher, please have a seat here. My aunt's tone was very polite and respectful, but Wang Chen sensed a hint of distance in her voice. If he were a teacher, her tone should have been more casual and friendly. However, my aunt's tone was laden with formality, which made Wang Chen a bit curious. Moreover, he had never heard my aunt mention that she had a teacher in Sioux City. The car at the door had a license plate from Sioux City. In the blink of an eye, over 10 years have passed. The world has changed, and people have changed. That naive and romantic little girl from back then has now become a renowned scientist and entrepreneur both domestically and internationally. Seeing your current achievements brings me comfort, my dear teacher. You're overpraising me. Aren't you the same? Over the past decade, you have changed the most. You are now not only an internationally renowned scientist, spanning multiple fields such as biology, chemistry, and medicine, but also a globally recognized entrepreneur, the founder of the Fortune 500 company Manhwa Pharmaceuticals. I heard you made it onto the Forbes Rich list this year. I congratulate you here, teacher. Making money is not my interest, as you know. My interest remains in research. Earning money allows me to have better research conditions. The events of 12 years ago are painful memories for both you and me that we wish to forget. I don't want the same thing to happen again. Teacher, you said you didn't want to remember it, so why bring it up? My aunt's voice grew cold. Wang Chen frowned, hesitated for a moment, and patted Song Jia's head. I'll go down and keep my aunt company. From just a few exchanges, it was clear that the old man was not here with good intentions. My aunt was alone downstairs, appearing vulnerable, and Wang Chen felt it necessary to sit beside her to bolster her presence. Presence is something that, although invisible and intangible, can be significant. A person, no matter how strong their aura, cannot project much alone. But if one or two people stand beside them, the aura changes entirely. Isn't that how movies portray it? Alone. Boss walking down the street looks downcast, but with two lackeys behind him, the aura is completely different. Wang Chen slowly walked down the stairs, and in an instant, a sharp gaze shot over. Wang Chen alertly looked up. The gaze came from the professional woman. Ordinary people wouldn't have such a piercing look. This woman was a star warrior. Almost instantly, Wang Chen concluded this. Moreover, there was a strong aggressiveness in that sharp gaze. It wasn't hostility, but rather a predatory look, as if she was sizing up her prey upon seeing him. Wang Chen continued down the stairs, arriving beside my aunt but not sitting down. Instead, he stared at the woman standing next to the old man. Do you know me, ma'am? No, the woman replied, retracting her gaze, her tone indifferent. But your eyes tell me you recognize me. Wang Chen's voice was soft, but his presence was incredibly strong. In fact, Wang Chen wanted to add, it's okay, I've already remembered you, so be careful. However, that would be too provocative, so he held back. Xiaoxue, no rudeness allowed, the old man said with a dark face, speaking lightly. Then he looked apologetically at his aunt. This is my niece. This child is my nephew, my sister's son. I've never heard of a teacher having a niece. I've never heard of your sister having a son either, the old man replied with a smile. Teacher, since you're not going back to have dinner with your wife today, you must have something to discuss with me, right? Please speak frankly. Your aunt passed away 7 years ago, Chichi. I know you are researching the genetic coding left by Zifeng, but genetic technology is a very sensitive topic. Without a reputable expert to back it up, it can easily be attacked by public opinion and not accepted by the masses. Thank you for your concern, but I have no worries in this area. Moreover, the genetic coding I am studying is not a taboo subject. You're still so confident. What do you think of the teacher's strength? The teacher's strength is undoubtedly impressive. In the fields of biology, chemistry, and medicinal chemistry, you are a top scientist without question. Over the past decade, I have read the papers published by you and have greatly benefited from them. If we join forces, I believe we can overcome all technical difficulties within 3 years and truly benefit all of humanity with this technology. What do you think? My aunt seemed to have anticipated this, showing no surprise on her face, but simply shook her head lightly. I trust my team and myself. 5 billion. The old man suddenly leaned forward and softly uttered a number. I will offer 5 billion for a 50% stake. This number made even Wang Chen, who had never cared much about money, feel his heart skip a beat. 5 billion, in jade coins, what does that mean? The world's top company is valued at only 30 trillion. Although my aunt's GI biotechnology company has some reputation in Sioux City, it is merely an obscure small company in Jiang province, let alone on a national or global scale. 5 billion could easily create a Fortune 500 company. 5 billion might be the entire Manhwa pharmaceutical. My aunt looked at the old man in confusion. Are you planning to exchange the entire Manhwa for 50% of my shares? The teacher is getting old. What do I need money for? I told you before, making money is just to facilitate my continued research. If I can participate in research that interests me, spending any amount of money is worth it. I have already brought the contract. The merger of Manhwa Pharmaceutical and GI Biotechnology will change the future of humanity and lay the foundation for biotechnology. Is there anything more meaningful than this? Xiaoxue, take out the contract for Wang Qi to see. No need, my aunt shook her head lightly. Although the teacher's offer is tempting, GI Technology is mine and it belongs to Zifeng as well. I will not part with even a tiny bit of shares. Not to mention 50%, not even 1%. I can only apologize for your good intentions. Will you not reconsider? The old man's brow furrowed as he asked in a low voice. I will not reconsider, sorry. Well, alright then. The old man stood up, brushing off non-existent wrinkles from his clothes. What a pity. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. But I still hope you can think about it again. The teacher is getting old, and after I pass away, the shares I hold will also belong to you. Doesn't the teacher have a son? I have long made a will. All the money I earn will be donated to the country after I die. Wealth must be created by one's own hands. If one doesn't even have the ability to support themselves, giving them money will only lead to their further decline. The teacher is noble. No need to see me off. The car is at the door. The old man leaned on his cane and walked away step by step. My aunt stood at the door with a smile, watching the luxury car leave. When the luxury car turned the corner and disappeared from sight, my aunt's smile faded. With a cold expression, she returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Aunt, do you have a conflict with that old gentleman? No. I still respect him very much. My aunt's expression was calm as she leaned back on the sofa and let out a long sigh. His name is Mabo, and he was my advisor when I was pursuing my doctorate. At that time, he had 2 students, me and your uncle. He is a very talented person, but he lacks social finesse and often offends people with his words. Later, that incident happened. The experimental equipment malfunctioned, and there was an explosion in the laboratory. Your uncle lost his life during the experiment. The teacher, disheartened, left the school and founded Senma Pharmaceuticals. After he left, I graduated and we lost contact. By the way, the teacher's Senma Pharmaceuticals is also developing anti-cancer drugs, and it seems they have completed clinical trials and will be on the market after the new year. Is that all? Wang Chen asked curiously. It seemed that my aunt's relationship with Mabo was not merely a business rivalry. That's it. What else could it be? Don't ask anymore. Anyway, after the new year, my biological coding technology will also be unveiled. By then, my treatment will fundamentally solve cancer, and his drugs won't stand a chance against me. Alright, but the woman beside him, I feel something is off. What problem? She is a star warrior. Although it's not unusual for an entrepreneur to have a star warrior as a bodyguard, this person, I always feel a strong aura from her, unlike those who are tired of fighting and choose to return to the city. You, a student, why are you so suspicious? Instead of worrying about things that have nothing to do with you, why not think about the fact that in a few months, you'll be taking the college entrance exam? Your mom was admitted to the Imperial Capital Star Warrior Academy back in the day. My requirements aren't high. I don't ask you to get into the Imperial Capital Star Warrior Academy, but just get into any of the 4 major Star Warrior Academies. Is that not a high requirement? Wang Chen exclaimed, wide-eyed. The 4 major Star Warrior Academies have no ranking. What's the difference? There is. Different regions, different teaching methods, and different styles. With so many differences, there must be one that suits you. A night of revelry, a night of fireworks, a night of wishes. New Year's Eve is just one night, and the arrival of the new year is also just one night. Only a slight ripple stirred in the heart, and the first day of the new year arrived. On the first day of the new year, most shops and businesses would close. This phenomenon only occurs in the Jade Country, which holds such a devout obsession with a holiday. However, entertainment venues are not among those closing, as everyone is eager to have fun during the holidays. After all, who wouldn't want to enjoy themselves? After working so hard and being so busy, cinemas, theme parks, and amusement parks became the best places for those staying in Sioux City to celebrate the new year. Wang Chen originally didn't plan to go out, but when Jiang Xinyu called to invite him to hang out, he carefully considered and couldn't bring himself to refuse. He felt guilty for having stood her up so many times over the past 6 months. When he met Jiang Xinyu, Jiang Xinqing was walking towards them, linking arms with Jiang Xinyu. Ha? Why is it just you two? Where are Su Xianguan and Gong Feiyu? Wang Chen asked in confusion as he approached. Usually, the 4 of them would go out together, and these 2 were always eager to play, always the first to arrive. Even the girls, who needed to dress up, arrived earlier than them. They couldn't still be sleeping in, could they? Jiang Xinqing looked at Wang Chen with a face full of despair, deeply covering his forehead. In Jiang Xinqing's impression, Wang Chen was a genius with an exceptionally high IQ. But it seemed that geniuses couldn't escape a certain law. High intelligence often came with low emotional intelligence. This was particularly evident in Wang Chen, whose thought process was surprisingly peculiar. Both of them went to visit relatives for New Year greetings. They are busy, Jiang Xinyu said lightly, handing over a cup of milk tea. I just ordered this for you. Thanks. Wang Chen casually took it. By the way, not many places are open on the first day of the new year. Where should we go? Even if I accompany you to shop, there's really nowhere to go, right? How about you guys go watch a movie? Jiang Xinqing suggested. A sci-fi blockbuster from the White Eagle Nation just premiered, and there's also a mythological film from the West Indian nation that has received good reviews. A movie, huh? Wang Chen used to work in the film industry in his previous life, but after arriving in this world, it felt like even his soul had been affected in this new body. He seemed to have little interest in anything fake. He rarely watched TV and almost never watched movies. In the past, he could use the excuse of needing to study hard to complete tasks, but now, Wang Chen had come to terms with himself. It was just an excuse. He simply didn't like entertainment. That offered no real benefit to life. Wang Chen loved studying. Why does no one believe it when he says so? Xin, what do you think? Anyway, it's boring just sitting around. Let's watch a movie. Xinqing, go buy 3 tickets. 2 tickets, I have a classmate meeting me later. I'll be leaving soon. While speaking, Jiang Xinqing also winked at her sister. A teachable child. Jiang Xinyu expressed her satisfaction. In about 10 days, school will start again, and in less than 3 months, it will be the provincial martial arts competition. 3 years of hard work will soon pay off. I've always heard that the provincial martial arts competition is more important than the college entrance examination, but from the official information I've gathered, the provincial martial arts competition is just an annual competitive event held by the Ministry of Education for the 3rd year of high school. Isn't it similar to the autumn sports meeting held every year? That's what they claim publicly, but it's not really the case. The star martial arts academies from various regions will send specialized inspectors to assess and evaluate the strength and potential of the competitors across 25 provinces nationwide. If they take a liking to you and think you might be talented, they will send you an admission invitation. Hearing this, Wang Chen immediately understood. It's just a guaranteed admission. The reason it's said to be more important than the college entrance examination is that the 4 major star martial arts academies will also send inspectors. You know, the 4 major star martial arts academies don't recruit every year. If their quota for self-recruitment is already full, they won't accept anyone that year. If we are unlucky and they don't recruit this year, it won't matter how well we perform. Moreover, the 4 major star martial arts academies have a quirk. They either recruit together or not at all. So if your goal is one of the 4 major star martial arts academies, you have to participate in this provincial martial arts competition. If we have to participate, then let's just do it. No need to be so serious about it. Right? Wang Chen had a good attitude, but Jiang Xinyu's serious expression made him feel a bit uncomfortable. You're only at the star radiance level. In the provincial martial arts competition, those who dare to compete are almost all top experts from the 3rd year of high school in various cities of Jiang province. Not to mention, in cities like Tong City, Jin City, and Jin City, the 10-person teams are almost all at the nebula level. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? I'm not an ordinary star radiance level, and I've already taken down more than 1 or 2 at the nebula level. Are you feeling a bit too pressured? Keeping a calm mind is key to performing steadily. The pressure is indeed a bit much. My goal is the 4 major star martial arts academies, but getting in is really difficult. The 4 major star martial arts academies only recruit 1,000 students each year. Across the nation, there are hidden talents everywhere, and they have to pick 1,000 from so many experts. Moreover, many true geniuses receive invitation letters very early on, so the quota for the 4 major star martial arts academies may not even have 300 spots left. Just think about that terrifying elimination rate. It makes me feel uncertain. At that moment, Jiang Xinqing ran over, handing 4 tickets to Wang Chen. My classmate just called me. I'm leaving. Wait, why are there 4 tickets? You and my sister, 2 people, 2 movies, 4 tickets. Is there a problem? 2 movies. Wang Chen looked at the time on the ticket. A blockbuster lasted 2 hours, with a 10-minute interval between the 2 films, and both were visual effects. Spectacles. Is this going to make me nauseous? Lan Ge, Jia, I'm off. Have fun. Jiang Xinqing waved goodbye, leaving Wang Chen feeling a bit cheated. The show is about to start. Let's go. Jiang Xinyu responded with a soft hum, her cheeks flushed. Very cute. The cinema was crowded. Perhaps entertainment was indeed scarce on the first day of the new year. Just as they sat down, Wang Chen's phone exploded with notifications. Ding dong, ding dong. Jiang Xinyu sat down next to Wang Chen, holding a bucket of popcorn. She gently tossed her hair, and the strands that fell released a subtle fragrance. It brushed past Wang Chen's nose, stirring something in his heart. In the dim light, Wang Chen turned to look at Jiang Xinyu's profile. It seemed he hadn't really looked at this girl, whom he had known since childhood and grown up with, in a long time. She was no longer the little girl with a ponytail who loved to wear floral dresses. Ding dong, Wang Chen pulled out his phone, only to find a message from Su Xiangwen. Lan Zi, please save me. I'm so bored. Come on, someone come, keep this poor child company. Lan Zi, are you home? I'm dying of boredom. Fei Yu got asked out by a girl. It's the first day of the new year, who cares about studying? Let's go out and have fun, it's on me. Whatever we do, I'll cover it all. Lan Zi, give me a sign. If you don't reply, I'll take it as a yes. I'm coming over. We can go barbecue, fishing, or even hit the dance floor. As he read through the messages, Wang Chen's expression grew increasingly strange. He had been secretly watching Jiang Xinyu. How could he hide it from her perception? He was secretly pleased that this blockhead was finally getting a clue, but before he could be happy for 3 seconds, he found himself staring at his phone, and his expression became even stranger. What's wrong? The movie is about to start. Didn't you say Su Xiangwen was going to his relative's house and wouldn't have time to join us? Ha? What's wrong? Wang Chen placed his phone in front of Jiang Xinyu. He's on his way. He's always like this. Jiang Xinyu snatched Wang Chen's phone and sent Su Xiangwen a location. Su Xiangwen had just stuffed a bunch of things into his trunk: fishing rods, barbecue equipment, and a flashy leather coat. Before he could start the car, his phone rang. Finally replied, "I thought you were missing." Upon seeing the coordinates, his brows furrowed. Weilong Cinema? Isn't that kid Wang Chen someone who never watches movies? Would he really go to the cinema? Alone? Suddenly, a crisp clink echoed in his mind, like a tooth hitting something. With a heavy heart, he replied, "You're at the cinema watching a movie? With who? Little sister Song Jia? With Xinyu, just the two of us. Are you coming?" Kaka Su. Xiangwen's heart shattered into pieces. In his mind, a chibi version of Wang Chen laughed triumphantly. Single dog, single dog, single dog. With a cry, Su Xiangwen collapsed onto the steering wheel, wailing, "So lonely, so alone, so bored." Ding! Dawn, just as he was about to return the phone to Wang Chen, another message popped up. Cici sent a text. "Wang Chen, Happy New Year. What are you doing?" Jiang Xinyu's lips curled up slightly. The smile was rarely seen. Her thumbs quickly tapped away. Sending a message. "I'm watching a movie with Xinyu, it just started." In the distance, Cici, dressed in a beautiful new outfit, was turning and twisting in front of the mirror. Her phone rang, and she quickly picked it up. After glancing at it, her expression slowly dimmed. "Cici, aren't you going out to play with your classmates today?" Seeing her daughter change out of her going out clothes, Cici's mother asked in confusion. "Not going anymore." The movie was quite exciting. The laughter in the cinema seemed to never stop. Wang Chen felt it was okay. After 2 consecutive movies, my butt felt a bit numb. By the time we left the cinema, it was already 2 in the afternoon. In front of me, Jiang Xinyu seemed very excited, walking in her high heels, like a little deer. "Xinyu, are you playing a prank? The way you walk makes me a bit uneasy," Wang Chen said, knowing Jiang Xinyu almost as well as her sister. They had been classmates for 9 years and friends for 15. "Shall we go eat?" Jiang Xinyu instantly changed the subject. "I've been hungry for a while, thought you weren't," Wang Chen replied just as his phone rang. "Hold on, I need to take this call." It was a call from Song Jia, and Wang Chen answered it casually. "Wang Chen, you need to come quickly. Mom was taken by the guards." Whoa, hurry. Jia, don't cry, what happened?" "Just now, a lot of guards came. They took Mom away." Whoa, I'm so scared. "Wait at home for me, I'll be right there." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Xinyu's smile faded. "Wang Chen, something happened?" "I don't know yet. You drove here, right? Take me to Xiangting Bay." "Okay." When they arrived at Xiangting Bay, before Wang Chen could get out of the car, Song Jia rushed out from her house. She threw herself into Wang Chen's arms. "Wang Chen, what should I do? My mom was taken away." Whoa, I'm so scared." "Don't worry, tell me, who took your aunt?" They were wearing guard uniforms. After entering, they showed their IDs. Then Mom was taken away." "Was your aunt taken forcefully or did she go along willingly?" Mom went willingly." "Did they put handcuffs on your aunt?" No. After understanding the situation, Wang Chen called Hu Qing. "Hello, Wang Chen, Happy New Year. Hu Qing, let me ask you, what did my aunt do to be taken by the police chief?" "Your aunt, Ms. Wang Qi?" Hu Qing asked, hesitantly. "Yes. I haven't heard anything. Wait a moment, I'll call the bureau to confirm." After Hu Qing hung up, Wang Chen's expression darkened immediately. In almost an instant, he recalled the visit from Senma Pharmaceutical yesterday. The negotiation had failed yesterday, and today his aunt was taken away. Was Senma Technology involved? Just as he was speculating, Wang Chen's phone rang again. He quickly answered, and Hu Qing's voice came through. "Wang Chen, I can assure you that today the police chief in Sioux City did not take Ms. Wang Qi. Ms. Wang Qi's identity is not simple. She is an entrepreneur on the list in Sioux City. It's impossible to just arrest Ms. Wang Qi." "Are you sure?" "I can assure you." "Got it, thanks." After hanging up, Wang Chen's heart sank. If it was really the police chief arresting someone, he wouldn't be too worried. But if it wasn't the police chief, or if someone was impersonating the police chief, that would be serious. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt a gaze directed at him. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound. The gaze shifted away instantly, and Wang Chen didn't see anyone watching from the shadows. A warning signal rose in his heart. "Xinyu, take Jia inside. Do you need help?" "No, you know my strength, don't worry." "Jiang." Xinyu nodded seriously and led Jia into the house. Wang Chen pretended to follow them inside, but as he passed the flower bed at the entrance, he vanished in an instant. The nebula sword dance activated, almost turning into a streak of light as it rushed toward the ambush position across the way. About 2 or 3 seconds later, the other party seemed to notice Wang Chen's rapid approach. However, they didn't dodge immediately but instead walked out from the shadows openly. A flash of light appeared, and Wang Chen stood in front of them. Who are you? Wait, you are Yao Zhixin? Wang Chen's voice rose sharply, disbelief written all over his face. He recognized this Yao Zhixin. He is a member of the action team in the intelligence department of the Tianjin Bureau in Sioux City. What's going on? My aunt was captured by you? Brother Wang Chen, I'm sorry. We are acting on orders. Orders? Whose orders? Wang Chu? Wang Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Yes, Ms. Wang Qi is very likely the developer of the demonic potion. The reason we didn't tell you is to avoid suspicion. I'm sorry. Yao Zhixin cautiously observed Wang Chen, wary of him suddenly exploding in anger. But strangely, after a few frowns, Wang Chen's expression calmed down. From the words avoid suspicion, Wang Chen sensed something was off. Once this incident occurred and there were no restrictions on Song Jia calling him, he would know immediately. Where was the suspicion to avoid? Yet, Yao Zhixin's face showed some conflict. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Wasn't Wang Chen very close to Ms. Wang Qi? His brothers had captured his closest relative. Shouldn't he show a desperate and indignant expression? Then, excitedly grabbing his collar and loudly questioning, why did you capture my aunt? But why did he have a calm expression? What does that mean? If you're not playing by the rules, how can the next act unfold? Wang Chen was indeed very agitated at first. It was one thing for the Tianjin Bureau to capture his aunt, but he hadn't heard a whisper about it. But avoiding suspicion? That made Wang Chen realize that the Tianjin Bureau seemed to be plotting something, and he was just a pawn on the chessboard. He had achieved so much, although from the perspective of the public it was for the human race and for the Jade Kingdom. The Tianjin Bureau also benefited, right? When you turn against me, do you really have no regard for feelings? Yes, it's possible that I, Wang Chen, am just a small character, not worth your concern. But Wang Qianfeng was his mother's former subordinate, staying in Sioux City to take care of him. But what about his aunt? As his mother's biological sister, wouldn't Wang Qianfeng take care of her? The developer of the demonic potion? What a joke. Was his aunt uncomfortable in the Jade Kingdom? If care was needed, there were policies in place, and if she wanted a loan, they could come to her. His aunt was perfectly fine, yet she would go and create a demonic potion for the demon race? Moreover, his mother was the Southern Flame Emperor. Would the only sister of the Southern Flame Emperor betray the Jade Kingdom? Logically, it didn't make sense. From both emotional and rational analyses, his aunt absolutely could not have a problem. If his aunt was fine, then the Tianjin Bureau must have a problem. If they really wanted to hide something from him, Song Jia would definitely not have been able to make that call. With the Tianjin Bureau's style, such a contradictory oversight would never occur, so the only possible reason for not informing Wang Chen earlier was to provoke him? Brother Wang Chen, are you okay? I'm fine. What's wrong? Don't you want to know why we think Ms. Wang Qi is the developer of the demonic potion? I do. But didn't you say I should avoid suspicion? So, can you tell me? The person has already been captured by us. Avoiding suspicion is no longer important. Saying this, he took out his phone and opened a few photos. Look, this is from the clinical trials of Jiayi Biotechnology Company. These are all late-stage cancer patients who received Jiayi Biotechnology's gene coding treatment. The cancer has indeed been effectively suppressed, but look at their bodies. In several clear enlarged images, the bodies of the patients showed obvious signs of mutation, and this mutation resembled the exoskeleton produced by demonic transformation. Moreover, the gene drug blueprint submitted by Ms. Wang Qi to the Medical Supervision Bureau, we extracted the molecular formula of the drug, and it turned out to be 90% similar to the demonic potion you submitted. This is definitely not a coincidence. After listening to Yao Zhixin's words, Wang Chen nodded in agreement. It's indeed not a coincidence. What a clever frame-up. Fortunately, you acted quickly. If you had been a bit slower and the other side had stirred up public opinion first, even if my aunt was exonerated in the future, she would still become a stain in people's hearts. Isn't it? Wang Chen, have you misunderstood our meaning? I said, Brother Yao, what task did you take on that angered me? Don't you think playing this kind of cat-and-mouse game is boring? You're clearly making a protective capture. Do you think I'm stupid? How can you be sure it's a protective capture and not a real arrest? A voice suddenly rang out, and Wang Qianfeng appeared beside Wang Chen without him noticing. His expression was very dark, as if he wanted to explode but couldn't. First of all, my aunt's identity is there. To others, she might be an ordinary entrepreneur, the founder of Jiayi Biotechnology. But Wang Chu knows she is my mother's only sister, closer to me than anyone else. As long as my aunt doesn't betray the country, no one will go after her. But the evidence I have in hand just happens to show that she has betrayed the country and the demonic potion likely came from her. That's the second impossibility. Her identity means she has no need to betray the country at all. The clinical trial showing signs of demonic transformation directly rules out my aunt's suspicion. If she created the demonic potion, how could she possibly use it in clinical trials? And the Demon Clan already knows we have obtained the demonic potion. If my aunt really was the creator of the demonic potion, why would she still submit the gene potion to the Drug Supervision Bureau? If the gene potion is almost identical to the demonic potion, and my aunt knows about this, wouldn't her foolishly handing over the potion be a confession? Clearly, this is a frame-up by the Demon Clan. What if I told you that the gene potion submitted by Ms. Wang Qi is indeed almost identical to the demonic potion? Then it's still a frame-up. Wang Chen calmly replied, "How can you be so sure? I've already analyzed it." But Ms. Wang Qi doesn't say so. Wang Qianfeng sighed with his hands behind his back. Ms. Wang Qi said that the genetic coding formula of her potion is known only to her, and the molecular formula of her gene potion can only be produced using her genetic coding formula, requiring repeated experiments. She overcame all obstacles after 10 years. So, when I told her about the demonic potion, she seemed very excited. Excited? Wang Chen showed surprise on his face. Yes, excited. Wang Qianfeng's gaze became particularly profound because she said that only 2 people know this molecular formula. One is her, and the other is Song Zifeng. That's right. So you suspect that the one who produced the demonic potion is Song Zifeng? At this point, a glint of brilliance appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. You want to use Jia Jia? Song Jia is Song Zifeng's daughter. My script was already written. Because we arrested Wang Qi, we would break with you. Then, since you are the only relative of Song Jia, she will definitely be with you. We will create conditions to use Song Jia as bait to lure out Song Zifeng. The feasibility of this plan is too low, right? Wang Chen shook his head on the spot. First of all, we cannot be 100% sure that Song Zifeng is the one who made the demonic potion. Even if it is him, how can you be sure he has feelings for Jia Jia? Moreover, the Demon Clan may have already replaced Song Zifeng. If Song Zifeng has been replaced by the Demon Clan, he is even less likely to take the bait. The feasibility is too low. Not necessarily. First of all, Song Zifeng is a great scientist. His value is not just in the achievements he reached when he died, but in his unlimited creative potential in the future. Do you remember the experimental data you copied when you first entered the trial space and discovered the Demon Clan's base? I remember. That doctor, do you think he was human or a demon? Wang Chen frowned. At that time, the doctor was slapped to death by a raging biochemical demon general, without even having time to dodge. If he were a demon, he shouldn't have been so weak. Moreover, he was sitting in a wheelchair. Clearly, he was a human scientist. His name is Su Yingfei, one of the top biologists among us humans. Back in the day, he was obsessed with human experiments and faced legal sanctions multiple times. Later, in a fit of madness, he conducted experiments on himself and his family. His wife and daughter all died on his operating table. But in the end, he vanished from the face of the earth. No one saw him alive, nor was there a body found after his death. If it weren't for the video you brought back, his whereabouts would still be a mystery. Humans are truly complex creatures. Each person has independent thoughts, values, and principles for handling matters. That's why so many scoundrels, traitors, and beasts emerge among humanity. Such people have existed throughout history. Song Zifeng died due to a malfunction in the experiment, but in the end, we couldn't find his body either. He might have been shattered to pieces or might still be alive. But one thing is certain, if the demon race caused that accident, if their target was indeed Song Zifeng, and if the demonic potion was created by him, then one thing is for sure, Song Zifeng cannot be replaced by the demon race, because Song Zifeng's value lies in his creative potential. If these assumptions hold true, even if he has betrayed the whole world, he should still have some special feelings for Song Jia. Wang Chu, if your assumptions are correct, he has already abandoned his humanity. Would he still care about Jia Jia? How would we know if we don't try? But your reaction is quite unsatisfactory. You didn't make a scene or break ties with the Heavenly Sword Bureau, which casts a shadow over the plan. You are still a member of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, and your identity makes the other party hesitant to act rashly, especially since you are the one who caused the demon race significant losses. How about we have a fight now? Is there any point? Wang Xianfeng sneered, although you didn't follow my script, your performance has pleased me. I underestimated you. When faced with an unexpected event, you didn't lose your judgment. Upon learning that the Heavenly Sword Bureau had captured your closest person, you didn't act impulsively but quickly calmed down and immediately analyzed the closest conclusion to the truth. You are indeed better than many people, especially when the evidence framing Ms. Wang Qi by the demon race is very substantial enough for us to actually arrest her. You were able to determine right away that this was a setup by the demon race. She is my aunt, how could I not trust her? Emotional trust and rational trust are different. Your reasons for trusting her are very solid, and the argument is rigorous, not merely because she is your aunt. Alright, now you should go back and comfort Song Jia. You can tell her that Ms. Wang Qi is safe and that there is no danger. But for now, I can't let them contact each other. Where is my aunt now? At the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Someone is protecting her 24 hours a day. It's just that her mood is a bit low right now. That assumption may not hold, but she firmly believes that only she and Song Zifeng know that genetic formula, and the only one who could create the demonic potion, besides her, is Song Zifeng. If Wang Qi didn't believe so strongly, I wouldn't have devised a plan based on assumptions. I trust her judgment. If that person is indeed Song Zifeng, then my bait might just catch the fish, right? After parting ways with Wang Qianfeng, Wang Chen returned to his aunt's villa. Upon entering the living room, he found Song Jia asleep on Jiang Xinyu's lap. Jiang Xinyu held a finger up, but Song Jia lifted her head. Brother. Wang Chen approached the sofa and Song Jia immediately leaped into his arms, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. Jia, aunt, is fine. The person who took aunt away is a friend of your brother. Some bad people wanted to frame aunt, so your brother's friend took her away for protection. Don't worry, aunt will be fine soon. Really? Song Jia looked at Wang Chen with her adorably innocent eyes. Really? These days, you and your brother are living together. Are you staying at your brother's house or is your brother staying here? Brother lives here. If mom comes back one day, I can see her right away. Okay, I'll listen to you. After sending Jiang Xinyu to the door, Jiang Xinyu looked at Wang Chen with concern. Do you want my family to help you out a bit? No need. Didn't I just say? My aunt has been protected. Do you think I would believe a lie meant for a child? Of course. Jiang Xinyu wouldn't believe Wang Chen's words to Song Jia. What I said is true. A mysterious smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Ha! Based on Jiang Xinyu's understanding of Wang Chen, when he said something like that, it must be true. He never repeats jokes. You just said the one who took Aunt Wang Qi was your friend? Ah, it's my colleague. Wang Chen waved at Jiang Xinyu, who leaned in with confusion. I'm from the Special Operations of the Sky Sword Bureau. Don't tell anyone else. I want to keep a low profile. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu's eyes widened in shock. Really? Of course it's true. How is that possible? When did you? Jiang Xinyu certainly knew about the existence of the Sky Sword Bureau. Not only did she know, but she also understood its nature. She had even considered it while dreaming about the future. Her first choice was to join the military, and perhaps later join the Sky Sword Bureau. But those plans were for after she completed her studies and fully stepped into life. Jiang Xinyu couldn't believe that something so far away from her was already a reality for Wang Chen at this moment. It was like two people sitting together making wishes, one saying, I want to become an entrepreneur and earn a lot of money, while the other says, I already am. It was such a surprise, such an unexpected revelation, that Jiang Xinyu was left stunned for a long time. It was when I first returned from the trial ground, so you don't have to worry too much about me. Of course, don't tell anyone else. Just act like you don't know anything. After sending Jiang Xinyu off, Wang Chen went back inside to keep Jia company. After watching the movie with Jiang Xinyu, he received a call from Song Jia. Earlier, he hadn't felt much due to the tension, but now, a strong sense of hunger hit him. Jia, are you hungry? Hungry. Perhaps knowing that mom wasn't taken away by the security uncle for doing something wrong had lifted Jia's spirits a lot. Only children of this age are easier to deceive, a few years older, and Wang Chen wouldn't be able to fool her so easily. He went into the kitchen and found some ingredients in the fridge. Only during the new year would his aunt's fridge have any food. Wang Chen was not like his aunt and mom, who were both incompatible with the kitchen. He could cook and he was quite good at it. The only reason he usually ordered takeout was laziness. After preparing some food, it was already dark outside. It was too early to sleep, and although Song Jia's mood had improved a little, she was still quite down. Wang Chen simply sat with her on the sofa to watch TV. Through our clinical verification, life number 1 can effectively suppress cancer cells. The 3 people standing next to me are the results of the clinical verification of life number 1. A year ago, their cancer cells had spread throughout their bodies. They even lost the ability to eat. After taking life number 1, their cancer cells were effectively suppressed, and after 2 months of use, their cancer cells began to shrink. After 6 months, their physical condition improved significantly, and now, although cancer cells still exist in their bodies, they can live like normal people. Through clinical analysis, they only need to continue taking it for 3 more years, and the cancer cells will be completely eliminated. Life number 1 is a milestone in the history of human medicine. On the TV, the Sioux City News Channel was broadcasting the evening news. Humanity had conquered cancer, a groundbreaking victory for mankind. Akin to the announcement of the complete eradication of the smallpox virus that once sent the world into a frenzy, Wang Chen and Song Jia were not particularly interested in the news, but when they saw this report, Wang Chen's hand froze on the remote. Life No. 1, the name Senma Technology flashed in his mind again. Ma Bo was his aunt's and Song Zifeng's teacher, and Song Zifeng was still studying under Ma Bo when the incident occurred. Although he didn't know why his aunt was so certain that Ma Bo was unaware of the genetic formula left by Song Zifeng, Wang Chen believed it was entirely possible for him to obtain it. Moreover, yesterday, On New Year's Eve, Ma Bo had planned to collaborate with his aunt using the entire Senma Pharmaceuticals, but today he publicly announced life number 1, and his aunt was conveniently taken away by the Sky Sword Bureau today. From every angle, this seemed like a setup. His aunt had once said that once his genetic medicine was released, it could fundamentally change the human body. It could quickly cure diseases that the body itself carried. It could treat cancer, but it was certainly not limited to cancer. If his aunt's results were announced, it would be a perfect counter to life number 1. The two were not even in the same dimension, and life number 1 would have no chance of winning. Then the contradiction arose. Ma Bo was willing to pay such a high price yesterday, which clearly indicated he knew about his aunt's research results. But why was he making such a high-profile announcement now? Was it because he knew his aunt had been taken away? Or was there another reason? Did the demon clan's framing of his aunt have any other purpose besides diverting the Sky Sword Bureau's investigation? His brain raced, and countless possibilities collided in Wang Chen's mind. Just then, the news footage switched to Ma Bo alongside a cold female bodyguard. The camera caught a fleeting glimpse of the bodyguard's profile. In that instant, a strong sense of familiarity washed over him. He might have seen this bodyguard before. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong sense of recognition. But Wang Chen was also certain he had never seen her before yesterday. Otherwise, with his memory, he would definitely remember someone he had met. The mental collisions continued. Hypothetically, if Ma Bo was the third person to know about the genetic coding formula left by Song Zifeng, then all the reasons for his aunt's framing would start to make sense. But why hadn't his aunt ever suspected someone so close to her like Ma Bo? Was it simply because Ma Bo was willing to pay such a high price to obtain Song Zifeng's genetic coding formula? But paying such a high price didn't necessarily mean he genuinely wanted the formula. What if it was to delay the release of the genetic medicine? Or perhaps he was just optimistic about the potential profits of the genetic medicine? The more he speculated, the more suspicious Ma Bo seemed, and consequently, the more suspicious the bodyguard beside him appeared. "Brother, I don't like watching this person," Song Jia suddenly said when she saw Wang Chen hesitating to change the channel. "I don't like this person either. But wait a moment, let me make a call." Wang Chen took out his phone and dialed Hu Qing's number. "Wang Chen, how's it going? Have you figured out what happened with Ms. Wan? My aunt is fine. By the way, are you free now?" "I'm free, I'm on leave today." "What's up? Can you come to Xunting Bay?" "Sure. Just a moment. Judge, go watch TV in your aunt's room. I need to find some information." Seeing Wang Chen's serious expression, Song Jia obediently nodded. Wang Chen returned to his room, opened his computer, and quickly searched for Senma Pharmaceuticals and Ma Bo. Soon, he found many pictures of Ma Bo on the web, and wherever Ma Bo was, the bodyguard appeared as well. He printed out these images, and before long, Hu Qing arrived outside his aunt's villa. Wang Chen welcomed Hu Qing in. "Hu Qing, I remember you said that the person who delivered the demonization medicine to the crow was a woman? Is it her?" Wang Chen pointed at the printed photo and asked urgently. Hu Qing frowned, stared for a long time, and finally shook his head. "I'm not sure. That woman changed her outfit, hairstyle, wore heavy makeup, and had sunglasses on, too. Be honest, if you just find any woman and dress her up like this, no one would be able to tell the difference." "What about the feeling?" "Feeling?" Hu Qing forced a smile. "How can we identify a person based on feelings? Why do you think this woman is the one I've seen before? I remember the person standing next to him was Dr. Ma, right?" Hu Qing asked in confusion. "Yes, I even suspect that Dr. Ma is the developer of the demonic potion," Wang Chen said in a low voice. "Hiss," Hu Qing gasped. "Don't say that carelessly. Dr. Ma is a world-renowned scientist, an authority in the medical field, and someone who has made outstanding contributions to the country. Do you have solid evidence to suspect him? If not, you better not voice such thoughts. Why are you so nervous?" "I'm just suspicious." "Suspicion is dangerous, especially since he has now developed life number 1, which has been verified by the Drug Regulatory Agency to be the most effective drug against cancer currently." "Do you know what that means?" "It means that all of humanity must remember his contributions, and all of humanity will protect him. Anyone who dares to harm him is an enemy of all humanity." Wang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He had thought of this too. The emergence of life number 1 is not just a simple cancer drug, it is also Dr. Ma's talisman. With life number 1 in existence, Dr. Ma cannot be easily touched. "Wang Chen, what basis do you have to suspect Dr. Ma? Please stop mentioning feelings. My aunt was taken into protective custody by the Sky Sword Bureau." Hu Qing looked at Wang Chen in surprise. "The reason is that the gene potion developed by my aunt is a demonic potion, and cancer patients treated with the gene potion showed signs of demonic transformation. The gene potion and the demonic potion are 90% similar, so someone framed my aunt by substituting the demonic potion for the gene potion. And yesterday, on New Year's Eve, Dr. Ma personally visited my aunt, offering to exchange the entire Senma pharmaceutical for 50% of Jai Biotechnology's shares. At that time, my aunt refused, but this morning there was an incident of clinical patients undergoing Demonic transformation. What a coincidence. And today, on the first day of the new year, Life Number 1 was released. In my aunt's words, Jai Biotechnology's gene potion fundamentally cures the ailments inherent in humans. It can treat cancer but is not limited to just cancer. Life Number 1 requires 3 years of treatment. And how much does a month's treatment cost? 100,000, which amounts to 1,200,000 a year and 3,600,000 over 3 years. Those who have cancer have long spent all their money. Where would they find 3,600,000 for treatment? The gene potion. One shot into the soul changes human genes, allowing the immune system to eliminate defective genes. If cancer can be recognized and rejected by the immune system, cancer cells are nothing. Commercial competition is quite common, and I wouldn't suddenly suspect it. But the timing of these events is just too coincidental, making me have to doubt him. Wang Chen's words made Hu Qing's brow furrow tightly. Now that you mention it, I suddenly recall something. When we were interrogating the Crow's subordinates, one of them confessed that he was involved in loan sharking and had detained about 10 people in the countryside. But among them, there was a woman and a child who were captured after the winter break. The person confessed that it was the Crow who ordered him to capture them. After we rescued them, we learned that the woman's ex-husband was a researcher working at Jai Biotechnology, your aunt's company. Ex-husband? What's his name? Qian Shihan. Because he was busy with work for many years, he neglected his family, and his wife couldn't stand it and divorced him last November. We hadn't figured out why the Crow wanted to capture them, and we planned to clarify the matter after the new year. But now that you mention it, could it be that Qian Shihan is behind the substitution of Jai Biotechnology's gene potion with the demonic potion? It's possible. If we add your information, then the connections can be made clear. The Crow has a direct relationship with the demonic potion. He kidnapped Qian Shihan's wife and daughter to threaten him into swapping the potion. This would frame my aunt. Framing my aunt would also serve Senma Pharmaceuticals' purpose, allowing their Life Number 1 to achieve both fame and fortune in the coming years. If that's the case, what do you plan to do? Ma Bo is not an ordinary person. We can't just grab him or investigate directly. Otherwise, if public opinion is stirred, we won't have a good outcome. Ma Bo can remain untouched, but that female bodyguard beside him can be approached. Suppose Ma Bo is the one who developed the demonic potion and is collaborating with the Demon Clan. Shouldn't the Demon Clan send someone to monitor him closely? Look, no matter the occasion, the female bodyguard is always right by his side for protection. If the Demon Clan is monitoring Ma Bo, she is the only possibility. What do you plan to do? Capture her? Verify. Check this woman's identity and home address. Hu Qing and Wang Chen acted separately, pulling out their phones to start searching their respective network systems. The good thing about this era is that the rise of smart devices allows people from various departments to access their internal intelligence systems at any time. Soon, Wang Chen and Hu Qing found the identity of the female bodyguard. Ma Xiaoxue, officially Ma Bo's niece, graduated from the bodyguard academy, just an ordinary person. From this point, Wang Chen could be sure she definitely has issues. The last eye contact made Wang Chen certain she is absolutely a star warrior. This means the information he found is false. At Jinghua Manor, Building 32, Room 2706, Hu Qing found Ma Xiaoxue's home address. Right. Now, Ma Bo is holding a launch for Life Number 1. Tomorrow morning, Life Number 1 will be fully online. So Ma Xiaoxue should be with Ma Bo. She's not at home. We should search her house. Hu Qing's face showed an eager expression. Wait a moment. Wang Chen quietly left the room and opened Song Jia's door. After such a long time, Song Jia had already fallen asleep in bed. She hadn't even washed up or changed her clothes. Wang Chen gently tucked Xiaoxue into the blanket and then tiptoed out. Did you bring your police uniform? No, but I brought my work ID. What's up? To prevent unnecessary misunderstandings, just bring something that can prove your identity. Let's go, we're leaving now. The two quietly exited, and just 50 meters from the door, an undercover officer from the Sky Sword Bureau appeared by the roadside. Wang Chen knew that starting today there would be 24-hour surveillance protection from the Sky Sword Bureau outside his aunt's villa. Wang Chen, where are you going so late? I have some suspicions that I need to verify. You all take care of Jia Jia's safety. If she wakes up and I'm not back yet, please comfort her. I left her a note. You can use your IDs to reassure her. Thank you for your hard work. What do you need to verify? Can't we help you with that? I'll go. You can track my whereabouts through my phone. You can also report to Officer Wang. Understood. Be careful. Wang Chen held a significant position in the intelligence department, earned through numerous solid achievements. It can be said that the entire intelligence department trusts Wang Chen immensely. Although Wang Chen going out at midnight went against the plan, his brothers would definitely not stop him. Reporting to Wang Qianfeng would also not be overlooked. At this moment, Wang Qianfeng was indeed sitting in front of Wang Qi, advising her. Wang Qianfeng and Wang Qi had known each other for a long time and were quite familiar with one another. Ms. Wang Qi, is there a possibility that a third person knows? Are you sure only you and Song Zifeng know? That day, I confirmed my pregnancy, and Ah Feng was so happy that he jumped around the house. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. After dozing off, he suddenly sat up and opened his notebook to write down that formula. This formula is something he himself doesn't fully understand. He can only say it's a conjecture. At that time, both Ah Feng and I had already completed our graduation thesis, which was the direction of our future research after graduation. Ah Feng is a cautious person, and at that time he had some academic disagreements with the teacher, so he couldn't possibly share such an important conjecture with them. He is quite arrogant and confident that he can prove this formula without discussing it with others. Because I was pregnant, he didn't let me participate in the experiment. By then, he had already contacted a new laboratory, preparing to celebrate the birth of our child with a big project after graduation. Originally, he was on leave that day, but the teacher called him to school to complete an important experiment. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. Was that experiment really an accident? Wang Qianfeng asked in a low voice. The sister personally sent someone to investigate, and it was indeed an accident. The equipment had malfunctioned more than once, but the school refused to repair it. Previously, it had only stalled. No one expected that experiment would lead to an explosion. Is it possible that? Just as Wang Qianfeng was about to speak, his phone rang. Hello? What? Wang Chen went to verify some conjecture? Wang Qianfeng was about to curse but suddenly held back his words. If it were someone else acting like Wang Chen, Wang Qianfeng would definitely criticize them for being disorganized and undisciplined. But if it was Wang Chen, Wang Qianfeng didn't dare to. Just think about what Wang Chen had done in the past 6 months. This guy always brings you big surprises when you least expect it. Last time, in the dead of night, he went to Penguin Company and directly packed up the entire elite spy group of the Demon Clan for Wang Qianfeng. This time, could there be another major breakthrough? Rationality told Wang Qianfeng it was impossible. Wang Chen wasn't really the chosen one, and who could be that lucky all the time? Yet, his emotions kept bombarding his rationality, saying, what rationality? Just think about Wang Chen's discoveries in the past 6 months. He is that lucky, he is that unscientific. Riding in Hu Qing's car, they headed straight for Jinghua Manor. Jinghua Manor is considered one of the more upscale campuses in the Sioux City area, as can be seen from the community's landscaping. In lower-end communities, the distance between buildings is usually quite tight, and sunlight is often blocked by a row of tall buildings in front. Having 6 hours of sunlight a day is considered good. In contrast, the distance between buildings in Jinghua campus is at least 80 meters, and even the distance between adjacent buildings exceeds 50 meters. Each building is surrounded by car lanes and non-motorized vehicle paths, with charging stations, bike sheds, vending machines, and first aid kits scattered throughout the community. As Hu Qing walked, his eyes scanned the area, and a hint of longing appeared on his face. The average price in this community must be over 50,000, right? Hu Qing said softly, blinking. It was 55,000 when it opened. That was 4 years ago, so it should be around 70 to 80,000. Now, you even investigated this? Hu Qing was curious about how Wang Chen could respond to his casual remark. Moreover, Wang Chen wasn't just guessing, he at least knew the opening price. When this community opened, my economic agent encouraged me to invest in 2 buildings here. I looked into it and thought the returns were a bit slow, so I gave up. Is a 40% increase in 4 years considered slow? Where can you find a profit that doubles in a year? Hu Qing fell silent. It was too hurtful. Entering the apartment building, they took the elevator straight to the 27th floor. Once inside the elevator, their expressions became serious. When the elevator opened, both were on high alert. Room 2706 is a west-facing unit. They arrived at the door. Hu Qing, can you sense if anyone is home? Hu Qing immediately felt a faint wave of star power surging around him, transmitting through the ground. After half a minute, Hu Qing shook his head. No one. Unlock it. Click. The sound of unlocking echoed, but it wasn't the door in front of Hu Qing. It was the door of another unit behind them that opened. A young girl, dressed in a white down jacket, wearing cute rabbit earmuffs, walked out of her home. She was startled to see Wang Chen and Hu Qing. You are Teacher Cui? You live here? Hu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Are you a student's parent? I am Hu Feifei's brother, Hu Qing. My sister is in your class. Oh, I remember now. You are Feifei's brother who works as a security guard. Hello, nice to meet you. What brings you here? Well, we are on official duty. This is my colleague. The resident of room 2706 is suspected of serious crimes, so I came to investigate. Do you know anything about this household? Not really. I've lived here for 3 years, but I've never seen that family. In fact, they might have bought the house and never come here. You might be wasting your trip investigating them. You haven't seen them in 3 years? No, not once. If there's nothing else, I need to go out. Teacher Cui smiled cutely and asked. Sure. Hu Hu Cheng watched as teacher Chui entered the elevator. And only when the elevator doors closed did he reluctantly pull his gaze away. She really is quite pretty. If you want to pursue her, don't wait. Girls like that surely have plenty of suitors. Hee hee, a girl with those conditions is something a poor security guard like me could even think about? You're a star warrior, what are you afraid of? Don't star warriors have an advantage over ordinary people? No more talking, open the door first. Hu Cheng pressed his hand on the lock, star power surged, and the door lock was rendered useless. Locks have always been designed to prevent gentlemen, not scoundrels. If someone really wants to break in, not even a safe can stop them. The door opened, revealing a dimly lit room. It was clear that no one had been there. For a long time, the sofa was covered with a dust cover. Could it really be a wasted trip? Wang Chen's heart sank. If the person had truly never lived there or hadn't been there for a long time, it would be difficult to collect her hair or anything for DNA testing. The houses in Jinghua Manor are all finely decorated and cleaned thoroughly before being handed over to the owners. As they stepped inside, a thin layer of dust covered the floor and their footsteps left faint imprints. I'll check the bathroom for any fallen hair, Hu Cheng said. Wang Chen turned and went to the kitchen. The kitchen was fully equipped with utensils. And the stove and the pots and bowls didn't look brand new, they had clearly been used before. In the large kitchen, there was a standing refrigerator and a horizontal freezer. Suddenly, Wang Chen noticed something unusual. The refrigerator was still connected to the power supply and was running. Normally, if no one had been there for a long time, the homeowner, I'll be right over. Hearing Wang Chen's call, Hu Cheng from next door also came over. What did you find? You look so pale. The things in the freezer make me feel extremely uncomfortable. Hu Cheng chuckled lightly and reached out to open the fridge. Don't look, it's all severed hands and feet. My talent can't compare to yours, and my strength might not either, but I've been on the battlefield and have killed before. It's just some severed hands and feet, who knows, I might even find a clue. As he spoke, he opened the freezer, took a quick glance, and closed it again. So, did you find any clues? Ugh, Hu Cheng suddenly started gagging at the sink. Who said it was just a small scene? What the hell is she, a freak? Not necessarily a freak. To the demon race, aren't we just ingredients? What did you find on your side? Nothing, no hair in the bathroom, just not sure if there's any in the room. Let's go take a look together. Leaving the kitchen, the two pushed open the door to the room, which should be a guest room, and the bed was covered with a dust cover. After searching around with no findings, they went to another room. The moment the door opened, a fragrant scent rushed over. It was a perfume smell, but very strong. In the Jade Kingdom, very few people use this kind of perfume. It was generally used by Westerners. When they caught a whiff of this perfume, Wang Chen and Hu Cheng's expressions changed almost simultaneously. Hu Cheng suddenly looked up, staring into Wang Chen's eyes, and the two exchanged a deep glance. Is it her? How could it be? Hu Cheng's face turned pale. Just earlier at the door, he had smelled this perfume on teacher Xiao Shui. Although the scent wasn't as strong, it was the same. Not good. Wang Chen instantly dashed out of the room. Just then, the elevator door happened to open, and Wang Qianfeng along with a group of intelligence officers rushed out of the elevator, bumping into Wang Chen. Director Wang. Wang Chen, where's the evidence? In the kitchen's freezer, just open it. As he spoke, he summoned a flame knife and slashed at teacher Xiao Chui's door. The cut was clean and decisive, severing the lock. Wang Chen gently pulled, and the door opened. What are you doing? Is there a problem with this household too? There should be a problem. Wang Chen stepped into the house, which was livelier than the one next door, filled to the brim with belongings. Turning on the light, Wang Chen walked straight into the bedroom. On the desk in the bedroom, the desk lamp was still on, and there was a